I'm just an ordinary high school senior in this beast-taming world who received the lowest-tier pet beast egg. Everyone was praying for a bronze-tier pet egg, but in my hand, this egg covered with black patterns. After the system's explosive critical hit notification, everyone's understanding of power was instantly shattered. As I gazed upon the world-incinerating black dragon before me, whose mere oppressive aura could shatter city walls, I finally understood my starting point wasn't even at the baseline, but jumped directly to the end. Now, the entire city of Guangning's top beastmaster has gone on full alert just because of a single roar from my pet beast. He could never have imagined that the source of this disaster would be an unknown nobody like me. My name is Zhang Xuan, an ordinary high school senior who has traveled to a world where everyone raises magical beasts, facing the first opportunity in life to contract a beast companion. At the Lingshuo Breeding Center in Guangning City, thousands of senior high school students anxiously awaited the distribution of their pet beast eggs. This is a world where beast mastery reigns supreme, with pet beasts graded from black iron to divine, directly determining a beastmaster's potential. Ordinary people could only rely on the free pet beast eggs provided by the government, hoping for a stroke of luck. I quickly grasped the situation. At the age of 18, one could contract a pet beast, and the initial grade was of utmost importance. As a transmigrator, I instinctively hoped for some benefits. When it was my turn, the staff asked me to sense with my heart. Thousands of pet beast eggs were piled into a small mountain, with only 5 minutes left. I remained patient, and in the final minute, an egg covered in black patterns emitted a strong fluctuation. This is the one. The test results came out quickly, a bronze-tier pet beast, the mystic fire snake. Though it wasn't the explosive result I had hoped for, the bronze tier was enough to ensure my survival in the wild and offered potential for future upgrades. I placed my hands over the eggshell, establishing a contract bond. Detecting the host's first contract, the divine beast taming system is now unlocked. All of the host's pet beasts can be upgraded in rank with one click, and pet beast eggs can be hatched instantly with one click. Current pet beast, Mystic Fire Serpent, Bronze, upgrade its grade? System. I was ecstatic and immediately chose one-click upgrade. The host triggered a billionfold critical hit with the first one-click upgrade, elevating the Mystic Fire Snake, Bronze, to the world-incinerating Black Dragon, Divine tier. I almost cried out in surprise. A divine-level pet beast? They're as rare as hen's teeth in all of Xia Kingdom. Incinerating World Black Dragon, Divine grade, incubation time, 100 years. Do you want to incubate with one click? Tip: the hatching of a divine-level pet beast causes significant commotion. It's advisable to find a suitable location. I immediately decided to head into the wilderness. Leaving the breeding center, I boarded the train to the Beastmaster camp outside Guangning City, ignoring the soliciting coaching groups, heading straight into the wilderness. Based on my theoretical knowledge, I chose the valley northwest of the Windy Plains, a place rarely visited by people. System: incubate with one click. The pet beast egg shone brilliantly, and an immensely heavy pressure instantly spread across a 100-mile radius. The surrounding monsters cowered in terror, with some even exploding into bloody mist on the spot, unable to withstand the overwhelming pressure. Roar! With an earth-shaking roar, a black shadow soared into the sky, circling midair. Its sharp and domineering scales, along with the dignified pale golden pupils, proclaimed its lineage as a dragon. The little black dragon landed in front of me and affectionately rubbed against my thigh. The stat panel of the blazing world Black Dragon, Divine tier, is utterly insane. 200,000 HP, 10,000 physical and magical attack. Even more astonishing is its 100,000 magic defense. The passive skill Dragon Bloodline Emperor grants a permanent tenfold increase in magic defense and powerful immunity to control effects. The 3 skills are also outrageously exaggerated. Dragon's Awe terrifies monsters. Dragon Flame inflicts massive magical damage over a wide area. Dragon Roar *** condenses intimidation to deal true damage and area negative effects, with a cooldown of 1 day. The system explained that all contracted beasts under the host's pact have their loyalty permanently fixed at maximum value, saving me a lot of trouble. At the same time, after contracting my first pet beast, I received a 1% attribute feedback. Beast Master. Zhang Xuan, Tier 1, HP 2000. Magic Power 1000, Physical Attack 100, Magic Attack 100, Magic Defense 1000. My initial strength has also become quite formidable. Let's go level up. I named the little black dragon Black King. The small monsters of the harmonious wind plains fled in panic under the dragon's might, making the grinding efficiency too low. I decided to head to the more perilous Dark Forest, a zone that required level 30 beast companions to challenge. Standing on the hillside, I worried the Black King's draconic might would scare off the monsters, so I decided to use a skill first. Black King, aim at that forest, let me hear your dragon shout. The Black King soared into the sky, and a deafening roar reverberated from the hillside as its epicenter. The air compressed into shockwaves, surging outward in all directions. The earth trembled, trees shattered, and the sound waves surged like a tidal wave through the dark forest, even pressing toward Guangning City. The buildings in the Beastmaster camp outside the city were crushed. Inside Guangning City, Xia Zhengdao, the governor and a 6th-tier Beastmaster, felt the overwhelming force and his pupils contracted, confirming it was a dragon's roar. He immediately activated the city's highest level of alert and reported to the superior beast god temple, as the appearance of the dragonkin was far beyond his control. I gazed at the dark, dense forest before me. The once lush woods looked as if they had been crushed by a giant hand, with all the outer trees shattered. Everywhere I looked, there were severed limbs and crushed corpses of monsters. So damn brutal. The system notification sounds erupted like a bombardment. Your pet beast Black King, Blazing Destruction Dragon, has slain the LV-30 monster Shadow Wolf, gaining 500 experience points. Your pet beast Black King, Blazing Destruction Dragon, has slain the LV-27 monster Gale Falcon, gaining 410 experience points. Thousands of monster kill notifications. I've disabled kill prompts for ordinary monsters. The massive influx of experience has caused Black King's level to skyrocket. Your pet beast Black King has leveled up to LV1. Your pet beast Black King has leveled up to LV37. A single skill skyrocketed it from level 0 straight to 37. The Black King's attributes surged accordingly, with its HP increasing to 237,000 and magic defense approaching 140,000. I realized a serious problem. Dragons have always been the mortal enemies of human beastmasters. An ordinary born me contracted a divine-level dragon beast. Once this news spreads, it will inevitably attract deadly threats and prying eyes. Before possessing enough strength to protect myself, the existence of the Black King must never be exposed. I need other pet beasts as cover, and fortunately, a first-tier beast tamer can accommodate 3 pet beasts. With my one-click upgrade ability, I can find a few more pet beasts to serve as cover. Setting aside my concerns for now, I started collecting the spoils. On the beast taming continent, loot from slain monsters is automatically gathered. You have collected 500 wolf pelts, material. You have collected 270 wolf fangs, material. I plan to list these materials on the platform for sale to exchange for beast feed, reducing Haewang's fatigue and improving its endurance. I continued deeper into the dense forest and noticed an unusually tall, bloomy giant tree. I recall from the books that many wilderness areas contain a certain primal entity, whose presence can restore destroyed regions, and it involves deep secrets. This might be the ancient dark wood of the Shadow Forest. Chapter 4, Investigation. The primordial entity of the dark forest is said to be an ancient tree. Because of its existence, this jungle remains perpetually shrouded in gloom, never seeing sunlight. Yet many beast tamers who sought to find this ancient tree would become lost within the dense forest. Now, thanks to the Black King's dragon roar, it was exposed directly before Zhang Xuan. As Zhang Xuan approached the colossal tree, a line of text appeared before his eyes. Ancient Dark Tree Special. Description: the primordial entity of the shadowy forest tied to the origins of this jungle. Ordinary beings rarely glimpse it. Now, due to certain beings succumbing to terror, its guardian may have set its sights upon you. Fear? Zhang Xuan placed his hand on the ancient tree's surface. Sure enough, a faint tremor rippled through the wood. Likely the Black King's status was too lofty, his dragon roar had even terrified the dark ancient tree. TSK. And this is merely the juvenile form of the world-burning Black Dragon. If it were its complete form, I dare not imagine. And what exactly does this guardian mean? Could it be? At that moment, an announcement suddenly sounded. Your presence has disturbed the entity deep within the Shadowwood. The boss, Shadow Lord, has become intensely enraged. In 1 minute, it will activate the Shadow Realm. Unless you possess formidable strength, please leave immediately. The announcement repeated twice more, warning of the impending danger. The Shadow Lord? I've never heard of such a monster in the Shadowwood. Looks like I've triggered a hidden boss. Zhang Xuan felt not panic, but excitement. A hidden boss? The rewards dropped after defeating it would surely be more than just some insignificant materials. Solid strength? Does a dragon count? Zhang Xuan stood his ground with unwavering confidence. Soon, a minute passed. A dim glow suddenly flickered through the air, followed by a powerful pulling sensation. Zhang Xuan vanished. After dozens of breaths, ripples rippled through the forest. 3 figures materialized in the clearing. One was Xia Zhengdao himself, while the other was Wang Hua, the head of the Beast God Temple's branch in Guangning City. Together, they represented Guangning's highest authority, the city's ruler and the official representative of the Beastmasters. Yet now, standing flanking the central figure, their gazes toward the elderly man were tinged with cautious reverence. The elder wore a black gold robe, its chest adorned with an emblem depicting a colossal beast of fierce and untamed form. This man was none other than the deputy head and chief elder of the Beast God Temple in Nanjiang Province, an 8th-rank beast tamer whose stature placed him among the most influential figures in the entire realm of beast tamers within Xia Nation. Upon sensing the possible presence of a dragon, Xia Zhengdao had immediately contacted the Beast God Hall of Nanjiang. Yet he never expected this figure to arrive instead. He was secretly startled, thinking to himself that the higher-ups were indeed extremely sensitive to any dragon-related intelligence. Moreover, Elderly hadn't arrived by beast riding flight. Instead, he'd activated an exorbitantly costly intercity teleportation array to reach Guangning, then expended a precious teleportation scroll to bring both of them to the shadowy forest. Elder, what's the situation? Manhwa asked softly. Elderly remained silent. Suddenly, a serpentine beast emerged from his sleeve, sporting a single horn atop its head. It raised its head, its vertical purple pupils darting about before revealing a look of terror. With a swift dart, it vanished back into the elder's sleeve. Elderly's expression grew grave as he nodded slowly. No doubt about it. Anything capable of inducing bloodline fear in my purple-veined serpent must be a pure-blooded dragon. This. Xia Zhengdao felt a chill run down his spine. The last shred of hope in his heart vanished completely. The appearance of a dragon so close to Guangning City immediately sparked countless thoughts in his mind. Elderly then approached the ancient, shadowy tree, gently brushing its bark before frowning. But why would a dragon appear in such a low-level danger zone? The nearest abyss is tens of thousands of miles away. And with all the monitoring towers and sentry posts along the way, how could it have appeared here as if out of thin air without anyone noticing? His quiet muttering sent another chill through Xia Zhengdao and the others. Elderly turned to ask, you should be familiar with this area. Have there ever been any anomalies here before? Xia Zhengdao racked his brain before shaking his head. To my knowledge, the Dark Forest is only slightly more dangerous than the Bifeng Plains. Beyond that, it holds no particular peculiarities. The annual death rate among beast masters hasn't exceeded 3%, and those who perished were mostly low-powered yet overconfident individuals. However, he glanced at the ancient, shadowy tree. This primordial entity. I've never seen one like it before. It likely hasn't been discovered until now. Elderly's brow furrowed deeply. Primordial entities of this caliber in such zones weren't particularly rare, and logically, they shouldn't be connected to the Dragon Clan. Moreover, this dragon had clearly targeted this location for its attack. What could possibly attract it here? Even with his extensive experience having traversed the Abyss battlefield countless times, he found the current situation utterly perplexing. Just then, Wang Hua, who had been deep in thought beside them, raised his hand. Elderly, today is the day new beast tamers in Guangning City collectively received their pet beast eggs. Could it be? Before he could finish, he caught himself and clamped his mouth shut. Elderly shot him a glance and remarked coolly, you're also part of our beast god temple. Do you really think it's possible for a pure-blooded dragon to hatch from an egg in the breeding center? Moreover, a dragon would be at least sovereign grade. Even with all manner of treasures to accelerate incubation, it wouldn't hatch in less than a year or two. Wang Hua gave an awkward chuckle, silently cursing himself for entertaining such a ridiculous notion. Elderly glanced once more at the ancient, shadowy tree and said, judging by the situation here, it seems the dragon triggered the Grey Realm. Though its landing point is unpredictable, it might very well appear here again. We'll wait here for a while. You two brace yourselves. If battle truly erupts with the Dragon Clan, even I might not survive. Xia Zhengdao and Wang Hua's expressions grew solemn. Guarding Guangning City is our duty. The intense pulling sensation lasted only a few breaths. Zhang Xuan felt his senses grow chaotic. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a completely unfamiliar land. You have arrived in the gloomy depths of the Grey Realm. Many unknown entities may lurk here. Proceed with caution. The world before him was dim and oppressive. The sky seemed far lower than the outside world, and everything was shrouded in a hazy gray, indistinct and indistinguishable. Zhang Xuan had encountered references to the Grey Realm in certain Beastmaster texts. These realms formed from fragmented remnants of worlds lingering across the continent, some originating from the prime material plane, others from the chaos. Their sizes varied wildly, from vast expanses to minuscule pockets. In short, the Grey Realm was complex, with chaotic spacetime and varying levels of danger. Generally speaking, the more dangerous a Grey Realm, the greater its impact on the main world, and the more perilous the region it formed. Chapter 5: The Shadowy Grey Realm. Monsters in the Dark Forest generally hover around level 30, so the Grey Realm shouldn't be too dangerous. Still, the Grey Realm is full of unknowns, so caution is essential. Black King, keep a close watch on our surroundings. The world-burning Black Dragon's vision is undoubtedly sharper than his, allowing it to detect anomalies more swiftly. Roar! The little Black Dragon let out a soft roar in acknowledgement, then flapped its wings and soared to a position 10 meters above Zhang Xuan, maintaining a distance where it could keep a watchful eye on its master at all times. Zhang Xuan advanced cautiously as various objects gradually came into view before him. Vines from trees, massive skeletal frames, and animal bones, some of them quite terrifying to behold. Yet all bore the deep marks of time, as if abandoned here for millennia, long since decayed beyond recognition. Zhang Xuan tentatively kicked at the skeleton of an unidentified creature. To his surprise, there was no resistance whatsoever. It crumbled instantly into a pile of powder. Shaking his head, Zhang Xuan pressed deeper. Fortunately, movement soon echoed through the air. Thud, thud, thud. A dull stomping sound echoed through the space, and a towering figure gradually materialized before his eyes. The creature was a humanoid with a wolf's head, standing over 2 meters tall. It wore leather armor and held a massive stone axe in its right hand. The axe's blade was chipped and stained with dried, mottled blood. The wolf-headed creature grinned, revealing 2 rows of yellowed fangs. Drool and blood dripped from its mouth, carrying a wave of foul stench. Its savage gaze swept over Zhang Xuan before it let out a piercing howl, its expression wildly excited, as if it had finally found fresh prey. Is this the boss? Zhang Xuan examined its information. Shadow Lord LV40 boss. HP? Physical attack? Magic attack? Skills, ferocious bite, bloody slash, shadow form. Zhang Xuan furrowed his brow. The specific stats were obscured, likely due to the Grey Realm's peculiar rules. The skills seemed legitimate enough. A level 40 boss template monster was a terrifying existence for any tier 1 beastmaster, even those privileged scions from wealthy families with unlimited resources. But for him? Black King, show me your dragon flame. Roar! The little black dragon roared in response, opening its maw. Astonishing heat swirled within its jaws before erupting in a torrent of crimson flames. Though the beast's attack couldn't harm him, the terrifying heat still sent a chill down Zhang Xuan's spine. A thick, magma-like pillar of fire struck the wolf-headed monster's body. Its previously ferocious expression instantly twisted into agony. Before it could even scream, the flames completely engulfed its form. Shadow Lord's HP reduced to 10, forced into shadow form. Proceed with caution. Zhang Xuan raised an eyebrow. Was he about to trigger this boss's second form? Before the previous notification finished, a new alert appeared. Your pet has defeated the Dark Overlord boss. Gained 50,000 EXP. On the pallid ground, not a trace of the wolf-headed monster's flesh remained. A scent of scorched flesh wafted through the air, leaving only a 2-meter-tall skeleton behind. Sizzle! The skeleton instantly crumbled to dust under the intense heat, scattering to the ground, leaving nothing behind. This. Zhang Xuan was taken aback. It seemed the Black King's damage was simply too high, forcing the boss's health to drop to 0 instantly. It hadn't even reached its second form before turning to ash. He gave the Black King a thumbs up. Good boy, you rock. Black King shook his head, as if to say it was nothing special. Your pet Black King world-burning Black Dragon has leveled up to LV42. You have obtained one key of the Ashen Realm. You have obtained a shadowy treasure chest. You have defeated the current Grey Realm Guardian, activating the Grey Realm coordinates. It dropped. It dropped. Zhang Xuan watched the several glowing orbs appear before him with excitement. Treasure chests are guaranteed loot after defeating boss monsters, with no tier distinctions. Each chest contains unique drops. As for the key to the Grey Realm and the Grey Realm coordinates, he had no idea what they were. Zhang Xuan tapped the new notification on his interface. Grey Realm coordinates, you have activated one set of Grey Realm coordinates. Possessing the key to the current Grey Realm, you may perform one-way teleportation from any location excluding certain restricted areas. Teleportation must not be interrupted. Teleport? To this Grey Realm? Interesting, Zhang Xuan mused, rubbing his chin. This effectively added another option. As a beastmaster, his physical form was rather frail, so having a safe haven was quite beneficial. His gaze shifted back to the grayish key. Key of the Grey Realm, obscurity. Description, the key to the 7th shadowy Grey Realm. It illuminates the map of this Grey Realm and allows its bearer to sense other Grey Realms of the same nature within a certain range. The 7th shadowy Grey Realm? Grey Realms of the same nature? Zhang Xuan pondered thoughtfully. This was something he hadn't encountered in any texts. It seemed the Grey Realms might once have been a complete plane, later shattered and fragmented into their current state. If the shadowy realm exists, then at least 6 others must remain. A map now appeared before Zhang Xuan's eyes, marking his current location and the overall state of the Grey Realm. The area wasn't large, surrounded by emptiness. To the northeast, a building marker stood at its center. Since the Drow Overlord had been vanquished, there should be no other dangers here. Let's go check it out. Accompanied by the Black King, Zhang Xuan headed toward the central location. After several minutes, the dilapidated structure came into view. It was a palace, its age unknown, covered in mottled stains. The original colors had been weathered beyond recognition, leaving only a dull gray. Zhang Xuan stepped inside. Fortunately, the palace's materials were sturdy enough not to crumble into dust like the other structures they'd encountered. He approached a bronze door and pushed it open with force. The interior was sparsely furnished. Directly ahead stood a relief carving, itself heavily worn. Only faint outlines remained, depicting humanoid creatures performing some sort of ritual ceremony. Flanking the relief stood 2 warrior statues. They held spears and wore armor, their style strikingly similar to the wolf-headed monsters encountered earlier. Zhang Xuan approached, about to reach out and touch the spear in the statue's hand. Creak! The statues suddenly came to life. They turned their heads in unison, fixing their gaze on Zhang Xuan. Their mouths uttered a few incomprehensible syllables, but the tone clearly conveyed hostility. Holy crap, the statues came to life? The 2 warriors raised their spears, poised to strike. Zhang Xuan stood dangerously close. Black King roared, skipping the dragon flame breath and diving straight from midair, instantly smashing one warrior to pieces. The other warrior froze in place. Just as the Black King prepared to repeat the attack, Zhang Xuan raised his hand to stop it. The warrior immediately dropped to one knee. At that moment, a notification sounded. Shadow Guard LV-35 offers allegiance. Accept? Chapter 6, General Shadow. Submission? Zhang Xuan glanced at the warrior, whose body seemed to tremble slightly, and the fiercely glaring little black king beside him. He smiled faintly. Who would have thought this statue was so savvy? But does this thing even count as a pet beast? Zhang Xuan felt a twinge of doubt. The system promptly provided an answer. The God-tier beast taming system can incorporate any target into its contract scope. Oh? It has that function too? Zhang Xian's eyes lit up as countless possibilities flashed through his mind. Clearing his mind of all thoughts for the moment, Zhang Xuan nodded. Accept. As a product of the Grey Realm, he was also curious about what made it so extraordinary. The Shadow Guard placed his right hand over his chest, saluted him, then stood up. Zhang Xuan opened its interface. Shadow Guard Gold Grade. Level LV-35. Loyalty 100 fixed. Fatigue 110. Attributes HP 8500, MP 2750. Physical attack 550. Magic attack 300. Physical defense 300. Magic defense 150. Skills: Sweeping Strike, Charged Smash, Round Shield Guard. These stats are decent for gold tier, but against the Dark King, they're practically useless. Using it in battle seems a bit underwhelming. Right, since it can be contracted, it should also be possible to instantly upgrade its tier. Zhang Xian's eyes lit up as he spotted the prompt below. Upgrade it. Ding. One-click upgrade. Current pet Shadow Guard Gold tier upgraded to Shadow General Overlord tier. A hazy gray light enveloped the statue of the guard. Seconds later, the sound of iron hooves echoed through the void. Amidst a thunderous roar, a warhorse burst forth, carrying a towering warrior clad in heavy armor and wielding a long spear. His entire body was concealed within the armor, his features obscured, yet he radiated an aura of fierce, unyielding combat. Immediately, General Zhuiying knelt on one knee and declared in a deep voice, "Greetings, Master." He certainly looks the part, but why hasn't he been promoted to God tier this time? Zhang Xuan voiced his question. One-click grade upgrade based on the traceable upper limit of the contracted unit. The Mystic Fire Serpent possessed an extremely diluted dragon bloodline. Through extreme refinement, it could be elevated to a supreme dragon species, while the Shadow Guard's upper limit was insufficient. I see. Who would have thought a mere bronze tier Xuanhua snake had such origins? But it's only possible with him. No matter how many resources others invested, they couldn't recreate the dragon bloodline of the Xuanhua snake. He let go of his doubts and turned his attention to the new units panel. Shadow General Overlord tier. Level LV-35. Attributes: HP 85,000, MP 45,000. Physical attack 4,500. Magic attack 3,000. Physical defense 3,500. Magic defense 2,500. Skills. Passive skill, Charge and Hold. Description: this unit possesses the mount Absolute Shadow, allowing it to switch between two states. In charge state, speed increases threefold and 50% of damage taken is absorbed by the mount. Mount HP is 12 times the unit's HP. In hard fight state, dismounts to fight, reducing damage taken by 30%. Active skill 1, Sweeping Charge, sweeps a wide area around the unit with a spear, dealing massive physical damage and applying the armor break effect, reducing the target's physical defense by 40. Active skill 2, Raging Combo, deliver multiple spear strikes in a straight line forward, dealing massive physical damage. Targets struck repeatedly take 50% of the initial damage. This skill is only usable in hard fight state. Active skill 3, Shadow Charge, mounts the steed Shadow and repeatedly charges across an area, dealing multiple instances of physical magic damage. This skill can only be used while in the Shadow Charge state. Zhang Xian's eyes lit up. Not bad. Though this absolute Shadow General's stats couldn't compare to the Black King, its skills were quite powerful. All three active skills dealt AoE damage, guaranteeing high monster clearing efficiency. He suddenly realized the system had raised his expectations too high. In truth, a Dominator tier pet was already the pinnacle of existence, one that couldn't be found anywhere in Guangning City. With a second pet, experience would now be shared regardless of who landed the killing blow. As more pets were added, maintaining their rapid leveling would require massive amounts of experience. Only certain dungeons and secret realms capable of consistently spawning large numbers of monsters could provide such resources. That's why the Beastmaster clans, major guilds, and factions all controlled their own private large-scale dungeons. With his pet beast boasting such formidable strength, it was time to start considering this path as well. Zhang Xuan looked at General Zhuiying and gave him a name, Shadow Slayer. The palace wasn't large. After circling the remaining areas with no additional discoveries, Zhang Xuan recalled that defeating the shadowy commander had dropped a treasure chest. He decided to open it first. A flash of light erupted, and several items spilled out. You have obtained 1,000 basic crystals. You obtained 1 shadowy rune. You have obtained the shadowy set ring. You have obtained 10 nightstone. 2 announcements sounded in quick succession. You have unlocked the pet rune system. You have unlocked the personal equipment system. This time, runes and equipment dropped, and the worlds will granted him 2 new features. Runes are specifically for pets. Fusing runes can yield various extraordinary effects similar to skills. Numerous rune types exist. When attributes align with a pet beast, the effect becomes significantly stronger. Conversely, conflicting attributes may weaken the pet beast's power. Equipment can be used for both pets and the beastmaster themselves. Zhang Xuan began to sort through them one by one. Crystals served as a universal currency. Beastmasters couldn't directly utilize them, but they could be exchanged with various races. By now, most trading venues had standardized crystal stones as their currency. 1,000 basic crystals would suffice for his immediate needs. Dark Night Stone seemed to be a specialty of the Shadowed Grey Realm. Dark Night Stone ore. Description: a stone imbued with pure dark elemental energy, usable as equipment material or potentially possessing other unique applications. Its special uses would require time to gradually uncover its properties. Now, on to the equipment. Shadow Set Ring. Description: one of 5 pieces in the shadowy set. Equipping increases beast taming space capacity by 1 and grants the skill Shadow Realm. Dark Realm active skill. Upon activation, the user retreats into the Dark Realm, becoming untargetable while freely moving for up to 10 seconds. Cooldown 1 day. This is awesome. Zhang Xuan's face lit up with delight. Increasing the beast taming space capacity primarily required advancing the beast tamer's rank, with other methods being rare. While others might focus on cultivating just one beast companion early on, for him, each additional companion meant a significant boost to his combat power. Plus, the skill provided was incredibly powerful, essentially granting the user 10 seconds of invincibility. Chapter 7, Shadowy Runes. Though the Black King shielded him from most dangers, he couldn't rule out encountering bizarre tactics. This skill offered an extra layer of protection. Zhang Xuan immediately donned it, and a layer of dim light began to flow over his body, adding a mysterious aura to his already handsome appearance. His gaze then fell upon the final item. Shadowy Rune. Description: a dark element rune. After fusion, reduces damage taken from dark attribute units by 20 and damage from other attribute units by 5. Each basic attack applies 1 layer of the shadow effect, dealing 10 additional damage to the current target. Stacks up to 3 times. Non-dark attribute units that fuse this rune have all effects reduced by 30%. Zhang Xuan pondered the description. The rune's effects seemed decent, primarily offering strong counterplay against dark attribute units. All monsters, including pets, naturally possess elemental attributes. For instance, the Black King belongs to the Flame Dragon clan. Monsters in the Shadowed Forest are mostly dark attributed. The special effect of increasing basic attack damage by up to 30% is quite powerful. So, who should this rune be fused with? Zhang Xuan pondered for a moment before deciding to fuse it with Shadow Slayer. Each pet's rune slots have a level cap. Black Iron tier pets can only fuse 1 rune, with higher tiers allowing progressively more. Dominator tier pets can fuse 7 runes, while God tier pets can fuse 9. Additionally, removing a fused rune requires significant resources, either hiring a shaman from another race, like a druid or elf shaman, or using a pet with the special ability to dissolve runes. Once dissolved, a rune is permanently lost and cannot be reused on another pet. Therefore, when fusing runes, it is best to assign them to the pet that best suits the particular rune. The Black King's attributes are already exceptionally powerful. Only runes with extremely potent effects that synergize perfectly can provide significant enhancement. Moreover, this rune weakens its effect on non-dark attribute units. Thus, fusing it with Shadow Slayer remains the optimal choice. Zhang Xuan immediately fused the Shadow Rune. Soon, intricate patterns appeared on Shadow Slayer's armor, signifying successful fusion. Shadow Slayer's form grew even darker. Kneeling on one knee, it spoke in a deep voice. "Thank you, Master. I can feel my power has grown considerably." Zhang Xuan nodded. With this exploration of the Grey Realm complete, it was time to depart. With a thought. Attention, the Grey Realm's spatial portal is unstable. Your landing location may differ from your original entry point in the main world. Proceed with departure now? Depart. Another intense wrenching sensation followed. When Zhang Xuan opened his eyes again, his feet were planted on a pile of rubble. The surrounding gloom of the dense forest had vanished. Where the hell did this drop me? Zhang Xuan looked around. The terrain was rugged and uneven, with steep, jagged mountains and twisted, thick trees. He quickly recognized the location, the Panlong Mountains northeast of the Huffling Plains, at least 100 kilometers from the dark forest. The Panlong Mountains stretched for a considerable distance, nearly spanning the entire South River province. They were a famously wild and dangerous region within the Xia Kingdom, with varying levels of peril. The outer fringes of the mountain range were roughly on par with the dark forest in terms of danger. However, venturing deeper into the heart of the mountains meant encountering hordes of high-level monsters. Even a 6th-tier beast tamer couldn't reach its core regions. The name Coiled Dragon doesn't imply the presence of dragons, but rather refers to its immense span and complex terrain, which, when viewed from above, resembles a coiled dragon. His current location was likely on the periphery, not yet deep within the forest. Zhang Xuan reflected. He hadn't brought much food or supplies on this outing, and his family hadn't been informed beforehand. If he stayed out too long, they would surely worry. Plus, Wangning City was still quite a distance away. It would be best to head back first. Time to head home. Without the ability to fly, and with Black King still in his juvenile form unable to carry him, he had no choice but to walk back. Fortunately, the 1% attribute feedback had significantly enhanced his physical prowess, allowing him to move at a brisk pace. Circling around a wooded area, he entered a valley. Soon, the silhouette of a monster appeared before him. A massive tree had sprouted legs, its trunk opening and closing like an old man's mouth and eyes. Spotting Zhang Xuan, it let out a hiss and shuffled toward him. Tree skin LV 40. Attributes HP 8000. Physical attack 400, magic attack 600. Physical defense 200, magic defense 500. Skills, Ancient Tree Embrace, Root Extraction, Vine Lash. This Treant moved slowly. The Black King and Shadow Assassin by Zhang Xian's side stood ready for battle. Moments later, 5 or 6 more Treants emerged from the valley. Zhang Xian raised an eyebrow. Truly, the Panlong Mountains were formidable, even the monsters in the outlying regions were this densely packed. The little black dragon flapped its wings, eager to join the fray. Zhang Xian said, Black King, you watch this time. Let Shadow Slayer show what he can do. Roar! The little black dragon growled twice in displeasure but obediently settled onto Zhang Xian's shoulder. Zhang Xian chuckled, you're too powerful. When we encounter formidable monsters, you'll have plenty of chances to show off. Shadow Slayer remained silent, raising his spear. With a thrust of his foot, Shadow Slayer let out a piercing whistle and shot forward like a black dart. So fast. Having a mount made all the difference. In charge mode, his speed tripled, swift as the wind. Shadow Slayer held his heavy spear aloft, its tip reflecting a cold gleam. In an instant, he closed in on the Treant, thrusting the spear forward with a sharp crack, as if shattering a silver plate, driving it fiercely into the tree trunk. Ugh! The Trent's vines whipped around like lashes, several strands lashing out left and right toward Shadow Slayer. Shoo! The spear struck first, piercing the Trent's flesh. With a squelching sound, thick emerald green blood spattered. 4,300. This Treant was clearly a magic-oriented unit with low physical defense. The strike instantly drained over half its health. The ancient face on the tree trunk contorted in pain. After delivering the spear thrust, Insha's steed, Juiying, twisted its body with astonishing agility, dodging the incoming vines. Miss! Shadow Slayer reined in his horse, spun around, and charged forward again. Another spear thrust followed, striking the Treant with pinpoint accuracy once more. 4,300. The Trent's health was completely depleted. Your pet beast, Shadow Slayer General Absolute Shadow, has slain Tree Person LV40. Your pets gain 20,000 EXP. You obtain 10 tough vines. The experience gained from the kill is shared between Shadow Slayer and Black King, though the distribution is based on damage contribution. Since Shadow Slayer dealt all the damage, it naturally receives more experience, but it still falls short of leveling up. Tough vine. Description: highly resilient vines, a versatile material that also works well for binding people. Zhang Xian glanced at it, pausing for a second on the last sentence before tossing it directly into his system inventory. Chapter 8, The Yin Family. Immediately, Shadow Slayer charged at the remaining Treants. In his charge state, he moved with the swiftness of the wind. The clumsy, slow Treants couldn't even launch an attack before suffering 2 consecutive heavy normal strikes, screaming as they collapsed to the ground. In less than a minute, he weaved through the group several times, slaying every last one. Awesome! Zhang Xuan couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. Though not as instantaneous as the Black King's one-hit kills, Shadow Slayer's combat style was undeniably graceful and effortless. Your pet Shadow Slayer Shadow General has leveled up to LV37. Not bad. After eliminating this group of Treants, Shadow Slayer had leveled up twice. After collecting several sturdy vines dropped by the Treants, Zhang Xian confirmed his direction and set off toward Guangning City. Just then, a commotion erupted from the valley below. The earth rumbled violently, shaking like an earthquake. Zhang Xian turned to look. A group of people rushed out onto the valley path, looking frantic and disheveled. Each member was accompanied by a pet beast. Zhang Xian noted their levels hovered around 50. At the center of the group, a young girl of delicate beauty was surrounded by the others, seemingly their leader. A training group? Not quite. More likely a team from some Beastmaster family out training. Zhang Xian studied the girl's features more closely. She looked familiar, as if he'd seen her at school, but he couldn't quite place her. Miss, run. The Treants are chasing us. Damn it, this thing moves way faster than regular Treants. We miscalculated. Panting heavily, the girl said, I'm sorry, everyone. I took too many risks for the sake of the plant spirit and dragged you all into this. The middle-aged man leading the group declared, it's our lack of strength. Wu, you and I will hold the rear. The rest of you escort the young lady away. No, that's impossible. The girl gasped. I caused this mess.
How could I let you stay behind? We're leaving together. Lu Shi, the middle-aged man, felt a surge of anxiety.
He was leading this escort mission to help the young lady level up. They had deliberately chosen only second-tier beast masters, including himself, to avoid the system penalties that would reduce the experience gained by her pet beasts if higher-tier beast masters were involved. Their original plan was to eliminate some Traiants on the outskirts of the Panlong Mountains. They knew these monsters well. Though they had thick health pools, they were slow and clumsy. With coordinated teamwork, having pets with ranged abilities kite them would make them easy to handle. But they accidentally crossed the preset safety line and ended up attracting an elite monster. The Traiants moved several times faster than the tree men, making kiting impossible. If it had been just one, they could have surrounded and taken it down, but now two were locked onto them. These two Traiants even coordinated their attacks, using crowd control and area of effect damage. To hold them off head-on, they'd need at least one level 55 plus golden grade pet beast. His primary combat pet, the Swiftwind Leopard, was only a silver grade pet at level 50. Facing a similarly leveled Traiant, it took a skill hit head-on and was severely wounded. It could only retreat to the beast tamer's space to recover. The other members' pets weren't faring much better. Yen Jiajiao looked guilty. Her main combat pet, the wood attribute Forest Butterfly, could accelerate its growth beyond the juvenile stage and awaken more powerful skills if nourished by plant spirits. Tree-like monsters like this had a certain chance to draw plant spirits while also being good for leveling up. She had previously invested considerable effort in slaying a group of Traiants, securing several plant spirits. Yet Yen Jiajiao's eagerness to obtain more led her to push too far, plunging her into peril. This time, she'd assumed there'd be no danger and hadn't brought the family's communication device only to suffer this stroke of bad luck. The ground surged as the tree spirit's deep roots shifted beneath them. Its speed was easily double that of the Traiants. Within moments, two massive trees each bearing a grotesque human face appeared before the group, blocking their path left and right. Seeing escape was impossible, the Yin family's beast tamers halted, preparing for a desperate fight to the death. At that moment, the middle-aged man leading the group suddenly noticed something unusual. "Ha! Why are there so many tree man corpses here?" Soon, their attention shifted to Zhang Xuan's figure and the imposing Shadow Slayer beside him, mounted on Absolute Shadow. Though the leader was only a second-tier beast master, his years with the Yin family had honed his discernment. These tree man corpses were undoubtedly the work of the youth before them. Could they be prodigy beast masters from other families in Guangning City? Though dealing with a tree spirit would be difficult, someone capable of effortlessly slaughtering a group of Traiants likely possessed combat prowess slightly superior to his own. As the tree spirit closed in, the middle-aged man urgently shouted, "Young man, please lend us a hand. Help us fight this tree spirit, and we'll repay you handsomely afterward." In this dire situation, regardless of the other party's true strength, they could only grasp at any straw they saw. Hope flickered in the eyes of the others. However, Zhang Xuan glanced at the two tree spirits, seemingly oblivious to the middle-aged man's plea, and turned to walk away. The middle-aged man was momentarily dumbfounded. Youngsters his age usually jumped at the chance to help, especially when his young mistress was so beautiful. Didn't he have any desire to impress? "Wait. Please escort my young mistress out. A generous reward awaits afterward." His tone was frantic, yet Zhang Xian's pace didn't slow by even an inch. Yen Jiaojia watched the tree spirit's vines lash out, her face draining of color. She cried out, "Classmate, help us. You can choose any 3 items from the Yen family treasury." Zhang Xian's figure halted. "Shadow kill, go." SSSSHH. Clang. Iron hoof stomped the ground. The instant Zhang Xian gave the command, Shadow Slayer charged forward like a streak of black light. Elite Tree Spirit LV 50. Attributes HP 20,000. Physical attack 800, magic attack 1300. Physical defense 500, magic defense 750. Skills, Vine Net, Root Drain, Frenzied Lash. These stats are essentially on par with diamond tier pets of the same level. No wonder they couldn't handle it. Their pet beasts are mostly only around silver grade. As Shadow Slayer charged forward, the nearest Traiant unleashed frenzied lashes. Hundreds of thick vines shot skyward, lashing toward him. Meanwhile, another tree spirit unleashed vine snare, weaving vines on the ground into a net that closed in to bind him. These two Traiants weren't lacking in intelligence. They launched a combo attack right off the bat. But Shadow Slayer hesitated not a moment. Using his superior speed, he charged before one of the Traiants and swung his spear in a sweeping arc, delivering a powerful, sweeping strike. Sweep the 1,000 armies. 12,500. Armor-piercing effect triggered, 40 defense. The tree spirit's health plummeted, but simultaneously, a net shot toward Shadow Slayer, attempting to bind him. Chapter 9, Shadow Assault. This bind net was the Trent's crowd control ability. Once deployed, all units within the net's area were bound, unable to move, and could only escape by severing the thick vines. Only those with high magic defense could reduce the duration of the control. The Yin family's training group had just fallen victim to this trap, resulting in 3 pet beasts being severely injured and rendered combat inactive. In the Beastmaster world, when a beast pet's health is depleted, it is forcibly returned to the Beastmaster's space. If forced back into battle in this state, the second depletion of health results in true death. Additionally, the death of the Beastmaster themselves will cause all their pets to perish. Most of the beast pets belonging to the middle-aged leader of the Yin family and his group had already been sent back to the beast tamer space once, leaving them with almost no remaining combat strength.
Now, facing the encroaching Nat, Ingxia's expression remained utterly unruffled beneath his visor.
He raised his spear, a cold smile curling his lips, while his warhorse crouched low, poised for action. Skill 3, Shadow Assault. Whoosh! A frenzied howl rippled through the air. The black light formed by the fusion of rider and steed darted back and forth at a speed barely perceptible to the naked eye, unleashing a veritable shadow tempest. The storm slammed into the two Treants, freezing them in place, unable to evade the stun effect of a powerful skill. Immediately after, a series of staggering damage numbers exploded onto the screen. Dust swirled, and the fierce wind nearly knocked Yinjia and the others off their feet. Staggering backward, they watched the scene in stunned silence. The vine net failed. In this state, Shadow Slash cannot be targeted immune to control. 15,400. 14,800. 14,806. Under the armor-piercing effect of Sweep the Battlefield, the first Treant crashed to the ground in the initial onslaught. Within a second, Shadow Assault transformed the area into a frenzied zone of rampaging hooves and unchecked devastation. By the time the second wave of damage appeared, the other Trent's health had been instantly depleted. Your beast companion Shadow Slayer General Shadow has slain Elite Treant LV502. Your pets gained 120,000 EXP. Shadow Slayer General Shadowblade leveled up to LV45. Black King World Burning Black Dragon leveled up to LV43. Gained 15 plant spirits. Obtained 20 plant spirits. Obtained Weeping Tree Pendant. 2 level 50 elite monsters granted a total of 120,000 EXP. Not bad. Shadow Slayer jumped up 8 levels, while Black King also gained some EXP, leveling up once. Zhang Xuan glanced at the items that had spilled out. Spirit of Plants. Description: a spirit object imbued with pure wood attribute energy. It greatly benefits wood attribute beast pets by shortening their growth cycles. It is also highly favored by certain natural races. Zhang Xuan realized this item should enable wood attribute beast pets to enter their growth stage more quickly. Beast pets hatched from pet eggs all emerge in their juvenile form, like the current Black King. By consuming suitable spirit objects or other treasures, they can transform into their growth stage earlier and eventually reach their full-fledged form. Higher forms unlock additional traits and skills, while the form itself is also tied to level. High-grade forms like Diamond or Star have significantly higher level caps, reaching 200 or even 300 levels. However, the level cap for juvenile forms is only 100. To break through this limit, the pet must first evolve into the next form. Of course, this issue doesn't arise when capturing fully grown or mature beast pets directly. But capturing such beasts is extremely difficult, and their loyalty is low. Most beast masters still choose to hatch pet eggs and nurture them slowly. The drop rate from elite monsters was quite decent. While the previous Treants he defeated hadn't yielded a single plant spirit, this time he got 35 in one go. His gaze shifted to the final glowing orb. It appeared to be an item of equipment. Weeping Tree Pendant. Description: the wailing spirit of a tree wizard has stirred its kind throughout this land. Wearing this pendant within the barren valley of the Panlong Mountains will attract more tree-like monsters to you. Not bad. Zhang Xuan ran his fingers over the wooden pendant. Etched upon it was the twisted, agonized face of an ancient tree spirit, radiating waves of resentment. This is a great item for luring monsters. Looks like that valley is a haven for Treants and tree spirits, perfect for grinding monsters later. Meanwhile, the Yin family's training group remained stunned by the scene they just witnessed. Though their strength was merely average within the Yin clan, they were still a group of second-tier beast masters. Yet this youth appeared to be merely a student, the same age as the young lady. How could the beast he contracted possess such overwhelming power? The monster that had left them utterly disgraced had been instantly annihilated in a single encounter? Which prominent family in Guangning City could possibly cultivate a beast master of such extraordinary talent? Their gazes shifted to the cold-eyed, fully armored knight guarding Zhang Xuan's side. A chill ran down their spines. While level superiority was a possibility, it seemed unlikely. Even if a beast pet of ordinary grade leveled up significantly, it was extremely rare for it to awaken such a powerful skill. Especially one that could remain undetected for a period while dealing massive damage that was exceedingly rare. Within the Yin family, perhaps only the head's beast pet possessed such capability. Even Mrs. Sindai, a top-tier golden grade beast pet, was far from possessing such power. Could the opponent's pet be diamond grade or even star grade? Zhang Xuan stowed his spoils, his gaze drifting indifferently over the crowd before settling on the familiar-looking girl. Hey, you promised I could choose any 3 items from the Yin family treasury. You're not going back on your word, right? From their earlier conversation, he had already guessed her identity. The young lady of the Yin family, one of Guangning City's beastmaster clans. He'd seen her a few times at school before, but she was an outstanding student in the elite class, a prominent figure. He, being in the commoner class, had never had close contact with her. Compared to them students heading to the breeding center to claim pet eggs, these elite class members had secured their first contract pets a month or two earlier. Yet here they were, unable to handle even a tree spirit. Zhang Xuan, whose sights were now set on securing at least a Dominator-tier beast pet, found himself unconsciously looking down on these people. Yan Zhaojiao froze for a moment before snapping back to reality. "Don't worry, classmate," she hurriedly assured him. "My word is my bond. You saved me and my companions. The Yin family would never be stingy with such a small reward." Her eyes shimmered with astonishment. Though seemingly her age, Zhang Xuan possessed strength rivaling a third-tier beast tamer within her clan, a talent she'd never heard of before. The others nodded in agreement. "That's right, classmate. Beastmaster families value their reputation, and we can all vouch for this." Chapter 10, Yan Nantian. Zhang Xuan shrugged. "Alright then, let's go. I need to head back too." On the return journey with the Yan family, Yan Zhaojiao approached him to strike up a conversation. She was slightly surprised to learn he was also from Guangning City, and her shock deepened when she discovered they attended the same high school. She had previously speculated whether he might be a beast tamer from a neighboring city, never expecting Zhang Xuan to be a classmate at the same school. The young members of Guangning City's beastmaster families were all familiar with each other, and she was certain she had never seen him before. Which meant Zhang Xuan was actually a commoner beastmaster? Yan Zhaojiao held no prejudice against commoner-born beastmasters, but she was acutely aware of the developmental gap between the two backgrounds. Typically, a family could only be called a beastmaster clan if its ancestors included a powerful 7th-rank beastmaster, with 6th-rank practitioners present in every generation and a significant number of 4th and 5th-rank members. Once a family reached a certain scale, it would typically establish a rigorous system of rules such as contribution-based structures and training programs for the younger generation. Similar to the Beastmaster Guild, only bound by bloodline. Upon turning 18, family members could receive funding to purchase high-grade beast pet eggs. Her golden great forest butterfly, for instance, had cost 2 million crystals and required extensive connections to secure. Pet eggs entering breeding centers rarely exceed bronze grade. This situation stemmed from the inherent scarcity of high-grade beast pets, as well as the control and monopoly over beastmaster resources held by the top beastmaster factions. For the beastmaster families of Guangning City, even a gold-grade beast pet egg was a precious commodity. Yan Zhaojiao possessed one solely due to her status as the daughter of the Yin family patriarch. Higher tiers are reserved exclusively for the highest-ranking members of the family, individuals not only possessing formidable strength but also having made significant contributions to the clan. Meanwhile, the offspring of Xia Nation's elite beastmaster families could obtain diamond-grade pets as their very first companions. As for star-grade beast pet eggs, they simply cannot be purchased with crystals alone. A single-tier difference meant a vast disparity in power between pets of the same level. Moreover, commoner beast tamers could often only possess black iron or bronze-grade pets, meaning they'd be crushed almost instantly in a direct confrontation. Clearly, Zhang Xuan's beast pet was of exceptionally high grade. Yan Zhaojiao was brimming with curiosity, but she held her tongue. Specific details about beast pets were highly sensitive topics for beast tamers. The group gradually emerged from the Panlong Mountains, where the landscape of the gentle wind plains came into view. Yan Zhaojiao halted, took out a bead-shaped artifact, and activated it. Minutes later, a convoy approached from the far end of the plain, the Yin family's reinforcements sent to retrieve Yan Zhaojiao. During their pursuit by the tree spirits in Dry Tree Valley, they had entered combat mode, rendering the device inoperable. Zhang Xuan glanced at it. Those from the Beastmaster families were truly different. Ordinary technological communication devices were useless in wilderness areas. Specialized artifacts were required. He'd seen them before in the trading market: signal orbs crafted by dwarf artisans. A pair cost tens of thousands of crystals and could only relay locations within a limited range. For wilderness training groups, unless they were large-scale operations, few would splurge on such gadgets. He boarded the vehicle with the others, heading back to Guangning City. Upon reaching Guangning City, the city gates appeared somewhat congested, with several figures in garrison uniforms visible. Upon recognizing the Yin family insignia on the carriage, they quickly waved them through. Yan Zhaojiao asked curiously, "Has something happened in the city?" The driver replied, "Miss, there was a tremendous commotion earlier near the dark forest bordering Fengping Plains. Rumor has it a powerful monster emerged. That area is now cordoned off, and any beastmasters returning from there must cooperate with the investigation." The dark forest? Yan Zhaojiao nodded, a look of puzzlement crossing her face. That area was classified as low risk. What kind of disturbance could cause such tension throughout the city? Beside her, Zhang Xuan's eyebrows twitched. He remained silent, but his mind was filled with doubts. The dark forest? A powerful monster? Likely the Black King. The appearance of the Dragon Clan would indeed cause quite a stir. Fortunately, he had sealed the Black King within his beast taming space earlier. Otherwise, its distinctive form would have caused trouble if Yan Zhaojiao and the others had spotted it. 15 minutes later, the convoy entered a wide road. Hardly any other vehicles were visible on this route, as it was exclusively maintained by the Yen family for the movement of their personnel and supplies. A vast estate came into view, its man-made lake and expansive lawn shielding it from the outside world. The main driveway was wide enough for 3 vehicles to pass side by side. Zhang Xuan inwardly marveled, damn, so this is how the super-rich live.
Upon reaching the estate gates, the others dispersed, leaving Yen Jiaojia to escort Zhang Xuan inside. Soon, Zhang Xuan met the current head of the Yen family, Yen Nantian.
As a native of Guangning City, this name was more familiar to locals than that of the city's governing official. A 6th-tier Beastmaster, he had fought in the Abyss battlefield and participated in the Beastmaster National War. Rumor had it he'd been on the verge of ascending to 7th tier, but lost his primary combat beast in a major battle, thus failing to reach that pinnacle. Within Guangning City, however, Yen Nantian was undoubtedly among the most prominent figures. Tall and imposing, he exuded a formidable presence, flanked by a youth with an ethereal, almost otherworldly aura.
Dad!
Yen Jiaojia hurried over, wrapping her arms around his.
Yen Nantian's expression turned stern. I've heard about the incident. You mustn't act so recklessly again.
I'll assign another 4th-tier Beastmaster to follow behind you during training, just in case. The young man beside him stared at Yen Jiaojia and suddenly smiled.
Little Jiaojia, you're growing more beautiful every day.
Yen Jiaojia glanced at him but ignored him, turning to introduce Zhang Xuan to Yen Nantian.
Yen Nantian looked at Zhang Xuan and nodded.
Thank you for your help, young man. Jiaojia's word is final. The steward will take you to the storeroom shortly.
Choose any 3 items as a token of our gratitude.
The young man beside them opened his mouth but remained silent. Zhang Xuan could clearly sense the disdain in the other's gaze.
Zhang Xuan paid it no mind. Turning to Yen Nantian, he said, my sincere thanks. Zhang Xuan could sense Yen Nantian's lukewarm attitude, but since the man kept his word, that sufficed. He had no intention of dealing with these people anyway. Seeing his reluctance to linger, Yen Jiaojia offered to personally escort him to the Yen family's storeroom. After the two left, the young man said, Uncle Yen, that kid looks like nothing more than a novice. What skills could he possibly have to save Jiao Jiao? Don't tell me he's got his eye on the treasure and concocted some scheme to deceive her. Yen Nantian replied calmly, if I, as her father, were to take back my daughter's word, wouldn't others say the Yen family is untrustworthy? Chapter 11, Beast Pet Capture Net. Though he spoke thus, he did not refute the young man's words, clearly harboring his own doubts. No matter. This lad is also my junior. Since he came with his master to recruit students, let's consider this an early test of Guangning's new talent this year. The young man followed Zhang Xuan and his companion as they departed. Yen Nantian shook his head, making no attempt to stop him. Yen family treasury. Pushing open the vault doors, a haze of multicolored light instantly filled the space. Numerous storage racks stood here, divided into several sections with meticulous arrangement. The vault underwent 2 daily inventory checks by dedicated personnel. The Yen family's decades of collections, along with various precious materials and artifacts, were largely housed here. Yen Jiaojia led the way, introducing each section to Zhang Xuan. Over here are the spell scrolls, she said. These were acquired either from the elven race or through major auction houses. They include offensive, defensive, and utility spells, all highly practical. Zhang Xuan glanced at them with curiosity, and descriptions appeared one by one. Fireball Scroll. Description: launches 3 high-temperature fireballs, each dealing 10,000 magic damage. Spell capacity: 5 uses. Freeze Scroll. Description: inflicts the Yi Freeze effect on a small area, slowing all enemy unit speeds, movement speed, casting speed, etc. Spell charge: 5 times. Levitation Scroll. Description: grants flight capability for up to 10 minutes upon use. Zhang Xuan found these items quite intriguing. They were novelty items he'd never seen before at school. The Beastmaster continent is home to diverse races. While humans primarily master beasts, other races each possess unique traits and areas of expertise. Dwarves excelled in forging, goblins in traps and mechanisms, elves in magic, orcs in formidable physical strength and savage nature, druids in communing with nature in versatile methods, aquatic races in water manipulation and deep-sea secrets. There were also many other mysterious and powerful races, such as dragons and phoenixes. Some races interact extensively with humans, while others harbor deep animosity. Ultimately, beast taming is not the sole path to power on the continent. Among them, the elves, through years of development and interaction with humans, have established a complete magical industrial system. Nearly 90% of the continent's spell scrolls originate from the elves. The true power of the elven magical industry lies in its ability to empower even ordinary individuals to unleash formidable magic through these scrolls. Take this Fireball spell scroll, for instance. With no casting restrictions, its damage output surpasses even Shadow Slayer's basic attacks. Shadow Slayer is a 45th level Dominator tier beast pet. Even a golden tier beast pet at level 100 couldn't match this damage output. Of course, this calculation excludes any bonuses from equipment, runes, or other enhancements. But the utility of spell scrolls is undeniable. The catch is their exorbitant cost.
Items like fireball scrolls, which provide immediate combat power, are strictly rationed by the elves. They're practically unavailable on the open market, requiring lengthy reservations just to secure a few pieces. Other scrolls also possessed unique characteristics. Zhang Xuan wasn't lacking in damage output, but if there was a suitable functional scroll, he might consider picking one up. Yan Jiaojia then showed Zhang Xuan many more strange and exotic items. Some were crafted by human artisans, while others were creations of different races. The continent held countless bizarre materials, collecting them all would likely exceed hundreds of thousands. Different materials and special items could be freely combined. Most combinations would fail, yet some could forge artifacts recognized by the world's will. Among humans, there exist specialized organizations dedicated to developing such artifacts. Strange poop item. Description: possesses the properties of never disappearing and emitting a peculiar fragrance. Though it looks disgusting, it smells like perfume. Flush it down the toilet and it will still reappear before you. Holy crap, what the hell is this thing? Zhang Xuan was utterly baffled. Was this really not some kind of joke? He scanned the other items and found many were similarly useless and bizarre. Yan Jiaojiao caught his gaze and explained sheepishly, while these things aren't particularly useful, some beast masters love collecting strange and unusual items and are willing to pay high prices for them. So we keep some in our storage room as collectibles. Zhang Xuan nodded. The endless combination possibilities of these items could indeed spark quite the collecting obsession in people. After scanning the room a few more times, he suddenly noticed an item that looked much more ordinary. Beast capture net. Description: can be used to capture wild monsters. Capture success rate is random. Repeated captures of the same target may cause uncontrollable changes. This looks promising. Although he could hatch pet eggs with a single click, obtaining pet eggs was rare. Wild monsters, however, were everywhere. He turned to look at Yan Jiaojia. Can I choose this? Yan Jiaojia nodded. Of course. You can pick anything here. But are you sure about this one? It has negative effects. I'll take it. Zhang Xuan tossed the beast capture net into his backpack. He'd seen that last line in the description too, just some uncontrollable changes. No big deal. After all, after looking through everything, there weren't many items that actually functioned normally. Next, Yan Jiaojia led him to the most valuable section of the warehouse. The pet beast egg section. Though the quantity here was far less than at the breeding center, the eggs stored in the Yan family's vault were clearly of a certain caliber. Yan Jiaojia explained, all the pet beast eggs here are bronze grade or higher. Some are silver grade, and a few rare ones are even gold grade. Zhang Xuan had assumed her introduction would end there, but to his surprise, she proceeded to specify the exact grade of every single egg. She concluded with a final note: if you wish to verify your selection, we have a pet beast egg grade detector at home. This caught Zhang Xuan's attention. While the Yan family's most precious pet beast eggs were likely not here, a gold grade egg could easily fetch 1,000,000 crystals on the open market. To openly reveal this information showed remarkable generosity. After listening to Yan Jiaojiao's introduction, Zhang Xuan felt that none of the pet beast eggs here were particularly special to him. He cared little whether they were black iron or gold grade. What truly mattered was their potential for tracing origins. Take the mystic fire snake, for instance. Though merely bronze grade, it possessed a trace of dragon bloodline, a fragment so faint it was almost negligible. To him, its value far surpassed any diamond grade or star grade beast. What was that one? Zhang Xuan suddenly noticed an egg tucked inside the wooden crate, its surface thickly coated with dust, clearly neglected. Chapter 12, Phoenix Bloodline. Yan Jiaojiao froze for a moment before realizing what it was. Oh, that? It was a chance encounter obtained by an elder of our family in some secret realm long ago. This egg is star grade, the highest tier pet beast egg our family has ever acquired. It's said to have some connection to the Phoenix clan. That's why our family treated it with such reverence. Had it hatched and thrived, our Yan clan might have produced a 7th rank beastmaster. At this point, Yan Jiaojiao shook her head, a hint of regret in her expression. But later, the egg never hatched. No matter what spiritual items or treasures we tried, nothing worked. Finally, we consulted an elder from the Beast God Temple in Nanjiang Province. He determined it was a dead egg incapable of hatching. A dead egg? Unhatchable? And connected to the Phoenix clan? Zhang Xuan's eyes lit up. The Phoenix clan and Dragon clan were equally renowned, both among the most elite races of demon beasts. They were extremely mysterious and rarely appeared on the continent. As for it being unhatched, perhaps the system could solve this problem? Since other pet beast eggs weren't worth his attention, he might as well take this one back and give it a try. Even if it fails to hatch, it's no loss. But if it could recreate Phoenix bloodlines, that would be a huge win. May I take it with me? Ha! Yan Jiaojiao exclaimed in surprise, you want this egg? Zhang Xuan raised an eyebrow. What? Is this one not good enough? Yan Jiaojiao hastily waved her hands. No, of course you can. It's just that this is a dead egg. Taking it back won't do you any good at all. My family kept it as a display piece because we invested so much effort into it. Otherwise, we would have tossed it long ago. Zhang Xuan chuckled, I have a peculiar hobby collecting odd and unusual things. None of the other pet beast eggs here caught my interest.
Alright then.
Yan Zhaojiu suddenly remembered the tall, imposing knight beside him. His rank was likely diamond tier or higher. If that were the case, it made perfect sense that he wouldn't be interested in a mere gold tier pet beast egg. But when she saw Zhang Xuan cheerfully pick up that wooden box, she couldn't help but twitch her lips. Finally, Zhang Xuan circled the area once more and selected a spell scroll.
Point-to-point teleportation scroll. Description: sets a marker at a location.
From any point within a 100-kilometer radius, you can teleport back to the marked location.
Cannot be used while in combat or when located in another dimension. Usable times, 1010.
To Zhang Xuan, this scroll held greater practical value than offensive or defensive spell scrolls.
It would save him immense travel time during future monster hunting expeditions. He currently lacked flight capabilities, and the Black King, in its juvenile form, couldn't carry him through the air. Traveling on foot was simply too arduous.
Ultimately, Zhang Xuan selected 3 items, a beast capture net, a point-to-point teleportation scroll, and an unhatched pet beast egg. Yan Zhaojiu personally escorted him to the mansion's gates before summoning the driver.
Zhang Xuan, I guess we're friends now, right?
She blinked her big, sparkling eyes and looked at him earnestly.
Zhang Xuan looked at the payment he'd received and offered a sincere smile. How could we not be? Hee, that's good then. The school mock exam is in 2 weeks, don't forget. I'll be counting on a proper showdown with you then. No problem. Zhang Xuan had almost forgotten about it.
The school was organizing a unified mock exam for all senior students, scheduled to take place within a dungeon instance according to the notice. Following that would be the National Beastmaster Academy Unified Entrance Exam, commonly known as the Unified Exam, which determined which Beastmaster Academy students would attend afterward. Different academies offered vastly different exclusive dungeons, secret realms, and resources. Take Qilin Beastmaster Academy, widely regarded as the top academy in Xia Kingdom. Even its average graduates were 5th-tier Beastmasters. His initial goal had been to simply gain admission to any ordinary Beastmaster Academy. Now, however, his sights were set squarely on Qilin Academy and he intended to secure as many resources as possible.
Little Jiao, this fellow student wants to compete with you, but he's probably a bit out of his league.
An untimely voice suddenly cut in, followed by the approach of a youth with an effeminate appearance, none other than the young man who had been standing beside Yan Nantian moments ago. Before Zhang Xuan could react, Yan Zhaojiu furrowed her delicate brows. Senior, please mind your manners. And just call me by my full name. That way of addressing me sounds rather cringeworthy.
Ahem.
The young man covered his awkwardness with a dry cough before stepping in front of Zhang Xuan. He first gave Zhang Xuan a thorough once-over from head to toe before extending his hand, his tone cool. Let me introduce myself. Li Jin, last year's graduate of Guangning First High School.
I'm your senior.
Last year, Guangning had 3 students admitted to the Qilin Beastmaster Academy.
I was fortunate enough to be one of them. Li Jin?
Zhang Xuan's expression turned slightly peculiar. The name was indeed familiar. He'd heard it mentioned many times by classmates last year. They said he was from the Li family of beast tamers, possessed extraordinary talent, and had stunned everyone during the unified exams by simultaneously controlling 3 beast pets. Teachers had held him up as a model student on multiple occasions. He had once held a certain admiration for the name, but now, hearing the man speak in person, he found him awkward and pretentious. He didn't reach out, merely uttering a calm "Oh." So what? Li Jin's hand froze mid-air. His face flushed with anger. He had expected the other to tremble with awe upon hearing his name, and to be flattered beyond measure by his extended hand. Who knew he'd get this kind of attitude instead? Li Jin, mindful of maintaining the dignity befitting a Beastmaster lineage, chuckled and said, truth be told, the early special recruitment for Qilin Academy in Nanjiang Province is being handled by my teacher. As a Beastmaster hailing from Guangning City, I naturally want to support my hometown. That's why I strongly recommended my teacher come to Guangning to observe the upcoming mock exams. You never know, he might discover some promising talent. His gaze shifted to Yan Zhaojiu as he added with a smile, Zhaojiu, with your talent and the Yan family's legacy, there's a strong chance my teacher will take notice of you. If you secure one of those special admission spots, we'll be direct seniors and juniors once you enroll. Yan Zhaojiu seemed taken aback by the news, but quickly shook her head, showing little excitement.
In terms of strength, Zhang Xuan is far superior to me. If special recruitment truly happens this year, he would undoubtedly be Guangning City's top choice.
Oh? Li Jin's face twisted into an exaggerated grin as he turned to Zhang Xuan.
Could it be I misjudged? I've never heard of any Zhang family Beastmaster clan in Guangning. What kind of beast pet did you contract, Junior? Its rank must be pretty high, right? Zhang Xuan felt no anger whatsoever, only amusement. He replied casually, it's decent. Bronze grade. A mystic fire snake. Huh? What did you say? I didn't catch that. Li Jin reached up to scratch his ear, his expression exaggerated as he exclaimed, mystic fire snake? Chapter 13, Family. Junior, leveling up with such trash of a beast pet must be tough. What were you thinking, daring to venture into the Panlong Mountains? The wilderness isn't a joke.
Beast masters like you should stick to manual labor with your pets. Li Jin glanced at Zhang Xuan again, taking in his handsome features and upright posture. Suddenly, something clicked and a pang of envy welled up inside him. He then turned to Yan Zhaozhao, his words laden with meaning. Zhaozhao, as the daughter of the Yan family, the one standing beside you should be a prodigy from the Qilin Beastmaster Academy, not an ordinary person destined for mediocrity. Yan Zhaozhao flared up at his words. You! Li Jin was a family friend, and their relationship had always been decent. Yan Zhaozhao had even held some respect for him. She never expected him to act like he'd lost his mind, fixating on Zhang Xuan. She feared Zhang Xuan might develop a negative impression of the Yan family because of him. At that moment, Zhang Xuan finally spoke. He shook his head slowly, a faint smile on his lips.
Senior Li, is it? Though I've never been there, I imagine that among the students of Qilin Academy, someone of your caliber wouldn't exactly be considered top tier, would you?
Li Jin's aura faltered momentarily before he lifted his head and declared, within the academy, I'm admittedly only mid-tier. But any graduate stepping outside becomes a genius beyond your comprehension. Junior, the world beyond is vast. Once you've seen it, you'll understand how insignificant you truly are.
Zhang Xuan exhaled, shifting his gaze away from Li Jin.
He turned to Yan Zhao with a playful smile.
Well. If Kirin Academy is full of this sort of talent, they should probably rename themselves Birdbrain Academy.
Put.
Yan Zhaozhao couldn't hold back, bursting into laughter.
Li Jin's standing in her eyes had plummeted to rock bottom, so she abandoned all pretense of politeness, her laughter ringing like a silver bell. You! Li Jin's face instantly turned as dark as liver. Before he could think of a retort, Zhang Xuan waved him off, climbed into the Yin family car, and drove away. Phew! Li Jin exhaled deeply, mentally telling himself not to stoop to the level of a mud-legged beast tamer. He then turned to Yan Zhaozhao and said, Zhaozhao, the teachers will be coming to Guangning to observe the upcoming mock exams. Do your best and aim for a special admission spot. Besides, when that kid shows his true colors, you'll see he's not even in the same league as you.
Wasting your time on him is sheer folly.
Yan Zhaozhao rolled her eyes in disgust and shook her head.
You're wrong.
He'll make a name for himself in the mock exams. If your teacher really shows up, he won't let such a genius slip away.
Him? Li Jin couldn't comprehend it.
He assumed Yan Zhaozhao was merely a naive young girl, newly awakened to romance and blinded by infatuation, so he concocted a lie about Zhang Xuan coming to her rescue. Using their own resources to reward an outsider. In his eyes, Zhang Xuan was nothing more than a pretty boy trying to climb the social ladder by attaching himself to a prestigious family.
But now Yan Zhaozhao was so adamant, didn't she fear the truth would come out? Yet Yan Zhaozhao refused to hear another word, striding away immediately.
Li Jin's face flushed alternately crimson and pale before he finally gritted his teeth and muttered under his breath.
Fine, Zhang Xuan, huh? I'll remember that.
We'll see what you're made of when the time comes. Returning to an old street in Guangning City, night had fallen by the time Zhang Xuan pushed open his door. Though cramped and crowded, this was the home where he had lived for 18 years, the place that felt warm and dear to him.
Second uncle, I'm home. Xian? A man's voice called out.
A middle-aged man emerged from the kitchen, his face weathered by time. He walked with a hand on his waist, his features vaguely resembling Zhang Xian's.
A teenager emerged from the room upon hearing the voices. Bro, why were you back so late? Did you get any pet beast eggs at the breeding center today?
The two were Zhang Xian's uncle, Zhang Tai, and his cousin, Zhang Chen. Zhang Xian's parents had been third-tier beast masters, but they had both perished tragically during a guild-organized secret realm expedition when Zhang Xian was still young. Such tragedies were not uncommon among beast tamers. Newly discovered secret realms often concealed countless unknown dangers, claiming the lives of many beast tamers with each expedition. Afterwards, Zhang Xian received compensation from his parents' guild, but he became an orphan. Fortunately, his uncle took him in, treating him like a son over the years, and he also formed a close bond with his cousin. Zhang Tai possessed little talent for beast taming, remaining a mere Tier 1 beastmaster. Though he owned 2 beast pets, both were Black Iron tier, making monster hunting in the wilds nearly hopeless, high risk with little reward. No one would hire him for training parties either. Consequently, he could only take his pets to perform odd jobs and heavy labor, earning a meager living through sheer hard work. In truth, many beast tamers of commoner origin survived this way. The lack of innate resources sealed off the path for most.
Zhang Tai scrutinized Zhang Xuan from head to toe.
Seeing no injuries, he relaxed, a smile spreading across his face. He headed back to the kitchen while saying, "Your class teacher mentioned many students ventured into the wilderness.
I worried you might be too reckless. Glad you're fine, you're truly your father's son. Today marks your official day as a beastmaster, a joyous occasion. Let's whip up a few extra dishes and raise a glass."
Zhang Xuan hurried into the kitchen.
"Uncle, let me help. Your back isn't good. Get out of here.
Your uncle here used to be a chef, cooking is my job. Then I'll chop the vegetables for you." Zhang Chen raised his hand, "I'll wash the dishes and chopsticks." 6 dishes in a soup were laid out on the small round table: steamed spare ribs, pickled cabbage stir-fried with pork intestines, spicy chicken, and braised eggplant, all Zhang Xuan's favorites.
Uncle Air's cooking was truly excellent.
The brothers dug in, eating heartily.
Halfway through the meal, Zhang Xuan asked, "Bro, what beast pet did you contract today?" "I'm dying to know." He was in his second year of high school, still studying Beastmaster theory daily.
He longed to become a Beastmaster next year, creating his own legend like the protagonists in novels.
Thud. Ouch. Dad, why'd you kick me?
Zhang Tai glared at him.
Don't like the food? Can't keep your mouth shut? Zhang Xuan smiled.
He knew his uncle was worried he wouldn't want to answer this question, because commoner beast tamers often hope they'd be the lucky ones before receiving their pet eggs, but reality always poured cold water on their dreams. Every year, news reports would feature stories like XXX received a gold-grade beast pet from the breeding center, or XXX found a diamond-grade demon beast cub in the wild.
Yet in reality, these were forever unattainable dreams.
He thought for a moment before saying, "Uncle, I should be able to get into the Beastmaster Academy this year."
Clatter! Zhang Tai's chopsticks clattered onto the table. His voice trembled as he asked, "Really? Really?"
Then he quickly slapped his own mouth.
Chapter 14, Second Tier Mission.
My nephew said that, so he must be certain. He knows Zhang Xuan's character. He matured early and wouldn't make empty claims. If he claims he can get into the Beastmaster Academy, he must have obtained an exceptionally good beast companion. For commoner Beastmasters, passing the Academy entrance exam and graduating successfully almost always leads to a very decent life.
Back then, my eldest brother failed the entrance exam.
He later became a third-tier Beastmaster through sheer effort and a bit of luck, enduring immense hardship along the way. He nearly met his end in the wilderness, nearly devoured by monsters on multiple occasions. I once heard him say that Brother Xian's greatest wish was to enter the Beastmaster Academy for advanced training, so he could live a smoother life in the future.
Zhang Tai sighed inwardly.
Big brother, your wish has come true.
He quickly blinked to hold back the welling tears. Uncle believes in you. Come on, let's fill our cups and drink to that. Dad, count me in.
The next day, Zhang Xuan arrived at the Beast God's branch temple in Guangning City. Ever since humanity forged a covenant with the Beast God countless ages ago, gaining the power to command beasts, the Beast God Temple had become the most crucial official institution across all human kingdoms. Virtually all functions related to beast taming must pass through the Beast God Temple. Beastmaster promotions, public instance openings, Beastmaster transactions all occurred here. Each major province of Xia Nation housed a Beast God Hall, venerating different beast gods. The main hall of the Beast God Temple in Nanjiang Province venerates Ming, said to be a deep-sea beast god. The nation's foremost beast god, however, is Qilin, venerated at the Imperial Beast Temple in the capital.
The Qilin Beastmaster Academy derives its name from this deity.
The Qilin commands all beasts of Xia Kingdom and safeguards its destiny. With the Qilin and its 10 major beast deities presiding, Xia's beast tamers can withstand the abyss and secure their place on the continent. Every city establishes a branch shrine to the beast god, harnessing the divine aura to guard the city. Without this protection, wilderness would encroach upon all territories.
Hello, what might I assist you with today?
In the subtemple's main hall, a stewardess in an elegant uniform, tall, slender, and gentle in demeanor, greeted Zhang Xuan with a smile. Zhang Xuan replied, "Hello, I'm here to advance to a second-tier Beastmaster."
Advancement?
The attendant looked surprised. She estimated Zhang Xuan to be about the same age as her younger brother, likely a high school senior who had just become a Beastmaster.
Why would he consider advancing so quickly? She kindly reminded him, "Young man, advancement tasks are challenging. You only get 3 attempts. Once those are used up, you won't be able to advance for the rest of your life."
Zhang Xuan nodded.
"I understand. I'm fully prepared." He had researched the second-tier advancement quest beforehand. As long as his beast pet's level didn't exceed 45, he could accept it. If it did, he'd have to choose the third-tier quest instead. Shadow Slayer had just reached level 45.
The advancement quest offered rewards, and while the third-tier quest shouldn't be too difficult for him, Zhang Xuan didn't want to skip the second-tier quest. That's why he hurried over to the branch temple. For other novice beast masters, having only received their pet eggs yesterday, they could barely reach 10 levels in a single day. Only those from prominent families, whose contracts had been arranged and completed early, could achieve relatively high pet levels at this stage. But they wouldn't advance too early either, often waiting until they were fully prepared.
"Alright, follow me."
The stewardess led Zhang Xuan to a secret chamber on the second floor of the branch temple. As a steward of the Beast God's branch temple, she was obligated to assist when a Beastmaster requested advancement. She could only inform him of the precautions. Pushing open the chamber door, they found the interior covered in intricate inscriptions.
At its center stood a pedestal, its surface inlaid with a gemstone. Placing one's hand on the advancement gem would verify identity and assign the advancement task.
But I must remind you, advancement tasks are rated across several tiers. Higher ratings yield greater rewards and will aid your future path. Even if you feel confident passing now, it's best to level up your primary battle pet as much as possible before advancing.
Thanks for the reminder. I'd like to try it now.
Zhang Xuan said with a smile.
Very well.
The stewardess sighed with resignation as she closed the chamber door for him. She'd seen this before: newcomers who rushed to advance shortly after becoming beast masters. They were truly impossible to dissuade.
Fortunately, there are 3 attempts allowed for advancement. This wasted opportunity would serve as a lesson.
Once this youngster emerged, she would speak with him properly about the necessary preparations before attempting advancement again. Zhang Xuan walked to the pedestal, pressed his hand against the gem, and immediately, layers of light screens rose up.
Verifying Beastmaster information. Beastmaster name, Zhang Xuan, rank, Tier 1, highest pet level, LV 45. Promotion requirements met. Proceed now?
Yes. Matching advancement quest, Tier 2, loading advancement instance. Inscriptions flickered within the chamber, forming a magic array beneath Zhang Xuan's feet. In the next instant, he vanished from his original spot. After teleportation, he found himself in a sealed underground chamber. The area resembled a constructed arena. He stood at one end of the platform, while at the other stood a massive beast resembling a rhinoceros.
Earth-digging Rhino LV 40.
Attributes: HP 300, 003, 0000.
Physical attack 500, magic attack 300. Physical defense 300, magic defense 200.
Skills: earth-splitting charge, savage charge, brutal trample. This rhino is a full size larger than a treant, sporting a sharp, thick horn on its head that looks quite intimidating.
A level 40 monster with 30,000 HP?
Zhang Xuan recalled the stewardess's earlier warning. She was right, advancement quests weren't simple. Though this rhino was 10 levels below the treant, its HP was a full 10,000 higher than the elite treant template. Its attack and defense stats were somewhat mediocre, though. A Tier 1 Beastmaster, without equipment or item buffs, could hold 3 beast pets in their Beastmaster's space. If all 3 pets were sufficiently high-leveled, even if their grades weren't top tier, they could likely wear down the burrowing rhinoceros through coordinated effort.
The burrowing rhino detected an intruder on the arena.
Its previously sluggish, sprawled form instantly sprang upright, panting heavily as if poised to attack at any moment. However, a protective light barrier surrounded both it and Zhang Xuan, preventing either from acting.
Current preparation time, 15 seconds. Advancement requirement: endure the burrowing rhino's assault for 5 minutes to qualify for promotion to Tier 2 Beastmaster. Defeat the burrowing rhinoceros for an excellent rating. Advancement rating: failed, passed, excellent, outstanding, perfect.
Higher ratings yield richer rewards. Keep up the good work, young Beastmaster.
So surviving 5 minutes is enough to pass?
Zhang Xuan recalled the information he had researched earlier.
Chapter 15, 1 second. The Beast Gods Branch Hall in Guangning City would publish certain information for public access. For instance, the pass rate for the second-tier advancement quest over the years was a mere 27%. This statistic doesn't track the pass rate for a Beastmaster's first attempt at advancement. Instead, it calculates all attempts collectively. If only successful first attempts were counted, the rate would likely drop by at least half. The third-tier pass rate stood at a mere 9%. The fourth-tier pass rate is less than 1%. For fifth tier and above, the Beast God Branch Temple cannot provide services. Advancement must be conducted at the main Beast God Temple. The second-tier task pass rate statistics are the most detailed, revealing not only the overall pass rate but also the percentage distribution across each rating tier. A total of 27 achieved the pass rating, yet fewer than 0.1% earned the excellent rating, an incredibly low figure. But upon reflection, it makes sense. Surviving 5 minutes under monster attacks only requires the Beastmaster's pets to avoid being critically wounded within that time frame. Defeating the monsters is a completely different level of achievement. Those achieving this feat are either Beastmasters from prestigious families with abundant resources and higher tier pets, or those who spend considerable time grinding at Tier 1, gaining extensive experience and maxing out their pets at level 45. Moving up to the excellent rating, data shows only one has been achieved in the past 5 years. As for the perfect rating, Guangning City hasn't seen a single one in the past decade. Achieving a perfect rating in the second-tier advancement quest requires slaying the burrowing rhinoceros within 30 seconds. This is practically an impossible task. Since the monsters in the advancement dungeon remain largely unchanged over extended periods, various strategies and techniques have been thoroughly documented. Current conclusions from strategy experts indicate, to defeat the burrowing rhino with its substantial health bar within such a short time frame, the primary battle pet must be of stellar grade or higher. Yet among Guangning's few Stage 6 Beast Masters, their primary combat pets are merely Diamond tier, and even those were acquired through considerable effort only after reaching higher ranks. For a Tier 1 Beastmaster to possess a Star tier beast pet is a luxury reserved for the elite Beastmaster families ranked among the top in Xia Nation. The countdown ticked away. Once the 15 seconds elapsed, the light barrier would vanish, and the challenge would officially commence. Black King, come forth. Zhang Xuan called softly. Ripples rippled through the air as the little black dragon emerged from the beast taming space. Oh whoa! Zhang Xuan chuckled. I didn't let you join the fight against the tree spirit earlier. Must have been frustrating waiting. This time, you're in. Take it down in seconds. Roar. The little black dragon narrowed its pale golden eyes at the burrowing rhino, its gaze brimming with disdain.
Across the field, the massive rhino trembled at the sight of the Black King, who was significantly smaller in stature. An aura of anxiety and unease radiated from its entire body. Under the dragon's aura, it had already begun to feel fear. 15 seconds passed in a flash. The instant the light barrier vanished, the Black King opened its maw. Dragon flame. A deep crimson flame, hot and viscous like molten lava, erupted from its maw. Rolling waves of scorching heat swept toward the earth-digging rhino, carrying an unstoppable aura of death.
The rhino's large eyes filled with human-like terror. Twisting its body, it attempted to turn and flee. But how could it evade the speed of dragon flame? Before it could fully turn, the tons of fire leapt upon its body. Boom! 143,000. Tenfold magical damage ignited in an instant. The opponent's magical defense proved pitifully inadequate at this moment. The raging flames instantly engulfed it completely. The rhino hadn't even taken a single step before its health bar evaporated. Your beast pet, Black King World Burning Black Dragon, has slain the burrowing rhinoceros LV-40 in 1 second. The system's voice lagged momentarily, as if encountering an incomprehensible situation. From the moment the light shield shattered to the instant the flames reached the rhino, it truly took only 1 second. After a brief pause, the announcement sounded again, this time tinged with a note of excitement. Your completion time has broken the record for the Tier 2 Advancement Quest Guangning City, earning you the rating, Astonishing. Astonishing? Zhang Xuan froze. Had he triggered a hidden evaluation? You have successfully advanced to Tier 2 Beastmaster. Beast Companion power feedback increased to 2. Beastmaster space capacity increased to 1. Tier 1 Beastmasters had a power feedback of 1 equal to the total attributes of their pets. Tier 2 increased this to 2, a modest boost, but the real gain was the ability to contract 1 additional beast pet. But an unprecedented rating like this should come with some valuable rewards, right? Zhang Xuan felt a surge of anticipation. Soon. Due to your astonishing performance, the Beast God's gaze has turned upon you. You have received the Beast God's blessing. Blessing of the Beast God, Beast Tamer space capacity increased by 2, Beast Pet power feedback raised to 10, obtain 1 sacrificial puppet, obtain 1 million Beast Pet experience. Due to your extraordinary encounter, the Beast God intends to grant you protection. Obtained buff, Ethereal Being. Vague, towering figures materialized in the air before him. Their aura was profoundly ancient and overwhelmingly powerful, like confronting the vastness of mountains and seas, evoking awe. Yet these ethereal forms lingered only briefly. A few indistinct whispers echoed before they vanished. Are those the beast gods of my Xia nation? Zhang Xuan felt a jolt of awe. Though it lasted only seconds, their towering presence was so overwhelming he couldn't meet their gaze even without any deliberate pressure from them. The existence of the beast gods was something every beast tamer had heard about since childhood, naturally inspiring deep reverence. Zhang Xuan silently murmured a few words before checking his rewards. The upper limit of his beast taming space increased by 2 again. Combined with the effect of the shadow ring he wore, the number of beasts he could currently contract reached 7. Currently, only the Black King and Shadow Slayer were contracted. Filling these 5 remaining slots would undoubtedly cause his combat power to skyrocket. His Beast Mastery feedback had reached 10, a level typically attained only at the 4th tier Beast Master stage. Achieving this early meant that with Zhang Xuan's current attributes, he could have defeated the burrowing rhino with just a few punches, without even needing his pets to fight. His beast companions instantly gained 1 million experience points. 2 level-up notifications flashed. Black King leaped from level 43 to level 70, while Shadow Slayer ascended from level 45 to level 71. His attributes surged dramatically. Substitute puppet item. Description: an artifact imbued with potent rule-based power. Upon your death, it instantly restores your previous state, randomly teleports you to a location, and leaves a decoy behind at the original spot. Zhang Xuan's eyes lit up. The beast god truly was generous. This item was unmatched for survival. Even after revival, he wouldn't have to worry about someone guarding his corpse. A new entry also appeared on his interface. Ethereal Being buff. Description: all information about you remains impervious to detection by any means other than divine intervention. What others perceive is but illusion. Duration: 1 year. As Zhang Xuan processed this, he realized that if the description matched his guess, this thing might be no less powerful than a substitute puppet, perhaps even more effective. Chapter 16, Shock. He had been pondering how to help his god-tier beast companion survive the early stages. If targeted by a 7th tier or higher beastmaster harboring ill will, it would be tough to withstand. Now, that problem was largely solved. Zhang Xuan examined the stats of Black King and Shadow Slayer. After reaching level 70, Black King boasted a staggering 900,000 HP. His physical and magical attacks both hit 80,000, while his magical defense, bolstered by his dragon bloodline, reached an absurd 800,000. Shadow Slayer's HP exceeded 120,000, with physical attacks surpassing 8,000 and magic attacks slightly lower at over 6,000. Shadow Slayer's stats alone would be enough to shock many players, but compared to Black King, they were still child's play. There was no way around it. Divine tier beast companions not only possessed explosively high initial stats, but their growth potential was absurdly overpowered. Each level up grants a staggering 10,000 HP and 1,000 attack power. And this was merely its juvenile form. Once the beast pet entered its growth stage, its attribute gains would become even more staggering. If the Black King's existence were known to the world, it would undoubtedly cause a massive uproar. At least, none of the most powerful beast tamers openly acknowledged in Xia Nation possessed a god-tier beast pet. For a god-tier beast pet, reaching its ultimate growth stage means becoming a beast god. Humans seek refuge under the protection of beast gods, yet no one has ever succeeded in binding one through a contract. Zhang Xuan glanced at his stats panel again. With 10% pet attribute feedback, his health exceeded 100,000, attack power neared 9,000, physical defense approached 9,000, and magic defense surpassed 80,000. With the Black King, that game-breaking powerhouse by his side, he himself had become a human-shaped boss. At that moment, in some unknowable place, towering waves churned violently, as if an immensely proud entity rose and fell within the boundless ocean. Above, the sky was streaked with radiant light and adorned with auspicious clouds. An elderly figure with a serene countenance gazed through a veil of water at the youth's silhouette. Amidst the waves, a colossal whale surfaced, speaking in human language. "Master, your primordial divine power is now invaluable. Why waste it on a mere youth, shielding him from the heaven's secrets?" The elder stroked his beard and smiled. "Ming, in all these years, have you ever seen a human youth so insignificant yet capable of being acknowledged by the Imperial Blood Dragon clan?" The whale fell silent. Indeed, it had never witnessed such a thing. The Dragon Emperor had vanished too long ago, and his offspring had either disappeared or fallen into the abyss. This human truly held many secrets. The elder's voice echoed with distant resignation. "The encroachment of the abyss is unstoppable. My divine soul's wounds cannot be healed in this realm. Stingering over the small amount of divine energy will do no good. Better to use it to nurture the one destined by heaven. Perhaps it will bring a turning point." The giant whale's tone shifted to astonishment. "You mean, this boy is?" The elder shook his head. "Only a possibility. The chosen one may not be singular. If he truly bears destiny, he will make a greater stir and come before us. I merely go with the flow." After speaking, he turned to the giant whale. "Ming, your divine domain still hasn't fully stabilized after all these centuries. You must focus more on it." The giant whale descended into the depths, its muffled voice echoing, "Lord, that entity in the west is proving troublesome. Its proxy continues to attack my followers." The old man chuckled. "Wasn't that young man quite close to you just now? Perhaps he could assist you." Before the whale could respond, the elder's form dissolved into a shimmering glow and vanished. In this realm, only the boundless waves remained. At the Beast God's branch temple in Guangning City, Lin Ru closed the chamber door and turned to descend the stairs. She wondered if that youth could last 5 minutes. After contracting her first beast pet, it had taken over a year for its combat power to reach its peak before she attempted advancement. She had hoped to defeat the dungeon monsters and earn an excellent rating. Alas, she had overestimated herself. In the end, she only managed to pass. But if this kid could truly endure 5 minutes, then with more patient leveling, he might just achieve an excellent rating. Once you pass the qualification, you advance to a second-tier Beastmaster and you can't advance again. It was still a bit of a shame. An excellent rating would have made advancing to Tier 3 much easier later on. Lin Ru shook her head. Why was she overthinking things today? Yesterday was the day the Guangning Breeding Center distributed pet beast eggs. He was clearly just starting to contract his beast pet. How could he possibly advance in rank in just one day? Once he experienced it firsthand, he wouldn't be so reckless next time. No sooner had Lin Ru sat down at her workstation than a message suddenly appeared on the light screen. Immediately, the text turned red and began scrolling rapidly across the screen. She startled. This signaled the highest level alert. Had something happened around Guangning? Or had the main hall issued an urgent command? She scrutinized the text, unconsciously reading it aloud. First-tier Beastmaster Zhang Xuan has advanced to second-tier Beastmaster in 1 second? Upon reading the final word, Lin Ru instinctively gasped in shock before covering her mouth. She checked the message repeatedly, certain she hadn't misread it. Wasn't Zhang Xuan that handsome young man from earlier? Just minutes ago, when Lin Ru had cross-checked the information, this was the name that appeared. But how could that be possible? Clearing it in 1 second? Lin Ru's first thought was that the system had malfunctioned. But the Beast God Temple's system had never malfunctioned before. Why would it choose today to fail? Just as her mind was spinning in confusion, Zhang Xuan descended from the second floor and waved at her. "I'm done. Gotta go." "Oh, okay." Lin Ru nodded instinctively. After a dozen seconds passed, she snapped out of it and quickly stood up. "Hey, wait a minute." But Zhang Xuan was already nowhere to be seen. She had no choice but to sit back down. Not long after, a figure stumbled and rushed over. Lin Ru looked up. "Chief Wan?"
The newcomer was none other than Wang Hua, the chief steward of the Beast God Branch Hall in Guangning City. Lin Ru rarely encountered this leader of the branch hall. Just as she was about to greet him with some nervousness, Wang Hua, panting heavily, slammed his hand on the table. "Where is that beast tamer who just passed the second-tier advancement dungeon? Where is he?" His excited yet anxious demeanor startled Lin Ru. She stammered, he just left." Left? Wang Hua's voice instantly rose 8 octaves. "You! How could you just let him leave like that?" He turned to dash out after him, then abruptly returned. "Quick! Pull up his profile. Let me see." "Oh." Lin Ru frantically opened the registration information. "Zhang Xuan, Guangning No. 1 High School, became a beast master yesterday. Why can't I see his contracted beast?" Wang Hua frowned deeply. The other party's information was incomplete. Logically, with the Beast God Branch's authority, it shouldn't be impossible to find it? Wang Hua racked his brain, then suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind like lightning. Could this situation mean? Chapter 17, Level 11 Permissions. Could it be? A possibility dawned on Wang Hua. He reopened a light screen and pressed his hand against it. Permission verifying. Current authorized user, Wang Hua, status, administrator of the Guangning Beast God Branch Temple. Permission level, level 5. Please select inquiry item. Level 5 Beast God Temple permissions represented the highest authority granted within Guangning City. Typically, ordinary Beast Masters hold only Level 1 or Level 2 permissions within the Beast God Hall, limited to querying public information, applying for advancement quests, conducting transactions, and other basic matters related to beast taming. Level 3 and above requires sufficient strength and significant contributions to the Beast God Hall. The latter is attained either by completing publicly posted bounty missions for the Beast God Temple or by becoming an internal member of the temple. Level 5 access is standard for the heads of each Beast God Hall branch. Wang Hua chose to look up Zhang Xuan's personal information. With his access level, he could view virtually all information on ordinary beast tamers within Guangning City from birth to the present. However, a warning message immediately popped up, causing Wang Hua's pupils to contract sharply. Warning! Target's current permissions exceed your access level. Cease unauthorized inquiries immediately. The warning flashed red 3 times in rapid succession. What? Both Wang Hua and Lin Ru beside him froze in shock. A rookie beastmaster who had just completed his second-tier advancement mission, how could his permissions be so high that even a branch hall master couldn't access the information, and he was even receiving a warning? Wang Hua's expression grew grave. A name suddenly came to mind, and he immediately grabbed his communicator. Elderly, it's like this. 3 minutes later, an overwhelming aura surged outside the Beast God Branch Hall. Startled passersby looked skyward in awe, witnessing a colossal winged beast soaring across the heavens, its wings obscuring the sun. Perched atop it stood an elder clad in black gold robes. What grade of beast pet is that? Even my fireflame sparrow is trembling in fear. No idea, but it's at least star grade or higher. Look, his robes bear the insignia of the Nanjiang Beast God Hall. It must be some high-ranking figure from the Beast God Hall visiting Guangning. Amidst the crowd's gasps, the colossal winged beast descended. Then, in a flash of light, it vanished back into the elder's beast riding space. The elder strode into the Beast God's branch temple. Wang Hua, why did you summon me? Have you found any signs of dragon activity? Ever since that day in the dark forest, where he waited in vain for any sign of the dragon clan, he had returned to Guangning City. He had been investigating the beast tamers who had lingered in the surrounding area that day. Yet these past 2 days had yielded no progress, and he was growing impatient. The appearance of dragons anywhere in Xia Nation was an absolute major incident, especially within the jurisdiction of the South River Beast God Hall. It was impossible to ignore. Now, with not a single clue to follow, he was deeply concerned that the dragon's next appearance would cause massive destruction. Wang Hua stammered hesitantly, "No, elderly. It's just that a newly contracted beast master from Guangning City advanced to Tier 2 at the branch temple today." Elder Li's brow furrowed, a hint of anger flickering across his stern face. "Why summon me for such a trivial matter? It's nothing unusual for young masters from prominent families to leverage clan resources to directly contract a level 40 beast pet to clear a stage. But I've seen plenty of these cases, people trying to force growth or grab attention. You're also part of our Beast God Hall. Instead of wasting time on this, help me investigate the urgent matter at hand." Wang Hua paled under the elder's imposing presence but quickly defended himself. "No, elder. This person isn't from any of Guangning's beastmaster families." And he cleared the trial in 1 second. What? Elder Li was equally stunned by this revelation. 1 second? Unlike Lin Ru, he didn't consider whether it was a system error from the branch temple. For every Beast God Hall outpost was governed by the Beast Gods, while errors were impossible. While the content of advancement tasks varied across city branches, their difficulty remained consistent. The fastest time he knew of for clearing the second stage in Xia Nation was over 20 seconds. How could it be done in 1 second? Though this was merely a second stage advancement task, child's play in his eyes, there was no such thing as a national record for it. Yet no powerhouse, even at the level of a first-tier beastmaster back then, could have pulled this off. Wait! A bolt of lightning seemed to explode in his mind. An extremely rare dragon appeared in the low-risk wilderness area of an inconspicuous town. A novice beastmaster, having only contracted a few days prior, directly undertook a second-tier advancement quest and fulfilled impossible completion conditions. Elder Li's face twitched slightly. Everything seemed to connect. He whipped his head around, nearly roaring at Manhwa. Where is this young man's personal information? Get it up on the screen now. Manhwa had also made the same connection. In that instant there was a high probability of some link between the two. Seeing the other's reaction, his expression twisted into a sour grimace. Elder, my permissions aren't sufficient. What? Move aside, I'll handle it. Elder Li rushed to the light screen. The Beast God Sub-Temple system was interconnected. Querying here yielded the same results as querying at the Nanjiang Beast God Temple. Current authorized user, Li Mingshan, status, Deputy Head of Nanjiang Beast God Hall, Senior Elder. Permission level, level 8. Please select inquiry item. Level 8 permissions were rare even within the Beast God Temple hierarchy. Above that lies the 9th level access granted to Hall Masters. Above that lies the head of Xia Nation's foremost Beast God Temple, the Qilin Beast God Temple, possessing level 10 permissions. Only one individual in the entire nation holds this rank. Let me see what you're really made of. Li Mingshan murmured. Attention! Target's permissions exceed your access level. Query denied. Wang Hua, who had been watching from behind, nearly dropped his jaw when this message popped up. Level 8 lacks access? Where in Guangning City could such a figure possibly come from? Li Mingshan also found it hard to believe. Then he said in a deep voice, display the target's permission level. This time, new information appeared on the light screen. Guangning City, Zhang Xuan, level 11 access. Level 11? Wang Hua froze in place, his mind reeling. Li Mingshan wondered if his eyes were playing tricks on him and blinked hard. A permission level surpassing that of the Qilin Beast Temple's High Priest. Potentially controlling the Dragon Clan. After a long silence, Li Mingshan suddenly turned his head and said, enunciating each word clearly, what you witnessed today must remain known to no one else. Understood? Wang Hua and Lin Ru tensed, nodding hastily. Especially Lin Ru. She had previously regarded Zhang Xuan as a kind-faced younger brother, but now her mind was filled with uncontrollable groans. Good heavens, what kind of person have I gotten myself mixed up with? Li Mingshan pondered for a moment before asking, in the information Zhang Xuan can access, aside from the recent contract, he should still be a student at a certain middle school in Guangning, correct? Chapter 18, Forced Incubation. Wang Hua quickly dialed a number and received a response within 3 minutes. Indeed, among those who had recently contracted pet beast eggs at the Guangning Breeding Center, only one person named Zhang Xuan fit the description as senior at Guangning First High School. This information was easily accessible and not restricted by the Beast God Temple's permissions. A student from Guangning No. 1 High School? Li Mingshan narrowed his eyes, pondering for a moment before saying, perfect timing. The unified exams are approaching, and I have no pressing matters at hand. Let's see what promising talents emerge among Guangning's new generation of beast masters. This. Wang Hua was somewhat taken aback. What, not welcome? Wang Hua hastily waved his hands. Not at all. I just meant, should we send out an official notice? Li Mingshan shook his head. No need. This isn't official business. Just assign me any identity you like when the time comes. Regarding Zhang Xuan's access level exceeding the 10-level cap, the two men were actually seeing different things. Wang Hua regarded it with great importance, yet was simultaneously shocked and baffled, wondering if the other party held some other identity. For Li Mingshan, as the deputy head of the Nanjiang Beast God Temple, having access to the temple's core secrets, he now vaguely suspected the other party might have intricate connections to the Beast God. Within the Beast God Temple, there was an ironclad rule. Matters concerning the Beast God of Xia Nation are matters concerning the nation's destiny. Members of the Beast God Temple must fully support and cooperate, never obstructing or neglecting them. Therefore, Li Mingshan sought to learn about this young man through proper channels to see if he could offer assistance. Having completed his second-tier advancement, Zhang Xuan was now a fully fledged second-tier beast tamer. Among commoner beast masters, reaching tier 2 was already the aspiration of many. Reaching this tier at least allowed one to join training groups and earn substantial rewards, freeing them from performing tedious manual labor with their beast companions day in and day out. Over time, such work could even cause a beast companion's loyalty to plummet to extremely low levels, ultimately leading to its escape. Back in the day, Zhang Xuan's father had also needed years of effort and a bit of luck to become a third-tier beast tamer. Zhang Xuan felt a pang of emotion. If his old man were still around, he'd be proud to see him now. Advancement between beastmaster ranks required at least 1 month's interval, so he couldn't advance to tier 3 just yet. Moreover, after experiencing the rewards of the awe-inspiring rating, Zhang Xuan was determined to achieve that rating with every subsequent advancement. Therefore, before the mock exam, it was time to grind his levels relentlessly. Leaving messages for his second uncle and Zhang Chen, Zhang Xuan ventured out of the city for the second time. This time, his destination was the Panlong Mountains. The vast expanse and abundant monsters there meant he could grind for months straight without issue. Having earned 1,000 crystals from defeating the shadowy overlord, Zhang Xuan arrived at the Beastmaster camp outside the city. He found a reliable shop and purchased enough food to last half a month, along with a quick assembly tent for shelter. The latter was originally an elven magical creation, later learned and mass-produced by humans. It wasn't expensive, just 500 crystals. Next, he used a fixed-point teleportation scroll to mark his location on the gentle wind plains. Then, spending another 50 crystals, he boarded the wilderness train. The wilderness train primarily served beastmasters without flying mounts. Each city typically offered several routes connecting to various wilderness areas like the one Zhang Xuan was currently riding, bound for the Coiling Dragon Mountains. However, passengers must disembark before reaching the mountain range itself, as venturing deeper into the wilderness carries a high risk of encountering monsters. At the final stop, several other beastmasters disembarked alongside Zhang Xuan. The sprawling Panlong Mountains, rich in resources, served as the most frequented wilderness zone for beastmasters from several surrounding cities. Hey, young man, traveling alone? Want to join our guild group? We'll look out for you, no charge, just split the loot based on your contribution. Zhang Xuan turned to see a 7-person squad. From their tone, they seemed to be a gold farming group from some beastmaster guild in Guangning. Such groups generally possessed greater strength than ordinary training parties. After all, not just anyone could establish a guild. The speaker was a burly man with a cheerful demeanor. Zhang Xuan nodded in acknowledgement. Thanks, big guy, but I'll stick to soloing. With that, he turned and stepped into the forest. From the burly man's group, a tall, slender woman remarked, "That little cutie's got some guts, going into the Panlong Mountains alone? Doesn't look like he's from a beastmaster family either." This area often sees members of the Guangning beastmaster families, like the Yan and Li clans, coming to level up. But they always have their clan teams for protection. Going solo here is dangerous, you could easily get surrounded by monsters. The burly man chuckled. Probably pretty strong and confident, huh? Come on, let's get to work. We gotta take down a few tree spirits today. Let's go. The group headed toward Dry Tree Valley, the very place Zhang Xuan had passed through last time. As they traversed the mountainous terrain, other beast tamers gradually vanished from sight. You have entered the Moon Spirit Mountains within the Panlong range. Monsters above LV80 roam here. Proceed with caution. Moon Spirit Mountain? Zhang Xuan arrived at a higher elevation with excellent visibility. The warning indicated this was likely a high-level monster zone. Noticing the surrounding stillness and the absence of any units for the moment, Zhang Xuan summoned Black King and Shadow Slayer first. Black King, Shadow Slayer, keep watch around us. Black King responded with a low growl before soaring into the air above the mountainous terrain. With his keen vision, he could survey every detail within a 100-mile radius. Shadow Slayer planted his spear heavily into the ground, silently guarding Zhang Xuan's side. Only then did Zhang Xuan retrieve an object, the very egg he had taken from the Yin family's storeroom. He rubbed his hands together. Yan Jiaojia wouldn't lie, if this truly was an egg-bearing phoenix blood, it might just glow in his hands. Now it was time to see if his cheat code could work on this so-called dead egg. System, activate, one-click upgrade. Intense energy fluctuations swirled within the pet beast egg, accompanied by a series of booming rumbles. Current pet beast egg, Frost Falcon Stellar Grade. One-click upgrade triggered bloodline tracing, upgraded to Ice Crystal Phoenix Divine Grade. Success! Zhang Xuan clapped his hands in excitement. His second god-tier pet beast egg had arrived. The egg had now transformed into an icy blue hue, its shell shimmering with intricate, layered inscriptions. Yet, its interior remained eerily still, devoid of the usual vibrant life force fluctuations. Dead egg? Who cares? Let's just try it. System, one-click hatch. Current pet egg lacks life essence. One-click hatching in progress, triggering system recalibration. The pet beast egg began to tremble, as if being forcibly infused with potent life energy. Chapter 19, Ice Crystal Phoenix. A dense, icy blue light erupted violently. The ground, rocks, trees, everything in sight was swiftly coated with a thin layer of frost. The eggshell cracked, and a loud, proud cry echoed from within. Zhang Xuan's face lit up with delight. The golden finger was indeed powerful, it could even forcefully hatch a dead egg. Soon, the light receded. A tiny ice blue phoenix flapped its radiant wings and flew toward Zhang Xuan. Cheap. Noble, magnificent, and icy cold, these were Zhang Xuan's first impressions. Ice Crystal Phoenix God Tier. Level 0 Juvenile Form. Loyalty 100 fixed. Attributes HP 200,000, MP 100,000. Physical attack 8,000, magic attack 12,000. Physical defense 10,000, magic defense 10,000. Skills. Passive skill, Phoenix Bloodline Sovereign. 1. The Ice Crystal Phoenix possesses the most noble royal bloodline among the Phoenix clan, exerting a powerful deterrent effect, Phoenix Fury, on most monsters. The specific effect depends on the opponent's level and grade. 2. Phoenix creatures possess exceptional magical aptitude, enhancing the effects, damage, special effects, etc. of skills they unleash. 3. The Imperial bloodline fosters affinity among other phoenixes, granting a chance to make them submit. However, it may also provoke hostility from rival phoenix factions. Active Skill 1, Frost Breath. Releases a terrifying breath formed from condensed ice energy, dealing massive magical damage while applying the Yi Frost mark to the target. Each second adds a new layer of this mark. Frost reduces all movement and casting speeds by 5. Active Skill 2, Arctic Blizzard. Summon a biting blizzard across an area, dealing magical damage to all enemies within range while applying the Yi Frost mark to affected units. Awesome! Zhang Xuan's eyes lit up. This Ice Crystal Phoenix's attributes and skills were equally explosive. From the stats, it was clear its attack attributes leaned more toward magic. Its physical attack is lower than the Black King's starting stats, but its magic attack is 2,000 points higher. Beyond its damage output, its skills also boast powerful crowd control. Each second applies a layer of frost mark, slowing all enemy movement. This effect was incredibly powerful. While ordinary slow effects only reduced movement speed, frost also slowed casting speed. If it lasts for 20 seconds, the enemy will turn into a completely immobile ice statue. Regarding bloodline talents, Phoenix Fury is essentially equivalent to Dragon Might, with similar clan bonds, but the second point differs. Dragonkin possess exceptionally formidable magical defense, while Phoenixkin excel in magical attributes, doubling both damage output and special effects. In a way, it feels like the Dragon and Phoenix clans are somewhat mutually countering each other. Just as this thought crossed his mind, the Black King, still surveying the skies, seemed to sense a familiar aura and dove downward. He approached with fierce momentum, his target clearly the young Phoenix. Yet the young Phoenix refused to be intimidated. Though freshly hatched from its egg, it lifted its head defiantly, its icy blue eyes blazing with pride and unyielding spirit. Just as a fight seemed imminent, Zhang Xuan quickly intervened. Black King. A powerful gust swept through the forest as the Black King spread its wings, halting mid-air. Zhang Xuan's command held it back, yet its gaze remained hostile toward the young Phoenix. Ding! Your beast companion has triggered a bond. Dragon-Phoenix Bond. Description: countless entanglements arose between the Dragon and Phoenix clans in the distant past. They despised each other yet stood shoulder to shoulder through thick and thin, their enmity and affection intertwined beyond untangling. So that's how it is. Zhang Xuan was a bit stunned. So these two were like oil and water. But judging by this bond description, they might not necessarily fight. It's more like a love-hate relationship. Well then, no problem. With me as your master, I'll never let you two fight. Alright, Black King. This is your new companion. Let's all get along from now on. Zhang Xuan patted its head as he spoke. The little black dragon looked reluctant, its eyes averted, refusing to get close to the little phoenix. Zhang Xuan sighed inwardly. Well, take it slow. With him around, nothing major should go wrong. Now it was time to name them. What should he call you? Zhang Xuan recalled giving the little black dragon a fierce name earlier. This time, a cuter one would be nice. How about Bing? The little phoenix chirped twice, though it was unclear if it understood. Now, with 3 beast companions in total, Zhang Xuan's true mission for this journey officially began. Since this moon spirit mountain could spawn high-level monsters, today he would wipe the place clean. Black King, Bing, split up and search both directions to flush out the monsters here. Shadow Slayer, stay close to me for backup if anything happens. The 3 beast companions accepted their orders. Black King flapped his dragon wings and soared westward. Bing soared skyward, darting eastward. Zhang Xuan, accompanied by Shadow Slayer, advanced straight ahead. Others might explore step by step, waiting for monsters to charge out. That was too slow. He intended to flush out every last one. Soon, rustling sounds echoed through the mountain forest, the crunch of dried branches and fallen leaves beneath their feet. Soon, a giant wolf came into view, followed swiftly by a second, then a third, dozens of them. These wolves were 3 times larger than the shadow wolves he'd encountered in the dark forest. Even crouched, they stood as tall as a man, their coats gleaming, claws razor-sharp, and bodies powerfully built. Moreover, each bore a moon-shaped mark at the center of its forehead. Moonlight Giant Wolf LV80. Attributes: HP 75,000. Physical attack 9,000, magic attack 5,500. Physical defense 6,300, magic defense 4,150. Skills: Ferocious Pounce, High-Speed Claw Strike, Group Rally, Moonlight Radiance. A common monster with 4 skills? This Moon Spirit Mountain is no ordinary place. No wonder the records advise solo adventurers to bring at least 3 level 100 plus main combat pets. Since wolves are pack animals, they always appear in groups. If a level 70-80 golden beast pet gets surrounded, it'll likely be torn to shreds in an instant. Black King, Bing, attack. Black King, already seething with rage, could no longer contain himself upon sighting the wolf pack. At Zhang Xuan's command, his dragon maw opened wide, spewing forth searing dragon flames like molten lava. Boom! With his magic attack power now soaring to 80,000, amplified by the dragon flame skill, the damage was utterly devastating. Even the Moonlight Giant Wolf, a creature that struck fear into the hearts of beastmasters, now seemed as flammable as paper. Instantly, a sea of fire engulfed the vast mountain forest plain.
159,000. 159,000. 159,000.
Shocking damage numbers floated into view as one giant wolf after another fell, transforming the area into a fiery hell where the aroma of roasting meat filled the air. Your pet Black King World-Burning Black Dragon has slain a Moonlight Giant Wolf. Your beast pet Black King World-Burning Black Dragon has slain 14 Moonlight Giant Wolves.
Chapter 20, Grinding. Your pets gain 2.1 million EXP. You obtain 120 Giant Wolf Flesh. Giant Wolf Flesh. Description: delicious beast meat.
When roasted, its aroma wafts for miles, attracting nearby monsters. Feeding it to pets significantly reduces fatigue. Great stuff can be used as a monster lure and also serves as premium pet food. Zhang Xuan tossed all the meat into his backpack storage.
Meanwhile, Bing wasn't about to be outdone. As the wolf pack charged toward her, a deadly aura of frigid energy swirled around her jaws. Frost breath. Whoosh. Pure energy surged forth, instantly transforming moisture in the air into ice crystals. Heat was drained in an instant, creating a stark white patch in the forest. The biting cold relentlessly eroded the health bars of the Moonlight Wolves. Massive damage numbers flashed across the screen. Though the pack wasn't instantly wiped out, the frost effect attached to the spell rendered them nearly immobile. The double magic amplification effect didn't merely boost damage, it amplified skill effects as well. What was originally a 5% per second slow now became a 10% per second slow. With the skills buff and double amplification, the damage approached 50,000 per second. Woo! The wolves howled in agony under the freezing assault, yet they were trapped with no escape. Within just 2 seconds, the entire pack froze solid into ice sculptures before shattering into 1,000 pieces. Well done! Divine Tier is Divine Tier. Even a 0-level beast pet can effortlessly obliterate a level 70 common monster. The Ice Crystal Phoenix's level began skyrocketing. When defeating targets of higher levels, it received bonus experience points. The maximum bonus was 100, double the experience points. With such a vast level gap between Bing and the giant wolves, every kill naturally yielded double rewards. Thus, Black King and Bing launched their hunt from opposite sides of Moonspirit Mountain, gradually encircling the pack. One side blazed with fiery infernos, the other froze in frosty snowfields, a dual realm of ice and fire. Like bulldozers, they mowed down the giant wolf clan across the mountain terrain. The monsters here were indeed densely packed across a vast area. Even after the two beast pets had slain hundreds of giant wolves, they hadn't even advanced halfway. The constant stream of experience gain notifications had Zhang Xuan's ears practically calloused. Throughout this process, the beast pets gained immense amounts of experience. Even Shadow Slayer, who had remained by Zhang Xuan's side the entire time, surpassed level 75 by leeching off the experience. Bing, starting from level 0, had surged past level 70. Black King's monster killing efficiency was the most staggering, propelling him straight to level 90. However, once its level far exceeded that of the Moonlight Giant Wolf, an experience penalty kicked in, drastically reducing the experience it could gain. Fortunately, wave after wave of wolves charged relentlessly, only to fall under the barrage of terrifying spells, ensuring a plentiful supply. Giant wolf flesh dropped by the thousands. Amidst this sheer volume, some items with extremely low drop rates from Moonlight Giants also surfaced. Moonlight Rune Imitation. Description: after fusion, increases pet combat power by 5% under Moonlight. Zhang Xuan glanced at it and tossed it straight into his backpack. Conditional restrictions and lackluster effects meant it was useless for his own beast pets, but that was only his perspective. Even the most common runes were hot commodities on the trading market. Many second-tier beast masters struggled to obtain a single rune for their pets. Listing this one for sale could fetch tens of thousands of crystals. Woo woo. At that moment, the pack of giant wolves deep within the mountain forest suddenly raised their heads and howled. Their cries were filled with sorrow and anguish. Subsequently, the bodies of these giant wolves seemed to swell slightly, their eyes turning blood red, and their speed surged dramatically as if they had entered some sort of second stage. Group rally. Zhang Xuan recalled the giant wolf skill he'd seen in the information earlier. It appeared to be a group buff effect, triggered only after the pack suffered significant casualties. However, despite the pack's collective combat power surging significantly, they still couldn't break through to Black King and Bing's vicinity. Several giant wolves charging from all directions of the mountain forest managed to break through the spell defenses and reach the front of Zhang Xuan. His two beast companions noticed the situation and prepared to rush back to assist. Zhang Xuan shouted, "I'm fine. Keep advancing." A sharp gleam flashed in his eyes. Since his strength had surged under the 10% feedback effect, he hadn't yet tested its true worth. This was the perfect opportunity. Shadow Slayer, help me shoulder some of the pressure. Zhang Xuan wasn't reckless enough to send Shadow Slayer into the fray while he tested the waters himself. Yes, master. Shadow Slayer raised his great spear, and the absolute shadow beneath him streaked forward like a black bolt of lightning. Sweep thousand armies. He charged straight into the densest pack of wolves, swinging his spear to send blood flying. Over a dozen giant wolves were instantly hit with armor break. Having drawn the enmity of numerous wolves, Ingxia decisively activated Absolute Shadow Frenzy, darting through the pack at breakneck speed as damage numbers exploded. His combat instincts were sharp. He knew that if surrounded by the pack, the accumulated damage could easily kill him in an instant. Unlike the world-burning Black Dragon or the Ice Crystal Phoenix, whose terrifying damage kept any enemy at bay, he relied on his own skill. With the combined effects of the Shadow Rune, as 30% damage increase and 40% armor penetration, Shadow Slayer also dealt considerable damage. Seeing that most of the pack's attention was drawn to him, Zhang Xuan targeted a lone giant wolf. "Come on, beast!" The giant wolf, enraged by the human's audacious challenge, roared and lunged forward. Now that both Black King and Ice Crystal Phoenix had skyrocketed in level, their combined health exceeded 2 million, and their combined physical attack approached 200,000. The physical attack reflected back to Zhang Xuan surpassed 17,000. Boom! Zhang Xuan's fist slammed into the charging giant wolf's forehead, dealing nearly 16,000 damage. The wolf's body faltered, its attack halted mid-strike. This single strike had stripped away over 1/5 of its health. The wolf shook its dazed head, seemingly unable to comprehend how a human fist could deal such devastating damage. A hint of apprehension flickered in its eyes. It knew this human was no ordinary foe. Abandoning straightforward attacks, it opted to unleash a skill instead. Ferocious Bite. Zhang Xuan instinctively dodged to the side, but the massive wolf's colossal frame erupted with astonishing speed, closing the distance in an instant. High-speed claw strike. The wolf's claws left afterimages as they tore at Zhang Xuan in rapid succession. Realizing evasion was futile, Zhang Xuan unleashed a brutal double punch, opting for a direct, head-on collision. Miss. 102. This was. Right, he'd forgotten his defense was off the charts thanks to feedback. The enemy's basic attacks couldn't even break through. Even their skills only dealt this pitiful damage. Zhang Xuan flashed a savage grin. With this, what the hell was there to fear? Chapter 21, The Fierce Hunter Scout. Zhang Xuan clenched his fists and charged forward, locking horns with the massive wolf twice his size. The wolf roared furiously, its initial caution diluted by its bloodthirsty instincts. Its bloodline memories taught it that humans were weak creatures who hid in the rear, forcing only those who had betrayed the beast clans and become their slaves to fight. Humans themselves were feeble. But this human before it dared to challenge it head-on utterly intolerable. The wolf thrust off with its hind legs, soaring skyward before launching a gravity-fed dive toward its prey. Amplified by the collective surge of its pack, all its attributes surged by 30%. This pounce was meant to rip the human open. Zhang Xuan's eyes flashed with disdain. He reached out, seized the giant wolf's forelegs, and slammed it hard into the ground. Thud! A stark contrast unfolded. A human half the wolf's size pinned the beast to the dirt, raining down punch after punch. 15,454. 16,100. 15,900. Each punch unleashed over 15,000 damage points. Oh whoa! The giant wolf howled, but every time it struggled or attempted to counterattack, Zhang Xuan's heavy fist slammed it back down. The Beastmaster continent was a real world. Though data-driven under the beast god's will, it was no game. With perfect timing, frequency, and damage, one could force a stagger. The giant wolf's attributes were utterly crushed by Zhang Xuan, leaving it completely unable to retaliate. Pools of blood spilled from its jaws. Soon, it entered a critically wounded state, snapping out of its group-boosted condition. It whimpered incessantly, its eyes filled with terror. This human must be a powerful beastkin disguised as a human. Just as Zhang Xuan prepared to deliver the finishing blow with a punch, he suddenly remembered something and paused. Right, there was an item he could try. He fished the beast pet net from his backpack and swiftly cast it over the giant wolf's head. You attempt to capture the moonlight giant wolf. The target is in a critically wounded state, increasing the capture probability. The net abruptly expanded, enveloping the entire wolf. It struggled half-heartedly a few times before going still. Tired. Time to call it a day. You have successfully captured the moonlight giant wolf LV-80. Contracted beast pet 1. The heavily wounded giant wolf rolled off the ground, approached Zhang Xuan, and began licking his pant legs obsequiously, like a dog. The battle raged fiercely ahead. Black King and Bing plowed through enemies effortlessly, while Shadow Slayer, with his exceptional adaptability, weaved through the wolf pack. His spear drew trails of blood, and every so often, the corpse of a giant wolf would fly through the air. Zhang Xuan glanced over, satisfied that he could handle it, and withdrew his gaze. Time for the golden finger to make its move. System, 1-click upgrade. Ding! 1-click upgrade, Moonlight Giant Wolf Gold tier. Available upgrade paths, Bloodthirsty Hunter Overlord tier, Frenzy Scout Overlord tier. Please select. Ha! I can choose? Zhang Xuan stared in astonishment at the system prompt. Was this offering him evolution paths for his beast companion? He tapped on the 2 distinct evolution paths. Bloodthirsty Hunter Overlord tier. Description: excels at tracking and hunting, possessing the keenest senses for blood and life energy. Innate skill, Blood Hunt. Select a target unit.
Within a certain range, you can track that unit or all members of its species. Killing the target temporarily increases damage against that unit type by 10%. This effect stacks, with a maximum damage boost of 200%. Zhang Xuan reviewed the Bloody Hunter's active skill and nodded. It seemed to match the description perfectly, truly adept at pursuit and elimination. Select a target to record its aura, enabling long-range tracking and the ability to pursue an entire species. Simultaneously eliminating a target unit increases damage against the entire group. This is a solid monster farming tool. Compared to the similarly dominant Shadow Slayer, the Blood Hunter's skills held a slight edge in functionality. However, Zhang Xuan reflected that his beast pets typically cleared monsters through large-scale, blanket advances. This innate skill would be more suited to cautious beast masters, allowing them to discern nearby monster distributions and avoid the densest clusters. For him, though, it didn't seem particularly valuable, though it did offer some utility for tracking. He moved on to the next one. Frenzy Hunter Scout Dominator Tier. Description: an untiring being capable of long-distance running with exceptional endurance. Its formidable senses gather abundant information, can be used as a mount. Innate skill, Eternal Hunter. Speed permanently increased by threefold. Fatigue remains permanently at 0 while health is above 50%. Can gather and relay unusual information within a certain range. This. Zhang Xuan perked up. This Frenzy Hunter Scout seemed exactly what he needed. Its passive talents differ significantly from the Bloodthirsty Hunter. Though both seem tracking related, the Bloodthirsty Hunter leans more toward relentless pursuit, while the Frenzied Hunter Scout leans toward comprehensive information gathering. The other two traits, tripling speed permanently and no fatigue loss, mean it can maintain constant movement as long as it remains uninjured. Its combat prowess certainly couldn't match that of the Bloodthirsty Hunter, but did he even need a primary combat beast companion at this stage? Not necessary. The description says it can be used as a mount. Paired with its high speed and perpetual motion traits, it's practically tailor-made. Zhang Xuan had always found traveling tedious. Even with teleportation scrolls, if you strayed too far from the designated area, you'd still have to trek a long way to activate the return spell. Now that problem is solved. I choose Frenzy Hunter Scout. Ding! One-click upgrade successful. A flash of white light transformed the once exhausted Moonlight Giant Wolf. Its fur transformed into earthy yellow, blending seamlessly with its surroundings. Its body took on a sleek, streamlined form, signaling exceptional running prowess. Its back broadened and flattened, making it far more suitable for riding. Zhang Xuan glanced at its stats panel. Its attributes were slightly lower than a Shadow Slayer of the same level. Among its skills, only one dealt damage. Zhang Xuan focused on the remaining two abilities. Active skill, Feral Charge. Short burst of speed, doubling movement speed for 1 minute. This is useful. Combined with innate skills, it maximizes speed advantages, effective for both escaping and pursuit. Active skill, Alert Insight. Reveals the true form of enemies, detecting units in stealth, cloak, or camouflage states nearby. Success rate depends on both parties' rarity and level. Zhang Xuan stroked his chin. This was the first time he'd encountered such a skill. Honestly, he hadn't yet faced any monsters capable of invisibility, but upon reflection, it was indeed quite useful preventing enemy ambushes. Chapter 22, Bloodstained Realm. Ride it. Let's try it. Zhang Xuan flipped onto the back of the Frenzied Hunter Scout and gave a sharp command, go. The creature's back was just the right height and width for a surprisingly comfortable riding position. Woo! The earth-colored giant wolf let out a howl to the heavens, its body trembling with excitement, as if declaring, watch me perform. Then, with a sudden tightening of its hind legs, it surged forward with explosive force, charging out with a thunderous roar. Swish! Whoosh! Zhang Xuan's hair whipped backward, but luckily he was seated securely, otherwise, that explosive start would have flung him right off. Only one thought filled his mind now. It was incredibly fast. Everything around him blurred backward at breakneck speed, the gale stinging his face. The Mad Hunter Scout wasn't just fast, it possessed extraordinary adaptability to terrain. Though charging across rugged, uneven mountain slopes, it seemed utterly unaffected. When encountering obstacles, the giant wolf could instantly twist its body to dodge at full speed, displaying incredible reflexes. Zhang Xuan felt a surge of excitement. This was undoubtedly a top-tier mount. Then again, using a Dominator-tier beast companion solely as a mount? Only he could afford such extravagance. The Frenzy Hunter Scout circled widely before pivoting and charging toward the pack of wolves locked in fierce combat with Shadow Slayer. Its form was like lightning as it plunged into the pack. A series of howls erupted as it drew the enmity of several wolves. The wolves lunged to intercept it, but the Frenzy Hunter Scout launched forward again, leaving them eating dust. From drawing the wolves' attention to losing their target, the entire sequence took less than a second. The wolves stood rooted to the spot, utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend what had just transpired. Shadow Slayer's spear showed no mercy. Seeing them dazed, he unleashed another sweeping strike, sending several massive wolves flying. Awesome! Zhang Xuan was thrilled. He hadn't expected that reaching such speeds would allow him to play around like this, entering pure show-off mode. Moreover, despite the swift Hunter Scout's blistering speed, riding it felt remarkably smooth and stable, with almost no jolting. He signaled for the wolf to slow down, ruffled its shaggy fur, and declared, "Time to name you. I'll call you Big Yellow." Its fur was a perfect earthy yellow, a fitting, friendly name. Woof! Big Yellow let out another howl. Something about the name felt off, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it. But since his master had chosen it, it must be perfect. Zhang Xuan rode Big Yellow across the battlefield, scouting the situation. By now, dusk had deepened, the sun sinking behind the high mountains. Yet the forest glowed crimson with the light of fire. Piles of wolf corpses littered the ground. Glancing at the system panel, he saw that the experience points gained by his beast pets, including Shadow Slayer, were already minimal. Combined with the prolonged battle, their fatigue levels had reached 9. This fatigue level was already quite high. If it reached the maximum value of 10, they would be forced into a state of deep fatigue. They would have to enter the beast pet space to rest, or else their loyalty would decrease or their attributes would be affected. While Zhang Xuan didn't need to worry about loyalty issues, he couldn't push Black King and the others to the brink of exhaustion. He immediately issued the command, ordering the 3 beast pets to retreat and rest. Roar! Black King returned with a hint of reluctance, though his slight panting revealed the considerable toll the battle had taken. Bing also returned, her elegant, noble ice blue form landing gracefully in the mountain forest. Her level had caught up during this slaughter, now reaching 80, only 5 levels behind Black King. The 2 divine beasts, both of noble blood yet bound by opposing fates, no longer seemed as tense as before, though they still maintained a certain distance. Ing Sha, clad in blood-stained armor and radiating an aura of iron-blooded slaughter, faced immense combat pressure against the vast wolf pack. Fortunately, his Overlord tier foundation allowed him to endure. Zhang Xuan retrieved tools purchased earlier at the Beastmaster camp from his backpack, lit a campfire, and set up a makeshift shelter. He then began roasting the giant wolf's flesh over the flames. Shadow Slayer remained silent, approaching to lend a hand. No seasoning was needed. After just a short time over the wood fire, an astonishing aroma of roasted meat began to waft through the air. Beyond the meat's natural savory notes, the aroma blended several unique scents: the dry fragrance of kindling, the faint freshness of mountain forests after rain, making one's mouth water involuntarily. Zhang Xuan was startled by the aroma. No wonder monster meat fetched such high prices at the trading center. Not only was the meat exceptionally tender and delicious, but high-grade monster meat also possessed various effects. Who wouldn't love that? Beside him, Black King, Bing, and Big Yellow all widened their eyes, crowding closer to the campfire, their paws impatiently scratching at the ground. Ha! Here, have some. Zhang Xuan had built the campfire large enough to roast over a dozen portions of giant wolf flesh at once. He handed over the charred, savory meat, and Black King and the others tore into it with their sharp claws, devouring it greedily. Zhang Xuan then offered some to Ingsha before helping himself. The moment he put it in his mouth, his eyes widened. It was incredibly fragrant, even more so than its aroma, and he almost swallowed his tongue in delight. It had to be said the giant wolf meat was remarkably effective. On the interface, the fatigue levels of his beast companions steadily dropped, quickly falling below 5. By now, night had fallen completely. Zhang Xuan thought for a moment and decided to rest for the night right where they were. The wilderness at night was pitch black, making it difficult to discern direction. Although his beast pet's fatigue had recovered, he himself would still grow weary. Rest was necessary, and a little delay wouldn't hurt. After eating and drinking his fill, he crawled into his makeshift shelter. With 4 beast pets guarding outside, Zhang Xuan immediately fell into a deep sleep. However, this sleep did not last until dawn. In the latter half of the night, Zhang Xuan suddenly jolted awake. Glancing around, he sensed something was amiss. He sprang up, flung open the door, and froze at the sight before him. Where on earth was he now? The surrounding mountains and forests remained, but everything had shifted to a deep crimson hue. The air was thick with the pungent stench of blood, creating an oppressive and terrifying atmosphere. Could it be? Just as he pondered this, the system alert sounded. You have entered the Blood Ash Realm 3. Proceed with caution. Zhang Xuan slapped his forehead. Damn it, it really is. Why did he have such a knack for triggering the Grey Realm? He was sure the activation rate was supposed to be extremely low, yet he kept running into it every other day. The Blood Ash Realm must be a different world from the shadowy Ash Realm. Outside the makeshift shelter, Black King, Bing, and Big Yellow had already sensed something amiss. They scanned their surroundings warily as Shadow Assassin rode closer to Zhang Xuan, positioning himself for close protection. The sky in this realm wasn't as low-hanging as the Dark Realms. It resembled the outside world. Yet, the entire sky was blood-red, as if the heavens themselves had been drenched in fresh blood. Chapter 23, Mental Assault. Looking up, one could even see a moon hanging high in the sky. Yet this moon was unlike any in the outside world. Not only was it astonishingly large in perspective, creating the illusion that one could reach out and touch it. Moreover, it was a crimson blood moon. Visibly, vast amounts of blood-red energy radiated outward from it, as if the entire world's dark hue emanated from this celestial body.
Blood-tainted Grey Realm 3.
Earlier, he had entered the Dark Grey Realm 7. According to the pattern, the lower the number of the Grey Realm, the closer it was to the original form of the Grey Realm, and thus the higher the danger level should be.
Zhang Xuan's expression grew solemn.
He would have to be cautious. A major reason why news of the Grey Realm rarely reached the outside world was that most beast masters who entered it never returned. Zhang Xuan mounted Big Yellow and began moving forward in a chosen direction. According to external accounts, escaping the Ash Realm required either defeating a specific monster or achieving a particular objective to obtain the key of the Ash Realm as Zhang Xuan had done previously or enduring long enough to be expelled by the realm's laws. The former was extremely difficult.
The Grey Realm possessed its own will and selectively absorbed victims. Targets that exceeded the Grey Realm's power to counteract would not be chosen by it.
Zhang Xuan's previous success was largely due to the variable of his god-tier beast pet. After traversing the undulating mountain terrain for some distance, Zhang Xuan soon emerged onto a vast, flat expanse of land. He suddenly felt an uncomfortable prickling sensation on his back. Looking up, the blood moon occupied nearly half the sky above the horizon. Wherever he went, it felt as though this eerie blood moon was staring at him, an utterly bizarre sensation.
A whoa!
From the distant plains came the sudden howl of a wolf. Unlike the moonlight wolves of the outside world, this howl was hoarse and unpleasant, like the wail of a long-buried soul.
Big Yellow's nose twitched, and the Eternal Hunter talent activated automatically.
Soon, the information it gathered flooded into Zhang Xuan's mind.
Numerous powerful auras were detected nearby.
It seemed to be another horde of monsters. Zhang Xuan pondered briefly before deciding to confront them head-on.
Breaking through the Grey Realm required actively confronting anomalies. Evasion would only cost him vital intelligence.
Besides, at his current strength, he hadn't yet encountered an enemy Black King Ah Bing couldn't handle.
If things got dicey, he could always execute a tactical retreat.
Zhang Xuan continued riding Big Yellow forward.
Soon, the targets he sensed came into view.
Another pack of wolves, but these seemed markedly different. The wolves before him were smaller in stature than the moonlight beasts he'd encountered before, yet their pupils glowed a vivid crimson, radiating an unnatural malevolence.
Even more unsettling was their gaze, unlike that of ordinary beasts.
The malice, craving, and grotesqueness emanating from them felt more like twisted, chaotic souls forced into animal bodies. Gathered together, they turned their heads toward Zhang Xuan. Utterly silent, they stared at him like statues, making Zhang Xuan feel a chill run down his spine. At that moment, the system alert sounded abruptly. You are subjected to a mental attack of unknown origin.
Mental attribute check, immune to current mental attack. What? Zhang Xuan was startled. These wolves could actually launch psychic attacks?
Psychic attacks operate independently of physical and magical damage, making them a rare tactic.
Every unit possesses a mental attribute, though like luck, it's a hidden stat that doesn't show.
His immunity likely stemmed from his god-tier beast pet's exceptionally high mental attribute, granting him elevated resistance. Otherwise, he truly wouldn't know what might have happened. Zhang Xuan felt a chill of dread wash over him.
Just then, an unexpected event occurred. Shadow Slayer beside him suddenly began trembling violently.
Your beast companion Shadow Slayer General Shadowblade has been affected by an unknown mental influence and entered a state of confusion. Shadow Slayer suddenly raised its spear and swept it toward the Black King. Zhang Xuan gasped, but the spear had already struck the Black King.
Though unharmed, the Black King was startled, roaring in surprise and fury.
Shadow Slayer, stop! Zhang Xuan bellowed, but the figure now seemed deaf to his commands. It began swinging the spear wildly again, this time not targeting anyone, but lashing out indiscriminately in place. Zhang Xuan, left with no choice, attempted to activate his beast control space.
Fortunately, it wasn't affected this time. Ingsha vanished from its spot and returned to the beast control space. Phew!
This was the first time Zhang Xuan had encountered such a situation. Thankfully, after checking all three of his beast pets, including Big Yellow, they all appeared to be in normal condition.
Strange, why was Shadow Kill the only one affected? Could it be because he was a humanoid unit originating from the Grey Realm, or was it related to elemental affinities?
Zhang Xuan turned his gaze toward the pack of wolves.
Elite Blood Moon Demon Wolf LV-100. Attributes? Skills, Blood Moon Chaos? Most of the information was question marks.
The Grey Realm could partially block the Beast God's will, making this situation quite common.
But these are all elite template monsters at level 100? They're going to be a real pain.
To put it simply, elite template monsters are essentially equivalent to diamond-grade beast pets. Each elite monster is a formidable foe for other beast masters.
Yet these Blood Moon wolves appear far more troublesome than ordinary elite monsters, and their levels are exceptionally high.
Black King, Dragon Flame. Zhang Xuan issued the command. Whether they were truly formidable or not, one dragon flame would reveal all. Roar! Black King possessed high intelligence and understood that his comrades had just been influenced by these blood-red-eyed creatures.
Roaring with fury, he unleashed a torrent of scorching flames, engulfing the wolf pack. With the Black King now nearing level 90, the range of its dragon flame had expanded considerably.
Once unleashed, it descended like a sea of fire, leaving the enemies nowhere to hide.
Flames instantly licked the bodies of the Blood Moon Demon Wolves as they charged toward Zhang Xuan at astonishing speed. This was the first time he'd encountered monsters that dragon flames couldn't instantly incinerate. Zhang Xuan's brow furrowed as he prepared to command Big Yellow to create distance. Fortunately, the lead demon wolf collapsed to the ground in the next instant. Then the second, third, fourth. Their attributes were clearly far superior to those of the Moonlight Giant wolves. Under the Black King's dragon flame, which now dealt 200,000 damage per second, they managed to endure for 2 seconds. Any beast pet below God tier would likely face grave danger under such circumstances. Shadow Slayer's abilities were already formidable among beast pets. Its overlord grade power would make it a primary combat pet worthy of cultivation for any 7th tier beast tamer. Yet, it had still fallen victim without even realizing it. Chapter 24, Blood Moon Demon Wolves. One could only imagine how troublesome this pack of Blood Moon Demon Wolves was. Even more bizarrely, as these demon wolves fell, incinerated, their blood-red pupils still held that eerie expression: no pain, not even anger. As the demon wolves fell, the notification followed immediately. Your beast companion, Black King World Burning Black Dragon, has slain 7 Blood Moon Demon Wolves. LV 100 Blood Moon Projection. Your pets gain 2.8 million EXP. You have obtained 7 Shattered Blood Sources. Zhang Xuan felt a bit puzzled. The EXP was quite generous, but what did Blood Moon Projection mean? Fragmented Blood Source Special. Description: fragments of energy radiating from the Crimson Moon. Though faint, they carry an eerie quality. As Zhang Xuan stared at the crimson specks before him, a cacophony of murmurs suddenly filled his ears, stirring an irritating restlessness within him. What the hell did I just get? This is way too weird. He was just thinking about not putting this thing in his backpack when the shards of blood source vanished without a trace. Startled, Zhang Xuan opened his backpack to find the items already stored inside. He immediately tried to discard them, but there was no response whatsoever. Zhang Xuan's face darkened. Is this damn thing haunting me? This was the first time he'd encountered such a bizarre situation: items automatically entering his backpack and proving impossible to discard. And then there was that Blood Moon Projection hinted at after slaying the Blood Moon Demon Wolf. Could it mean these wolves weren't physical beings at all, but species composed of this bizarre energy? If that were the case, it would explain the unsettling gaze those demon wolves had maintained from the very beginning. Perhaps a shared consciousness was manipulating them. Zhang Xuan composed himself, temporarily setting aside these chaotic thoughts. Who cares? He was already here, so he might as well keep moving forward. Riding Big Yellow forward, he rounded a cluster of towering trees. At the edge of the plain, something caught Zhang Xuan's attention. A cliff rose abruptly from the plain's surface, and atop it stood an ancient castle. Zhang Xuan froze. A blood moon, an ancient castle. Why did this feel so familiar? After traversing the Dark Grey Realm 7, he had begun to discern patterns for deciphering the Grey Realm. The extremely conspicuous markers appearing within the Grey Realm, while often signifying greater danger, were invariably the key to breaking through. Clearly, this ancient castle perched atop the cliff was the key to unlocking the Blood Grey Realm 3. He recalled reading a line in a book supposedly written by a beast tamer who had escaped the Grey Realm. Within the Grey Realm, the more one tried to flee danger, the higher the death rate became. The frenzy hunter's scouts raced across the plains, while 2 figures, one black, one blue, soared through the sky, steadily approaching the cliff. Upon drawing near, Zhang Xuan was surprised to discover a large gathering of blood moon wolves below the cliff. They seemed to be guarding the ancient castle above. Clearly, battle was inevitable. Black King, Ah Bing, charge! Roar! A deep, commanding roar and a high-pitched, piercing cry erupted simultaneously. Scorching dragon flames and icy breath erupted simultaneously. This was the first time the world-burning Black Dragon and the Ice Crystal Phoenix fought together. They appeared remarkably in sync, their attacks complementing each other perfectly. Beneath the icy breath lay not only devastating damage but also the frostbite effect, which applied every second, further slowing the Blood Moon Demon Wolf's movements. Then, the blazing dragon flames descended like a fiery inferno from the heavens, sweeping down with terrifying might. The clash of ice and fire produced a bone-chilling, violent boiling sound. Thick steam rose violently, and an entire pack of wolves was instantly vaporized. Jin Xian suddenly realized that their damage attributes, one positive, one negative, could actually form a combo. Yet an unexpected twist followed. When the Blood Moon Demon Wolf fell this time, no system notification appeared. Instead, it dissolved into a dense crimson mist that permeated the air, only to rapidly coalesce once more, reforming into the Demon Wolf's physical form. They charged forward with reckless abandon, collapsing instantly in the frozen hellscape. Yet the next moment, they coalesced once more, repeating the cycle. This. Zhang Xian's brow furrowed deeply. The current situation was becoming. It wasn't the monster's high health or powerful attributes that were the real threat, it was their ability to rise again after being defeated. This situation proved the Blood Moon Demon Wolves were not of flesh and blood. No matter how powerful the attacks or how high the damage, they could not be completely eliminated, leaving only a stalemate. Moreover, he soon noticed something. With each fall and reformation of the Blood Moon Demon Wolves, the accumulated, fragmented blood essence within his own body was rapidly increasing. Damn it, what the hell is this thing?
Zhang Xuan felt no immediate discomfort, but it was precisely this unknown danger, lurking and ready to erupt at any moment, that was the most nerve-wracking.
Where exactly lay the key to breaking this stalemate?
Zhang Xuan narrowed his eyes in thought. Though Black King and Ah Bing had ample magic reserves, draining their energy bars completely would spell trouble if this stalemate dragged on. Just as he was debating whether to retreat, Big Yellow suddenly crouched down, twitching its nose as it began to sniff the air. Zhang Xuan's eyes lit up. Right. How could he have forgotten Big Yellow? Wasn't he the expert at gathering information and detecting anomalies? Clearly, De Huang had also sensed something amiss. His innate skill, Eternal Hunter, activated, swiftly relaying information back to Zhang Xuan. A hidden presence lurked within the surroundings, and its position seemed to be shifting constantly? This must be the crux of the problem. These reincarnating demon wolves were likely being manipulated by a hidden entity lurking in the shadows. Big Yellow, flush it out. De Huang whimpered and activated its active skill, Alert Insight. His senses heightened dramatically beyond their usual range. Invisible threads, visible only to him, extended from all directions, feeding into his perception. These threads were the rustling of wind, the whisper of leaves, the sway of weeds, and it had to find the most crucial one among them. Soon, a crimson thread appeared. At its end was a dark red phantom. It occupied a safe position on the opposite side of the battlefield, yet constantly shifted its position. The gaze it cast upon itself and its master was filled with mockery and provocation. On several occasions, it even approached a position dangerously close to its master. All this information flowed back to Zhang Xuan. His eyes narrowed slightly as he gave Big Yellow a light pat on the back. Big Yellow understood immediately, beginning to pace along the edge of the battlefield, as if observing the battle between Black King and Ah Bing. The entire sequence unfolded with such natural ease that, before anyone noticed, the man and wolf had already drawn near the furtive figure. Several times along the way, through the perceptions relayed by Big Yellow, the figure deliberately drew near to provoke, only to swiftly retreat again.
Chapter 25, The Ancient Castle.
Zhang Xuan had been holding back, knowing that capturing the enemy would require his own hands. If he failed, given the other's cunning, recapturing him might prove impossible. One strike, he had to take this bastard down with one strike. Though relying on stealth-like abilities to taunt him from the shadows, the figure maintained a cautious edge. Several times, it seemed poised to enter striking range only to abruptly retreat.
Zhang Xuan knew impatience was forbidden now.
He forced his breathing to steady, relaxing every muscle. Big Yellow proved equally intelligent, maintaining perfect coordination, never once raising the suspicion of the lurking figure. On several occasions, they even deliberately moved further away from the target's position to lull him into a false sense of security. Thus, they played a constant game of cat and mouse, constantly shifting between various sensitive distances.
Finally, at a certain moment. Now!
A sharp gleam flashed in Zhang Xuan's eyes. Without a word, Big Yellow instantly received the signal and activated his skill. Wild Charge. The innate skill alone granted a triple speed boost, though it had remained concealed while closing in on the target. Now, combined with the double speed boost from the active skill, it unleashed a staggering fivefold acceleration. De Huang's form blurred into a phantom, perfectly embodying the essence of a wild hunter scout as it charged toward an open area. The figure lurking in the shadows tensed. Realization struck he'd been spotted all along. And his current position was the closest he'd been to the opponent in the past 5 minutes. He frantically raised both hands, casting a spell at lightning speed. His survival instincts wouldn't let him be caught so easily. Yet, in the instant a hazy crimson glow flickered, a fist as large as a clay pot, whipped by a savage gale, slammed into his field of vision. Boom! A dull thud echoed, like a boulder smashing into flesh. The bloodlight instantly dispersed, the spell interrupted. A small figure abruptly materialized in midair, then flew backward like a torn sack, hurled over 10 meters. Thankfully, he'd managed to hit the target. Zhang Xuan exhaled in relief. The earlier charade with Big Yellow hadn't been for nothing. Maintaining his fivefold speed boost, Big Yellow continued to chase like a bolt of lightning. As the opponent struggled to rise, Big Yellow sank his teeth in viciously. Immediately after, Zhang Xuan's fists rained down like heavy hail. With a 10% attribute feedback rate and 2 god-tier beast pets nearing level 90, his attributes at this stage could only be described as terrifying. A torrent of blows rained down, each strike landing solidly on the opponent's body, accompanied by agonized screams. Ouch, ouch. Stop hitting me. Zhang Xuan was startled it could still speak at this point. He increased his attack frequency while checking the opponent's information. Grand Duke Fusella's residual entity LV? Attributes? Skills? This. Zhang Xuan's heart tightened. Aside from the name, none of the other information was visible, not even the level was displayed. This typically only occurred when one party's strength utterly overwhelmed the other. A beastmaster's strength is the combined power of all their beasts. Even with the support of the world-burning Black Dragon and the Ice Crystal Phoenix, this situation still arose? But judging by the current situation, the opponent didn't seem to have any means to fight back either. Perhaps they possessed a skill that blocked detection? Zhang Xuan paused briefly before resuming his brutal assault. Why overthink it? Now that he had the opponent in his grasp, he couldn't pass up the chance to deal damage. He could now clearly see the opponent was entirely wrapped in bandages, a small figure cloaked in a hooded robe. Their body radiated the same blood-red aura as the Blood Moon wolves. As he kept pounding, the figure beneath him finally seemed unable to endure it any longer, letting out a series of agonized screams. Then, with a loud bang, it simply dissolved into a blood-red glow, dissipating into the air.
Gone? Zhang Xuan frowned.
This situation left him uncertain, but he was absolutely certain he hadn't killed the opponent. Not even a kill notification had appeared. However, he turned to see the pack of Blood Moon wolves, which had been endlessly respawning, vanish completely at the exact same moment. Black King and Bing looked utterly bewildered, clueless about what had just transpired. But with that, the only passage through this cliff was now open, unobstructed.
Zhang Xuan looked up.
Bathed in the blood moon's glow, the ancient castle atop the cliff resembled a sinister, blood-soaked lair, poised to devour one ignorant hero after another who dared to venture here.
Zhang Xuan shrugged. Whether this was a trap or not, he'd come this far. What was there to fear? You dared open the cave entrance, so I dared enter. If you had the guts, you would have finished me off at the foot of the mountain. Big Yellow, charge! Woof! The frenzy hunter scout led Zhang Xuan up the cliff's rugged path, leaping left and right without losing speed. Black King and Bing flapped their wings, soaring up from both sides. They quickly reached the ancient castle's heights, circling once without spotting any enemies. Then, two dark blue shadows descended from the sky, landing atop the castle and surveying everything below. By the time Zhang Xuan and Big Yellow reached the cliff's summit, they saw the ancient castle built entirely of some dark stone. Its surface was stained with a deep crimson hue, as if soaked in countless bloodshed over the ages, dried and crusted over time.
It exuded nothing but a sense of terrifying oppression. Inside the castle, there was no movement. The massive front doors remained firmly shut.
Zhang Xuan sneered with disdain. Black King, blast that door open for me. Roar!
Black King obeyed, opening his maw to spew dragon flames. The searing heat instantly illuminated the area, dispelling the gloom as it slammed against the stone gate with savage force. Unsurprisingly, the gate melted away swiftly. Black King's dragon flame could ignite nearly anything, and stone proved no exception. It melted into a viscous slurry that slid to the ground, rapidly cooling until the entire stone door became a pile of muddy debris. The view opened up. The interior of the ancient castle was incredibly spacious, and surprisingly, it was lit with lamps, not as gloomy as it appeared from the outside. Zhang Xuan rode Big Yellow inside, his gaze soon drawn to the ornate decorations. The grand and opulent main hall featured intricate stone carvings on the surrounding reliefs, along with a series of extraordinary murals depicting various scenes. As Zhang Xuan drew closer, he realized the carvings formed a continuous narrative, unfolding a lengthy epic tale. The first scene depicted nothing but a moon in the sky, clearly the blood moon scene outside. In the second scene, a human figure emerged from the blood moon itself. Possessing immense power, he began to explore this world. Next, he found the human tribes in this world and integrated himself among them. Chapter 26, The Grand Duke of Fusella's Gift. This world was bizarre and perilous. From the paintings behind him, countless unknown monsters suddenly emerged, twisted in form, bloodthirsty, and powerful. Most extraordinary of all, each radiated a blood-red glow. Zhang Xuan recalled the blood moon demon wolves he had encountered earlier and the cloaked dwarf who controlled them. His brow furrowed. But if that were the case, what exactly was this human born from the blood moon, a monster or something else? As the story continued, this human heroically slew several monsters, rapidly elevating his status within the tribe until he became a beloved leader. Living up to their expectations, he led the human tribe to slay more monsters, expanding their living space. Moreover, he possessed great wisdom, mastering numerous skills in hunting, farming, and production, which he imparted to his people. The human race in this world thus flourished rapidly, soon emerging from their primitive state. They built small towns, then cities, and eventually city-states, forming a remarkable civilization. This man who protected humanity came to be regarded as the greatest being, elevated to godlike status. Remarkably, while other humans aged and died, he alone lived eternally, guiding humanity through generations. In the relief carvings, he was revered as Grand Duke Fusella. The city-state coalesced around him to form a duchy, forever bathed in his glory. Zhang Xuan narrowed his eyes. Grand Duke Fusella? That name had appeared in the information from the dwarven charlatan earlier. Yet the man before him bore no resemblance to the wise and great leader depicted in the relief. Could all of this be a fabricated tale? Just as he prepared to continue examining it, he discovered that the subsequent reliefs and all the murals had been obliterated by some force, rendering their depictions completely indistinguishable. Zhang Xuan exhaled, choosing not to dwell on it, and began exploring other areas. He traversed the hall and entered a long corridor, equally brightly lit. Lamps hung on both sides, and strangely, though they seemed to lack fuel, their flames burned fiercely. Zhang Xuan attempted to remove one, and information immediately popped up. Eternal lamp prop. Description: originating from the marvelous inventions of the great Duke Fusela, this lamp requires no fuel yet burns eternally, illuminating all darkness in the world.
This description made Zhang Xuan raise an eyebrow.
To be classified as an item by the world's rules and possess such positive attributes, this Grand Duke Fusela truly seemed remarkable. After all, most props were either useless or even caused bizarre side effects. This lamp, however, appeared to serve only as illumination, yet it was truly extraordinary. For it possessed two positive attributes simultaneously. Never extinguishes and illuminates darkness. The former means it requires no energy source whatsoever, while the latter likely functions as some sort of dispelling buff. Such a powerful artifact holds value outside this realm that rivals even a diamond-grade beast pet egg. And such lamps hung densely along both walls here. Zhang Xuan picked one up and held it in his hand. After traversing the corridor, he entered another equally spacious and opulent chamber, where a new colossal bas relief came into view. This relief remained undamaged, depicting the Grand Duke of Fusela. He stood solemn and majestic, his gaze distant yet compassionate as he surveyed the city and its countless citizens. Judging by the position and perspective, his vantage point seemed to be the very top of this ancient castle. This meant the castle had once been the center of a duchy, surrounded by numerous city-states. Yet judging by the external landscape, these city-states had long since perished. Not even crumbling ruins remained visible. The human inhabitants had vanished, leaving only this gloomy, oppressive castle behind.
Zhang Xuan pondered inwardly.
The information gathered along this journey was indeed shrouded in mystery.
At first, he had assumed the castle's owner must be an evil entity, and the relief carvings were likely forged to mislead observers.
Yet the entire narrative flowed with remarkable coherence.
Moreover, the eternal lamp in his possession spoke to the extraordinary wisdom and exceptional nature of this Duke of Fusela. If the human civilization of this world truly existed, was he the sage who created all this, or the demon who destroyed it?
Zhang Xuan approached and unconsciously touched the relief with his hand.
Suddenly, an alert sounded.
You have entered the special area, the Grand Duke of Fusela's chambers.
Trigger condition, fragmented bloodline. Detection complete. You meet the current conditions. This area is now accessible.
Zhang Xuan felt a tugging force act upon him, and then he appeared inside a room.
Was this the room where Grand Duke Fusela resided?
Surveying his surroundings, Zhang Xuan noted this space differed starkly from the opulent refinement outside. Instead, it appeared remarkably simple, hardly befitting the residence of a nation's ruler. A bed, a large desk cluttered with miscellaneous items, likely the Grand Duke's usual tinkering tools for inventions. The room was completely open, and soon several glowing objects on the desk caught Zhang Xuan's attention. First was a mask. Its outer layer was engraved with intricate, mystical lines forming a pattern resembling a magical array. Strangely, however, a small section of the mask was missing, leaving it incomplete.
Mind mask incomplete item.
Description: the Grand Duke Fusela's masterpiece, though sadly only a half-finished work.
When worn, it provides strong resistance against psychic assaults. However, over time, you become more susceptible to being targeted by entities from the void. Resists psychic assaults? It appears to be an item capable of defending against various forms of mental and psychic attacks.
Zhang Xuan pondered briefly. Indeed, he'd never heard of such an item outside his world. Entities capable of mental attacks were already exceedingly rare, let alone countermeasures against them. The Blood Moon Demon Wolf had already employed psychic assaults earlier. Perhaps monsters in this world were particularly adept at such tactics. That would explain why the Grand Guild of Fusela took such care in crafting this item. As for the chaos entity, Zhang Xuan wasn't quite sure what that referred to. In any case, it was a debuff, making the item less than perfect. Nevertheless, it still held great utility. He stowed the mask in his backpack for now, choosing not to don it immediately. Next, Zhang Xuan's gaze shifted to the side. The remaining two items both emitted a faint, blood-red glow, hovering slightly as intricate magical lines danced across their surfaces.
They appeared to be two runes. Endless Blood Rune. Description: upon fusion, all damage you deal inflicts 100% blood drain. If your health is full, it forms a shield with no stacking limit. The shield dissipates 1 minute after exiting combat. Fusion requirement: a human bearing the bloodline. Chapter 27, The Trapped Man. What?
Upon seeing this rune's effect, Zhang Xuan was utterly astonished. This rune far surpassed any obtained in the shadowy Great Realm in potency.
100% blood absorption, plus the ability to convert it into a shield as long as he wasn't instantly killed by massive damage. Wouldn't he be virtually invincible?
Reading the final line nearly made Zhang Xuan gasp aloud.
This was actually a rune that could be used on humans.
On the Beastmaster continent, such runes existed only as faint traces in ancient texts. So rare were they that even the great mages of the elven race couldn't reliably craft them. If one ever surfaced on the market, its value could surpass even that of a sovereign-grade beast pet egg. It was well known that humans possessed very few means to directly enhance themselves. This was precisely why their inherent weakness was the greatest flaw and liability for beast tamers. But if a large number of runes directly usable by humans were available, this problem would be solved. Humans could then break free from their excessive reliance on beast taming techniques. By combining their own strength with that of their beast pets, the profoundly difficult problem that has long loomed over every nation might finally be resolved once and for all. Yet such runes must be exceedingly difficult to craft, with numerous constraints, otherwise they would have been widespread long ago.
Finding them here was nothing short of fortunate.
If that's the case, then the other rune should also be.
Zhang Xuan picked up the other rune. Blood Source Reincarnation Rune. Description: the target you slay will be reborn under the blood rules, becoming a more powerful entity that obeys your commands until it consumes everything. Fusion requirement: one who possesses the bloodline. Sure enough, another one.
Zhang Xuan's eyes flashed with excitement, his heart surging with uncontrollable thrill. Not only was this rune exclusive to the human race, but its effect directly boosted combat power.
The slain target reincarnates as your own combat power, with no time limit before death. Doesn't that mean fewer enemies and more allies?
Both runes belong to the category of invincible combat runes, growing fiercer with each battle.
But this condition: one must possess the blood source.
Zhang Xuan glanced at the inescapable, fragmented bloodline within him.
Was this the condition for fusing these two runes?
It seemed that while this thing's existence was bizarre, misfortune could turn into fortune.
Then fuse it directly.
Zhang Xuan selected fusion immediately. You have successfully fused the Endless Blood rune and the Bloodline Rebirth rune. A strange, eerie energy coursed through his entire body, making Zhang Xuan feel incredibly full within.
Could it be that there's no limit to how many runes a human body can fuse?
Zhang Xuan pondered this thoughtfully.
At least, the Worlds will hadn't issued any warnings yet. He glanced at his interface panel.
Information for both runes was now displayed, adding another layer of reassurance to his growing power. Zhang Xuan scanned the rune once more.
There was nothing else of value to take.
On the wall hung a painting, no longer depicting only Grand Duke Fusella, but him alongside his family. Grand Duke Fusella and a woman of gentle, dignified beauty stood flanking a red-haired girl in the center. Her face was snow white, and though she appeared young in the painting, she was exceptionally beautiful. Her eyes, however, were identical to the Duke's.
With this world destroyed, could Grand Duke Fusella and his family still be alive?
Zhang Xuan averted his gaze. Before leaving the room, he crossed his arms over his chest and performed the standard salutation of a beastmaster. Though he knew nothing of the Duke of Fusella's true circumstances, the information gained here was undeniably genuine.
Gratitude was certainly in order.
Leaving the chamber, a spiral staircase on the side led to the second floor of the ancient castle.
Zhang Xuan ascended the steps to the second floor.
The layout here was similar to the first floor hall, except the reliefs depicted more of the duchy's civilizational achievements. There were even depictions of parliamentary elections in different city-states, the promulgation of decrees, and scenes of markets and academies. Except for the rooms occupied by Grand Duke Fusella himself, it seemed he had transformed the entire castle into an exhibition hall for the civilization he had created. Clearly, he took immense pride in and cherished all of this.
Just then, Big Yellow suddenly pricked up his ears and let out a howl. Zhang Xuan paused, pondering. Big Yellow, did you hear something? Big Yellow nodded vigorously, then let out another howl to confirm.
Zhang Xuan looked toward the direction De Huang had sensed. The light seemed dimmer there, the far end of the hall.
Let's go check it out.
As they drew nearer, Zhang Xuan began to faintly hear sounds.
There definitely was something going on.
Soon, he arrived before a door.
At the hall's end was a room.
However, the door was exceptionally heavy.
He pushed against it but couldn't budge it. Zhang Xuan pressed his ear against it. Was that the sound of someone speaking?
Zhang Xuan was greatly puzzled. The door had excellent soundproofing, yet he faintly heard what sounded like someone moaning inside.
Someone else in this world? Could it be Grand Duke Fusella? Intense curiosity drove him to seek answers. Black King, break it down.
The Black King materialized, glaring at the thick door before him.
His fiery dragon flames erupted once more. Boom! Sure enough, nothing could withstand this flame.
Zhang Xuan realized the dragon's fire possessed a hidden ability to consume everything once touched by even a single spark. It would not extinguish until everything was utterly incinerated. The door melted away, and Zhang Xuan stepped inside. The sight before him left him stunned. Inside the room, there truly was a person locked within a large iron cage. Ragged and filthy, he leaned weakly against the cage mesh, moaning faintly. Hearing the loud commotion, the figure whipped his head around. Upon seeing Zhang Xuan, Big Yellow, and Black King, his eyes blazed with disbelief.
You're the one who came in from outside? You're a beast tamer?
His voice was hoarse, clearly having gone days without water, yet he was now intensely agitated, his hands gripping the cage bars tightly.
Zhang Xuan froze. A beast master? Had this man also been brought into the Grey Realm? He hadn't expected to encounter a living fellow human in the Grey Realm. He hurried over. The man in the cage grew even more agitated. Young man, you understand me, right? You're a beast master from Xia Kingdom too? Great. I've been stuck in this damn place for ages. Zhang Xuan felt a surge of excitement too. He truly hadn't expected such a coincidence. But then he paused again and asked, could it be that other nations can also be transported to the same Grey Realm? The man nodded. Of course. The Grey Realm's location isn't fixed, and there could be multiple portals connecting to the continent. It's perfectly normal for them to be extremely far apart. I see. That's something I never knew before. Chapter 28, The Monster. Alright, young man, hurry up and help me break this damn cage open. I thought I was going to die in here. To actually meet another beastmaster who came in and from the same country, no less is pure luck. Zhang Xuan stopped before the iron cage, eyeing the thick bars. Recalling the scenes he'd witnessed along the way, he asked, so how did you end up here? Why are you locked up? The man ran his fingers through his messy hair, revealing a weathered face in his 30s. He gave a wry smile. My name is Su Chengguang. 6th tier beast tamer. I recently joined a secret realm exploration mission organized by the Beast God Temple. Got separated from my team and accidentally sucked into this damn Grey Realm. I encountered a pack of demon wolves and slaughtered a few. I thought this Grey Realm wasn't too dangerous, but then I ran into someone called the Grand Duke Fusella. At this point, Su Chengguang's expression turned fearful and furious, his eyes flashing with deep loathing. Zhang Xuan was taken aback. You encountered Grand Duke Fusella? He's still alive? Did he capture you and bring you here? I've been wandering around here for ages, Zhang Xuan mused, and aside from those blood moon wolves down the cliff and that cloaked dwarf who seemed connected to Duke Fusella, I haven't seen the Duke himself anywhere in the ancient castle. Su Chengguang gritted his teeth. Yes, that bastard. He must be the boss of this Grey Realm. He's a narcissistic psychopath. You saw those reliefs in the castle, right? Everything carved there is a lie. Fake? Zhang Xuan furrowed his brow slightly. He'd had similar suspicions before. Could it really be true? Su Chengguang continued, Duke Fusella is a monstrous aberration born under the blood moon. He subjugated the humans of this world under his bloody rule, ultimately destroying its civilization. Then he fabricated these illusions, falsely claiming himself as the creator of this world, a benevolent priest. After he captured me, he brainwashed me with this nonsense day after day. But I saw his true face. The man is nothing but a madman and a monster. Su Chengguang's voice trembled, clearly still deeply scarred by the Grand Duke of Fusella. Zhang Xuan glanced around cautiously and asked, so you're saying Grand Duke Fusella is inside this ancient castle? Su Chengguang nodded nervously. That's right. But he seems to be experiencing some kind of condition. He often falls into a deep sleep, only appearing periodically to torment me and spout his fabricated tales. Judging by the days, he should be asleep these next few days. Little brother, get me out first, then we'll figure out how to escape together. Zhang Xuan pondered for a moment before suddenly asking, do you know where in the castle Duke Fusella sleeps? I want to go take a look. Are you out of your mind? Su Chengguang stared in disbelief, wondering if the other man had lost his mind. I'm a 6th rank beast tamer, yet I was captured without putting up a fight. And you want to walk right into his trap? He pleaded earnestly, even if we must face that bastard, it's far more reliable for us to team up. 2 heads are better than 1. Zhang Xuan hesitated for a moment before nodding. You're right. I was too cocky. So, how do I get you out? Su Chengguang's face lit up as he turned to the Black King beside Zhang Xuan. Young man, he said, if I'm not mistaken, that beast companion of yours is a pure-blooded dragon, right? What family's prodigy are you to have contracted such a beast? As it happens, I've tried countless times to break this cage net, but failed every single time. Later, when that bastard Fusella was bragging about his fake stories again, I pretended to agree and coaxed the information out of him. He claimed this cage net was his meticulous creation, impossible to break with ordinary means. Only the power of a pure-blooded, top-tier beast tribe could overcome it. And now you've contracted a pure-blooded dragon? It's fate arranged by the beast god. Is that even possible? Zhang Xuan couldn't help but gasp at the sheer coincidence. By the way, senior, have you ever seen a pure-blooded dragon before? How did you recognize it? Su Chengguang nodded. Of course. Though I've never seen one up close, the terrifying aura of the pure-blooded dragon that appeared during the Abyss War, even glimpsing it from afar, left an indelible mark on me. I see. Zhang Xuan nodded, his voice calm. Black King, dragon flame, burn this man to ashes. Black King acknowledged the order, gathering searing flames in his maw and locking onto Su Chengguang. Hey, what are you doing? Su Chengguang felt the terrifying heat radiating from several meters away, as if it could incinerate him to ashes. His soul nearly fled his body. Wait. What are you doing? Have you lost your mind? Zhang Xuan said coldly, enough with the act. You were already sneaking around down by the cliff. Now you still won't show your true face? Su Chengguang's expression froze. The shock and fear slowly faded from his face, gradually giving way to a cold, cruel look. A raspy, grating voice, like rusty chains scraping, echoed, How did you discover me? Zhang Xuan replied indifferently, The hatred you expressed toward Grand Duke Fusella in your words and demeanor was overwhelming, yet you showed little fear. If you were truly being captured and tortured day and night, you wouldn't react this way. This proves you don't understand human emotions. At that point, I was merely suspicious.
But when you later claimed only a top-tier beast clan could break this iron cage, such coincidences don't exist in this world. The part about the conditions to break the cage is likely accurate, but your release definitely raises questions. At this point, I suspected you had aligned yourself with the shadowy presence lurking in this gray realm, conspiring against me.
And finally, Zhang Xuan's voice turned cold. You claim to have glimpsed dragons from afar on the Abyss battlefield?
Let me tell you this, the last time a pure-blood dragon appeared in the Abyss was 20 years ago.
Are you suggesting you've been imprisoned here for nearly 2 decades? Or is it that there's no television here, so you can't watch the news? You're not human at all. Su Qingguang fell silent for a moment.
Then, his facial skin began to peel away. Eventually, the skin across his entire body shed, revealing a monstrous form where every muscle and blood vessel lay exposed. The monster opened its mouth, revealing layer upon layer of fine, spiraling fangs, a sight both horrifying and grotesque. It chuckled darkly. So that's it. This is where the weakness lies. It shrugged its shoulders and shook its head.
No choice.
This stubborn creature entered 20 years ago.
What a pity waiting for the next human being took so long.
The monster's tone grew increasingly despondent, then abruptly erupted into a piercing howl.
Do you know how long I've been trapped here?
Its voice was filled with bitter, resentful wails as its pupil-less eyes darted wildly at Zhang Xuan.
Chapter 29, The Face of the Mind.
Zhang Xuan frowned and asked, so what exactly is your relationship with Grand Duke Fusella?
Fusella?
The skinless monster chuckled hoarsely, shaking its head. I am him, he is me. No, I am not him, he is not me. Its speech was utterly twisted and frenzied, as if its mind had snapped. Yet whenever the name Duke Fusella was uttered, it seemed to flip a switch within it, its tone turning intensely hateful.
Zhang Xuan chuckled. I see.
You must be some hideous, vile, utterly despicable monster imprisoned here by Grand Duke Fusella for slaughtering living creatures or trespassing into this ancient castle.
Am I right?
As he spoke, he studied the creature's emotional shifts. With such a deranged being, provoking its emotional fluctuations might prove an effective strategy for extracting information.
Sure enough, the skinless monster grew even more enraged. It let out a shrill howl as its exposed muscles began to twitch and writhe. Filthy blood splattered onto the floor, corroding the surface into small pits. I, the lowly one, was suppressed? No, impossible. As if desperate to prove this was all a lie, it rambled incoherently, he, that damned bastard. He's the lowly traitor.
Zhang Xuan's lips curved upward.
Was it finally time for the interesting part?
The great crimson moon granted us existence to illuminate countless worlds with its radiance, not to wallow with the lowly like him. The skinless monster's voice had been furious one moment, then suddenly grew calm.
Its pupils transformed into pure crimson as it extended its sucker-covered tongue to lick its own face. Cunning human, you wish to know his secrets? Patience. First, allow me to grant you the gift of great evolution. Crimson Moon? Is that the true name of that colossal blood moon outside? Judging by the monster's tone, this blood moon seems to be a sentient entity?
As Zhang Xuan pondered, the skinless creature seemed to lose patience for further conversation. It let out another shrill screech, and the spacious room instantly transformed into a chamber made entirely of flesh and blood. Horrific whispers echoed around Zhang Xuan's ears as a thick, pungent stench of blood forced its way into his nostrils. Looking down, he saw the floor had completely transformed into a writhing mass of filthy flesh. The remains of some unknown creature had become the nourishment for this domain.
Walls, ceilings, every surface was drenched in this horrifying spectacle. Black King.
He instinctively called out to his beast companions. Yet a horrifying realization struck him: he had lost all connection to his beasts. Black King, Big Yellow, and Shadow Slayer seemed to vanish into thin air. The beast taming space lay utterly empty. What was happening? How could this skinless monster achieve such a feat? Sever the most powerful reliance of a human beast master? Right. I still have the power feedback from my pets. Zhang Xuan raised his hands, only then realizing his entire body had grown weak and powerless. It seemed the murmuring whispers at his ear and the pervasive scent of blood had plunged him into this state. For the first time, he felt fear. This situation was completely beyond his control. The skinless monster roared with maniacal laughter. See this? This is his power. A mere stray fragment of light, carelessly spilled, is more than the lowly can bear. Join your delicious beast companions as my nourishment, piled high to build the tower reaching toward the gods. With a wave of its hands, the entire flesh and blood chamber began to churn violently. Zhang Xuan felt nauseated to the point of vomiting, his mind growing increasingly chaotic, almost incapable of coherent thought. Then, an endless sea of blood surged from nowhere, crashing against his body and instantly engulfing him. Within the sea floated horrifying visions, mountains of corpses drifted and sank, while endless wails and cries of agony echoed throughout. Zhang Xuan was relentlessly battered by the bloody waves, his mind teetering on the brink of collapse. He could no longer perceive anything familiar: beasts, items, even his interface. All the rules of the main world seemed stripped away, submerged beneath the dominion of the blood moon. But the next second, Zhang Xuan suddenly felt a searing pain. He looked down to see crimson light emanating from 3 distinct points.
Were these the 3 items obtained from the Grand Duke Fusella's chambers?
Their presence suddenly awakened Zhang Xuan's consciousness the rules of the Blood Moon, Blood Sea spiritual realm.
I understand.
Zhang Xuan picked up the chipped mind mask and placed it over his face. In an instant, the Blood Sea receded, the foul stench dissipated, and the flesh-walled chamber collapsed. He found himself back in the spacious room, while the skinless monster returned to its iron cage.
No.
From the very beginning, nothing had ever changed. From the moment he stepped into this room, or even heard the skinless monster's moans, he had already suffered some form of mental assault. The Black King and the others, guided by some force, had long been sealed within his beast taming space. Clearly, the skinless monster's methods held no confidence in affecting divine tier beastkind. Later, when all conditions and timing were met, the creature struck, seeking to plunge his mind into utter ruin and confine him here forever. Just like Su Chengguan, who came here years ago, he must have fallen victim to this very tactic, allowing the monster to seize his body and soul, absorbing his memories.
Yet it was not human, and in countless subtle details, it left too many flaws exposed.
The mask of the mind left behind by Grand Duke Fusella was the perfect countermeasure against it.
No, this couldn't be possible.
The skinless monster realized Zhang Xuan had escaped the illusory space it had created.
It shook its head in disbelief, roaring with fury. But then, it noticed the mask on Zhang Xuan's face. A wave of intense hatred surged once more.
So it was him again. This traitor who betrayed the great mother goddess and consorted with the lowly. Then it burst into maniacal laughter.
So what?
His beloved lowly race had been slaughtered to the last by me. His wife, too, had met her end at my hands.
Could he possibly defeat me? No, impossible.
The skinless monster descended into utter madness, reduced to nothing but incoherent babbling. Seeing no further useful information to be gained, Zhang Xuan immediately summoned the Black King. The recent ordeal had left him trembling with fear, and after the terror came fury.
Black King, burn this place to the ground. Roar! The Black King unleashed dragon flames. The dense, raging fire instantly engulfed the skinless monster, consuming its hideous form in an instant.
Remarkably, the iron cage barely held its ground under the dragon's flames.
Though its surface began to melt in places, it did not instantly vaporize into molten iron. Chapter 30, The Tale.
Zhang Xuan was astonished.
This Grand Duke Fusella was truly a genius. It was the first time he'd ever seen a substance that dragonfire couldn't instantly incinerate.
Judging by this, the carvings on the reliefs were most likely true. A godlike human had led the world's people out of ignorance, establishing civilization only to see it tragically destroyed in the end. Recalling the series of statements made by the skinless monster from the very beginning, Zhang Xuan roughly reconstructed a narrative thread in his mind.
Just as depicted in the first relief carving, Duke Fusella was indeed born under the Blood Moon.
Yet, he did not enforce some rule or will of the Blood Moon to slaughter humanity. Instead, he integrated into human society, sowing his wisdom and knowledge among them. This clearly provoked the wrath of that Blood Moon. It likely sent a creature of chaos to possess the Grand Duke, corrupting his will and using his hands to destroy everything. This can be inferred from the skinless monster's statement that everything was done by the Grand Duke Vetera himself. As for this iron cage and the items within the Grand Duke's chambers, they may have been his contingency plans arranged while he still retained some semblance of sanity. But if that were the case, why didn't the Grand Duke Fusella eliminate this menace himself, instead of merely imprisoning it here? As Zhang Xuan pondered this, a crimson glow began to surge from the charred remains of the skinless creature.
Zhang Xuan grew wary. Burned to this extent, and it still wasn't dead?
Soon, the crimson light swelled and coalesced into a shadowy form. This phantom hovered in the air, its face gradually taking shape with distinct features. Zhang Xuan froze, for he recognized the face. It was that of Grand Duke Fusella. The lingering will of Grand Duke Fusella. The world's will returned, revealing the identity of the phantom before him. A look of relief seemed to wash over his face as he smiled and said, "Hello, young beastmaster." Zhang Xuan, wearing the mind's eye, detected no psychic shock. He must not be trapped in an illusion. Gazing at the face of Grand Duke Fusella, he suddenly understood something.
"You are that skinless monster?" Grand Duke Fusella nodded.
Though his expression remained unchanged, a hint of sorrow flickered in his eyes.
"Indeed.
It is a part of me, a part that has been inseparable from me since the very birth of the Blood Moon."
Zhang Xuan nodded in understanding.
This explanation resolved the last of his lingering doubts.
"Then, I am willing to hear your story."
Grand Duke Fusella looked at him with gratitude in his eyes, then began to speak slowly. It turned out that in the beginning, this world had no blood moon. It had suddenly appeared one day. The human race, still in a state of ignorance, feared and revered it, worshipping it as a deity, honoring and offering sacrifices to it. Then one day, the blood moon underwent a transformation. A being resembling them in appearance emerged from it and descended into the human world.
Humankind rejoiced, hailing this being as a divine messenger sent to earth.
They called him Prophet, the Great One, God upon earth. This being who came from the blood moon was Fasila.
Kila lived up to their expectations.
He led them against ferocious beasts, introduced the use of fire, spread farming methods, and even taught them about celestial phenomena, calendars, numbers, and metalworking. Within a mere century, the world's first city emerged. Another century later, humanity's first city-state was born. In the end, over 3 centuries, humanity progressed from hunting and gathering to city-state alliances, ultimately forming nations. By then, tens of millions of humans thrived across this land. At the highest point in the heart of the realm, a fortress was built to house the immortal prophet. By this time, Fusela had become the unquestioned deity of the mortal realm, accepted as commonplace by all. A being who bestowed knowledge, a being who never aged. What could be more deserving of the title of God? Yet as Fusela stood atop the ancient castle, surveying the civilization he had personally forged, an uncontrollable dread began to grow within him. He did not fear humanity, he feared himself. To impart all truth and beauty, to nurture humanity's growth and expansion, all for the sole purpose of completing the sacrifice to the mother goddess. Fusela struggled to suppress this thought, but he could not, for it was his innate mission. Yet as he witnessed his kingdom flourish, saw human infants born into the world, and witnessed the birth of his own daughter, Xiaofila, he knew he must resist all this, he must kill himself. Fusela exhausted every method, burying himself day and night in the ancient castle's laboratory, striving to strip away the will of his mother goddess. This was the only way. Only by severing this part of her will could Fusela completely rid himself of the craving for bloodshed and sacrifice. Yet the blood moon detected his efforts. Before his research could reach completion, the blood moon unleashed its wrath. Fusela lost control. He buried an entire kingdom, killed his own wife with his own hands, and destroyed everything. Yet in his agony, he finally regained his senses. With heart-wrenching grief, he severed the bloodlust from his being and imprisoned it within a cage. He also left a legacy, entrusting future generations with the task of utterly annihilating his negative entity. Zhang Xuan listened, his heart filled with awe and sorrow. While Duke Fusela could hardly be called innocent, he was undeniably destined from the very beginning to face the world's greatest tragedy. Then why didn't you kill it yourself? Grand Duke Fusela shook his head. The mother goddess's will is unimaginably powerful. I had to resort to various methods just to force myself to issue the command to strip it away and imprison it. As for killing it, that could only be done by another. Therefore, young man, I am deeply grateful to you. Zhang Xuan couldn't help but recall that unfortunate soul who had come here decades ago. Why hadn't he received the Grand Duke's legacy and eliminated this monster? Duke Fusela seemed to read his thoughts directly and said, actually, that man didn't find this place on his own. He was lured here by my negative entity. No wonder. Zhang Xuan fell silent for a moment before saying, the legacy you left behind has been of great help to me. Is there anything else I can do to assist you? Grand Duke Fusela spoke slowly, young man, those items were meant to kill it. You accomplished that. I owe you a debt. My true self wanders in a distant world, atoning for sins and seeking to reunite with my kin. This is merely a fragment of my lingering spirit. But if you should ever meet my daughter, Philadelphia, I hope you will tell her that I wish to revive her mother and beg for her forgiveness. Grand Duke Fusela's profound gaze fixed upon the void. His spectral form, seemingly having fulfilled its purpose, began to fade away. Chapter 31, Time Flow. Finally, beware of them. The infinite worlds are being sacrificed. Before the Grand Duke Fusela's phantom vanished completely, he left a final warning. Several luminous orbs then appeared before him. Ding! You have obtained the key to the Grey Realm. You have activated new Grey Realm coordinates. You have earned the gratitude of Grand Duke Fusela, unlocking the bond system. Bond? Zhang Xuan was somewhat surprised. He'd never heard of such a thing before. He quickly scanned the description. Bond system, when you form a close connection with certain special entities, you may trigger a bond, leading to subsequent developments. Current bond, Grand Duke Fusela. Description, born from the blood moon, this wise and powerful being granted you his eternal friendship after you resolved the root of his suffering. Got it. So completing hidden quests and maxing out a special NPC's favorability forms this so-called bond. Since Grand Duke Fusela is still alive, it's likely I'll cross paths with him again soon. Not for any other reason, but mainly because Zhang Xuan was quite envious of the various things Duke Fusela had researched. Though he spoke of it lightly, Zhang Xuan could imagine how incredibly difficult it must have been for Fusela to resist the Blood Moon's will to any degree. This Blood Moon, capable of descending upon a world, sacrificing a world, and destroying a world, possessed power and status beyond Zhang Xuan's current comprehension. He even doubted whether the beast gods of the continent could achieve such feats. Though Vikela ultimately couldn't avoid being affected and ended up destroying everything he had created with his own hands, he still managed to strip away the negative will and break free from the Blood Moon's control. This alone was sufficient proof of his immense power. To forge a friendship with such a being was, naturally, an extraordinary feat. Yet the Grand Duke Fusela's final warning. He mentioned them, the endless worlds. Could it be that there are more than one foreign dark god like Blood Moon, and that countless worlds have already fallen under their gaze? How exactly did the Grey Realm form? Could the abyss on the continent be connected to these foreign dark gods? Everything was shrouded in darkness, thick with mystery. Zhang Xuan steadied his mind. These matters were beyond his grasp for now. By ceaselessly strengthening his own power, he would naturally draw closer to the truth of this world. He grasped the key that glowed with a blood-red light. Key of the blood-stained Grey Realm. Description: the key to the blood-tainted Grey Realm 3. It illuminates the map of this world and allows sensing other Grey Realms of the same nature within a certain range. The moment he grasped the key, the entire current map illuminated. Zhang Xian's eyes widened in astonishment. For this Grey Realm was vast, at least 100 times larger than the previous 7th Dark Grey Realm. Even if a world had decayed and degraded into a fragment of the Grey Realm, could it still retain such vastness? Perhaps because this had once been a complete world, while the previous 7th Dark Grey Realm was merely a minuscule fragment within it. Yet, as Zhang Xuan gazed upon the blood moon dominating the skyline, a chill crept into his heart. Though donning the mind's mask had greatly lessened that ever-present sense of being watched and the eerie feeling, the blood moon's presence still signaled that this world harbored unknown dangers. Even with beast companions like the Black King Abing present, facing such a dark god offered no guarantee of safety. Moreover, Zhang Xuan suspected this wasn't even the true form of the Crimson Moon, but merely a projection manifested by some rule. Otherwise, with its power, how could he still be unharmed? The true form of the Blood Moon might be invading other worlds at this very moment. Now that he possessed the key to the Grey Realm, allowing free passage, there was no need to risk further danger. He could always return to explore once he gained deeper understanding of these entities. Resolved, Zhang Xuan cast one final glance at the ancient castle cloaked in crimson before departing. Upon returning to the main world, the surroundings were clearly no longer Mount Moon Spirit. This seemed to be a relatively low-lying basin, densely vegetated, with waves of humid heat in the air. Emerging from the Grey Realm usually caused one to drift some distance away, though never excessively far. Zhang Xuan pulled out the map he had prepared beforehand and began to identify their location. Soon, he confirmed their current position. The Burial Basin? Burial Basin lay northwest of Moon Spirit Mountain, already approaching the depths of the Panlong Mountains. Continuing westward would take one into the territory of Jianing City, bordering Guangning City. The name Bone Burial Basin stemmed from its reputation as a gathering ground for monsters above level 100. Beast masters below rank 5 dared not set foot here. Any who dared linger here would ultimately bury their bones within these lands. Should we continue grinding levels here? Zhang Xuan observed that both Black King and Ah Bing had reached level 90. Divine tier beast pets possessed such immense potential that reaching level 100 was the first essential requirement for advancing from the juvenile stage to the growth stage. Other beast pets typically reach the growth stage around level 50. The monsters here were high enough level grinding to 100 before returning would be ideal. As this thought crossed his mind, he glanced at the time displayed on his communicator. Holy? Zhang Xuan instinctively let out a curse. He realized that nearly 2 weeks had passed since he first arrived at the Panlong Mountains. What the hell? He'd only spent half a day at most in the Blood Ash Realm. This hadn't happened at all during his time in the Shadow Ash Realm last time. Zhang Xuan pondered for a moment, surmising that due to the world's rules, time flowed at a different rate within the Blood Ash Realm compared to the Beast God continent. Looking at it this way, if he ever encountered an unsolvable problem in the future like being hunted down, he could simply hide in the Blood Ash Realm. By the time he emerged, his pursuers would likely assume he'd vanished into thin air and give up entirely. Could this also be considered a form of delayed aging? Zhang Xuan shook his head, dismissing these wild thoughts. So much time had passed in the main world, now he needed to hurry back to Guangning. The mock exam was about to begin, a mandatory test for all new beast masters in Guangning. Absence would jeopardize his eligibility for the upcoming unified examination. Zhang Xuan summoned Big Yellow and raced back at full speed. Right in the mock exam dungeon, he'd have to compete against other beast tamers. Which beast companion should he send into battle then? Black King? Bing? That might be a bit too flashy. To crush the weaklings, is it really necessary to deploy a god-tier beast pet nearing level 100? Big Yellow? No, if my mount goes into battle, what will I ride? Then Shadow Slayer? Forget it. Why am I stressing over this? Just capture a few more beast pets and call it a day. Zhang Xuan remembered he still had 3 pet slots open. Might as well try something new. Chapter 32, The Tree Spirit King. Right, let me think. What should I capture? Got it. Zhang Xuan's eyes lit up. The tree spirits in Dead Tree Valley, weren't they a perfect choice? Their strength was decent enough to easily crush weaker opponents while adding a fresh twist. Collecting diverse types of beast pets was a pleasure in itself. Among the senior beast tamers in Guangning City, possessing a golden grade beast pet around level 30-40 within such a short time frame was already considered top tier. The very best were probably still huffing and puffing through the dark forest, battling monsters, or grinding trance surrounded by a crowd of beast masters. There was no way around it. Under the world's rules, beast masters 2 tiers apart couldn't form parties. Even if they killed higher level monsters, they couldn't share the experience. Otherwise, an 8th tier beast master taking a first tier 1 straight to farm level 200 monsters would instantly spiral out of control. Right now, he was here to deliver a tree spirit shock to Guangning's geniuses. And Dry Tree Valley happened to lie directly on his return route, eliminating any need for detours.
Damn, I'm a genius.
The swift hunter scout raced through the dense forest like the wind, carrying Zhang Xuan. Along the way, they constantly heard monsters roaring, but each time they drew aggro, they swiftly broke free from the threat range, leaving the monsters standing in place, utterly bewildered.
Soon, they left the basin behind, swept past Moon Spirit Mountain, and Kushu Valley came into view.
Zhang Xuan equipped the weeping tree pendant he'd looted from the tree spirit he'd slain earlier. This item had the effect of attracting tree spirits within a certain range. Tree spirits were elite monsters, after all, searching for them slowly would be too time-consuming.
Man and wolf charged into Dead Tree Valley. The scenery transformed instantly, living up to its name.
The valley was filled with countless withered, ancient trees. Some even bore faces like those of old men, frozen into the wood, a rather unsettling sight. Zhang Xuan, however, had seen such sights before and remained unfazed.
He pressed deeper into the valley, calling out loudly as he went. Tree spirits, come out now.
Arriving in this valley of dead trees was like returning to the starting village for him. With his pet's boosted stats, his physical attack exceeded 20,000. A single punch could instantly kill a tree spirit, allowing him to sweep through the entire area.
Ugh.
Sure enough, with the buff from the weeping tree, a tree spirit soon appeared in his line of sight. Its roots churned violently as it charged toward Zhang Xuan at breakneck speed. Zhang Xuan charged forward astride Big Yellow, delivering a punch.
21,500. Boom.
The tree spirit was instantly obliterated, dropping a spirit of plants.
Wait a minute.
Zhang Xuan suddenly realized, damn it, if my damage can one-shot it, how am I supposed to capture it?
Shadow Slayer and Big Yellow didn't have such high stats.
Maybe they should cripple the tree spirit first before trying to capture it. Just as Zhang Xuan was searching for a second tree spirit, the valley suddenly shook violently. The tremors grew louder as they approached, accompanied by the panicked shouts of several people.
Run! Damn it, how did we lure the boss out?
Zhang Xuan froze. What was going on? This felt strangely familiar.
Could it be that Yin family group again? But upon hearing the word boss, his curiosity immediately piqued. He promptly directed Big Yellow toward the source of the noise. Soon, a colossal, towering tree came into view.
Its vines lashed out 5 or 6 meters, while the faces carved into its trunk appeared even more lifelike and terrifying. A team of 6 or 7 beastmasters was fleeing in panic. Amidst their scramble, a leopard was snatched by a thick vine and shoved into the tree's gaping maw. Chewing sounds echoed before a spray of blood erupted. One beastmaster, his face drained of color, turned to see his primary combat beast, the one he'd painstakingly raised, devoured in an instant.
Jiang, stop looking. Run. Your life comes first.
The burly leader bellowed.
These guys look kind of familiar. Zhang Xuan felt a vague recognition, but couldn't quite place them. Forget it. Since there's a boss here and you can't handle it, it's mine.
He bellowed, charging straight toward the colossal tree atop Big Yellow.
Boom.
Zhang Xuan's fist slammed into the giant tree, spurting a streak of bright green blood.
19,487. Oh ho, its defense stats seem pretty high. Zhang Xuan glanced at the opponent's information. Boss, Tree Spirit King LV70.
Attributes HP 800, 008, 0000.
Physical attack 1500, magic attack 4000. Physical defense 2600, magic defense 2000. Skills, Vine Net, Tough Bark, Root Drain, Frenzied Lash.
Looks like this group has drawn out the fiercest monster in Deadwood Valley.
Fine, let's capture the Tree Spirit King and have some fun.
80,000 HP seems like a lot, but it's just a few punches away. The Tree Spirit King suddenly took a hefty hit, roaring in anger as its aggro shifted to Zhang Xuan.
Instead of fleeing immediately, the group halted. Cold sweat beaded on the burly man's face as he shouted, "Run, young man. This thing is too dangerous. You can't handle it. Run. Your mount's fast. Once we're out of the valley, it won't chase us."
A tall, slender woman in the group noticed that Big Yellow beneath Zhang Xuan seemed remarkably swift and urgently called out the warning. Yet their anxiety and concern soon turned to shock. Like a ghostly apparition, Zhang Xuan swiftly shifted position as the Tree Spirit King lashed out with its thick vine, then delivered another crushing punch to its body. The burst of green sap and the Tree Spirit King's agonized roar made it clear the damage was substantial. The squad members exchanged bewildered glances. They had assumed a benevolent beastmaster had passed by to draw the enemy's attention, but it turned out he was actually aiming to kill the Tree Spirit King. But this young man had initiated every attack himself. Where did he get such devastating damage? The burly man caught a glimpse of the secret. His beast pet speed was astonishing. He stared in awe. Such agility was unheard of in land-based beast pets. No wonder it could dodge the Tree Spirit King's attacks with such ease. In the midst of battle, Zhang Xuan moved with effortless ease. The vines were no challenge at all. Even when the Tree Spirit King attempted to unleash its skills, Big Yellow anticipated the move and activated Wild Charge, instantly boosting its speed once more to dodge out of harm's way.
High damage paired with high mobility resulted in one word, utter domination. After just 4 punches, the Tree Spirit King's health plummeted into critical condition. Its roar grew weak and its roots shifted restlessly, as if it wanted to flee. Zhang Xuan gave chase. A monster's last moments were the perfect opportunity for capture. Beast Pet Net. He flung the net forward. Capturing. Target Tree Spirit King resists capture, reducing success rate. Capture attempt failed. It failed? Zhang Xuan froze in shock. Then, the Tree Spirit King halted its movement. All its vines suddenly plunged into the ground simultaneously, and its health bar instantly refilled. So that's it didn't kill me outright, so it entered phase 2, right? Chapter 33, Unbreakable Defense. Zhang Xuan took the chance to glance at the Tree Spirit King's stats again. Its health was fully restored, but the other stats remained unchanged. He shrugged his shoulders and said, why bother? It's just a few more punches to endure. Ugh. The Tree Spirit King seemed to understand his taunt. Its ancient face twisted into a furious expression, and vines lashed wildly across its body. The Tree Spirit King wasn't entirely convinced by the prompt's suggestion. Zhang Xuan grinned. Then I'll beat you into submission. He charged forward like lightning atop Big Yellow. Ooh la la la. A barrage of punches pounded relentlessly into the Tree Spirit King. Yet suddenly, the opponent's bark turned pitch black, gleaming with a metallic sheen. Zhang Xuan's punches only registered damage values of 5 or 6,000. Though still substantial, the damage had plummeted by nearly 3/4 compared to before. It seemed the Tree Spirit King had gained a defensive enhancement skill after entering its second phase. Simultaneously, thick vines shot out from the Tree Spirit King's body like hair, leaving almost no room to maneuver within its attack range. Whoosh! The vines whipped through the air, lashing out at Zhang Xuan in Big Yellow. This time, they were not only densely packed but also sealed off nearly every angle, targeting Big Yellow in particular. Clearly, the Tree Spirit King now understood that this wolf was the reason it had failed to catch Zhang Xuan earlier. Oh no! The hearts of the squad members watching nearby collectively skipped a beat. If this young man's mount was immobilized, facing the second phase Tree Spirit King, he would likely be in mortal danger in an instant. Follow me. Rescue him. Draw the boss's aggro. The burly man gritted his teeth, summoning his 3-headed beast companion to charge at the Tree Spirit King. The others hesitated briefly before summoning their own wounded beasts from their beast spaces, charging toward the Tree Spirit King. Skills with ranged damage capabilities struck the giant tree first, but the scattered hundreds of damage numbers were pitifully low. Just as they feared the young man would meet his end here, Zhang Xuan emerged from the dense tangle of vines, his expression nonchalant. He didn't even command Big Yellow to dodge, instead charging forward and unleashing a barrage of fists. Vines lashed out at him repeatedly, but a flurry of missed messages exploded across the screen. Under Zhang Xuan's defensive stats, these vine lashes equivalent to basic attacks couldn't break through his defenses at all. Holy? The squad members were stunned, jaws dropping. How was this possible? It was already unreasonable for a beast master to have high attack power, but why was his defense also absurdly high? The Tree Spirit King sensed something amiss. Its massive mouth on the old face opened wide, releasing a shrill wail filled with deep resentment, like the wailing of ghosts. The weeping of ancient trees. Yah! The burly man, the tall, slender woman, and the others instantly turned pale, nearly unable to catch their breath. They scrambled backward. Had they been any closer, they would have collapsed on the spot. The pet beasts that had charged forward were the unlucky ones. They were instantly wiped out by the Tree Spirit King's powerful magic-infused AoE attack, their health bars drained dry. They were forcibly returned to the beast tamer's space, temporarily rendered useless. Before the squad could even process what to do next, the scene before them made them gasp in shock. Amidst the Tree Spirit King's piercing screech, Zhang Xuan stood utterly still, continuing to hammer away at the tree trunk with relentless punches. Is this guy really a beast master? The slender woman's red lips parted slightly, utterly baffled by the unfolding spectacle. Though their ranks weren't high, they were seasoned beast masters. Their first thought was that he was relying on his beast pet's power feedback to tank the monster physically. But this wasn't some level 5 weakling from the wind plains used for training newbies, this was a freaking level 70 boss tier monster. Was it really reasonable for a living human to stand there and fight it bare-handed? Considering how powerful the opponent's primary beast companion must be, the group exchanged stunned glances. Could such a young and formidable beast master truly exist in a place like Guangning? At the very least, they must be a tier 6 beast master, right? No, a 6th tier beast master might withstand a boss's basic attacks, but standing right in front of it and taking a major skill head-on without flinching? Absolutely impossible. At that moment, Zhang Xuan wore a savage grin as he unleashed a barrage of attacks upon the tree trunk. Powerful skill? Sorry, my top lieutenant is a pure-blooded dragon. Magic damage is the last thing I fear. Even if you multiplied that screech of yours by several times, it still wouldn't break my defenses. The Tree Spirit King, possessing a certain level of intelligence, wore an expression of utter bewilderment on its ancient face as it faced this situation. Meanwhile, Zhang Xian's relentless barrage continued.
Even with the Tree Spirit King activating a defensive skill in its second phase, significantly boosting its defense, its health bar still plummeted visibly. Ugh! The Tree Spirit King let out another shriek, this time tinged with fear. It tried to turn and flee as before, but Zhang Xuan wouldn't let it. He kept closing in, each punch chipping away at its green health. Bark and branches rained down, shattered by Zhang Xian's fists. Thus, a bizarrely comical scene unfolded within the valley. The Tree Spirit King used its roots as legs, scrambling forward in flight. Yet Zhang Xuan, riding Big Yellow, effortlessly maintained a distance within striking range, relentlessly pursuing and pounding it. Soon, the Tree Spirit King's health plummeted once more, plunging it into a critically wounded state. Its shrill cries now carried a hint of surrender. Zhang Xuan sneered coldly, any more phases left? If not, you'd better start obeying me. He drew the beast capture net and cast it over the creature for the second time. Ding! Capture check in progress. Target Tree Spirit King is in critical condition and exhibits extreme fear toward you. Capture probability increased. Capture successful. You have captured the Tree Spirit King Diamond Tier pet. This capture triggered a random transformation effect. The Tree Spirit King undergoes a wondrous change. Ha! Did the item's passive trigger? The beast capture net does have an effect that might alter the target. Zhang Xian's eyelid twitched. Given the quirky nature of many bizarre items, it probably wouldn't turn the monster into something utterly useless, right? But after a flash of white light, his fears proved unfounded. The Tree Spirit King merely underwent a subtle morphological shift, though what exactly it was, he couldn't quite put his finger on. Zhang Xuan checked the information. Withered Vine Mother Tree Stellar LV70. Ha! Its grade actually increased by 1 level? Awesome! Looks like it triggered a positive change. My luck really is pretty good. And what does Mother Tree even mean? Do trees have genders? With everything settled, Zhang Xuan finally turned around. He found the others staring blankly, utterly baffled by how the Tree Spirit King had been beaten senseless by him and then suddenly become his subordinate. He chuckled and beckoned them over. Chapter 34, The Poisonous Mother Tree. Hey, everyone, I'm fine. How about you? Honestly, these folks were surprisingly loyal. In that situation, with the Tree Spirit King chasing them and certain death looming, they saw him draw the enemy's attention. Instead of fleeing, they turned back to help him. In the Beastmaster world, such decent souls were few and far between. The burly man, the tall woman, and the others finally snapped out of it, nodding instinctively. We're fine. Everything's okay. Though fine was a stretch, most of their beast companions were crippled. Healing them, maintaining loyalty, and all that would cost time and resources. Beast mastering wasn't a game, it was deadly. In this world, survival was tough for ordinary gold farming or power leveling groups like theirs. But that's just how life goes. But looking at it another way, encountering such a young, formidable genius and having their lives saved was truly a stroke of incredible luck. The burly man and his companions felt a surge of emotion, preparing to express their heartfelt gratitude. Just then, Zhang Xuan pulled several items from his backpack and tossed them to the others. I won't need these. Not sure if they'll be of use to you. I'm off now. Until we meet again. With that, his steed, Big Yellow, galloped away like the wind. Hey! The burly man waved, but Zhang Xuan was already gone. He could only look at the items in his hands. Weeping Tree Pendant and dozens of plant spirits. Zhang Xuan had no use for these items, but seeing the other party hunting monsters in the Withered Tree Valley, he figured they might be valuable to them and handed them over without a second thought. The Weeping Tree? The tall woman chirped excitedly, Captain, with this, we can lure monsters at the edge of Dead Tree Valley, no need to venture deep inside. And so many plant spirits? This awesome guy must have farmed quite a few tree spirits. She gazed toward Zhang Xian's departing figure and sighed, too bad we don't know his name. We can't even properly thank him. The burly man shook his head. He saved us and gave us exactly what we needed. That's a huge favor. How could we possibly repay him? But he also knew the other had merely acted on impulse. With such power and youth, he'd be a standout figure anywhere, certainly not seeking their repayment. Still, today's events would forever remain etched in their memories. Zhang Xuan arrived at the scroll teleportation anchor point he had previously set up. He summoned the Withered Vine Mother Tree first, preparing to give it a one-click upgrade. Though a 70th level star tier beast pet could easily sweep through the new beast masters in the mock exam, he couldn't resist the urge to use the enhancement feature. Come, let me grant you glorious evolution. One-click upgrade. Current beast pet, Withered Vine Mother Tree Stellar, upgraded to Miasma Poison Mother Tree Sovereign. King tier? Not bad. Previously, both Shadow Slayer and Big Yellow reached Overlord tier after their upgrades. It's rare for a beast pet to advance to God tier, but this time we've got a King tier just below God tier. And judging by its name, it seems to be poison related. Zhang Xuan glanced curiously at the new beast pet's information. Miasma Poison Mother Tree Sovereign. Level, LV70. Form, Perfect Form. Attributes, HP 500,000. Physical attack, 24,000. Magic attack, 40,000. Physical defense, 20,000. Magic defense, 20,000. Passive ability, Spore Nursery. In non-combat state, continuously propagates mother tree spores. Each spore possesses 10,000 fixed HP and lacks direct combat capability. When the mother tree's HP decreases, spores can provide nourishment. Simultaneously, spores can be dispersed into a target's body, inflicting the poisoned effect. This effect stacks with the number of spores present. Current spore storage limit, 100. Active skill 1, I have saplings. Transform spores into saplings and subsequent advanced forms. Reproduction occurs in non-combat states, with duration determined by level. Seedling progression stages, Spore Seedling Miasma Tree Gold Tier Miasma Tree Spirit Diamond Tier. Maximum simultaneous sapling cultivation, 10 saplings. Cultivation time depends on the mother tree's level. Active skill 2, Accelerated Growth. Accelerates spore growth rate but consumes more spores. Growth speed doubles for every doubling of spore quantity. Active skill 3, Sapling Self-Destruct. The sapling, miasma tree, or miasma tree spirit locks onto a target, charges forward, and detonates upon reaching a certain range, dealing massive poison attribute magical damage. Higher morph levels yield greater detonation damage. Spore morph cannot self-detonate. Zhang Xuan's eyes lit up. This was the ultimate troop spawning strategy. He'd been pondering how a top-tier beast tamer must have countless minions and now he had one. Beasts with mass deployment abilities were extremely rare, only those of star tier or higher possessed such power, and they were simply unseen within Guangning City. This ability essentially meant its combat effectiveness would accumulate over time during battle. The miasma poison tree's inherent attributes were merely average among sovereign tier beasts, with mediocre defense. But it could produce offspring, or rather, saplings. Storing 100 spores allows each to restore its own health, boosting survivability. Moreover, the spores themselves can silently burrow into an enemy's body, inflicting a poisoned status effect. While the burst damage from poison may not be staggering, without antidotes or support pets possessing detoxification skills, the damage can accumulate silently and become substantial. Spores can continuously grow, theoretically spawning up to 100 saplings that eventually mature into diamond tier miasma tree spirits. That's essentially 100 tree spirit kings boss tier creatures. A veritable army of tree spirit kings who could possibly stand against that? Of course, the actual time required for spores to develop into miasma tree spirits would be considerably longer. However, the second skill's effect partially mitigates this issue. If all else fails, the third skill ensures the spores possess formidable lethality even as saplings. Truly worthy of its royal tier pet status, this miasma mother tree is essentially a flawless factory for churning out troops. Zhang Xuan was thoroughly satisfied. This one-click upgrade brought him joy rivaling that of a god-tier beast pet. Observing the mother tree's form towering and colossal, its trunk so thick 5 men couldn't encircle it, its sinister hue pulsating and contracting as if something was growing within, all while shrouded in a swirling, dark green toxic mist. It truly looked like the perfect villainous final boss. Zhang Xuan immediately thought of a name. Little tree, could you shrink a bit? The mother tree remained silent, then began to shrink. However, this wasn't a physical reduction, most of its trunk burrowed underground, leaving only a few branches and a small section of trunk swaying above ground. Not bad, Zhang Xuan nodded in approval before activating the scroll. Chapter 35, The Four Families of Guangning. A flash of white light transported Zhang Xuan back to the windy plains, outside the Beastmaster camp. He glanced at the time, his eyebrow twitching. Without delay, he rushed toward Guangning First High School. Inside Guangning First High School, over 1,000 students had already gathered. No, not just students, there were also numerous beast pets. Beasts of every form, land creatures, flying birds, reptiles were present in full force. The scene resembled a bustling market, with a cacophony of sounds mingling together, deafeningly loud. Amidst the chaos, several beast pets, taking issue with one another, had started fighting on the spot. Today marked the unified mock exam day for Guangning City's senior high students, with Guangning No. 1 High School selected as the venue. Manhwa, the chief administrator of the Guangning Beast God Branch Temple, was overseeing the mock exam. He brought projection stones from the branch temple devices that could display the exam dungeon's visuals for spectators. The audience, naturally, consisted of recruitment teachers who had traveled specially from various Beastmaster academies across Nanjiang province. As local institutions in Nanjiang, these academies enjoyed a natural advantage in recruiting talent from their immediate vicinity. Naturally, they hoped to attract more outstanding local students. Thus, every year during the mock exams held in cities across the province, recruitment officers from these academies would attend. Upon spotting promising candidates, they would immediately extend offers. For instance, institutions like Nanjiang Beastmaster Academy and Ming Academy, though not quite on par with Qilin Beastmaster Academy, still ranked among the top schools in Xia Nation. They held significant appeal for the vast majority of new Beastmasters. Offering sufficiently high incentives could even allow them to poach students from Qilin Academy. After all, it was unlikely that Qilin Academy's recruiters would attend the city's mock exam. Offering an early admission spot at this time would certainly tempt many talented individuals. On one side of the plaza, a row of seats had already been arranged. They were filled with recruitment teachers. The senior high students present were naturally eager to showcase their skills alongside their beast companions during the mock exam. Zhao Ming, you're definitely getting special admission this time. Your golden grade fire-breathing beast? It's practically on par with those from the beast taming families. A short, stocky teenager was surrounded by several classmates, who occasionally showered him with flattery, making him feel rather pleased with himself. The mock exam allowed free team formation, with a maximum of 5 members per team. That day at the Guangning Breeding Center, Zhao Ming unexpectedly hatched a gold-grade pet beast egg, becoming the center of attention. It even caused a minor stir, making the local Guangning news. However, Zhang Xuan had received his pet beast egg before Zhao Ming and left shortly after, so he was unaware of the incident. Hatching a golden-grade pet beast at the breeding center was indeed like winning the lottery. Several of Zhang Ming's classmates, who usually got along reasonably well with him, immediately latched onto him like leeches. The group then teamed up to go monster hunting. They made considerable progress during this period. Their goal was to rank in the top 5 of the upcoming mock exam. Achieving this would likely secure Zhang Ming a special admission offer from one of Nanjiang's 2 top Beast Master academies. The others would also have a chance at admission to the next tier of ordinary academies. Even these ordinary academies were dream destinations for countless beast tamers. Gaining admission to any Beastmaster Academy meant access to resources and a higher platform that could easily set them apart from fellow Beastmasters who, after graduation, could only join training groups or gold farming parties. They wouldn't have to toil for decades only to remain stuck in low to mid-level wilderness areas. Zhao Ming's face radiated determination. Coming from an ordinary family, he'd been fortunate to obtain a golden beast pet. Naturally, he would spare no effort to seize this opportunity. Suddenly, several groups arrived at the edge of the square, drawing everyone's attention. These individuals seemed to be of considerable importance. Even the principal of Guangning First High School personally approached them, smiling as he conversed with several distinguished-looking middle-aged men. 4 young students trailing behind them joined the square's formation, but instead of standing with the others, they kept their distance, forming their own small group. Who are these guys? Why so cocky? You don't recognize them? They're from Guangning's 4 great families. This year, they just happened to have 4 students in the same grade. They'll probably sweep the top 4 spots in both the mock exams and the upcoming unified exams. Someone suddenly understood. Among Guangning's secondary schools, First High had always held greater prestige. The offspring of the city's 4 Beastmaster families typically attended First High, so students from Second or Third High might not recognize them. In Guangning's small world, these Beastmaster families with generations of heritage were naturally the talk of the town. Soon, the more well-connected individuals began showing off their knowledge. See, those 3 guys from left to right are Li Shen, Li Gang, and Hu Wei. You've definitely heard of those 3 families. The only girl is Yin Jiaojiao from the Yin family. As for who among the 4 is stronger? That's anyone's guess. They might be evenly matched, but not by much. Anyway, let's put it this way, last year, Guangning had only 3 students admitted to Qilin Academy, and all 4 of them came from these families. Past years were much the same. For those of our background, the ceiling we can reach is Nanjiang Beastmaster Academy. As for the actual ratio? Roughly 1 in 100. A murmur of dismay rippled through the crowd. Even with exceptional luck like hatching a golden grade pet beast egg at the breeding center which could level some of the starting line disparities. Those from Beastmaster families had dedicated clan training groups, access to all sorts of practical yet expensive items and alien artifacts. By the time the exams rolled around, the gap remained enormous. After that, acquiring higher tier pets diamond grade, star grade, 5th tier Beastmasters, 6th tier Beastmasters. For them, this moment of peak achievement might well be the pinnacle of their entire lives. For those others, their current peak is merely the beginning. To bridge this chasm is exceedingly difficult, exceedingly difficult. It's worth noting that among Guangning's 4 Beastmaster families, the Hu family, the youngest in terms of history, was founded over 80 years ago by a 7th tier Beastmaster. By now, Hu Wei represents the 4th generation of the family. Through generations of growth and expansion, the 5th generation of the Hu family has now reached an age where the older children can walk. The Hu family's founding ancestor was an outstanding graduate of Nanjiang Beastmaster Academy. Having personally experienced the Abyss War and served in the Abyss Garrison forces, he returned to his hometown after retirement and painstakingly built up the family. Why must a Beastmaster family be founded by a 7th tier Beastmaster? Because only by reaching this level of power can one access the truly core resources of this world. Only by mastering these resources can one build the so-called accumulation passed down through generations. Chapter 36, Exam Instance. Take the 4 families of Guangning, for instance. Each possesses a private instance accessible only to direct descendants of the family line. From these instances, they can continuously obtain premium ores, materials, natural energy, and various other resources. Such private dungeons could only be obtained by powerful beast tamers, forming the very backbone of a beast taming clan. Zhao Ming watched the 4 aristocrats who had captured everyone's attention, his fists clenching involuntarily. His chest heaved a few times before he finally calmed himself. His true rivals weren't these individuals. The 5th-ranked student was his most reliable target. Yan Jiaojiao's gaze swept across the students of several classes, yet she still couldn't find the person she sought. Ever since Zhang Xuan saved her that day, Yan Jiaojiao had harbored a powerful premonition. It wouldn't be long before he shook Guangning Nanzhang and indeed the entire Xia kingdom. As one of the few who had witnessed his extraordinary talent, she yearned to witness this transformation firsthand.
Would you come? At that moment, homeroom teachers from various classes across different schools began taking attendance.
While the student population appeared substantial, not everyone was actually present. Many students who had received black iron grade pet beast eggs at the breeding center had already abandoned this mock exam, or rather, they had effectively given up on the upcoming unified exam altogether. They had instead begun planning their future paths early on. With black iron grade pets offering minimal cultivation value and their families unable to afford the high costs of training them, they struggled to form teams in the wild and couldn't even defeat decent monsters. What else could they do? Yet some students in the same situation refused to accept reality. Thus, those who showed up were mostly students who still harbored some hope for the upcoming unified exam. Su Yuan, homeroom teacher of Class 3 where Zhang Xuan had previously belonged, took attendance and sighed upon realizing fewer than 1/3 of the class had shown up. Though this scenario repeated annually, it still evoked a sense of melancholy. Just as he finished compiling the class attendance list, a figure clad in a standard-issue robes approached, accompanied by the principal. Su Yuan was curious when the principal stepped before him and said, "Old Su, this is Chief Wang from the Beast God Hall. He has some matters to discuss with you."
Chief Wang?
Su Yuan paused, realizing why the man looked so familiar.
But as a prominent figure in Guangning representing the official authority of beast tamers, what business could he possibly have with me? Manhwa extended his hand first, smiling as he said, "You must be Teacher Su?" Su Yuan, flattered, shook his hand and replied, "Hello, hello. That's me. What brings you here?" Manhwa replied gently, "I'd just like to confirm, is there a student named Zhang Xuan in your class?" He had previously visited the breeding center, hoping to uncover what pet beast egg Zhang Xuan had received during the group distribution that day. But that record remained blot. He had no choice but to come to First Middle School today to find someone who knew Zhang Xuan in person. Surely, even in this situation, the unknown force couldn't block this? Zhang Xuan? Su Yuan hesitated, a face surfacing in his mind. Our class does have a student like that. As he spoke, his heart suddenly skipped a beat. Zhang Xuan hadn't come to school today, which wasn't unusual. He knew about the boy's family background. His parents had been formidable beast tamers, but they had passed away early. Leaving Zhang Xuan alone, raised by his uncle, their life was rather strained. But for the temple master of the beast god temple to personally come investigate such an ordinary student today, could he have gotten into trouble? Surely he didn't steal a pet beast egg? Recalling similar incidents from the past, Su Yuan instinctively spoke up, "Chief Wang, I know that boy Zhang Xuan. He's honest and kind-hearted. If he really did something out of line, there's probably a good reason behind it." "Ha?" This time, it was Wang Hua who paused, then waved his hand dismissively. No. I truly just came to learn about his situation. From what I've gathered, his performance as a beastmaster has been quite outstanding, though perhaps not many people know about it." "Is that so?" Su Yuan hadn't expected this, but he felt relieved nonetheless and began sharing what he knew. A few minutes later, Wang Hua exchanged a few more polite words with him before taking his leave. Yet he couldn't help but feel puzzled. From every angle, this Zhang Xuan seemed to lack any particularly outstanding qualities compared to the descriptions circulating among various people. Yet he held level 11 authorization. Even he found that exaggerated. Then again, if he could be easily investigated and found to be ordinary, that wouldn't be fitting for someone shrouded in such mystery. He could only hope Zhang Xuan would participate in this mock exam, perhaps revealing some clues. With attendance confirmed, the mock exam was about to commence. Wang Hua personally explained the rules. The exam format would follow the standard unified test model, conducted in instance mode. The instance was provided by the Guangning Beast God Branch Temple. Everything that occurred within the instance was a projection of the rules. In other words, neither injuries nor deaths would affect reality. Participants could choose to enter solo or in teams, with final rankings combining both solo and team scores. Specific ranking criteria would be announced upon entering the instance. As for other prohibitions, there were none. The unified examination standards, reflecting real-world conditions, must demonstrate a beastmaster's comprehensive abilities and character. When encountering monsters, rogue beastmasters, or stepping onto the abyssal battlefield, no rules apply. Therefore, the exam encourages unrestricted action. Wang Hua produced a small flag, the instance's designated marker. Activating it would simultaneously grant entry to all eligible participants within range. The students present grew tense with anticipation. While they had all experienced combat against monsters to varying degrees, competing against other beast masters, especially on a scale of thousands, was an entirely different matter. Yan Jiaojiao scanned the area once more, still unable to spot that figure.
Li Xian, with his buzz cut, asked beside her. Yan Zhaojiao, you've been looking restless. Who are you searching for? Yan Zhaojiao withdrew her gaze and shook her head without answering. Just then, a soft-spoken young man entered the field. Li Xian spotted him and immediately approached, his tone filled with respect.
Cousin. Li Jin nodded and asked, so, how about it? Confident this time?
Li Xian puffed out his chest and declared, absolutely. What you gave me, cousin, is incredibly effective against the golden armor rhino beetle.
I've even awakened a new skill.
We're guaranteed first place this time.
Li Jin nodded. That's good. Too bad my teacher has something urgent come up and can't be here this time.
But he's assigned me to document the entire event. He'll review the footage later. If anyone performs exceptionally well, they might just get a special recruitment spot.
Chapter 37, Dungeon opens.
As he spoke, Li Jin produced a small, square device with a circular lens that gleamed with a metallic sheen. This wasn't an ordinary camera, but a special device with recording capabilities. Once activated, it would automatically record, transmitting footage in real time to another location or storing it locally. Hearing the first part of his statement, Li Xian felt a pang of disappointment. Yet upon catching the latter half, his spirits soared once more. The teacher he mentioned was a senior instructor at Qilin Academy, an 8th-tier Beastmaster who held at least a dozen special recruitment quotas. Within the Beastmaster Academy system, a mentor-apprentice relationship existed. This bond differed from ordinary teacher-student dynamics once established. The apprentice gained substantial resource support from the mentor. This meant priority access to numerous academy dungeons, secret realms, and even choices like pet beast eggs, alien artifacts, and special items. His cousin Li Jin had shared plenty of details about these matters. His mentor had fewer than 5 genuine disciples under his tutelage, yet each possessed immense potential, their futures almost guaranteed to reach the rank of 7th-tier beast tamer. Recently, word spread that this senior instructor intended to recruit one more disciple. With information flowing freely, many were keeping a close eye on this position. Li Jin's status was that of one among nearly 100 registered disciples. He had initially considered competing himself, but upon realizing his own chances were slim, he proactively shared this information with his clan. His intention was for the clan to nominate a promising young member who stood a better chance of securing the position. This task ultimately fell to Li Xian, the son of the family head. His accumulated achievements and performance surpassed even Li Jin's at the same age. Now, with the full backing of the Li family of Guangning, if they could elevate a disciple of a senior instructor at Qilin Academy, the clan would reap immense future benefits, perhaps even ascend to a higher tier. Li Xian, realizing his upcoming performance would likely be observed by such figures, took a deep breath and declared with confidence, cousin, leave it to me. This mock exam, I will crush the other 3 families.
Li Jin nodded.
He knew how much progress Li Xian had made recently and naturally had faith in him.
He only hoped Li Xian's performance would be sufficiently dazzling.
After all, the top spot in Guangning's mock exams was no rare feat. There were plenty of contenders every year.
Only truly outstanding highlights could impress his mentor.
He strode toward the spectators' seats at the edge of the plaza. As he passed by Yan Zhaojiao and the others, he suddenly paused, turned to look at Yan Zhaojiao, and smiled. Little Zhaojiao, has your little boyfriend arrived yet? I'm quite curious, what kind of performance can we expect from the genius among commoner beast tamers? His voice carried clearly, and the remark drew surprised glances from everyone around toward Yan Zhaojiao. Li Gang and Hu Wei, in particular, felt a jolt in their hearts. They both harbored feelings for Yan Zhaojiao. After all, their family backgrounds were comparable, and she was a rare beauty. Li Jin and the others recognized the speaker. His words carried some weight.
Yan Zhaojiao dating a commoner beast tamer? Why?
Yan Zhaojiao hadn't expected the other party to pull such a stunt out of nowhere. She clenched her fists, suppressing the anger welling up inside. She knew that any attempt to explain now would only make things worse. Instead of offering clarification, she said, then you'll just have to wait and see. If your teacher truly wants to secure a special admission spot in Guangning, he's the only one who can do it. Ha! Li Jin shook his head and laughed, saying nothing more before striding away. Giving the teacher's spot to some country bumpkin? Absolutely ridiculous. In his view, Yan Zhaojiao was a love-struck fool, completely ensnared by romance. Her fierce defense now would only leave her little boyfriend in an awkward position later. Hu Wei and Li Gang exchanged bewildered glances. Though unaware of the full story, Yan Zhaojiao implied someone's ranking surpassed all 4 of them? How could that be possible? By now, Manhwa had already set up the dungeon flags and was ready to officially begin. After delivering the final precautions and reconfirming with Su Yuan, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly when the student named Zhang Xuan still hadn't arrived. Elderly had even come to investigate the truth, yet the other party still hadn't shown up. But if the speculation held true that the Dragon Clan appearing in the dark forest that day was connected to this young man, he was likely busy leveling up now, too lazy to return for the mock exam. As the exam administrator, he couldn't delay proceedings without cause. He would have to wait until the unified exam to see how things unfolded. Just as Wang Hua prepared to raise the instance banner, a flash of yellow streaked across the plaza's edge.
Before anyone could react, a student rode a massive earth-colored wolf into the arena. Holy crap, that was fast. What kind of beast pet is that, dude? That big mutt looks pretty cool, but why does it kinda resemble a wolf? Oh whoa! Big Yellow blared at the boy who spoke, letting out several growls that sent the boy scurrying back into the crowd. You think Grandpa's a mutt? Grandpa's a wolf. At that moment, an elderly man dressed plainly at the back of the crowd narrowed his eyes. This wolf was no ordinary creature. If it's only level 11 permission. The old man grew even more eager. Wang Hua's eyes lit up as he realized something. Just then, Su Yuan hurried over. Zhang Xuan, why did you take so long? A big shot came looking for you earlier. Zhang Xuan recognized his homeroom teacher. Ha? Important person? Looking for me? Cough. Wang Hua stepped in, interrupting just in time. Classmates, you're here for the mock exam too, right? Get back to your stations. We're about to begin. Okay. Zhang Xuan breathed a sigh of relief. If it weren't for Big Yellow, he really would have been late. Zhang Xuan glanced around and spotted Yan Zhaojiao, giving her a slight nod. Your beast pet net is really useful. Yan Zhaojiao smiled, waved, and gave him a thumbs-up gesture. The others nearby finally caught on. So this was the person with close ties to Yan Zhaojiao? He seemed, well, handsome, but otherwise unremarkable. But Li Gang, Hu Wei, Li Shen, and the others naturally saw things differently. Their eyes flickered as they looked at the giant wolf seated beside Zhang Xuan. To have a beast companion capable of serving as a mount at this stage and possessing such speed was indeed no small feat. Yet the thought merely flitted through their minds, not lingering for long. Long-held experiences and observations had ingrained a certain mindset, causing them to not truly value a beast tamer of humble origins. Alright, everyone, get ready. The mock exam is officially beginning. Wang Hua announced in a clear voice before raising the instance flag. Dungeon, Glacial Valley Medium activated. Confirm participants. The same message appeared in the minds of all present students. Chapter 38, Wolfpack Pursuit. Current participants, 1071. Simulation exam rules. Within the Glacial Valley instance, ensure survival, evade the frost storm, reach the central zone, and rankings will be determined by final survivors. To ensure fairness, teams entering together will be spawned in separate zones by the instance rules. This was the traditional format of the Xia Nation Unified Exam, a battle royale. Participants must not only confront monsters within the instance world but also contend with other examinees. Reaching the central zone requires not only formidable strength but also the wisdom to conserve energy and strategize routes. This instance was specially modified by the Guangning Beast God Branch Temple. Monster strength was deliberately weakened otherwise. At standard medium difficulty instance levels, over 90% of students would likely be eliminated upon entry. During the unified exam, the dungeon operates on a provincial scale, utilizing a large-scale artificial instance capable of accommodating up to 100,000 participants. The exam period spans several days. Teleportation initiated. Across the plaza, over 1,000 beams of light flared simultaneously. Instantly, all present vanished from their spots, formally entering the instance. Having experienced 2 Grey Realm teleports, Zhang Xuan was now thoroughly accustomed to the process. His feet touched solid ground, and a faint chill crept up his skin. True to the instance's name, the surroundings were blanketed in pristine snow, towering glaciers stretching as far as the eye could see. In the Battle Royale mode, once the exam began, elimination zones would appear at the dungeon's edges. These zones would steadily contract inward over time. Anyone lingering within an elimination zone for too long would be instantly teleported out of the dungeon, forfeiting their eligibility. Thus, attempting to secure a high ranking solely by evading danger was unrealistic. The elimination zone in Glacial Valley was the Frost Storm. Since everyone had just arrived in the instance, the Frost Storm would naturally take a while to appear. Many students chose to observe the situation from the edges first, slowly pushing inward. Zhang Xuan couldn't be bothered with such tediousness. He simply identified the direction of the central area and charged inward atop his giant wolf. Meanwhile, the thousands of students who had descended upon Glacial Valley began surveying their surroundings, cautiously feeling their way forward. Before entering, they had all learned the first rule of the Battle Royale: avoid becoming the mantis and the mantis catches the cicada, but the sparrow catches the mantis scenario, but the sparrow might very well be right behind you. Students who entered the instance as a team could now see their teammates' coordinates. Their priority was to push deeper into the area before regrouping. This process carried significant risks, but once united, the advantages of teamwork were undeniably immense. Outside in the plaza, the projection stones had already split the display into 6 separate screens. Projection stones of different grades could simultaneously display varying numbers of scenes. Among the stones the branch halls could provide, those supporting 6 simultaneous scenes represented the highest specification available. This was at the request of elderly, otherwise, such resources wouldn't have been expended in previous years, with the camera typically locked onto the disciples of the 4 major families. This time, however, beyond the fixed perspectives of Li Xian, Yan Zhaojiao, and the other 4, 2 additional free roaming viewpoints were randomly switching between subjects.
Due to Zhang Xuan's excessively high permission level, this investigation was solely Elder Li's personal initiative and naturally couldn't be too conspicuous. But as long as he survived the instance, his figure would inevitably appear in one of those two free-roaming camera angles. Woo! Big Yellow galloped wildly across the vast snowy plains, carrying Zhang Xuan. Despite the deep snow, the speed of the Mad Hunter Scout allowed it to race forward at incredible speed. Suddenly, wolf howls echoed nearby, followed by several snow-white figures charging toward them. They hung back initially but soon formed a small pack. Zhang Xuan glanced back to see that it was the monsters from the instance. His loud movements had attracted them. In the dungeon, he was the only one daring to be so conspicuous. Snow Wolf LV20. Attributes: HP 3500. Physical attack 280, magic attack 200. Physical defense 105, magic defense 77. Skills: Pounce Bite. This. Zhang Xuan stared at the massive wolf with its snow-white fur, momentarily speechless. These stats are ridiculously low. But he quickly realized it wasn't that the monster's stats were low, it was that his own starting point was too high and his progress too rapid. He could no longer view these ordinary monsters of the current stage as equals. For most new beastmasters entering this area, a level 20 common monster was an insurmountable mountain, something they'd definitely avoid at all costs. Facing this snow wolf, Zhang Xuan couldn't be bothered to stop and fight it. First, it wouldn't drop anything worthwhile. Second, having his beast pet handle it would be a waste of effort. The massive level gap meant minimal experience gain. He continued galloping on Big Yellow. However, the snow wolves were no slouches either. Their speed was impressive, and their natural adaptation to snowy terrain allowed them to maintain a steady pursuit, trailing behind at a distance. As the commotion grew louder, more and more snow wolves were drawn to the fray, joining the pack in pursuit. In an instant, a pack of dozens of snow wolves formed on the snowy ground, relentlessly pursuing Zhang Xuan. Their numbers were visibly swelling, soon approaching 100. Woohoo! Zhang Xuan grew excited at the spectacle. Entering this dungeon was purely for fun. He'd embrace whatever joy came his way. Slowly grinding along the map's edge? Dodging monsters? Playing cat and mouse? No way. I am the ultimate boss of this dungeon, unshakable. As Zhang Xuan led his pack of wolves steadily toward the center, others soon noticed this absurd and bizarre spectacle. A boy cautiously navigated a grove of dead trees in the snow, accompanied by a pet beast resembling a giant turtle. His beast pet, the land tortoise, is a silver-tier beast pet with strong defensive capabilities. However, it moves slowly and has relatively weak offensive abilities. If it encounters monsters and gets picked off by other beast tamers, it could be quite troublesome. So he planned to slowly make his way to the central area, relying on the land tortoise's defensive attributes to coast through and secure a decent ranking later on. Suddenly, a series of rhythmic, muffled sounds echoed in his ears, accompanied by synchronized tremors rippling across the ground. He froze, then grew alert. What's going on? Could it be that a major monster or even a boss has appeared in the dungeon? Gripping his turtle, he quickly ducked into a bush and peered out through the gaps in the leaves. Soon, he witnessed a scene that sent shivers down his spine. Not far away, a massive pack of wolves charged forward, kicking up snowdrifts several meters high. Each wolf's eyes glowed red, radiating fury. Could they be coming for me? The boy's face drained of color as he realized the wolves seemed to be heading straight for him. What the hell am I supposed to do now? Chapter 39, The Four Families' Reactions. His legs trembled uncontrollably. He couldn't move forward, yet staying put was equally impossible. His mind raced, desperately trying to recall what he might have done along the way, but no matter how hard he thought, he couldn't figure it out. What kind of goddamn luck is this, getting targeted by so many monsters? Just as he thought he was done for, a powerful gust swept past. Boom! The boy felt a stinging pain on his face and looked over in shock. It seemed a yellow whirlwind had just charged past. The whirlwind halted, revealing a massive, earth-colored wolf. Perched atop it, a figure turned back with an arrogant smirk, flipping the snow wolves the middle finger. Hurry up, you're making us impatient. Before the boy could process the scene, a howling rush approached. He quickly buried his head in the bushes, watching helplessly as the snow wolf pack charged past less than 3 meters in front of him. The arrogant figure slapped his mount's flank and continued racing into the distance. Only after a long while did he lift his head, clutching his chest. Damn, that was intense. Treating the dungeon like an amusement park, treating a horde of monsters like dogs to be toyed with. Just who was this formidable figure? And for now, he was the sole witness to it all. On the plaza, the eyes of everyone present, recruitment teachers from Nanjiang's major Beastmaster academies, representatives from the 4 great families, and teachers from various middle schools were fixed on the 4 young heirs of the Beastmaster clans. Hovering above Li Gang's head, a fierce bird with purple feathers, eyes like lightning, and a blade-like form stared down at its prey below. With a single open beak strike, a bolt of lightning shot forth, striking the snow wolf below. Crackle! After the electric shock, the snow wolf collapsed, its flesh charred black, releasing a distinct scent of roasted meat. Li Gang stood with his hands in his pockets, a look of disdain on his face. Several people in the square nodded approvingly. Impressive, indeed. The purple lightning falcon, considered a top-tier golden grade beast pet, had evidently reached level 50, entered its growth stage, and awakened its third skill. One skill instantly killed the snow wolf. The violet lightning falcon's damage output was truly formidable. Its flight speed was also exceptionally fast. Aside from its average mana reserves, its combat capabilities were strong, especially its burst damage potential. Teachers from Nanjiang Academy and Ming Academy, seated in the center of the spectator stands, gave slight nods of approval. While this performance wasn't breathtaking to them, it was certainly competent, worthy of continued attention. On a steep slope, 3 snow wolves roared at a youth before them. Hu Wei snapped his fingers, and a rather obese, lazily-looking bear appeared. "Roll, fatty." The little bear looked thoroughly reluctant, but then wrapped its paws around its own legs, curled into a ball of fluff, and rolled down the slope. Thud thud thud. As the ball of flesh rolled down, it made a noise like a boulder moving. Clearly, it wasn't light. A snow wolf let out a fierce howl and charged straight at it. Yet in the next instant, it was sent flying, hurled high into the air before crashing heavily to the ground. The secondary impact killed it instantly. The other 2 wolves finally realized they were dealing with a formidable foe. They scattered to avoid the danger, emitting threatening growls. Yet the fat bear could still sense their positions, rolling swiftly toward them. Before long, all 3 wolves were knocked flying, transforming into experience points. Hu Wei gave a casual smile and continued onward. In the valley, Yan Jiajiao's luck seemed to have run out. A thick, long, ice-blue python blocked her path. This ice python had reached level 40, far surpassing the snow wolves in strength. Not a flicker of emotion crossed Yan Jiajiao's delicate, fair face. With a clap of her hands, 2 graceful butterflies fluttered forth, one green, one blue. The green one was the forest butterfly she had previously commanded, while the blue butterfly belonged to the same species, possessing the ability to coordinate attacks. Their skills encompass damage, control, and healing effects, making them exceptionally versatile. The Yen family had paid a hefty price to secure them for Yan Jiaojia. When working together, they were no less formidable than a diamond-tier beast companion of the same rank. The forest butterfly released a burst of grass-green light that blossomed before the ice python, instantly filling the air with the scent of fresh grass. The icy serpent, which had been charging forward with fierce intent, suddenly froze in place at a distance, its serpentine eyes clouded with confusion. This was the forest butterfly's skill releasing an illusion toxin. While the damage inflicted upon the target was minimal, it induced hallucinations. Seizing the moment, blue butterfly fluttered closer, scattering countless deep blue, star-like sparks. The points were absorbed by the ice python's skin. Suddenly, it became agitated and violently slammed itself against the nearby stone wall. Once, twice, price flesh split open, blood spilling freely. Simultaneously, its health bar steadily diminished. This was a potent combo skill, releasing dual illusory toxins that, when stacked, caused the target to fall into a state of self-harm if hit. Yan Zhao watched it all with her gentle, beautiful eyes, calm and composed, until the ice serpent was completely dead. On another ice peak, Li Xian stood with hands on hips, surveying the vast terrain below. The unobstructed view allowed him to select the optimal route forward. Though he had absolute confidence in his abilities, the timing of entering the central area had to be just right. Entering too early would draw the full firepower of the monsters in the area. Entering too late risked being caught between those already inside and those rushing in from behind, facing attacks from all sides. He didn't just want to come in first, he wanted to do it effortlessly, with ease, and unscathed. Perhaps that would impress the mentor from Qilin Academy. Suddenly, a commotion erupted behind him. Heavy breathing and the crunch of footsteps on snow echoed through the air. Hungry. A massive, powerful bear glared with savage, bloodthirsty eyes, seemingly contemplating where to sink its teeth first. Li Xian turned, a smirk curling his lips. A level 50 elite template icefield bear? Indeed an interesting opponent. Facing one of the most terrifying monsters in the current dungeon, Li Xian felt no tension whatsoever, only a surge of excitement. A battle like this was bound to draw the most attention from the spectator seats. A flash of golden light appeared before Li Xian, revealing a giant beetle. Giant was no exaggeration, this beetle was nearly the size of a calf. Though still dwarfed by the ice bear, its golden, iron-like armor provided a striking visual impact. The ice bear roared furiously, charging at the beetle. Its massive paw swung high before crashing down. A bitterly cold gale swept beneath its massive paw as it descended, a force capable of shattering even stone. Clang! A sharp, resonant clang echoed as the carapace remained utterly unmoved. The bear's massive paws even buckled under the violent recoil. Chapter 40, Monster Luring Madman. The polar bear was stunned. What the hell was this thing? It was making its paws hurt. But the golden beetle's attack was already upon it. The crescent-bladed mandibles at its head gleamed coldly as they sliced through the polar bear's belly with a sharp swish. Then, the bear's thick fur and fat were sliced open like soft mud, blood gushing forth. Arg! The ice bear roared in pain. This severe wound ignited its ferocity. Instantly unleashing its skill, its already massive frame swelled further. Rising to its feet, it stood a full 2 meters tall. Its massive paws seized the beetle, smashing it viciously against the ground. The snow-capped mountain was covered in a thick layer of ice. Each forceful swing and slam carved out ice craters, but the golden beetle merely curled its limbs inward. No matter how hard it was struck, it suffered no significant damage. Li Xian shook his head, a dismissive smirk crossing his lips. The golden armored rhinoceros beetle was his greatest confidence in this special recruitment push for the Qilin Academy. It wasn't about to be dealt with so easily. Golden armor, no more wasting time. Take care of this clumsy bear. As if responding to a command, the golden armored rhinoceros beetle suddenly trembled, breaking free from the ice bear's grasp. Then, extending a pair of sharp insect wings, it hovered in midair. The ice bear's killing intent remained undiminished. Roaring furiously, it charged forward, then leaped high into the air, aiming to smash the insect down. Whoosh! Several golden streaks shot out from the golden armor rhinoceros insect, swiftly grazing the polar bear's body one after another. The bear let out a sudden, agonized scream, plummeting lifelessly from the air before blood sprayed across the ground. Deep gashes, as if sliced by blades, marred its entire body. This single skill dealt critical damage, nearly evaporating the ice bear's health bar in an instant. The golden armored rhinoceros beetle then flapped its wings, soaring past the bear. Its blade-like wings sliced through the bear's neck. The last shred of life was drained away. The ice bear's eyes lost their light as it collapsed to the ground. So powerful, truly formidable, no wonder he's a beastmaster from a prestigious family. Scattered students had already been teleported out onto the plaza. Watching the projection screen, they were stunned and disheartened. They were the first wave of unlucky ones eliminated, either encountering monsters immediately upon entering and being sent back after failing to defeat them, or being killed by other beastmasters. Now, witnessing such terrifying monsters being dispatched so effortlessly by the aristocratic heir, how could they not feel utterly crushed? Those in the spectator seats, however, noticed far more intricate details. That young lady from the Yen family, her two golden butterfly tribe beast pets complement each other perfectly. Their coordination is excellent, they won without bloodshed. Our Nanjiang Academy can offer her a special admission spot. The admissions officer from Nanjiang Beastmaster Academy nodded approvingly. A performance like this, if she were to take the unified entrance exam, would likely give her a shot at reaching the threshold of Qilin Academy. Naturally, Nanjiang Academy would want to secure such a promising talent early. One special admission slot is well worth the investment. As for Hu Wei and Li Gang, their performance was decent, but considering their backgrounds as offspring of beastmaster families, it wasn't particularly remarkable. We could wait until after this mock exam to offer them spots. After all, they had to rank candidates based on their performance. Even without special admission slots this time, given their abilities, they should have no trouble entering the two top institutions in Nanjiang province during the unified entrance exam. This young man from the Li family, his beetle seems to be. The teacher from Nanjiang Beastmaster Academy hesitated for a moment before quickly retrieving the corresponding target from his memory. Indeed, it was a diamond-grade golden armored rhinoceros beetle. The audience erupted in astonishment, especially the representatives from the three other major families besides the Li family. They stared at Li Jin with expressions that screamed, "He's been hiding his true strength this deeply?" Facing their curious inquiries, Li Jin merely smiled without comment, swiftly recording Li Xian's image with his video device. Why, when so many students were desperate to become the teacher's direct disciples, did he still recommend Li Xian to try? It was all because of this golden armor rhino insect. It wasn't unheard of for beast tamers from beast taming families to contract diamond grade pets before the unified exams. However, higher grade pets weren't necessarily better. The more powerful the beast, the greater the demands it placed on its master, making loyalty difficult to control. If a Tier 1 or Tier 2 beastmaster contracted a diamond grade beast, there was a high probability they would be devoured by it due to inability to control it. Thus, the gold tier represents the optimal choice for a beastmaster's starting phase, balancing formidable strength with reliable stability. This time, the Li family also benefited from a stroke of luck and made significant sacrifices to enable Li Xian to control this beast pet. As for the specific methods used to ensure its stability, naturally, those details are not for outsiders to discuss. Witnessing the brutal slaughter of the ice bear, a teacher from Nanjiang Academy immediately raised their hand. Our academy grants Li Xian a special admission spot. The others exchanged glances, saying nothing, though their eyes betrayed a hint of skepticism. Truthfully, he knew himself that a beast pet like this was undoubtedly destined for Qilin Academy. Moreover, it held the potential to secure a very high ranking, thereby gaining more resource allocation after enrollment. With such prowess, choosing to stay at a Nanjiang institution would be downright foolish. But what if? Still had to give it a shot. A teacher from Nanjiang Academy suddenly noticed the person beside him remained silent. Curious, he asked, "Old Jiang, what's up? Is Ming Academy so stingy with spots this year that you're sitting here without a word?" The man addressed as Old Jiang was the admissions officer sent by Ming Academy, ranked alongside Nanjiang as the province's top institution. Yet his gaze wasn't fixed on Yan Zhaozhou and Li Xian, instead, it was drawn elsewhere. The Nanjiang representative followed his gaze, and upon recognizing the figure, his eyes widened in shock. Holy? Meanwhile, at least 400 to 500 students had already been eliminated from the square. In a battle royale-style dungeon, nearly half the participants being knocked out in the first round was perfectly normal. These weren't beast tamers capable of competing for rankings, they were merely going through the motions, unwilling to accept their fate. But since they were already here, they naturally wanted to join the excitement and see the outcome before leaving. At that moment, one section of the projection divided into 6 zones captured nearly everyone's attention. Just like with that Ming Academy teacher, the square erupted in wave after wave of profanity. Holy, what the hell is going on? This guy is insane. I've never seen anyone pull mobs like this before. Wait, I got wiped by a snow wolf right at the spawn point after just a few hits. How many did he pull? Must be over 100, right? Chapter 41, Chief Treatment. The wild, unrestrained figure of the youth on screen, coupled with his utterly reckless actions, instantly captured the attention of everyone present. Even Li Xian, who had just shown such formidable strength, seemed ordinary by comparison. The students especially all shared the same thought. This guy is seriously cool. Who wouldn't want to perform such a breathtaking scene under the spotlight? Upon realizing he wasn't from one of Guangning's 4 prominent families, the students grew even more intrigued, silently rooting for him. Though they couldn't quite grasp why he was provoking the monsters like this, the fact that he could pull it off was proof enough of his extraordinary nature. Buddy, hang in there. In that moment, a seed of solidarity and understanding among commoner beast tamers silently took root in everyone's hearts and began to blossom. Even if he didn't end up ranking high, having such a figure represent them, one who dared to live freely and unrestrained, was enough. In the spectator stands, Li Jin narrowed his eyes slightly. His gaze drifted toward the mount beneath Zhang Xuan, unable to resist lingering on it. Reason told him this beast companion was undoubtedly of an extraordinary grade. But soon, a cold, disdainful sneer returned to his face. So what if he'd lucked into a high-grade beast companion? Such cases weren't unheard of in the past, and none had ever managed to seize their opportunity. A mud-legged peasant who got lucky and didn't know how to cherish it, actually using it to show off during the exam. Ridiculous. Li Jin's words dripped with contempt, yet his recording device shifted aside at the perfect moment. It captured only Li Xian and the others, leaving Zhang Xian's image out of the frame. The Ming Academy's recruitment instructor fixed his gaze on Zhang Xuan and suddenly declared, "This student Ming Academy grants him a special admission spot. Moreover, for his first year of enrollment, his benefits shall be disbursed according to the standards of the top-ranked student." Ha! The teacher from Nanjiang Academy beside him looked stunned. Old Jiang, did you lose your mind? Both Yan Zhaojiu and Li Xian performed well just now. You were thinking of offering them favorable terms to compete for them, yet you didn't say a word. Now you're not only giving him special admission, but also top-tier treatment? Won't your dean come down hard on you when he finds out? Special admission and top-tier treatment are 2 entirely different concepts. Special admission students don't automatically hold higher status than regular exam students. Their treatment after enrollment is still determined by subsequent tests and performance. Only those whose performance surpasses all others become chiefs. Every academy pours its resources into its chief. They get first priority access to all secret realms and dungeons, and the same goes for alien artifacts, useful items, gear, runes, and more. Essentially, securing chief status upon admission means that as long as one doesn't slack off and continues to fulfill their potential, they'll maintain a lead, even widening the gap for the rest of their time here. Thus, while academies like Nanjiang and Ming may fall short of Qilin Academy in overall strength and student caliber, offering a special admission status versus chief treatment is an entirely different matter. Entering Qilin Academy as an ordinary student truly pales in comparison to being the top student at other academies. After all, the disparity in resource allocation is simply too vast. Precisely for this reason, no academy would lightly promise chief treatment. There is only one top student per grade. Even someone with Li Xian's recent performance could only be considered for the top position. And that list of candidates includes at least dozens of names. Hearing old Zhang suddenly make such a statement now, the teachers of Nanjiang Academy were utterly astonished. Old Zhang's lips twitched slightly as he declared, "Our academy values students who possess both talent and individuality." Ha! The other party looked utterly bewildered. While he acknowledged the students' talent, unlike the new beastmasters below who were just watching the spectacle, as an academy instructor and a 6th-tier beastmaster himself, he immediately noticed that this student's mount was no ordinary creature. But this kind of behavior? He disapproved of it wholeheartedly. While the exam encouraged all means to compete for rankings, this young man seemed to be playing around. What if he crashed and burned? Such an attitude was unacceptable. A monster horde of this scale would make even the offspring of beastmaster families flee far away. Meanwhile, the Ming Academy instructor known as Old Jiang was secretly sweating bullets. If the dean finds out, he'll deal with me? The dean is right here in front of me. If I don't say something, he'll definitely come after me. His gaze darted furtively toward an unassuming-looking elder beside him, then quickly withdrew. He couldn't fathom why Dean Li, whose standing at Ming Academy was nearly equal to the president's, had suddenly come to this city. It turned out that Elder Li, besides being the deputy head of the Beast God Temple of Nanjiang, also held the honorary position of dean at Ming Academy.
Though the role was largely ceremonial, he didn't teach. His standing was undeniably high.
Upon seeing the delegation from Ming Academy, he approached them immediately, insisting that Zhang Xuan be given the highest honors today. Although elderly believed that once the other party revealed their true strength, even Qilin Academy would have to yield the top seat, leaving no chance for Ming Academy. But what if? Retaining such a mysterious prodigy in Nanjiang might precisely be the directive Lord Ming intended to convey. The level 11 authorization he witnessed that day immediately made him, who knew many secrets of the Beast God Temple, think of the Beast God. Only the Beast God could grant another such extraordinary, highest-level permission. Yet, Xia Nation had more than one Beast God. His first thought, however, was solely of the one in Nanjiang. On the screen, Zhang Xian's every move now captured everyone's attention. He remained oblivious and unconcerned, purely reveling in the spectacle. As the vast wolf pack pursued their prey, other types of monsters were stirred from their slumber. Yet these creatures were not allies of the snow wolves. Instead, they clashed violently. Yet beneath the dense wolf pack, these lone monsters were instantly torn to shreds, plunging the scene into even greater chaos. Ha! Come on, come on! Zhang Xuan even had Big Yellow halt periodically, leisurely waiting for the snow wolves to close in before launching himself forward again, reveling in the chase. De Huang needed no effort to lure the snow wolves, leaving him with boundless stamina. His relentless pursuit carried him all the way to the heart of the Ice River Valley. True to the dungeon's name, this place was nestled within a valley. However, it wasn't just one mountain. Peaks from different directions formed a ring, ultimately creating a circular, pocket-like valley here. At this moment, Zhang Xuan was clearly the first to arrive here. Chapter 42, The Scene on the Summit. He circled the valley's perimeter first, observing the relentless wolf pack pursuing him. Instead of entering the valley, he chose the tallest peak and sprinted up its ridge. Upon reaching the summit, he arrived at a relatively open plateau. Zhang Xuan surveyed the surroundings. The vantage point offered excellent visibility, allowing him to see nearly everything happening within the instance. The frost storm had already begun moving from the dungeon's perimeter, steadily contracting the space. Within the storm's boundary, numerous students could be seen racing desperately to reach safety. These were those employing a slow push strategy along the edges. Others, either in groups or highly confident in their abilities, had already approached the Ice River Valley, preparing to secure advantageous terrain before the final chaotic battle erupted. For those with pets possessing ranged attacks, standing atop this mountain offered a significant advantage. From this elevated position, they could rain down damage on enemies below. But summoning Black King and Ah Bing would be downright overpowered. Zhang Xuan recalled the monsters encountered along the way and assessed the strongest players among this group of students besides himself. Better not. Summoning the Black King would just be too boring. Even without summoning any pets, just standing there letting others attack him, he doubted anyone in the entire instance could break through his defenses. Oh whoa! Just then, the pack of snow wolves reached the mountain's base. Spotting Zhang Xian's location, they charged up the slope as well. You guys are really persistent. Zhang Xian chuckled, shaking his head. At the same time, a figure arrived outside the Ice River Valley. Soaring above him was a bird with purple plumage and faint flashes of lightning flickering across its body, none other than the purple lightning falcon and Li Gang. Li Gang surveyed the sizable valley with a smug grin. Not bad. Seems I'm the first to arrive here. Hu Wei and Li Xian didn't dare take the lead. Then I'll seize this advantage. After descending into the instance, he made no stops, heading straight for the center. His choice of route was deliberate. Because his beast companions, including the violet lightning falcon, were all creatures with strong ranged offensive capabilities. The four Beastmaster families of Guangning were well acquainted with the dungeons the Beast God's branch temple used for simulated exams. Li Gang and his companions had done their homework beforehand, including devising different strategies for encountering various dungeons. Upon recognizing the Ice River Valley, Li Gang immediately decided to accelerate at the start, aiming to reach the central high ground first. First, this would avoid being chased by the frost storm, minimizing variables. Second, leveraging the advantageous terrain would maximize the strengths of his beast pets. This time, only Li Xian posed a significant threat to me. I must secure second place and aim for first. Li Gang tucked his hands into his pockets, confident of victory. He then scanned the foothills, searching for a less steep path up the mountain. Where did all these footprints come from? He was startled to discover a large cluster of footprints on the ground, their direction strikingly clear, all leading upward toward the mountain. Snow wolf tracks? But the sheer number was absurd, at least several dozen. As a member of the Beastmaster clan, Li Gang wasn't ignorant. He instantly deduced the monster type and approximate numbers from the tracks. But so many monsters suddenly gathering and rushing toward the center of the dungeon? That didn't make sense. Unless someone had lured them up? Li Gang frowned, rapidly analyzing the situation. Hu Wei? Not likely. Yan Jiajiao? No way. Li Xian? Impossible. Dealing with 2 or 3 snow wolves alone would be a piece of cake for the 4 of them. But a pack this large was no joke. Without a wide area AoE skill to wipe them out immediately, they could easily get surrounded, making escape nearly impossible. He had a basic understanding of the main combat pets the other three used, and clearly none of them possessed the capability to handle a pack of snow wolves this size. Besides, given their usual style, it made no sense they'd drawn the hatred of so many snow wolves. In the mock exam, it wasn't about killing the most monsters to secure a higher final ranking. Besides, with the other players' pets, there was no need to rush straight into the central area. After all, only his beast pet excelled at long-range defensive combat.
That must have been some reckless fool in the instance. Li Gang shrugged.
Some civilian beastmasters didn't know their own strength, so it wasn't surprising they'd do something this foolish. By now, they'd probably already been kicked out of the dungeon by the snow wolves. Too bad, though his initial thrill of being the first to reach the summit had been somewhat dampened. Li Gang tucked his hands into his pockets and began climbing the mountain, keeping a watchful eye on the surroundings.
Those snow wolves might still be lingering on the slopes. Back at the plaza, two elders of the Li family sat anxiously in the spectator seats. They could see the situation on the summit. That arrogant brat was still riding that giant wolf, circling around with a pack of snow wolves. With the limited space at the summit, the situation appeared increasingly perilous. This kid had nothing to do with them, but if Li Gang went up there, he might get dragged into trouble, and that would be a real disaster. Li Gang remained oblivious to all this. As he drew closer to the summit, however, a faint, growing clamor suddenly reached his ears. Then, the purple electric falcon above him let out a cry, seemingly having detected something. Li Gang slowly discerned the source of the clamor. It was the rising and falling, wave-like howls of wolves. His heart raced with shock and suspicion. What was going on? Could the one who lured the beast still be at the summit? Curiosity got the better of him, and he continued climbing until he reached the summit. What greeted Li Gang there left him frozen in place. On the flat summit, at least 100 snow wolves raged like mad beasts, snarling and chasing their prey. Their target was a massive, earth-colored wolf and the youth seated upon its back. Despite the limited space, the giant wolf moved with phantom-like speed, jerking to a halt, shifting direction, and accelerating abruptly. Each time the snow wolves nearly closed in, it burst free from the encirclement at the last possible moment. And the youth atop its back laughed wildly, unrestrained, from start to finish. "This is awesome," Li Gang muttered, his mouth hanging open in awe. He could picture himself executing strategies in dungeons, dominating the battlefield, trampling the other three players to claim first place, and ultimately gaining admission to Qilin Academy after the unified exams. But this scene utterly defied his expectations. It turned out there were fellow beast tamers his age who could be so carefree and unrestrained in an exam dungeon where everyone else was cautious and competitive. He could sense an emotion emanating from the other, yes, an emotion called joy. Li Gang suddenly froze. So becoming a beastmaster wasn't just about training, growing stronger, responsibility, and power. It could also be joyful? Envy welled up within him. But just then, the roaring torrent of wolves changed course. Chapter 43, Unexpected Elimination. The wolves now howled toward Li Gang's position. To be precise, it was because Zhang Xuan, riding Big Yellow, executed another sharp turn, breaking free from the encirclement and charging toward the other side of the mountain peak, exactly where Li Gang stood. Holy! Li Gang finally realized something was wrong just as that yellow phantom streaked toward him. Immediately after, he heard a shout, "Get out of the way!" Zhang Xuan hadn't noticed when someone had appeared at the cliff's edge. He didn't view the other students as competitors, so he kindly offered the warning. The sheer number of wolves on the mountaintop had turned the once level terrain into a chaotic crush. By the time Zhang Xuan swept past Li Gang like a whirlwind and narrowly navigated the rugged, narrow bend, the wolf pack was already upon Li Gang. Seeing the wolves' ferocious expressions, their eyes red with rage from being toyed with for a full half hour, Li Gang panicked and scrambled to dodge aside. But with nowhere to land, his evasive move caused him to step on an uneven surface. His feet slipped, sending him tumbling toward the hollow at the mountain's peak. Below lay the bottom of the Ice River Valley, a drop of several hundred meters. Li Gang instinctively flailed his limbs, desperate to grasp the surrounding cliff face. But he lacked flight abilities, and as a mere Tier 1 beast master, the attribute boosts from his beast pet were insufficient. His physical prowess was scarcely stronger than that of an ordinary person. His footing gave way, sending him tumbling downward like a piercing scream echoed through the valley as he fell, accompanied by over a dozen snow wolves who had similarly failed to break in time. 5 seconds later. Thud! Thud! Several dull thuds echoed before the valley floor fell silent once more. Zhang Xuan turned around and realized the other person had fallen. Whoops, no hard feelings, this wasn't my attempt to harm you. On the square, hundreds of students who had witnessed the entire scene erupted into thunderous laughter. Holy crap, what a blunder! The Li family guy barely made it to the peak before losing his footing and tumbling to his death, scared off by the wolves. Talk about unlucky. I was kinda bummed about getting sent off right after entering, but seeing that the Beastmaster family didn't make the official rankings either? Feels a lot better now. One more. This mock exam's battle royale scenario only recorded the top 100. Those eliminated before that naturally received no ranking. Just now, Li Gang slipped, tumbled to the valley floor, and instantly lost all his health.
He became the first of Guangning's 4 Beastmaster family scions to be eliminated, and at such an early stage.
It truly caught everyone off guard. In the spectator stands, many couldn't help but chuckle.
Such a comical mishap was indeed a rare sight.
In past years' Guangning mock exams, the rankings of the 4 families' descendants were always kept secret until the final showdown. In other words, the mock exam was supposed to be their stage. Who would have thought someone would exit this year in such a manner?
Soon, Li Gang's figure appeared at the edge of the square, his face a picture of utter despair.
He had calculated every possible outcome, yet never imagined he'd become the unwitting victim of such a scheme.
2 elders from the Li family in the audience, feeling the mocking stares around them, could no longer sit still.
With faces red with embarrassment, they walked down to Li Gang's side, exasperated. "Oh, you! At least this isn't the unified exam. Let's just hope he performs well then and doesn't disgrace the Li family any further."
Inside the instance, the frost storm relentlessly advanced. Initially, its movement was slow, but it gradually accelerated over time. The biting wind howled, closing in with each passing moment. Some students had hoped to cling to the edge and survive, only to quickly realize their speed was slower than the storm itself. Those too close were swiftly overtaken, buried in the swirling blizzard, and eliminated. The survivors fled at full speed, no longer caring if they collided with others. Precisely because of this, encounters and collisions between beast masters became increasingly frequent, accelerating the elimination rate. Often, the moment they met, their beasts unleashed skills, clashing fiercely. The victor, lingering too long in the same spot, was swept away by the storm. At the peak of the Ice River Valley, Zhang Xuan finally halted.
"I've chased you guys around long enough. I'm done playing. No more." But the Snow Wolf pack clearly wouldn't let it go. They knew only that they'd been toyed with time and again by the human before them. Even now, exhausted with tongues hanging out and panting heavily, they refused to abandon the hunt. Zhang Xuan clapped his hands. "Come out, little tree." Whoosh! The mountaintop began to tremble slightly. Instantly, a towering giant tree burst forth from the rocky ground, growing to over 10 meters in height in an instant. Its branches and leaves were lush and dense, with tendrils swaying in the cold wind. The trunk had a dark, dull color, and a faint green mist floated above it, giving off an eerie and foreboding aura. Thick branches extended outward ceaselessly, soon enveloping nearly the entire mountaintop. The wolf pack halted, howling mournfully as they watched the dancing vines around them, appearing fearful and unsettled. Zhang Xuan, however, looked completely relaxed. He pulled a folding chair and a previously used barbecue grill from his backpack. Too bad, too bad. In the rush to return, he hadn't packed many of the things he needed to relax. Shaking his head, Zhang Xuan pulled out several pieces of giant wolf flesh he'd obtained from Yueling Mountain. He plucked a branch from the poisonous mother tree, skewered the fresh meat, lit a fire, and began grilling. Soon, the aroma of wolf meat filled the air. Not bad, not bad. It still smells just as delicious. Out here in this frozen wasteland, you just have to have a bite of piping hot grilled meat. Big Yellow, next time we absolutely must bring cumin and pepper. Woof! Big Yellow let out 2 joyful howls, snatching the grilled meat Zhang Xuan offered with his mouth. His tail wagged wildly as he devoured it with gusto. After running for so long, though the fatigue of the frenzied hunt scout didn't increase, his appetite had definitely been whetted. The meat tasted incredibly delicious. Chewing on the tender, juicy grilled meat, Zhang Xuan watched the restless snow wolves, too hesitant to launch an attack. He waved his hand. "Little tree, this is yours to practice on." Whoosh! As his words fell, countless vines shot skyward in 100 directions. Soon, muffled thuds echoed as the snow wolves, unable to dodge in time, were pierced by the vines. They were flung into the air and hurled off the mountaintop. In an instant, the area fell silent once more. It must be said, the basic attack efficiency of tree-type beast pets was remarkably high. The endless vines flung out like javelins, instantly eliminating all the minor monsters. The square erupted in commotion. The eliminated students felt only awe, unable to grasp the full significance, while those in the spectator stands abruptly leapt to their feet. Chapter 44, The Final Boss? Whether it was the few from the Beastmaster families or the recruitment teachers from various schools, their pupils suddenly contracted, and they couldn't help but gasp in shock. What? What grade of beast pet is this? Most possessed 5th tier or even 6th tier Beastmaster prowess, making them seasoned observers. Their minds frantically searched for a beast pet of comparable power. But soon, bewilderment spread across most of their eyes. Within their knowledge, they couldn't find a beast pet that matched this. The enormous, eerie tree in the scene clearly wasn't just about overwhelming level superiority. The grade of a beast pet could often be judged by its physical features and offensive characteristics. This colossal tree was undoubtedly of a far higher grade than even Li Xian's golden armor rhinoceros beetle. Could it be? Shock flickered in the eyes of several members from the 4 great families. The highest-tiered beast pets within their clans were typically controlled by the family heads, and most clans maintained a balance of star-tier pets over the years. As high-ranking figures wielding considerable authority within their clans, their horizons were largely confined to this tier. One thing was certain, it surpassed star grade.
Meanwhile, the two representatives from Nanjiang Academy and Ming Academy exchanged horrified glances.
Old Jiang, what rank do you think this is? Old Jiang hesitated.
I'd say it's highly likely.
Overlord tier. The Nanjiang Academy representative murmured to himself, Overlord tier?
Doubt crept across both their faces, the same question forming in their minds.
Could this truly be Overlord tier?
Though they'd never owned one themselves, they'd seen Dominator tier beast pets up close more than once. It seemed to share many similarities with the colossal tree in this scene, yet there were also significant differences. Yet they dared not speculate about higher tiers. For such beings, even the most powerful beast tamers in their respective academies couldn't control them.
Wang Hua tightened his sleeves, exchanging a glance with Elderly. Well, young man, are you finally ready to reveal your extraordinary nature?
Though not of the Dragon Clan, this being was equally awe-inspiring. In the scene, Zhang Xuan lounged lazily on a deck chair as if on vacation, savoring his meat with evident pleasure. Beside him, Big Yellow had devoured 5 or 6 servings and was now sated, lying obediently by his side, licking its own paws.
It truly looked like a docile giant dog. Then, an announcement suddenly rang out. Remaining players in current instance, 100. Ranking system officially activated. Soon, a number appeared in everyone's field of vision, 100. Many breathed a sigh of relief.
Not bad with their abilities. Making it into the top 100 meant ranking within the top 10% of all new beast masters in Guangning province.
This outcome exceeded their expectations.
While this achievement wasn't enough to secure early admission to the ordinary Beastmaster academies within Nanjiang province, the experience gained along the way was invaluable. It would give them greater preparation and confidence for the upcoming unified examinations. After all, gathering strategies through various channels was one thing, but actually participating revealed how much more complex the reality truly was. Within the squad, the short and stocky Zhao Ming, accompanied by a fiery red beast, clenched his fist. Everyone, let's push harder.
We've come this far, we absolutely must fight for a top 5 spot.
The other two members nodded vigorously in unison.
Absolutely. We will make the top 5.
Originally a 5-person squad, they'd been scattered by the dungeon's mechanics upon arrival.
While attempting to regroup, 2 members were eliminated. Now, the 3 remaining had successfully reunited.
Zhao Ming possessed the golden beast pet, the fire breather, and with his own quick thinking, they navigated the journey with few scares. Not only had they taken down several snow wolves and other monsters, but they had also dealt with another team that had tried to ambush them. Now brimming with confidence, they were poised to charge toward their ultimate goal. At this stage, under the space compression of the frost storm, they no longer encountered other beastmasters only occasionally as before. Now, other figures could be seen along the path, but everyone maintained an unspoken understanding, keeping their distance and avoiding unnecessary conflict. Having entered the rankings, every step forward was precious. There was no need to risk elimination through pointless skirmishes. Yet simultaneously, the monsters within the instance were also converging on Glacial Valley. Subject to the same rules, their presence created additional obstacles for the beast masters attempting to advance. Yan Zhaojiao, Hu Wei, and Li Xian quickly spotted each other, but Li Gang remained nowhere to be seen. Li Xian remarked calmly, given that guy's beast pet's abilities, he's definitely taken the lead to higher ground.
Let's head up there too and get a better look.
He pointed toward a nearby peak, as if this dungeon were merely another summit of Manhwa for the 4 of them.
Hu Wei nodded. Alright, let's go. Yan Zhaojiao followed suit, though a thought crossed her mind, was Zhang Xuan also on the summit right now?
At the summit, Zhang Xuan had eaten until his stomach felt full. He pulled out a toothpick to clean his teeth, then walked to the edge of the cliff to look down. Below, the scene was chaotic. A horde of monsters chased relentlessly from behind, while beast tamers scrambled desperately to escape ahead. Soon, some fled into the valley, only to be swiftly devoured by the surging horde.
Suddenly, someone shouted, everyone, up the mountain. Let's deal with the monsters first, then settle the score.
This call seemed to gain unanimous approval, and everyone began racing toward the summit. However, during the ascent, many were overtaken by the monsters and had no choice but to stop and fight.
Many beastmasters, realizing their chances of survival were slim, seized the opportunity to attack other beastmasters instead. Eliminating one opponent meant moving up a rank in the standings. In an instant, the valley echoed with the clamor of combat and the din of slaughter, an overwhelming cacophony.
Though it seemed rather childish now, Zhang Xuan watched it unfold with the same fascination as if he were watching a play.
As the frost storm rolled in, darkening the skies, the monsters within the instance erupted into full-scale chaos.
Their numbers swelled to at least 400 or 500, surging toward the Ice River Valley. This was one of the dungeon's ultimate trials. To secure the highest possible ranking, one must survive this high-pressure melee.
Roar! Ugh! Snow wolves, ice serpents, tundra bears, monsters of all shapes and levels hunted the new beast tamers, charging up the mountain.
Yan Zhaojiao and her 2 companions were among the first to reach the summit, where they immediately noticed the colossal tree before them.
Awe washed over their eyes. What was this? Had the dungeon set up a final boss?
Hu Wei muttered, staring at the vines as thick as iron pillars. There were so many of them, he couldn't even count them all at a glance. His little fat bear didn't look like it could handle this. No way. Even if it is the final boss, this thing is way beyond the scope. Chapter 45, Triggering Dungeon Rules. Hu Wei shook his head immediately. If it were the upcoming unified examination, the highest beast god temple of Xia Nation would provide the instance and determine the exam content. Following past conventions, the unified exam would be held simultaneously across all 12 provinces. By then, the scale of Beastmaster candidates would be staggering, so the Beast God Temple would deploy an ultra-large dungeon, inevitably culminating in an overwhelmingly powerful final boss. But today was merely Guangning's mock exam, a medium-sized instance specially calibrated by the Guangning Beast God Subtemple.
Though modeled after the unified exam, the subtemple's limited resources meant its content couldn't rival the supreme Beast God Temples. This giant tree probably looks intimidating but isn't actually that strong. Still, Hu Wei, Li Xian, and the others were curious. According to the intelligence they'd gathered, the Ice River Valley shouldn't harbor such a being. Wasn't the original final boss supposed to be something called a snow giant? At that moment, Wanhua's expression suddenly changed as he stared at the crystal stone in his hand, the Ice River Valley Instance's World Stone, which reflected the instance's operational status. Suddenly, the crystal stone began to vibrate violently, emitting waves of abnormal fluctuations. Wang Hua immediately realized that an entity exceeding the current instance's rank limit had appeared within the instance world. His pupils contracted as he stared at the colossal tree on the screen, inwardly groaning. As the deputy chamber master, he knew the Ice River Valley's tier system inside out. For the instance to react like this, there was only one possibility: the giant tree was beyond overlord tier, it was sovereign tier. A look of shock spread across his face, accompanied by a bitter smile. He had thought this simulated test would reveal the answers hidden within Zhang Xuan. Yet instead of the expected dragon clan, he encountered something equally incomprehensible. A sovereign tier beast pet even in existence like Elderly couldn't possess such a creature. Just how many secrets do you harbor? But it was clear the dungeon's changes had spiraled beyond control. An announcement echoed in the ears of all remaining participants. Ding! Frost Storm Advance, entering the core area of Glacial Valley. Final boss has appeared. Is it finally here? Expectation and tension gripped the group. The chaos ahead would reach its peak, simultaneously determining their final rankings. Yet Zhang Xuan heard a different announcement. Detected, your beast companion, the Miasma Mother Tree, has triggered instance rules. Will it serve as the current instance boss? If you successfully defend the gate and defeat all challengers, you will receive an unknown reward. Ha! Make the little tree the dungeon boss? Zhang Xuan was momentarily stunned, then excitement surged through him. My beast pet becoming the boss? Having others challenge it? This is too interesting. Even without rewards, I have to give it a shot. Accept. Just then, the announcement that had paused for a while in everyone's ears resumed. Final boss dungeon, unknown entity detected. Boss changed. Group quest triggered. Assault mission, defeat the current boss, the Miasma Mother Tree. Final rankings will be determined by damage contribution. If the boss remains undefeated, rankings will be based on survival time. What? All present students froze in shock. This giant tree was at the boss of Glacial Valley? Something felt off about this situation. Hu Wei and Li Xian exchanged glances, clearly unprepared for such an unexpected twist in this mock exam. Still, they remained confident. This new boss should be on par with the snow giant from their intel. With their strength, they had a chance to solo clear it. So, who's going first? Hu Wei spoke up. Seeing Yan Jiaozhou still deep in thought and Li Xian looking utterly unconcerned, as if he had no intention of going first, Hu Wei inwardly cursed, damn it, it's just a diamond tier beast pet. What's with the act? Fine, diamond tier is a cut above the rest. You get the credit this time. Hu Wei silently grumbled. After learning about the opponent's contracted beast pet, he had already accepted that his ranking would inevitably fall below Li Xian's this time. But now that the rules clearly stated ranking based on damage dealt, there was no need for infighting among beast masters. Just focus on maximizing output. Yet just then, Li Xian suddenly spoke, Golden Armor, take care of those climbing the mountain first. The more, the better. Golden Armor Rhino Beetle received the order. Its two blade-like insect wings spread as it flew toward the beast pets of other beast masters. The mountain peak was now teeming with activity. Corpses of monsters slain by the beastmasters littered the path. Golden Armor Rhinoceros Beetle charged back and forth through the crowd, blood splattering everywhere. Soon, several beast pets were cut down. Who? Someone roared in fury, quickly identifying Li Xian's beast pet as the attacker. This is the time for everyone to unite and fight the boss. What do you think you're doing? Facing the barrage of questions, Li Xian's gaze remained haughty, a trace of disdain curling his lips as if he couldn't be bothered to answer. Yan Jiaozhou frowned, her expression betraying displeasure. She walked off alone to the other side, beginning to observe the so-called poison mist mother tree. Hu Wei was also startled by Li Xian's actions and asked in confusion, what are you doing? Li Xian sneered, a mere mock exam boss? Do we really need these people tagging along?
Take care of them first. No need for them to steal our damage. Hearing this, the others flared up instantly. A natural divide already existed between commoner beast tamers and those from noble families, but reality dictated they accepted silently, each minding their own business. But now, Li Xian's words treated them as less than human, instantly igniting everyone's fury. Zhao Ming clenched his fists in the crowd, his eyes blazing with resentment. Li Xian's smug expression made him want to punch the guy in the face. Hu Wei hadn't expected Li Xian to speak so bluntly. While it echoed his own thoughts, such words were bound to provoke widespread anger. His temperament wasn't so brash that he'd push things this far. Seeing the crowd's fury, he silently stepped back a few paces. Li Xian sneered. As a beast master from a prestigious family, did he lack the confidence to suppress a few commoners? Meanwhile, the commoner students had gathered. After battling monsters and beast masters, they now numbered over 50, with more than 50 beast pets remaining. No matter how formidable the golden armor rhinoceros beetle was, sheer numbers could overwhelm it. They had to show the enemy they meant business. Thus, a barrage of skills rained down upon the beetle in the air. The golden armor rhinoceros insect took several hits, but its defenses were formidable, and its level far surpassed that of any beast pet belonging to the beast masters present. Zhao Ming's fire breather, at level 35, was already far ahead of the others. Yet the golden armored rhinoceros insect had reached a staggering level 55, a full 20 levels higher. This was the power of clan resources. Not only could they assemble elite training groups to rapidly level up in higher tier zones, but rumors even suggested they possessed rare alien artifacts that could directly grant experience points. Chapter 46, One Punch Explosion. However, the four families of Guangning typically had no access to such items. Yet the golden armor rhino insect's current level starkly demonstrated the chasm between aristocratic families and ordinary players. Several skills were unleashed, yet aside from Zhao Ming's fire-breathing beast managing a few hundred points of damage, the other beast pets' damage was pitiful, scattered, meager tens of points. Even combined, the damage from all these units didn't reach 1,000. This damage was less than 1/20th of the golden armor rhinoceros insect's health. During this exchange, the golden armor rhinoceros insect completed another wave of slaughter, severely wounding several beast pets and rendering them combat inactive. The group gasped. While they'd anticipated a gap, the sheer magnitude of it caught them completely off guard. Li Xian, however, remained utterly unfazed. He let out a cold laugh, spreading his arms wide as if commanding the world to bow before him. See? Cruel, isn't it? This is the world of beast taming. This is the truth. His tone suddenly grew impassioned, tinged with arrogance. The disparity in rank and grade rendered sheer numbers laughable and absurd. Born into a prestigious family, I am destined to tower above you all. The air thickened with oppressive silence. Those present gritted their teeth, their expressions twisted with resentment and fury. His words had provoked them so deeply that their fingers clenched into fists, nails digging painfully into flesh. Yet the scene before them left them feeling powerless. Words of rebuttal formed on their lips, their mouths opening and closing several times, only to swallow them back down in the end. Could it be that all these people present would truly be bested by a single individual? What then was the meaning of this exam? What purpose would their future careers as beast masters hold? Confusion flickered in many eyes. Though they had long known of this gap, experiencing at firsthand that merciless blow shattering their last shred of pride proved unbearable. A heavy silence fell over the area. Li Xian smirked smugly, about to speak again, when suddenly, "Holy crap, dude, you're putting on quite a show. What level are you even at?" The intoxicating atmosphere was abruptly shattered by a sudden voice. Li Xian frowned and looked toward the source of the sound. The others turned their heads as well, only to discover a figure standing beneath the giant tree. He was reclining on a lounge chair, looking utterly relaxed. While picking his teeth with a toothpick, he stroked the massive yellow dog beside him. He didn't seem like someone who had come to raid the instance, rather, he looked like he was here on vacation. Perhaps the earlier chaos, combined with the dense vines of the giant tree swaying and obscuring the view, had caused everyone to overlook his presence. The group froze, then realized something. Why hadn't this person triggered aggro despite being so close to the boss? After some thought, they concluded it was likely because the boss's trigger mechanism was proactive, it wouldn't attack unless provoked. Yeah, that must be it. But that guy's comment just now really hit home for everyone. Li Xian was such a show-off, but the group had been momentarily intimidated by the golden armored rhinoceros beetle's imposing presence, and with their hearts already heavy with sorrow, they'd forgotten to start complaining right away. Li Xian frowned. He sensed thick mockery in Zhang Xuan's eyes and tone, and his temper flared. He coldly asked, "What's that? Does this student have an issue with what I said?" Just then, Yan Jiajiao beside him suddenly exclaimed with delight, "Zhang Xuan! I've been looking everywhere for you. So you were here all alone." Zhang Xuan gave her a faint smile. "Zhang Xuan?" Li Xian was puzzled, but then he suddenly recalled the conversation between his cousin and Yan Jiajiao before entering the dungeon. It all clicked into place. "So you're the one who hooked up with the Yan family? No wonder you're so cocky in front of me." Yan Jiajiao couldn't hold back any longer.
She turned and snapped, Li Xian, what nonsense are you spouting? Li Xian shook his head dismissively. Too bad you're not a Yin family member. I doubt any of their elders would even consider you worthy. Drop those delusions. Remember to stay humble and polite in my presence. His words and demeanor treated Zhang Xuan as nothing more than a pretty boy resorting to underhanded means to climb the social ladder. His disdain grew, and he inwardly mocked Yin Jiaojiu as well. He never spared them a kind word normally, yet here he was defending a peasant? Laughable. Hearing this haughty mockery, Zhang Xuan remained unperturbed. He rose and paced to Li Xian's side, murmuring with a faint smile, a beast-taming clan, is it? Such a tone, such arrogance, such contempt for common folk. I'd like to ask. What do you rely on the Li family behind you, or this golden-armored rhinoceros beetle? Li Xian frowned. He detected no trace of wounded pride in the other man's gaze, only a look of condescension, not feigned but utterly natural. That look had always been reserved for how he viewed common beast tamers. To now detect that emotion in another's eyes made Li Xian deeply uncomfortable. He steadied himself and declared, so what if it's the Li family? So what if it's my beast companion? In this world, might reigns supreme. The source of my power matters not, what matters is that I possess it. Li Xian's expression was resolute, his gaze disdainful. Think you can reclaim your dignity with a few words? Think again. A beast master's strength is defined by their beast companion. Whether it's a family inheritance or not, I can still outshine you. What are you going to do about it? In other words, the backing you have is the ultimate measure of strength in the Beastmaster world. I have it, you don't. All this talk of effort and unwillingness to accept defeat is nothing but a joke right now. Those around them wanted to speak up for Zhang Xuan, yet found themselves at a loss for words to counter, their hearts sinking in disappointment. Slap. Well said. Zhang Xuan clapped while laughing. Though I think you're a fool, you're absolutely right. As long as I have what you don't, I can walk all over you, right? Li Xian lifted his chin. So what if I do? Very well. After I punch this insect of yours into oblivion, you'll kneel before me. That's what consistency looks like, right? Hearing this, Li Xian nearly burst out laughing. You? Smash my golden-armored rhinoceros beetle with one punch? His lips stretched into an exaggerated grin as he shook his head in disbelief. Forget punching it to smithereens, even if you could break its defenses, I'd still. Boom! Before he could finish, a thunderous roar exploded beside his ear, followed by a spray of foul-smelling green slime splattering across his face. It was the golden-armored rhinoceros insect's blood and exploding flesh. Everyone was stunned by this sudden turn of events. Zhang Xian's fist remained suspended mid-air, while the golden armor rhino insect had been utterly obliterated. Its health bar had been instantly depleted, not merely returning it to the beast taming space in a critically wounded state, but causing its immediate death. Though the dungeon rules prevented true death, the sensation before him felt utterly real. Li Xian's eyes widened, fear causing him to breathe sharply and uncontrollably. Chapter 47, We Can Win. That punch was too fast, too overwhelming. Its overwhelming might reminded Li Xian of his grandfather's level 200 diamond beast, the strongest guardian beast in the entire Li family. It seemed that even a single disdainful glance was enough to envelop him in awe and terror, his mind reeling. He dared not even wipe the filth from his face, only stiffly turning his neck to the side, trembling as he stared at the mangled beetle corpse on the ground. This couldn't be possible. How did he manage that? He knew the golden armor rhino beetle's stats better than anyone. Even disregarding its defense, its health pool alone exceeded 20,000. To obliterate it with a single punch, relying solely on his own strength without any external aid, what level of Beastmaster could possibly achieve such a feat? Even within the confines of the instance, endless terror still spread through Li Xian's heart. He couldn't even calmly consider under what conditions such a thing could happen. He could only stiffen and lift his head, locking eyes with that pair of eyes filled with mockery. He found himself utterly speechless, every worldview he'd built up shattering into dust at that moment. Zhang Xuan chuckled lightly. I possess what you lack. Therefore, you have lost. The defeated eat dust. It is only right that the strong trample upon you, crushing every shred of so-called dignity. You taught me this. Now, kneel. His voice was soft yet carried an unquestionable authority, embodying every element that terrified Li Xian. Only then did those around them finally react. A light ignited in their eyes, as if Zhang Xuan radiated a glow that illuminated some hidden corner of their souls. Uncontrollable emotions rapidly sprouted and grew within their hearts. So even those from the Beastmaster clan could fall from their lofty perch into the dust? So the gap between us and them wasn't about an 8 difference, but merely a difference in strength? This truth was so simple, so clear, yet none had truly considered it until Zhang Xian's single punch shattered everything. It shattered all their baseness. We may be defeated, but we will never be conquered. Until the day someone like him emerges among us, or we ourselves become such individuals, then we will prevail. Impossible. Impossible. Li Xian suddenly snapped out of his daze, roaring, this is impossible. The dungeon must be glitching. It has to be a glitch. Zhang Xian replied calmly, well, can't handle being crushed by someone like me? Or is it your so-called legacy becoming utterly worthless? Can't face your own incompetence and weakness?
Li Xian staggered back several steps, unable to meet Zhang Xuan's gaze. Yet he gritted his teeth and spat. The instance might glitch, but in reality, none of that just happened.
Zhang Xuan shook his head, unwilling to say more.
He then turned his gaze toward Zhao Ming and the others.
Alright, everyone. I've gotten things started for you. The rest is up to you.
Dozens of beast masters turned their piercing gazes toward Li Xian. The flames of resentment ignited by Zhang Xuan now seemed tangible, threatening to incinerate the man before them to ashes.
What do you think you're doing?
Li Xian bellowed, his voice brimming with bravado masking his inner fear. He summoned another beast pet from his beast tamer's space, a furious ram with massive horns on its head.
This was his second beast companion, the golden grade, raging ram, also level 40.
He hadn't expected to need it during this mock exam. It was meant to bolster his strength for the upcoming unified examination. But after the golden armored rhinoceros beetle was obliterated, the raging ram could no longer provide him with the same sense of security. As the crowd closed in step by step, unwelcome visions began to flash through his mind. Li Xian whipped his head around.
Hu Wei! Yan Jiaojiao! Help me!
Yan Jiaojiao, standing at a distance, remained unmoved.
Hu Wei, who was closer, quickly backed away while saying, Li Xian, we're not on the same team. You guys?
Li Xian couldn't believe he'd been isolated, while dozens of beast masters now commanded their pets to attack en masse. The enraged ram flexed its hooves, bellowed once, lowered its head, and charged forward with horns thrust. Yet it only managed to knock one opponent aside before being overwhelmed by the rest. Fire, charges, whirlwinds, slashes, and poison gas, a barrage of skills rained down upon it. Soon, the raging ram let out a pitiful bellow, crashing to the ground hooves skyward, unable to resist any longer. The excited beasts continued their charge, pinning Li Xian to the ground amid his shouts and savagely trampling him. Ah! Finally, amidst cries of agony and humiliation, Li Xian was eliminated.
Damn it!
From the spectator stands, Li Jin cursed furiously. He had shut off the recording device the moment Zhang Xian's fist shattered the golden armored rhino bug. Even if his teacher later noticed something amiss and questioned him, he absolutely could not allow those subsequent scenes to be recorded. Otherwise, all the resources the Li family had poured into this would be completely wasted. Li Jin stared at the screen, where the youth was now surrounded by adoring crowds, hailed as a savior. Disbelief burned in his eyes. Recalling his earlier taunts and ridicule, his face burned like it had been slapped.
This is absolutely unacceptable.
He turned to Wang Hua, his tone accusatory.
Chief Wang, is there a problem with the branch hall's copy? Why is this happening? Wang Hua frowned. This situation? What do you mean?
Li Jin faltered, hesitating to speak given the other's status. Yet he finally voiced his concern. How could this student named Zhang Xuan possibly cripple a golden armor rhino beetle with a single punch? This is unreasonable. A clear flash of displeasure crossed Wang Hua's face. Li Jin, don't think attending Qilin Academy grants you license to arbitrarily criticize the Beast God Hall. Even as a representative of the Guangning Branch Hall, I bear the glory of the Beast God and will never tolerate favoritism or partiality.
Are you implying I rigged the results for Zhang Xuan?
If you demand a formal inquiry, I can initiate an investigation procedure with higher authorities immediately after the mock exam concludes.
Li Jin's expression shifted abruptly. He hurriedly retorted, I apologize, Chief Wang. That absolutely wasn't my intention.
He sat back down immediately, his expression seething with frustration yet daring not to utter another word. Questioning the Beast God Hall's impartiality was a grave matter. Should an investigation confirm Wang Hua had secretly manipulated the dungeon rules, he would face severe punishment and dismissal. But equally, if no wrongdoing was found, he as the accuser would face suspicion of slander, potentially landing him in prison. Li Jin knew deep down that Wang Hua wouldn't do such a thing, but he simply couldn't accept it. Once he brought it up and was confronted, he naturally backed down.
Chapter 48, Mystic God.
Wang Hua coldly withdrew his gaze from Li Jin, his anger undiminished.
As a member of the Beast God Temple, reputation was paramount. To be so unjustly questioned by the other party, how could he not be furious? Recalling the Li family's actions over the years, Wang Hua thought to himself, the Li family truly grows more arrogant and insolent by the day, utterly devoid of respect. Zhang Xuan's actions and words just now had earned his genuine approval. The term Beastmaster clan had originally been a title of respect for those families who fought monsters and the abyss, leading the charge without fear of sacrifice, holding high the torch for the human race. Yet now, it had become a self-aggrandizing label for these parasites who monopolized resources, held positions of power without merit, and trampled upon their own kind with contempt, relying solely on their strength. It was nothing short of an insult to the very name Beastmaster clan. Upon the mountaintop, after their combined efforts eliminated Li Xian, they stood frozen in place for a long moment, as if a shackle had been severed. They had defeated the arrogant beast tamers of the noble families. So this was what it felt like to defeat them? Without realizing when it began, all eyes turned toward Zhang Xuan. They had all learned his name. A commoner beast tamer, just like themselves. Someone shouted first. Xian Xian Shun.
With that first voice leading the way, everyone present joined in unison.
Xian Shun. They chanted his name over and over, unleashing all their excitement and adoration, their voices reverberating throughout the entire Ice River Valley.
They wouldn't stop until their faces flushed crimson. The youth before them was destined to be forever etched in their hearts, occupying a place of profound importance. He would become the guiding light that awakened them whenever they faced confusion or unease in the days to come. Like a faith. Wu Wei watched from the sidelines, filled with emotion. Could someone of their own age truly inspire such profound reverence and awe? But then again, had Zhang Xuan's actions and words been directed at those on the opposing side of the aristocratic families, they would likely have stirred the same emotions. No, even now, he couldn't suppress his admiration for Zhang Xuan. He was truly incredible. Yan Jiaojiao, standing nearby, watched with a gleam in her eyes. She had seen many outstanding beast tamers, but none could compare to Zhang Xuan.
He appeared carefree, yet radiated immense energy and possessed a compelling charisma that inspired unwavering trust and a desire to follow.
Within the frozen valley, wind and snow swirled violently. Suddenly, a deep rumble echoed from the long frozen earth. Then, a massive hand formed entirely of ice and snow emerged, clawing at the surface. Amidst the thunderous shattering of ice, a colossal figure burst forth from the earth. It roared defiantly toward the heavens, shaking the entire Ice River Valley. This was. The people atop the mountain peak froze in shock, gazing downward. At the same moment, the giant seemed to sense their presence. It lifted its head, its icy blue eyes filled with murderous intent. Then it leapt into the air, bouncing and maneuvering between the mountain walls. Its massive body moved as if on level ground, charging toward the summit. A snow giant. Wu Wei immediately recognized it and shouted. This creature was originally intended to be the final boss of this instance. Yet here it was, appearing now that the poisonous mother tree had taken its place. Despite its massive size, the giant moved with astonishing speed. As it neared the summit, it suddenly stomped on a protruding rock, leaping high into the air before crashing down onto the flat mountaintop. Wu Wei's expression turned wary. This creature, though only level 50, was a boss template, definitely no pushover. Zhao Ming and the other civilian beast tamers all crowded closer to Zhang Xuan. Brother Xian, whatever you say, you lead us. We'll follow your commands. Their faces were filled with reverence. They'd likely follow any order he gave without hesitation. Zhang Xuan turned and called out, Little tree, this is yours. Test the waters. Xiao Shu? What little tree? Everyone looked utterly bewildered. Suddenly, a massive vine shot skyward like lightning bolts, instantly binding the snow giant's entire body and wrapping it up like a rice dumpling. Startled, the group realized the giant tree had intervened, now locked in a fierce struggle with the snow giant. The snow giant roared, its powerful body struggling desperately, yet it couldn't break free from the thick vines. In the air, countless microscopic particles, invisible to the naked eye, drifted and entered the snow giant's body. Zhang Xuan sensed everything, stepping forward until he stood directly before the snow giant, barely a body's length away. Brother Xian, don't get so close. Xian, be careful. The crowd gasped, baffled by Zhang Xian's actions. He stood before the still thrashing snow giant and extended his right hand. Then, his lips murmured softly, 5, 4, 3. Little tree, release him. With a rustling sound, the vines released their hold on the snow giant. Regaining its freedom, it roared furiously, glaring at the human before it. A palm strike, carrying a whirlwind of snow and ice, swung down with tremendous force. At the same moment, Zhang Xuan counted down to the final second, his calm syllables flowing from his lips. Fall. Amidst the stunned and bewildered gazes of everyone present, the snow giant suddenly froze rigid, as if its soul had been snatched away in an instant. The next moment, a thick mist of pale green vapor billowed from its body. Its eyes lost all luster as it crashed backward onto the ground, merging completely with the surrounding frost and snow. What the hell just happened? Everyone stood frozen in place. Divine words manifesting as law? A 5-second countdown and then the snow giant was instantly killed? How exaggerated is that? Zhang Xuan nodded slightly. He had just tested the potency of the spore of the toxic mother tree. The spores could be dispersed into the air, entering an enemy's body to inflict the poisoned effect. The more spores present, the more the poison effect could stack. While the damage per second from the poison effect wasn't overwhelming and required time to accumulate, its actual impact depended on the pet's grade. As a sovereign tier entity, the poison effect of the miasma mother tree was anything but ordinary. A mere 5 spores entered the snow giant's body. Within 5 seconds, its health bar evaporated completely. Throughout the entire process, the snow giant remained completely unaware until its sudden demise. This basic effect of the spores alone makes them a treacherous, lethal weapon capable of eliminating enemies without a trace. Wait a moment. Only now did everyone begin to grasp that something was amiss. Everything had unfolded too swiftly earlier for them to process it fully. Now, the pieces of the puzzle began to connect. Was this giant tree the Xian god's beast companion? Someone muttered under their breath, and simultaneously, everyone froze in place as if struck by lightning. Indeed, when Xianxin turned around, he inexplicably called out Little Tree, and immediately the giant tree's vines launched an attack on the snow giant. Moreover, from the very beginning, Xianxin had been lying beneath the giant tree without suffering a single attack. Which meant Xianxin's beast companion was powerful enough to instantly annihilate the snow giant in ways they couldn't comprehend? And even forcefully triggered the instance rules, becoming the new boss? Chapter 49, The Collective Mind. Everyone stood there, mouths agape, staring at Zhang Xuan in utter disbelief. From initially confronting Li Xian, to later shattering the golden armored rhinoceros beetle that fueled Li Xian's arrogance with a single punch, and then urging them to fight with all their might, eliminate their opponents, and break through their own inner shackles. By this stage, Zhang Xuan had earned everyone's admiration. But now, the scene of the poisonous mother tree being his subordinate completely surpassed their comprehension. A single voice screamed wildly within his mind. They had witnessed a god. From admiration, to awe, to fervent devotion. The emotional shift was etched in every gaze. Zhao Ming clenched his fists tightly, a thought forming in his mind. A thought that had never crossed his mind, not even when he had been fortunate enough to obtain a golden beast pet at the breeding center. He must follow this person. For in Zhang Xuan, he saw the impossible. If that impossibility became connected to himself, the future would be unimaginable. Just then, someone joked, "Xianxin, put away your divine power. We can't handle it." "Yeah, Xianxin, if you big boss hits us with a basic attack, we'll all be one shot, right? Don't worry, Xianxin. When we get one shot later, I'll stand perfectly still and savor every second." Everyone spoke with light-hearted ease now, no longer concerned with vying for rankings. Come on, they'd seen 3 beast tamers from the Grey clans get blown away, and they'd even personally contributed to taking down the strongest one among them. For them, this expedition had already been a resounding success. Could anyone still want to challenge Zhang Xuan? Zhang Xuan smiled, observing the group. Among the crowd were several familiar faces, classmates from his days at First High, some even from the same grade or class. Truthfully, he wasn't particularly close with any of them. But after today's events and what he'd witnessed, he suddenly felt a strange sense of familiarity toward everyone present. Or rather, he saw a part of himself reflected in them. A thought struck Zhang Xuan. He desperately wanted to change something. More precisely, he wanted to change the countless versions of his former self, to give every ordinary person in this world more possibilities, not to be confined by so-called background or social circles, stuck in a rut for a lifetime, lost and bewildered. Yes, I will make this happen. He told himself this with utmost sincerity within his heart. For now, though, he would first ascend to the pinnacle of this world. Zhang Xuan looked at the group again and smiled. Rankings in this mock exam really don't matter. What matters most is that I got to know all of you. I hope everything goes well for everyone. He waved his hand and issued a command. I withdraw. With his voluntary withdrawal, the toxic mother tree also retreated. Both the instance boss and the offensive mission vanished. The instance rules shifted once more. Since the snow giant had been instantly killed by spore toxins earlier, the final rankings would now be determined through combat between beastmasters and the relentlessly contracting froststorm, persisting until the very last moment. Yet upon seeing Zhang Xuan depart, no one made a move. Zhao Ming surveyed the surroundings and declared, "Brothers, our true battlefield isn't here, it's the upcoming National Unified Exam. I hope everyone gives it their all. I'll be heading out now." With that, he too chose to voluntarily withdraw from the competition, abandoning his pursuit of ranking, and vanished from the spot. The others exchanged glances. "I'm withdrawing too." Dozens of white flashes erupted, leaving the mountaintop utterly empty. Yan Zhaojiao couldn't help but admire them inwardly. Casting one last glance at the valley, she too retreated. On the plaza, figures began to materialize. Their expressions now held something different from before entering the instance, a sense of purpose and confidence, yet no longer that blind hope that good fortune would simply fall into their laps. No matter what the starting hand, I must play the cards in my hand to their fullest potential. That is what we can strive for. The moment Zhang Xuan appeared, boom. All the recruitment teachers in the audience instantly rushed to his side. Student! Student! Our Nanjiang 3rd Beastmaster Academy offers you the top position for all 3 years of your university studies, no strings attached. Can the 3rd Academy even accommodate a prodigy like Zhang Xuan? Zhang, our Nanjiang Beastmaster Academy boasts over 2 centuries of history, the most venerable and profoundly rooted institution in Nanjiang Province. We also offer unconditional top ranking status. Regardless of whether you graduate within 3 years, this status will remain permanent until your graduation. Additionally, we will provide you with a high-end apartment in Nanjiang City for you and your family to reside in. The training cycle at Beastmaster Academies is uniformly 3 years, or more precisely, divided into 3 stages: beginner, intermediate, and advanced. Progression to the next stage requires passing corresponding tests and meeting established standards. Thus, some students may remain stuck at a certain stage for 4 or 5 years, unable to attain graduate status even after a decade, while prodigies might graduate early in just 2 years. This system was first established by the Xia Kingdom's inaugural Beastmaster Academy, the Kirin Academy.
The division into 3 tiers stems from Kirin Academy's rigorous standards. The basic tier equates to a 4th tier Beastmaster. Ultimately, students must achieve the advanced rating equivalent to a 6th tier Beastmaster to graduate successfully. Thus, Kirin Academy is notoriously difficult to enter and even harder to graduate from. Less than 1/3 of enrolled students successfully complete their studies within 3 years. Students failing to reach 4th tier Beastmaster status within 2 years of enrollment face immediate expulsion. This series of grueling requirements creates an intensely competitive environment within the academy, where only the most exceptional beast tamers thrive. Consequently, beast tamers holding Kirin Academy credentials command immense prestige outside the academy, making them highly sought after by major guilds, organizations, and even the Beast God Temple. Naturally, when this system was adopted by other academies, it became less stringent. The tiered system became more symbolic, with specific standards determined by each academy. At this moment, the teachers of Nanjiang Academy had long forgotten about the special recruitment of Li Xian or similar matters. If they could secure this candidate, the title of senior mentor at the academy would be theirs for the taking, and all kinds of subsidies, including retirement benefits, would triple. Don't even mention Qilin Academy. Haven't you seen this as Guangning City's mock exam? Do you understand the concept of proximity granting advantage? Thus, the promises he made were completely beyond standard. Yet he was supremely confident with Zhang Xuan's inexplicably extraordinary performance. No matter how extravagant the terms, the school's higher-ups wouldn't raise a single objection. Get lost. Old Jiang, usually reserved, suddenly leaped to his feet, face flushed crimson. He blurted out urgently to Zhang Xuan, "Young Zhang, you don't know I was the very first one here to propose special admission for you." Chapter 50, Beast God's Command. Old Jiang pounded his chest, revealing his utmost sincerity. This was sincerity in its purest form. Ming Academy was desperate for talent, and their vision was sharp. They had recognized your extraordinary potential at first glance. While others were still fixated on Li Xian and Hu Wei, I had already set my sights on you. Moreover, Ming Academy is named after the South River Beast God, a name of extraordinary significance. Our academy maintains a close cooperative relationship with the South River Beast God Temple. The terms just offered by South River Academy? We can match them. Furthermore, we gain immediate access to all alien artifacts and tools developed by the Beast God Temple. You'll be the first to use them. Old Jiang, you. The Nanjiang Academy instructor fumed, eyes bulging, but the other party wasn't exaggerating. Nanjiang Beast God Temple and Ming Academy jointly established an advanced research institute, which indeed held a competitive edge over Nanjiang Academy in developing various support technologies for Beast Masters. So what? Admitted, wasn't I the first to offer Zhang Xuan special admission? Old Jiang lifted his head smugly. The others fell silent. It was true. This guy had made the announcement before they had even begun paying much attention to Zhang Xuan. Back then, they had found it odd. Zhang Xuan smiled and nodded to everyone, thanking the teachers for their kind consideration. However, he planned to first complete the upcoming National Unified Exam before deciding his path. After all, the Unified Exam was an annual event, and skipping it would leave a lingering regret. Several recruitment teachers nodded in understanding. Zhang, our Nanjiang hasn't had a top 10 national finisher in years. This time, our hopes rest on you. Give it your all. We're all rooting for you. Yes, we're all rooting for you. Everyone spoke kindly, expressing their blessings for Zhang Xuan. Truthfully, they all knew that with the abilities Zhang Xuan had already demonstrated, admission to Qilin Academy was practically guaranteed. No matter how generous their offers might be, the prestige of Qilin Academy alone would outweigh everything else. But it's worth a shot, right? What if? To be fair, given his talent, only Kirin Academy could provide a platform where he could truly flourish. If he stayed in Nanjiang, it was doubtful they could fully nurture his potential. Moreover, Zhang Xuan's response was smooth and courteous, saving everyone's face. They were genuinely pleased to see such an extraordinary new beast tamer emerge from Nanjiang, especially one of humble origins. They eagerly anticipated more astonishing feats from him in the future. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Zhang Xuan prepared to leave, only to be called back by someone. "Mr. Zhang, please wait." Wang Hua approached. "Mr. Wang?" Wang Hua lowered his voice. "A representative from the Beast God Temple wishes to speak with you privately. Would that be convenient?" His tone was earnest, devoid of any hint of superiority. He knew this individual held unprecedented, unparalleled level 11 authorization within the Beast God Temple. In a sense, their status absolutely surpassed everyone present, no, even all beast tamers in Xia Nation. As a member of the Beast God Temple himself, he absolutely could not speak in a demanding tone. A figure from the Beast God Temple? Zhang Xuan nodded. It was only natural that his performance had caught the attention of the Beast God Temple. Though he wouldn't reveal the existence of the Black Dragon A Bing just yet, that day would come eventually. Demonstrating sufficiently outstanding performance at the right moment would also help him secure more resources. "Please lead the way, Director Wang." The two arrived at a secluded classroom. Wang Hua did not enter but departed immediately.
Zhang Xuan pushed open the door to find a tall, imposing elder clad in black gold robes standing inside, exuding an air of authority. The elder turned toward him, then unexpectedly placed one hand on his shoulder and bowed in greeting. "Greetings, Your Excellency." Among beast tamers, this was the highest form of courtesy. Zhang Xuan was startled and said, "Sir, what's going on here?" The elder smiled apologetically. "My apologies, sir. I failed to explain beforehand. This may seem abrupt. I am Li Shan, deputy head of the South River Beast God Temple." Deputy Grandmaster of the Southern River Beast God Temple? That's an absolute heavyweight. Though Zhang Xuan had never interacted with a beast master of this caliber, he had some understanding. Within an administrative region, the Beast God Temple symbolized the highest authority. This title essentially meant that within Nanzhang province, only one person held a higher status than him, the head of the Beast God Temple. "And your name is?" Such a figure, yet he addressed himself with such reverence as Your Excellency. Zhang Xuan recalled the events of recent days and began to piece together the puzzle. Li Shan stated, "I have received instructions from Lord Beast God. Your presence must remain undisclosed. However, your significance is extraordinary. I can assure you on behalf of the Nanzhang Beast God Temple that should you require anything, you may approach us." Additionally, Li Shan drew a token from his robe. "Please accept this token." Zhang Xuan accepted it, noticing the character Ming engraved on its front and a pattern of a colossal deep-sea beast etched on its reverse. "What is this?" Li Shan explained, "This is the highest authority token of our Nanzhang Beast God Temple. Holding this token grants you status equivalent to the Temple Master. Should you encounter trouble, activate this token. Members of the Beast God Temple will sense it and rush to your aid immediately." Such immense authority? Zhang Xuan ran his fingers over the token. Though his beast companion possessed formidable strength, an extra ally could never hurt. The power and resources wielded by the Beast God Temple extended far beyond mere beast companions. After pondering, he asked, "What exactly do I need to do? And regarding the Beast God you mentioned, elderly, how does it specifically relate to me?" Zhang Xuan recalled the buff on his body, the ethereal one, which was connected to the Beast God. The specifics remained unclear, but the fact that the other party sought him out clearly indicated some connection, sparking Zhang Xian's curiosity. Li Shan shook his head. "This is the Beast God's command. We are to cooperate fully. You need not make any additional sacrifices. As for the Beast God's true intentions, I myself am unaware." "All right." Zhang Xian nodded. "Then I accept." The 12 Beast Gods were the greatest entities in Xia Kingdom, protecting all humanity upon this land. There was no reason to refuse their goodwill. Seeing him accept the token, Li Shan exhaled as if he'd completed a mission. Just moments ago, while observing the mock exam, he had suddenly sensed the divine power of Ming descending. This was the first time this great being had ever contacted him, and the mandate conveyed was to complete this very task. Li Shan was both humbled and reverent, while also finding his earlier suspicions confirmed. This youth was indeed one favored by the Beast God. And Ming's command was clear: cease further investigation. Should the boy require anything, simply comply. Chapter 51, Selling Materials. After completing all this, Li Shan made no further small talk. Zhang Xuan, however, left the school and headed to the trading market in Guangning. Similar trading markets existed in nearly every city across Xia Kingdom, overseen by the Beast God Temple for security and order. The official trading halls operated under a unified national system, displaying real-time buying and selling prices for various commodities. Zhang Xuan had accumulated vast quantities of materials from monster kills in the Dark Forest and later in the Panlong Mountains. Stored in his backpack and used, and with no immediate need for them, he decided to sell the entire stockpile. At the official trading hall, the purchase prices were slightly lower than those in shops, but the advantage was the volume. No matter how much you had to sell, you could offload it all at a uniform price. "Hello, are you here to buy or sell?" Attending the hall was a young woman with meticulous makeup, dressed in a professional skirt suit and sheer stockings with high heels, wearing a warm smile. Zhang Xuan replied, "Selling." "All right, how much do you have?" "I'll give you a quote. It's quite a large quantity." Noticing Zhang Xian's unusually youthful appearance, the woman immediately recognized him as a newly contracted beastmaster. She assumed he'd gathered materials from places like the Wind Plains, the most common items fetching only 2 or 3 spirit stones per batch, with low drop rates meaning limited quantities. However, she had undergone rigorous professional training and possessed the requisite professionalism. Smiling, she asked Zhang Xuan to bring out the items for verification. Zhang Xuan had no choice but to empty his entire backpack. Instantly, the verification counter became completely overwhelmed, piled high with materials forming a small mountain. "This?" The young woman gasped, covering her red lips in shock. It wasn't that she hadn't seen large quantities before, but this was vastly different from what she had initially anticipated. Could this handsome young customer be a guild member selling goods on behalf of his guild? She immediately began counting. Shadow wolf hair, nightfox fur, plant spirit? And moonstone, giant wolf skull? Her eyes widened in astonishment. The first few items were manageable common drops from the Shadowwood forest.
But the latter materials?
Those were exclusive to the Panlong Mountains. Not only were they incredibly valuable, but the sheer quantity was staggering. As an official trading hall employee, the young woman naturally knew the materials, items, and drop rates for all the wilderness areas around Guangning. The quantities before her now felt like they could only be obtained through large-scale clearing runs.
Was there even a single guild in Guangning City capable of such a feat?
She quickly verified the prices and then said, "Please present your ID card."
Zhang Xuan handed it over.
After checking, her beautiful eyes widened in shock, her voice stuttering slightly. "Your access level in the official trading hall is Black Gold VIP, entitling you to a 20% premium on the base purchase price.
The total comes to 3,120,000 crystals. You currently have no transaction card registered under your name.
We'll apply for one for you shortly, and the balance will be deposited automatically."
Zhang Xuan nodded.
He hadn't expected to be some sort of Black Gold VIP apparently arranged by the Beast God Temple. A 20% premium on acquisitions and an 80% discount on resource purchases, while the official trading hall undoubtedly earned a commission on these transactions. But a 20% margin was absolutely a loss. It essentially meant subsidizing these so-called Black Gold VIPs with Xia Kingdom resources. This very reason explained why the young woman, when Xin, now bore an unmistakable look of astonishment in her eyes. She kept glancing at the youth before her, her gaze rippling with wonder. She had only heard of such top-tier VIPs through the system, she had never encountered one in reality. One thing was certain, none of Guangning's local power players, not the governor, nor the heads of the four great families, possessed such VIP status.
Minutes later, when Xin held the transaction card in both hands, bending forward to present it.
Her posture perfectly accentuated the curves of her figure, and her voice carried a hint of allure.
"Please accept this. In addition to your balance, the card contains my contact information. I am Xin, the manager in charge of Guangning's official trading office.
Should you wish to sell or purchase any items in the future, please contact me directly. For sales, you can enjoy the service of receiving payment up front before a dedicated representative collects the goods."
Zhang Xuan took it, gave Xin a quick once-over, smiled, and turned to leave.
It wasn't that he didn't understand the subtle hints, he simply had other matters to attend to and wasn't in the mood to dwell on this for now. Waving his hand, he said, "Then I'll trouble manager one again next time." The young woman's previously subdued expression brightened at his words.
She bowed deeply toward Zhang Xian's retreating figure. "We look forward to your return."
Zhang Xuan stared at the balance of over 3 million crystals in his account. This sum was undoubtedly a fortune. Even the combined wealth of all 5th-tier beast masters might not reach this figure. In Guangning City, only the four major families Yan, Li, and others could produce such a sum relatively effortlessly. And it certainly wasn't done casually, it must have required high-level approval. The average price for a golden pet beast egg hovered between 1 and 2 million crystals. Anything higher in grade was essentially priceless. In other words, this sum could purchase 2 golden beast eggs capable of transforming the fate of a common beastmaster. Given how Black King and Bing had practically slaughtered the entire Moon Spirit Mountain that day, such a haul wasn't surprising. Without hesitation, Zhang Xuan transferred 500,000 crystals to his uncle's account and another 30,000 to Zhang Chen, noting it as pocket money. His uncle, Zhang Tai, immediately called back.
"Xian, what's going on? I just saw a huge sum transferred from an account with your name in the memo."
His voice betrayed panic, fearing Zhang Xuan had gotten into trouble.
Zhang Xuan laughed. "Uncle, relax and take it. Your nephew hasn't broken any laws.
It's all from trading materials.
Why don't you use this money to replace the old family house?
Or, 3 grown men crammed into a tiny place isn't exactly convenient.
I've got work to do. If you need more, just let me know."
As Zhang Tai tried to speak again, but the line had already gone dead.
50,000 crystals spent on materials to buy a house?
In Guangning, a 3-bedroom apartment in a high-end complex cost around 150,000 crystals. And he was just a laborer on construction sites, doing backbreaking work with his beast pets. He barely made 5,000 crystals a year. Even if he didn't eat or drink, it would take him 30 years to afford one.
And now his nephew just casually sends over 500,000 crystals? Big brother, sister-in-law, did you see that? Xian's made it big.
Zhang Tai blinked hard, feeling moisture welling in his eyes. On the other side, Zhang Chen expressed his astonishment.
30,000 crystals? How many beast pet cards could he buy with that?
But this kid seemed to have idolized Zhang Xuan since childhood. He didn't even ask where the money came from. Feeling the emotions of his uncle and cousin, Zhang Xuan smiled contentedly.
Chapter 52, Bone-Buried Basin. After achieving material prosperity, the first thought was to make life easier and more comfortable for my family.
Uncle, who'd suffered from chronic back pain due to years of manual labor, would finally be able to rest and recuperate. Then there was Zhang Chen, who was about to enter his senior year of high school. Zhang Xuan planned to find him a pet beast egg, but not just any ordinary gold grade one. It had to be sufficiently powerful while also being manageable for the young man to control effectively. He didn't consider wild monsters, because in most cases, hatching a pet beast egg and nurturing it to build mutual understanding was the proper way for a beast tamer to start. His ability to capture and use monsters instantly was only possible because he possessed the talent to lock their loyalty at maximum. Otherwise, he would have been devoured long ago. He could later have Wang Zhu or Wen Xin keep an eye out for high-quality pet beast eggs appearing on the market. With 1 month remaining until the Xia Kingdom's unified Beastmaster examination, Zhang Xuan resolved to continue leveling up. He now had a rough plan for himself and his beast companions. The grand goal was to build a Beastmaster Legion with no weaknesses across all fronts, one capable of sweeping through anything. To achieve this, he needed to address the shortage in numbers. The appearance of the toxic mother tree had partially compensated for this, but it was still insufficient. What he truly needed was the ability to mobilize tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, or even millions of beast tamers at a single command. Only then would Zhang Xuan feel sufficiently secure. This world was far from peaceful. Abyssal monsters, beast tamers corrupted by the abyss, and threats from other nations all posed grave dangers. The secret realm where Zhang Xuan's parents had perished had been completely sealed off. The official explanation was that temporal turbulence within the realm had caused its collapse. None of the beast tamers who entered at that time ever emerged, with the highest ranked among them being a mere 7th-tier beast tamer. But Uncle Zhang Tai had investigated extensively and uncovered a different truth. The incident wasn't caused by a collapse at all. Instead, the secret realm led directly to the abyss. The beast masters who entered disturbed the beings dwelling in its depths and were slaughtered without exception. Now that Zhang Xuan possessed the qualifications to ascend to the pinnacle of beast taming, he naturally sought to uncover the truth of that incident. Simultaneously, as his strength continued to grow, his ambitions would expand, bringing with them ever greater dangers. For instance, the fact that he commands a god-tier beast companion would inevitably become known to the outside world. Therefore, there was no reason to be content with the present situation. He must forge an unshakable, invincible power firmly in his grasp. This encompassed his own cultivation, his beast pets, and even the guild's influence. But this was a monumental undertaking. The first step was to push his primary combat beast pet to its absolute peak, extracting every ounce of its potential. Using this as the core, he would then steadily expand outward. As god-tier beast pets, Black King and Bing currently displayed only a fraction of their true power. Only by advancing to the next stage, the growth form, could they truly reveal their formidable might. Divine tier pets require reaching level 100 to enter the growth stage. Both Black King and Bing are already at level 90, so the goal is to level them both up within this month and push at least one past the threshold into the growth stage. Now, let's go. Zhang Xuan mounted Big Yellow and galloped off, heading once more toward the coiling Dragon Mountains. This time, he crossed the Withered Tree Valley and then the Moon Spirit Mountain, arriving at the Buried Bones Basin, the very place he had emerged from the Blood Ash realm. There was no other way. The Black King and Bing leveled up far too quickly. Each monster farming session required slaughtering every monster in the current area, causing their levels to skyrocket. Returning to the same area for a second run incurred an experience penalty, drastically reducing efficiency. Unlike others who could farm the same area for extended periods, or specialized gold farming groups focused on specific monsters for materials. Another common issue was tier progression. A Beastmaster's tier directly determined their pet's level cap. For instance, a Tier 1 Beastmaster could only raise their pet to level 75. Advancing to Tier 2 was required to unlock the pet's level cap to 100. And there are plenty of Beastmasters who remain stuck at Tier 2 for their entire careers. Entering the Bone-Buried Basin, the vegetation here isn't as lush as elsewhere, but the land is covered in thick mud and divided into many patches of dark, murky lakes. Waves of foul, muddy stench wafted through the air, mingled with the rotting carcasses of beasts and monsters that had perished here. Even monsters from the Panlong Mountains generally avoid this area once they enter. Escape becomes nearly impossible. Zhang Xuan surveyed the surroundings and summoned the world-burning Black Dragon. Black King, same as always, flush out all the monsters. He never bothered searching for monsters slowly, he simply slaughtered one group, and the rest would naturally pour out. Roar! The Black King's pale golden dragon eyes gazed down indifferently, opening its maw toward the largest swamp before it. Boom! Explosive, churning dragon flames poured forth, sweeping downward with unparalleled, near all-consuming heat. The moment the flames touched the swamp, it instantly transformed into a deep crimson sea of fire. The pitch-black mud was scorched to cinders, and the last traces of moisture evaporated completely. Though the swamp was deep, the extreme heat instantly exposed its bottom. Dozens of vicious, filthy crocodile bodies were laid bare. These were all monsters above level 80, possessing formidable attributes. Yet, engulfed by the dragon flames, they were incinerated into ash without even a scream. The dragon's flames continued to spew forth, swiftly incinerating every crocodile and several piranha-like monsters within the swamp. A system notification chimed. Pet gained a small amount of experience. But Zhang Xuan remained unsatisfied. Monsters of this level no longer met his needs. He gathered the materials that had been scattered and pressed deeper into the basin. Black King guarded his path, unleashing dragon flames in all directions from Zhang Xuan's position below. In an instant, the burial basin transformed into a fiery purgatory. Countless monsters, still in slumber, were instantly incinerated. The muddy ground, scorched by the flames, hardened and smoothed, allowing Zhang Xuan to traverse it with ease. As he advanced, the terrain grew increasingly low and flat. Soon, they crossed the muddy swamp area, and ahead lay a vast lake. This lake was vast, occupying nearly half the basin. It had simply been obscured by the dense forest and shrouded in mist rising from its surface, making it indistinct from afar.
So, Black King, what do you think? Is there anything big down there?
Zhang Xuan asked as he stood at the lakeshore.
Black King let out a mighty roar, signaling that burning the lake dry would reveal the answer. Zhang Xuan nodded.
Let's do it. Dragon flames erupted once more, causing massive clouds of steam to rapidly rise from the lake's surface. The already hazy waters were now completely shrouded in white mist. The rapid heating of the water stirred many monsters within the lake, sending them surging toward the surface.
Chapter 53, The Deep Marsh's Vicious Crocodile.
Ugh! From the deep, dark waters, creatures suddenly surged forth wide-mouthed, flat-headed beasts with thick, elongated bodies, stubby limbs, and bodies covered in hard, scaly armor.
Judging by their form, they appeared to be some kind of crocodile. Deep Marsh Vicious Crocodile LV90.
Description: hailing from the Burial Basin's most formidable monster clan, possessing formidable poison-type damage. Attributes: HP 57,000.
Physical attack 5375, magic attack 7038. Physical defense 5025, magic defense 4500.
Skills: Frenzied Bite, Swamp Toxin Breath.
Poison attribute damage?
Gazing upon the hideous monsters before him, their flat skulls bore small eyes brimming with murky malice. They seemed poised to tear apart and devour any presence that dared disturb their slumber in the foul swamp. A pallid mist began to permeate the air. Zhang Xuan recognized it as the toxic fog released by the deep swamp crocodile and immediately backed away. Though his resistance was high, there was no need to endure it head-on.
Within mere seconds, 3 or 4 dozen crocodile monsters crawled out of the lake, snarling at the Black King in the sky.
Though the dragon's aura stirred unease within them, their chaotic minds fueled not just fear but also unleashed madness and savagery. Swish! A powerful gust sliced through the air as a crocodile whipped its thick, hard tail toward the black dragon soaring overhead.
Anger flared in the black dragon's pale golden eyes. It felt provoked.
Deep crimson dragon flames, thick as molten lava, erupted from its maw, forming a dazzling cascade of fire that descended upon the first crocodile.
Its lashing tail was instantly incinerated to ash.
Before its body could react, the surging flames engulfed it, dimming its two savage, merciless eyes as its entire form dissolved into dust.
The Black King's dragon flame was this overpowering and invincible. No monster had ever withstood this life-bound flame of the Imperial Blood Dragon clan.
This was merely the beginning. Instantly, the dragon flames seemed to detonate, spreading across the entire crocodile horde. Screams and churning sounds erupted throughout the vast lake. Even the toxic mist released by the deep marsh fiend crocodiles evaporated, leaving not a trace on the Black King. The entire deep abyss lake now reeked of the burnt flesh of crocodile monsters, mingled with the acrid scent of gunpowder. It felt as though the most tyrannical force in existence was uprooting and purifying all that was vile. Your beast pet, Black King World Burning Black Dragon, has slain Deep Marsh Vicious Crocodile LV9017. Your pet Black King World Burning Black Dragon has slain Deep Marsh Vicious Crocodile LV9019. Your pets gain 10.71 million EXP. You obtain 7 poison crocodile lungs. What the hell did I just loot?
Zhang Xuan picked it up and glanced at it.
Poisonous crocodile lung material.
Description: contains large amounts of swamp toxins.
Can be used directly or crafted into highly toxic items.
A material for crafting items?
That's pretty good. There aren't many items suitable for crafting materials. Though the final synthesis requires various combinations and arrangements, making the process tedious and complex, it's best to set them aside for now. They might come in handy later. Recycling such materials to the trading center wouldn't fetch much value. It would be a bit of a loss.
After gathering the items, the Black King, now fully energized, soared above the Great Lake.
He unleashed the explosive energy within his body, pouring it down indiscriminately.
Instantly, the entire lake transformed into a sea of white mist and fire.
Flames and rapidly evaporating mist shot skyward, while black smoke billowed beyond the Buried Bones Basin, quickly drawing the attention of others.
Is that the direction of the Buried Bones Basin? Who dares to fight there?
A Beastmaster squad halted in their tracks, staring toward the commotion with stunned expressions. They usually skirted the basin's outer edge when passing through this area, never daring to venture inside.
To them, anyone who dared enter the basin was a big shot.
Moreover, judging by the core of the rising smoke, the combatants were clearly positioned right at the very center of the burial basin. In their understanding, entering that area was essentially a suicide mission. At least in all their years in Guangning City, not a single Beastmaster had ever dared set foot there. A young man in the squad recalled, "I remember the Li family of Guangning once assembled a formidable team that ventured deep into the burial basin. But rumor had it that a dragon blood creature lurked in the Great Lake deep within the basin. They attempted to hunt it, but failed, losing several men in the process."
What? A dragon blood creature?
The others looked horrified. In this world, any monster associated with dragons was an extremely mysterious and terrifying existence.
Even those of ordinary rank could unleash extraordinary combat power. To confront a dragon kin, one must be prepared for casualties.
One person couldn't help but ask, Deputy Captain, the Li family's strongest member possesses the strength of a 6th-tier beastmaster. It wouldn't be difficult to assemble a team composed of 4th and 5th-tier beastmasters.
With such resources, couldn't they take down that dragon blood monster?
The young man shook his head.
Hard to say. Dragon blood creatures possess all manner of tricks. Even if we could win, killing it would be difficult. It would most likely escape. Otherwise, given these families' nature, they'd be trumpeting it far and wide.
The others nodded in agreement. True, the Li family had always been the most domineering among Guangning's 4 major clans. Had they truly slain a dragon blood creature, their glory would likely have overshadowed even the Guangning administration.
So who could this group be, camped at the center of the burial basin?
They speculated whether it might be the Li family again, or perhaps a team from one of the other 3 families. But none of them guessed that there was only one person inside, and certainly not a team of beastmasters. The young man called out, "Let's go."
There's nothing more to see here.
To slay a dragon blood creature, it would take the city's top-tier 6th-rank beast tamers personally stepping in, and even then, it'd be a long shot.
Otherwise, you just have to pray you don't run into them.
The group nodded and quickened their pace. Such a commotion could easily stir the monsters within the basin, and running into them would spell trouble.
By the Great Lake, Zhang Xuan watched the scalding, boiling waters and the corpses of monsters like the deep marsh crocodile floating to the surface.
These beasts were significantly higher tier than the giant wolves of Moon Spirit Mountain, finally allowing Black King to avoid experience penalties and resume leveling up. At the same time, the lake's unfathomable depth surprised Zhang Xuan.
He knew the power of dragon flame well. An ordinary lake would likely have been mostly evaporated by the flames by now, exposing the muddy bottom. Yet this lake appeared largely unaffected, save for a slight drop in water level. Was the lake truly this deep? Or was it replenished by some other source of groundwater? Though these deep marsh vicious alligators were formidable, the burial basin's notorious reputation already placed it among the more prominent intermediate wilderness areas. Logically, it should be even more formidable than this. Upon reaching its current level, the Black King possessed abundant mana reserves, enabling prolonged dragon fire breath attacks. Chapter 54, The Putrid Malignant Ichthyosaur. Thus Zhang Xuan held no concern over the Black King's energy expenditure, allowing it to unleash its fury unrestrained. If some secret truly lay buried in the depths of this great lake, he wouldn't be diving in to find it. Let it be burned out. As the air thickened with the acrid stench of burning flesh, a whirlpool abruptly formed at the lake's center. The vortex then expanded outward at a visible speed, sucking the entire lake's surface downward and quickly forming an inverted cone. Boom! Boom! An unknown rumbling rose from beneath the vortex, as if some colossal creature were breathing within it. The water level rapidly dropped, its vast volume disappearing into some unseen void. The Black King flapped his wings, hovering mid-air. His pale golden dragon eyes fixed on the vortex, as if sensing something. In an instant, the lake's surface froze. Everything seemed suspended, the water itself appearing to solidify. The next instant, overwhelming, colossal energy erupted from the vortex's core. More accurately, the entire vortex lifted off the ground and surged toward the Black King. It condensed and compressed nearly half the lake's water, carrying a toxic energy that reeked of a thick, foul stench. Its overwhelming might threatened to crush and shatter everything in its path, its ferocity utterly terrifying. Boom! A murky water curtain filled the sky, like a water tornado sucking the entire lake into the air. This spectacle was impossible to miss, instantly drawing the attention of every beastmaster surrounding the buried bone basin. Pair after pair of horrified eyes turned toward the commotion. At that moment, a beastmaster commanding 6 or 7 ferocious beast pets was engaged in a fierce battle against a monster atop a high mountain. A middle-aged man, his chest adorned with a tattoo of the character Li and a ferocious beast, he was a high-ranking member of the Li family's direct lineage. Upon sensing the commotion emanating from the burial basin, the middle-aged Li clan member narrowed his eyes, gazing toward the murky watery sky. To provoke that beast into action. I wonder whose family this is. However, the man shook his head. This monster was no simple foe. He and several other beastmasters from the clan had attempted to capture it before. Though they had wounded it, they had failed to subdue it, suffering the loss of a 4th-rank beastmaster in the process. Within that vast lake, the creature could advance or retreat at will, occupying a naturally invincible position. Unless there was a massive disparity in power, a creature with dragon blood was extremely difficult to kill instantly. Li Wukong's eyes flickered as he picked up his communicator to contact several other members of his clan. If the enemy came away empty-handed, it wouldn't matter. But if they truly succeeded, the items dropped by that monster were precisely what the Li family coveted. Then they could swoop in like a yellow-breasted bunting from behind. No matter which family it belonged to, once they snatched it, what could the other side possibly do to them? Regardless of the commotion outside, Zhang Xuan's gaze sharpened as he faced the surging, filthy waves. It seemed he'd truly encountered a formidable foe this time.
None of the previous bosses had ever made such a formidable display. Still, he wasn't overly concerned about the Black King. The sky above, completely engulfed and suppressed by the watery waves, had obscured the Black King's figure entirely, as if it had been swallowed whole. Moreover, the foul, fishy stench rippling outward signaled that this water curtain contained a massive amount of toxins. Just as the waves were about to crash against the Black King's body, dragon flames erupted violently. A flicker of anger flickered in the Black King's pale golden dragon eyes, as if it could not tolerate its authority being challenged. Water and fire clashed, triggering a stunning explosion. At the point of collision, a cloud of vapor, steamed by the intense heat, spread wildly in all directions. This time, Zhang Xuan had no chance to pull back. Fortunately, his formidable magic resistance withstood the poison damage contained within. He focused his gaze on the explosion center, where surging water waves emerged from the vortex, locked in a stalemate with the dragon flames. Good heavens, this monster lurking beneath the water was no ordinary foe. But the stalemate didn't last long. Soon, the dragon flames began to suppress the water waves, relentlessly pushing them back toward the lake's surface. Just as the dragon flames plunged into the lake, the Black King dove downward, unleashing a torrent of energy in a desperate attempt to force his opponent out. Zhang Xuan could tell the Black King was truly enraged this time. Ugh! Finally, movement stirred at the lake's depths. After dragon flame crashed into the vortex, it seemed to force whatever lurked below to reveal itself. A vicious, piercing roar erupted from the water, sending a wave of nausea through anyone who heard it. The sound carried an eerie, unsettling frequency. Immediately after, a massive form, coated in foul-smelling mud, burst out of the lake and lunged toward the Black King above. The Black Dragon, though smaller in stature, had sensed the attack. With a swift twist of its body, it evaded the ferocious strike. The massive monster missed its target and plummeted downward. Yet instead of sinking into the lake, it surfaced, glaring up at the Black Dragon with a mix of ferocity and palpable apprehension. After lying dormant for so many years, it never imagined encountering a being whose bloodline sent shivers down its spine. Yet alongside this, an instinctive hatred and craving surged within it. If it could devour the other, perhaps it too could ascend, becoming a being of such greatness. Zhang Xuan now clearly saw the monster's form. Its head resembled an alligator's, yet its body was like a giant python, covered in numerous scales. A prominent bulge at the center of its skull stretched the skin nearly transparent, revealing a repulsive flesh tumor beneath as if something was about to burst forth. With its emergence, the foul stench intensified several-fold, making one want to vomit. Most unusual of all, the monster's pupils were also pale golden vertical slits. Compared to the Black King, however, that gold was far more mottled and impure. Compared to the previous swamp crocodiles, its gaze held a distinct hint of human-like cunning and deceit. A faint aura of authority spread out simultaneously. This creature seemed to possess dragon-like traits? Zhang Xian's heart stirred as he examined its information. Boss, corrupted malignant ichthyosaur LV-120. Description: a formidable aberration possessing dragon bloodlines, classified as a sub-dragon species. The origin of its bloodline instills both fear and hatred toward the world-burning Black Dragon. Attributes: health 730,000. Physical attack, magic attack? Physical defense? Skills: fish dragon water roar, putrid corrosive sludge. Zhang Xuan pondered thoughtfully. This creature was no ordinary foe, a level 120 boss template. Most significantly, it was the first monster he'd ever encountered with dragon bloodlines. Moreover, the opponent's dragon blood concentration was no small matter. It had already reached the level of a sub-dragon. Just one step further, and it would be a true dragon. Judging by the description and the Black King's innate talent, dragon bloodline, the dragon lineage of this creature was likely opposed to the Black King's own bloodline, triggering the enmity mechanism. The Black King in the sky seemed to grow excited. Its dragon eyes fixed on the ichthyosaur below, the pale gold within its pupils intensifying. It transmitted a single thought to Zhang Xuan: today, the other must be slain. Chapter 55, Close Combat. Black King, unleash your full power. Zhang Xuan transmitted his thoughts. This was the first time he had witnessed such an intense killing intent emanating from the Black King. Roar! The Black King opened his dragon eyes. The pale gold hue transformed into a brilliant golden radiance. Then, he unleashed a majestic, commanding roar. The entire lake's surface erupted as if struck by a meteorite from the heavens, instantly sending waves over 10 meters high crashing upward. Though unleashed without skill activation, the roar remained utterly shattering. Its echoes reverberated endlessly within the bone basin below the horizon, its defiant howl reverberating through the mountains and forests. Outside the basin, numerous beast masters had already gathered. Hearing this roar, shock flashed across their faces. Li Wukong frowned slightly. He had been one of the main combatants in the Li family's expedition to hunt down the wrought evil fish dragon years ago, and he knew this sub-dragon species well. This roar bore a resemblance to that creature's, yet it carried an even more overbearing and arrogant quality. Could it be? His pupils suddenly contracted as he recalled the events in the dark forest a few days prior. That dragon-like roar, though sealed by the beast god's branch temple, had naturally drawn the attention of Guangning's 4 great families through their own channels. However, after failing to uncover any substantial leads, they had set the matter aside. Yet this moment had jolted Li Wukong awake. Could this be a second dragon? He didn't immediately suspect the Beastmaster. Instead, he pondered, if two dragons were indeed present, and they engaged in battle, wouldn't the Li family have an opportunity to reap the benefits? The thought struck Li Wukong, and he immediately grabbed his communicator again. Third brother, mobilize more men immediately. Yes, summon every 4th and 5th tier Beastmaster currently in the clan. This could be a major opportunity for our Li family. Keep a low profile, don't alert the other 3 families. Within the basin, many creatures grimaced in agony at the roar, some even bleeding from their orifices as they collapsed and convulsed. The Black King transformed into a phantom and dove straight down, intent on engaging the opponent in close combat. The corrupted malignant ichthyosaur's pupils brimmed with apprehension. It spat forth a murky, gray-green energy sphere. This putrid slime would explode upon contact, releasing highly toxic energy capable of inflicting massive damage and various debuffs. Yet the Black King neither dodged nor evaded. The energy sphere slammed into his body, bursting upon impact. The splattered sludge was entirely repelled by the surging, faint glow covering the Black Dragon's surface. A faint smile touched Zhang Xuan's lips. With the Black King's monstrous tenfold magic resistance, a true bane to all spells breaking through its defenses could only be achieved through close-quarters combat, offering but a sliver of a chance. Now, it remained to be seen whether this so-called wyvern hybrid possessed the capability. In its current state, the world-burning Black Dragon clearly intended to use the most primal form of combat to crush and obliterate this hybrid creature that dared to challenge it. The putrid malignant ichthyosaur, seeing its powerful attack so easily countered, let out a shrill roar and swung its massive body into the fray. Thud! 2 massive bodies collided brutally. Though the Black King Dragon was still in its juvenile form, its frame was small, yet the impact felt like crashing into a thick wall. Its physical strength, however, far surpassed that of its opponent. The thick layer of mud coating the putrid malign ichthyosaur, its natural defense, was shattered upon impact. A colossal force then slammed into its foul-smelling body. The ichthyosaur was slammed heavily into the lake water. Seizing the advantage, the Black King accelerated its pursuit. Before the fish dragon could hit the water, 2 claws like hooks seized its soft underbelly on both sides. With a sharp rip, the sky turned crimson. The creature's resilient muscle tissue and fascia were torn apart effortlessly, spilling a large pool of foul blood that scattered in all directions. This attracted numerous fish from the lake, which swam swiftly toward the blood, gulping it down in large mouthfuls. The ichthyosaur roared in agony. The last time it had suffered such a wound was when it encountered that detestable group of human beastmasters. Yet the searing agony now ignited its savagery. Confronting the Imperial Blood Dragon clan meant a fight to the death. The putrid fish dragon submerged into the lake, using the terrain to temporarily evade detection. Just as the Black King sensed its position, a massive tail suddenly broke the surface, smashing down like a battering ram. The Black King sidestepped the blow instead of meeting it head-on, but the fish dragon's body lunged forward, slamming directly into him. Another thunderous crash echoed as the Black King was hurled onto the shore, sending waves crashing in its wake. Yet unharmed, he charged back at the fish dragon with renewed speed. Wielding his formidable physique and claws as sharp as divine weapons, he unleashed a frenzied assault. SSSSH. Several more terrifying wounds appeared. This time, the ichthyosaur was completely at a disadvantage. Within just a few exchanges, its body was covered with over a dozen wounds, the deepest of which had already pierced its internal organs. Fear flickered in its vertical pupils. Only when truly facing the most noble of the dragon clans did it realize the gulf between itself and its opponent. If it were a fallen dragon of a higher bloodline, perhaps it could still fight back. But as a mere sub-dragon, its magic was now utterly useless, and in close combat, it had no chance to retaliate. If this continued, it would surely perish here. The ichthyosaur barely evaded the Black King's savage barrage and dove deep into the lake. Only within the water could it recover more swiftly. Moreover, the lake bottom held a passage far from this place. But this time, the Black King refused to let it gain distance. It sank its jaws into the ichthyosaur's flank, tearing open an even more gruesome wound. Then, its claws plunged deep into the flesh. Amidst the ichthyosaur's agonized roar, both creatures crashed into the lake. Trying to escape? Zhang Xuan saw its intent. Though the Black King held absolute dominance, there was no need to invite further complications. He immediately summoned the Ice Crystal Phoenix. Bing, lend the Black King a hand, freeze this lake water for me. If anyone could counter underwater creatures, it was undoubtedly Bing. With a piercing cry, it soared swiftly above the lake. Frost breath. Highly concentrated frigid energy slammed into the lake, instantly beginning to freeze the entire expanse. The ice formed faster than the ichthyosaur could dive. The frost breath froze everything in its path, especially since the lake itself provided the perfect natural conditions. The ichthyosaur felt a sudden chill, its movements abruptly slowing. Only then did it realize with horror that the surrounding lake water had completely frozen over. Despite its formidable physique, it found itself utterly unable to exert any force to break through the ice. Moreover, Bing's spellcasting was precise. While the frost energy primarily targeted the ichthyosaur, it carefully avoided freezing the Black King. The Black King grunted in displeasure, as if complaining that Bing had no business interfering. He could have dealt with this filthy hybrid on his own. Yet its movements were swift. It immediately coiled around the frozen ichthyosaur, its claws plunging once more into the previous wound. This time, the ichthyosaur's internal organs were torn out. Chapter 56, Self-Destruction. It let out an agonizing roar of pain. Driven by an intense will to survive, the ichthyosaur violently shattered the ice binding its body and continued struggling downward, as if reaching the depths would grant it safety. Yet under Bing's precise control, the icy breath coiled around it like a death knell, freezing the surrounding water once more and trapping the putrid ichthyosaur again. This time, its body was too heavy from its wounds and drenched in its own foul blood. Exhausted, it could no longer break free. Meanwhile, the Black King had already launched another deadly assault. Fear filled the vertical pupils of the putrid fish dragon, followed by an intense surge of hatred and resentment. Why? Why must it face such an overwhelming force? It had been the undisputed ruler of this domain for years, having obtained that bloodline and the promise of transformation and evolution. Given more time, it might have advanced to the next stage, becoming the ruler of a broader realm. Yet now, all its hopes were being stripped away. It refused to accept this. If it was to perish, then this damned imperial blood dragon clan would be its grave companion. The fish dragon's pupils, which had dimmed, suddenly burst with golden light, revealing a resolute glint. Immediately, an ancient and colossal energy roared within its body, intensely condensing and compressing. The powerful energy fluctuations caused everything around it to seem to freeze for an instant. The frigid energy was blocked out. The Black King's claws had barely touched the ichthyosaur's hideous form when this energy, compressed to its absolute limit, could no longer be contained and erupted with overwhelming force. A light as deep and dark as ink blossomed from the ichthyosaur's body, carrying the power to annihilate all, sweeping madly outward. Self-destruction. Realizing its own survival was impossible, the putrid fish dragon chose to detonate its dragon bloodline. The dragon race, the supreme imperial species among beasts, possessed power beyond comprehension. Even its sub-dragon variants, possessing only partial traits, were beyond ordinary speculation. When it chose to ignite this dragon blood, the resulting power was nothing short of earth-shattering. A dragon's roar, utterly terrifying, malevolent, and brimming with venom, surged toward the basin's sky, scattering the light streaming down from above. A colossal gray pillar of energy, thick as a mountain, seemed to connect heaven and earth, triggering an earthquake that shook the entire burial basin and the surrounding lands. The ear-splitting dragon's roar reverberated beyond the basin's borders, its spilling energy shattering and pulverizing every tree in its path. A group of beast masters who had gathered at the basin's edge, alerted by the commotion within, paled simultaneously. They barely had time to throw themselves to the ground before being met by the terrifying, swirling shockwave. In an instant, several figures were hurled into the air, coughing up blood incessantly before crashing like dead dogs into the jungle, their survival uncertain. Those standing farther away fled in panic, utterly bewildered by the source of this catastrophe. Li Wukong and several high-ranking Li family beastmasters who had rushed to the scene immediately commanded their pets to unleash their skills. A dazzling array of colors erupted as multiple defensive abilities were released simultaneously, barely managing to block the residual shockwaves that had already been significantly weakened during their journey. Li Wukong's eyes widened in horror. That was the roar of the fish dragon. What on earth had happened inside? He distinctly recognized the desperation and fury of a cornered beast in its roar. Even when they had hunted it down years ago, it had never stirred such a commotion. And that terrifying energy shockwave, could it be that the corrupted fish dragon had truly been driven to the brink of death? He exchanged glances with the other family members, each reading the same thought in the other's eyes. Quick! Notify the family head. This might be a great opportunity for our Li family. Within the bone-buried basin, the landscape was now a desolate wasteland. The ground appeared as if it had been collectively plowed, its thick topsoil and silt completely stripped away, exposing the underlying humus layer. Trees stood severed at the waist as if by an immense, razor-sharp blade. Their roots lay mangled, trunks shattered into fragments. The basin, once filled with dense cover and shadows, now lay starkly exposed. The great lake at its center had been widened by the astonishing explosion. A thick, toxic haze hung over its surface, while its shores were unrecognizable. The corpses of unfortunate monsters caught in the crossfire lay scattered around, their flesh pulverized and strewn about. Cough! Amidst the thick smoke, Zhang Xuan stared at his tattered clothes and the searing pain radiating from every part of his body, sucking in a sharp breath. Thankfully, just before the explosion, Big Yellow activated its acceleration skill, propelling him outward at 5 times normal speed. Even though the blast shockwave was faster, he'd managed to reach the perimeter in time. Though he looked rather pitiful now, his injuries weren't severe, just superficial scrapes and bruises. He owed this to the attribute feedback from his beast companions in Big Yellow's blistering speed. Otherwise, Zhang Xuan doubted even a 7th-tier beastmaster could have survived this blast. De Huang's fur bore faint scorch marks and blackened patches, yet it remained unharmed beneath. Zhang Xuan looked toward the lake with lingering fear. He had underestimated the corrupted malignant fish dragon. Merely a sub-dragon species. Its death throes unleashed such terrifying power. Fortunately, Black King A Bing should be fine. In his perception, neither of their life signs showed any signs of weakening. Returning to the scene, Zhang Xuan saw a Bing circling high above. During the explosion, it had unleashed its icy breath, freezing a vast expanse of the lake before soaring upward swiftly. It appeared largely unscathed. Soon, with a thunderous splash, a black shadow let from the water the Black King. He now looked rather bedraggled, with several gashes in his flesh, blood streaming freely. Though the burning world Black Dragon's body was exceptionally resilient, it was still a juvenile form. Moreover, the Black King had absorbed the full brunt of the explosion at point-blank range, leaving it severely wounded. Fortunately, at the last moment, its body instinctively contracted its muscles, forming an extremely hard defensive layer that protected its vital organs. Though it looked rather pitiful now, it was not in critical condition. Flesh buds rapidly sprouted from the torn wounds, healing at a visible pace. Its depleted health bar steadily climbed back up. Zhang Xuan couldn't help but marvel. Truly worthy of the Imperial Blood Dragon clan, its physical recovery ability was astonishingly formidable. He stroked the Black King's head in consolation. The dragon let out a low snort, indicating that these injuries were nothing. It seemed the prospect of slaying the ichthyosaur had it quite excited. Come to think of it, because Black King had been so overwhelmingly dominant earlier, he hadn't bothered to stock up on healing items. Such items were essential for any beastmaster, useful for both themselves and their pets. Seems I ought to stock up on some myself. Chapter 57, The Lake Bottom Cave. He pulled out several portions of grilled wolf meat from his backpack and fed them to the Black King. The beast swallowed them whole, restoring some of its fatigue. Meanwhile, the world will recorded the corrupted malignant fish dragon's death as a cooperative kill by Black King and a Bing. Black King dealt the higher percentage of damage, leveling up to 98, while a Bing followed closely behind, reaching level 97. Both were now very close to the next level threshold. You have obtained the ichthyosaur treasure chest. After the corrupted ichthyosaur's demise, a treasure chest dropped. Zhang Xuan immediately chose to open it. Ding! You have obtained 1 corrupted core. You have obtained 10 wyvern essence. You have obtained a corrupted water pearl. The loot from this chest wasn't abundant, but each item seemed extraordinary. Corrupted core item. Description: imbued with potent corrupted energy, it can serve as an energy core for special scenarios like zones or dungeons. It can also be fused into other items or used for pet fusion. Further applications are open to exploration. Energy core? This thing is worth a fortune. Zhang Xuan knew that the most crucial element in all artificial dungeons was the energy core. Based on the core's attributes, dungeons of varying strengths, forms, and yields could be crafted. Artificial dungeons, in turn, serve as the vital resource upon which beastmaster clans and major guilds depend for their survival. In other words, if Zhang Xuan wished, he could establish a beastmaster family starting with his own generation. While founding a family required women and offspring, Zhang Xuan was still young. With sufficient efficiency, he might even expand to a third generation within less than 20 years. Zhang Xuan shook his head, reining in his wandering thoughts. If this thing were put up for sale, it would fetch an unimaginably astronomical price. But he definitely wouldn't part with it. Even if he didn't need it right now, it would surely prove invaluable in the future. He had to keep it. His gaze then shifted to the other 2 items. Sub-Dragon Blood Essence Material. Description: the blood essence of the sub-dragon species, with versatile applications. This substance could be used to enhance the potential of beast companions, craft various equipment and items, or even create runes. While Zhang Xuan wouldn't bother with common materials, he'd simply recycle them at the official trading center for crystals. This was a rare resource. It was best kept in reserve. Zhang Xuan harbored ambitions to establish his own faction. Should he found a guild in the future, such rare materials could be stored in the guild treasury, allowing those with specialized talents to harness their full potential. Corrupted Water Pearl Curiosity. Description: transforms an area into a corrupted land, inflicting negative effects on all enemies within based on specific attributes. Friendly units possessing negative attributes like poison or foul odor gain buffs. Seems like a group battle buff item perfect for the Miasma Mother Tree, actually. Zhang Xuan nodded in satisfaction. All 3 items held significant value to him. Those minor injuries earlier hadn't been in vain. Then, the Black King relayed a message. You mentioned sensing something peculiar at the lake bottom, something familiar yet repulsive? The Black King affirmed. Zhang Xuan pondered thoughtfully. The putrid fish dragon, sensing it couldn't hold out any longer, kept diving deeper into the lake. Clearly, something down there offered it a sense of security. Moreover, the fact that this bone-buried basin could nurture a sub-dragon species clearly held many mysteries. To uncover the answers to all this, there was likely only one way: dive down and investigate. Zhang Xuan made his decision swiftly. But looking at the utter devastation on the lake's surface, floating fragments of monster flesh, pools of foul blood, and thick, viscous, bizarrely toxic sludge, he still found it utterly revolting. Ah, Bing! Chirp! An elegant, piercing cry echoed through the air.
The little phoenix understood and unleashed another blast of icy breath. With its exquisite control, the lake water spread outwards, freezing into ice on both sides. Soon, a sloping ice passage formed, its end reaching straight to the lake bottom. Well done! Zhang Xuan exclaimed excitedly. It must be said, ice attribute magic was remarkably useful for constructing paths. He stepped onto the frozen lake, sliding down the icy surface like a slide. This lake was indeed exceptionally deep. It took at least 5 seconds before Zhang Xuan reached the bottom. The murky lake water remained opaque even after freezing solid, obscuring the surroundings. Yet the Black King sensed a path ahead and began carving through the ice, with Zhang Xuan following close behind. After traversing roughly 100 meters, the terrain suddenly dipped downward. Only then did Zhang Xuan notice an underground river ahead, winding its way beyond the lake's bottom land. So there really was a hidden world beneath. Come on, Black King, let's explore. Zhang Xuan stepped into the underground river. Here, the water was clear and clean, though it carried a bone-chilling cold perhaps connected to an underground source. Strangely, despite the temperature dipping below freezing, the water remained liquid. Fortunately, with Zhang Xuan's constitution, he could withstand such cold. He pressed deeper, passing a cavern connecting the underground river to the lake bed, until the space suddenly opened up before him. This was an underground chamber, like a deep, hidden passageway. The rock walls on both sides were covered in damp moss, and the bone-chilling cold became even more bone-piercing here, making Zhang Xuan shiver involuntarily. Holy, this is freezing. Boom! The Black King beside him now spewed a jet of blazing flame. The overwhelmingly potent high-grade fire energy instantly dispelled the surrounding chill and illuminated the area. The underground river flowed onward, its destination unknown. But Nanjiang province bordered the East Sea, and Guangning City wasn't too far from the coast. This underground river likely flowed eastward toward the Panlong Mountains, eventually emptying into the sea. Beside them lay another large cavern, its bone-chilling cold emanating from within. Zhang Xuan took a deep breath and stepped into the cavern. The rock walls here soared high, as if deliberately widened. Yet upon entering, not only did the bone-chilling cold intensify, but the environment plunged into pitch-black darkness as if some entity were absorbing all light. Even when the Black King unleashed his dragon flames, they illuminated only for an instant before the heat and light were instantly devoured. Zhang Xuan frowned. He couldn't very well have the Black King keep breathing fire just for illumination. But soon, he slapped his thigh. Right, he'd completely forgotten about that thing. He fished an object out of his backpack. Eternal lamp. As soon as he produced this seemingly ordinary oil lamp, the area around him brightened instantly. At least the situation within a 5-meter radius became clearly visible. Yes, this was precisely the item he'd brought back from the Blood Ash realm. Grand Duke Fusella is a ing genius. Chapter 58, The Silent Dragon King. Zhang Xuan murmured in admiration. It had already proven useful so quickly. He raised the eternal lamp, surveying the cave's more complete interior. Soon, astonishment spread across Zhang Xian's face. This was. On the towering walls of this cavern, he discovered a series of intricate murals. Exquisitely carved, the scenes were grand and sweeping, like an epic scroll. Yet the protagonists depicted were not humans, but colossal beasts strikingly similar to the Black King. These were dragons. Clearly, these carvings depicted pure-blooded dragons, yet they seemed somewhat different. Several dragons in the scenes exuded a chilling, bloodthirsty aura, starkly contrasting with the Black King's imposing, righteous presence. The scenes depicted these dragons conquering vast territories, annihilating civilizations across multiple universes, and subjugating countless races beneath their rule. The Black King beside it suddenly grew agitated, the golden light in its vertical pupils flaring with visible rage. The scene depicted this dragon clan seemingly striking a bargain with some unknown, great power. They then turned on their own kind, slaying several powerful, ancient, and noble kings before defecting from their race. Among the slain rulers, one figure quickly caught Zhang Xian's attention. Seated upon a throne of iron and fire, countless intelligent races prostrated themselves before it, offering supreme loyalty and reverence. Those golden dragon eyes, seemingly capable of piercing the darkest depths of the cosmos, the steel-like scales, the blazing, brilliant flames, everything bore a striking resemblance to the Black King. Zhang Xuan could roughly deduce that this great being might very well be the complete form of the world-burning Black Dragon. It was also the mightiest sovereign within the Black King's bloodline. Yet in the scene, it was being attacked and ultimately fell. Upon the throne sat another dark, cold, and formidable dragon who had slain it. Feeling the Black King's growing agitation beside him, Zhang Xuan first communicated with it through his consciousness, slightly calming its emotions. Simultaneously, his mind was deep in thought. Top-tier races possessed what was known as bloodline memory. Judging by the Black King's reaction, the scenes depicted in these murals must be true. This meant that a massive internal conflict must have once occurred among the dragon clans. The rulers of the old era had been slain upon their thrones, replaced by new sovereigns. What had transpired during this period? How had the dragon race transformed through this upheaval? These were questions that deeply intrigued Zhang Xuan. But these answers were clearly still beyond his reach.
Continuing deeper into the cavern, Zhang Xuan rounded a corner only to find himself standing within a deathly pale, desolate, and despair-inducing hall. No, to be precise, this was not a hall at all, but a tomb. A tomb that held an existence so terrifying, despairing, and shudder-inducing it was beyond comprehension. The moment he stepped inside, these negative emotions surged uncontrollably within him, churning and intensifying relentlessly. This. Zhang Xian's heart raced with dread. Seizing the moment before this unknown emotion, which seemed intent on manipulating him, could spread further, he swiftly donned the mind's mask. Instantly, a cool sensation washed over him from head to toe, instantly calming and clearing his mind. Thank goodness, but where did this emotion come from? Zhang Xian looked toward the tomb. When he raised the eternal lamp in his hand, he finally beheld the utterly shocking and terrifying sight before him. A skeleton, the colossal, monstrous skeleton of a gigantic beast. He approached with the lamp, battling the pervasive chill of death in the air until he could fully see the skeleton's form. Its astonishing size, its overwhelming aura, and its structure so intricate and transcendent it defied ordinary species. This was the corpse of a dragon. And not just any dragon, the corpse of a true, fully matured colossal dragon. Black King flapped his wings and suddenly soared away. Zhang Xian startled, fearing it might encounter some mishap, only to see the Black King had already landed upon the dragon skeleton's chest cavity. Beneath that mountain-like colossal skeleton, a beating heart pulsed. Approaching closer, Zhang Xian observed the heart's pallid hue, emanating an intense and vast aura of death. The icy chill permeating the entire cavern radiated from this very heart. Its aura, brutal, desolate, and deathly still, could drive any living creature near it mad in an instant. Zhang Xian was protected by the mind mask, while the Black King, as a member of the Imperial Blood Dragon clan, possessed the traits of a top-tier cosmic species in both body and mind, rendering him utterly unafraid. Moreover, this heart seemed to exert a peculiar attraction upon him. Just as Zhang Xian wondered what the Black King intended, it sliced through the corpse with its claws, tore open a gap, and then swallowed the ghastly white heart whole. Holy! Zhang Xian lunged forward in a single bound. You've got some nerve, swallowing that without a second thought. But suddenly, the Black King seemed to enter a deep slumber, becoming completely still. An intensely powerful aura began radiating from its body, so strong that even Zhang Xian couldn't approach. He had no choice but to abandon further pursuit. The Black King never acted recklessly. The heart of this dragon skeleton must hold significant benefit for it, prompting the hasty consumption. Waiting a while would suffice. Zhang Xian ventured deeper into the tomb and suddenly noticed an altar behind the corpse, upon which sat a stone cauldron. Peering into the cauldron, he saw an incredibly viscous, ink-black liquid inside, radiating an icy chill. This chill differed from the frost energy of the ice crystal phoenix. It carried a sense of utter death, a complete absence of life. As Zhang Xian pondered the origin of this liquid, he inadvertently stepped onto a section of floor tiles. Suddenly, it felt as though he had stepped on a raised protrusion. Click! A crisp sound echoed as a pentagonal stone pillar rose beside the cauldron, its top holding a book. How could a book be here? Zhang Xian's curiosity piqued. He picked it up, and a prompt appeared almost instantly. Poem of the Silent Dragon King Special. Description, recorded by a sorcerer who fell into the abyss, chronicling the tale of a great and dreadful being before its demise. The Silent Dragon King? Was that the identity of this dragon skeleton in life? Zhang Xian opened the book, but the text inside wasn't written in any modern script. He couldn't make out a single word. He could only put the book away for now. Though he couldn't decipher it, Zhang Xian felt he had seen similar script elsewhere before. It was an ancient font passed down from an era buried in the mists of time, predating the emergence of human beastmasters on the Beastmaster continent. This book likely contained the history of that era. Once he entered the Beastmaster Academy, he might find a way to decipher it. Meanwhile, the Black King emerged from its stasis. Zhang Xian sensed its energy surge dramatically within, still rapidly increasing as if it had consumed some potent elixir. Chapter 59, Blocking the Path. Your beast companion, Black King World-Burning Black Dragon, has consumed the heart of the Silent Dragon King, completing the blood enemy devouring. It will awaken unknown abilities upon entering its next form. Your pet Black King World-Burning Black Dragon has reached LV 99, the current level cap for its form. Ding! Current pet evolution requirements. Requirement 1, level LV 99 achieved. Requirement 2, absorb sufficient Crimson Flame Sacred Crystals not achieved. Finally, the moment has arrived. Zhang Xuan clenched his fist. The Black King had finally reached level 99, poised to enter the growth form stage. Once it transitions from juvenile to growth form, with the potential of a god-tier beast pet, who knows how astonishing its performance will become. Now, the task at hand was to find these so-called Crimson Flame Sacred Crystals. Another piece of information caught Zhang Xian's attention. Blood enemy devour? Zhang Xian pondered thoughtfully. This mortal enemy, naturally, referred to the Silent Dragon King. Evidence from the Black King's Dragon Bloodline Emperor and the murals within this dragon ossuary revealed that the Dragon clan was not united as one, but rather divided into distinct factions. The exact division method remains unclear, but mortal enmity exists between opposing factions. Upon killing one another, they appear to complete some sort of blood ritual, thereby gaining powerful rewards. It is precisely this bloodline hatred that explains why the corrupted malignant wyvern, as a sub-dragon species, felt instinctive dread upon encountering the Black King yet refused to submit, instead brimming with hostility. Similarly, the Black King's emotions visibly fluctuate upon encountering the tomb murals. From this perspective, that ichthyosaur was likely one of the more formidable monsters originally dwelling in the basin's Great Lake. Judging by its appearance, it was probably the king crocodile among the swamp's vicious crocodiles. After arriving at this tomb, it consumed the remnants of the silent Dragon King's flesh or essence, acquiring dragon blood and completing its evolution. As for why this colossal dragon chose to construct its tomb beneath the Great Lake and rest here, that remains unknown. Perhaps deciphering that ancient tome someday will reveal the answer. Now, the sole objective is to complete the Black King's evolution. Let's go. We'll retrace our steps. Man and dragon emerged from the cavern, ascending from the lake steps to the shore. He hadn't heard of the Crimson Flame sacred crystal before, but it clearly wasn't an ordinary object. He'd head back to the Beast God's branch temple in Guangning City to inquire, perhaps there would be clues there. Riding Big Yellow across the basin, they emerged to find a large gathering of beast tamers on the mountain's flat terrain. Ha! Zhang Xuan paused, then realized. The massive explosion from the corrupted evil fish dragon had drawn attention, no surprise, given the burial basin's notorious reputation in these parts. Any disturbance here would naturally spark curiosity. Someone's coming out. Only one person? Young man, what just happened in there? Beastmasters lining the path were brimming with curiosity. They had assumed a powerful team had clashed with monsters deep within the buried bones basin, sparking a fierce battle. But now it seemed there was only one person? Or could it be that the commotion wasn't caused by the young man standing before them? Zhang Xuan paid no heed, preparing to ride off into the distance. Hold on. A sharp command rang out, followed by several figures blocking his path. At least 7 or 8 beast pets, each looking quite extraordinary, stood beside them. They subtly formed an encircling stance, sealing off the road. Zhang Xuan frowned. These men appeared to be around 40 years old, dressed in unusual attire, and radiated an oppressive aura. Clearly, they possessed formidable strength. But blocking his path like this was already crossing a line. Who didn't know that in wilderness zones, when beast masters blocked each other's path, it usually signaled intent to kill and plunder? Normally, no one would make such a move, prone to misunderstanding in plain sight. These men clearly meant trouble. Zhang Xuan halted Big Yellow and coldly demanded, "What's your business?" Their eyes flickered. The middle-aged man stepped forward, a faint smile on his face. "We come from the Li family. My name is Li Wukong, second elder of the Guangning Li family." He paused after this statement, seemingly waiting for Zhang Xian's reaction. Zhang Xian's gaze grew cold, tinged with impatience. "So," he snapped. "Good dogs don't block the path. Doesn't your Li family understand that?" The air froze. Beast tamers nearby, drawn by the Li family's obstruction, had gathered to watch the spectacle. Hearing Zhang Xian's blunt retort, they all looked surprised, yet their eyes brimmed with admiration. This young man truly had guts, confronting the Li family head-on. They themselves would never have dared. The men flanking Li Wukong narrowed their eyes, their gazes turning hostile. Within and beyond Guangning City, few dared to speak to them in such a manner. Just as they were about to erupt in anger, Li Wukong chuckled softly, bowed his hands in a gesture that seemed to convey apology. "Young man, please don't be angry. We merely wish to gather some information and are willing to pay a fair price in exchange." Zhang Xian had openly branded the Li family as dogs, naturally enraging Li Wukong. Yet he suspected Zhang Xian was backed by a formidable power, and with the corrupt and chaotic situation still unclear, he suppressed his anger for now. As for whether Zhang Xian had caused the commotion alone, he hadn't even considered that possibility. His theory was that Zhang Xian might be part of the team battling the rotten evil fish dragon, and the true main force hadn't even shown up yet. Zhang Xian glanced at them and sneered. "Reward? What reward could you possibly offer?" He never held the Li family in high regard. A clan that could produce someone like Li Xian, arrogant, contemptuous of commoners, and utterly overbearing, couldn't possibly be anything but rotten to the core. Now they'd crossed a line by blocking his path, clearly harboring ill intent. There was no need for politeness. The man beside Li Wukong couldn't contain himself. How dare this greenhorn beast tamer, who looked like he hadn't even grown a full beard yet, speak to them in such a tone? Narrowing his eyes, he said, "Young man, such arrogance won't serve you well. We merely seek answers. Answer truthfully, and the Li family will reward you handsomely." This man, Li Wuzhong, was of the same generation as Li Wukong and held considerable standing within the Li family. Accustomed to bullying others, he would have already struck if not for the large crowd of onlookers fearing the negative repercussions and the uncertainty of the young man's backing. Zhang Xian narrowed his eyes coldly. "Does no one in the Li family understand common sense? I said get lost. How dare you?" Li Wuzhong roared with rage, while Li Wukong, his patience exhausted, said coldly, "Since you refuse to cooperate, young man, we'll have to escort you to the clan headquarters for a chat." "What? You intend to abduct me outright?" Zhang Xian sneered coldly.
He wasn't afraid of such tactics. Even if a 6th-rank beast tamer arrived, they wouldn't have the ability to take him away. Just as he prepared to fight them, a loud shout rang out from the distance. Chapter 60, The Head of the Li Clan. Li Wukong. Li Wuzhong. What are you doing? Hearing his name shouted, Li Wukong frowned, recognizing the voice as familiar. He turned and his expression immediately changed. He hurried forward a few steps and said, Chief Wang, what brings you here? A group of riders on exotic beasts galloped swiftly down the mountain path. Sharp-eyed observers gasped, Windrunners. They're from the Beast God Temple. The Beast God's branch temples raised exotic beasts specifically for riding. Now, these men all rode Windrunner steeds, clad in the standard robes of the Beast God Temple, their identities plain for all to see. Leading the group was none other than Wang Hua. The Beast God's branch temple undoubtedly had the swiftest access to intelligence regarding the surrounding wilderness. Upon hearing news of the burial basin and learning it was highly unlikely to involve the 4 families' beast tamers, Wang Hua's keen instincts immediately connected the dots, prompting him to lead his men here. Little did he expect to arrive just as the Li family was causing trouble for Zhang Xuan. How could he tolerate this? Zhang Xuan now held an exalted status within the Beast God Temple, one that even elderly treated with respect. Faced with such an incident, Wang Hua had to intervene. Wang Hua's anger burned fiercely within him. The Li family had always been arrogant, but since they operated outside the Beast God Temple's jurisdiction, he'd usually turn a blind eye. Now, they dared to provoke such a revered figure, their audacity knew no bounds. Hearing Li Wukong's challenge, he dismounted his colt with a cold snort. His gaze first fell upon Zhang Xuan. Seeing the young man unharmed, he surmised the fight hadn't yet begun and breathed a silent sigh of relief. Then, turning his gaze to Li Wukong and his men, he spoke in an extremely unfriendly tone. Does your Li family think this place is your own backyard? To act so brazenly? Li Wukong was utterly baffled. The Li family and the Beast God Branch Temple had always kept to themselves, never interfering with each other. What on earth had gotten into this man to suddenly come confront him at this moment? But the deputy head of a city branch held power nearly equal to their own family head, with status even slightly higher. He dared not show discontent lightly, forcing a conciliatory smile. Chief Wang, you overstate the matter. Our Li family has always acted with utmost caution, never overstepping our bounds. We merely wish to inquire about certain matters with this young man. The gentlemen here can all attest to that. He gestured toward the surrounding onlookers. To his surprise, the surrounding beast tamers wore expressions of disgust, shaking their heads and muttering under their breath. The Li family truly has thick skin. Yeah, they're clearly trying to coerce this young man, yet they ask us to witness it? Ridiculous. The collective expressions and murmurs instantly froze the Li family's faces. Li Wuzhong opened his mouth to bark an order, but immediately realized the inappropriate setting. He forced himself to stop, instead shooting everyone a cold, veiled glare. The onlookers remained unfazed. With at least 40 or 50 beast tamers present, they knew the Li family couldn't retaliate over something like this, no matter how powerful they were. Li Wukong also realized he'd made a foolish move. The family's reputation in Guangning was already shaky, and this only ended up backfiring on him. Wang Hua gave a cold chuckle, pointed a finger, and declared, I don't care what the Li family plans to do. As long as I'm here, you won't succeed. Now get back to Guangning City. Put those schemes away. Don't bring trouble upon your family. Li Wukong frowned, puzzled. What was this kid's background that Wang Hua would defend him so fiercely? But given the situation, they had no choice but to swallow their pride and retreat. Just then, a shadow loomed overhead. The crowd looked up to see a colossal eagle-like beast soaring through the sky, with a figure standing atop its back. A diamond-grade mountain plundering eagle, the head of the Li family, had arrived. The high-grade beast pets of Guangning were highly distinctive. The moment one appeared, both the beast and its master's identity would be instantly recognized. Li Wuwen, head of the Li family. Though the Li family's reputation was poor, this man was a formidable powerhouse whose fame was deeply ingrained in people's minds. A 6th-tier beast master, his strength was widely acknowledged as the strongest among the 4 major families of Guangning. Seeing him arrive in person, the surrounding beast tamers instinctively lowered their heads and backed away, fearful of drawing his attention. Master! Big brother! Li Wukong and others rushed forward. The matter of the corrupt evil fish dragon was of utmost importance to the Li family, and he had contacted Li Wuwen immediately. Seeing him arrive, his confidence was instantly restored. Li Wukong briefly explained the situation in a low voice. Li Wuwen nodded and approached Wang Hua. Mr. Wang, it's rare to see you out and about. When you have time, please visit my humble abode. The Li family would be honored to welcome you. As he spoke, his gaze casually swept toward Zhang Xuan standing nearby. Li Wuwen felt a surge of emotion. Years ago, he had struck the rotten evil fish dragon, wounding it but failing to kill it outright. When he later tracked it down, he discovered an overwhelmingly terrifying pressure deep within the basin lake, so intense that even he couldn't venture further. The fish dragon retreated to the lake bottom the moment it sensed his presence. The rest of the Li family lacked the strength to finish it off, so they had no choice but to abandon the pursuit. Yet he never forgot the creature.
The Li family had once paid a great price to consult an alien sorcerer for a prophecy, learning that slaying the fish dragon would yield an extremely precious energy core. The Li family originally possessed an energy core, but the one within the ichthyosaur held a higher status in the prophetic vision.
Acquiring it would vastly enhance the family's foundations.
Within a decade at most, the Li family could completely overshadow the other 3 clans. He could then use it to break through to the 7th tier Beastmaster rank, leading the Li family to become Guangning's foremost Beastmaster clan and even a major family within the entire Nanxiang province. For this very purpose, he had placed a sensory artifact at the lake bottom. Thus, the moment the fish dragon died, he received the news. Though the Beastmaster who killed the fish dragon must be formidable, it was possible they had merely lured the creature out of the lake before ambushing and slaying it. As long as the threat originated within Guangning City, Li Wuwen was confident he could handle it. Seeing Wang Hua arrive here, Li Wuwen realized the situation was far from simple. Yet, the idea of retreating so easily was truly unbearable to him.
Wang Hua responded coldly, "Then there's no need. You Li family would do well to rein in your behavior from now on." With that, he turned away, approaching Zhang Xuan and murmuring, "Zhang, shall we return to the city together?" Zhang Xuan nodded.
As Zhang Xuan prepared to leave, Li Wuwen narrowed his eyes and suddenly called out, "Wait!"
Anger flared instantly on Wang Hua's face as he turned to confront him. "Li Wuwen, was my meaning not clear enough? Does your Li family wish to confront the Beast God Temple?" Li Wuwen shook his head.
"Mr. Wang, please don't pin such accusations on me. I would never dare to defy the Beast God."
He turned to Zhang Xuan and said calmly, "Young man, I only wish to ask that massive explosion in the burial basin earlier, it must have something to do with you, correct? Chapter 61, do you want it?"
He cut straight to the point, his gaze carrying a dangerous glint. Wang Hua, seeing him persist relentlessly, was about to rebuke him when Zhang Xuan suddenly spoke up. "That's right.
I personally killed the ichthyosaur." This. The surrounding beast masters were largely unaware of the terrifying monster buried in the Great Lake and couldn't fathom the cause of the explosion.
Hearing Zhang Xian's words, they exchanged bewildered glances.
Li Wukong and the others, however, wore expressions of shock.
They hadn't even mentioned the existence of the corrupt evil fish dragon, yet he had pinpointed it with a single sentence. It seemed they had truly encountered the real deal. Then, Zhang Xuan chuckled softly and added, "And after I killed the fish dragon, I got quite a few treasures."
"Do you know what they were?" "What?" Li Wuwen instinctively pressed, his expression betraying a mix of tension and anticipation. Zhang Xian's expression grew more amused as he replied, "Let me think. Ah, yes.
There was this thing called the corrupt core."
"Would you call that a treasure?"
When he first encountered Li Wukwang and the others blocking his path, he hadn't thought much of it. But seeing the head of the Li family personally intervene and then asking that question, he instantly understood. The Li family had undoubtedly coveted the corrupted evil fish dragon for a long time, but had failed to capture it. As for why Li Wuwen, with his strength, couldn't kill the dragon, he pondered briefly and figured out the reason.
Within the lake's tomb, the corpse of the dead Dragon King radiated an overwhelming dragon's aura. That was the dragon aura of a pure-blooded, fully formed dragon. Even as a corpse, it was not something an ordinary beast tamer could withstand. To endure that pressure and venture deeper was utterly impossible. His own entry was only possible due to the presence of the Black King, whose aura perfectly counterbalanced the dragon's remains. As for the corrupted malignant ichthyosaur, though still not fully matured into its strongest form, it was no easy target to kill. After being wounded, it had simply retreated into the tomb, leaving the Li family powerless to pursue it. The most valuable thing the Beastmaster families coveted was undoubtedly the energy core capable of creating a high-level artificial dungeon. Wang Hua looked at Zhang Xuan in astonishment.
He was well aware of the existence of this sub-dragon species. Hearing Zhang Xuan claim to have killed it, his initial shock quickly gave way to realization that this feat didn't seem entirely implausible for Zhang Xuan. So this was why the Li family had made their move. Regardless, today he would not allow them to harm even a single hair on Zhang Xian's head. Li Wuwen's pupils instantly contracted upon hearing the words corrupt core. Before he could even process whether Zhang Xuan had truly slain the corrupt ichthyosaur alone, he blurted out, his voice trembling slightly, "That thing, is it on your person right now?" Zhang Xuan nodded as if it were the most natural thing in the world.
"Yes, of course it's on me. Mr. Li, do you want it?"
Li Wuwen instinctively started to blurt out, but the words froze on his lips. Seeing the mocking glint in Zhang Xian's eyes, he realized he was being toyed with. He glanced over at Wang Hua and the others from the Beast God Branch Hall. With events having unfolded this far, an open confrontation today was clearly impossible. He could only play it safe for now. He drew a deep breath, forcing his tone to sound gentle and measured. "Young man, I know this item is extremely precious, but my Li family has long coveted it.
I absolutely won't take advantage of you. However, if you intend to part with it, would you consider letting my Li family acquire it? The price is absolutely negotiable."
"Oh?" Zhang Xuan raised an eyebrow, feigning deep thought before replying, "I actually am considering selling it."
As for the price, Li Wuwen, Li Wukwang, and the others couldn't help but lean forward slightly.
Then, they saw Zhang Xuan hold up one finger.
I don't want anything else. Let's do a straight swap.
Hand over the ownership rights to a medium-sized crystal vein, and this core is yours.
What? That's outrageous. Li Wukong, Li Wuzhong, and the others couldn't help but exclaim.
Crystal veins were extremely valuable strategic resources capable of producing crystals endlessly. Crystals themselves served as hard currency across all races on the continent, with extremely wide applications. The Li family only held a small crystal vein under their name, and even that was merely a usage right. They had to pay a hefty price to lease it, not outright ownership.
Ownership of an intermediate crystal vein? Its value far surpassed that of ordinary energy cores. Upon hearing this, the Li family members realized Zhang Xuan was clearly toying with them.
Li Wuwen suppressed his anger, gave Zhang Xuan another piercing look, then suddenly smiled. The Li family truly cannot offer a mid-grade crystal vein.
Since that's the case, let's call it quits for today.
Young master, should you later wish to propose more suitable terms, feel free to contact us.
Let's call it a day for now. With that, he wasted no further time, mounting the Hangshan eagle and departing. The rest of the Zhang family followed suit.
Zhang Xuan sensed the dangerous implication conveyed in that final glance and sneered inwardly.
The Li family's modus operandi meant they would never let this go.
They would undoubtedly resort to every possible means later.
But he wasn't afraid. Even Li Wuwen, a renowned 6th rank beast master, couldn't accurately gauge his true strength. If the Li family believed slaying the rotten evil fish dragon represented his ultimate limit, he would make them pay a heavy price.
Killing one's own kind in the wilderness, especially under defensive circumstances, carried no legal liability whatsoever. Let's see how many of you Li family members are worth killing. If it came down to it, even a so-called Beastmaster family with centuries of heritage might end up as my sustenance. A cold gleam flashed in Zhang Xuan's eyes. Beside him, Manhwa watched the departing figures of the Li family members, his brow furrowed. He then said, "Classmate Zhang, the Li family acts recklessly and won't let this rest. But without direct evidence, the Beast God Temple has no grounds to sanction them. For your safety, I'll request reinforcements from the South River Beast God Temple to provide close protection." Exposing Zhang Xuan's identity was risky, but with elderly involved, the other side would undoubtedly take this extremely seriously. With an 8th-tier Beastmaster present, crushing the Guangning Li family would be as easy as snapping a finger.
Zhang Xuan shook his head.
With his own special advantages and numerous hidden resources, he neither needed nor wanted close protection.
As for his uncle and Ah Chen,
with that in mind, he spoke up, "I need not be protected, but my family does. They mostly stay within the city. Please have manager Wang arrange for someone to guard them at all times, but keep it discreet. I don't want them living in fear."
Wang Hua nodded promptly. Understood.
With me handling it, this matter will be taken care of. Though he addressed him as Mr. Zhang, his demeanor now fully treated Zhang Xuan as his direct superior. He immediately issued orders directing the Beast God branch to closely monitor the Li family's movements within the city. Additionally, he dispatched 4 5th-tier Beast Masters, 2 forming each team to covertly protect Zhang Tai and Zhang Chen.
Chapter 62, The Godslayer Society.
5th-tier Beast Masters were core forces within the Beast God Branch Temple. 4 of them represented nearly half the temple's strength. This arrangement eased Zhang Xuan's concerns somewhat, otherwise, he would have had lingering worries about every action. Watching the Li family depart, a thought stirred within him. Should he strike first? Though protected by the Beast God's branch hall, he had only these 2 relatives. He couldn't afford to lose them. Rather than worry about whether they might target Ah Chen and his uncle, it would be better to. Moments later, Zhang Xuan suppressed the thought. Though the Beastmaster world revered strength above all, it wasn't without rules. Acting solely on perceived threat wasn't a justifiable reason. Unless he ascended to a higher position, using the authority of a deity to crush his opponents. Meanwhile, Heng Shaning flew back to the Li family compound within the city. Li Wuwen, his face as still as water, walked into a lavish mansion with his hands clasped behind his back. Members of the Li family soon arrived in succession, following behind him. Li Wuquan spoke softly, "Master, how shall we handle this youngster's matter?" Li Wuwen sat down in the main seat of the main hall. A long silence followed, the atmosphere oppressively heavy. He tapped his fingers rhythmically on the armrest, finally breaking the silence. "Our Li family has paid a heavy price for that corrupt and evil fish dragon. That energy core can only belong to the Li family." Li Wukong and the others perked up. "Your orders, Patriarch." Having presided over the family for 2 decades, Li Wuwen had elevated the Li clan from the lowest tier among Guangning's 4 major families to its current position as the de facto leader. His authority was deeply ingrained, commanding profound respect throughout the clan. The others cared little for the Beast God's branch hall. Given Li Wuwen's command, they would act without hesitation. Li Wuwen spoke slowly. "That boy, for reasons unknown, has earned Wang Hua's protection. Though the Beast God's branch temple's authority is limited, it still represents the Beast God. Members of our Li family cannot intervene directly. What do you suggest?" Li Wukong had already begun to grasp the implication. Li Wuwen looked at him and said, "Third brother, contact the Kill God Society. Offer them 30 million crystals to handle this.
If that's not enough, we can add more.
At the mention of that figure, Li Wukong's expression lit up with excitement.
Yes. He immediately went to make the contact. The Godslayer Society, a name rarely heard by ordinary folk, yet one that symbolizes dread and death.
Their origins remain shrouded in mystery, yet they are said to be predominantly human in composition, possessing formidable abilities beyond mere beast taming. Beast masters across the continent hold them in profound dread, for the Godslayers claim no target can survive their assassination.
Their ultimate purpose is to slay the gods themselves. Consequently, the Godslayers are banned across all major nations.
Yet their foundations are profoundly strong. Despite repeated suppression and sieges by the beast god temples of various countries, they remain active in the underworld, their influence even permeating and controlling some smaller nations entirely.
Engaging the Godslayers comes at an exorbitant price.
Yet once they accept a contract, they pursue it relentlessly. Even if an assassination fails, they will dispatch stronger assassins. Over the centuries, the Godslayers' failure rate, or rather, documented failures, has been a mere single instance. That individual was said to be a demigod who had ignited the divine flame and departed this continent.
Yet even he could not eradicate the Godslayer Guild entirely.
Thus, while the Godslayer Guild faced overt rejection, its intricate connections with major factions remained deeply entrenched. The Li family naturally possessed channels to contact the Godslayer Guild, but this marked the first time they sought to enlist its services. If the Godslayer Society could be enlisted, Zhang Xuan would die. Moreover, no direct evidence would link the incident to the Li family. No matter how strong the suspicions, the Beast God's branch temple would be powerless against them.
Soon, Li Wukong rushed back. Li Wuwen asked, "How did it go?" Li Wukong's expression was troubled.
The Godslayer Society had stated that after evaluating Zhang Xuan, they had uncovered some hidden information. 30 million was insufficient. They demanded a price increase doubling the amount.
What? Li Wuzhong, standing nearby, gasped. 30 million crystals was already an astronomical sum. 60 million would cripple the Li family. Yet Li Wuwen showed no hesitation. 60 million it was. He immediately liquidated some of the family's more easily sold assets to raise the crystals. This price equaled half of the Li family's accumulated wealth, but as long as they obtained the corrupt core, they could recoup it quickly.
Combined with the high returns to follow, it was entirely worth it. Meanwhile, Zhang Xuan returned to the city alongside the Beast God Branch Temple's contingent. Along the way, he spoke up, "Chief Wang, I have a matter I'd like to consult with you."
Wang Hua promptly replied, "Speak freely, I'll answer any question." Zhang Xuan continued, "Have you ever heard of the Crimson Flame Sacred Crystal?" "The Crimson Flame Sacred Crystal?" Wang Hua pondered for a moment before answering, "I seem to have some vague recollection, but it's not very clear. Perhaps we should look it up in the Beast God Temple's knowledge database once we arrive at the branch temple. We should be able to find the answer there." "Very well." Zhang Xuan nodded and accompanied him to the branch hall. Upon arriving at the Beast God Branch Hall, the attendant in the main hall, Lin Ru, rose to greet Wang Hua. Then, upon seeing Zhang Xuan, her eyes widened in surprise. Wasn't this the young man who had set the record for clearing a second-tier quest last time, only to discover he possessed such high privileges that even Chief Wang himself lacked the authority to access his records? After that incident, Wang Hua had specifically instructed her to extend the highest honors should he return. Now, she momentarily hesitated, unsure whether to bow or what to do. To her surprise, Zhang Xuan recognized her and gave a nod of acknowledgement. "Xiao Lin, fetch the Universal Compendium," Wang Hua instructed. "Ha? Oh, right. I'll go get it."
Lin Ru hurriedly rose and headed toward the rear hall.
Minutes later, she returned carrying an ancient-looking tome.
Seeing Zhang Xuan's curious gaze, Wang Hua explained, "The Beast God Temple possesses a unique artifact called the Compendium of All Things.
It contains comprehensive records of all information across the continent.
Additionally, beast masters responsible for exploration throughout the generations can upload new knowledge they acquire to the compendium, though it must undergo review to ensure the content is authentic and reliable. The Universal Compendium can be duplicated, and its content is synchronized with the original stored in the Qilin Beast God Hall.
This is the duplicate copy for our branch hall. There's such a thing?" Zhang Xuan realized.
Wang Hua took the Universal Compendium, then handed it to Zhang Xuan.
"Your access level grants you permission to view all its contents.
If you need one in the future, I can request a copy for you from the Nanjiang Beast God Temple."
"They'll certainly approve it." Zhang Xuan nodded.
He truly needed this. Possessing such a treasure trove of knowledge would prove invaluable. Opening the compendium, a light screen flickered into view.
Chapter 63, Crimson Flame Archipelago.
Universal Compendium activated, verifying permissions.
Current access level, level 11, all content accessible.
Zhang Xuan typed the words Scarlet Flame Sacred Crystal onto the light screen.
Results appeared swiftly.
Scarlet Flame Sacred Crystal, a supreme spiritual artifact originating from the Crimson Flame Archipelago. Forged from supremely pure flame energy nurtured within a unique environment, it even contains the very essence of the law of fire. It is also a sacred relic of the Red Dwarf race.
Scarlet Flame Archipelago? Red Dwarves? Zhang Xuan raised an eyebrow.
These terms were rather unfamiliar. Fortunately, the Universal Compendium promptly provided separate entries for each term. Scarlet Flame Archipelago, located in the East Sea, perpetually engulfed in unceasing flames. Its fiery energy is exceptionally potent, making it a fertile ground for fire attribute spiritual treasures. It serves as a settlement for various alien races.
Red Dwarves, a branch of the dwarf race, masters of primitive forging.
Distribution: Crimson Flame Archipelago.
So that's at the East Sea, and its dwarven territory? Nanjiang Province borders the East Sea, but venturing out to sea isn't so simple. Moreover, the territories of the alien races are entirely different from those within Xia Nation.
Some alien races harbor hostility toward humans, and approaching them can be even more dangerous than most wilderness areas. But the Black King requires the Crimson Flame's sacred crystal to advance.
We must go. Zhang Xuan inquired about the Eastern Sea's conditions from Manhwa. Wang Hua exclaimed in surprise, "You intend to sail the seas?"
He considered for a moment before continuing. Our Beast God Temple maintains dedicated vessels serving beast tamers on various maritime routes.
However, boarding requires traveling to a port city.
If you require it, the Beast God Sub-Temple can activate a teleportation array, saving you considerable time. The Beast God Sub-Temple possesses intercity teleportation arrays, though they're not activated routinely.
Within Nanjiang Province, you can freely teleport between any city.
Wang Hua offered some maritime precautions, though he refrained from warning about the extreme dangers of sailing or advising against novice beast masters venturing into foreign lands. Zhang Xuan clearly defied conventional wisdom, so it was best to simply accommodate his requests. He then led Zhang Xuan to a large chamber on the second floor of the branch temple, activated the teleportation array, and selected the destination. Teleportation arrays were typically constructed by elven mages, making them prohibitively expensive. Activating one usually consumed hundreds of thousands of crystals. However, with Zhang Xuan's privileges, all facilities within the Beast God Hall were freely accessible to him at no cost. The hexagram flashed, magical energy surged, and in the next instant, Zhang Xuan vanished from his spot.
He reappeared in a bustling metropolis.
The streets bustled with people and beasts, with beast tamers riding their mounts everywhere. A faint scent of sea breeze lingered in the air. This was Ninghai City, the port city of Nanjiang Province. Compared to Guangning, Ninghai City's prosperity was at least tenfold greater, even surpassing the provincial capital of Nanjiang. Its proximity to the East Sea and its proximity to two island nations across the sea facilitated frequent exchanges. The sea also yielded abundant rare materials, establishing it as one of the top 3 trading ports in the southern part of Xia Nation.
Walking through the streets, one could even spot elves with pointed ears and multicolored skin and eyes, beastmen with foxtails, bullheads, tiger heads, and more.
Zhang Xuan glanced around curiously but didn't linger, heading straight for the port. Upon reaching Ninghai Port, he found over a dozen large ships moored there. Locating the one bearing the emblem of the Southern River Beast God Temple, he approached the boarding ramp where an old man handled registrations.
After sizing up Zhang Xuan, he drawled lazily, "Sailing? Got your pass? Credentials?"
Zhang Xuan pulled an object from his robe, the token elderly had given him. The old man snatched it up and sprang to his feet.
"Honored guest. I'll escort you aboard.
This vessel belongs to the Beast God Temple."
Naturally, many temple members boarded daily, so the old man recognized the rank of this token.
He thought to himself, this youth looks so young, yet he's actually a big shot from the Beast God Temple. The old man escorted Zhang Xuan aboard, arranging a luxurious cabin for him. He explained that the ship would depart in 2 hours and would make 5 stops along the way.
The final stop lay in the southern reaches of the Crimson Flame Archipelago.
This meant the Crimson Flame Archipelago was relatively far offshore and posed the highest danger level. Zhang Xuan recalled information he'd found in the Universal Compendium. The closer one got to the central region of the Crimson Flame Archipelago, the more violent the fire elemental energy became. The sacred flaming crystals were most likely to appear in these areas. According to the records, the Crimson Flame Archipelago was primarily occupied by the Red Dwarf tribe, which itself was divided into 2 factions. The southern tribe maintained relatively friendly relations with the Xia Kingdom, while the northern tribe seemed quite hostile, a point specifically noted by previous scholars in the compendium. Furthermore, beyond the northernmost islands lie the 2 nations of the East Sea, Silla and Yingzhou.
Beast tamers from these kingdoms also roam the archipelago, and encounters with them could lead to conflict.
In short, beyond Xia's sphere of influence, the situation grows considerably more complex.
Beast masters below the 4th rank find it difficult to ensure their own safety.
Few dare venture too far out to sea alone. Zhang Xuan waited patiently as passengers gradually boarded the ship. Finally, the great vessel set sail. Zhang Xuan stepped onto the deck, where he beheld the ocean for the first time, finding the sight utterly novel. The vessel seemed equipped with some propulsion array, enveloped in a faint, hazy glow.
Its speed was surprisingly swift, defying its bulky appearance. Sea breezes swept across his face.
After sailing a considerable distance, he witnessed large fish and even strange beasts leaping from the waves periodically. Their auras felt ferocious, yet the faint glow on the ship's surface simultaneously served to prevent collisions. Otherwise, an ordinary vessel would likely have been riddled with holes shortly after setting sail. Zhang Xuan marveled inwardly. He had heard tales of the ocean concealing countless secrets, its dangers far surpassing those of the land. Now, he saw that this was indeed true. Reaching the first stop took a full half-day. Soon, other passengers gathered on the deck to enjoy the breeze and sea views. Most of the other passengers appeared to be of a certain age, and Zhang Xian's overly youthful appearance stood out somewhat among them, though no one approached to inquire. Out in the world, anything could happen, and you might encounter anyone. Prying into someone's identity was crossing a line. However, since this was a vessel belonging to the Beast God Temple, only humans were aboard. If it had been a ship operated by one of the major trading guilds, passenger identities weren't restricted, so the presence of other races wouldn't have been unusual. Soon, a group arrived on deck. They appeared quite young too, except for the leader, a woman in her early 30s with a rather voluptuous figure. The other 6 were young men and women in their early 20s. Their excited chatter suggested this was their first voyage at sea, and they appeared to be students from the Beastmaster Academy. The woman was their instructor. Chapter 64, Skyfire Island. Teacher, if we can collect over 100 blazing source crystals during this trip to the Crimson Flame Archipelago, our team could cultivate a level 200 Inferno beast. That would give us a real shot at securing a top 50 spot for our academy in the Continental Beastmaster Tournament. A young man gazed at the scenery ahead, his voice brimming with anticipation. Zhang Xian's heart stirred. So these travelers' destination was the same as his? And this Continental Beastmaster Tournament, he recalled seeing it mentioned in the news. It was a triennial competition for the younger generation of Beastmasters across the entire Beast God continent, with teams formed by Beastmaster academies from various nations. With thousands of participating teams and the inherently high caliber of students admitted to these academies, those ranking within the top 100 were undoubtedly formidable. This group was aiming for the top 50. If they were students from Nanjiang province, they were likely from either Nanjiang Beastmaster Academy or Ming Academy. The woman in her early 30s cautioned, "Don't get ahead of yourselves. Our Nanjiang Academy has hovered just outside the top 100 for the past 3 tournaments. While the 6 of you have solid foundations and the 8 of the Iwaho, breaking into the top 50 won't be easy. Breaking into the top 100 is our target." Moreover, before departure, I repeatedly reminded everyone, the Crimson Flame Archipelago is nothing like the wilderness areas you've visited before. There are countless things to be cautious about. Take the Sato tribe of red dwarves. Though they maintain some friendly relations with our Xia nation's human race, we mustn't be too casual in our dealings. As for the barbarian fire tribe to the north, they harbor widespread hostility toward us. Be extremely cautious. The 6 young men and women nodded in agreement, though their expressions betrayed a hint of skepticism. Seeing her students' lack of seriousness, Tao Tao sighed inwardly. Truthfully, she wasn't entirely at ease bringing them to the Crimson Flame Islands. However, the Crimson Flame Islands imposed restrictions on outsiders' strength. Unless prior arrangements were made with the Red Dwarf tribes and there was already close ties between the parties, beast masters above the 7th rank were forbidden from setting foot on the islands. Unauthorized entry was considered an act of provocation. This rule was established to prevent attacks or the illegal extraction of the island's resources. Therefore, she, a 6th-tier mentor, had to lead the expedition to search for the blazing source crystals needed to cultivate beast pets. This precious fire attribute artifact accelerates the growth of beast pets. The Starfire Beast was a star-grade beast originally kept by Nanjiang Academy. It was later obtained and contracted by the Academy's top 3rd-year student, the strongest male among the 6 members currently slated to compete in the Continental Beastmaster Tournament. He also held the position of captain of the Academy's team for 2 consecutive years, standing as the foremost student at Nanjiang Academy. Noticing Tao Tao's apparent concern, Lu Dongyuan replied calmly, "Rest assured, Teacher Tao. As captain, I will proceed with utmost caution. Our sole purpose this time is to acquire spiritual treasures. We will avoid any unnecessary complications." Tao Tao nodded slightly, feeling somewhat reassured by his words. Lu Dongyuan gazed out at the sea. Though he had spoken those words, they were more of a show of commitment than anything else. Deep down, he remained somewhat unconvinced. His Iwaho was a beast pet of formidable power, even by Qilin Academy standards, and its level had already surpassed 180. Facing fellow 5th-tier beast masters, he could easily crush them. He even felt confident taking on a 6th-tier beast master in a cross-tier battle. Truthfully, had he not been pursuing a higher pass rating, he could have ascended to 6th rank a year ago. In the entire history of Nanjiang Academy, when it came to strength at this age, Lu Dongyuan would undoubtedly rank among the top 3. His ambitions extend far beyond merely securing Nanjiang Academy a spot within the tournament's top 100. Time passed, and after a full 3 days, the great ship docked at its final stop one morning. "We're here." Even before stepping ashore, Zhang Xuan felt waves of scorching heat rippling through the air. Stepping outside the cabin, he beheld an endless archipelago stretching before him. Astonishingly, this vast island chain seemed to float in a sea of flames, illuminating the sky above in a fiery crimson glow, a truly spectacular sight. This was the Crimson Flame Archipelago, famed for its eternal, unceasing flames. The old man on board had previously explained that the large ship arrived here twice daily, staying for 20 minutes each time. Missing the boat meant waiting until the next day. Zhang Xuan took note and disembarked onto the island. At the same time, the 7 from Nanjiang Academy disembarked as well. They were quite surprised to see Zhang Xuan traveling alone. Tao Tao recalled seeing him on deck when they boarded days ago and couldn't help asking, "Young man, did you come to the Crimson Flame Islands alone?" Zhang Xuan nodded, then said nothing more and walked straight inland. "Teacher, that guy looks a few years younger than us. How bold of him to come to an overseas island alone." One of the girls watched Zhang Xian's retreating figure and couldn't help but remark. Tao Tao's mature, alluring face also showed confusion, but she didn't dwell on it. "He must be very confident in his abilities, coming here to train," she said. "In our field of beast masters, age doesn't necessarily mean much." The others nodded in agreement, while Lu Dongyuan couldn't help but glance back a few more times. He recognized nearly every prodigy from Nanjiang Academy. Could this one be from Ming Academy? But at this age, he'd be a freshman at most. Even if he were strong, reaching stage 3 would be the absolute limit. To dare come here, he must be a bit overconfident. Before departing, Zhang Xian had obtained a map of the Crimson Flame Archipelago. Though not exceptionally detailed, it marked the locations of each island and the distribution of factions. The island where the large ship docked was called Tianhua Island, one of the main islands of the Crimson Flame Archipelago and the stronghold of the Red Dwarf Sato tribe. A town gradually came into view ahead. Soon, red dwarves appeared along the path. Though their height resembled human children, they were exceptionally stocky, especially their arms, which were covered in bulging muscles. Their skin glowed fiery red, and their features appeared distinctly rugged. Upon seeing Zhang Xian, most of the red dwarves merely gave him a glance before moving on, paying him little mind. Humans arrived on the island daily, so they were nothing special. Entering the town, the red dwarves' structures were generally low-lying and sparsely scattered. Rather than a town, it resembled a large village. Here, the clanging of blacksmiths' hammers filled the air, mingled with the acrid scent of gunpowder. Amidst the cracks in the roads, natural flames surged from the earth, showing no sign of ceasing. The flames were a brilliant crimson. While they didn't carry the sky-piercing oppressiveness of dragonfire, they were undeniably formidable. No wonder the red dwarfs chose to live on this island. It truly was a natural blacksmithing paradise. Chapter 65, The Dwarf Tribe. Zhang Xian chose to enter the town first rather than immediately search for the Crimson Flame Sacred Crystal. Directly mining local resources would be an overt act of provocation, requiring explicit permission from the Red Dwarf Tribe. To gain that consent, he needed to find influential Red Dwarf leaders. Thus, Zhang Xian headed for the municipal center in the heart of Skyfire Island's town. He didn't rush there, however. Many parts of this town looked fresh and new. The dwarves were masters of forging, and their society was divided into several distinct tribes. Some specialized in primitive forging, while others had advanced further, developing industrial forging techniques. Take the legendary Dwarven Kingdom overlooking the eastern shores of the western continent Sea of Watches. It stood as the most prosperous realm of the dwarves. Their forging systems there were exceptionally advanced, capable of crafting formidable war machines that secured vast territories for the Dwarven Empire. Among the races, after the decline and disappearance of the ancient races, the elves and dwarves became the most powerful entities, alongside the humans, collectively known as the Three Great Races. The legendary Dwarven Kingdom, the Sacred Elven Kingdom, and among the humans, the mighty Xia Kingdom, the Kingdom of Light, and the Kingdom of Frost. These 5 powers essentially represent the continent's strongest forces. Of course, these races were scattered across the land. Dwarves on the Crimson Flame Islands, for instance, had survived there for centuries, though they never formed a nation, remaining at the tribal city-state stage. Their forging techniques belonged to the primitive school. While the lower limit of primitive forging falls short of Dwarven industrial standards both in rapidly forming combat strength and mass production speed, its upper limit is not low. Primitive forging resonates more deeply with natural energies, making it easier to craft formidable individual equipment. Zhang Xian surveyed the surrounding blacksmith shops and stores, noting the array of weapons and armor. Each piece radiated a potent aura of natural attributes, pulsing with terrifying energy fluctuations. Equipped on a well-trained adult dwarf, these weapons could likely withstand a level 100+ beast with ease. No wonder they could carve out their own territory far from the Dwarf Kingdom's borders. Both their combat prowess and the demand for their forging skills in the wider world ensured the red dwarves had a firm foothold. However, when Zhang Xian glanced at the price tags, he couldn't help but gasp. While undeniably exquisite, these items commanded prices in the millions of crystals, often exceeding the cost of a premium golden beast egg. Even the beastmaster families of Guangning would likely store such treasures in their vaults, rarely daring to use them. Zhang Xian eyed them with envy. His innate attributes were formidable. Adding such a set of gear would be like adding wings to a tiger. Unfortunately, the crystals he carried wouldn't be nearly enough to purchase these treasures. He could only suppress his thoughts for now and continue walking toward the town center. Arriving at the municipal hall, the administrative center of the Red Dwarf Sato tribe, he noticed this colossal structure stood in stark contrast to the surrounding, relatively low-rise buildings. Constructed from massive stone blocks and resembling a cathedral in appearance, the square before it featured a towering statue of a deity. The statue depicted a burly, stocky figure gripping an iron hammer, his face framed by a thick, bushy beard. This was Gander, the dwarven god and god of craftsmanship. In dwarven mythology, Gander taught his people the art of forging and stole the heavenly fire to bring the source of smithing to the world. This allowed the dwarves to multiply and grow stronger, but it also incurred the wrath of Hephaestus, the god of fire. Thus, dwarves generally harbor hostility toward the followers of the fire god. Stepping into the municipal hall, Zhang Xuan immediately spotted a familiar face. The group from Nanjiang Academy had arrived before him and were already negotiating with a dwarf elder. To mine resources on the Crimson Flame Islands, one must not only face dangers like the island's monsters but first obtain permission. Requirements vary depending on the specific area to be accessed. The 30-something female teacher handed over a letter. The dwarf elder took it, glanced at it, and said, a letter of introduction from Nanjiang Beastmaster Academy. You want flame source crystals? There are plenty of high-level monsters there. You know the rules, right? Tao Tao nodded in understanding. All resources obtained on the Crimson Flame Islands, except those pre-approved, must be surrendered to the municipal hall. Even the approved resources, the flame source crystals they sought, required a 20% surrender. Furthermore, the total amount mined per session was capped to prevent resource depletion. Additionally, they were solely responsible for any incidents occurring on the island. The dwarf elder said, since everyone is aware, please register. I'll provide you with temporary maps and arrange small boats to transport you to the islands, though that will incur an additional fee. Different resources are distributed across various locations, many of which aren't on Skyfire Island. To prevent illegal mining and smuggling, the dwarves strictly prohibit unauthorized access to other islands. All transportation is arranged by them. Oh? Is this young man traveling with your group? The dwarf elder suddenly turned to Zhang Xuan. The others glanced back, surprised to see him here as well. Zhang Xuan shook his head and presented the token given to him by elderly. Hello, I came alone. Manhwa had mentioned that the Beast God Temple maintained connections with many friendly or neutral tribes. Holding a higher status within the temple could save one a lot of trouble. The dwarf elder took it and exclaimed in surprise, a rare and honored guest. Please, follow me. With that, he gestured for Zhang Xuan to follow him to a VIP lounge. The Nanjiang Academy team exchanged bewildered glances. Why was this dwarf elder being so attentive to the other party while leaving them completely ignored? Lu Dongyuan narrowed his eyes, a hint of resentment flickering across his handsome features. After all, he was the leading figure among Nanjiang's young beast tamers and the heir to the Lu family of Nanjiang. Even he hadn't received such treatment. Just what was this guy's background? Tao Tao, however, looked pensive. She had caught a glimpse of the token Zhang Xuan had presented. With her knowledge, she instantly recognized its design as belonging to the Beast God Temple. But for it to command such respect from the Sat Oro tribe's elder, its rank must be truly astonishing. Upon entering the VIP lounge, the dwarf elder gestured for Zhang Xuan to sit down. With a warm smile, he said, Greetings. My name is Satorad. Anyone bearing this token is a friend of our Sat Oro tribe. Whatever you require, just ask. We shall do our utmost to fulfill it. Zhang Xuan was somewhat surprised. Was this token elderly had given him really that effective? He had just heard that seeking resources here came at a considerable cost. Satorad sensed his thoughts and chuckled, the King Chamberlain and Chamberlainly of the Beast God Temple have aided us greatly. Though we dwarves love profit, we never skimp when it comes to friends. Chapter 66, Sacred Mountain. Zhang Xuan understood. So that was it, they knew elderly, hence the token's significance. An ordinary Beast God Temple member wouldn't receive such treatment. With that settled, he cut to the chase. Elder Rod, he said, I've come to your sacred land seeking the Crimson Flame Sacred Crystal. Satorrod's expression betrayed surprise. The Crimson Flame Sacred Crystal? Pardon my curiosity, but why do you require this item? Zhang Xian's first instinct was to make up an excuse, but he quickly reconsidered. Given the other party's status and knowledge, coupled with the fact that the Crimson Flame Sacred Crystal was a product of the Crimson Flame Archipelago, any lie would be easily detected. If it caused any misunderstanding, it would be counterproductive. He therefore stated his true purpose directly, explaining it was needed for his beast companion's evolution, though he did not mention the Black King's specific existence. After all, pure-blooded dragons, as an ancient race, were rarely seen on the continent anymore. Their presence was usually confined to the depths of the abyss. Mentioning the Black King might raise unnecessary suspicions. Satorod listened without pressing further. After a moment's contemplation, he replied, Esteemed guest, you may not be aware that the Crimson Flame Sacred Crystal is a sacred object of our Red Dwarf clan. In our myths, it is the very celestial fire stolen by the great Gander, transformed into this form. Thus, our people have always revered and guarded it as a sacred relic. Obtaining it is exceedingly difficult, a tradition passed down through generations.
Is that so? Zhang Xuan was taken aback. He had expected the crimson flame sacred crystal to be precious, but he hadn't imagined it was a sacred relic of the red dwarves themselves, one they didn't even mine. If that's the case, then my mission here might actually be quite difficult? Satorod quickly continued. Truthfully, given the relationship between our Satoro tribe and the beast god temple of the southern river, presenting other treasures as gifts to friends would pose no issue. But the crimson flame sacred crystal holds a special significance. It originates from the sacred mountain at the heart of the crimson flame archipelago. That region is jointly managed by our Satoro tribe and the Red Rock tribe to the north. As you've likely heard, our two tribes have never been on good terms. Extracting the sacred crystal requires more than just our Satoro tribe's consent. If those troublesome Red Rock fellows refuse to budge, it could easily spark a war between our tribes. I see, Zhang Xuan mused thoughtfully. He had previously learned about the conflict between the Sato and Red Rock tribes in the Compendium of All Things. The Red Rock tribe had once been one with the Sato, but the Red Rock believed they should abandon the primitive forging methods, while the Sato considered this an act of betraying the gods. Thus, a fundamental rift formed between the two tribes. Moreover, the Red Rock tribe maintained close ties with the nations of Silla and Ningzhou. It was common knowledge that these two kingdoms harbored deep hostility towards Xia. Consequently, the Red Rock tribe also held intense animosity towards Xia's beast tamers. In essence, the current situation is this: the Crimson Flame Sacred Crystal represents the archipelago's most precious resource. However, due to the Red Dwarf's religious beliefs and its location, it falls under the joint oversight of both tribes. Neither faction can mine it without authorization. His expression flickered with disappointment. He hadn't anticipated such obstacles in acquiring this item. Yet, the Black King's advancement absolutely couldn't be delayed. If all else failed, he could detour to the Red Rock tribe's side and find a way to steal a batch directly? After all, if he couldn't secure it from the Sato tribe, given their friendly relations with the Beast God Temple and the Xia Kingdom's beast tamers, he couldn't very well approach them. It would be rather unwise. But stealing right under the Red Rock tribe's nose would create a major feud. Given the Red Dwarf's strength, he wasn't entirely confident he could walk away unscathed. Yet Satorod suddenly seemed struck by a thought. After a moment's hesitation, he spoke. There's a special agreement between our Satoro tribe and the Red Rock tribe. Because we worship the celestial fire, we are generally forbidden from entering the sacred mountain to gather resources ourselves. Yet the treasures within are truly invaluable to us. So we devised a compromise. Both sides allow outsiders to enter and collect resources on our behalf. Regardless of whether one party gathers more or less, the other cannot object. Zhang Xuan's eyes lit up. What a great rule. Why didn't you mention this earlier? Satorod replied, however, we have requirements for the collector's strength. If they are human beast masters, they must not exceed the 5th rank. The sacred mountain harbors many dangers. Even we, who have lived here for generations, dare not explore it freely. Moreover, given our relationship with the Red Rock, collectors sent by either side would inevitably clash and vie for resources. Consequently, few who entered before have ever returned alive. So while the agreement still exists, it's been effectively abandoned for quite some time. The reason I suddenly recalled it is because the Red Rock faction recently brought it up again, stating they intend to send people in for gathering and urging us to find a candidate quickly. We hadn't taken it seriously, but if you genuinely have this need, we could offer you that spot. I see. So the two Red Dwarf tribes both covet the resources within the sacred mountain yet struggle to agree on the division. This arrangement was devised to resolve that. By letting outsiders collect resources, neither side can complain about the final distribution, effectively avoiding further disputes. Thus, both tribes must simultaneously find collectors before outsiders gain access. Since I happen to be here, how could I pass up this chance? Zhang Xuan spoke up. I am willing to represent the Satyr tribe in entering the sacred mountain. I am confident I can handle the dangers within. I ask Elder Rod to grant me this opportunity. Satorod pondered for a moment before replying. When a friend has a request, we should naturally assist. Very well, I will convey your request to the tribal chieftain. Only he can make the final decision on this matter. Zhang Xuan readily agreed. Satorod departed and returned about half an hour later, inviting Zhang Xuan to the top floor of the main municipal hall. The top floor served as the daily residence of the Satyr clan chieftain. To the outside world, of course, his official title was Magistrate of the Dwarf City-State of Satyr. Zhang Xuan soon met this figure. While most red dwarves were already quite burly, Chief Satyr was an entire size larger. His forearms were nearly as thick as Zhang Xuan's waist, an astonishing sight. Yet he wore a pair of spectacles perched on his nose, intently studying a blueprint in his hands that appeared to depict a weapon. The whole man gave off an oddly incongruous vibe, like a muscle scholar. Upon Zhang Xuan's arrival, Chieftain Sato did not put on airs but proactively extended his hand for a handshake. Chapter 67, Sparring. Human friend from Xia Kingdom, I hear you wish to enter the sacred mountain? Indeed. I humbly request the chieftain's permission to represent the Sato tribe. Zhang Xuan stated earnestly. Chief Sato studied him for a moment before replying, your standing within the Beast God Temple is exceptional. We would not normally refuse such a request.
However, entering the sacred mountain for gathering is no trivial matter.
Firstly, once inside, we cannot guarantee your safety.
Should you sustain injuries or encounter more serious complications, that would violate the Sato clan's hospitality.
Second, the resources within the sacred mountain are exceedingly rare and precious. They could easily disrupt the balance of power between our tribe and the Red Rock tribe.
Therefore, collectors are typically required to possess a certain level of strength. The Red Rock tribe has been pressing us to open the sacred mountain, likely because they've found capable external allies.
I wonder if you understand my meaning? Zhang Xuan understood perfectly well.
The implication was clear: if he was too weak, he might not only lose his life inside but also hand the resources over to them. The Red Rock tribe would then freely claim the resources, while his Sato tribe could only watch helplessly. Worse still, this could catapult the rival tribe to unprecedented strength, a truly disastrous outcome. But on this point, he was naturally confident.
Chief Sato, I heard from Elder Rod that the strength limit for humans entering as gatherers is below 5th tier beastmasters, correct? Chief Sato nodded. Correct.
Zhang Xuan took a breath and smiled faintly. In that case, I dare to guarantee here and now, no matter whom the Red Rock tribe sends, I will crush them with a flick of my wrist. His words were spoken with radiant vigor and unwavering conviction. Though they sounded somewhat arrogant, delivered with such self-assured invincibility, they carried a compelling force. Chief Sato froze, his eyes peering through his spectacles at Zhang Xuan, as if trying to discern whether he was exaggerating. Though both he and Satorod had been courteous toward Zhang Xuan, that courtesy stemmed from the prestige of the Beast God Temple's high-ranking token. As for actual strength, the young man's age made it hard to gauge his true capabilities.
Zhang Xuan understood the doubt in the elder's mind.
His voice steady, he replied, "Chief Satyr, rest assured. I would never treat this matter lightly.
Since you've set the standard, why not test me now? If I fall short of your requirements, I promise not to pursue this further."
Oh? Chief Sato and Satorod exchanged glances. Since the other had spoken so plainly, there was no reason to refuse.
If he chose to back down willingly, they wouldn't be seen as disrespecting their guest.
Chief Sato pushed his glasses up his nose and said, "Very well. I shall have one of our clan members spar with you." With that, he picked up the desk phone and dialed a number. Soon after, a knock sounded at the door.
Before anyone could respond, a loud bang echoed as a dwarf burst in.
He looked quite young, yet was fully equipped, a complete set of helmet and armor, and a hammer clenched in his hand. The young dwarf bellowed as he scanned the room.
"Chieftain! Did you summon me for battle? I'm here. Who's the enemy?" Chief Satyr's face darkened.
He slammed his fist on the table and roared, "Manchi!
I said sparring. Sparring? Who told you to barge in like that?"
Sato Manchi scratched the back of his head, glancing back at the battered wooden door now nearly shattered, with half of it still hanging from the frame, swinging and swaying. He turned back with an embarrassed smile. "Sorry, Chief.
I thought enemies were attacking."
"I'll definitely build you a new door later, one way sturdier than this one."
Chief Sato snorted twice. "Forget it. With your skills, I doubt you could even manage that. I called you here for something serious."
He briefly explained the situation.
Sato Manchi glanced curiously at Zhang Xuan. Could this skinny guy actually fight? Then, as if realizing his words might be off-putting, he gave Zhang Xuan a sheepish grin. "Friend, it's just that my iron hammer is a bit heavy. I'm worried I might hurt you later."
"Oh, right, you humans are all beastmasters, aren't you? What tier are you?"
Satoro Chief cleared his throat twice and said, "This is our Satoro tribe's young warrior, Satoro Munji. He's fought against your human beastmasters before."
"A 4th tier beastmaster would struggle to handle him, while a 5th tier might manage a draw."
"So you see?" Zhang Xuan understood the implication.
The two red dwarf tribes had agreed that any external aid couldn't exceed a 5th tier beastmaster, so naturally, they'd seek out the strongest among 5th tier beastmasters. Bringing a 3rd or 4th tier beastmaster would be a guaranteed loss. He certainly wouldn't reveal his own tier 2 status. If he did, Chief Satyr would likely fear being crushed by a single blow and forbid him from competing.
So Zhang Xuan smiled and said, "No problem. I'll spar with our friend Manchi." "Excellent." Sato Manchi roared with excitement. "I love how straightforward you humans are.
Don't worry, I won't go all out right from the start." Chief Sato glanced at Zhang Xuan with some concern.
"Friend, are you certain? Our dwarf combat style is simple and brutal. Sometimes we can't hold back."
Zhang Xuan replied earnestly, "Rest assured, Chieftain. I seek the Crimson Flame Sacred Crystal, but I also aim to secure victory for the Sato tribe over the Red Rock tribe. Without sufficient strength, I wouldn't waste either of our time." He had expressed similar sentiments before. Seeing Zhang Xian's genuinely confident and sincere gaze, Chief Sato nodded.
"In that case, I won't try to dissuade you further. However, Rod and I will do our utmost to ensure your safety."
Guided by Satorod, the four arrived outside the municipal building, entering a spacious indoor training ground. Numerous weapons and equipment were displayed here, all appearing quite sophisticated. Chief Satyr and Elder Rod observed from the sidelines, ready to intervene immediately should Zhang Xuan be overwhelmed, preventing him from getting hurt.
Zhang Xuan scanned the weapon racks and asked, Chief, may I use a bladed weapon? Chief Sator replied, of course you may. But surely you don't intend to fight Manchi yourself? He was somewhat puzzled. He knew human beastmasters could receive power feedback from their pets, but that didn't mean humans were fond of close combat. On the contrary, the vast majority of beastmasters naturally chose to command their pets from the rear. Moreover, compared to the naturally powerful dwarves, the attribute feedback from beastmasters was clearly insufficient. Zhang Xuan didn't answer directly. Instead, he walked over to the weapon rack and began examining it. Swords, daggers, great axes, warhammers, spears, and weapons of every bizarre design, this place had it all. Chapter 68, Astonishing Power. Each piece boasted meticulous craftsmanship and imposing presence, heavy yet razor-sharp, emanating a faint aura of lethal intent. Their appearance alone was captivating, especially for a beastmaster like Zhang Xuan who relished hands-on combat. He casually picked up a broad, heavy greatsword, and its information promptly appeared. Unnamed two-handed heavy sword. Description: a greatsword forged by dwarves from stone-hard iron. Equipping grants plus 3000 physical attack. Holy crap? Zhang Xuan stared in astonishment. A heavy sword casually placed on the rack could actually grant such a massive physical attack bonus? No wonder dwarves could rise to the ranks of top-tier races with their most primitive combat methods. Their forging skills were truly astonishing. He tried lifting it with his hands. The sword was heavy enough, but it wasn't suitable for him at the moment. While he could wield it, two-handed greatswords demanded skill. He swung it a few times, finding it tricky to maintain balance. Zhang Xuan continued testing ordinary one-handed swords, broadswords, and great axes before finally fixing his gaze on a spear. He tested it lighter than the two-handed sword, yet Zhang Xuan found it quite appealing. This weapon could thrust, sweep, and cleave, offering versatile offensive capabilities alongside a substantial attack range. He checked the spear's stats. It boosted physical attack by 2000 points. Not bad. This one it is. From the moment Chief Sato observed Zhang Xuan testing various weapons, astonishment flickered in his eyes. These weapons were crafted based on the dwarves' physique. Though slightly shorter in length, they were all quite heavy. After all, dwarves were born with immense strength. Thus, these weapons would likely be difficult for an average beastmaster to even lift, let alone wield. Yet Zhang Xuan had handled them with apparent ease. Judging by this, the man's physical prowess was truly remarkable. Chief Sato, who had initially harbored doubts, now felt a growing sense of anticipation. Zhang Xuan lifted the spear and swung it a few times. It felt quite comfortable in his hands. But the spear itself was no simple weapon. To truly master it would require a dedicated spear instructor. For now, he can only swing it like a stick, mainly because Zhang Xuan had a particular fondness for this style of weapon. Come on, friend Mangchi, let's spar. Seeing Zhang Xuan's eager expression, Sato Manchi asked in confusion, you're really going to fight me like this? Without summoning any beasts? Zhang Xuan shook his head. Let's try it first. But if I really can't beat you, I'll definitely have to summon reinforcements. Ultimately, victory was the goal. Zhang Xuan mainly wanted to test the strength of his current physical form and gauge the gap between himself and the dwarves, who specialized in close combat. If he couldn't win, he wouldn't be stubborn about it. After all, he was a beast tamer. Sadamanchi pondered for a moment before saying, in that case, the dwarf warriors won't take advantage of you either. With that, he stripped off all his armor and swapped his hammer for two more ordinary iron hammers from the weapon rack. He continued, this set of gear was crafted by our dwarven master artisans. Both the armor and weapons are exceptionally formidable. Wearing them boosts my combat strength by more than threefold. Additionally, I won't use any of the dwarven innate combat skills. However, our innate strength as dwarves remains formidable. You'd be wise to be cautious, friend. Zhang Xuan replied earnestly, understood. Bring it on. He wasn't being overconfident after all, his opponent's combat skills were undoubtedly far superior to his own. Seeing Zhang Xuan ready, Satoru Munji bellowed and charged forward wielding his twin hammers. Though stocky, his speed was anything but slow. Coupled with his powerful physique, the sheer pressure he exerted was overwhelming, like a rolling iron ball hurtling toward his opponent. Zhang Xuan wanted to test his own strength. He swung his spear in a sweeping arc, bellowing in unison as he brought it down with the force of a woodcutter splitting logs. Swish! The immense force generated a deafening roar as the spear transformed into a colossal axe wielding a 1,000-pound blow, seemingly poised to cleave mountains. This! Chief Sator and Satorod both flashed astonishment. As renowned dwarf warriors themselves, they instantly recognized the immense power contained within that single strike. Yet this human youth had clearly relied solely on his own physical strength, without any enhancement from skills or runes. It seemed he had truly underestimated his opponent. Satoru Munchi felt the fierce wind howling overhead, the crushing pressure making his hair stand on end. His extensive combat experience allowed him to gauge the sheer force behind this strike. Moreover, the spear's wide arc swung down, completely sealing off his forward path. Sadamanchi had no choice but to halt abruptly. Before he could fully steady himself, he raised his twin hammers to brace against the overhead strike. Clang! Sparks flew as the collision erupted in a deafening clang. What unfolded next utterly surprised Satoru Manchi.
His hammer block was actually an upward sweeping motion intended to use brute force to knock Zhang Xuan's spear away. He planned to seize the moment when his opponent lost grip to close in and attack. Once within close quarters, his dual hammer's rapid strikes would render the spear useless, swiftly ending the fight. This combat pattern was second nature to him. When facing fellow warriors who favored long weapons, he rarely found himself at a disadvantage. Of course, this relied entirely on his formidable strength and explosive power. What he hadn't anticipated was that this upward sweep would fail. The opponent's immense strength, amplified by the downward momentum of the strike, forced his knees to buckle, nearly causing him to collapse. Satoru Manchi's muscles bulged with veins, gritting his teeth as he fought to hold his ground. On the other side, Zhang Xuan was also giving it his all, maintaining his dominant posture. Sato Chieftain and Elder Rod exchanged glances. This human youth hadn't fallen behind at all in their first test of strength? While the dominant party held an advantage, Manchi was one of the satyr tribe's few outstanding young warriors. His strength was no trivial matter. Could this human youth also possess innate divine strength? There was only one possible explanation: his beast companion possessed extraordinary power. Only such a beast could grant its master such formidable physical prowess. But what level of power would a beast need to achieve this? Neither of them was a beast master, so they couldn't judge it on the spot. At the very least, an ordinary 5th rank beast master absolutely couldn't achieve this. This was the Sato tribe's training ground. After the two began their contest, several young Sato warriors arrived. Noticing the presence of the tribal chief and others, they approached out of curiosity. "Ha? Isn't that Manchi? Who's he sparring with?" A few people gathered around and were surprised to discover that Monkey's opponent was a human. Chapter 69, Suppression. And this human was actually suppressing Manchi, leaving him unable to break free for the moment. What's going on? Why is Manchi sparring with a human? Is Manchi being pinned down? That can't be. There's not a single warrior in the tribe stronger than him. Could it be that Manchi was, what was that word humans used? Oh right, holding back. Manchi was holding back. The young dwarves chattered away, their straightforward minds free of hidden agendas. They never considered whether Manchi truly lacked strength compared to this human. After a few exchanges, their words only made Satoru Manchi, already gritting his teeth in resistance, flush crimson and purple. "Manchi, stop holding back. Show our human guest your true strength," shouted a dwarf who was close to Manchi. Ah! Sato Manchi couldn't take it anymore. He was seething with frustration. If only he hadn't been overconfident, trying to use his hammer to parry Zhang Xuan's spear to show off his strength, this situation wouldn't have arisen. Why hadn't he simply dodged the spear's swing at the start, then counterattacked? But now it was too late for regrets. Every word from his kin felt like a dagger piercing his heart. With a furious roar, his entire body erupted with explosive power. Clang! The spear finally swung wide enough for a moment. Mengchi seized the opening, sidestepping to the side. He relaxed his arms, swinging them back and forth as he shifted his stance, constantly searching for an opportunity to strike. He hadn't immediately closed the distance because his arms were still sore from withstanding the spear's heavy pressure for so long. Regaining his optimal form would take time. The previous disdain vanished from Manchi's eyes, replaced by intense focus. While his earlier underestimation played a part, Zhang Xuan's strength was undeniable. Manchi dared say that within the Sato tribe, aside from those long-established warriors, few could truly overpower him. Beyond their mastery of forging weapons, dwarves possessed unique methods for physical training and enhancing their bodies. Similar to human beast masters, they categorized combat prowess and physical strength into 9 distinct tiers. As a Tier 4 dwarf warrior, equipped with a set of fine gear, he could easily hammer down an ordinary level 100 monster. Even without his armor now, his 4th-tier warrior physique remained undeniable. That the opponent had pushed him to this point, likely due to overconfidence, clearly demonstrated strength nearly matching his own. With the clan chief, elders, and many peers watching, losing now would be utterly humiliating. Mengchi focused intensely, searching for an opening, while Zhang Xuan's expression grew excited. This kind of close-quarters struggle was precisely the kind of combat that made his blood boil. Though he hadn't trained specifically for it, he understood the strengths and weaknesses of long weapons. As long as he maintained control over the distance, his opponent would struggle to break through the spear's defense. Ha! Sato Manchi charged forward, his feet driving him forward. Zhang Xuan immediately thrust his spear. But this time, Manchi didn't charge straight ahead. Instead, the moment he drew his opponent's attack, he twisted his body, dodging the spear tip, and pressed forward again. Once a spear thrusts forward, it cannot immediately turn back. Such tactical maneuvering in combat was second nature to the skilled Manchi. Just as he thought this maneuver would succeed, his peripheral vision caught a sharp shadow lashing out again. It turned out Zhang Xuan's earlier thrust had merely been a probe. Seeing Monkey twist away, he instantly changed his technique and unleashed a sweeping strike, flinging his spear across. This sweeping strike was aimed squarely at Manchi's head. Monkey flinched. Good grief, are you even a beast master? His offensive tactics had been figured out again, plunging him back into the earlier predicament where he had no choice but to turn around and block. Meng Qi could only raise both arms, holding his iron hammer horizontally beside his face. Having witnessed Zhang Xuan's strength firsthand, he dared not rely on a single arm for defense. But this time, clang! Another thunderous clang echoed, yet Meng Qi stumbled sideways, unable to steady himself. What? Even Chief Sato hadn't anticipated this. Zhang Xuan hadn't unleashed his full strength with that heavy strike just now? He'd held back? A sharp gleam flashed in Zhang Xuan's eyes. From their initial clash, he had sensed that Satomanchi's strength was no ordinary feat, yet it still fell short of his own. All thanks to the Black King and Ah Bing. Otherwise, even with the unprecedented rewards from his recent advancement to Tier 2 boosting his feedback ratio to 10%, he wouldn't possess such formidable physical strength without these two nearly level 100 beast companions. Even the dwarves, renowned for their strength, would find themselves at a disadvantage against him. That's why he deliberately allowed Manchi to shake off Zhang Xuan's grip earlier. Continuing to suppress him would only drain his own energy. It was better to let Manchi misjudge his capabilities. After all, when it came to combat skill, he was ultimately far inferior to his opponent. With that sweeping strike, he poured every ounce of strength into it, sending Meng Qi reeling as he hadn't fully stabilized his center of gravity. Seize the moment. Zhang Xuan knew he couldn't trade blows with his opponent that would only lead to defeat. So, before Meng Qi could recover, he thrust his spear forward in a frenzied barrage. Swish! Though lacking any formal spear techniques, he relied purely on brute strength. These thrusts were fierce and powerful, their speed so great that afterimages blurred in the air. Faced with this onslaught, Manchi could only reactively dodge, finding himself in perilous situations one after another, looking thoroughly flustered. Meanwhile, the young dwarves watching nearby were stunned. They finally realized Manchi wasn't holding back. This human truly possessed formidable skills. Zhang Xuan pressed his advantage relentlessly, his spear attacks unceasing. The beast pet's power feedback was comprehensive. Though many stats possessed hidden attributes not displayed on the interface, he effectively gained a 10% all-around enhancement in physical performance. Strength, constitution, speed, reaction, endurance, even just 1/10 of Black King's capabilities were formidable. Add to that the likes of Abing, Big Yellow, Little Tree, and Shadow Slayer, none of whom were pushovers. Thus, purely through physical prowess alone, once he seized the initiative, he could keep Mengqi pinned down without respite. Monkey was agile, but now he was gasping for breath under the relentless barrage of stabs. Several times, he narrowly avoided them by rolling out of the way. Zhang Xuan's pursuit was clever. He maintained relentless pressure while keeping the distance within the safe striking range of his spear. This left Mengqi unable to break free or find openings to counterattack. This scene was unexpected for everyone. A human youth was overwhelmingly dominating their Sato tribe's outstanding young warrior. Only Chief Sato and Elder Rod discerned the underlying pattern. Chapter 70, Skill System. This human guest clearly holds the physical advantage. Unbelievable, truly unbelievable. Chief Sato murmured to himself, a thought flashing through his mind like lightning. He exchanged a glance with Rod Sato, realizing they had both arrived at the same conclusion. If this man truly represented their Sato tribe as a gatherer, it would be an opportunity they couldn't ask for more. After all, past gatherers rarely matched Manchi's strength. Though Manchi had shed his armor, hadn't this human guest also refrained from unleashing a beast master's true capabilities? Physical strength was precisely where dwarves held an advantage over humans. Yet now they were being suppressed. If both sides unleashed their fullest potential, would Manchi truly have a better chance of victory? The answer was obvious. At that moment, the situation shifted. Satomanchi roared again, this time with genuine fury in his voice. He'd never fought such a humiliating battle, especially against a human. An overwhelming sense of shame surged from his body to his head. Manchi retreated several steps, suddenly muttering a few words in Dwarven. Instantly, his arms swelled, his already formidable muscles becoming even more brutally twisted and knotted. Kill! As if channeling some newfound power, his charge gained tremendous speed. The hammer in his hand seemed poised to shatter a mountain, unleashing a terrifying wind pressure that parted the air as it swung toward Zhang Xuan. The twin iron hammers targeted his opponent's chest and head, sealing off any retreat. This sudden acceleration caught Zhang Xuan off guard. He could only step back before raising his spear. At the moment of impact, a force vastly greater than before slammed into him, sending a violent shock through his palms. The spear nearly flew from his grasp. This time, it was his turn to lose his balance. What followed would be Monkey's relentless, storm-like counterattack. But suddenly, a figure charged forward, and in the next instant, Meng Qi was sent flying. Elder Rod had kicked him hard, sending him flying. He shouted, "We agreed not to use skills. If you can't win, you can't go back on your word. Monkey, is this how we dwarves conduct ourselves?" Monkey scrambled to his feet. Though the kick had been hard, his thick skin and tough constitution meant he wasn't injured. His mind cleared, and with a look of shame and regret, he scratched his head and walked over to bow before Zhang Xuan. "My deepest apologies, human friend. Manchi lost his head in the heat of the moment and broke our agreement. I hope you can forgive me."
Zhang Xuan knew it wasn't intentional. He waved his hand dismissively. No need for formalities. You wielded that hammer well. We had a thrilling fight. If the chance arises, I'd love to spar with you again. Monkey exhaled, deeply regretting his overzealousness. Hearing Zhang Xian's words, he nodded. No problem. From now on, you're my first human friend. Elder Rod approached, patted his shoulder, then motioned for Zhang Xian to follow. Inside the municipal hall, Chief Sato retrieved a miniature iron hammer from his office. This is the token representing our Sato tribe, he declared. With it, you are designated as this expedition's official gatherer. Thank you, Chief. Zhang Xian accepted it. Now he could finally get down to business. Chief Sato continued, I've already sent word to the Red Rock tribe. Once they hear the news, they'll certainly agree to open the sacred mountain immediately. It should take no more than 2 days at most. Zhang Xian nodded and asked, by the way, Chief, since I'm representing Sato this time, is there anything you particularly need? Also, if we collect the Crimson Flame Sacred Crystal, what distribution ratio should we use? Chief Sato pondered briefly before replying, our Sato clan favors magma gold for forging high-grade weapons. This metal combines exceptional hardness with remarkable toughness, and possesses a strong capacity to channel natural energies, making it ideal for primal forging. Magma gold is abundant across the Crimson Flame Islands, but high-purity specimens are scarce. Only the Sacred Mountain yields flawless, supreme-grade magma gold. If you have the chance, gather some. Additionally, the Sacred Mountains hold numerous other ores that you may freely gather. As for the split, it's 50-50. Regarding the Crimson Flame Sacred Crystals you require, as a friend of the Sato tribe, whatever you can obtain is yours entirely. We won't interfere with the distribution. However, all of this is contingent upon ensuring your own safety. We do not wish to see our friends harmed. Zhang Xian nodded in understanding, committing the term magma gold firmly to memory. Since the other party had brought it up, he would do his utmost to help them secure as much as possible. Otherwise, he would feel he had squandered this precious opportunity to enter the Red Dwarf's sacred mountain. Afterward, Chief Sato instructed Zhang Xian to wait patiently while they contacted the Red Rock tribe to arrange the official commencement time for the sacred mountain. With time on his hands, Zhang Xian first explored Tianhua Island, then sought out Sato Mengqi again, hoping the elder would teach him combat techniques. His advantage that day stemmed from 2 factors: superior physical strength and clever tactics. In terms of pure close-quarters combat skill, any member of the Sato tribe easily surpassed him. Sato Mengqi readily agreed. The dwarves respected strength, and knowing Zhang Xian represented their tribe in the sacred mountain journey, he taught with great dedication. Since Zhang Xian had no intention of wielding a hammer as his weapon, Mengqi primarily focused on teaching him unarmed combat techniques. Zhang Xian proved a quick learner. Within half a day, he began to get into the groove, training until he was utterly exhausted. Suddenly, a notification appeared on his interface. Ding! Dwarf Sato Mengqi has imparted skills to you. You have mastered hand-to-hand combat and unlocked the personal skills function. Close combat, beginner 1100. Description: gained foundational combat techniques and understanding of body mechanics. Zhang Xian's eyes widened in astonishment. Could this actually be catalogued by the world's will? That was a huge win. Though merely a basic introductory skill, it unlocked his personal skill panel. Now he could gradually master more techniques and wean himself off his reliance on beast taming methods. He recalled having taught himself some combat methods before, yet why hadn't this feature triggered then? Could it be due to the instructor? It must be taught by someone who already masters the relevant skill. Only after diligent study would the system recognize it. That seemed highly likely. This thought energized Xianbei. After a brief rest, he began practicing on his own. However, the progress on the interface seemed to advance rather slowly. Zhang Xian considered a possibility, so the next morning, he sought out Satoru Mengqi early to request additional training. Chapter 71, Scylla Beastmaster. Sure enough, something remarkable happened. Whenever Satoru Mengqi personally taught him techniques, the skill's progress steadily increased. Zhang Xian understood. His hunch was confirmed. Seeking guidance from someone possessing the relevant skill had a chance to activate it. Furthermore, continuing to learn from them before reaching a certain level would accelerate the skill's progress. Satoru Mengqi taught with great dedication, answering virtually every question Zhang Xian posed. Seizing this golden opportunity, Zhang Xian absorbed knowledge relentlessly, swiftly pushing the progression of his entry-level close combat skill close to its maximum. However, another day passed before Elder Rod sought him out. The Red Rock tribe has agreed. We depart immediately. Zhang Xian was already bursting with anticipation. He followed the elder to the northwestern edge of Skyfire Island, where a giant bird awaited them. This was a substantial bird, its wingspan stretching 6 to 7 meters. Strangely, it was fitted with some sort of metallic power unit, rumbling and chugging as gears turned and steam billowed out, giving it a distinctly retro-mechanical aesthetic. Satorod explained, we dwarves lack the ability to tame beasts. This bird is merely a common, domesticated large bird. But by adding the mechanical power unit we crafted, it gains the capability to carry passengers and fly. He extended his hand, gesturing for Zhang Xuan to climb aboard. A fixed seat sat atop the giant bird's back. As Zhang Xuan approached, a gangway extended downward. Surprised, he stepped onto it and sat in the seat, finding it remarkably stable. Not a magical beast, yet capable of flight through mechanical means, the dwarf's technology was truly remarkable. Different races developed distinct systems, yet upon reaching a certain level, they seemed to converge toward the same goal. And this was merely a scattered branch of the dwarves. What wonders might lie within the legendary dwarven kingdom? Zhang Xuan had only glimpsed it on television, the capital city resembling a colossal mechanical conglomerate, sci-fi and meticulously organized, efficient and streamlined, where mechanical giants could shake the heavens and earth. Then there was the Elven Kingdom, where potent natural energies permeated every corner. Magical industry burst marvels beyond imagination, thunder magnetic cannons capable of sinking entire continents. If given the chance, he would definitely go see it for himself. Rod climbed aboard as well, then pulled a control lever. Mechanical roars echoed as pale red gas surged forth, delivering surging power. The giant bird flapped its wings and soared skyward. Aided by the power plant, the giant bird's speed actually increased despite carrying 2 passengers. Soaring over island after island, the winds at high altitude were fierce. Yet, with the physical resilience of Elder Rod and Zhang Xuan, this posed no significant challenge. The Crimson Flame Archipelago perpetually erupted with ceaseless flames from beneath the earth. Flying above it felt even hotter than the surface. From below, the birds appeared to be crossing a sea of fire. Many islands, sparsely inhabited by dwarves, had become sanctuaries for formidable beasts. These creatures roared at the aerial birds and even unleashed magical attacks, though the birds' considerable altitude ensured every strike missed its mark. The archipelago was vast. After nearly half a day's flight, an island glowing with an especially fiery red heat came into view. "We've arrived. That is the sacred mountain of our Red Dwarf clan." Rod placed his hand over his heart and saluted forward. Zhang Xuan looked on with curiosity. There, at the center of the archipelago, stood a towering volcano. It was a living, active volcano, constantly erupting. The air was thick with smoke and flames, and the terrifying heat drove all living creatures away. So the so-called sacred mountain was an active volcano? Elder Rod explained, "Legend tells us that Gander, the god of dwarves, stole the heavenly fire and scattered it across the world. As the flames dispersed, one fell upon this archipelago, creating this eternal spectacle of burning. This volcano is where the heavenly fire burns. Since our red dwarves migrated to the archipelago, it has never ceased erupting for hundreds of years, and thus we red dwarves regard it as a sacred mountain." Zhang Xuan nodded. This continent holds many myths and legends, and many are not mere figments of imagination, for the gods truly exist and maintain close ties with all races. Whether the Crimson Flame Archipelago truly originated from the descent of celestial fire is uncertain, but it undoubtedly possesses profound origins. Otherwise, it would not sustain such an extraordinary spectacle of perpetual flames. The red dwarves have inhabited the islands for centuries, but what of the time before them? It is highly probable they have burned for millennia. At the very least, the fire elemental energy permeating the air was so dense that, in Zhang Xuan's perception, it was second only to the Black King's dragon flame. And this was merely on the surface. Within the volcano itself, how abundant and intense must that energy be? In such an environment, the volcano's depths must inevitably nurture countless astonishing treasures. Yet among the intelligent races of this continent, a shared wisdom held true: the greater the riches, the greater the peril. The giant bird descended slowly as the thrust from its propulsion system diminished. Before the sacred mountain, 3 figures had already arrived ahead of them. 2 bore the appearance of red dwarves, yet their bodies were embedded with mechanical devices. Even one of their eyes was a prosthetic, emitting a red glow. Upon seeing Rod and Zhang Xuan arrive, the crimson light scanned them. Rod snorted coldly. "Red Rock Deba, don't dare scan me or my Satoru tribe comrades with your blasphemous electronic prosthetic eyes." The red dwarf sneered, "What a bunch of old fogies, clinging to those antiquated rules. Satarad, you should embrace the new age." Rod dismissed him. "Forging techniques should never be used to alter the bodies the gods bestowed upon us. External objects remain just that, external. Allowing such devices to invade your body only invites the natural energies to reject and repel you." Red Rock Daba shook his head and said no more, turning his gaze to Zhang Xuan. "Still, it seems the Sat Aura are finally emerging from their shells. Is this the gatherer you sought? He appears far too young." Rod shrugged. "Young, but sharp and strong. You red rockers will soon find that out." "Is that so?" Hongyan Deba remained non-committal. "Our friend here, however, is the truly exceptional human beast master." As he spoke, a tall, slender man clad in black robes stepped forward from behind him. He pulled back his hood, revealing a pale face with narrow eyes that fixed on Zhang Xuan. "Are you a fellow beast master from Xia Nation? My name is Kim Yunwan, a 5th-rank beast master. I look forward to learning from you, sir." Zhang Xian's expression turned peculiar upon hearing the accent. So he was a beast tamer from Silla. The conflicts between Silla and Xia were no small matter. Chapter 72, Within the Volcano.
Though not as extreme as Yingzhou Kingdom, which had waged multiple large-scale wars against Xia Kingdom's beast masters, even rumored to have ambushed and killed Xia's beast masters in the Abyss battlefield. Scylla's beastmasters were significantly weaker overall, so they constantly switched allegiances and curried favor with other nations like Yingzhou, the Kingdom of Light to the west, the Kingdom of Frost, and others. They were mockingly called three-faced lackeys. As for Xia Kingdom, even though Xia had dispatched multiple reinforcements of beastmasters to aid them in resisting the Abyss uprising, they feigned gratitude and flattery while secretly sabotaging and undermining Xia behind the scenes. Consequently, numerous friction incidents have erupted between beastmasters of the two nations in recent years. Regardless of who the other party was, as representatives of the two opposing red dwarf tribes, they could never be friends.
Zhang Xuan gave a faint nod and stated his name. Elder Rod declared, "Enough. Let us not waste time. We shall open the sacred mountain together."
After the two tribes established their rules, they had specialized array mages set up restrictions at the holy mountain's entrance.
Only representatives from both tribes releasing their essence blood could activate it.
Sadarad and Hong Yendaba stepped forward together, chanting an obscure incantation.
A transparent barrier materialized.
Both men pricked their fingers and pressed them against the surface. The barrier opened, revealing what appeared to be another spatial portal.
Sadarad patted Zhang Xian's shoulder. "Know your limits. Safety first."
Zhang Xian nodded without further words and stepped directly into the passage. On the other side, the two members of the Red Rock tribe addressed the Scylla Beastmaster. "Mr. Kim, this is a rare opportunity.
We're counting on you."
Kim Yun-won shot a dismissive glance at Zhang Xian's retreating figure and said indifferently, "Don't worry.
He's just a rookie from Xia.
I'll show him the might of Scylla's Beastmaster realm." Born into Scylla's nobility, his prowess among 5th-tier Beastmasters was exceptional. Scylla and the Red Rock tribe had long maintained a cooperative relationship. This time, they'd agreed. Kim Yun-won would only need to share 20% of the supplies he obtained from the Sacred Mountain with the Red Rock tribe.
The sole condition was that Sato's side must be left empty-handed, meaning the Sato tribe's gatherers had to be eliminated. For Kim Yun-won, this was a simple task. Even without the Red Rock tribe's request, he would never spare any Xia Empire beast tamers he encountered. After all, in the wilderness along the border between the two nations, he had already taken down more than one Xia Beastmaster. This is a mark of honor among the Beastmasters of their Scylla kingdom. Moreover, he had long yearned to explore the sacred mountain of the Red Dwarves, for within the borders of their Scylla nation, there existed a similar legend of the Heavenly Fire. It was rumored that Scylla's mightiest, the esteemed 9th-rank Beastmaster, had obtained a seed of Heavenly Fire within that secret realm. With it, he cultivated a superpowered beast that reached the formidable 300-level threshold. If he, Kim Yun-won, could find a spark of Heavenly Fire within this so-called sacred mountain, he might just become the next 9th-rank Beastmaster. When that happened, Her Majesty the Queen would surely hold him in the highest regard, granting him anything he desired. With this thought, Kim Yun-won stepped into the passageway, his heart filled with anticipation and excitement. Seeing both men enter, Sadarad and Hong Yanba exchanged a cold glance. Neither spoke, instead moving to the side to wait. The sacred mountain remained open for only one day and one night. They could only wait outside for good news. Zhang Xian appeared on the southwest side of the sacred mountain. He looked up at the towering volcano before him, its base dotted with numerous caves. According to Elder Rod, these caves provided access to the volcano's interior, a vast space rich in resources. He casually selected an entrance and ventured inside. The cavern was spacious and surprisingly well lit. Much like other parts of the Crimson Flame Islands, the ground was dotted with scorched holes from which flames perpetually licked upward, illuminating everything. However, precisely because he had entered the volcano's domain, the air grew increasingly scorching, with temperatures here reaching at least 60 degrees Celsius. Fortunately, this level of environmental pressure was nothing to Zhang Xian. He summoned the Black King, who, upon sensing the surroundings, displayed a distinctly excited demeanor. This place clearly suited his tastes perfectly. Shadow Slayer, Ice, Big Yellow, Little Tree, come out and stretch your legs.
Zhang Xian summoned all his beast companions at once. Black King and a Bing, both capable of flight, eagerly took the lead, soaring forward. The poison mist mother tree seemed somewhat unsettled by the flames here. Instead of anchoring its roots, it transformed into a small sapling, hopping along the ground as it advanced.
Big Yellow let out a howl, signaling Zhang Xian to mount its back. Shadow Slayer, as always, rode Absolute Shadow, guarding Zhang Xian's side.
Interestingly, Zhang Xian also carried a spear, a training weapon he'd obtained from the Sato tribe. Ever since sparring with Sato Monkey using this weapon, he'd grown fond of the spear and planned to adopt it as his primary weapon.
A Beastmaster wielding cold steel was indeed a rare sight.
Some Beastmasters, seeking to bolster their strength, would acquire powerful yet simple-to-use thermal weapons.
For instance, high-energy laser rifles forged with elven magical industrial technology.
But those like him, who sought to engage in close combat on the battlefield, were exceptionally rare.
Zhang Xian's resolve stemmed from the formidable attribute feedback he'd received.
While hot weapons offered a high baseline, they couldn't fully unleash the power of his attributes. Just imagine in the future, when his physical strength could effortlessly crush a 100-level monster, wielding a super heavy weapon weighing thousands or even tens of thousands of pounds. Combined with his attributes, runes, and natural energies, a single swing would be earth-shattering. De Huang's height and build were also perfectly suited for Zhang Xuan to ride while wielding such a long weapon.
He felt like he'd transformed into a wolf cavalryman.
Charge!
Man and beasts charged forward.
The cavern stretched on for quite some time, and it took several minutes before they finally emerged. The view suddenly opened up. Beyond the cave entrance lay an immense, open space. Everywhere was a sea of flames, thick smoke billowing. Visibility was limited to just over 10 meters, and the air felt even more scorching, as if constantly being roasted.
Holy crap, this place is no ordinary spot for just anyone to come to. Zhang Xuan sighed.
No wonder the red dwarves required a 5th-tier beastmaster when seeking external aid. An ordinary 3rd or 4th-tier beastmaster wouldn't last long in this environment. He chose a direction facing the volcano's center and pressed forward.
The extreme temperatures meant no green vegetation could survive here.
Yet both Chief Sato and Elder Rod had warned him, within this pure, natural environment saturated with fire elemental energy, certain special creatures would emerge, beings of formidable power.
Chapter 73, The Flamestone Giant.
Thus, the threat extended beyond the oppressive heat. These unknown monsters posed a grave danger. The source of the thick smoke remained unknown, but the further he advanced, the more the temperature climbed. Zhang Xuan could already feel sweat forming on his body. Pushing through layer after layer of smoke, something suddenly glowed brightly in his line of sight. Approaching closer, Zhang Xuan saw patches of glowing metal protruding from the earth, exposed to the air. Soon, a system notification appeared.
Crimson iron ore.
Description: iron ore refined through intense fire attribute energy, forming a new mineral. Extremely heat resistant, it serves as a premium calcination material. Earlier, Zhang Xuan had briefly learned from Elder Rod about common forging materials used by the Red Dwarves. Red iron ranked among the mid-tier premium materials, suitable as the primary component for high-quality equipment. While red iron veins existed on the Crimson Flame Islands, they were scarce. Yet this area stretched as far as the eye could see, completely covered in it. With that, it was time to get to work. Zhang Xuan pulled out the steel pickaxe he'd prepared earlier from his backpack and slammed it into the ground. The system recognized him as gathering resources, sparing him the tedious task of digging individually. With one strike, over a dozen units of hematite entered his backpack. Zhang Xuan kept swinging his pickaxe, following the hematite deposits as he moved forward. The constant beep signaling new ore discoveries only fueled his enthusiasm. Resource gathering itself was a pleasure even more satisfying than hatching pet eggs or opening treasure chests. This volcano truly lived up to its reputation as the sacred mountain of the Red Dwarves. Its resources were incredibly abundant. He had barely entered the volcano's interior when a high-quality mineral vein appeared on the ground. Zhang Xuan gathered non-stop, his pickaxe swinging ceaselessly in both hands like a seasoned miner. Within a dozen minutes, his backpack was packed with a full 3,000 units of hematite ore. He finally exhausted this entire iron ore vein, though the vein extended far beyond. If he kept digging, he could likely obtain tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of units. However, considering the limited space in his backpack, Zhang Xuan had to stop for now. A Beastmaster's backpack capacity increased with rank, but a second-rank Beastmaster's bag could hold surprisingly little. Unless he obtained certain spatial artifacts or storage items crafted by the elves with spatial magic, both of which were extremely rare and precious.
Zhang Xuan pressed onward.
Red iron was likely just a common resource within this volcano. The deeper he ventured, the greater the chance of encountering rare materials. Soon, however, he halted as the path split into two. One path spiraled upward, while the other descended, seemingly leading to a hollowed-out depression. Zhang Xuan pondered briefly before choosing the downward path. The source of the fire lay underground, forming this sacred mountain and the extraordinary sight of flames rising from the earth's surface. The closer he got to the source, the greater his chances of finding treasures rich in fire energy. He hadn't forgotten his mission, to find the Crimson Flame Sacred Crystal, the rarest treasure of the Crimson Flame Archipelago. Descending the slope, the flames changed color. No longer the ordinary orange-red, they deepened into a blood-red hue. The surrounding rock walls shimmered with a radiant glow, a crystalline state formed by prolonged exposure to intense heat. Though not valuable resources, they were visually striking, creating the sensation of being within a palace of flaming crystal. Thump, thump, thump. Zhang Xuan's figure abruptly halted, and his beast companions, including the Black King, stopped in unison. Their gazes turned warily toward a certain direction. Over there, something seemed to be approaching. The ground trembled slightly with each deep, approaching thud, clearly indicating the visitor's substantial size. A shadow emerged from the flames, followed by a towering figure bathing in the sea of fire. From a distance, it looked down upon the long unseen outsider. Its entire body resembled the surrounding rock walls composed of crystalline stone. Massive in stature, its head, likewise formed of rock, bore a pair of emotionless pupils burning with flame. It stared coldly at Zhang Xuan.
Zhang Xuan raised an eyebrow. Interesting. So this was the monster dwelling within the volcano. He glanced at the system prompt beside him. Elite Flamestone Giant LV-100.
Description: an evolved form of the stone giant, possessing formidable physical defense and fire-based magical attacks distinct from ordinary stone giants.
Skills: Rolling Boulder, Flaming Boulder, Incinerating Blaze, Mountain Stillness.
Attributes: health 150,000.
Physical attack 7,000, magic attack 8,500. Physical defense 8,000, magic defense 6,500. Wow, an elite tier level 100 monster right off the bat?
Zhang Xuan's eyes gleamed with excitement. This place was packed with powerful monsters and abundant resources, definitely a high-level secret realm. Stone giants were born when stones awoke with sentience, a race born of the earth and nurtured by nature.
After countless millennia of being scorched by the fiery inferno here, they underwent a transformation, becoming vastly more powerful than ordinary stone giants.
The flamestone giant stood coldly for a moment before suddenly grasping a massive, flame-wrapped boulder. With a single-handed toss, it hurled the boulder toward Zhang Xuan.
Flaming boulder.
The sheer force of the attack was staggering.
The Black King roared in fury. Who dared play with fire in its presence?
Such an act was nothing short of contempt. It stood directly before Zhang Xuan, neither dodging nor retreating, allowing the flaming boulder to strike its body. With a dull thud, the stone shattered, and flames licked up its form, engulfing the Black King in a blaze. Zhang Xuan remained utterly unconcerned. The Black King merely twisted its body in apparent contentment, as if basking in a hot spring rather than being roasted alive. Then, with a wide-open mouth, it sucked the flames right back in, a look of lingering satisfaction crossing its face. The flamestone giant seemed baffled by this display, standing frozen for a moment.
The Black King wasted no time, unleashing a surge of dragon flame right back at its opponent. Boom!
A heat infinitely more terrifying than the surrounding sea of fire erupted and splattered through the air. Crimson flames slammed into the giant, yet it stood its ground without flinching or dodging, its chaotic pupils seemingly unconcerned.
Born of flames itself, how could it possibly fear fire? Yet in the next instant, it realized its mistake.
This flame possessed energy countless times greater than the fires that forged it daily. The flaming stone giant's massive, hardened body instantly began to melt into liquid, stone water flowing down its form. It felt no pain, but it sensed the terror of its very essence being vaporized.
The flamestone giant did not retaliate. Instinctively, it felt intense dread toward divine flames of this caliber. Instead, it turned and attempted to flee. Thud. Thud thud.
After taking less than 2 steps, the flamestone giant's body suddenly stiffened and it crashed to the ground.
Chapter 74, Jade Within Stone.
As it fell, a pool of stone water splashed out. Its once seemingly indestructible body shattered into a pile of rubble, as if, having lost its spirit, it could no longer hold the stones together. A crystalline object, shrouded in flames, floated upward.
Elite monsters really do drop loot. Zhang Xuan picked it up.
It felt warm and smooth to the touch, with a unique appearance both lustrous and radiant, yet carrying a hint of sharpness.
He examined its details. Stone in jade fire material.
Description: the spiritual essence of the flamestone giant, containing pure fire attribute energy. Neither metal, stone, nor jade, it possesses exceptional compatibility, capable of merging with various substances and imbuing them with spiritual vitality.
Zhang Xuan's expression turned curious.
This was the first time he'd encountered a material with such a description. It clearly belonged to the category of rare, high-grade materials. Not only could it be used to forge weapons, armor, and other equipment, but its ability to integrate with various substances suggested it could also be used for item synthesis. As for the concept of spiritual essence, he was encountering it for the very first time and had no idea what it specifically referred to. Stowing away the jade within stone, Zhang Xuan pressed forward. Barely a few steps later, the thudding sounds echoed once more from the vast sea of flames. This time, the sounds were dense and surged in from all directions. Amidst the thick flames and smoke, towering shadows loomed oppressively.
Zhang Xuan's eyes lit up with excitement. It seemed he had taken down one, only to draw a whole pack.
Soon, one flaming stone giant after another materialized. As far as the eye could see, they were arranged in layer upon layer. The rear ranks were obscured by smoke and firelight, making them indistinct, but their sheer number was undeniably staggering. Their presence was overwhelming, emotionless eyes gazing down upon Zhang Xuan and his beast companions. Big Yellow growled lowly, clawing at the ground, clearly feeling the pressure. Faced with such a display, any 5th-tier beast tamer would likely turn tail and run. But Zhang Xuan merely smiled.
Excellent, excellent. Family should stick together. Come all to avenge your kin saves me the trouble of hunting each of you down individually.
Since this beast could yield high-quality materials, there was no reason to let it go.
Everyone, split up. Zhang Xuan gave the signal.
The black dragon roared, the ice phoenix cried out, and the mother tree rapidly expanded, shooting out thick, powerful vines. Shadow Slayer's eyes, hidden beneath his faceplate, flashed with icy resolve as his spear tip locked onto a target.
The frenzy hunter scout crouched low. It and its master had forged a deep understanding. A single gesture from Zhang Xuan told it exactly what to do. 5 beast companions, 5 directions. The battle was about to erupt. The black dragon's pale golden eyes fixed on the giant as raging flames erupted from its maw.
The ice phoenix flapped its wings, its icy breath so frigid it seemed poised to freeze the very air. The toxic mother tree silently released countless invisible spores of deadly poison, while its thick vines, woven like a vast net, lashed out, simultaneously enveloping 5 or 6 flamestone giants. Shadow Slayer rode his shadow strike like black lightning into the fray, sweeping his spear with ruthless force. Zhang Xuan clamped his legs tightly, sending Big Yellow darting forward. He too swung his spear. In this battle, he was no longer a mere beastmaster hiding in the rear. He could fight hand to hand. Unfortunately, he hadn't yet learned how to wield a battle weapon. He could only rely on the close combat skill activated earlier under Sadamanchi's instruction to launch his attack. Though this skill was classified as unarmed combat, activating it significantly enhanced his control over his own body. Particularly in terms of power generation, it had been considerably refined. The Flamestone Giant possessed thick health, dealing formidable physical and magical damage. Yet it had one weakness, its sluggish speed. The constant triple speed of the Frenzy Hunter Scout made Zhang Xuan's figure blur like a phantom. Greater speed naturally meant greater momentum. Wielding his spear, he aimed for the chest of the Flamestone Giant before him and thrust forward with brutal force, riding the momentum of his charge. Whoosh! The Flamestone Giant caught only a shadow. Before it could launch a counterattack, a sharp object struck its chest with brutal force. A bone-chilling sound echoed. Though the strike didn't completely pierce the stone giant's thick body, Zhang Xuan's formidable attributes combined with the momentum still shattered a large chunk of rock. Rock fragments flew everywhere as a staggering damage number exceeding 20,000 flashed on the screen. Though the Flamestone Giant felt no pain, the brutal blow sent it staggering backward a large step, nearly toppling over. Feeling its life force drain away, it roared furiously and slammed both fists into the ground. Boom! The entire ground shook under the immense force, sending fragments of rock and dust flying into the air. But Big Yellow reacted swiftly. He leapt upward before the stone fist descended, avoiding the shockwave entirely. Had he been caught in it, his rapid movement would surely have been disrupted. The Flamestone Giant wasn't one to be outmaneuvered. Seeing Big Yellow leap, it immediately seized a flaming boulder and hurled it with a whoosh. It was the same technique used by the Flamestone Giant slain earlier by the Black King, replicated to the letter. Zhang Xuan's pupils contracted, but by then, Big Yellow had already landed on all 4 paws. It immediately launched a wild charge, its 5-fold frenzied speed causing its explosive power to surge dramatically. With a flash, it vanished from its original position. The boulder exploded violently at the spot the moment he vanished. Had that strike connected, the damage would have been severe. The wild charge skill had a duration. Within that time, Zhang Xuan had to eliminate his opponent. The moment that spear struck, a dense crimson glow suddenly enveloped Zhang Xuan, shrouding his entire body like a blood-red shield. Endless blood. Indeed, it was this rune obtained from the Duke of Fucella's castle. Each instance of damage dealt would draw 100% of the damage as health. If his health was at full capacity, it would convert into a shield. That single strike had granted Zhang Xuan over 20,000 shield points. Roar! Zhang Xuan roared, his courage surging as he charged head-on at the flaming stone giant, thrusting his spear with savage force. Swish! He halted before the Flamestone Giant, delivering 3 or 4 rapid thrusts. Each strike inflicted devastating damage, while Zhang Xuan's crimson shield grew increasingly thick. The Flamestone Giant, enraged that a mere human dared to stand and attack it head-on, brought down its fists like falling meteors. Boom! Witnesses would have been stunned to see Zhang Xuan not only endure the giant's attacks but relentlessly thrust his weapon forward. This fighting style was downright insane. But with the effect of the endless blood rune, it was just that unreasonable. With every strike, Zhang Xuan chipped away at the flaming stone giant's health. Chapter 75, Magma River. Though the Flamestone Giant's attacks were equally devastating, they merely drained Zhang Xuan's blood shield without harming his true form. Zhang Xuan couldn't help but marvel inwardly. The effects of the endless blood rune were truly outrageous. If the damage inflicted by the opponent was less than the damage he dealt to them, and their attack frequency couldn't match his own, then not only would his health bar not decrease, but his blood shield would actually grow thicker and thicker. Just like this very moment. Ah! The Flamestone Giant roared furiously, each stone fist crashing down with terrifying force. Explosions sent showers of debris and dust flying, mingling with thick smoke and fiery light to create a scene of utter devastation. Yet it soon realized that no matter how fiercely it struck, the human before it remained utterly unscathed. Though the Flamestone Giant possessed sentience, this situation clearly exceeded its comprehension. Meanwhile, Zhang Xuan's spear thrusts dealt devastating damage. With a thunderous crash, the giant's health bar vanished before it could react, its stone body shattering like its fallen kin into lifeless rubble. Another, Jade in Stone Fire, appeared. Zhang Xuan collected it, only to find 2 more Flamestone Giants locking onto him. Having grasped the basics of spear combat while mounted on Big Yellow, Zhang Xuan pressed forward to hone his skills further. Meanwhile, fierce battles raged in other directions. The Black King still swept through everything with a single dragon flame strike.
Though these monsters, born of blazing infernos, possess strong resistance to fire, they couldn't withstand the true flames of a pure-blooded dragon. They could only hold out a little longer before crashing to the ground.
Meanwhile, Bing exerted a powerful counter in this environment against the flamestone giants. Her icy breath instantly extinguished the flames on the giants' bodies, directly neutralizing a significant portion of their fire-based attack capabilities. The terrifying cold further immobilized them in place, eventually encasing them completely in ice. Finally, a flash of icy light darted from Bing Huan's ice-blue phoenix eyes, and several ice sculptures shattered explosively, reducing the flamestone giants to piles of rubble. The poisonous mother tree excelled at crowd control. Though its thick tendrils didn't inflict massive damage on the giants, they prevented them from closing in. The giants could only struggle to tear at the vines binding them, yet they couldn't break free for the time being. Soon, however, the mother tree realized the stone giants were immune to its spores, as they never entered a poisoned state. But this was no difficult task. It was the perfect opportunity to test a method that had never been used before. The spores multiplied into saplings, then the poison mist mother tree activated its accelerated growth ability. The saplings rapidly developed into small trees, each sprouting legs as they charged toward the flamestone giants. Upon reaching close range, they detonated themselves. Boom! A series of explosive booms echoed through the area. After the smoke cleared, another giant lay shattered. On the other side, Shadow Slayer unleashed, sweep the battlefield, applying armor-piercing effects. Leveraging the swift speed of his shadow steed, he engaged in a back-and-forth clash with 3 flamestone giants simultaneously. His damage couldn't instantly kill the flamestone giants, but his masterful skill and the powerful evasion ability of Shadow's Frenzy allowed him to constantly maneuver, accumulating damage before finding an opening to strike. This fiery hollow resembled a miniature battlefield, filled with constant booms and violent explosions. One after another, the flamestone giants met the same fate as their kin, crashing to the ground with thunderous thuds. Yet, new giants would emerge, joining the fray without pause. After a full several tens of minutes, the clamor finally subsided. The ground was littered with debris. Zhang Xuan and his beast companions had slain over 30 flamestone giants. Naturally, the Black King and Bing had claimed the most kills. Over 30 jade and stone fire gems had also burst forth from the ground, which Zhang Xuan promptly stowed away in his backpack. He was slightly out of breath. This battle had been quite taxing. Fortunately, no one was injured. Moreover, slaying so many elite tier level 100 monsters caused the levels of the Poison Mist Mother Tree, Shadow Slayer, Big Yellow, and the others to skyrocket, all of them surpassing level 95. After a brief rest at the spot, Zhang Xuan pressed onward. Passing through thick smoke, the slope of the depression continued downward. Soon, Zhang Xuan found his path blocked. Before him lay a river of molten lava, flowing downward as if toward a wider expanse below. This situation was truly difficult to navigate. A bath in this lava? Forget about him, even Shadow Slayer and the others wouldn't survive it. But judging by the situation, to proceed further, he'd either have to find a detour or descend right here. Taking a detour meant navigating uncharted territory, where obstructed visibility would likely waste considerable time. With limited time to gather resources within the sacred mountain, Zhang Xuan naturally hoped to find a direct way down. Chirp! At that moment, Bing Huang let out a cry. Zhang Xuan turned his head. Bing, do you have a solution? He suddenly recalled how Bing had forged a path through the lake bed of the buried bones basin earlier. But the magma's temperature was terrifying. Would it still work? Bing conveyed a definite thought, then unleashed her frost breath. The clash of searing heat and bitter cold instantly vaporized into an intensely dense mist. A sharp, piercing hiss echoed through the air. Then, astonishingly, the ice began to solidify, forcibly carving out a path through the flowing lava. Zhang Xuan hadn't expected it to go so smoothly. Bing, well done. But for the ice crystal phoenix to solidify a path in such extreme heat was no easy feat. Once the ice passage formed, Zhang Xuan immediately signaled Big Yellow to advance, followed closely by Shadow Slayer and Mother Tree. Black King and Bing glided over. After everyone crossed, the ice path shattered with a boom, sinking into the searing river below. Arriving below, Zhang Xuan looked around and found the environment even more scorching. Yet, surprisingly, it wasn't the sea of fire and thick smoke that had surrounded them before. Instead, it had calmed down. Before them flowed a winding river of molten lava, radiating intense heat. Floating rocks dotted the surface, forming scattered islands and pathways. Zhang Xuan stepped onto the solid rock path. This seemed to be the first underground level, with stone walls overhead. Looking ahead, the magma river stretched endlessly before him. In that case, he simply followed the central path forward. The lava river on either side bubbled and gurgled intermittently. Logically, no life should survive in such terrifying heat. Yet for the formidable beasts that roamed here, survival in any environment held no surprise. Sure enough, midway through his journey, a massive fish engulfed in flames suddenly leapt from the river toward him. Its form was hideous, its visage ferocious. It was swiftly intercepted and slain on the spot by several beast companions. Chapter 76, Divine Flame Fruit. Given the current strength of Zhang Xuan's beast pet team, it was hard to imagine a 5th-tier beast master standing a chance against him. Unless the opponent possessed exceptionally high-quality beast pets that formed an unbeatable synergy, they might stand a fighting chance. Once the Black King reached its growth form, even a 6th-tier Beastmaster would likely be no match for it. The disparity in power between beasts of different grades only widened dramatically as their levels increased. To put it simply, the increase in HP, attack, defense, and other attributes gained by a God-tier beast pet with each level up could be 100 times greater than that of a Gold-tier beast pet. And when a God-tier beast pet reaches its growth or perfect form, this disparity in growth becomes even more staggering. Not to mention the disparities in hidden attributes, skills, and innate talents. Even the most formidable beast pets of top-tier 6th-rank beast masters rarely exceed level 150 or surpass the stellar tier. A level 100 God-tier beast pet effortlessly crushes opponents with this seemingly insurmountable 50-level gap. Otherwise, how could it possibly be worthy of the title divine? Zhang Xuan pressed forward, crossing countless small islands fragmented by rivers of molten lava. Ahead, a significantly larger floating island came into view. Surrounding rivers flowed gracefully around its edges, while the smaller islets encircled it like stars orbiting the moon. Most crucially, this floating island was covered in lush clusters of vegetation. This was a major discovery. Though he'd encountered monsters capable of surviving in this volcanic depths along the way, plants were a first. To thrive in such a harsh environment, with virtually no true water source, was truly remarkable. Zhang Xuan rode Big Yellow onto the floating island. Though it wasn't particularly large, one could take in the entire scene at a glance. The vegetation here wasn't the usual green either, but a fiery red that blended seamlessly with the surroundings. The trees were low, almost shrub-like, and strangely, their branches bore fruits as lustrous and translucent as rubies. The surface of these fruits was transparent, revealing small flames dancing within, making them appear even more eerily extraordinary. Zhang Xuan was astonished. Were these things fruits or some kind of living creature that they contained an unquenchable flame burning continuously within? He approached, intending to examine them closely. Just then, Big Yellow suddenly turned his head, his gaze fixed warily on the surface of the lava river. Whoosh! A massive, dark shadow burst forth from the river, radiating intense heat. With its gaping, blood-red maw wide open, it lunged toward Zhang Xuan. Zhang Xuan turned to see it clearly, a colossal crimson serpent engulfed in raging flames. It was, without a doubt, a fire serpent. Boss, Flame Serpent LV-120. Description: a savage creature born from the fiercest, all-consuming energy, possessing extreme fire resistance and fire attribute damage. Attributes: health, 500,000. Physical attack, 20,000, magic attack, 35,000. Physical defense, 18,500, magic defense, 25,000. Skills: Blazing Grave, Death Embrace, Scorching Devour. A level 120 boss template monster? Zhang Xuan glanced at it briefly before turning his gaze back and continuing toward the burning fruit. The flame serpent roared, lunging forward, only to be violently knocked aside by a black figure charging in. Enraged, the serpent opened its jaws, spewing orange-red flames that seemed capable of incinerating the hardest steel. Born beneath the volcano alongside fire elementals, it possessed innate mastery over the element born of fire, fused with fire. Zhang Xuan was not the first outsider to invade this domain. But all who came before humans and dwarves alike had met their end here. Disdain flickered in the black dragon's pale golden pupils. It opened its maw and unleashed a torrent of dragon fire. The two flames collided, unleashing a torrent of colossal energy that locked in a tense standoff midair. The Black King lunged forward, its dragonfire pressing the attack. The flame serpent roared again, channeling its magma fire to its absolute limit. Watching Zhang Xuan steadily approach the burning fruit, the serpentine eyes flickered with urgency and savagery, yet it found itself utterly trapped. The flaming serpent had never imagined that within its own domain, a being capable of matching its own mastery of fire could exist. Zhang Xuan didn't even bother to glance back at the battle. He reached the fruit. Divine Flame Fruit Spirit. Description: a celestial spirit object born from the nourishment of the world's most powerful flames, imbued with a trace of the law of fire. Extremely precious, coveted even by the mightiest creatures. Can be consumed directly to alter one's constitution. There is even a chance of awakening. Those whose physical strength is insufficient may be unable to withstand the raging flame energy, leading to self-immolation and death. This. Zhang Xuan was visibly moved. Judging by this description, it was undoubtedly a top-tier spirit object. He reached out to pluck it. A wave of heat washed over his hand, though not so intense it rendered it unbearable. Holding the divine flame fruit in his hand, Zhang Xuan felt an inexplicable urge welling up within him. He desperately wanted to consume one immediately. Yet the warnings in the description seemed no trivial matter. Should he stow it away first and consider consuming it later upon returning? Yet the urge surged violently, as if Zhang Xuan's very body craved this fruit. Finally, as if compelled by some unseen force, Zhang Xuan shoved the fruit into his own mouth. The moment he swallowed it, regret washed over him. Why had he taken such a risk? Before he could dwell on it, however, an explosive surge of searing energy erupted from his lower abdomen, sweeping through every fiber and cell of his body. Bloody hell, that's hot!
Zhang Xuan's entire body instantly turned crimson, as if being boiled alive.
Thick white smoke billowed and steamed from his skin. He felt as if he were being consumed by fire, no, as if he himself had transformed into flames. In that instant, Zhang Xuan's consciousness blurred. Witnessing his reaction after swallowing the fruit, the flaming serpent seemed to grow even more frantic, desperately trying to break free and lunge toward him. But how could the Black King let it go? With a furious roar, he signaled to Bing and the other beasts not to intervene, then lunged savagely at the flaming serpent. In mastery of fire, what creature could surpass the world-burning Black Dragon? In physical fortitude, how many beings could suppress a pure-blooded dragon? Once it got serious, a mere level 120 boss could only focus its full attention to avoid being crushed to death. Meanwhile, Zhang Xuan lay sprawled on the ground.
Big Yellow whimpered, trying to approach his master, but the intense heat radiating from Zhang Xuan's body made him feel unbearably scorched. He could only circle anxiously nearby. Fortunately, this process didn't last long.
Zhang Xuan suddenly opened his eyes and sat up. Just seconds ago, he'd felt excruciating pain throughout his body, as if he truly was about to be burned alive.
Yet that agony quickly faded.
Replacing it was an explosive surge of energy now coursing through his body.
Chapter 77, Flame Venerable.
A system notification accompanied the change. You have consumed one divine flame fruit. Your affinity with fire elements has significantly increased. Your hidden constitution attribute has greatly increased, substantially boosting your HP and HP regeneration rate. Your fire resistance has greatly increased.
Skill talent awakening judgment failed.
A series of prompts appeared, revealing the immense rewards this divine flame fruit had bestowed upon Zhang Xuan.
Constitution is a hidden attribute directly tied to health points and health regeneration speed. Among all races, humans possess rather ordinary innate values for the four hidden attributes: strength, agility, constitution, and spirit. Moreover, there are few ways to enhance them through cultivation.
Only certain exceptional physiques might exhibit extraordinary performance in one specific aspect, but such individuals were exceedingly rare, making it impossible to develop corresponding transcendent systems. The vast majority of humans walk the path of beastmasters, relying on the favor of the beast god. Other races, such as those excelling in physical constitution, possess innate powerful regenerative abilities. The most exceptional among them can even achieve the astonishing feat of regenerating severed limbs. Such abilities constitute innate bloodline-based extraordinary systems. However, those who are physically weaker can seek nourishment from the natural world's spiritual treasures. This is the principle of nature providing sustenance for humanity. Human bodies possess the greatest capacity to assimilate spiritual essences, rarely exhibiting the rejection reactions common in other races. Yet a profound contradiction exists: spiritual essences are rare, with the most potent ones appearing only in the most extreme environments. Moreover, consuming them safely demands immense physical resilience. Otherwise, one risks being blown apart by the energy or suffering irreversible damage. Take this divine flame fruit, for instance. Had any other beastmaster consumed it whole, they would likely have perished in self-immolation. Only Zhang Xuan, bolstered by the attributes of two divine beasts, possessed physical resilience far surpassing ordinary humans, enabling him to endure the ordeal, a perfect convergence of heaven, earth, and man. In a sense, his body had already taken a half step into the realm of the extraordinary, a feat even the most powerful beast tamers would struggle to achieve. That flaming serpent had waited here for years, biding its time for the divine flame fruit to ripen, hoping to use it for its own transformation and to elevate its very essence of life. Yet it had always hesitated to consume it, fearing a rejection reaction. Now, having been beaten to the punch by Zhang Xuan, it raged with fury. Yet under the Black King's assault, it found itself unable to break free, utterly helpless. Zhang Xuan extended both hands. Faint crimson patterns lurked beneath his skin, coursing through his veins alongside the blood that washed over his body. He felt as if a fierce fire burned within him, yet it wasn't scorching. Instead, it was pleasantly warm and comfortable, simultaneously granting him greater vitality and endurance. The oppressive heat and stifling humidity that had once overwhelmed him vanished entirely, as if he had suddenly adapted to this fiery, elemental environment. This was the effect of fire element affinity. Zhang Xuan's body had grown closer to nature, capable of converting fire elemental energy into physical vitality. That was why he felt so comfortable and at ease within the volcano. His eyes lit up as he scanned the remaining divine flame fruits. Though not abundant, there were still a good dozen left. If one fruit yielded such powerful effects, what would happen if he consumed them all? Armed with the experience of the first fruit, Zhang Xuan no longer hesitated. He plucked another and began eating it. This time, he could even savor the fruit's flavor. Soft and springy upon entry, its sweet juice carried a warm sensation. Gliding down his throat, it felt like a warm current flowing into his body, absolutely delicious. After consuming the second fruit, he didn't experience the burning sensation or intense pain from the first one. Instead, his entire body felt pleasantly warm, like he'd just had a sauna. The system prompt appeared again, similar to the first time, and the skill talent assessment still showed as unsuccessful. Zhang Xuan was intrigued. He'd heard tales of people awakening powerful physical constitutions after consuming top-tier spiritual treasures.
Could this be his chance? Since one wasn't enough and two weren't enough either, he might as well keep eating. Who knows? Maybe a surprise awaited him. He plucked every last fruit and stuffed them all into his mouth.
Meanwhile, the flame serpent, dodging the Black King's attacks while glancing repeatedly in this direction, stared with eyes filled with shock and desperation. It couldn't fathom how a mere human could consume divine flame fruits so recklessly. Its heart bled inwardly as it hissed incessantly, yet it couldn't break through the Black King's blockade. Its wounds only grew deeper. Zhang Xuan ate with increasing gusto, as if munching on snacks. Seeing the flaming serpent's frantic reaction, he held up a divine flame fruit high. "Hey!
You want some too?"
Ugh! The flame serpent's eyes locked onto the fruit in his hand, emitting a cry that was indistinguishable whether from the pain of being beaten to a pulp by the Black King or from sheer, desperate longing. Then, with a flick of his wrist, Zhang Xuan tossed the fruit into his mouth and swallowed it whole. Despair filled Yin Mang's eyes. In that split second of distraction, the Black King's claws, sharp as divine weapons, sliced through its tough, resilient hide. With a swift, tearing motion, the Black King ripped out its internal organs. The fire serpent let out a piercing howl as it plummeted into the river of magma. Meanwhile, as Zhang Xuan continued devouring divine flame fruits, the system prompt changed.
Skill talent awakening judgment, success. You have acquired the fire element mastery basic talent.
Zhang Xuan devoured the remaining fruits in one go, triggering a series of subsequent notifications.
Your talent has undergone a transformation. You have acquired the fire element mastery intermediate talent. You have acquired the fire element mastery talent advanced. You have acquired the innate talent of flame sovereign. In an instant, Zhang Xuan sensed his body undergo infinite transformations. The surrounding fire elements no longer merely offered their familiar closeness, he could faintly discern an emotion within them. It was a sense of submission, like 1,000 flames crowding around, crowning a king. Flame sovereign talent.
Description: you can absorb all flames in the world to enhance yourself. You can actively burn fire elements to activate true flame body, gaining combat power boosts.
This talent can be further upgraded.
The description was straightforward, yet Zhang Xuan recognized the immense power and limitless potential within this talent. At this stage, it already allowed him to control flames with his body and granted an active combat power boost skill. And by continuously devouring new flames, this talent could continue to grow stronger.
Zhang Xuan's perception now felt extraordinary.
He could clearly see every fire element around him, those crimson sparks dancing and swirling around him, circling him as their center.
Chapter 78, Vortex.
Zhang Xuan tentatively reached out and touched one of them.
Sizzle!
Sparks flew as a tiny flame shot from his hand, only to vanish in an instant. Zhang Xuan startled slightly, then realized this flame had been released by himself. The instant he touched the fire element, it was as if his body had completed some instinctive reaction, transforming the fire element into tangible flame. Closing his eyes, he concentrated once more. Under the influence of the Flame Venerable's innate gift, the fire element obeyed his commands as readily as an extension of his own arm. Compared to the elven mages who specialized in fire magic, his control felt effortless and natural. Whoosh! In the next instant, two flames shot up from Zhang Xuan's hands, enveloping his skin as they blazed fiercely, mercilessly devouring the surrounding air.
Success!
Zhang Xuan was ecstatic. This trip to the sacred mountain had yielded the greatest reward imaginable. The divine flame fruits had awakened such a powerful innate talent within him. In fact, this thrilled him even more than obtaining a divine tier beast companion, for this was true power returning to himself, propelling him onto the path of transcendence. Zhang Xuan began experimenting with various transformations. Clasping his hands together, then opening them, a fiery orb brimming with raging energy swirled within his palms. He conjured 5 or 6 smaller fireballs, making them circle around him. He flung fireballs at stone walls, causing them to erupt with blinding light. He even attempted to shape the flames into weapon forms: a blazing greatsword, a fiery dagger. However, this proved several times more difficult. Even when successfully shaped, the forms would instantly disintegrate into fire elements the moment he swung them.
Zhang Xuan was thoroughly engrossed, endlessly experimenting.
As the flame sovereign, his mastery of fire came naturally, ingrained in his very blood.
With time and practice, his skill would only deepen.
Black King, Bing, and Big Yellow were also intensely curious. They gathered around Zhang Xuan, watching his various fire tricks.
Finally, Zhang Xuan paused.
He calmed his mind and took a moment to sense his body. Since awakening this unique physique, explosive energy now filled him constantly. The fire elements present in the world could now serve as a source of energy replenishment for him. Especially in an environment like beneath a volcano, where fire elements were incredibly dense, it felt as if he had a sun installed within his body.
However, Zhang Xuan's expression turned peculiar as he couldn't help glancing down at his lower body.
Ever since his awakening began, a searing heat had radiated from below his lower abdomen. At first, he hadn't paid it much mind, but now, this intense warmth showed no signs of abating. Clearly, it was connected to this physique. It was a side effect, but thankfully not too bothersome. Zhang Xuan temporarily halted his exploration of the flame abilities and instead circled the small floating island. He soon discovered additional finds beyond the divine flame fruit. It was the red iron ore he'd mined before, but the deposits here were far more abundant. Digging through the soil revealed a vast expanse stretching beneath. "We're rich. Come on, everyone, let's dig." Zhang Xuan pulled out his shovel and began digging like a gold miner. Black King Abing and the others joined in, even Big Yellow digging away with his wolf claws. Pyrite 45. 51 hematite. 105 hematite. The alerts kept coming, and Zhang Xuan dug with increasing fervor. This was a huge haul. This floating island was practically composed entirely of this iron ore. After digging for over 2 full hours, they finally emptied the soil of all its ore. The final haul exceeded 5,000 units. Awesome. Job done. Let's keep moving. Zhang Xuan left the floating island and pressed onward. Still no sign of the Crimson Flame's sacred crystal. Hopefully, we'll find it soon. Now immune to flames, he could wade directly through the magma river. He summoned Big Yellow and the others into his summoning space, leaving only Black King Bing outside as he walked upon the fire. Wait a minute. Zhang Xuan suddenly halted. He gazed at the surging river of molten lava, its intense heat rolling past. His innate talent allowed him to absorb all kinds of flames. Why not start here? He attempted to draw it in. Soon, something seemed to be extracted from the river, a searing flame. The flame burrowed into his body, and Zhang Xuan felt every cell in his body tingle with excitement. Ding! You have absorbed magma fire. Your flame manipulation ability has increased and your physical constitution has improved. Absorbing flames of equal or lower grade will progressively reduce the enhancement effect. It worked. After absorbing this flame, condensed from the essence of magma, Zhang Xuan distinctly felt his strength increase once more. However, as he continued absorbing magma essence, the bonus effects immediately began diminishing until they ceased entirely. It seemed each type of flame could only grant a bonus once. To continue strengthening himself, he would need to seek out various different flames in the future. Zhang Xuan pressed forward until he reached the end of this magma river. Ahead lay a thick stone barrier, while below, a magma vortex appeared, suggesting a deeper space beneath, sucking out the material above. Zhang Xuan had become highly attuned to the presence of fire elements. He sensed energy fluctuations beneath the vortex that were significantly stronger than those above. There was undoubtedly another space below. It seemed he had to descend. He instructed Black King and Ah Bing to return to the beast-taming realm for now, then leaped into the river. Soon, his body was pulled downward by the vortex's suction. Fortunately, thanks to the Flame Venerable's innate abilities, Zhang Xuan remained completely unaffected by the intense heat. He could even open his eyes freely to survey his surroundings. This was a subterranean river passage. Swimming along its course, he encountered a steep gradient like a waterfall plunging straight downward. With a splash, he seemed to have fallen into a magma pool, arriving in a deeper space at the bottom of the volcano. Several dozen minutes earlier, Jin Yunwan had reached the end of another river channel, where a whirlpool also swirled. He looked somewhat disheveled, his robes bearing scorched marks. Gazing at the searing lava, Kim Yunwan's expression darkened. Those damn giants of Asaba were such a pain. Could the legendary heavenly fire really be down here? He had encountered many flamestone giants before. Though Kim Yunwan commanded 7 beast companions, reaching the maximum number allowed for a 5th-tier beast master, and his companions were of high grade and level. But facing these giants with formidable defenses and potent fire-based attacks still left him struggling to keep up. In the end, 2 of his pets were gravely wounded and forcibly returned to the beast-taming space before he barely managed to push through. Fortunately, he had gathered quite a few high-quality ores along the way, along with some fire attribute spirit herbs suitable for crafting potions, a decent haul indeed. Yet the thing he desired most remained nowhere in sight. Could the legendary object lie beneath this vortex? Chapter 79, Crimson Flame. If he could obtain the heavenly fire like that 9th-rank beastmaster predecessor, Jin Yunwan would have everything he desired: power, authority, wealth, beauties, even Her Majesty the Queen's favor. In the kingdom of Silla, he held noble status, yet that was merely the lingering legacy of his ancestors. By his generation, little remained of it, leaving him scarcely different from commoners. Yet power equaled authority. Achieve the 9th rank, and he would become Silla's most revered figure. Then, restoring his ancestors' glory would be as easy as speaking a single word. Kim Yunwan's eyes flickered as countless visions of splendor beckoned him in his mind. Let's do this. He drew a glowing artifact from his robe, a costly item purchased with nearly his entire fortune for this expedition to the Red Dwarf's sacred mountain. Its use is strictly limited. For that sliver of a chance to obtain the heavenly fire, Kim Yunwan staked everything. Activating the artifact, he rose into the air as an ethereal, dreamlike light enveloped his entire body, forming a spherical barrier around him. This artifact, originating from the sacred elf kingdom, could withstand the most extreme and perilous environments for as long as the light shield remained active. It could withstand extreme cold, scorching heat, gale force winds, and even the spatial turbulence of the shattered realm, the kind that could easily tear apart a level 200 monster for a short while.
Jin Yunwan's expression was unwavering.
Having already deployed this ultimate trump card, he couldn't possibly walk away without securing some major loot.
May the great ancestors of the Jin family protect me. Smee-da.
Plop. Plunging into the vortex, raging heat surged toward him. Jin Yunyuan's heart leapt to his throat. If he were to come into contact with this temperature, he wouldn't even have time to utter a full scream before his consciousness would be instantly incinerated. Fortunately, the protective light barrier proved remarkably resilient, steadfastly blocking the molten lava. No matter how violently it surged and crashed against it, the barrier remained unshaken. He drifted with the flow of magma, tumbling into a pool below. Jin Yunwan surfaced, only to be startled by the scene before him. Beyond the pool lay an immense, sprawling subterranean realm. Stalactite-like spiked stones hung inverted from the vaulted ceiling, while clusters of fiery red crystals were arranged in intricate formations across the floor. Together, they created a spectacle of grandeur and mystery, reminiscent of an underground palace of flames.
The enormous crystals traced out paths, resembling some kind of man-made labyrinth. At the very center, a dazzling, brilliant crimson divine light shone.
This divine light pierced the vaulted ceiling like a pillar of light reaching the heavens, penetrating the thick stone walls to connect with the world above, channeling an endless stream of searing energy. The pillar's blinding brilliance forced Jin Yunwan to lower his head immediately, unable to look directly at it. For the extreme light and heat would scorch the pupils of anyone daring to gaze upon it. The intense heat radiated tangibly downward. Even shielded by the light barrier, Jin Yunwan could distinctly sense that this heat far surpassed that of the magma rivers in the layer above. Yes, this must be the place. Jin Yunwan's body trembled slightly, an uncontrollable surge of ecstatic joy exploding within his mind. This was the source of energy that had fueled the volcano's relentless burning for hundreds, thousands, perhaps even tens of thousands of years, a feat only possible with the mythical celestial fire. He was succeeding. Kim Yunwan nearly burst into laughter. He clenched his fists so tightly that one hand began to ache, barely suppressing his restless excitement. He drew a deep breath. Calm down. He hadn't secured the heavenly fire yet. A place like this could potentially harbor some terrifying entity. Jin Yunwan scanned his surroundings with extreme caution. Though the light barrier offered formidable protection, its duration was finite. Facing an exceptionally powerful monster could lead to a fatal misstep. Prudence was essential. With a flick of his wrist, a rabbit-like beast materialized from thin air. It began sniffing around, searching for any signs of potential monsters. After a moment, the creature conveyed no alarming information. Jin Yunwan advanced, drawing closer to the pillar of light. At the base of the pillar was a large hole, the very source of its emission. Flames flickered and danced around the opening, distorting everything nearby with intense heat. Spatial fissures constantly appeared and vanished. These fissures appeared and vanished constantly, caused by the intense energy relentlessly tearing at the fabric of space. However, the rules of this world were remarkably complete and stable, capable of self-repair. Otherwise, if this were a subspace, it might have already collapsed under the relentless onslaught of this violent energy. Kim Yunwan's breathing quickened again. No doubt about it, this must be the heavenly fire. Only such a supreme entity, possessing the divine power of a deity, could create such a spectacle. But how could he possibly obtain it? Kim Yunwan hesitated. That legendary beast tamer from their Scylla kingdom had hinted he'd obtained heavenly fire before, but never shared the specifics of how he acquired it. Was he supposed to rely on the protective barrier and force his way through to seize it? But this crimson pillar of light contained enough terrifying energy to sustain an entire volcano. Even a protective shield might not withstand it. Just as he was wrestling with this dilemma, a sudden splash echoed from the magma pool. The sound reverberated distinctly throughout the subterranean chamber. Kim Yunwan startled. Someone else had descended? Right, it was that kid from Xia Nation. He quickly sought cover behind a natural stone pillar. This guy managed to reach this place too? And his speed isn't much slower than mine? Damn it! Judging by Zhang Xuan's appearance, he couldn't be much older than 20. At that age, even with exceptional luck and background, he'd still be a rookie in the Beastmaster world. How could he compare to the renowned genius beast tamer of the Kim family from Scylla? Earlier, when surrounded by the flaming stone giants, he had paid a heavy price just to break through. He'd assumed Zhang Xuan would likely perish here, yet the boy had somehow fought his way through. Could it be that the brat had been lucky, encountering no monsters along the way? Damn it! Should I just go out and finish him off? Kim Yunwan's face darkened, his eyes filled with murderous intent. He now regarded this treasure trove and the potential heavenly fire within as his personal domain, absolutely forbidding anyone else from laying claim to it. Especially not some rookie beastmaster from Xia. In the historical records of their Scylla kingdom, Xia was merely a land of refugees, the remnants of their own people who had fled there long ago. How could such a place compare to him, a noble of the esteemed Scylla kingdom? Whenever he encountered a Xia beastmaster, Kim Yunwan would unconsciously feel a surge of intense pride and an urgent desire to trample them underfoot. To prove his own legitimacy and nobility. With this thought, Kim Yunwan was about to reveal himself. Chapter 80, The Flame Demon. The entire subterranean space suddenly trembled. Boom! Jin Yunwan lost his footing and nearly stumbled. His face flashed with alarm as he quickly grabbed hold of a nearby stone pillar. What was happening? At that moment, he sensed the energy in the surrounding air erupt violently, as if fire elements were frantically pulling in one direction. Immediately, all crimson light converged toward the center. The ground transformed into a pool of fiery red, as if melted by terrifying heat. Space itself seemed to burn, the intense heat unbearable even for Kim Yun-won, protected by his light shield. Soon, a massive hand emerged from the molten ground. The hand dripped with scalding lava, radiating astonishing energy fluctuations. Oh no, there really is a formidable monster here. Jin Yun-won startled, quickly ducking further beneath the stone pillar. A being forged in an environment this close to the heavenly fire must be far more terrifying than the flame stone giant. So, to obtain the heavenly fire, one must inevitably face such a formidable obstacle? But judging by the position of that terrifying hand right in front of that Xia Kingdom brat, well, fine. Let the monster deal with him. Though he wouldn't get to properly toy with the brat himself, he could at least gauge the monster's approximate strength. Just as he pondered this, the giant hand's owner pushed its body out of the ground. Its form was absurdly massive, towering over a full story. Its entire body was composed of blazing flames, with molten lava constantly flowing down its surface, dripping onto the ground with a heart-stopping sizzle. The terrifying heat radiating from its body felt as though it had devoured all the flame energy within this region. The surrounding crimson crystals glowed in unison. The mere appearance of this flame monster ignited the intensely concentrated fire element in the air. Jin Yunwan peered through the cracks between stone pillars, only to see the Xia Nation Beastmaster standing utterly still, watching it all unfold. He hadn't even shifted his position, his expression even tinged with amusement. Is this kid out of his mind? Just going to throw himself to his death without putting up a fight? Damn it! I was hoping he'd put up a fight so I could observe this monster's traits. If I'd known this would happen, I should have taken care of him myself. Meanwhile, Zhang Xuan stared at the monster before him. The system prompt displayed only the name, Flame Demon, revealing nothing else. He'd heard of this phenomenon before in certain special zones or environments. The world's will couldn't digitize certain entities. Just like the remnant soul of Grand Duke Fusela he'd encountered in the Blood Ash realm back then. It seemed this flame demon possessed considerable status. Zhang Xuan could sense the pure, undiluted essence of fire emanating from a dense, unadulterated flame element. This meant the creature was essentially an embodiment of fire itself. Over eons, it had likely developed a form of consciousness, much like the sentience of the flame stone giants. Thus, it had evolved into this formidable being with a body of flame. Upon its emergence, the flame demon first roared toward the heavens, igniting bursts of fiery light throughout the vast subterranean expanse. As the ruler of this fiery realm, any intruder would face its most terrifying punishment. Then, its eyes blazing with fiery fury, it fixed its gaze upon the human before it. Burning, destruction, these were the only thoughts in its mind. Yet when its gaze settled upon Zhang Xuan, it halted abruptly. The surging killing intent abruptly transformed into confusion. For it sensed that the other was not an intruder, but an existence fundamentally similar to itself. Yet to call them kindred felt somehow off. For the first time, it felt an inexplicable urge to look up to this being. Though the flame demon possessed self-awareness, its intelligence was limited. This contradictory situation irritated it greatly, prompting several more furious roars. Then, it hurled several streams of blazing fire from its hands, blasting charred holes into the surrounding stone walls, as if teetering on the brink of losing control. Zhang Xuan watched with keen interest. Possessing the physique of a flame venerable, his flame essence naturally surpassed that of the demon. Having previously absorbed magma fire, he could sense that the demon's very essence was magma fire. Yet, due to its awakened sentience, it was somewhat different. Since all fires could be harnessed by him, wasn't this creature also fire? Thoughts turned to action. With a flick of his mind, Zhang Xuan began absorbing the fire elements within the creature's body. As his innate talent activated, a massive chunk of blazing flame was torn directly from the flame demon's body, then burrowed into Zhang Xuan's being. You have absorbed magma fire alien type. Your affinity with fire elements has increased, your constitution has improved, and the strength of your flame venerable talent has risen. Feeling the newly amplified energy within him, Zhang Xuan's face lit up with delight. Not only was it possible, but the magma fire from the flame demon was distinctly different from the previous magma fire, a variant flame with altered properties. This meant it wasn't a duplicate absorption, but rather a completely new enhancement. With this realization, he continued absorbing. While the initial absorption of the same flame type yielded the greatest boost, subsequent absorptions still provided gains until his body reached its limit. However, as this process continued, vast amounts of flame were drawn from the flame demon. Before it could comprehend what was happening, it sensed its life force draining at an alarming rate. If this continued, it risked losing the spiritual essence it had painstakingly awakened. Terror gripped it as it stared at Zhang Xuan. Could he be the great flame lord from the bloodline techniques? How else could he so effortlessly plunder its flames, seemingly beyond any control?
In the next instant, the flame demon knelt directly on the ground. It lowered its head, muttering incoherent syllables. Simultaneously, Zhang Xuan clearly perceived its intent through the fire element. Supreme Master, please forgive your servant. Unknown creature flame demon seeks to bind itself to you. Accept? Bonding? Zhang Xuan paused, rubbing his chin. Having another subordinate wasn't a bad idea. After all, he had already absorbed this alien magma fire. Draining the creature completely would yield limited additional benefits. Accept. The moment he confirmed his decision, Zhang Xuan immediately sensed a connection forming between his consciousness and the creature's. With a single thought, he could now command the flame demon's life or death. The flame demon sensed this too. It bowed its body reverently, its body engulfed in blazing flames, as if expressing awe toward its master. Zhang Xuan was astonished to discover that the flame demon hadn't been recognized by the world's will as his beast companion. Instead, it existed in another form, a more direct one. Yet the master-servant control and absolute authority over life and death between them felt even more rigid and unyielding than the relationship between a beast tamer and their pet. A realization dawned on him. It seemed the flaming demon's attributes were of the same origin as his own, and his status stood above that of the creature. Thus, a direct master-servant bond had formed. Chapter 81, Crimson Flame Holy Crystal. This was even better, an extra ally without occupying his Beastmaster space. Zhang Xuan reflected that with this development, his plan for a Beastmaster Legion seemed more achievable. For instance, wielding greater authority would allow him to command more servants. Fire, frost, storm, lightning, even light, darkness, and undead. But all this required more precious opportunities, meaning he'd have to explore secret realms and perilous lands inaccessible to ordinary people. For Zhang Xuan, as long as it allowed him to grow stronger step by step toward the pinnacle of the world, he naturally feared nothing. The clearest path forward now, aside from cultivating more top-tier beast companions, was undoubtedly to leverage his flame-venerable talent. By continually acquiring superior fire seeds, he could upgrade his talent until he ultimately mastered the dominion of fire. On that day, all beings dependent on flame would naturally bow before him as their master. Zhang Xuan surveyed the fantastical, magnificent underground space. Before him stood a breathtaking crimson pillar of light, its source of heart-stopping energy lying beneath. Was the crimson flame sacred crystal he sought located there? But he already had a ready-made guide here. Though the flame demon possessed limited intelligence, it had been born and raised within this space, making it intimately familiar with everything here. Zhang Xuan communicated with it through his consciousness. The flame demon grasped his meaning and then transmitted a message back. Zhang Xuan's eyes flickered. The other party was saying that the crimson flame sacred crystal was not a mineral, but rather a crystalline form of the overflowing divine flame. Divine flame? The flame demon raised its hand, pointing toward the crimson pillar of light. Could it be, right before our eyes? The energy level of this pillar, as Zhang Xuan sensed it, was indeed extraordinary, far surpassing that of magma fire. He extended his hand to grasp the supremely pure fire element. Countless brilliant sparks coalesced and settled within his palm. The process was lengthy. After over 10 minutes, the specks finally solidified into a warm, translucent crystal pure as a dream, utterly free of impurities. You have obtained one crimson flame sacred crystal. Zhang Xuan realized the flaming demon had spoken the truth. This was the legendary crimson flame sacred crystal. Yet had anyone else come here, they would have left empty-handed even amidst a treasure trove. Their bodies couldn't withstand so many divine flame fruits, making it impossible to awaken the fire element authority talent. Without mastering a portion of that authority, one couldn't control the pure, violent primal flame energy. For him now, this crimson flame sacred crystal was nothing more than a matter of taking what he desired. But before that, he didn't want some fly lurking in the shadows. Zhang Xuan cast a faintly mocking glance toward a massive stone pillar nearby and spoke indifferently, hiding there for so long, shall I invite you out? Hidden behind the pillar, Jin Yun shuddered violently, nearly wetting himself in fright. Ever since witnessing the flame demon's submission, his eyes had nearly popped out of his head. The scene before him was utterly incomprehensible. How had this Xia Kingdom youth managed it? That being, formed entirely of blazing fire, radiated an aura of unmistakable ferocity. Why would it so readily pledge allegiance to the other? Then, seeing Zhang Xuan approach the crimson pillar and casually command the flames, a deep dread welled up within him. This was wrong. Something was absolutely off. What unfolded before him was clearly beyond the capabilities of an ordinary beastmaster. Jin Yunwan knew that some powerful beastmasters could break through their limitations, embarking on their own extraordinary paths. By combining their beast-taming abilities with other techniques, they could achieve astonishing power. But such feats were typically reserved for those of the 8th tier or higher. Before one's innate attributes reached a certain level, the leap in the essence of life was too great to bear. Faced with such an eerie spectacle, he dared not reveal himself. Little did he know, Zhang Xuan had already detected him. In truth, everything had long been exposed to Zhang Xuan's perception. The moment he entered the subterranean space, he had sensed Jin Yunwan's presence. After all the fire elements around him were under his command. Even the slightest movement of an ant in the corner couldn't escape his notice.
He hadn't intervened earlier simply because he knew the other party posed no threat to disrupt his actions, acting with complete confidence. Now was the perfect time to crush him. Seeing there was no escape, Kim Yun-won shuffled forward, his legs trembling. A fawning smile forced itself onto his face as he hunched over as if unable to straighten his back.
Your Excellency, I am Kim Yun-won. I have absolutely no intention of challenging you. I only hope that, in the spirit of friendly cooperation between our two nations' Beastmaster communities, you might treat me like a fart and let me go. Zhang Xuan raised an eyebrow. Oh? Friendly cooperation? But I've heard your Silla people harbor deep animosity toward us. No. That's absolutely a rumor fabricated by the people of Yingzhou.
Kim Yun-won frantically waved his hands.
We Silla don't view Xia as enemies. We regard great Xia like children regard their father. Who would ever harbor hatred toward their own father?
As he spoke, he blinked hard, his eyes seemingly welling up with tears.
Ha!
Zhang Xuan clutched his sides, erupting into uncontrollable laughter.
He simply couldn't hold back.
He'd expected the other might beg for mercy, but never imagined this opening act.
Kim Yun-won could only join in the awkward laughter.
When Zhang Xuan finally stopped, he adopted a thoughtful expression and posed a crucial question.
If that's the case, he continued, shouldn't we change how we address each other?
Kim Yun-won froze, then as if rehearsed, immediately dropped to the ground, banging his head on the floor like a pestle.
Abu Ju's Silla dialect, father. I'm your long-lost son. This left Zhang Xuan utterly flummoxed.
Such shamelessness drained him of any desire to toy with the other.
He clapped his hands. All right, summon all your beast pets. Ha!
Kim Yun-won lifted his head and met Zhang Xuan's gaze. There, he saw not the slightest hint of mercy, only absolute condescension and the haughty arrogance of one who held the power of life and death, never to be shared with another. From the very beginning, the other had never intended to spare him. Jin Yun-won gritted his teeth, his voice trembling.
No! Do you even know who I am? I'm from the Kim clan of Silla. If I die, countless people will hunt you down. You won't escape. Though he was merely a collateral branch of the Kim family, the likelihood of the main house avenging his death if he perished abroad was extremely low. But in this moment, he could only play the tiger's skin. The Kim clan bore the royal surname of Silla, perhaps that would instill some caution in his opponent. Zhang Xuan scoffed.
If ghosts exist after death, you can follow me then. See for yourself what kind of pathetic Kim family members kneel before their father, kowtowing just like you. His tone was wildly arrogant. Zhang Xuan suddenly realized his true nature harbored a considerable amount of wickedness. And he had no intention of hiding it because it felt damn good.
Kim Yun-won roared, abruptly rising and stumbling back several paces. Chapter 82, Despair. He knew the other party had no intention of sparing him. He could only fight to the death. Jin Yun-yuan's face twisted into a ferocious grimace. Clapping his palms together, 7 flashes of light erupted, summoning 7 monstrous beasts of varying forms. Among them were serpent beasts, iron-backed gorillas, carnivorous flowers with gaping maws, and saber-toothed tigers with fangs like blades. Each creature radiated savage power and an extraordinary aura. It must be said that among 5th-tier beast masters, Jin Yun-won truly stood out. Every beast companion was of exceptional grade, meticulously cultivated. Yet even deploying his entire force now offered him no sense of security. 2 of them, severely wounded in the earlier battle against the Flamestone Giant, had been forcibly summoned and appeared listless and exhausted, possessing little combat strength. Zhang Xuan smiled and declared, Flame Demon, this is your first battle. Show your master what you're made of. The Flame Demon roared defiantly toward the heavens. Instantly, the subterranean space was illuminated by the explosive ignition of fiery elements in the air. Its terrifying form, exceeding 3 meters in height, erupted in a blaze that shot skyward. Hearing its master's command, it was eager to prove its loyalty. Jin Yun-won felt the scorching heat that seemed to melt his skin, his face turning pale. Hurry up! Block it for me, even if it kills you. Ugh! On his side, the iron-backed ape whose arms were twice as thick as a human thigh and the savage saber-toothed tiger, its aura brutally fierce, let out a roar and charged forward. These were Kim Yun-won's most formidable combat pets. Combined with the unique abilities of his other beasts, they could unleash devastating teamwork. The Flame Demon blazed with fiery fury. For these foes, its only emotion was contempt, a burning desire to incinerate them all in an instant. Boom! 2 streams of molten lava erupted from the Flame Demon's palms, engulfing the 2 beasts in a suffocating net of fire. The moment contact was made, agonized expressions twisted the faces of the iron-backed gorilla and saber-toothed tiger. The flame's temperature was terrifying, inflicting massive damage instantly. If they charged headlong, they'd likely be reduced to ashes before even reaching the enemy. They had no choice but to retreat, planning to flank around the edge. The Flame Demon showed no surprise at this maneuver. Raising both hands, it gathered a blazing orb of fire within its palms before flinging it forward. The fireball sliced through the air, its intense heat warping the surrounding space. Jin Yunwan's eyes widened. The fireball was clearly aimed at him. Shi Ba! Block it for me. He barked the order frantically while executing a somersault, rolling sideways to evade. At the original spot, the three-headed serpent had also intended to evade. However, under Kim Yun-won's forced command, its instincts kicked in, unleashing a spew of green poisonous mist that obscured a section of the sky, creating quite a commotion. Yet when the fireball slammed into it, the mist offered no resistance whatsoever. It evaporated instantly, and the fireball's momentum remained undiminished as it crashed into the ground. The three-headed serpent was instantly reduced to ash. Though Kim Yun-won dodged swiftly, embers still clung to his backside. This fire was no ordinary flame, its power was immense and relentless, instantly spreading wildly across his body. Ah! Kim Yun-won let out a blood-curdling scream, only to realize soon after that he felt no pain. It dawned on him then that the light shield covering his body had blocked the flames. Cold sweat broke out on his body. Realizing that one of his beast companions had been completely reduced to ash beneath the fireball, he lost all will to resist. At that moment, Jin Yun-won could only think of one thing: finding a way to escape at any cost. What did heavenly fire matter? What did the dreams of a 9th-rank beast tamer matter? Nothing compared to saving his own skin. You lot! Charge forward! Use your bodies to block it! Not a soul retreats! Shiba! Jin Yun-won bellowed wildly, issuing his command. His remaining 6 beast pets hesitated, but under his command, they charged toward the flame demon. Meanwhile, Jin Yun-won fled backward from the opposite side. Having fallen through the magma vortex, he knew the underground space had many unexplored areas in other directions. Perhaps he could find a way back up. While the light shield's effect lasted, he possessed the ability to fly. Desperately fleeing, his speed was surprisingly fast. Yet, barely 100 meters into his flight, a voice like a reaper's call echoed from below. Hey there, where do you think you're running off to? Jin Yun-won's soul nearly left his body. Looking down, he saw Zhang Xuan already riding a giant wolf in pursuit, having even overtaken him. Damn it! How could this guy be so fast? He glanced back once more, his heart sinking into utter despair. The flame demon had effortlessly incinerated 2 more beast companions. The remaining ones, driven mad by fear and their master's cowardly retreat, saw their loyalty plummet. They had already turned tail and were scattering in all directions. Damn it! I've raised you all this time, and you don't even have the guts to die for your master? As if venting his terror, he roared in blind, impotent rage. Below, a blindingly hot light suddenly slammed into the protective barrier. The light barrier was struck by the fireball, shaking violently and visibly dimming by a noticeable degree. Jin Yun-won shut his mouth in fright, only then realizing it was Zhang Xuan's fireball, its power rivaling that of the flame demon moments before. A few more such attacks, and the light barrier would shatter completely. Then he would have no choice but to wait for death. Damn it, damn it, damn it! Why does that bastard have such incredible luck, mastering such terrifying techniques? Why wasn't that lucky break mine, Jin Yun-won's? Jin Yun-won surmised that the opponent must have gained some opportunity within the volcano to acquire the ability to manipulate flames. If the outside world's beastmasters learned that such a young beastmaster possessed techniques rivaling those of an elf mage, they would surely be green with envy. Of course, if they knew Zhang Xuan's mastery bordered on divine authority, they'd be utterly stunned, wondering if a god had descended. In short, Kim Yun-won had now reached a dead end. Boom! Boom! Throughout this process, Zhang Xuan was steadily mastering the application of fire elements. His progress was astonishingly rapid, and this time he hurled 2 fireballs in quick succession. With precise control, he even managed to position the 2 fireballs at an angle that completely sealed off all escape routes for Jin Yun-won. Thud! Flames erupted violently across the surface of the light shield as both fireballs struck their target. The powerful defensive spell seemed to buckle under the strain, emitting a sharp crackling sound. Jin Yun-won stared in horror as the light barrier began to sway precariously, a distinct crack appearing across its surface. No, no! Completely losing his composure, he could only channel all his power, buying every second he could. Big Yellow, help me out! Zhang Xuan roared with excitement. The thrill of cornering his prey and then tearing it apart was truly exhilarating. Chapter 83, Bonding. Big Yellow let out a howl, then thrust off with his hind legs, leaping high into the air. As Da Huang reached the peak of his leap and began to descend, Zhang Xuan thrust off his back. His form soared like a hawk, the spear suddenly appearing in his hand. With every ounce of strength, he thrust it toward the wavering light barrier. Whoosh! Jin Yun-won's soul nearly fled his body as the light barrier shattered abruptly. Losing his ability to stay airborne, he plummeted straight downward. Even mid-air, he let out a piercing scream. Ah! Thud! 2 seconds later, he made intimate contact with the ground. Jin Yun-won's eyes bulged as he felt his body like a torn sack, unsure how many bones had shattered. The sharp scraping of metal against stone echoed as Zhang Xuan dragged his spear toward him. Blood gushed from Jin Yun-won's mouth. Fear and the desperate urge to survive made him struggle once more. Spare me, sir! Spare me! I pose no threat to you whatsoever. The cold spear tip hovered, aimed squarely at his heart. Zhang Xuan's voice was flat, but it was useless, wasn't it? No, please listen to me.
Jin Yunwan now dared not utter a single harsh word, nor mention the might of the Jin clan.
I can be your servant.
I know Scylla inside out, secret realms, treasures, women.
Whatever you need.
I'll serve you faithfully, through fire and water. Zhang Xuan shrugged, unmoved, pushing the spear forward another inch. He had no interest in keeping a dog that might bite its master at any moment. After all, humans and beasts of burden were entirely different matters. Kim Yunwan grabbed the spear with his hand, his palm instantly sliced open, blood gushing forth. Facing life and death, his thoughts raced. A flash of insight struck his mind, the last possible way to sway the other party. Gritting his teeth, he pleaded desperately, I possess a master-servant contract artifact. Spare my life, and I'll bind myself to you through contract. No betrayal will ever occur.
HM? The spear, already piercing Jin Yunyuan's chest, halted.
Zhang Xuan looked surprised.
A master's servant contract?
Jin Yunwan knew he'd hit the mark. Without a moment's hesitation, he quickly replied, yes, I obtained it by chance in a secret realm.
I've never used it before. Show it to me.
Kim Yunwan scrambled to his feet, kneeling on the ground as he retrieved a scroll.
Oman's master-servant contract artifact. Description, a creation of certain malevolent sorcerers. By pressing a blood seal, one gains control over the life and death of the other party. Current contracted individuals, 05. Kim Yunwan's heart bled.
This scroll, obtained by chance, was a treasure he had always cherished. He had intended to find a valuable target he could control, making them serve his purposes. Yet before he could use it, he himself was about to fall into the abyss.
Interesting.
So such things exist. Zhang Xuan picked up the scroll and examined it. This was the first time he'd heard of a method that could forcibly bind someone to its master. It bore Kim Yunwan's markings, but once those were erased, he would become the scroll's new master.
He pondered for a moment.
Since that was the case, treating the other party as a pawn buried within the Scylla kingdom wasn't out of the question.
It might prove useful in the future. Let's sign the contract.
Zhang Xuan said coldly, tossing the scroll before Kim Yunwan. Jin Yunwan, feeling utterly helpless, resignedly pricked his thumb and pressed his blood seal onto the scroll. Instantly, an inexplicable bond formed between them.
Zhang Xuan could clearly sense the other's presence and his grasp over life. He thought faintly. Ah!
Kim Yunwan suddenly writhed on the ground as if his heart had been clenched in a vice, his expression twisted in agony. His face turned as pale as paper, and beads of sweat the size of beans rolled down his forehead. Just now, within Zhang Xuan's consciousness, he had issued the thought to punish the other.
It seemed the contract's effects were indeed genuine.
While it couldn't force complete physical and mental submission or absolute loyalty, it could control life and death, which, to a certain extent, wasn't much different from the former.
Master, I am guilty. Spare my life.
Kim Yunwan had harbored resentment moments before, but the excruciating pain had nearly claimed half his life. Now, only one thought remained, begging for forgiveness. Zhang Xuan had no desire to prolong his torment.
Enough.
Hand over everything you obtained from the volcano this time. Also, change how you address me.
I have no interest in hearing a man call me master. Kim Yunwan dared not hesitate.
He produced the several pieces of jade and stone fire dropped by the slain flame stone giant, along with all the red iron ore he had gathered. Zhang Xuan stowed everything into his backpack before turning back to Kim Yunwan.
Find somewhere to stay for now.
He had no intention of publicly revealing Jin Yunyuan's bond of allegiance to him. Such matters only held power when kept secret. Fortunately, he now possessed 2 keys to the Grey Realm, enabling him to open its gate. After a moment's thought, Zhang Xuan activated the Dark Realm 7. A spatial fissure tore open.
Step inside. Jin Yunwan dared not resist, stepping inside. The next moment, he was transported to a space suffused with oppressive gloom, its surroundings dim and desolate. Just as panic gripped him, assuming Zhang Xuan intended some cruel punishment, the other's voice echoed within his mind. Stay here. Once I depart the Crimson Flame Archipelago, I will release you.
Yes, master. Jin Yunyuan felt slightly relieved. He then carefully surveyed his surroundings. With the keen eyesight of a 5th-tier beast master, he quickly realized where he was. Reflecting on his battle with Zhang Xuan up to this point, the other's age and the various techniques he had displayed at such a young age, he had already embarked on the path of transcendence, made the flame demon acknowledge him as master, and even mastered the Grey Realm.
In their Scylla kingdom, even that 9th-rank lord couldn't have displayed such astonishing brilliance in his youth.
Given time, this opponent would undoubtedly become one of the most elite among the human race. Serving such a figure didn't seem like such a bad thing after all.
This realization lifted much of Kim Yunwan's earlier gloom.
As a Scylla proverb goes, a free man may not fare better than a king's dog. Kim Yunwan quickly adjusted his mindset, even beginning to ponder what value he could offer Zhang Xuan. Zhang Xuan, of course, neither knew nor cared about the thoughts of a mere servant. He approached the Crimson Pillar of Light and continued its transformation.
Time ticked by as one crimson flame holy crystal after another crystallized.
Over the course of several hours, a total of 20 had formed. Zhang Xuan felt a hint of fatigue. Maintaining control over the fire element's transformations for such a long period was mentally draining. Recalling a previous conjecture, he approached the pillar and looked downward. Within his perception, a hazy, phantom-like flame burned beneath it, its existence stretching back through the ages, its duration unknown. Ding! You have discovered celestial fire. Collect? Chapter 84, The Seed of Heavenly Fire. Ha! Zhang Xuan looked surprised. Could this volcano indeed, the entire marvel of the Crimson Flame Archipelago, truly have been born from heavenly fire? A flame of such divine stature might indeed be connected to the gods themselves. If he could absorb it, it would likely greatly advance the Flame Venerable's innate talent. Just as Zhang Xuan was about to act, he suddenly remembered something and halted. This celestial fire was a mythical artifact of the Red Dwarf clan and the very source of the Crimson Flame Archipelago's perpetual blaze. To absorb it entirely would be akin to uprooting the Red Dwarf's very foundation. After all, their very survival and forging depend entirely on this unique environment. Moreover, this volcano was revered by them as a sacred mountain. If it were merely harming the Red Rock tribe, that would be one thing. They already despised Xia Kingdom's beast masters, and Zhang Xuan didn't consider himself a saint either. For the sake of his own power, plundering it was no big deal. But he had only gained access here through the Sato tribe's collection quota, and the Sato tribe treated him kindly, regarding him as a friend. Betraying friends by doing such a thing would certainly violate Zhang Xuan's principles. Yet this flame would be immensely beneficial to him. To simply walk away felt deeply unsettling. Zhang Xuan felt conflicted, searching for a compromise. Suddenly, he recalled something. After the Flame Sage's talent had awakened, it had also brought forth bloodline memories, or rather, talent information. These contained information about the authority of flames, which might prove useful. Zhang Xuan closed his eyes and began searching. After a moment, he opened his eyes, enlightened. The bloodline memories indeed held relevant references. Among them, the description of high-tier flames such as divine flames suggested that one could extract a portion of their flame essence for cultivation. With effort, it might be nurtured into a new divine flame. However, such transplantation had a requirement: it must have a world or world fragment of sufficient rank to serve as a vessel. Otherwise, it could not provide the most basic energy. Zhang Xuan gazed down at the flame below, shimmering like illusory light and crystal. He wondered if he could extract a portion of its fire essence. Since a method existed, he would attempt it. Zhang Xuan activated his innate talent once more, extending his consciousness toward the flames. The instant contact was made, countless ancient, distant, and magnificent scenes flashed through his mind. It seemed as if a flame had fallen from an unknowable place, shattering layer after layer of barriers. Yet these visions were fragmented and incomplete, lasting but a single breath. Zhang Xuan attempted to extract a small fragment, but the moment he did, the surrounding fire elements erupted violently, nearly triggering an explosion within his own body's flame energy. The volcano outside trembled in response. Zhang Xuan's expression turned alarmed. He sensed he might have overreached, triggering the celestial fire's self-defense mechanism. Could it be that this flame possessed its own sentience? In that instant, had it not been for his flame venerable physique, the celestial fire might have launched a terrifying attack against him. Zhang Xuan steadied his mind, attempting to soothe the flame and accept his consciousness. Through persistent effort, he finally avoided triggering another violent reaction from the celestial fire. Having learned his lesson, Zhang Xuan now manipulated it with exceptional precision. Finally, after over an hour of tug-of-war, he cradled a tiny flame in his palm. Though its energy was not vast, its essence was exceptionally pure. Zhang Xuan sensed waves of craving emanating from his own body. Yet he knew absorbing it now would not yield its full potential. If he could cultivate it into a new, complete celestial flame, its potential value might extend far beyond mere sustenance for himself. But where should it be cultivated? Zhang Xuan already had an idea. His form vanished from the spot, and in the next instant, he arrived in a realm where the sky was blood red. This was another gray realm under his control, the Blood Gray Realm 4. The energy in this realm far surpassed that of the much smaller, gloomy Gray Realm 7. Perhaps it could satisfy the needs of the Fire Seed. However, Zhang Xuan glanced at the blood moon dominating half the sky above the horizon. He had no intention of leaving the celestial fire seed exposed outside. Doing so might trigger unforeseeable consequences. He made his way with practiced ease to the ancient castle atop the cliff. Upon entering, he found himself in the secret chamber of Grand Duke Fusella. "I'll place you here for now." The flame was still young, and Zhang Xuan needed to create an environment where it could survive its initial stages. "Black King, lend a hand." Summoning the Black Dragon, he conveyed his intent. The Black King then breathed dragonfire, carving out a fiery zone within the chamber before placing the flame within it. Among the resources at his disposal, what could be a more suitable incubator than dragon flame? Sure enough, the flame flickered. Then the dragon flames gathered around it, visibly being absorbed bit by bit. Feeling the flame's energy seemingly grow thread by thread, Zhang Xuan relaxed. It seemed this method would work. He exited the Grey Realm. From now on, he would only need to trouble the Black King to supply dragon flames regularly. As this thought crossed his mind, Zhang Xuan suddenly realized he'd forgotten something. Couldn't his constitution also absorb a wave of dragon flame? He commanded the Black King to unleash another blast. You have absorbed dragon flame. Your mastery of fire elements has significantly increased. You have awakened a new ability, partial elementalization. Zhang Xian's spirit soared. Indeed, the enhancement granted by the dragon flame's essence far surpassed anything from magma fire. And this was merely the dragon flame of a juvenile black dragon. He tested his newfound flame control. With a thought, a circular shield of fire materialized before him. Then it transformed, becoming over a dozen fireballs that floated and drifted around him. Zhang Xian drew his spear again. Flames erupted across its surface, enveloping it completely without scorching the weapon itself. This doubled his combat power once more. Each thrust unleashed terrifying, explosive flames. And then there was this awakened ability. Zhang Xian extended both arms, and in the next instant, they transformed directly into flame. The strange sensation was almost unnerving. As if part of his body had instantly transformed into an entirely different structural form. After testing it, he reverted back to his flesh and blood form. Zhang Xian understood this partial elemental transformation ability was undoubtedly a god-tier skill. It meant he could now achieve a certain level of immunity to physical attacks. It was too incredible. After extracting a portion of the fire essence, Zhang Xian observed the celestial fire's core again. He noticed it had shrunk slightly, yet its combustion remained undiminished. However, under his intensely clear perception of fire elements, the energy within the volcano had indeed diminished somewhat, likely mirroring the external situation. Fortunately, its core remained intact. Still, Zhang Xian resolved that once he grew stronger, he would find a way to restore it. Chapter 85, The Black King's Evolution. Regardless, this journey had left him deeply indebted to the Sato tribe. Calculating the time remaining, Zhang Xian continued his exploration within this subterranean space. Reaching the end, he found another lava waterfall cascading downward. Above it lay the path back to the previous level. Zhang Xian halted. Since the Crimson Flame's sacred crystals were now fully gathered, this seemed the ideal spot for the Black King's advancement. He anticipated the Black King's advancement would cause quite a commotion. Resolved, Zhang Xian summoned the Black King and handed over all the Crimson Flame sacred crystals. The Black King flapped its wings, its dragon eyes gleaming with desire as it swallowed them whole. Its sharp teeth bit down, crunching the crystals cleanly. A staggering heat radiated from its body, followed immediately by a notification chime. Your beast companion, Black King, the world-burning Black Dragon, has met the requirements for advancement and will now enter the next stage, growth form. Intense, surging crimson gold light erupted from the Black King's body. It raised its head and roared, its powerful aura causing the underground chamber to tremble. The dense fire elements around it ignited, and blinding flames instantly engulfed the entire space. A sea of crimson gold flames engulfed the surroundings. Fortunately, Zhang Xian now possessed a special constitution, otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to endure this environment. Yet the Black King's ever-intensifying pressure forced Zhang Xian to retreat several paces backward. After awakening as the Flame Venerable, Zhang Xian gained perception of divine ranks. Now he could feel that same trembling sensation he had experienced when facing the Imperial Blood Dragon clan. The legends and records were indeed true. This was the ultimate ancient bloodline, forged through countless ages to create epic sagas and stand against the gods. The Dragon Clan. The blinding radiance made the Black King impossible to look upon directly. The flame demon trembled uncontrollably, forced to retreat step by step until it finally collapsed onto the ground. Zhang Xian watched with anticipation. This was a god-tier beast. Even its juvenile form, displaying only a fraction of the world-burning Black Dragon's power, had already crushed all opposition. Now, as it was about to enter its true growth stage where its full prowess would be revealed, what kind of spectacle would unfold? This process lasted a long time, the crackling and bursting sounds around it never ceasing. A sea of fire, mist, and five-colored, phantom-like flames danced, as if welcoming the birth of a new king. From the depths of the void, an ethereal melody drifted through the air, its origin unknown, as if the cosmos itself celebrated the metamorphosis of a supreme species. The radiance grew ever more dazzling, until it completely bathed this vast subterranean realm of flames in golden light. In an instant, all traces of energy retreated back into the Black King's body. Then, a brand new aura began to permeate the air. Ancient, noble, domineering, and supremely majestic. Roar! A roar resounded, one powerful enough to make all beasts kneel. This was not a cry of rage, but a proclamation to the world. Come! You all, pay homage to the Emperor. Zhang Xian looked up. The Black King's appearance was utterly transformed. Its body stretched over 10 meters in length, with a broad, undulating spine. Its scimitar-like wings, when spread, could blot out the sun. Its steel claws could effortlessly cleave through any hard substance. Its indestructible outer membrane, muscles, and inner membrane formed the world's most unshakable armor. Finally, those dragon eyes. Once pale gold, they now blazed brilliantly, radiating the pride and might of a god-tier race with every blink. This is the emblem of the Dragon Emperor. This was the first sign of an emperor's emergence. Zhang Xuan distinctly sensed the Black King's incomparable, indescribable, and unfaceable terrifying life fluctuations. He turned his gaze toward the newly revealed information.
World-burning Black Dragon. Level 100. Stage, growing form. Loyalty, 100. Attributes, health 6,001,205,000. Physical attack, 628,000. Magic attack, 650,000. Physical defense, 590,000. Magic defense, 5,900,590,100.
Note, advanced growth form.
All original attributes increased fivefold. Skills. Passive skill, Dragon Blood Sovereign, evolves into Dragon Emperor's Secret, Ashes of Imperial Sovereignty.
1. The world-burning Black Dragon possesses the most noble Dragon Emperor lineage among dragons, granting overwhelming dragon might intimidation. This ability instantly slays hostile creatures within range whose level exceeds its own by 20 or more. 2. The Dragon Emperor bloodline grants exceptional magical resistance, permanently increasing magic defense by tenfold and resisting all debuffs from spells below demigod level. 3. The Dragon Emperor's blood inspires awe in other beasts. Creatures forced into submission bear the Imperial mark, triggering the die for the Emperor effect, significantly boosting their attributes for a limited time.
Active skill 1, Dragon Flame, evolves into Ash-Burning Dragon Flame. Breathes scorching dragon flames imbued with the law of destruction. Targets afflicted by this burn ignore all resistances. Deals double damage to shields. Healing skills become ineffective during the burn duration. Active skill 2, Dragon Roar, evolves into World-Shattering Dragon Roar.
Channeling the might of the Dragon Emperor unleashes a thunderous roar that inflicts intimidation, confusion, and fear on all enemies within a large area, dealing true damage. Enemies of equal or lower level trigger the certain death effect. Cooldown, 1 day. New Awakening skill. Active skill 3, Ash Burning Domain. Forms a domain of utter judgment composed of incinerating dragon flames across an immense area, forcibly removing all enemies within from any immunity, invincibility, elementalization, and similar states. Active skill 4, All Beasts Pay Homage. All subjugated creatures within range have their attributes doubled, and these attributes are transferred to the Dragon Emperor. When a subjugated creature dies, its soul is reborn, allowing it to continue fighting for a period in its complete form. This is the new panel for the Black King after entering its growth form. Even with Zhang Xuan mentally prepared, he couldn't help but gasp in astonishment upon seeing it. Is this the true might of the Imperial Blood Dragon clan? Upon entering its growth stage, the world-burning Black Dragon fully awakened its Dragon Emperor bloodline. Not merely a pure-blooded dragon clan but the Emperor of all dragons. With attributes amplified fivefold, its power reached absurd levels, easily crushing every beast Zhang Xuan had ever heard of. 6 million hit points. Even the primary battle pets of those 8th-tier beast masters couldn't possibly reach such a figure. Its attack, defense, and other attributes were so staggering they left one speechless. Each of its passive talents and skill transformations was nothing short of god tier. It could instantly wipe out any creature 20 levels below itself within its range. In other words, wherever the Black King walked, death would follow in its wake. Both of its original active skills evolved, their damage potential becoming even more outrageous. While the two newly awakened skills while the other introduces a legion mechanism. All creatures that submit to him are commanded by the Black King, their combat power doubling. And even after falling in battle, they can rise again to fight a second time. Zhang Xuan had every reason to believe he could now effortlessly overrun a small nation. Chapter 86, Magma Gold. Ever since humanity gained the favor of the beast god a millennium ago and mastered the art of beast taming, the landscape of human civilization underwent profound transformation. It is said that humanity once possessed a remarkable technological system. However, after the emergence of the Beastmaster system, the old system gradually became merely an auxiliary tool for beast taming. Many nations from the previous era were buried in the dust of time. Today's human kingdoms are essentially ruled by the elite beast tamers, the taming clans, and the beast god temple. Some nations are even dominated by a single powerful beast tamer, who enjoys the entire nation's offerings, with women and resources at his disposal. Smaller nations occupying remote, low-value regions with scarce resources and sparse populations might be ruled by masters possessing only 7th-tier beastmaster prowess. Zhang Xuan weighed the situation. A 7th-tier beastmaster's primary combat beast would likely be no higher than level 200. Yet his Black King, now entering its growth stage at level 100, could still crush opponents despite the 100-level gap. The growth potential of god-tier beasts was simply terrifying. Each level gained by a juvenile form equaled 10 times that of a golden-tier beast. Upon entering the growth stage, all attributes surged fivefold, while the growth rate per level doubled. The gap in tiers was already stark in the early stages, and now it was as vast as the heavens and the abyss utterly insurmountable. This is precisely why the lofty, top-tier Beastmaster clans strictly regulate the tier of beasts and pets allowed to flow into the lower classes. For within the Beastmaster system, this is the very wellspring of all power. Zhang Xuan gazed at the Black King, now unrivaled in dominance and radiating awe-inspiring pressure. Another valuable change for him was that the Black King now possessed the ability to carry a rider through the skies. He too could soar through the skies. Simultaneously, the Black King's advancement triggered profound changes within Zhang Xuan's own body. While his outward appearance remained largely unchanged, his muscles, bones, and cells raged with unbridled energy. Accompanied by terrifying attribute feedback, Zhang Xuan's body seemed to shatter some mortal boundary. When he took a step, the ground actually caved in slightly beneath him. This was due to his body density skyrocketing, causing his weight to multiply several times over in an instant. For a moment, he couldn't control his own strength. Closing his fist tightly, Zhang Xuan felt a crackling surge of energy. It took him a moment to adjust. He bent his knees slightly, then thrust upward. His entire body shot into the air, nearly touching the rock wall above. The sheer force of his leap even kept him suspended for a second before he descended. The full extent of these changes was too sudden to fully comprehend, but Zhang Xuan sensed that if his body continued shattering boundaries, even without additional techniques, he might unlock extraordinary abilities like the power to fly through the air. I'm increasingly evolving in a non-human direction, he thought. Zhang Xuan couldn't help but marvel, a tinge of excitement mingling with his thoughts. While high-ranking beastmasters possessed formidable physical prowess, this advantage paled in comparison to other elite races. Be it the strength-focused dwarves and orcs, or the magic-wielding, nature-affiliated elves and druids. These races possessed innate extraordinary attributes. Without relying on beast companions in battle, humans could never match them solely through the extraordinary abilities derived from attribute feedback. Zhang Xuan's previous sparring match with Sata Monkey had already partially shattered this limitation. Now, the disparity would only become more pronounced. Pulling out his spear, Zhang Xuan realized the once handy weapon now felt as light as a feather in his grasp, utterly weightless. I'll have to ask the satyr tribe to forge a proper weapon for me later. He needed a weapon heavy enough to unleash his full potential. Speaking of which, Zhang Xuan recalled that the Sato chieftain had previously entrusted him with finding a certain material. The time to leave the sacred mountain was approaching. He had to find some quickly. He turned to the flame demon for guidance, certain the creature knew the resource distribution throughout this volcanic realm. Sure enough, after a moment's thought, the flame demon nodded in motion for Zhang Xuan to follow. Leaping from the magma waterfall, they returned to the previous layer of the magma river space. Moving to another direction, the flame demon stepped into the depths of the river and gestured to Zhang Xuan. Zhang Xuan's brow furrowed slightly as he grasped the meaning. He stepped into the magma river as well, then manipulated the fire element to force the magma to flow away to both sides, exposing the riverbed beneath. There, streaks of crimson gold light shone brilliantly. This is magma gold, the superior forging material Chief Sato spoke of. Its rarity falls somewhere between hematite and jade in stonefire. However, had Zhang Xuan not consumed the divine flame fruit, he would have been hard-pressed to detect this magma gold. This was likely gold originally, transformed into a unique metal through years of exposure to magma and flame energy. The flame fiend truly knew this place well. Beneath this riverbed lay an entire vein. The densest concentration of magma gold in the entire volcano likely resided here. Come on, everyone, come help. Zhang Xuan summoned his other beast companions, and together they began mining. Since Chief Sato had specifically requested his assistance, and he had gained such immense benefits from the volcano, it was only natural to mine as much as possible a small token of gratitude for the favor owed. 500 units, 1,000 units, 3,000 units. Zhang Xuan and his diverse beasts of burden began working as miners, digging with all their might. Time passed. According to the collection period originally set by the two tribes of red dwarves, there wasn't much time left. When the time came, they would be automatically teleported out. Of course, this rule existed for two reasons. First, because the vast majority of people couldn't possibly stay inside the volcano for that long. And second, it stemmed from the red dwarves' reverence for the sacred mountain. With Zhang Xuan's current abilities, the volcanic environment posed no threat to him whatsoever. He could have stayed indefinitely without issue. However, as an outsider, he naturally respected their customs. Outside the volcano at that moment, Satarad and Hongyanba both wore tattered clothes, panting heavily, and occasionally glared at each other. Initially, they had adhered to the principle of minding their own business, but two tribes with long-standing conflicts could hardly coexist peacefully. After Red Rock Deba initiated the provocation, the two began fighting. After several rounds of back-and-forth combat, neither had gained the upper hand, both now bearing fresh scrapes and bruises. Hongyanba sneered, "Rod, I gotta say, you Sato folks are hopeless. Bringing in a human kid who looks like a total rookie? We've been urging you for ages after finding Mr. Jean, and this is the rookie you send? Do you want him to die on the sacred mountain?" Satarad sneered. "Indeed, you Red Rockers are exceptionally confident. Too bad that confidence has gone too far. The laughter you're enjoying now will soon turn into bitter tears." Chapter 87, Return. He knew Zhang Xuan was no ordinary opponent. Even in a bare-knuckle fight, he could give Satoru a run for his money. To be fooled by the young man's appearance would surely spell disaster. Of course, he would never voice such thoughts aloud. Hongyanba scoffed, convinced the other was bluffing. He thought to himself that the outcome would soon be revealed. Before long, the Sato tribe would surely regret agreeing to open the sacred mountain. Then, his Red Rock tribe would obtain rare materials, forge several top-tier artifacts, and equip them to their strongest warriors. Their foundation would swiftly surpass that of the Sato tribe. Then, having amassed their strength, they would wage war, annihilate Sato, and unify the Crimson Flame Islands. This had always been the Red Rock clan's ambition. Within the volcano, waves of disturbance suddenly rippled out, triggering the pre-established protective array. Both men's expressions sharpened. The time had come. The person inside would be transported out immediately. Hongyan Deba wore an expression of absolute certainty, even taking the leisure to glance at Satorod with a hint of smugness. Then, a burst of light erupted. After the rainbow-colored glow, a figure materialized. Only one person was transported back, but neither Satorod nor the two from the Red Rock tribe were surprised. In previous years when the sacred mountain opened, the outcome was almost always the same. The gatherers of the two tribes were natural adversaries. Combined with the abundance of rare resources within the sacred mountain, conflict was inevitable. It was only natural for some to end up buried within its depths. There had even been instances where collectors from both sides perished within its depths. Red Rock Deba, his face beaming, was about to step forward to greet the arrival. Yet, the moment he recognized the face before him, he froze in place. "What, it's you?" Satorod, standing nearby, laughed heartily as he stepped forward. "Good, you made it out safely. I knew this wouldn't be a challenge for you." Truth be told, he had been slightly nervous earlier. But seeing Zhang Xuan emerge unscathed, without even a trace of injury, while the other human beastmaster from Scylla failed to appear. The outcome was now crystal clear. Zhang Xuan smiled faintly. The harvest was bountiful. "I've fulfilled my mission." "Wait, how did you manage to get out? What about Mr. Jean?" Hong Yendaba seemed unable to accept this reality, demanding an explanation. Zhang Xuan frowned, his tone irritated. "Old Bide, you're cursing me here? Why the hell can't I come out? What's this about Mr. Jean or Mr. Silver? That's none of my damn business." His growing strength fueled an inflated confidence, and as his power increased, Zhang Xian's words and actions gradually changed. Before, he would have simply ignored the other party. But now? Dare to piss me off? A verbal lashing would be the least of it. What's the point of getting stronger? Isn't it to act according to your own will? Otherwise, I could crush you with a single punch, yet still have to put on a humble facade. What meaning is there in such so-called modesty? Hong Yendaba froze. As the highest-ranking figure beneath the clan chief in the Red Rock tribe, he'd never been confronted like this before. His face flushed crimson with rage. But being a red dwarf, his anger showed no color. Another Red Rock tribesman nearby exclaimed in astonishment. "You insolent human brat! Speaking like this on the Crimson Flame Islands, don't you fear you won't live to see tomorrow's sun?" Zhang Xuan raised his middle finger with contempt. "Go ahead and try. If I see tomorrow's sun, it means the Red Rock tribe is the Sato tribe's grandson. You!" Now both Red Rock dwarves were boiling with rage. Insults about anything else might be tolerated, but suggesting Red Rock was inferior to Sato struck the deepest nerve. They were nearly choking on their fury. Yet most dwarves were poor debaters, momentarily tongue-tied. But they couldn't swallow their pride, drawing their weapons in an instant. The honor of Red Rock cannot be disgraced by a single human. Satorod, who had been laughing heartily nearby, grew displeased at this turn and likewise drew the greatsword from his back. "Debar, can't take a loss, huh? Think you can lay a finger on my Satorod clan's friend? Ask my blade if it agrees." The atmosphere grew tense. Both sides faced off for a few breaths. Finally, Red Rock Deba snorted coldly. "You've gained the upper hand this time, but Red Rock won't let this go easily. Let's go." He spat out the threat, then as if unwilling to linger a moment longer, led another tribesman onto the back of their flying beast and departed. For though Red Rock Deba seethed with anger, he knew they had been bested this time. Further conflict would serve no purpose. Moreover, he and Satorod knew each other inside out. If it came to a fight, he might just come up short. Thus, he could only slink away in defeat. Zhang Xuan narrowed his eyes as he watched their departing figures. Truthfully, he'd been hoping they'd actually come to blows, then he could have used his own methods to strike them down with thunderous force. Satorod, oblivious to his mood, sheathed his greatsword and slapped him on the shoulder. "Let's go back." Satorod was in high spirits. The Red Rock tribe had consistently taken the initiative regarding the opening of the sacred mountain, pressing the matter repeatedly. After the Sato tribe repeatedly refused, the Red Rock had sneered and taunted them, spreading rumors that the Satos were cowards. This had left the Sato people seething with pent-up anger. This time, the Sato gatherers emerged safely from the sacred mountain, while the Red Rock gatherers vanished without a trace, a crushing blow to Red Rock's pride. Regardless of how much Zhang Xuan had gained within the sacred mountain, this was a cause for great celebration. Moreover, he himself hadn't harbored high expectations. In his view, while the sacred mountain was rich in resources, its environment remained harsh. With the constant threat of ambushes from the other side's gatherers, simply emerging safely was already a tremendous achievement. Zhang Xuan made no mention of the resources he had gathered within. It wasn't until they returned to Skyfire Island and met with Chief Sato that he learned the news. The chief had already received word and came out to greet them, exclaiming joyfully, "Lord Zhang Xuan, you have truly avenged our Sato tribe. Rod, have the tribe prepare a feast, we must properly entertain our friend." Sato Rod agreed, but Zhang Xuan chuckled, "Chief, aren't you curious about what treasures I brought back from the sacred mountain?" Chief Sato and Elder Rod exchanged glances, both catching the implication in Zhang Xuan's words. If he hadn't truly brought back something significant, he wouldn't have brought it up like this. Could it be? Chief Satoru tentatively inquired, "My dear friend, could it be you obtained several pieces of magma gold within?" Earlier, when Zhang Xuan had inquired about their most needed resources, this was precisely what he had mentioned. Of course, they hadn't expected Zhang Xuan to actually obtain it. They'd merely mentioned it because it was extremely scarce within their clan and a crucial material for forging high-grade equipment. Zhang Xuan chuckled. "A few? Chief, you need to stretch your imagination a bit. This." Chief Sato pondered for a moment before asking, "Could it be that we're so lucky we have over a dozen?" Elder Rod began scratching his head in frustration. Chapter 88, Unbelievable. "Friend, stop teasing us, just tell us already." Seeing he'd sufficiently piqued their curiosity, Zhang Xuan chuckled lightly. "Gentlemen, please step aside." Step aside? Chief Sato and the other man were puzzled by the request, but they stepped aside nonetheless. Zhang Xuan snapped his fingers, dumping the entire contents of his backpack onto the floor. The three of them were currently in the first-floor lobby of the municipal building. The instant after the snap, the entire hall was instantly filled with crimson and brilliant golden light. Even the spot where Chief Sato and Satorod stood was instantly buried under a mountain of ore, forcing them both into the air. They didn't react immediately. Only after realizing what had happened did their eyes go blank for several seconds. Then, in unison, they let out shrieks that sounded like women's. "Good heavens! Great dwarf god, mighty gander, what have I seen?" Elder Satoru was utterly dumbfounded, muttering to himself. Chief Sato regained his senses slightly. He blinked hard, gazing at the small mountain that now occupied most of the hall, beginning to identify what it was made of. Red iron, magma gold, and jade within stone, good heavens. The more he looked, the more his heart raced. Not only were these all rare materials produced in the sacred mountains, each one exceptionally hard to come by, but the most astonishing thing was the sheer quantity. How could this be? How could there be such vast quantities of each? A dozen or so might be plausible, even a few dozen could be within reason. At most, one could say Zhang Xuan had been exceptionally fortunate. But the scale before him now? No amount of luck could explain this. These quantities weren't just hundreds or thousands, they were easily several thousand, even tens of thousands. Had he somehow extracted every mineral vein from the sacred mountain? Chief Sato stared at Zhang Xuan in utter disbelief, utterly baffled by how this could be possible. Zhang Xuan waved his hand dismissively. "Luck, just luck. Perhaps the deity gander stood by my side." Chief Sato exhaled. For them, faith in the gods was not mere lip service, it was a profound, unshakable conviction. Given the situation before them, the only plausible explanation was divine favor. Zhang Xuan must have earned the deity's blessing. This thought filled him with a deep sense of awe. "Friend, what you've done for the Sato tribe, we can never repay you." Zhang Xuan shook his head. "It was all part of our prior agreement." He couldn't very well call this repayment after all. He'd obtained the divine flame fruit from the volcano, awakened a unique physique, and taken a heavenly fire seed. By comparison, he was undoubtedly the one who had gained more. "Chieftain, your people live by forging. I have little use for these materials. I shall disregard our prior agreement and give them all to you." "No, absolutely not." Chief Sato snapped back to his senses and firmly refused. "Our Sato tribe always honors our promises. How could we take advantage of a friend? Moreover, this must be a gift from the great gander to you. We have no right to take more. This is how it shall be. From these materials, we shall take only 1/10 of the magma gold. The rest is yours to take." Zhang Xuan pondered for a moment before saying, 10% is too little. You must take 50% of that, and the same proportion for the other two materials. After all, I may need the Sato tribe's assistance on numerous occasions in the future. If the chief refuses now, I'll feel awkward asking again later. Chief Sato, who had been about to say something, now found himself torn. With Zhang Xuan having made his offer, refusing now would be like rejecting a friend's goodwill. After hesitating for a moment, he finally said, "In that case, we'll take 30%. Should you ever need anything or require our assistance in the future, I swear on behalf of the Sato tribe that we will never refuse or shirk our duty." As soon as he finished, a notification flashed in Zhang Xuan's mind. Ding! You have completed the special event, the Red Dwarf's Yearning. Bond triggered. The current favorability of the Red Dwarf Sato tribe towards you has reached reverence. A bond triggered? Zhang Xuan's heart stirred. The last time a bond triggered was after he had vanquished the corrupted soul of Grand Duke Fusila. Affection levels seem to be divided into multiple tiers, starting from 0 and progressing upward: friendly, close, respect, reverence, adoration, and so on.
Though the bond hadn't triggered before, favor remained as a hidden attribute all along.
When he first arrived on the island, the Sato tribe, having frequent interactions with Xia Kingdom's beast tamers, should have defaulted to a friendly intimacy level. After defeating Sato Manchi in a sparring match and earning his recognition, they became friends, reaching the friendly tier. Now, by astonishingly exceeding the Sato tribe's expectations, his favorability has leaped directly to the level of reverence. This level of goodwill essentially allows you to ask them to do almost anything. For instance, requesting military reinforcements would likely prompt the Sato tribe to dispatch their elite warriors immediately. On a personal level, this could very well trigger the other party's desire to become a follower. Reaching the pinnacle of the worship tier essentially elevates you to the status of their deity, where any command will be obeyed.
Indeed, another valuable gain.
Red dwarves are a race renowned for producing master smiths, and they're formidable in combat too.
Having such an ally is something others would beg for but never get.
With this matter settled, both sides were thoroughly satisfied. With 30% of the materials from this source, the Sato tribe could craft a batch of high-grade equipment, the finest their skilled hands could produce to equip their most elite warriors. This would allow them to face the Red Rock tribe's threats, if not to annihilate them completely, then at least to break the balance and firmly suppress them.
This outcome was something the Red Rock tribe could never have anticipated.
Truly, Zhang Xuan's haul far exceeded the combined gains from all previous openings of the Sacred Mountain. At this moment, Zhang Xuan made a request. Chief Sato, I require 2 types of weapons. The materials will come from my share.
My requirements might be somewhat demanding, but I wonder if you could trouble your tribe to forge them for me? Chief Sato immediately replied, absolutely no problem. Name your requirements.
Every master smith of the Sato tribe will serve you. In truth, he himself was a master smith. As Zhang Xuan was the Sato tribe's most honored guest, fulfilling this request demanded their utmost effort.
Zhang Xuan nodded and then stated his requirements.
First, he needed a spear. After his sparring with Sato Monkey in the battles within the Sacred Mountain, he had confirmed that the spear was his most favored and best-suited weapon.
However, given his current physical strength, ordinary weapons would no longer suffice. The primary requirement was weight. It must fully leverage his strength advantage. Chapter 89, The Banquet. Second, it must possess excellent elemental compatibility, particularly with fire. This would allow him to unleash his flame manipulation techniques. Enveloping heavy weapons in blazing fire to sweep through enemies, the sheer dominance of that vision was overwhelming. Moreover, another thought occurred to him. Beyond melee weapons, he also needed a ranged weapon. This would address the greatest weakness in his combat repertoire.
Originally, Zhang Xuan had sought a magical firearm such as the elven enchanted heavy sniper rifle. He had witnessed its formidable power in reports, capable of obliterating an entire hillside with a single shot. However, such weapons were absolute game-changers even among the elves and rarely circulated outside their ranks. Therefore, he had to settle for the next best option. Yet with the red dwarves' forging prowess, if they could craft the bow he envisioned and pair it with his flame manipulation abilities, the final weapon's potency would likely be comparable. Chief Sato listened attentively to his ideas before replying, I understand. I will immediately convene our most skilled master smiths to deliberate and propose designs.
We will forge these 2 weapons, sparing no effort to achieve the finest results.
Given his close relationship with the Sato tribe, once they made such a promise, there was little left to worry about. What he would ultimately receive would surely be the most perfect work of the red dwarves. Chief Sato gave his instructions, then patted him on the shoulder and said, Your gift to the Sato tribe must be known and appreciated by every member of our clan. In the coming days, we shall hold our grandest feast.
If you have no other commitments, you must join us in celebration. Zhang Xuan considered it.
With the unified exams still some time away and his primary objective already achieved, it was the perfect moment to relax.
He readily agreed.
Elder Rod, brimming with excitement, went off to make the arrangements.
That evening, the entire Skyfire Island was adorned with unprecedented splendor.
Every corner was brightly lit and decorated with festive banners.
A grand celebration venue was erected in the large plaza outside the municipal building. The finest wines and delicacies of the Red Dwarf clan were brought forth.
Every member of the Sato tribe, having received word, gathered here to celebrate. The atmosphere was lively and boisterous. The Red Dwarves, naturally outgoing and exuberant, spontaneously broke into songs of praise and danced in celebration. Though it lacked the grandeur of human cities on the mainland, it possessed its own unique charm, especially since this feast was held in honor of one person. Zhang Xuan was invited to the seat of honor, with Chief Sato seated beside him. Sato Mingqi approached to offer a toast, his face brimming with excitement and admiration. Brother Zhang Xuan, I thought your power was already formidable, but to bring forth so many precious divine gifts from the sacred mountain you must be favored by the gods. For the Red Dwarves, the resources within the sacred mountain are all gifts from the gods. For an ordinary dwarf to obtain even a small portion and emerge safely is already to bask in the glorious favor of the great Gander, let alone such an extravagant quantity.
He now felt nothing but profound admiration for Zhang Xuan.
The many clan members present now understood the immense gift this human had brought to the Sato tribe, precious resources sufficient to significantly boost the Sato's strength. Each of them expressed their deepest gratitude. Tonight on Skyfire Island was undoubtedly the liveliest it had been in decades. A group of humans had just returned to Skyfire Island from other islands in the archipelago. Upon arriving at their temporary lodgings, a red dwarf politely extended an invitation for them to join the grand gathering. A grand celebration? Lu Dongyuan was curious. What great fortune had the red dwarves encountered? Even from a considerable distance, the sounds of boisterous song and dance could be heard. The dwarf smiled and explained, "We're celebrating a very honored guest. As it happens, this guest is also human. If you have time, please join us in the festivities. This is the banquet of our Sato tribe." "Master, what do you think?" Lu Dongyuan inquired, intrigued. What kind of person could warrant such high-level hospitality from the red dwarves? It was well known that while the red dwarves might not match the overall strength of Xia Nation's beast tamer realm when compared to a specific province, they were actually quite comparable. To receive such treatment, the guest must be a top-tier powerhouse, like an 8th-rank beastmaster. Even within their own Nanjiang Lu family, they couldn't find someone of that caliber. To make their acquaintance would be a great honor. The other young men and women looked equally expectant. At their age, who didn't enjoy excitement? The intelligent young woman named Tao Tao pondered for a moment. She had been leading her students to other islands these past few days in search of the fiery source crystals required for the strange fire hoe, but progress had been slow. They'd only slain a few monsters without securing the resources, and the monsters' strength was formidable, so they dared not venture too deep. With night falling, they feared monster uprisings and had returned to Tianhua Island early. This outcome was hardly unexpected. They had always anticipated the mission would take several days to complete. With nothing pressing to do now, attending the Red Dwarf clan's banquet seemed like a good idea. Curiosity had been stirring within her. "Well then, everyone, let's go and see what it's like. But mind your manners, okay?" The other students cheered with delight upon hearing their teacher's approval. The group arrived at the municipal building. Tonight, aside from Zhang Xuan, they were the only humans present. The other dwarves greeted them warmly, immediately ushering them to seats and serving fine wine and delicacies. The group felt somewhat overwhelmed by the attention. They knew the Sato tribe was generally friendly toward the Xia Kingdom's humans, but this level of hospitality was unexpected. A young woman asked curiously, "What are you celebrating today?" A middle-aged dwarf replied excitedly, "The esteemed Lord Zhang Xuan has bestowed incredibly generous gifts upon our Sato tribe. We are deeply grateful for his kindness, and all this is to praise his virtues." "Lord Zhang Xuan?" The group exchanged glances before turning to Tao Tao. "Teacher, have you heard of this name? Could it be that renowned powerhouse from our Nanjiang?" Tao Tao blinked her beautiful eyes, pondered for a moment, then shook her head. The two premier Beastmaster Academies in Nanjiang Province, along with the Beast God Temple, essentially encompass the strongest Beastmasters in Nanjiang. "But this name? I truly have no recollection." Seeing their confusion, the middle-aged dwarf pointed toward the center of the group of tribesmen not far away. "There, you see? That's Lord Zhang Xuan." The group followed his gesture with curiosity. Amidst a crowd of dwarves, a handsome youth laughed and chatted animatedly with his companions, his wine cup emptying and refilling continuously. "That person." Tao Tao was first startled, then hesitant. She had expected a long-established beastmaster, but he looked far too young. And why did she feel like she'd seen him somewhere before? Chapter 90, Lord Zhang Xuan. "Oh, isn't that?" A girl gasped in surprise. She quickly racked her brain and suddenly recognized the figure. "Isn't that the guy we met on the ship?" "On the ship?" Tao Tao immediately caught on too. No wonder he looked familiar. The others recognized him too. Back on the large ship at the Beast God Temple, besides them, only one other person had disembarked at the Crimson Flame Islands, this young man. After disembarking, Tao Tao had even asked him a question, which is why they all remembered now. Tao Tao was startled. She had asked him primarily because Zhang Xuan looked young and delicate, not like an experienced beast tamer. She feared he might be recklessly venturing into the Crimson Flame Islands without proper preparation and had intended to offer a word of caution. But Zhang Xuan had responded with polite yet distant courtesy, leaving her with little to say further. Now, seeing Zhang Xuan honored as a guest of the Sato tribe, even celebrated by the entire clan, was quite unexpected. Lu Dongyuan and the others were equally perplexed. Among their peers in the South River region, they were already considered the cream of the crop. Lu Dongyuan, in particular, had only 2 or 3 peers among the younger generation who could match his skill, individuals he was well acquainted with regardless of their relationship. This man appeared several years younger than himself. What was his background? Could it be he came from the imperial capital? It seemed the only plausible explanation. Zhang Xuan, surrounded by a crowd of dwarves, was now thoroughly drunk. His constitution had adapted to alcohol, and he alone had emptied several jars. In contrast, Chief Sato, Sato Mingxi, and the others were already feeling a bit tipsy. Chief Sato suddenly rose, raising his cup high. All brothers and sisters of Sato, let us raise our glasses to our most cherished friend, Lord Zhang Xuan. All the dwarves filled their cups, raised them high, and roared in unison, their cheers like a tidal wave. Cheers! Cao Cao and the others, caught in the midst of it all, could only go with the flow and shout cheers, along with the crowd. They sensed that if they didn't join in, they might attract unwanted attention from the surrounding dwarves. Elder Rod suddenly noticed their group. Already tipsy from drinking, he recognized fellow humans and strode over to greet them. You must have arrived on the island with Lord Zhang Xuan, correct? Come, take your seats. The group exchanged glances. After a moment, Lu Dongyuan nodded and smiled. Thank you very much. He stepped forward first, and the others instinctively followed his lead. Lu Dongyuan intended to use this opportunity to establish connections. Coming from a prominent family, he understood that each high-value contact meant an additional source of strength. The others likely shared similar thoughts. Upon reaching the front seats, Zhang Xuan recognized their faces and seemed slightly surprised. He offered only a slight nod in acknowledgement. Lu Dongyuan and the others promptly bowed slightly in return. Though they didn't know his exact status, he was clearly someone of immense importance. Proper etiquette was essential. Chief Sato, still in high spirits, spotted them and inquired, "Honored guests, might I ask if you have come to the island in search of resources?" Cao Cao nodded. Precisely. Chief Sato inquired further, "May I ask what specifically you are seeking?" Cao Cao replied, "I brought my students to your island in search of flame source crystals." Fiery source crystals? Without hesitation, Chief Sato waved his hand and declared, "Today is a blessed day for our Red Dwarf Sato clan. Since you are guests of the human race, your arrival here is a sign of destiny. It's merely a flame source crystal, no need for such formalities. I'll have our people fetch some from the storehouse and present it to you all. Consider it our shared celebration." What? The group was stunned. Had they heard correctly? A direct gift? Chief Sato wouldn't make such a promise lightly. Soon, dwarves arrived carrying the flame source crystals, handing them over to Lu Dongyuan and the others. They still found it hard to believe. The blazing source crystal was a rare resource even on the Crimson Flame Islands. They'd spent days searching in vain, yet now they'd obtained it this easily? Cao Cao was the first to recover, saying, "On behalf of the Nanjiang Beastmaster Academy, I thank you for your gift." But Chief Sato shook his head upon hearing this, turning his gaze toward Zhang Xuan. Cao Cao quickly turned to Zhang Xuan, having already learned his name from the dwarves' earlier conversation. "Thank you, Lord Zhang Xuan, for your gift." Her tone even carried a hint of flattery. Facing someone who was likely one of Xia Nation's most elite beastmasters, her status as an academy instructor suddenly felt insignificant. Though she didn't know Zhang Xuan's exact background, the fact that the Red Dwarves treated him with such respect and esteem meant he possessed at least one extraordinary quality, either immense power or a formidable lineage. Given his age, it was most likely the latter. One must naturally lower one's stance and maintain sufficient respect toward those of extraordinary caliber. Zhang Xuan cast a fleeting glance over her delicate curves, smiling silently. Lu Dongyuan and the others immediately chimed in with their own expressions of gratitude. Had it not been for his influence, their expedition might well have yielded nothing. Lu Dongyuan, especially the fire-eating beast, was his own beast companion. Though they'd ventured here for the continent-wide Beastmaster tournament 6 months hence, he remained the ultimate beneficiary. Therefore, he was particularly excited now and approached Zhang Xuan directly, performing the Beastmaster's greeting. Then, carefully weighing his words, he asked, "Sir, may I inquire if you are a student of Qilin Academy?" "We are all from Nanjiang Beastmaster Academy." Zhang Xuan shook his head. "Qilin Academy? I haven't enrolled yet." Before Lu Dongyuan and the others could process the meaning behind his words, Zhang Xuan added, "I'm a senior in high school, just waiting for the unified exams." "Ha?" Lu Dongyuan and the others exchanged bewildered glances, momentarily at a loss for words. Their first thought was that he was joking, but then it suddenly dawned on them the unease they'd sensed earlier finally made sense. That was Zhang Xuan's appearance. He looked excessively young, even somewhat immature. Aside from the occasional sharpness and disdain in his demeanor and gaze, there was always a hint of strangeness about him. Now that he claimed to be a high school student, it all made sense. But a high school student? At best, he'd be a rookie beast tamer. Why would he receive such treatment? Cao Cao couldn't help but ask, "So, classmate, where are you from? The imperial capital?" The others looked at him with curiosity, while Lu Dongyuan inwardly wondered, do the scions of those top-tier families in the imperial capital really have that much clout? Zhang Xuan shook his head again. "You're overthinking it. I'm just a local from Nanjiang province, a native of Guangning City." "What?" This time, Cao Cao, Lu Dongyuan, and the others all turned to look at a girl in their group. Chapter 91, Marksmanship. "Fei Fei, aren't you from Guangning City?" Li Shuefei was utterly surprised. She was a member of the Li family, one of Guangning's 4 prominent clans, and the foremost figure among the younger generation of the Li household. When had Guangning produced such a figure? How had she not heard a whisper of it? The Zhang surname naturally had no connection to the 4 great families of Guangning. What about the other formidable elder generation beast masters? It seemed
She couldn't help but say, isn't it true that Guangning hasn't produced any famous Zhang surnamed beast tamers? Zhang Xuan glanced up at her. She was in her early 20s, slender in build, with a rather masculine appearance, not the stunning type, slightly less striking than the young woman leading the group. But her long legs were straight and shapely, full and powerful, with smooth, radiant skin. She wore combat-style stockings favored by female beast tamers and a short skirt, making her quite eye-catching. Yet her words left him utterly speechless. How peculiar. Could it be that in your eyes, without a noble family background, one is nothing? Back in Guangning, Li Xian's crew had been the same. It was as if the emergence of a powerful beast tamer outside the aristocratic circles was something utterly incomprehensible. Initially, Zhang Xuan felt somewhat annoyed, but now he simply found these people utterly tedious. Li Xiufa froze, instinctively sensing that his words exceeded her comprehension. Was background truly unimportant? Yet in this setting, she couldn't find the words to respond. As she hesitated to speak, Zhang Xuan waved his hand. Enough. No need to stand there. My being a guest of honor among our Sato tribe friends is merely a coincidence. Your acquisition of the blazing source crystal is down to your own luck, it has nothing to do with me. We're not acquainted. His tone was cold as he averted his gaze, no longer looking at them. These words weren't merely Zhang Xian's modesty entering the sacred mountain, truly had been a stroke of luck. Moreover, he genuinely had no desire to converse with this group. They were simply not his kind of people. Had they met elsewhere, they might well have drawn swords against each other. Li Xiufa's face flushed with slight resentment, mingled with awkwardness and a hint of irritation. The other's eyes also held traces of other thoughts. When confronted with phenomena beyond their comprehension, people often default to dismissing them as illusions, then scouring for evidence to prove their falseness. Consequently, they largely believed Zhang Xian's explanation, attributing his favor from the Red Dwarf to sheer luck and coincidence, rather than attributing it to his exceptional skill or background. How else could one explain that someone from a small town, without the backing of a Beastmaster family, not even a student of the Beastmaster Academy, could accomplish things far beyond their reach? With this reasoning, their initial excitement and awe vanished almost entirely. Lu Dongyuan shook his head, deeply disappointed, even regretting his earlier eagerness and respect. They completely forgot that it was only because of Zhang Xian's presence that they had obtained the blazing source crystal. The group dispersed. Tao Tao's face betrayed lingering doubt. Her thoughts mirrored those of her fellow students, yet she sensed the matter wasn't so straightforward. In the end, she offered Zhang Xian an apologetic smile before leaving with the others. Zhang Xian continued drinking, paying no mind to this minor incident. The next morning, he woke up bright and early, completely unaffected by the strong liquor from the night before. Zhang Xian sought out Chief Sato and presented another request. Chief, I wish to train in spear techniques. Do you have anyone to recommend? He reasoned that since he would wield a long spear, he needed to master the relevant skills. The Red Dwarves were renowned warriors, surely they had experts in this field. Chief Sato replied without hesitation, of course. I'll bring you the most skilled spear-wielding warrior in our tribe. Everything proceeded with remarkable efficiency for this honored guest, now revered by the entire Sato tribe. Soon, Zhang Xian was escorted to the training grounds, where a white-haired Red Dwarf elder already awaited him. He was exceptionally burly and muscular, a long spear with weathered marks strapped to his back. Though advanced in years, his eyes held a sharp gleam, and his gaze carried a faint aura of lethal intent. At first glance, Zhang Xian knew this man was no ordinary figure. His life force pulsed with remarkable vigor within Zhang Xian's perception. The elder bowed to him solemnly. Esteemed Lord Zhang Xian, I am Satamongi, an 8th rank warrior of the Satamongi tribe and the finest spear wielder here. You are a valued guest of our Sato tribe. Should you wish to train in spearmanship, I shall impart all I know. An 8th rank warrior? An 8th rank warrior is roughly equivalent to a human 8th rank beastmaster. Zhang Xian was slightly startled. Such a level of power undoubtedly placed him among the strongest of the Red Dwarves. Though warriors' extraordinary abilities may wane with age, they remain exceptionally formidable. He felt deep gratitude for the Sato tribe's kindness toward him, and naturally held great respect for such a formidable figure. He bowed and said, "Please teach me, master." Regardless of the other's attitude, he must maintain the demeanor befitting a student. Sato Muni nodded. He drew the modeled spear from his back and declared, "From here on, I shall demonstrate spear techniques using only the physical capabilities of an ordinary mortal, without resorting to transcendent abilities." His words fell as he gripped the spear tightly with both hands, his gaze piercing like lightning. The air seemed to freeze, as if everything around him had slowed beneath the weight of the heavy aura radiating from him. Then whoosh! A thunderous crack echoed as the spear shot through the air like a rainbow, blasting through the atmosphere and sending out wave after wave of shockwaves. Zhang Xian was startled. He realized that this strike, which clearly surpassed mortal strength, had indeed been executed with only ordinary force. Yet through the convergence of inexplicable factors, it had produced an astonishing effect. Had it not been for his own attributes surging in his physical body reaching a transcendent state, he might never have grasped the true nature of this technique. Zhang Xian's eyes lit up with excitement. This was the very art he sought to master. He watched intently, unwilling to miss a single detail. Sadamone's thrusting became increasingly formidable.
It wasn't just his hand movements, his footwork, power generation, twisting, and crouching. Every element was masterfully executed with effortless precision. Yet it felt like stirring the most astonishing turbulence on the Kamas Lake. Later, as he drew his gun, the air itself seemed to roar like a storm, a savage beast's furious roar. Throughout this entire process, his opponent never once resorted to supernatural abilities.
At first, Zhang Xuan could follow the movements, but soon even he couldn't comprehend them. He sensed that Sadarumane's movements contained far more than met the eye.
Finally, Sadarumane stopped, and Zhang Xuan fell deep in thought. His opponent did not interrupt him. Only when Zhang Xuan looked up did he speak. "Teacher, I think I saw something beyond the physical." His tone was uncertain.
Chapter 92, The Mind Warrior. Sadamone's gaze held a hint of admiration.
That he could articulate this meant he had truly grasped the essence. He began explaining the intricacies to Zhang Xuan, giving him a preliminary understanding. It turned out that many believed the physical prodigy system offered quick entry in its early stages but faltered later on, with a lower ceiling compared to Beastmaster systems and various magical systems. Even many races that followed the physical path, for this very reason, increasingly sought to enhance their strength through various artificial creations once they reached a certain level. For instance, the Red Rock tribe significantly surpassed the Sato tribe in mechanical engineering. Yet many old-school physical powerhouses scoffed at this notion, even rejecting it outright.
Sadamone was one such figure.
He has always maintained that the physical path is not merely about the body, but about unlocking the power of the heart. The mind triumphs over all things, breaking the shackles of the body. This is the essence of the ancient tradition.
Yet this realm remains exceedingly difficult to attain.
Compared to the human race's Beastmaster system, which relies on the accumulation of resources and easily leads to monopolies and aristocratic clans where the strong grow stronger and the weak grow weaker. Elves, druids, and other races commune with nature and converse with the elements. From the very beginning, they have drawn clear distinctions and established hierarchies, forming a doctrine of innate superiority. Then there are the ancient races blessed with invincible bloodlines. They need only continually unearth and trace their ancestral potential to ascend relentlessly. In short, the path to becoming a top-tier powerhouse within these systems is clear and visible.
But the cultivation of the mind is too ethereal and elusive. It sounds simple enough, yet achieving it offers no tangible clues. Even within their own traditions, the records are often vague and perplexing, leaving practitioners baffled.
This wasn't due to deliberate concealment by predecessors, but because mental cultivation is unique to each individual, making it difficult to emulate. Precisely for this reason, such systems gradually evolved in later generations. Take the Sato tribe. Beyond mastering combat techniques, young warriors often placed greater emphasis on the support of equipment and weaponry. A superior weapon could enable a second-tier warrior to defeat a third-tier opponent. As ranks advance further, even more combat artifacts become essential. This deepening reliance naturally led to a growing neglect of spiritual cultivation. Yet this was the prevailing trend. The dwarves, with their profound mastery of forging, indeed progressed smoothly along this path. Only a handful of exceptional warriors persisted in the arduous path of mental cultivation, long since abandoned by most of their kin. Both paths are incorporated into our dwarven warrior system, yet across the entire Red Dwarf clan, I, Satoramoy, stand alone as the only warrior to have reached the 8th tier through the ancient way. The old man's voice carried a hint of loneliness. Clearly, after him, the Sato tribe would have no one left to carry on the ancient system.
Zhang Xuan understood completely. He bowed solemnly and said, "Though we are not of the same kin, I am willing to learn. Please, master, teach me."
He cared little for barriers between systems. Anything that could enhance his strength was valuable.
Sadamondi nodded. This was originally an untransmitted secret within the tribe.
Even for the younger generation of his own clan, receiving his teachings required passing through numerous trials. But this was the benefit of high reverence and goodwill. It had prompted Sadarumane to break certain principles. He formally began his instruction, starting with an explanation of how he could unleash extraordinary power without invoking physical transcendence.
The mind, unlike the consciousness we commonly perceive, can control the body but cannot transcend it.
To sever the shackles of the physical form, to truly tap into the deepest, most subtle energies, and even to leverage the ubiquitous forces of nature, consciousness itself must not hold the dominant position. To locate the mind and command it through the heart, if confined solely to the physical body, even immense power remains merely effortless lifting of heavy weights. But if one can harness the great momentum, it becomes lifting a heavy weight with ease. Even shattering stars with a single hand across infinite distances is not beyond reach. Noticing Zhang Xuan's astonished gaze, Sadamondi continued, "Naturally, I am far from attaining such a realm. Yet there once existed a great being who accomplished all this through the power of the mind alone, a truth beyond doubt." A flicker of understanding dawned in Zhang Xuan's eyes, his gaze gradually brightening. He grasped the distinction. Mastery through physical strength merely piled up bodily energy, limiting control to one's own body. Its limits soon became apparent. But mastery through the spirit meant elevating the mind above the body.
The physical form became merely an anchor point among all things. With this anchor, one could leverage the entire universe, propel momentum, and forge unimaginable power. Of course, before that, tempering the body to its absolute limit naturally strengthened the anchor's stability. This ensured one's own steadiness during the levering process, preventing easy collapse. Zhang Xuan possessed exceptional insight, coupled with an already profound physical foundation. Under Satoru Muni's unreserved instruction, he swiftly grasped that crucial insight. Satomoni stopped at the crucial point, choosing not to delve deeper. This wasn't due to any desire to withhold knowledge, but rather because the cultivation of the mind held few established methods. Any learner must grasp the fundamental principles. Imparting too many personal insights could only lead to confusion. Besides, even he himself had only taken the very first step on this path. Before reaching this threshold, the skills to be learned must not be neglected. Satomongi began teaching Zhang Xuan his marksmanship techniques. His spear techniques contained no flashy flourishes, having long since reached a state of returning to simplicity. They could be summed up in 6 words: speed, precision, timing. As Zhang Xuan contemplated the path of spiritual cultivation, a prompt echoed in his mind. His face lit up with joy, but he quickly regained his composure and began practicing spear techniques alongside his mentor. The training ground echoed with the constant crack of piercing air. Only late into the night did they cease. Satoru Muni departed alone, clearly delighted with his new student, Zhang Xuan. Zhang Xuan, meanwhile, turned his attention to the 2 prompts that had appeared today. Ding! You have accepted Satoru Muni's legacy. You have met the corresponding conditions and successfully unlocked a new class. You have unlocked the new class, Mind Warrior. You have accepted Satoru Muni's legacy and mastered the array-breaking spear technique. The greatest surprise of the day was that he had unlocked a new class. This meant that beyond the Beastmaster system, he now officially possessed a second system. Psychic Warrior. Description: a transcendent system traceable to ancient and mighty beings. Its legacy persists among certain races, though it remains exceedingly rare. Innate skill: mind-body control. Upon activation, Phase 1, all physical attributes double, continuously consuming mental energy throughout the duration. Subsequent stages remain to be developed. This system granted him a formidable skill. Chapter 93: Array-breaking spear technique. Once activated, physical attributes are doubled. This isn't just strength doubling, it encompasses strength, speed, burst, endurance, stamina, reaction time. And all other physical attributes directly increase by 100%. The resulting combat power increase is far more than just 2 or 3 times greater. Mind power is a unique energy standard within the Mind Warrior system. It is not derived from external sources, but rather proliferates from the warrior's own mind. It requires daily meditation and deliberate practice of mind-body control during skill training to continuously develop and enhance the mind energy value. Satoru Muni had already taught him the specific methods, along with the essence of Satoru Muni's lifetime of spearmanship. Form-breaking spear technique master level, beginner 1100. Current effect: increases spear thrust speed by 15%. This spear technique is based on the original long spear skills of the Red Dwarf Sato tribe. Refined and distilled over years of rigorous training by Sato Munji, it has become a master-level combat art. Comprising 12 forms, it is not overly complex, yet encompasses the vast majority of spearfighting's profound principles and practical variations, embodying the beauty of great simplicity. According to Sato Munji, when combined with the cultivation of the mind and honed to perfection, the Mind Warrior style can unleash even more formidable power. Thus, while theoretically one need not wield a weapon at the ultimate level, that realm is attainable only by beings approaching divinity. Until then, mastery of the art must never be neglected. For Zhang Xuan at his current stage, spear techniques were naturally the best way to leverage his physical strength, which is why he placed such great emphasis on them. It seemed his days ahead would be quite busy. Over the next week, after mastering and solidifying all the teachings on mental cultivation and array-breaking spear techniques under Satoru Muni, Zhang Xuan began daily sparring sessions. Satomoni proved exceptionally strict during sparring, demanding meticulous precision. Any flaw in Zhang Xuan's technique was met with relentless refinement, and incorrect movements were punished directly with the butt of the spear striking his body. Though Zhang Xuan's physical toughness prevented injury, the force penetrated deep, leaving bruises and welts that made him wince in pain. This armor-piercing spear technique concentrated its entire force onto a pinpoint strike, not a broad area. Even the slightest deviation in the landing point drastically altered its power. Breaking through an iron cavalry formation demanded relentless forward momentum while retaining 3 parts of power in reserve, otherwise, one couldn't adapt to subsequent shifts. Merely charging ahead was utterly insufficient. Others claim that when short weapons meet long spears, closing within 3 feet blunts the spear's edge, and within 1 foot severs its life force, utter nonsense. Those who fear close combat merely lack skill. Master this mountain-shattering press to its essence, and daring to close ranks spells certain death. With such a master guiding him step by step, coupled with his own exceptional aptitude, his progress was naturally rapid. By the 5th day, his array-breaking spear technique had advanced from beginner to proficient. Later, Satoru Munji brought in a familiar face to spar with him.
Upon recognizing Satoru Manchi, Zhang Xuan finally realized the resemblance between the two. Manchi was actually the master's grandson. However, Satoru Manchi clearly disapproved of this grandson who couldn't inherit his path, maintaining a sour expression throughout. Facing Monkey, Zhang Xuan now fought without restraint. Training with his master these past days had left him feeling stifled, constantly held back. Despite their physical attributes being nearly equal, he couldn't unleash his full power and often found himself defeated within just a few moves. In a real fight, he would have died countless times already. This starkly revealed the gap in skill and mental fortitude forged along the path of the mind warrior. Monkey's technique surpassed Zhang Xuan's, yet his failure to embrace the path of the mind left more room for maneuver during sparring. Zhang Xuan knew Meng Qi's physical strength lagged behind his own, and after the journey to the Holy Mountain, that gap had widened considerably. Thus, he consciously restrained his strength and other attributes to match his opponent's level, initiating a fair contest. Their battle was a pure clash of technique. Monkey wielded twin hammers, the most common weapon among the red dwarves. After all, they often devoted much of their energy to forging. Hammers served both as tools for crafting and as weapons for combat. Thus, in hammer techniques, Sato's mastery surpassed that of all other battle weapon masters combined. Though Mengqi was Master Mengye's grandson, he learned his hammer techniques from other battle weapon masters. Having received the true teachings, he had nearly reached the pinnacle of mastery. The stages of mastery: beginner, proficient, minor mastery, grand mastery, and perfection. Thus, in terms of combat weaponry skills, he far surpasses the current Zhang Xuan. Fortunately, facing him in combat didn't evoke that utterly helpless feeling he experienced against his master. Though Zhang Xuan still found himself at a disadvantage, the fight itself was thoroughly exhilarating. After the first day's sparring, Meng Qi still felt a touch of smugness. "Brother Zhang Xuan, my hammer technique is renowned among Sato's younger generation. You're not bad either, keep up the good work." Beside him, Sato Money snorted coldly and snapped, "Useless fool. Do you really think you're stronger than Zhang Xuan? Mark my words, in 3 days, he won't lose to you again." Money felt both pleased and annoyed. Pleased because he'd found a prodigious disciple to inherit his legacy in his twilight years. But annoyed that his grandson seemed like a fool, utterly blind to the astonishing speed of Zhang Xuan's progress. It was as if he improved visibly with every single battle. Such a man was born for battle. The human race's beast master system couldn't possibly unleash his true potential. Yet fate had brought him to Sato, allowing Munji to unearth his potential. It seemed this was truly the will of the great Gander. Manchi, of course, didn't buy his grandfather's words. Skill couldn't possibly improve in just a few days. He admitted Zhang Xuan's performance was astonishing, but it wasn't that exaggerated, right? But seeing his grandfather poised to hurl the spear in his hand, he quickly fled in terror. Over the next few days, Zhang Xuan continued sparring with Mengqi. Training against an opponent who was stronger than himself yet not completely defenseless allowed for the fastest progress. Night had fallen on this particular day. Sparkling sparks flew as the spear and twin hammers clashed. Their movements were nearly identical to every previous encounter. Every sequence felt rehearsed. Over the past few days, they had sparred hundreds of times. But this time, Satoru Manchi's face bore not a trace of ease. His jaw was clenched, his gaze intensely focused, even tinged with gravity. Zhang Xuan's progress was astonishing. Even though he was slow to realize it, he now saw that compared to 3 days ago, his opponent seemed like a different person. His timing and variations in thrusts were incredibly seasoned and devious, like those of a master who had immersed himself in this art for a decade. Just as he was fully immersed in the battle, the sudden ringing of an alarm clock shattered the intensity. Chapter 94, Burning Prison, Igniting Stars. Ding dong. Satomanchi, who had just escaped a perilous clash of blades and was concentrating intently on preparing for the next collision, jolted. Zhang Xuan had already leaped back a step, chuckling, "Manchi, time's up." Only then did Manchi realize they had fought for a full 10 minutes. Money had initially set their sparring time at 10 minutes, demanding full effort. Previously, Zhang Xuan had always been defeated by Monkey within that time frame. Starting with 3 to 5 minutes, then pushing close to 9 minutes, and now reaching 10 minutes only to end in a draw, with Zhang Xuan clearly still holding plenty of reserves. Even if they continued, whether Meng Qi could suppress his opponent and win remained uncertain. He clicked his tongue, finally comprehending the situation. His tone held a mix of awe and a hint of envy. "Brother Zhang Xuan, this is beyond belief. I'm considered a prodigy among the Sato tribe, yet compared to you." He had witnessed Zhang Xuan's progress firsthand these past few days. The young man had truly evolved through each battle. Just 3 days ago, he had still seemed somewhat rough around the edges in front of him. Zhang Xuan laughed heartily. Satoru Money, standing nearby, felt pleased but also annoyed by his grandson's presence. Waving him off, he said, "You call yourself a genius? The Crimson Flame Islands aren't that big. Even if we add Red Rock to our Satoru tribe, how many people are we talking about? Go see the mainland someday and broaden your horizons. Now, get lost." Satoru Manchi's role as a tool had ended. He quickly tucked his tail between his legs and fled. Zhang Xuan chuckled from the side, then turned to Satoru Money with a solemn bow. Master Satoru, he said, I am profoundly grateful for your selfless instruction these past days. Without it, I could never have made such progress. With this bow accepted, Sato Munji had passed on to Zhang Xuan the essence of his mind warrior inheritance, and the core techniques of his array-breaking spear art the culmination of his entire life's cultivation. A true master-disciple bond was forged. He exhaled softly, a smile finally touching his face. Zhang Xuan, though I've served as a clan instructor before, I've never truly taken a disciple. I never imagined my only disciple would be a human. However, I am pleased with you, very pleased indeed. Though our time together was brief, I've taught you all I can. You've now crossed the threshold. Carry forward the legacy of the array-breaking spear and mind-body control. Should you ever face difficulties, return to Skyfire Island anytime. Everyone here is your ally. Hearing this, Zhang Xuan suddenly felt a lump in his throat. He wasn't particularly sentimental, but truthfully, as a human beast master, he had never encountered any comrades who fought alongside him. Instead, he often felt a profound loneliness. He nodded firmly. Master Manhwa, the matters of the Sato tribe are also my matters. I will return to see you in the future. Another week passed. Besides practicing with his spear, Zhang Xuan also began training with a bow. Unfortunately, the Sato tribe lacked masters of archery, though there were quite a few skilled practitioners. After several days of study, Zhang Xuan successfully activated the basic archery skill. At the very least, it was sufficient. One day, Elder Rod came to find him. Your 2 weapons are ready. Zhang Xuan followed him to the most renowned forge on Skyfire Island, where he saw the 2 newly forged pieces of equipment. The moment the cloth was lifted, intense heat flooded the room, and the blinding light took a while to subside. The first was a spear over 2 meters long, designed specifically for Zhang Xuan's stature, a true great spear. Its crimson shaft shimmered with golden hues, a faint, ever-burning flame aura radiating from it. As Zhang Xuan lifted it, he felt its substantial weight and sensed the fiery energy within him surge with excitement. Elder Rod explained, forged primarily from magma gold, blended with hematite, fire jade, and flowing fire crystals, this weapon exhibits exceptional compatibility with flame energy alongside supreme toughness. Further enhanced through our Sato clan's unique forging techniques, elevating its already impressive density. Finally, gravity runes were imbued into it. Thus, its weight is truly staggering, a full 48,000 gene. Moreover, it can activate a second form, where its weight surges to a terrifying 80,000 gene. His eyes brimmed with awe. This was undoubtedly the heaviest weapon ever forged in the history of the Sato tribe. Nearly every master smith within the clan had been summoned for this endeavor, otherwise, it would have been impossible to fully compress such an abundance of rare materials into a standard form spear. Even at its first form's weight, his 7th-tier dwarf warrior physique could barely lift it. But wielding it as a weapon for combat? Utterly impossible. Yet Zhang Xuan wielded it with effortless ease. His physique was truly astonishing. Zhang Xuan tested several basic spear techniques: thrusts, jabs, cleaves, parries, each strike producing a muffled crack in the air, even visible distortions. This was the effect of his exaggerated strength combined with the spear's weight. He nodded with satisfaction. With this weight in the second form, it was indeed sufficient for his needs. Zhang Xuan turned his attention to the second item. It was another crimson-hued longbow, but its form possessed a fluid grace, as if ripples of light danced within its wood. This bow was forged with molten flame essence to enhance its resilience and draw weight. Now that I've seen your strength, it should be just right. Give it a try. Zhang Xuan lifted the bow, tilting his chin slightly to steady his center of gravity as he drew the string back. Even with his strength, he felt noticeable resistance until the bow was fully drawn, accumulating astonishing power. The sheer destructive force an arrow fired with such momentum could unleash was almost unimaginable. Elder Rod continued, most crucially, this bow can condense surrounding fire elements to manifest arrows from the void, further amplifying its might. Arrows born from the void? That suited him perfectly. Zhang Xuan didn't need to gather fire elements from his surroundings, his very body was a mobile volcano. An endless supply of fire elements meant an endless supply of arrows. Seeing Zhang Xuan's satisfaction, Elder Rod relaxed and said, both these weapons are yours. As their master, you should name them. Any thoughts? Zhang Xuan pondered briefly. Both the spear and the bow were crafted from top-tier fire-attributed materials, so their names should naturally relate to fire. He had it. This spear shall be called Prison Incinerator, this bow shall be called Starblaze. Flaming Prison, Burning Star. Satorod murmured the names several times. A spear that burns prisons, an arrow that ignites stars, excellent names. In your hands, they will surely shine brilliantly. As one of the Satorod tribe's master smiths, he had personally forged both weapons. He knew their formidable power all too well. Chapter 95, Li Xian's Mother. Therefore, he naturally hoped these weapons would find their way into the hands of a true powerhouse. In this way, the forging legacy of the Sato clan would be carried even further. As things stood, Zhang Xuan was undoubtedly the perfect candidate. With all his objectives in the Crimson Flame Islands accomplished, and the unified exams drawing near, Zhang Xuan must now set off on his return journey. After bidding farewell to Chief Sato, Elder Rod, Mingxi, and the others, Zhang Xuan boarded the ship for his return journey.
Meanwhile, in Guangning City, within the Li family's imposing and opulent castle,
the four Beastmaster families of Guangning each favored distinct styles for their clan estates. The Yin family preferred grand mansions, the Li family favored villa complexes, the Hu family cherished oriental gardens. The Li family, however, embraced the most extravagant style, favoring ancient castles. This castle, spanning over 10 acres, housed the entire Li family, though divided into distinct zones: the outer perimeter, the inner enclosure, and the core area reserved for the family head.
Its complete construction demanded the combined efforts of 3 generations.
In the central area, within a room adorned with vintage decor and lavish touches, a middle-aged man sat before a mahogany desk. His features bore a 6 or 7 out of 10 resemblance to Li Xian, yet his demeanor was far more imposing and stern. His fingers tapped lightly on the tabletop. Beside him stood a jewel-adorned noblewoman. Though in her 40s, her innate beauty and meticulous care made her appear barely 30, radiant and captivating. Her fox-like eyes retained their allure despite the years. Snow-white skin, a meticulously tailored one-piece dress. The knee-length hem revealed slender, lotus-root-like calves encased in flesh-toned stockings that clung to her skin like a second layer, adding an extra touch of alluring refinement. This enchanting noblewoman was none other than the wife of Li Wuwen, head of the Li family and mother of Li Xian. Born into the Hu family, she was the younger sister of the current head of the Hu clan. In her youth, she was renowned as Guangning's foremost beauty. Later, through a strategic marriage alliance, she became a member of the Li family. She doted excessively on her only son, Li Xian. Seeing him shut himself away in the ancient castle after the Guangning mock exam, looking completely distracted, she realized her son had suffered a severe blow during the test, one that had even caused psychological issues.
Madame Hu was utterly astonished. Who could have done such a thing in a mere mock dungeon within Guangning City?
As a fourth-rank beast tamer herself, she knew her son standing among his peers in Guangning.
Could it be someone from the other 3 families? The Hus themselves were impossible suspects. The girl from the Yin family and the younger generation of the Li family certainly didn't possess that level of skill.
After inquiring, she discovered it was actually a young man of the most ordinary background. Madame Hu was astonished and furious. She had been haughty in her youth, but had restrained herself after marrying into the Li family. Yet before outsiders, she still carried herself with the haughty air of a noble family's daughter. That a mere mud-legged beast tamer from Guangning dared to reduce her son to this state? Was he trying to turn the world upside down? With a single command from her, the Li family immediately dispatched men to search for Zhang Xuan everywhere. Upon discovering he was not within Guangning City, they located his family's residence, intending to make an example of his relatives. The Li family had pulled stunts like this countless times, especially under Lady Hu's direct or indirect orders.
As long as no one died and it didn't reach the magistrate's ears, nothing would come of it. Even if it escalated, it could be suppressed with a little effort. To ordinary folk, such matters scarcely warranted such uproar.
Yet to many from prominent families, this constituted an affront and act of insolence by mere ants demanding thunderous retribution. Yet upon locating Zhang Xian's family, they discovered he was secretly protected by agents of the Beast God's branch temple who also issued a stern warning. Madame Hu, accustomed to her arrogance, naturally refused to accept this. She was poised to take further action when Li Wuwen, having learned of the situation, berated her harshly. Li Wuwen declared he had his own plans and urged her not to make any rash moves that might draw the attention of the Beast God's branch temple. Only then did Lady Hu realize that this young peasant named Zhang Xuan possessed something the Li family would stop at nothing to obtain.
Moreover, with the protection of the Beast God's branch temple, this matter was no longer simply about avenging Li Xian.
She understood the stakes well. With Li Wuwen personally handling matters, the other party's fate would only grow bleaker. Thus, she waited patiently for news these past few days. But after nearly 3 weeks of waiting, her impatience was growing. She rushed over to find Li Wuwen. Madame Hu approached Li Wuwen, kneading his shoulders.
Wu Wen, any progress on that damn brat?
Her tone carried a hint of reproach. Though Li Wuwen had disciplined him recently, he remained deeply devoted to the wife who had stood by him for over a decade. He replied gently. Of course I'm heartbroken. It doesn't matter if it's a lowly mud-leg or someone from the other 3 families. If they dare lay a finger on Xian, they'll pay the price.
But madam, this boy is no ordinary child. Otherwise, the Godslayer Guild wouldn't be making such outrageous demands. Rest assured, this time we won't just avenge Xian. But once we obtain that boy's possessions, our Li family will have the chance to ascend another level. By then, even if the other 3 families banded together, they wouldn't match our Li family. Madame Hu's eyes flickered with anticipation. She knew her husband's ambitions, and he wasn't one to make empty threats. If he spoke thus, it must be grounded in certainty. Though born into the Hu family, her status had long positioned her as the matriarch of the Li household. If the Li family could truly suppress the other 3, it would only benefit her. After pondering, Madame Hu inquired, this so-called God of Death society, is it truly reliable? After killing that boy, might the investigation lead back to our Li family?
After learning that agents from the Beast God's branch temple were secretly protecting Zhang Xuan's family, she understood he wasn't someone to be taken lightly. Even if his origins were humble, if the Beast God Hall favored him, the Li family wouldn't be able to touch him so easily. If discovered, it would inevitably cause considerable trouble. Li Wuwen took his wife's hand, gently caressing the soft palm that rivaled a young girl's in tenderness, and said, "Rest assured. The Godslayers may be notorious, but they've thrived in the underworld precisely because of their efficiency and reputation. Even if the Beast God's branch temple knew the Li family hired the hitmen, without direct evidence and given the Kill God Society's strict policy of never revealing their clients, no one could touch the Li family. Besides," a look of disdain flashed in Li Wuwen's eyes as he added, "it's merely a branch temple. The true masters of Guangning City are not them." Madame Hu gazed at her husband with adoration, her arms wrapped around his neck. Chapter 96, Mind Sketch. In her youth, she had been like a proud phoenix, looking down on all the talented youths of her generation. Yet Li Wuwen alone captivated her. His aura of disdain for all things and his boundless ambition drew her in. After their marriage, Li Wuwen fulfilled her expectations by defeating his clan rivals and ascending to the head of the Li family. He then led the Li family to a position of implicit supremacy among the four families of Guangning. Thus, Lady Hu had always trusted Li Wuwen's decisions unconditionally. Li Wuwen took his wife's hands, drawing her into his embrace. As he savored her mature, fragrant essence, a sudden surge of desire stirred within him. Just as he prepared to act, a flash of crimson light suddenly flickered. Li Wuwen's expression changed instantly. He immediately released Madame Hu and reached into his robe, pulling out an object. A smug look crossed his face as he said, "It's news from the God of Death Society. Looks like they've succeeded." Madame Hu's face also lit up with joy. It's a pity Xiao Xian couldn't handle him personally. Li Wuwen pressed the device and a light screen appeared, revealing a figure cloaked in black robes, its true face hidden. "Well, have you killed that brat yet? According to the rules, you must hand over what's on his person to me," Li Wuwen demanded directly. However, the cloaked figure remained silent for a moment before a hoarse voice echoed, "Assassination failed. After headquarters assessment, critical misjudgment occurred in target intelligence. Abandoning this mission." "What?" Li Wuwen and Madame Hu's pupils contracted sharply. Li Wuwen exclaimed in disbelief, "Why failed? Wait, no, how could the Godslayers so easily abandon a mission? Shouldn't you have dispatched stronger assassins?" Yet the voice on the other end merely replied lightly, "Due to mission abandonment, all crystals collected by us will be fully refunded." With that, the light screen vanished, clearly indicating the connection had been severed. "Damn it!" Li Wuwen slammed his fist on the table, veins bulging on his forehead. He hadn't lost his composure like this in ages. Madame Hu stroked his back, puzzled. This Godslayer guild, how unreliable can they be? They can't even handle an 18-year-old kid? Li Wuwen pinched his temples as countless possibilities flashed through his mind. Yet a vague unease steadily crept into his heart. No, this couldn't possibly be that simple. He'd never heard of the God of Death Society abandoning a mission after a single setback. Otherwise, they wouldn't have earned such a formidable reputation across the continent. Several words the other party had mentioned caught Li Wuwen's attention. Severe misjudgment of intelligence, abandoning the mission. An inexplicable dread suddenly gripped Li Wuwen's heart. Not even years ago, when he fought and schemed against his own clan brothers for the position of clan head, nearly dying in the ensuing siege, had he ever felt such dread. For Li Wuwen could distinctly sense that too many unknowns had now entered the equation. And fear, as they say, springs from the unknown. The fact that the God of Slaughter Society voluntarily abandoned their target after the first assassination attempt failed clearly indicated something far more significant than merely gaining the attention of a Beast God branch temple. Just how great a secret lay hidden behind that commoner-born youth? Could the Li family truly withstand such secrets? "Wuwen, if all else fails, I'll seek out my brother. With the Hu family's backing, I refuse to believe a commoner-born youth could be so difficult to deal with." Madame Hu also sensed something was amiss. This matter had escalated far beyond merely avenging her son. Yet her habitual mindset still prevented her from taking the other party seriously. No matter how unusual, couldn't they just crush him with force? Li Wuwen waved his hand impatiently, refusing to engage. Instead, he picked up his communicator and dialed a number. The line connected quickly. "Big brother? Wu Kuang, issue the order, have our people lie low. No activities outside for the time being." "Understood, big brother." Li Wuwen was a man of his word. His commands, backed by years of accumulated authority, were obeyed without question by the Li family. Seeing his wife still looked puzzled, Li Wuwen stood up and patted her shoulder. "Yun, keep an eye on things lately. As for Xiao Xuan's side, I'll be counting on you to look after him." With that, she stepped out of the room. Madame Hu sighed and stepped out onto the corridor. Just then, a young woman in a maid's uniform rushed over in a panic. Spotting Mrs. Hu, she stopped abruptly but hesitated, unable to speak up. Recognizing her as her son's maid, Madame Hu, seeing her distressed state, urgently asked, "What's wrong? Has Xiao Xian thrown another tantrum?" The maid hesitated.
Madam, it's young master. He's grabbing Xiao Ru and won't let her go. He's tearing at her clothes. Madam Hu frowned. Xiao Ru? That new girl who just arrived at the castle? Her seductive eyes flashed with anger as she declared, the Li family employs you all to serve the household. If the young master needs her, how dare she object? And you, is this really worth running over to tell me? You're also under Xiao Xian's command. He's unwell now, shouldn't you be tending to him instead of running here? The maid's face paled. Remembering her mistress's usual methods, she shuddered in fright, quickly apologizing repeatedly before turning to head back to Li Xian's room. These servants all came from impoverished backgrounds, lacking even the most basic beast taming abilities. Their families sought a way out for them, so they entered into contracts with the noble families. Their compensation might be slightly higher than that of ordinary low-tier beast tamers. But in every other respect, they were no different from servants. Such practices might face repercussions elsewhere, but for them, refusal was simply not an option. Recalling the methods the young master employed when enraged, she could only return, fear gripping her. 1 hour earlier. The large vessel returning from the Crimson Flame archipelago plowed through the sea. Zhang Xuan was the only one who had boarded the ship at Manhwa Island. Seated cross-legged within the cabin, he practiced the meditation technique he had learned from Master Mengye. According to Master Mengye, many systems incorporated meditation. Magic systems, for instance, required it to communicate with natural elements. Engraving wind, rain, thunder, lightning, sun, moon, stars, or legendary ancient divine descendants to strengthen the spirit. However, the meditation of the Mind Warrior system sought nothing external. Their sole object of meditation was themselves. The process was highly meticulous. First, they sketched their own image within the meditation. Once this human form could be maintained stably for extended periods, they then refined it into intricate detail. Features, limbs, skin, flesh, tendons, bones, even cells. With each layer of depth penetrated in the meditative image, the spirit grows stronger by that same measure. Master Mengye admitted he had only reached the level of delineating skin, yet even then, he could unleash immense power without invoking his extraordinary physical form. Chapter 97, Assassination. Combining mental transcendence with physical transcendence yields even more astonishing might. Legend holds that one who can mentally map their own cells can, with a single thought, manifest a myriad worlds within their body. A single finger could shift cosmic laws or ignite stars. Such a realm would truly be worthy of being called a god. This path was truly boundless, with limitless potential. Naturally, Zhang Xuan would diligently cultivate it at every opportunity. As he sketched his form within his mind, prompts from the Mind Warrior class panel began to appear one after another. You attempted 1 mental mapping. Mental energy, 10. You attempted 1 mental mapping. Mental energy, 10. Zhang Xuan was deeply immersed in the process. For most others, this form of meditation and cultivation was often arduous, no less demanding than physical training. The mind was particularly susceptible to distraction, making it difficult to enter the required state. However, his exceptionally robust physical body provided a solid foundation for his spirit, allowing him to enter the state rapidly and achieve remarkable results in his cultivation. This cultivation session lasted nearly half a day. The vessel came to a halt, seemingly docking. Zhang Xuan suddenly opened his eyes, his brow slightly furrowed. He had been deeply immersed in contemplating his own physique, but now he sensed the air had grown stagnant and oppressive, causing a distinct discomfort. Stepping out of the cabin, he found the sky darkened thick with heavy clouds, faint flashes of lightning flickering within. A rumbling sound, like a low, roaring whisper, echoed intermittently. It looked like a torrential downpour would soon arrive. The ship had docked at a large island. If he remembered correctly, this was Dongao Island, 2 stops away from returning to Ninghai City's port. Zhang Xuan gazed at the scenery from the deck for a while. Soon, several passengers boarded, likely fresh arrivals from Dongao Island. 3 men and 1 woman, seemingly unremarkable. 2 of the men were traveling together, complaining about conditions on Dongao Island. From their conversation, they appeared to be beastmasters from a guild on a mission. The other man and woman boarded alone. Upon reaching the deck, the man with the kind-looking face smiled and nodded at Zhang Xuan in greeting. The others showed no reaction. The group then dispersed to different parts of the railing, gazing out at the sea scenery, while the 2 companions continued their conversation. After a while, the air grew increasingly stifling, and Zhang Xuan lost interest in the fresh air. He prepared to return to his cabin. Yet the moment this thought crossed his mind, as his foot shifted an inch, his body abruptly froze in place. Zhang Xuan didn't turn around, his expression unreadable. Something was off about these 4 people. In that fleeting instant, he distinctly felt several pairs of eyes simultaneously fixated on his back. They were watching him. Or rather, they were coming for him. In the past, Zhang Xuan might have dismissed such intuition as nothing more than a fleeting, insignificant feeling. Or rather, he wouldn't have had such an intuition at all. But after unlocking the Mind Warrior class system, his senses had sharpened considerably, allowing him to perceive the authenticity of this sensation with startling clarity. A flurry of thoughts raced through Zhang Xuan's mind. 4 people, targeting him specifically.
Two of them pretended not to know each other, both boarding the ship on Dongao Island. Clearly, this was a premeditated and meticulously planned operation.
The enemy must have tracked his every move since his arrival in Ninghai City and departure for the Crimson Flame Archipelago.
This meant someone must have been watching him since his time on Tianhua Island.
Was it someone from the dwarves of the Sato tribe? Or perhaps those from the Nanjiang Beastmaster Academy? Or could it be a hidden presence lurking in the shadows?
Few could orchestrate such an elaborate setup. Recalling recent events, Zhang Xuan had formed a tentative guess. Regardless of who it was, all that mattered now was shattering every last one of their plans. Zhang Xuan sneered inwardly as he covertly channeled his flame energy, forming an invisible protective barrier around his body. While this shield might not offer much defense against physical attacks, it could guard against invisible, insidious tactics.
He then walked toward the gangway, seemingly preparing to descend the deck.
Beside the gangway stood the woman in her 30s. As Zhang Xuan passed by, she seemed oblivious, her gaze fixed on the sea. Zhang Xuan advanced step by step toward the gangway entrance. Just as he was about to step down, he suddenly halted. At that moment, Zhang Xuan felt all eyes focused on his back once more.
Quite patient, aren't they? Looks like a professional assassin.
Zhang Xuan paused only for an instant before abruptly turning around. He stared straight at the four figures, yet they either continued their conversation or gazed at the scenery, seemingly never once directing their attention toward him.
Zhang Xuan chuckled softly and suddenly said, "Gentlemen, I'll be heading down first." He then walked straight down the gangway.
The instant his figure vanished at the bottom of the gangway, all four turned simultaneously, their gazes converging on a single point, their expressions icy.
He had actually noticed. What an unwelcome complication. Still, arrangements have been made below. Let's go finish the job.
The four turned and headed down to the deck below. Meanwhile, Zhang Xuan had already reached the cabin door and came to a halt at the entrance.
The room had already been entered.
The instant he realized this, Zhang Xuan darted backward.
Boom!
A blinding flash of fire and searing heat, accompanied by an all-consuming shockwave, obliterated the cabin and everything around it. Though Zhang Xian's speed was already astonishingly fast, he was still instantly engulfed by the mushroom cloud that rapidly expanded. The entire ship was blown into a hollowed-out wreck, its remaining hull still consumed by the relentless flames. Four figures with ethereal wings sprouting from their backs emerged, their bodies shrouded in a hazy glow that cut through the smoke as they approached the explosion's epicenter.
This technique clearly transcended the ordinary Beastmaster system.
Using the devouring annihilation thunder capable of killing an 8th-tier Beastmaster on this kid felt like a waste. The kindly-faced man from earlier watched the smoke obscuring everything and shook his head.
Enough talk. The headquarters judgment never fails. This kid is no ordinary threat. If the Godslayer moves, he leaves no chance for survival.
The plain-looking woman replied coldly. The other two chimed in, "All right, we've located his spatial backpack.
Let's return and report."
They descended in flight, while a man and a woman circled overhead, surveying the surroundings. Clear division of labor, bizarre and brutal methods, leaving no chance for survival. This was the signature style of the God of Death Society. The two men descended. The only tricky part about using such a devastating weapon was locating the target's remains. Suddenly, one of them halted, gazing intently in a particular direction.
What was that?
The other turned his head to look. They saw flames and thick smoke converging toward a single point.
This. A powerful warning signal began to ring wildly in both their minds. Retreat. Sharp instincts drove the two assassins to retreat explosively.
Chapter 98, Total Annihilation. At that very moment, the place that seemed to have absorbed and devoured all the surrounding flames and smoke erupted violently. Their retreat was swift, but the surging flames were faster still. Terror gripped their eyes. Such overwhelming heat was no match for flesh and blood. In their panic, spheres of light materialized in their hands and blasted forward. The spheres formed a protective barrier of energy, attempting to block the all-consuming heat before them. Yet the moment the flames touched it, the barrier shattered. The two figures were instantly engulfed, reduced to ashes before they could even utter a scream. The devouring annihilation thunder seemed to have been unleashed upon them.
0507?
The man above was the first to sense something amiss. Below, energy erupted violently, followed by the instant disappearance of his two companions' life signs. Before he could react, a figure burst from the thick smoke.
Enveloped in intense killing intent, flames danced around him as he gripped a crimson spear.
Zhang Xuan didn't fly up. Instead, he planted his foot hard on the wreckage of the great ship. The explosive force propelled him over 10 meters, charging straight toward the assassin.
Damn it, 06, split up.
The man shouted urgently, then fled headlong in one direction without looking back, while the woman dashed off in the opposite direction. When a mission becomes untenable, one must cut losses decisively. As members of the God of Death Society, they absolutely would not force an assassination on a target whose situation had escalated beyond assessment, causing significant shifts in the plan. This was the fundamental principle upon which the God of Slaughter Guild stood as the continent's premier assassin organization. But Zhang Xuan wasn't about to let him escape.
Die.
The momentum from his explosive leg thrust still propelling him forward, Zhang Xuan twisted his waist mid-air, thrusting the burning prison blade forward with brutal force. The terrifying force, combined with the raging fire element clinging to it and the Fanju's length exceeding 2 meters. The man sensed the terrifying lethality behind him, a force capable of tearing flesh apart with ease. His eyes bulged in horror. If he continued flying recklessly, he would surely be impaled by the spear. In his panic, he could only turn to block. He formed another energy shield, maintaining his momentum as he retreated. With the distance widening, the spear's tip could only graze him. He intended to use the recoil from blocking the strike to escape. His plan was sound, but he had underestimated the spear's true power. Whoosh! The energy shield shattered instantly. The extreme sharpness and flames at the spear's tip tore through his outer robe. The man was cautious by nature and wore inner armor for this mission. Yet even this layer of protection offered no true security. While it absorbed the physical impact, the force and searing heat still pierced through. Put! His face instantly turned ashen, blood gushing from his mouth as his body plummeted toward the sea. Zhang Xuan did not pursue. Instead, at the peak of his upward leap's momentum, that fleeting second of suspension, he sheathed burning prison and drew the star-igniting longbow. His fingers tightened, and a flaming arrow instantly coalesced. With a swift draw, he fired it toward another fleeing figure. The flame light traced a long, fiery wave through the air. The woman sensed the energy assaulting her and attempted to change her flight path. Yet the arrow was so swift that her thought hadn't even fully formed before it pierced clean through her back. The wound was no mere puncture. It exploded like a firebomb, vaporizing all flesh from her back. Internal organs, blood vessels, and muscles melted into nothingness, leaving only a gruesome, gaping hole. Her eyes dimmed instantly as her shattered body plummeted into the sea. Zhang Xuan didn't even glance at the outcome after firing that arrow, knowing its devastating power. Instead, he used the downward momentum to dive toward the sea surface. The gravely wounded man plunged into the sea, mustering his last strength to frantically paddle his limbs at the surface. The sheer force of that flaming arrow made him instinctively turn to look back, only to witness his final companion being hunted down. The man's face turned deathly pale, whether from blood loss or the loss of hope or survival was unclear. Floating face up on the water, he watched his intended target plunge toward him. A bitter smile touched his lips before he closed his eyes. Boom! Seawater erupted several meters high, the waves vaporizing into thick mist under the intense heat, mingled with the blood mist formed from shattered, scorched flesh. The fourth man was dead. The entire sequence, from the first two being consumed by flames, took less than 10 seconds. Zhang Xuan's gaze was icy. He had suffered no injuries. That thunderbolt, which had devoured all its power, was indeed terrifying. Yet, before him one who had mastered a portion of the flame's authority, it proved utterly useless, even becoming his weapon. Even now, not a single drop of seawater had touched his body. Any moisture that approached him was instantly vaporized by the fire element. He looked up, his gaze piercing through the clouds. High above, a figure cloaked entirely in black robes sat cross-legged atop a giant bird. The crystal in his hand flickered with phantom light, imprinting the entire sequence onto a transmission sent elsewhere. The cloaked figure murmured, "Mission failed. Upload the footage to headquarters for feedback. Abandon the mission. Withdraw." He patted the giant bird. Its wings spread wide and flapped, rapidly ascending to greater heights. Soon, a hazy hue began to shroud its form. In the next instant, both man and bird vanished from the air, leaving no trace. Zhang Xuan withdrew his gaze. He had spotted this final adversary, yet knew he could not kill him. His face remained expressionless, yet murderous intent surged within him. Had it not been for the gains made on Skyfire Island, facing such an ambush this time would have been certain death. Put plainly, the enemy's setup was meticulously planned, leaving no room for survival, and their intelligence on him was astonishingly precise. That explosive device just now, based on his precise assessment of its flame energy, would have easily killed an unprepared 8th-tier beast tamer. What the enemy hadn't anticipated was the astonishing transformation he'd undergone during his time on Skyfire Island. Zhang Xuan darted toward the woman's body, which had not yet sunk beneath the waves. Only her corpse retained a semblance of integrity. Zhang Xuan searched her body thoroughly but found nothing of value or anything that could prove her identity. Clearly, this was the work of an extremely professional assassination organization. Those with the motive and influence to hire such a group. Zhang Xuan's gaze shifted toward the mainland. The murderous intent within him could no longer be contained. Cold words slipped from his lips. "I did not die. Now it is your turn to die. Black King, come forth." A deep, commanding roar echoed across the sea surface. The world-burning Black Dragon, now fully transformed into its colossal form, appeared. Sensing its master's emotion, its brilliant golden dragon eyes fixed on Zhang Xuan. Zhang Xuan leapt onto its back, stroking its head. "Let's go. We're going to kill a lot of people today. Roar!" The Black King responded, its wings unfurling as it soared skyward. Chapter 99, The Black Dragon's Advance. In an instant, countless sea beasts exploded and perished beneath the overwhelming dragon's might. Zhang Xuan suddenly understood. Hide? No.
Why should I hide? From this day forward, anyone who dares to stand in my way, anyone who plots to harm me or those close to me, will face the most brutal crushing. No matter who they are. This was precisely the purpose of his growth. And Zhang Xuan believed that now, he possessed the confidence to stand under the spotlight. More importantly, no one could accurately gauge his true strength. For his progress was too swift, too rapid beyond any reasonable measure. When others openly seek his life, would it not dull his edge to refrain from crushing every enemy into oblivion? Black King, full speed ahead. Destination, Guangning City. The Black Dragon responded to its master's command. Its colossal form, darkening the sky, moved with astonishing speed, like a towering black curtain slicing through the air. All living creatures instinctively trembled at this sight. Having evolved into its mature form, the Dragon Emperor's aura was truly awe-inspiring. The skies, the oceans, every living thing was utterly cowed, unable even to flee. Within mere minutes, the port of Ninghai City came into view. Zhang Xuan released Jin Yunyuan from the Blood Ash realm. You are free to go. Regularly relay all valuable intelligence within the Scylla Kingdom to me. The moment Kim Yunwan breathed the outside air, he realized he was perched atop a colossal creature. Upon closer inspection, he recognized it as a dragon. His heart trembled with awe, and he revered this master as if he were a god. He felt ever more fortunate for his decision to pledge allegiance. Upon hearing Zhang Xuan's command, he immediately knelt on one knee. My lord, I, Kim Yunwan, shall spare no effort, even if it means walking through fire and water. Should you ever seek to conquer Scylla, I shall be your foremost vanguard. His voice brimmed with fervor. One who commands the Dragon Clan would conquer all to serve as his vassal was an honor beyond measure. Upon returning, he would exhaust every means to begin accumulating strength for his master, starting with the Kim family. Zhang Xuan gave a slight nod. Kim Yunwan rose, bowed respectfully once more, then summoned his flying beast companion a great goose and departed toward the north. He had given no specific orders nor made any promises. Only when Jin Yunyuan truly demonstrated his worth would he earn Zhang Xian's consideration for inclusion in future strategic plans. Indeed, Zhang Xian already harbored ambitions to build his own power base. While his own invincible strength remained paramount, the gathering of resources and handling of myriad trivial yet unreachable matters required a group of people centered around him to accomplish. Zhang Xian had previously planned to implement this after the unified examinations, but now it seemed he could accelerate the timeline. The Black Dragon continued its ascent, hovering over Ninghai City. Its shadow descended like an apocalyptic disaster, casting a pall over the city and sending shockwaves of terror through its inhabitants. Zhang Xuan did not linger, but such a spectacle naturally drew the attention of many beast tamers. Soon, 5 flying beasts took to the skies, their riders clad in uniform robes clearly members of the Ninghai Beast God's branch temple. Their faces were equally filled with dread, but the closer they drew, the more palpable the terrifying pressure became. The colossal form, the unmasked, brilliant golden pupils. All confirmed the identity of this colossal beast. A dragon. Long vanished from Xia Kingdom for decades, last seen in the dreaded Abyss battlefield. Why was this terrifying presence now flying openly over Ninghai City? Their breaths quickened, yet duty compelled them to steel themselves and pursue. Until their mounts could approach no further, trembling violently as if ready to plummet at any moment. They were forced to halt. The leader gathered his courage and shouted, Sir, I am the chief steward of the Ninghai Beast God Branch Temple. May I inquire about your identity and your destination? To their astonishment, the colossal Black Dragon actually halted. Hearts clenched in their throats as they braced for the possibility of meeting their end right here. Yet the figure atop the Black Dragon spoke with a faint tone, You may follow. What I intend to do, you shall see. With that, the Black Dragon spread its wings and soared away. The group exchanged glances, yet none dared to follow. Chief Administrator, what should we do? Should we intervene? The head steward of the Ninghai Branch Hall watched the towering figure depart, took a deep breath, and said, No. Notify the main hall in Nanjiang. Understood. The others breathed sighs of relief. Following that being was not just beyond their courage, their mounts couldn't endure it either. They might plummet to their deaths together. City after city swept past below. The same scene repeated itself time and again. Countless people noticed an unimaginable ancient race appearing within their sight, looking down upon everything, radiating its pride and invincible aura to the mortal world. The crowd was stunned, rushing about in heated discussion. This news would undoubtedly spread throughout the entire Nanjiang province, and indeed the entire Xia Kingdom, in no time. Finally, Guangning City came into view. The Beast God's branch temple disciples reappeared, their eyes fixed with dread upon the figure atop the dragon's head. News traveled swiftly within the Beast God temple. Even before the Black Dragon arrived, word had already reached them from other branches, informing them of its impending passage through this area. And thus had long since prepared their defenses. Wang Hua's eyes narrowed. He recognized the one who had been claimed by the great existence. Lord Zhang Xian? In an instant, it all came flooding back. The dragon's roar echoing from the dark forest had alarmed the Beast God Temple of Nanjiang. Their investigation yielded nothing.
Then there was the unimaginable rating on the Beastmaster's advancement quest and the overwhelming performance against the aristocratic scions in the simulation exam instance.
I should have realized it sooner.
This suspicion had lingered in both his and Elder Li's minds, but only now, seeing it with his own eyes, did Manhwa gain certainty. His heart trembled uncontrollably. Good heavens, the first Beastmaster in human history to command a pure-blood dragon clan. He could scarcely fathom what this signified. Zhang Xuan nodded gently to an acquaintance. Chief Wang, I must attend to something. Do not try to stop me. His tone was calm, yet his words carried an unquestionable authority.
Wang Hua jolted awake, instantly grasping what the other intended to do.
He sighed softly within, but quickly composed himself. Sir, proceed as you will. Though our Beast God Branch Temple will not participate, we shall certainly not obstruct you.
Additionally, your family is safe and sound. Zhang Xuan nodded. My thanks. I remember those who have aided me. The immense shadow moved toward a specific direction within the city. Wang Hua glanced back. It was unmistakably the direction of the Li family's ancient castle.
The Li family of Guangning, today, they would perish. He knew nothing of Li Wuwen's attempt to hire the God of Death Society to assassinate Zhang Xuan, but he could guess the reason from the Li family's desire to harm Zhang Xuan's relatives. Naturally, he could also connect the dots as to why Lord Zhang Xuan had taken such drastic actions today. He turned his gaze to his subordinates.
Chapter 100 Annihilation. Hurry! Issue the order, no one is to approach the vicinity of the Li family's ancient castle.
Wang Hua's voice was stern. He paused for a moment, his eyes shifting, then spoke again.
No, not just the Li family. Keep everyone away from the vicinity of all 4 families in Guangning today.
Yes, sir. The others acknowledged the order. Wang Hua gazed at the sky, which was gradually darkening.
The aristocratic families were intertwined like branches of the same tree.
Facing a pure-blooded dragon clan that had clearly grown in power, today's expulsion might not be limited to just the Li family.
Shadows enveloped the imposing, sprawling castle below. Zhang Xuan sighed inwardly. Truly, these aristocratic families were formidable. Even in this small corner of Guangning, they could amass such vast resources, enjoying boundless splendor and luxury. Who are you?
Several figures ascended on flying beasts, staring at the black dragon in terror.
Zhang Xuan lowered his eyelids, his expression unreadable. Li family members, all of you, come out.
Face your deaths.
You?
Under normal circumstances, these individuals would have charged forward long ago, making anyone who dared challenge the Li family's authority pay a heavy price. Yet now, uncontrollable terror gripped their hearts. How could they utter threats? From every corner of the ancient castle, people poured out, all gazing upward in horror. They were all direct descendants of the Li clan. After generations of proliferation, collateral branches had long lost their eligibility to reside within the castle walls.
Yet even so, their numbers here numbered nearly 100. What on earth was that? A dragon? Why would a dragon appear in our Li family? Could it be the beast companion of some elder? Some even fantasized it represented the Li family's power, yet most sensed something was terribly wrong.
Zhang Xuan sneered coldly.
Head of the Li family, are you going to hide like a turtle now?
The air froze instantly at his words. Everyone snapped to attention. This man had come seeking vengeance. Yet some still naively remarked, humph.
Coming to our Li clan territory to trouble the head?
This man must not want to live. Yet those with some knowledge fell silent.
That terrifying, dazzling golden dragon pupil, whenever it appeared in historical records, it reaped countless lives.
A surreal scene unfolded before their eyes, yet they could not help but believe it. Just as Zhang Xuan's patience began to wane, a thick column of water finally surged upward from the main tower of the ancient castle. And atop that column stood a figure. It was the family head along with his Xian water beast. The Li family members recognized it instantly. This was the water column spewed by Li Wuwen's most powerful mystic water beast. This dramatic entrance served as a reassuring tonic for them. Whatever entity loomed in the sky, Li Wuwen's past deeds had left them with one impression: he deserved their complete trust. Yet now, despite his forced composure, Li Wuwen's pupils were clearly filled with terror.
No wonder.
No wonder the god of slaughter abandoned the mission.
This peasant-born brat actually commands the dragon clan. How is this possible?
Faced with this situation, he had no choice but to step forward. Even as he clung to the last shred of hope, he sensed the fear emanating from his own Xian water beast. That hope had undoubtedly turned into self-deception. Fortunately, before stepping out, he had immediately arranged for trusted men to escort Li Xian and his wife to escape through a secret passage. Li Wuwen still couldn't accept it, his voice strained as he spoke. Young man, the Li family has no grudge against you.
Why such an overwhelming display of force? No grudge?
Zhang Xuan chuckled lightly, then spread his arms wide as if making a declaration. After today, the Li family of Guangning will cease to exist.
Li Wuwen's pupils contracted sharply.
He knew the other had guessed everything. Further words were useless. Summoning his courage, he shouted, "Are you certain you wish to destroy us both?
Even if we perish here, do you understand the consequences of slaughtering your own kin and annihilating a beast-taming lineage? Do you comprehend what this signifies?
Facing the pure-blood dragon clan, he knew that once the slaughter began, he too would have no chance of survival. He could only play the moral high ground to intimidate them, hoping to instill fear in his opponents. So what if the pure-blood dragon clan was formidable? If the top families of the imperial capital saw you acting this way, would they let you off? Zhang Xuan sneered. What does it mean? It means none of you will see tomorrow's sun. Black King, purify all. Golden dragon eyes blazed as the black dragon opened its massive jaws, unleashing an energy so scorching it could melt all things in an instant. Dragon flame of ashes. Li Wuwen's eyes bulged with fury. He roared, summoning a thick water sphere shield from the surging water column beneath him. Yet before the evolved dragon flame, it couldn't even hold back for an instant, instantly consumed. Not a single drop of blood spilled from his body as he vaporized into nothingness. The dragon flame surged forward, engulfing the Xian water beast in sheer terror. Just as it prepared to submit, it too turned to ash. The center of the ancient castle ignited, rapidly melting into pools of molten stone. Li Wuwen perished. The Li clan members gaped in disbelief at the scene before them. The clan chief, just like that, dead? But before their dazed minds could process this, the dragon flame had already begun to spread outward. The Black King's form loomed like the end of the world, unleashing flames that consumed all in their path. No! Cries of despair erupted as people scrambled to flee, but it was utterly futile. Every single one of them was reduced to ashes before the dragon flames even touched them. Zhang Xuan watched it all with cold indifference. He realized he felt not a shred of pity, even though these people knew nothing of Li Wuwen's deeds and seemed to suffer an undeserved calamity. But so what? Everything they enjoyed, everything they took pride in, everything they relied upon, wasn't every single thing built upon the humiliation, suffering, and flesh of the masses? Had Zhang Xuan not attained his current position, it would be him, his uncle, and Ah Chun who would be wailing in agony. Reap what you sow. This place had become a living hell. Zhang Xuan leapt from the dragon's head and plunged into the ancient castle. He saw no sign of Li Xian. As the legitimate heir of the Li family, while others might flee unnoticed, Li Xian could not escape. Wielding the burning prison, he charged through lavishly decorated rooms. Along the way, members of the Li family and their guards attempted to block his path, only to be cut down by a single thrust of his spear. Maids in the corridors fell to the floor in terror. Zhang Xuan seized a Li family member by the throat, his voice cold as ice. Where is Li Xian? I don't know. The servant gasped out the words. Just as Zhang Xuan was about to snap his neck, the man desperately added, I truly don't know. She's the young master's maid. He pointed to a maid kneeling nearby. Zhang Xuan showed no mercy, killing him without a second word. He then approached the woman who appeared quite attractive, her clothes torn and tattered. The woman trembled like a leaf. Just minutes ago, Li Xian had been ravishing her, and now an elder had arrived. Chapter 101, Escape through the secret passage. The elder immediately took the young master away. Only then did the servants realize something terrible had happened outside. Peering through the windows, they saw the castle engulfed in apocalyptic chaos, plunging them into panic. Zhang Xuan demanded, Where is Li Xian? Where is he? The trembling maid pointed in a direction. Zhang Xuan frowned, yanking her up by the arm and ordering her to lead the way. Her legs buckled, and she leaned against the wall for support, stumbling forward. Zhang Xuan followed her into a room that appeared utterly ordinary, cluttered with miscellaneous items. Yet after passing several shelves, a neatly carved stone passageway emerged from the wall. The maid kept her head down, unable to meet his gaze, and pointed toward the opening. Did you escape through the secret passage? Zhang Xuan turned back and said, The Li family is gone. You people, go wherever you want. With that, he stepped into the opening, his figure vanishing into the darkness in an instant. The maid stood frozen in place, her expression blank. Only after a long moment did she turn and leave. Within the secret passage, 3 figures fled in panic. Leading the way was Li Wuzhong, the man who had intercepted Zhang Xuan outside the bone burial basin that day. Behind him were Lady Hu and Li Xian. The moment Li Wuwen saw the black dragon descend, he had immediately notified Li Wuzhong to cover his wife and son's escape through the secret passage. Construction on this secret passage had begun 50 years prior, taking nearly 2 decades to complete. Its terminus led to a small county town north of Guangning City. There, a stronghold of the Guangning Li clan served as a hub for gathering intelligence and conducting trade during normal times, transforming into an emergency escape route in crises. Of course, the Li family leadership never imagined this secret passage would ever be needed. Li Xian ran breathlessly, grumbling, Fourth uncle, what enemy is attacking? Is Dad overreacting? I'm busy with my own affairs. Ever since that day in the simulation dungeon, when he was utterly defeated in front of so many new beast tamers from Guangning, his mental state had completely shattered. In his dreams, the face of that Zhang Xuan kept appearing over and over. Li Xian seethed with hatred toward him. It was all Zhang Xian's fault that he'd become the laughingstock of the entire city. The once proud heir of the Li family had become the laughingstock of a bunch of mud-legged peasants. He longed to hunt down every single witness from that day and kill them all. But that was clearly impossible. So he directed his fury toward Zhang Xuan. Upon learning that his father and others had targeted Zhang Xuan, Li Xian grew even more excited. This meant Zhang Xuan would have nowhere to run. Unfortunately, that damned beast god subtemple was protecting Zhang Xian's family.
Li Xian abandoned monster hunting and leveling for days.
To vent his pent-up rage, he took out his frustration daily on the castle's maidservants. He even dragged maids from Lady Hu's quarters against their will. Lady Hu, who had always doted on him, naturally turned a blind eye. But today, while he was galloping wildly, his fourth uncle burst in and dragged him away without a word. Li Xian, already weakened, nearly collapsed from fright. Any other man would have cursed him out, but Li Wuzhong was one of the top 3 figures in the Li family. Li Xian dared not do such a thing. Listening to her son's complaints, Lady Hu echoed, "Yes, fourth uncle, what on earth happened with Wu Wen that you had to rush off so urgently?" Neither she nor Li Xian had witnessed the scene outside before being taken away by Li Wuzhong, so they remained completely unaware. Listening to their complaints, Li Wuzhong felt a surge of anger welling up inside him, yet he couldn't very well say anything. He could only respond urgently, "Sister-in-law, this is absolutely a major problem.
My eldest brother's arrangements won't be wrong.
I'll get you both to a safe place first." Just then, his footsteps halted abruptly. His expression changed dramatically as he pulled a communicator from his breast pocket. The screen displayed a series of images from outside the castle. Li Wuzhong's face paled, and undisguised terror flashed in his eyes. "Fourth brother, what's wrong?" Madame Hu sensed something was amiss and asked.
Li Wuzhong experienced such terrifying helplessness for the first time.
His body trembled uncontrollably, and it took him a long moment before he managed to stammer out. "Big brother. Big brother, he. What about Wu Wen? Speak up." Seeing him like this, Mrs. Hu's face also turned pale. "Big brother is dead." Li Wuzhong's voice cracked with grief. "What?" Li Xian and Madame Hu were utterly shocked. Madame Hu stumbled backward, her eyes rolling back as she nearly fainted. "Mom!" Li Xian rushed to support her, then stared at Li Wuzhong in disbelief. "Fourth uncle, what are you saying?" Li Wuzhong gasped for breath, his words coming out haltingly. "Don't ask questions. Keep moving." He no longer held on to them, instead turning and sprinting deeper into the secret passage. Li Xian's expression was dazed. The immense terror this news brought him left him no choice but to grab Madame Hu and flee in panic. Half an hour later, the trio hadn't stopped once. The immense panic had drained their strength, leaving even Li Wuzhong's heart pounding wildly. Li Xian's legs were so weak he could barely walk without leaning against the walls, and Mrs. Hu wasn't faring much better. "Almost there, sister-in-law, Xian, hold on." Li Wuzhong's expression eased slightly. The images had been transmitted from surveillance devices within the Li family's ancient castle, so he was well aware of the situation within the clan. By now, there were likely few surviving members left. That deranged demon may he plunder the castle to his heart's content and never discover the secret passage. Once they reached the county town, there were further escape plans in place. It would be difficult to track them down then. Li Xian and Madame Hu, however, were in a state of utter disarray, utterly lost in their actions. The news of Li Wuwen's death had struck them like a thunderclap. What about the Li family? Had they been destroyed too? Could their life of luxury and ease continue? This thought filled them with even greater dread than mourning the deaths of their father and husband. "It's right ahead!" Li Wuzhong exclaimed with a hint of excitement, and the other two perked up. After all, the Li family had some standing, and there were certainly circles of influential families willing to champion their cause. Surely the life they were accustomed to wouldn't vanish from them just yet. However, "Hey, you three, why the rush?" A ghostly voice suddenly echoed from behind them. All 3 of them flinched simultaneously, whirling around as if they'd seen a ghost. Before them stood a towering, imposing figure, advancing step by step. In his hand, he held a crimson spear, his body shimmering with a faint, fiery glow, like a demon of flame. "Zhang Xuan, is that you?" Li Xian instantly recognized this figure who kept appearing in his nightmares, a presence he longed to kill. His voice suddenly crackled with excitement. "Heaven offered you a path, yet you refused to walk it. Hell has no gates, yet you barged right in. Fourth uncle, he's practically handed himself to us." Ha! Chapter 102, Conquest. After that day, Zhang Xuan became his greatest psychological shadow. Countless times, he'd rampage through his room until exhaustion sent him into a deep sleep, only to be jolted awake by nightmares replaying that scene atop the dungeon's peak. Unless he could thoroughly humiliate and trample Zhang Xuan, his psychological shadow would never fade. Now, seeing Zhang Xuan appear, his mind was blank except for one thought: revenge was finally within reach. Madame Hu, however, turned pale. This scene had made her understand something. Li Wuzhong was so terrified he could barely speak. He had seen it in the earlier teleported footage, the figure standing atop the dragon's head. It was the very youth they coveted and had plotted to kill. His voice trembled as he stammered, "Zhang Xuan, this was all my elder brother Li Wuwen's orders. That day, when he tried to hire assassins, I even tried to dissuade him. The blame lies with the rightful target. You've killed Li Wuwen, why not spare me?" Li Xian gasped, whirling around. "Fourth uncle, what are you saying?" No sooner had the words left his mouth than his pupils suddenly contracted. His muddled mind finally cleared a little and he realized.
He was the one who killed my father? How could this be?
As for the usually haughty and arrogant madam who, her eyes now held none of their former arrogance. The gaze she cast upon Zhang Xuan was tinged with the brink of tears. It must be said, she was truly born with beauty. Years of pampered living had kept her well preserved, and now she appeared as a mature, alluring woman disheveled and flustered from fleeing, yet still capable of stirring desire. Zhang Xuan couldn't help but shake his head and snort derisively at this group. If you so-called aristocrats had even a shred of backbone, I might have some respect for you. But to react like this when your own brother, father, and husband are dead. Daring to act but not daring to own it, clinging to life while fearing death, cruel yet cowardly, haughty before and servile after, it was laughable to contemplate. Ha! By the end, he threw his head back and roared with laughter. Li Wuzhong offered an awkward smile, knowing full well the young man's actions. He dared not show the slightest hint of displeasure. Li Xian trembled, his fear growing with every thought. Zhang Xuan raised his spear, aiming it squarely at Li Wuzhong. Li Wuzhong's expression changed drastically. His mind raced as he forced himself to speak through trembling lips. Zhang Xuan, the four families of Guangning are bound as one. If you truly intend to exterminate them all, they will surely seek retribution. And beyond Guangning, the aristocratic circles of Nanjiang and even the imperial capital. Those are the pillars of the Xia kingdom. Once they learn of this, they won't let you off. For you to commit such an act sets an extremely dangerous precedent. To them, it represents a colossal threat. Li Wuzhong felt his reasoning was impeccably sound. To remain this composed at such a critical moment was truly remarkable. Zhang Xuan paused briefly, then nodded earnestly. He looked at Li Wuzhong's face, now tinged with a hint of joy. You're absolutely right. But if I follow your logic, there's no turning back now, is there? Li Wuzhong's pupils contracted sharply. He quickly interjected, no, that's not it. Whoosh! A crimson flame wave tore through the air. Li Wuzhong tried to summon his beast companion, but everything happened too fast, there was simply no time. Boom! His body was pierced clean through, yet no blood flowed from the wound. His internal organs, muscles, and blood vessels were instantly incinerated by the intense heat, reduced to inorganic ash. Thud! Li Wuzhong collapsed, his remaining charred remains consumed by the raging flames. Soon, he would be reduced to nothing but ashes. Ah! Madam Hu let out a terrified scream, collapsing to the ground. Li Xian was even worse off, his legs trembling violently, his pants visibly soaked through below the waist. When she saw Zhang Xian's gaze turn toward her, Mrs. Hu pressed herself to the ground, forcing a fawning expression. Her voice was submissive as she pleaded. I'm just a woman. Please spare me. I'll do whatever you need. Her snow-white, supple skin and the figure that her elegant gown could barely conceal made her all the more alluring in that moment. Beside her, Li Xian was utterly petrified, too stunned to even register the unimaginable words his mother had spoken. Zhang Xuan chuckled softly. Truth be told, this woman was undeniably alluring. Since awakening the flame-venerable physique, his overwhelmingly vigorous flame energy often left him feeling like he had a fire burning inside that needed to be released. But first, they definitely needed to find another place. Zhang Xuan pressed his hand into the air, instantly activating the Blood Ash realm. He took the two with him and immediately entered the realm. As the master of the realm, he could choose any location to enter. Zhang Xian's form instantly materialized within the ancient castle of Grand Duke Fusella. First, he dragged Li Xian into a room like a dead dog. When he came to his senses, he whimpered fearfully throughout the ordeal. Then, shoved by a powerful force, he was locked inside a sturdy steel cage. This cage was the very one Duke Fusella had used to imprison his own malevolent consciousness. Crafted from exceptionally unique materials, it was imbued with numerous binding runes. Not even a level 200 beast could escape once locked inside, let alone someone like Li Xian. His life was as disposable to Zhang Xuan as flipping a palm, yet after annihilating the Guangning Li family, Zhang Xuan found himself unexpectedly reluctant to kill him. He would keep him as a dog, to be dealt with at his whim in the future. As for the master-servant contract, he couldn't be bothered to use it on this man. Kim Yunwan was at least a formidable opponent with his Scylla connections, whereas Li Xian was utterly worthless at present. Surveying his surroundings, Li Xian envisioned countless scenarios of torment. He pounded the steel bars, wailing, Zhang Xuan, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have acted like a fool. I'll call you father from now on, please spare me. Seeing Li Hian locked in the cage, Lady Hu's face twisted with anxiety. Yet she dared not speak out, kneeling on the ground with a pleading expression. Ha ha! Zhang Xuan roared with laughter. Call me father? You're not wrong after today, you really will have to call me dad. He swept Mrs. Hu into his arms, carrying her across the corridor as she gasped. With a kick, he flung open the door to the opposite room and tossed her onto a large bed. Then, like a ravenous tiger, he pounced upon her, violently taking her. Zhang Xian's physical strength had reached superhuman levels. As this close-quarters combat training commenced, the room soon echoed with gasps intertwined with cries and pleas. The close combat skills he'd learned from Sataramanchi steadily increased his experience points. Though his sparring partner was also a fourth-tier beast tamer, her body seemed far too fragile against Zhang Xuan, like a small boat in a stormy sea, easily shattered by a single wave. Only after the sparring partner had fainted countless times did the raging flame energy within Zhang Xuan finally begin to subside. Huff. Zhang Xuan pulled a pack of cigarettes from his backpack, ones he'd bought long ago but never opened. Chapter 103, The Identity of the Dragon Tamer. He drew one out, a flame leaping to his fingertips as he lit it, taking a satisfying drag. Holding Mrs. Hu's limp, exhausted body in his arms, Zhang Xuan thought, so this is what it feels like to be the villain? Damn, this is sweet. Now I can imagine what kind of godly lives those aristocratic families lead. But this was only the beginning. He was destined to conquer more, to conquer everything. Throughout this, Li Xian in the steel cage across the room was driven to cursing by the agonized screams, his stream of profanities never ceasing. But Zhang Xuan wasn't angered. Instead, it only fueled his enthusiasm for his physical training. By the end, Li Xian was cursing and crying until only sobs remained. Madame, who lacked the strength to rise, her face flushed crimson and drenched in sweat. Now, she merely gazed at Zhang Xian's profile with eyes glistening like autumn water, her voice dripping with humble supplication. Zhang Xian. I can barely even speak now. Her words weren't meant to flatter Zhang Xian. She'd never endured such brutal treatment before, and several times she thought she'd die right then and there. Zhang Xian burst into laughter, then his expression turned cold as he instructed her on the proper way to address him. My lord, she replied, I shall remember. Should you ever require anything, I shall serve you to the utmost of my ability. Not a trace of the haughty arrogance befitting a noble lady remained in Lady Hu. One had to admit, she knew her place. And for this role, Zhang Xian demanded nothing less than such understanding. Loyalty? Not needed. Power is might. When strength lies in one's own hands, countless souls will pledge their loyalty. If one could forge a grand shared dream, then countless souls would follow with fanatical devotion. Keeping Madame Hu here in the Grey Realm as a slave suited him perfectly. Zhang Xian gave her cheek a light slap before rising and heading to the room across the hall. Li Xian, trapped in the steel cage, saw him approaching and dared not utter another curse. He cowered in the corner, trembling. Zhang Xian gave him a wicked, contemptuous glance but said nothing, leaving the place. He descended into the underground chambers of the ancient castle and found the heavenly fire seed resting there. The flickering flames shimmered like phantom light, as if a world of glassy fire was evolving within. It seemed the heavenly fire seed was thriving here. Zhang Xian summoned the Black King, directing it to spew forth its evolved ashen extinction dragon flame to nourish the seed. Stepping outside the ancient castle, he gazed at the colossal blood moon hanging over the horizon. With his now vastly heightened psychic sensitivity, Zhang Xian could perceive strange, unsettling fluctuations emanating from the crimson orb. And a distinct malevolence. Yes, Zhang Xian detected negative emotions directed specifically at him, as if the blood moon possessed its own consciousness. He stared intently at it. While he currently lacked the means to probe the moon's secrets, he would certainly investigate it thoroughly in the future. Zhang Xian intended to collect more Grey Realms to serve as his personal domain. Naturally, he would not tolerate anything existing beyond his control. Leaving the Grey Realm, he returned to the secret passageway, about to turn back. A thought suddenly struck Zhang Xian. Since this passage led to the Li family stronghold, why not go all the way? With immense power at his disposal, the thought barely formed before he acted without hesitation, plunging deeper into the passage. Finally reaching the passage's end, he forced open a stone slab and emerged above. A courtyard wall came into view. He seemed to be within a residence, and beside it stood a middle-aged man. The man froze upon seeing him. Who are you? Where is Elder Wu Zhong? And the young master and mistress? The moment the words left his lips, he suddenly realized something. His body recoiled, preparing to shout. Zhang Xian thrust his spear forward, impaling the man instantly. Blazing flames instantly vaporized flesh and blood. Soon after, ghostly figures appeared throughout the estate. Screams and roars erupted in every direction, rising and falling in waves. Yet, before long, all was silent once more. This was indeed a crucial stronghold of the Li family, housing more than a handful of beast masters above the 4th rank. But beast masters feared enemies with such devastating strike capabilities most of all. They perished instantly, before they could even summon their beasts. Even if they had been fully prepared, the outcome would have remained unchanged, merely creating a bit more commotion. The compound seemed to be tucked away in a quiet corner of this small county town, so the slight commotion drew no attention from outsiders. Zhang Xian searched every corner and located the storeroom. The inventory here was substantial indeed, over 10 million light crystals alone. It appeared the Li family had stored them as a reserve for a potential comeback in times of crisis. Now, naturally, it all belonged to Zhang Xian. He stuffed all the resources into his backpack, summoned Black King, and returned to Guangning City by air. Meanwhile, outside the Li family's ancient castle, where flames still raged unchecked, 3 factions had gathered. Leading them were the heads of the other 3 families of Guangning. Their eyes reflected the firelight in shock. Who could possibly destroy the Li family like this? Li Wuwan and Li Wukong were both dead. Had the entire Li family been wiped out?
What exactly were these pure-blood dragons? Many in Guangning City had witnessed the black dragon spewing its annihilating flames, yet the identity of the figure atop it remained unknown. This was precisely what the three clans now urgently sought to uncover. In the extraordinary realm, power reigns supreme. It wasn't unheard of for such supreme beings to strike down their enemies with thunderous force. The Li family had always been the most flamboyant among the clans, perhaps they had provoked some supreme being. Yet the instantaneous annihilation of a beast-taming lineage was exceedingly rare in Xia Nation. Such an event would undoubtedly send shockwaves throughout Nanjiang and beyond. Their current concern was not how to divide the Li family's vast assets after its fall, but whether that powerful figure's target was limited to the Li family. Therefore, they must uncover the adversary's identity without delay. Yan Nantian, head of the Yan family, watched the towering flames with a grave expression. Just then, a trusted aide rushed over and whispered something to him. His expression changed abruptly. The heads of the other two families soon received reports from their subordinates and wore identical expressions. What? The dragon rider suspected to be someone from Guangning City? Guangning City wasn't large. Zhang Xuan had already made a name for himself after that mock exam dungeon run, and many could recognize him. Earlier, when he rode the black dragon and shouted his declaration, many had seen his face. News spread rapidly, and the three family heads received this startling information almost simultaneously. They exchanged horrified glances. Outside the four major families of Guangning City, such a figure existed and they knew nothing of it? But for someone with no background, even if he had gained some extraordinary opportunity and possessed remarkable strength, such behavior was simply too brazen. The head of the Hu family frowned. His younger sister, Hu Yuan, was married to Li Wuwen, making the two families closely allied. Chapter 104, Incinerating Slaughter. Considering kinship alone, his sister and nephew were now missing. Considering the intertwined interests between the Hu and Li families, their interconnected businesses and resources, if the Li family truly fell, the other two families might gain an advantage. For his Hu family, the downsides might outweigh the benefits. If this were truly the work of powerful outsiders with deep foundations, then so be it, consider it the Li family's misfortune. But if it was someone from Guangning City, even if they possessed extraordinary power, they shouldn't act this way in this territory. It was a direct slap in the face to all the families. Before long, another group arrived, the Beast God's branch temple. Yan Nantian and the other two stepped forward to greet them. Chief Wang, have you any news regarding this matter? Within Guangning City, only the Beast God Temple could possibly have information about events unfolding here before their own families. Wang, the chief administrator, glanced at the ancient castle engulfed in endless billowing smoke. He immediately dispatched men to locate beastmasters with water elemental beasts to extinguish the blaze. Otherwise, judging by the fire's intensity, it might well spread to engulf the entire city. He then turned to Yan Nantian and the others. This individual is indeed a resident of Guangning City. What? Though they'd heard rumors before, seeing Wang Hua confirm it now left the three of them stunned. He wasn't one to speak without evidence. Clearly, this information was genuine. Then what exactly is his status? Hu Jiazhong pressed. Wang Hua replied, to tell you the truth, the young talents of your respective families and he should all be attending Guangning First High School. During the last mock exam, this fellow really showed his stuff. Their pupils contracted simultaneously as they exchanged glances. Mr. Wang, you're not joking, are you? Hu family head blurted out. Wang Hua shook his head, then looked at them calmly. I know what you're thinking, but let me warn you, his foundation isn't as shallow as you imagine. At the very least, the Beast God Temple will stand by his side. As he spoke, he gestured upward. The three quickly grasped his meaning. So this meant his backing wasn't just the Beast God's branch temple in Guangning City, his true foundation lay in the South River Beast God Temple? Before they could ask more, Wang Hua shook his head and fell silent. Before long, a vast shadow suddenly loomed over the sky. Those below looked up, their mouths gaping in shock. A colossal figure soared through the sky, its overwhelming aura sending shivers down spines and hearts pounding wildly. As they caught sight of its fortress-like form and the golden, regal pupils, Yan Nantian and the others gasped. A dragon! All doubts were resolved in that instant. No wonder the Li family had been annihilated in an instant, leaving the other clans utterly unprepared. If it was the Dragon Clan, then everything made sense. But an even greater question arose. Could someone in this world truly command the Dragon Clan? That terrifying entity in the sky was clearly a pure-blooded dragon. Weren't such beings confined to the abyss, nearly extinct on the continent? Even for the beast-taming families, confined to their isolated city, their limited knowledge and experience were utterly insufficient to comprehend the events unfolding before them. Zhang Xuan sat cross-legged atop the black dragon's head, hovering above the castle's clock tower as he surveyed the scene below. Wang Hua bowed his head in salute, then quietly revealed Zhang Xian's name to the others. Zhang Xuan nodded in acknowledgement before speaking. You are the remaining three families of the Guangning Quartet? Yan Nantian and the others stepped forward, clasping their hands in a bow. Indeed. They understood the principle that might reign supreme.
Regardless of what might come later, they dared not show the slightest insolence before someone who could so easily overturn their power.
Very well.
Since we're all gathered here, I shall announce something. Zhang Xuan nodded, his voice carrying far due to his formidable physique.
Your three families may continue to exist for now.
However, starting today, all resources produced, be it from mineral veins, hunting exotic beasts and monsters, or trade earnings,
70% of it must be surrendered to me.
I shall establish a guild to serve as your intermediary.
At this remark, Yan Nantian and the other two couldn't help but blurt out, 70%?
The Hu family head shook his head first. Sir, while our families have some harvest, we have many members within our clans.
Just to keep things running, over 70% must be spent.
If we were to hand over that much, we'd likely collapse under our own weight before you even had to lift a finger. A hint of humor tinged his tone, as if he sought to lighten the mood with jest. Yan Nantian and the head of the Li family nodded in agreement.
They didn't believe Zhang Xuan would target the remaining three families. Destroying the Li family was already a major incident.
News would spread quickly to the outside world, potentially causing a huge uproar. Wiping out all the beast-taming families in Guangning would prove he wasn't targeting any specific clan. He'd be a pure madman. Such a person, even if capable of commanding dragons, would find no place in this world. In their view, Zhang Xuan might harbor grudges against the Li family, but after eliminating them, his goal was likely to usurp their former position in the ecosystem. And since the other party possessed greater strength, the three clans would naturally have to accept making some concessions.
But the position of the great families would remain unshaken.
Oh? Zhang Xuan arched an eyebrow, turning to the head of the Hu family.
So in your estimation, how much are your families willing to cede?
This. The head of the Hu family hesitated before replying, we'll grit our teeth and offer up 10% of our holdings.
Consider it a congratulatory gift for your excellency's future power base. 10% of the entire family's resources was indeed a significant sum.
As the head of the Hu family spoke these words, he could already foresee the lean times ahead.
Yet out of respect for the powerful, this 1/10 must be given.
Yet Zhang Xuan remained silent, merely observing him with a detached gaze.
The Black Dragon's brilliant golden pupils exerted immense pressure on everyone present.
Beads of sweat formed on the head of the Hu family, his mind racing. Finally, hesitantly, he spoke up, how about if we grit our teeth and add another 0.5%?
1.5%. What do you think, Your Excellency? Zhang Xuan chuckled lightly. 1.5%, huh? 1.5%. Black King.
At his call, the Black King instantly unleashed its incinerating dragon flame, surging toward the Hu family head. Caught off guard by Zhang Xuan's sudden lethal strike, the startled Hu family head summoned 3 beast pets to shield himself. But the blazing flames instantly incinerated the beasts to ashes, vaporizing the Hu family head behind them along with them.
Master. Second uncle.
The Hu family members were overcome with grief. The Yan and Li families quickly retreated several steps, then turned to stare at Zhang Xuan in unison, their eyes filled with fear.
Yet none dared utter a word of accusation.
Zhang Xuan sneered coldly.
1.5%?
If it weren't for you lot still gathering resources for me, not a single member of the 4 Guangning families would be left standing today.
Find another leader for your Hu family.
From now on, every month, the 3 families will hand over 70% of their profits. Any objections or shortfalls will meet the same fate as his.
Chapter 105, The Guild. Got that?
At this moment, Zhang Xuan resembled a demonic overlord destroying the head of a prominent family with a flick of his wrist, unwilling to waste words. These men, accustomed to their lofty positions, still dared to bargain at such a moment truly laughable. In that instant, a fierce, murderous intent surged within Zhang Xuan, urging him to incinerate every last member of the 3 families present. Yet Zhang Xuan retained his reason. He sought not a wasteland of ruins. Keeping these families alive for now would allow him to gather resources for himself, saving much effort.
Moreover, he currently lacked capable personnel.
When the time came, he could select individuals from these families, and the master-servant contracts would prove useful. Yan Nantian, the head of the Li family, and the others had never anticipated Zhang Xuan would strike so ruthlessly. Regardless of any confidence they had harbored before, or the imposing aura cultivated through years of high status, all vanished the moment they witnessed a peer reduced to ashes in an instant.
They all knelt on one knee, trembling with fear. We shall obey your orders, Your Excellency.
Zhang Xuan waved his hand.
The trembling figures rose and hurriedly departed, not daring to lift their heads.
He cared little whether they would pay lip service while harboring ulterior motives. He trusted that in the face of absolute power, some would inevitably learn to read the situation.
Moreover, eliminating the Li family was merely the first step in his campaign against the aristocratic clans.
Zhang Xuan would next seize control of the entire city of Guangning. Of the remaining 3 families, he would suppress some and co-opt others. Only those truly willing to serve him would find a chance to survive. He would forge Guangning City into his unshakable foundation. No one could stand in his way. Zhang Xuan sheathed the Black King and returned to the ground. Manhwa stepped forward to pay his respects, his expression complex. As a member of the Beast God Temple who also knew of Zhang Xuan's extraordinary abilities, he naturally would not side with the aristocratic families. But today's events had sent shockwaves through the Beast God Temple, which was far from monolithic. The higher-ups had surely been alerted. Pure-blood dragons, a commoner beast tamer, the annihilation of a noble house in short, the skies over Guangning City were about to change. Manhwa would not openly take sides, but he would not obstruct any of Zhang Xuan's actions as long as they did not threaten the Beast God's branch temple. Of course, he lacked the power to do so anyway. Witnessing the Black Dragon's rampage, he seriously doubted whether Zhang Xuan still lagged behind an 8th-tier beastmaster. Could he even defeat one in battle? Your Excellency Zhang Xuan, what are your intentions moving forward? He couldn't help but ask. Zhang Xuan replied, Mr. Wang, I intend to establish my own guild. Regarding the procedures, could you share your insights with me? A guild differs from loose organizations like the monster farming or gold farming groups that frequently operate outside Guangning City. Those are essentially self-organized teams. Within such teams, experience points may be shared, but dropped items belong to the beastmaster who dealt the final blow, though ownership can be negotiated beforehand. However, when conflicts arise within a group or unity falters, it's not uncommon for members to abscond with all resources. Guilds operate differently. Once established, they gain recognition from the world will, granting access to dedicated guild storage space. Guilds can implement tiered ranks with corresponding permissions. The guild leader holds supreme authority, capable of defining subordinate permissions, establishing guild quests and rewards, and more. Resources acquired by members under the guild's name are first deposited into the warehouse before being distributed according to established rules. In essence, the guild system refines team collaboration through structured rules. Furthermore, members gain corresponding buff bonuses based on their guild's tier level. For instance, even the lowest tier D rank guild grants members a +5 boost to a specific pet attribute, such as physical attack. While this increase may seem modest, it's a percentage boost applied to every pet a member owns, resulting in significant practical effectiveness. Each subsequent guild level grants even more substantial benefits. Guilds of B rank and above can even provide buffs that increase monster drop rates. The highest tier, S rank guilds, are few and far between across the entire Xia Kingdom, almost exclusively controlled by the top noble families. In short, once a beastmaster reaches a certain rank, they will seek to join a guild by any means necessary. Otherwise, they start at a significant disadvantage from the outset. However, even D-rank guilds aren't open to just any beastmaster typically, only third-tier beastmasters meet the basic requirements. After all, those capable of founding guilds are usually formidable figures in their own right. Thus, Tier 1 and Tier 2 beastmasters who spend their days grinding in gold farming groups can only gaze longingly at the door, unable to enter. Zhang Xuan's question came as no surprise to Wang Hua. He replied, of course you can. Establishing a guild is similar to advancing in rank as a beastmaster. You must complete guild quests at the Beast God Temple. The grade of your guild will be determined by your performance on the quest. Establishing a high-grade guild is no easy feat. It can be completed solo or in a party. However, you can always challenge higher-grade quests later to upgrade your guild. Additionally, guild quests have a rank requirement. Only beastmasters of Tier 3 or higher can accept them. In practice, however, only beastmasters of Tier 5 or higher typically possess the capability to complete the D-rank guild creation quest. Oh? Seems I can't accept the quest yet, Zhang Xuan mused. Fortunately, a month has passed since his last advancement, making him eligible to advance again. By the way, Manager Wang, can beastmasters advance directly across tiers? Zhang Xuan posed the question. It would be too troublesome to advance step by step. Wang Hua nodded. Actually, it is possible. To be precise, it is possible for you. Oh? How so? Zhang Xuan asked curiously. Wang Hua explained, to advance across tiers, you must achieve a perfect evaluation in your previous advancement. Fewer than a handful in the entire Xia Kingdom accomplish this in their Tier 2 advancement quests each year. You happen to achieve it, so you can choose to leapfrog ranks during your next advancement. However, the leapfrog quest can only be accepted at the main hall, meaning you'll have to make a trip to Nanjiang City. Fortunately, a teleportation array connects our branch hall to the main hall in Nanjiang City, so that part isn't troublesome. I see. Come to think of it, Zhang Xuan recalled receiving a rating beyond perfect, a truly astonishing one during his own advancement. With roughly a week left before the unified exam, there's ample time. Though the unified exam places all candidates into the same instance, regions are divided by province. Only those achieving a certain real-time ranking within their province can advance to the final stage to compete for national rankings. And the national rankings only record the top 50. With 12 provinces in Xia Nation, breaking into the top 50 among so many new beast tamers would mark one as an absolute genius. Chapter 106, Cross-Tier Quest. On exam day, candidates from every city would be connected to the same massive instance similar to the mock exam instance provided by the Beast God Sub-Temple that day. However, the unified exam instance was controlled by the Imperial Capital's Beast God Temple, linked across all 12 provinces via an expansive magical net to ensure simultaneous execution.
After confirming their direct journey to Nanjiang City, Manhwa brought Zhang Xuan back to the Beast God's branch temple. The teleportation array activated, intricate runes flickering as Zhang Xuan vanished from the spot. Arriving at the South River Beast God Temple, it was evident that the internal teleportation array was rarely used. Zhang Xian's sudden appearance startled those within the temple. After presenting his token, it immediately alerted the high-ranking officials stationed there. A stunning woman in a cheongsam appeared. She was Suya, the senior steward of the Beast God Temple in Nanjiang and a 6th-tier beast tamer. She examined the token Zhang Xuan handed her, her eyes widening in surprise. Had the Hall Masterly truly bestowed his Beast God token upon such a young man? This was truly unusual. The position of Temple Master at the Nanjiang Beast God Temple had been vacant for a long time. All affairs were managed by the first elder in Lishan, who concurrently served as Deputy Temple Master, holding a rank equivalent to that of Temple Master. The holder of the Beast God token wielded supreme authority within the Beast God Temple of Nanjiang Province, commanding access to all resources. Could this young man be a descendant of Elder Li? But that doesn't make sense. Elder Li has always been impartial and just in his dealings. There's no reason he would entrust something so crucial to his own descendants or relatives. Nevertheless, since the token is in his possession, we should receive him with the proper deference. Sir, what brings you to the South River Hall? Zhang Xuan replied, I've come to complete my cross-tier advancement. I'd appreciate your assistance. Cross-tier advancement? Suya knew exactly what that entailed. Could this youth be a top-tier prodigy? Then it suddenly dawned on her yes, a few days ago, the hall had recorded a 2nd-tier Beastmaster's advancement task, which had sent shockwaves through the entire Beast God Hall. The completion time was so astonishing that even the most prodigiously talented Beastmasters in the Imperial capital couldn't have achieved it at the 1st tier. With the Beast God's will present, the record was undeniably genuine. Later, Deputy Hall Master Li Shan ordered the hall to cease discussions and prohibited any external dissemination, gradually quelling the buzz. Yet today, she had actually encountered the person behind it? Suya felt a surge of excitement, her tone and demeanor softening with warmth. Though the other's current strength was inferior to hers, such a prodigious talent was bound for extraordinary achievements in the future. No wonder Grandmaster Li had chosen to entrust the Beast God's order to him. Mr. Zhang Xuan, please follow me. Zhang Xuan followed her to a stone pagoda deep within the hall. Suya explained, the cross-tier mission is unique, guided by the Beast God's will. This is the heaven-reaching pagoda, symbolizing the aspiration to ascend to the heavens in a single step. Come to think of it, the last time someone from our South River Beast God Hall came to complete a cross-tier mission was probably 10 years ago. Suya's expression turned nostalgic. At that time, she hadn't even joined the Beast God Hall yet, merely a novice beast tamer. Pushing aside distracting thoughts, she smiled. Since you're a prodigy from our Nanjiang province and related to Hall Master Li, we might as well consider you family. I'm probably about 10 years older than you, so I won't call you Your Excellency anymore. How about just using your name? Zhang Xuan shrugged and chuckled, whatever makes you happy, sister ya. It felt awkward hearing you call me Your Excellency anyway. Hearing his choice of address, Suya covered her mouth and giggled. She appeared considerably younger than Madame Wu, likely only in her early 20s, yet her beauty was no less striking. Tall and gracefully slender, her cascading black hair framed her face. The slits on either side of her qipao revealed straight, long legs, exuding a distinctly mature and sophisticated aura. She inquired, Xiao Shen, you're here to advance to a 4th-rank Beastmaster, right? Wait a moment. By the way, how many tiers can one advance at most? Zhang Xuan was about to nod, but the other party's implications seemed to suggest one could leapfrog several tiers? Suya nodded. Theoretically, a Tier 2 Beastmaster can advance up to 5 tiers at once, directly reaching Tier 7. In practice, there's no limit to how many tiers you can skip. The reason the maximum is Tier 7 is because tiers above 8 require the Abyss mark, which can only be obtained in the Abyss battlefield. At this point, she smiled, a hint of teasing flitting across her beautiful face. Xiao Xian, you wouldn't be suggesting you want to leap straight to the 7th rank, would you? Suya reasoned that with such extraordinary talent, and having specifically come to the Beast God Temple of Nanjiang to attempt a tier leap, he must be highly confident in passing the 4th-tier Beastmaster advancement trial. Calculating the timeline, the unified exams were imminent. Reaching Tier 4 before then would grant a significant advantage. Even if they lack the resources and heritage of the top Beastmaster families in the Imperial capital, they'd still have the confidence to compete for national rankings. Zhang Xuan didn't respond immediately. Instead, he wore a pensive expression before saying, Since there's no restriction on skipping tiers, advancing directly to 7th tier does sound rather appealing. Suya nodded instinctively, then froze. What? Did you just say 7th tier? Zhang Xuan nodded. Exactly. It'll save a lot of time too, sparing us multiple trips later. Suya froze on the spot, her red lips parting slightly. After a long moment, she forced a smile. Xiao Xian, you've got quite the sense of humor. Mid-sentence, she caught Zhang Xian's gaze and fell silent. You're not serious, are you? Ha! Zhang Xuan burst out laughing. Of course I was joking, sister ya.
Help me activate this so-called Tower of Heaven.
Suya exhaled in relief.
For that brief moment, she genuinely thought he meant to do it, and it had startled her. Cross-tier missions were like regular advancement tasks. Failure meant being barred from advancing again for a period.
Moreover, the chance to cross tiers only came once.
If wasted now, the next opportunity would require starting all over from Tier 3 missions.
That would be a huge waste of opportunity.
She patted her chest and said, well then, do your best.
Cross-tier tasks are far more difficult than regular 4th-tier tasks.
Be careful. Suya's hands flashed through a series of gestures, lightly pressing several points on the tower's surface. The tower erupted in brilliant light, and in the next instant, it sucked Zhang Xuan inside. Waiting here, she couldn't help but hope he would pass successfully. Among the candidates from Nanjiang province, few ever ranked higher than 4th nationally in the unified examinations. Some years, only 3 made the list.
Among the 12 provinces, its overall academic standing hovered near the lower middle tier. Even in the past decade, its highest-ranked candidate never broke into the national top 10. She was familiar with the offspring of the prominent families in Nanjiang City.
While there were talented individuals, none had truly stood out as exceptionally brilliant. This youth, whose striking good looks had caught the attention of Palace Masterly, might very well be Nanjiang's finest prospect this year.
Within a separate dimension, wails of grief echoed all around. As far as the eye could see lay a wasteland of devastation. Chapter 107, Abyssal Projection. A notification sounded.
You have entered the Abyss Projection World. Select a tier jump mission. Choose your target tier, Tier 4, Tier 5, Tier 6, Tier 7.
Note, higher tier targets will affect the energy projection of the current world.
Zhang Xuan made his choice without hesitation. You have selected the Tier 7 cross-tier mission.
The current projection world is unlocked. In an instant, the decaying hues of the scene intensified dramatically. The air thickened with the stench of blood, scorched flesh, decay, and gunpowder. Every sense symbolizing death and destruction permeated the surroundings.
And this was merely a corner of this oppressive space.
Zhang Xuan surveyed the landscape. The earth lay utterly ruined, countless twisted, grotesque holes gouged into its surface like festering wounds that could never heal.
From these enormous cavities, multicolored toxic mists continuously billowed forth, occasionally accompanied by the emergence of gigantic insects of grotesquely bizarre forms. Looking further afield, the view opened up somewhat, yet the hues of the distant mountain ranges remained gloomy and lifeless. They resembled not so much mountains as vast, monstrous boulders. The sky held no stars, yet an unknown source of light provided a faint, dim illumination. Yet within this light lurked something absurdly minute and unseen, casting a layer of distorted, phantasmal light over everything in sight.
Staring too long brought a near-nauseating sensation.
Ugliness, grotesqueness, and distortion formed the dominant themes of this world. Even Zhang Xuan's formidable physique, which granted him immunity to most environmental discomforts, couldn't mask the fact that this was no place for ordinary souls. Otherwise, merely staying for a few minutes would inflict severe damage upon both body and mind.
A projection of the abyss? Zhang Xuan pondered.
He knew well of the abyss, the most dreaded and loathed existence across the entire continent. Take the Xia Kingdom, for instance. Its few abyssal realms were almost always guarded by the most powerful beastmasters, who frequently had to replenish their ranks with elite beastmasters.
Moreover, all the war machines forged at immense cost were typically deployed into the abyss first.
Even so, the standoff between humanity and the abyss merely prevents its further encroachment onto the land. For the abyss possesses an insidious nature. Left unchecked, it will relentlessly contaminate and expand until it consumes the entire continent, indeed the entire planet. In short, the abyss is the common enemy of all humanity.
And this world, is it a projection of the abyss?
Zhang Xuan had to admit that the treacherous nature of this land likely far surpassed even the sacred mountain of the Crimson Flame Archipelago. Perhaps the energy levels were comparable, but the energy aura within the abyss was intensely negative, like the antithesis of the continent's energy, causing extreme discomfort.
Still, this was fortuitous. Zhang Xuan had long harbored curiosity about the abyss.
The secret realm where his parents had perished was rumored to share intricate ties with it, though he'd never had the means to investigate before. Now, he could finally witness the abyss's true form. Zhang Xuan gripped the burning prison spear, summoned the Black King, and leapt onto its dragon head.
Let's go, Black King. Let's see what lies ahead.
He had no intention of idly waiting for a challenge to come to him. When one's strength was insufficient, any unknown was a danger. Once one's strength was sufficient, one became the greatest danger. The Black King roared, soaring skyward, radiating an overbearing aura of dominance across this oppressive and bizarre land. Once airborne, the warped light in the atmosphere became more pronounced. Zhang Xuan noticed the sky of this world was actually a layer of intensely dense black mist. This black mist churned like a malevolent river suspended in the heavens.
Gazing into the distance, all he could see was this endless black fog.
It seemed as though this world was completely cut off by the black mist.
What lay beyond that black mist?
The thought flashed through Zhang Xuan's mind. He immediately commanded the Black King to ascend. As they neared the fog, the flaming prison spear in his hand erupted with blazing light. With a fierce thrust, he drove the spear upward. This thrust channeled the immense fire element within him, its might extraordinary. Like flames scorching the heavens, it illuminated the entire sky, violently piercing into the black mist. The dense black mist was successfully pierced. Zhang Xuan felt a momentary resistance, followed by a series of explosive crackles emanating from within the fog, the chain reaction of fire elements detonating upon collision. Immediately after, a series of venomous, agonized screams echoed out. Only then did Zhang Xuan realize that within this black mist lurked countless bizarre creatures. This single strike had incinerated an unknown number of them. But this only fired Zhang Xuan up even more. Black King, burn with me! The world-burning black dragon roared, rearing its head to spew incinerating dragon flames. Instantly, vast swaths of black mist ignited. Creatures within churned and screamed, reduced to ash by the dragon's fire. Yet these creatures seemed unable to trigger the effect of submitting to the Black King. Otherwise, after such a slaughter, they could immediately be reborn as Zhang Xuan's combat power. After the Black King's evolution, the range of its dragon flames expanded dramatically. With a flick of its dragon head, pillars of flame traced brilliant, searing arcs through the air, relentlessly draining the life force from the entities within the black mist. Soon, these bizarre creatures launched a counterattack. Their forms, shrouded in mist, remained indistinct, resembling swirling masses of black vapor closing in. The air was filled with their venomous, shrill screams. Yet before they could traverse half the distance, the Black King incinerated them all. They then turned their attention to encircling Zhang Xuan. Zhang Xuan showed no fear. With each thrust of his spear, a crimson shield of light coalesced around his body, forming an impenetrable barrier, the effect of the rune, Endless Blood. However, due to this being a projection space, the blood source rebirth effect remained inactive. Dense clusters of black mist surged toward him. Zhang Xuan wildly swung his burning prison spear, creating a field of flames that impaled, ignited, and slaughtered the attacking monsters. Even those that breached his furious assault and neared his body couldn't penetrate the crimson shield. Flames erupted around Zhang Xuan, vaporizing them instantly. Black King, clear a path for me. We're charging upward. Zhang Xuan wanted to know what else lurked within the black mist. Black King gathered the dragon flame of ashes and surged forward in one direction, simultaneously flapping his steel-like wings as he plunged into the black fog. The world's most ferocious flames forcibly vaporized the dense fog, carving out a vacuum zone. Standing atop the dragon's head, Zhang Xuan relentlessly repelled the surging black mist creatures. Die! Excitement flashed across Zhang Xuan's face as he whirled his spear like a windmill. Flames and black mist collided violently, producing a relentless, hair-raising hiss. He fought with growing fervor, treating this eerie black mist as nothing more than a testing ground. Chapter 108, Corpse Demon Giant. However, the higher he charged into the black mist, the greater the resistance became. The encircling monsters grew denser. Zhang Xuan attempted to capture one alive to see its true form. Yet no such chance arose. As the monster's black vapor drew near, they were either vaporized by flames or pierced by his spear. He hesitated to grab one directly, wary of whatever other tricks they might possess. Just as Zhang Xuan continued his relentless advance, a repulsive force countless times more powerful than before suddenly descended, violently flinging him backward. The black mist instantly coalesced, as if nothing had ever happened. Zhang Xuan prepared to try again, only to find an invisible barrier separating him from the mist. Neither the Black King's ashen dragon flame nor his own burning prison spear could pierce it. Zhang Xuan's eyes narrowed in confusion. What exactly was this black mist? What did it represent? At that moment, an alert sounded. The current cross-tier trial boss is about to descend. Prepare yourself. A trial boss? Zhang Xuan looked down. The scarred, pockmarked earth suddenly began to writhe, as if something beneath the surface was struggling to break free. He cast one last, reluctant glance at the invisible barrier, his mind swirling with questions. This abyss projection must be connected to the abyss itself. So why had the black mist suddenly triggered some rule, preventing him from continuing his exploration? But even the Black King couldn't break this rule now. He could only abandon his efforts for the moment. Zhang Xuan stood atop the dragon's head, returning to midair to survey the scene below. From the enormous cavities, multicolored toxic mists billowed ever more intensely. Soon, putrid, foul-smelling blood surged forth from within. The blood formed rivers across the land, winding between countless cavities before surging ever more violently. Within these rivers, horrifying, grotesque corpses began to appear. Soon, those corpses opened their eyes, twitching limbs as they struggled within the currents, howling with the most intense resentment toward the world. Moreover, the corpses were not all human in form. Many resembled monstrous beasts, while others were neither quite human nor beast, their shapes grotesque and unnatural. These were none other than the legendary corpse demons. Corpse demons, entities that carried intense resentment upon death, persisting in another form within unknowable negative spaces, consumed by a thirst for the essence of life. The corpse demons in the river watched the dragon and humans in the sky, wildly flailing their rotting arms upward in a frenzy, uttering indistinct syllables. Was this the abyss? Every corner seemed a conglomeration of negative entities, inducing a visceral discomfort. Zhang Xuan felt a wave of nausea watching the ghouls' struggles and ordered the Black King to unleash a massive blast upon them. The dragon's ember flames engulfed the surface, instantly igniting dozens of ghouls. Their wails rose piercing and venomous before they vaporized into dust, finding final release. Yet the river of blood surging from the underground only grew more formidable, converging toward its center. The water boiled, inevitably drawing the ghouls toward a single point. A bizarre spectacle unfolded, the undead collided, their flesh beginning to fuse together. The viscous blood rose from the ground, gradually coalescing into a colossal form. Within moments, a twisted monster over 3 meters tall materialized. Its entire body was a mass of exposed muscles and veins, devoid of any skin. Countless corpse ghost bodies were intertwined and fused together, making it appear like a grotesque conglomeration of flesh and blood. Its head was grotesquely twisted, riddled with countless holes like cavities in the earth. Eyes sprouted from these cavities, each one turning with malicious intent. Yet no matter which direction they turned, every pair of eyes ultimately fixed upon Zhang Xuan. Abyssal Spawn Corpse Demon Giant. Description: a terrifying entity born under the influence of the abyssal laws, saturated with malice and resentment. The moment the corpse demon giant coalesced, Zhang Xuan suddenly felt a negative emotion taking root within his heart. He immediately sensed something amiss, summoning his focus. A surge of energy erupted from his mind, instantly suppressing the unknown negative emotion. The Mind Warrior system possessed formidable resistance against such psychic assaults. Nevertheless, Zhang Xuan's expression darkened considerably. This creature of the abyss possessed such bizarre methods. Had his mental fortitude not been so strong, he would have been affected by that attack. The corpse demon giant let out a piercing howl, its body surging with toxic mist as it closed in on Zhang Xuan. Simultaneously, tiny holes opened across its surface, releasing swarms of insects that coalesced into a whirlwind hurtling toward him. Within the vortex, a dense, shuddering buzz filled the air, sending chills down one's spine. A wave of foul stench filled the air, clearly indicating that every tactic unleashed by the corpse demon titan was laced with deadly poison. Witnessing this spectacle, Zhang Xuan saw no point in prolonging the confrontation. Black King, annihilate them all. The black dragon reared its head, unleashing a thunderous roar that shook the very world. Earth-shattering dragon roar. The deafening, domineering roar shattered the earth, visible shockwaves of air violently radiating outward. The tornado formed by insects was swept away by the shockwave, instantly reduced to dust, while the toxic mist was directly dispersed. Explosive damage struck the corpse demon giant, crushing its countless limbs into a pool of bloody sludge. The dense cluster of eyes on its head exploded violently. This dragon's roar caused the very earth to churn. Huge holes gushed disgusting, viscous sludge, while agonized screams of death echoed from beneath countless hideous creatures crushed to death by the shockwave. The corpse demon giant let out a wretched howl before collapsing to its knees. Its horrific flesh writhed and disintegrated, spattering filthy blood everywhere. It tried to struggle to its feet, but its body, shattered from the inside out, could scarcely bear its weight. Zhang Xuan watched this scene unfold, his gaze growing solemn. The Black King's evolved earth-shattering dragon roar possessed power of an absolutely terrifying level. He had expected to instantly annihilate the opponent, yet the corpse demon giant was not completely dead. Black King, incinerate it. The black dragon answered its master's call, unleashing the ashen dragon flame once more. The flames swiftly engulfed the entire corpse giant's body. A foul stench rose as the corpse giant thrashed its limbs wildly. Yet its body, already near collapse from the earth-shattering dragon roar, had no strength left to resist these flames. Finally, its charred remains collapsed to the ground as flesh and bone turned to ash. Is it finished? Zhang Xuan stared intently, his instincts telling him this was far from over. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. Suddenly, the scattered, twisted flesh began to writhe once more. Chapter 109, 7th Tier. Blood-red rivers surged forth once more from the earthen cavities, repairing and filling the corpse ghost giant's remains. Just as before, the twisted, grotesque flesh coalesced into form, rising to its feet. Does it possess the ability to resurrect? Zhang Xuan's eyes narrowed as he commanded the Black King to unleash more dragon flames. He had no intention of leaping off the dragon's head to engage in close combat. Joking aside, with a bodyguard as formidable as the Black King, why would he need to fight himself? Though he was passionate about enhancing his own strength and had already reached a formidable level. But all this was to increase his margin for error, to maximize the compensation for his weaknesses, to secure himself a trump card no one could anticipate. It was certainly not to personally risk his life in every battle. Ash-extinguishing dragon flame once more unleashed its boundless, purifying might upon this foul space. Distorted phantom light was scattered beneath the blazing Inferno, and the newly reconstituted corpse demon giant was set ablaze once more. It must be said, its resilience was extraordinary. Targets previously touched by the dragon flame had vaporized into ash in an instant, yet the corpse demon giant, though emitting a shrill, agonized scream, did not collapse immediately. Seeing this, Zhang Xuan swiftly drew the burning star bow. He condensed pure fire element into an arrow, drew the bowstring taut, and released it like a flaming meteor, whistling through the air.
The arrow struck the ghoul giant with pinpoint accuracy. Sparks ignited, causing it to roar in agony once more. The ghoul giant attempted to counterattack once more. The grotesque flesh on its body suddenly extended, revealing over a dozen arms that abruptly elongated and shot toward the sky. Yet beneath the massive pillar of dragon flame, these monstrous bloodhands were engulfed and rapidly incinerated. Helpless, the corpse demon giant let out agonized roars. Soon, under the relentless scorching of dragon flames and Zhang Xuan's continuous barrage of fire arrows, the ghoul giant collapsed once more, reduced to a writhing mass of viscous, molten flesh. This time, however, the mass appeared noticeably smaller. Zhang Xuan had likely grasped the mechanism. Sure enough, after a few breaths, blood surged once more from the earthen cavities, and the corpse demon giant was reborn from within for the third time. The same process repeated itself. This time, the corpse demon giant endured the flames for even less time. By the sixth time it was incinerated, its flesh and blood were utterly reduced to ashes. Ding! You have completed the cross-tier quest. You have become a 7th tier Beast Master. Beast Companion Power Feedback 2070. Your maximum Beast Master capacity increased to 611. Your performance rating in the current Abyss projection, astonishing. Current rating hidden. Ding! Your Beast Master capacity has been further increased to 15. A massive surge of energy instantly flooded Zhang Xuan's body, the manifestation of his Beast Pet's power feedback skyrocketing. Normally, a 9th tier Beast Master could only obtain half of this power feedback. Yet Zhang Xuan now reached 70% primarily due to the bonuses from his astonishing performance in 2 advancement quests. Of course, those standing at the pinnacle of the human race, every single 9th tier Beastmaster were beings of peerless power. As the saying in the Beastmaster realm goes, the gap between ranks 1 and 8 is as vast as the heavens compared to the distance between ranks 8 and 9. Thus, each of these beings possessed unfathomable depths of power and methods beyond comprehension. The feedback from their beast pets was merely one facet of their capabilities. For Zhang Xuan, however, his power had surged dramatically once more. With the Black King, a god-tier beast already in its growth form, providing 70% attribute feedback, the sheer terror of that power is beyond imagination. Zhang Xuan's current health pool had surged to an astonishing 5 million points or more. Even a 200-level sovereign tier beast seemed flimsy in comparison. Both his attack and defense stats were rapidly approaching the 500,000 mark. A single punch, just one punch, was enough to instantly crush many level 200 beasts. But the greatest change. With a mere thought, Zhang Xuan began to float upward, suspended in midair. After his physical attributes surpassed a critical threshold, Zhang Xuan successfully unlocked the ability to defy gravity. Though still unrefined, with practice, he would soon soar through the skies. For Zhang Xuan, this brought a thrill far greater than any other attribute enhancement. After all, who wouldn't desire to liberate their physical form and roam freely through the heavens and earth? With aerial mastery, his combat options would become even more diverse. However, Zhang Xuan gazed up at the sky. This so-called abyss projection truly concealed many secrets, especially the dark mist and invisible barrier in the sky. Were these inherent rules of the abyss itself, or were they deliberately concealed by some entity? As he pondered, a repulsive force surged through the projection space, a clear signal that his task was complete and it was time to depart. The next instant, Zhang Xuan materialized back in the secret chamber. At the same moment, in some unknowable place, oceanic waves surged and churned. Looking down from above, an unimaginably colossal shadow loomed within the boundless sea, seemingly a mysterious entity of immense grandeur. Its body was likely as vast as the entire Crimson Flame archipelago. Suddenly, auspicious clouds gathered in the sky, and a beam of rosy light pierced through them, bringing warmth and radiance to the world. Soon after, the radiance slowly coalesced into the form of an elderly man. Clothed in a robe of fiery clouds, his gaze seemed to hold the rotation of cosmic laws. Around him, myriad wondrous flowers bloomed, and the principles of the universe unfolded in his presence. The old man wore a gentle smile as he gazed upon the colossal phantom and the vast ocean. Ming, how is it? This time, you should have seen him, right? The sea remained silent for a moment before an ancient, primordial voice echoed. Last time, I did indeed underestimate him. Even without your close attention, this human's growth remains astonishingly rapid. As if some fateful law had descended upon him from beyond. Lord, I believe he is the one you seek. The elder nodded slowly. Alas, I remain too constrained by limitations. Otherwise, I could have given him a push forward. But given more time, he may well unify the fortune of the human race and achieve what has never been done before. Then, we shall be able to leave this place and journey to the sacred land. The vast shadow's voice trembled slightly. I shall forever remain at your service, Lord. The elder smiled faintly. Still, some assistance must be given. Since he is within your domain, you may arrange matters as you see fit. Yes, my lord. The shadow sank toward the ocean depths, vanishing without a trace. The old man stood motionless in midair for a moment, an inexplicable light flickering in his eyes. He murmured to himself, 10,000 years, 10,000 years. Soon, very soon, this one shall complete the task.
His form gradually faded away, leaving only the sound of waves echoing through the world.
Chapter 110, The Candidate Chamber Master. South River Beast God Temple, Secret Chamber.
When Zhang Xuan accepted the 7th tier mission, the Tower of Heaven emitted a series of bright lights. The lights formed linear patterns, with the number of light bars representing the advancement tier. Suya stared at the illuminating beams, her expression frozen in shock.
7th tier? Seriously? She had assumed Zhang Xuan was joking, but it turned out he was serious? Suya couldn't believe it. Had this guy made a mistake when choosing the difficulty level? Or was he truly arrogant enough to leap straight from a mere 2nd tier beast master to challenge the 7th tier?
She sighed, pressing her hand to her forehead in exasperation. Zhang Xuan's potential was undeniable. Achieving an unprecedented feat in his 2nd tier advancement proved he possessed the caliber of a top-tier genius. But this choice was simply too reckless. Reaching tier 4 within such a short time frame would already be fulfilling his potential. Tier 5 was far too risky.
7th rank?
It was simply impossible. If he truly succeeded, she'd believe he was the incarnation of the Beastmaster God himself.
Alas, such a golden opportunity, squandered.
Suya shook her head, yet remained stationed here without leaving. After all, she was the one responsible for bringing Zhang Xuan here. She'd wait until he emerged from the trial space and then give him a proper talking to. It was only natural for geniuses to possess sharpness and pride. Back in her own youth, she had been a prodigy renowned across several cities. Encountering a beastmaster like Zhang Xuan, whose potential far surpassed her own, stirred in her a desire to nurture talent. She hoped he would build steadily and not squander his gifts. And so she waited quietly in place. Less than 20 minutes later, the Tower of Heavenly Ascension lit up once more. Was he about to emerge? It seemed Zhang Xuan had failed his task and was about to be teleported out of the trial space. Truthfully, his endurance had far exceeded Suya's expectations. She'd anticipated he'd emerge within 3 minutes at most. Judging by this, if Zhang Xuan chose to advance to the 5th tier, there might actually be some hope. Suya felt a pang of regret, but at least it was only one wasted opportunity. There was always time to regroup and try again later. A flash of light appeared before her, revealing Zhang Xuan's figure. Just as Suya was about to step forward to offer some words of comfort, a message suddenly arrived from the Beast God Hall. Beastmaster Zhang Xuan has completed the cross-tier challenge, ascending to a 7th tier Beastmaster. Beastmaster Zhang Xuan achieved an unprecedented 5-tier leap at the South River Beast God Temple. This feat will be permanently enshrined in the temple's history. What? Suya's mouth hung open for a moment before she could react. Before she could scream, she covered her red lips with her hand. She stared at Zhang Xuan in utter disbelief. He hadn't been teleported out because he failed, he had successfully advanced? As a Tier 2 beast tamer, he completed a Tier 7 advancement quest in just over 10 minutes? Good heavens! Suya couldn't help but ask, Xiao Xian, how did you do it? The beast gods will resides within the Beast Gods Hall. Completing this advancement task couldn't possibly be fake. Zhang Xuan replied with a hint of puzzlement, first this, then that. Is that really so difficult? Me. Suya nearly choked on her breath. Seeing Zhang Xian's mischievous expression, she realized she'd been teased. Just as she was about to say something, a colossal and sacred aura suddenly descended upon the entire Beast God Temple. Suya froze, then realized what was happening. Was the Beast God summoning them? At that moment, every member of the Beast God Temple, whether present within the hall or elsewhere, heard a voice resound within their minds. The position of Grand Master of the Nanjiang Beast God Temple has long been vacant. A new leader must be appointed. Transmit my decree. The newly promoted 7th rank beast tamer, Zhang Xuan, is the candidate for Grand Master. Upon passing my trial, he shall become the rightful temple master. The members of the Nanjiang Beast God Temple were stunned, yet the Beast God's command could not be defied. Everyone, including Suya, knelt on one knee, placing their hands over their hearts. We humbly obey the divine decree. Only after the oppressive aura dissipated did they reveal expressions of astonishment. Who exactly was this Zhang Xuan? Soon, someone noticed that the chamber's records did indeed list a beastmaster named Zhang Xuan who had just passed the 7th tier advancement. Some were puzzled. While a 7th rank could serve as an ordinary elder within the hall master position traditionally required 8th rank strength. Logically, it should have been Deputy Hall Master Li Shan who succeeded to this role. Why would it fall to a newly promoted 7th rank beast tamer? Soon, someone spotted the clue and exclaimed in shock, the chamber's records showed this man had leaped 5 tiers from Tier 2 to Tier 7. What? How could such a person exist? It was utterly inconceivable. Zhang Xuan, I remember now. When advancing to Tier 2, someone broke the historical speed record for clearing the trials. Didn't that person share the same name? It must be the same individual. Others quickly confirmed this. He couldn't have been a beastmaster for very long. How could he have become a 7th rank beastmaster directly? This development was truly baffling to everyone present. Yet, since the Beast God had issued a decree, the Beast God Temple's followers naturally complied. To beastmasters, the Beast God was the supreme authority. Moreover, the Beast God Temple itself was founded by divine will, overseeing and governing all matters within the human beast master realm. Yet now, everyone's curiosity about Zhang Xuan's identity was intensifying. Suya, who now stood face to face with Zhang Xuan, was stunned repeatedly in quick succession. She knew full well that he was merely a senior high school student who hadn't even taken the unified college entrance exam yet. After hearing the Beast God's decree, she rose and bowed to Zhang Xuan. Suya, senior steward of the Southern River Beast God Temple, greets the candidate temple master. Zhang Xuan hadn't anticipated this sudden display from the Beast God. Waving his hand, he said, "No need for such formality. Just address me as before. If I truly become the temple master, then you may use this title." Suya shook her head solemnly. "My lord, as a member of the Beast God Temple, I cannot disregard protocol. However," she added with a playful smile, "outside the hall, if you wish me to address you differently, I shall gladly comply." Zhang Xuan observed the woman before him, now displaying a different demeanor. Upon their initial meeting, she had been courteous and warm, yet fundamentally a dignified, rule-abiding elder sister figure of some standing. Now, however, he glimpsed a hint of allure and other implications. This was the embodiment of power and authority. Zhang Xuan felt a slight stir of emotion and simultaneously received a notification. Beast God Ming has issued you a timed mission, achieve first place in the Xia Kingdom's unified examinations. Completing this mission will grant you the position of main hall master of the Nanjiang Beast God Temple. Accept this mission? Zhang Xuan turned to Suya and asked, "Suya, what perks come with being a temple master? Benefits?" Suya hesitated slightly before pondering. The Xia Kingdom has 12 provinces, meaning there are 12 main Beast God halls. Chapter 111, Founding a Guild. Among these, the status of each hall master is equivalent to that of a provincial governor. However, due to the unique nature of the Beast God halls, the hall masters actually hold a slightly higher standing than the governors. Among the 12 main temples, only the imperial capital's Qilin Temple holds a more exalted status, the others are roughly equal. Therefore, within the Nanjiang province, the head of the Nanjiang Temple holds the highest status. Suya paused, looking at Zhang Xuan as she stated earnestly, "The Temple Lord may command all Beast God Temple members within the province in the name of the deity. No one may disobey. Of course, they also bear the responsibility to defend against and suppress those who harm the faith of the Beast Gods or invade from the abyss." Zhang Xuan's eyes flickered. That essentially meant being a feudal lord. He truly had no reason to refuse. As for the Beast God faith, he knew the Beastmaster system originated from the Beast God, but he wasn't a devout believer himself. Under the system that had been established for over 1,000 years, there was no immediate need to raise objections. Once he reached the pinnacle, he would naturally gain greater insight and more influence. Zhang Xuan silently affirmed within his heart. Accept mission. So what if he ranked first in the unified exam? The position of South River Hall Master was his to claim. With his advancement secured, the next task was the guild. He inquired with Suya, who led him to another location. "Sir, to establish a guild, you must complete corresponding challenge tasks based on the desired guild rank. An S-rank guild can only be upgraded by an A-rank guild protected by a 9th-tier Beastmaster. Therefore, your highest challenge level currently is a rank." This time, Suya didn't suggest starting from the basic tier. While it's true that only Beastmasters above rank 8 could establish an A-rank guild. But after witnessing Zhang Xuan's astonishing abilities, she knew her place was as a quiet observer. She had no right to offer advice. Zhang Xuan understood the situation clearly and didn't dwell on it. He directly selected the A-rank guild quest. Your application to establish an A-rank guild has been submitted. The A-rank guild challenge mission is about to commence. You are currently not in a party. Please confirm if you wish to undertake this challenge solo. Yes. 3, 2, 1. This time, Zhang Xuan appeared on a vast, boundless plain. At his location, a camp was established. 15 waves of attacks will follow. Protect your camp during each assault. Withstand all 15 waves while keeping the camp intact. To succeed, if the camp is destroyed, the challenge fails. So the guild challenge was a defensive type? Zhang Xuan scanned the camp. It wasn't large, with wooden structures that looked rather flimsy. The open plain offered little cover, leaving the camp vulnerable to attack from any direction. Seems this quest was designed for teamwork after all. Probably no one else would choose to take it solo like him. No problem. I thrive on a challenge. Zhang Xuan muttered to himself. That said, with a god-tier beast as his subordinate, he hadn't actually faced much real challenge. One could say invincibility was a lonely place. Attention! The first wave of attackers is approaching. Zhang Xuan focused his mind and scanned his surroundings. Soon, a dense group of figures appeared on the northern slope. They moved with surprising order, humanoid in form yet stunted in stature, their hideously ugly features marked by fangs protruding over their lips. Their skin glowed a deep, sickly green, radiating an utterly vile aura. Zhang Xuan's expression turned peculiar. Aren't these goblins? The goblin horde charging down the slope numbered over 100, arranged in strict formation. The front two rows wielded one-handed iron hammers and round shields.
The middle comprised 2 squads of goblin archers, bows drawn and arrows not, poised to fire.
The rear ranks contained the fewest goblins, yet they wore grey robes and wielded wands, murmuring incantations as a luminous glow emanated from the tips of their wands, magic swirling around them.
Ha!
Zhang Xuan was astonished.
Even among goblin clans outside the city, this was a remarkably complete goblin army.
Truly a challenge worthy of an A-rank guild founding quest, starting off with no easy tasks. The goblin army advanced at a steady pace. Upon spotting Zhang Xuan, they began muttering strange cries. Then, the goblin warriors at the front of the formation accelerated their charge, while the goblin archers drew their bows in place. A hail of arrows whistled through the air. Finally, the goblin mages maintained their casting distance, began chanting incantations, and hurled fireballs and razor-sharp ice shards.
This display looked incredibly formidable. Facing the onslaught, Zhang Xuan roared, "Black King!"
Instantly, the burning world Black Dragon roared forth from the beast-taming realm, descending over the plains.
The very air around it seemed to ignite as its overwhelming aura spread.
The front row of goblin warriors halted immediately, falling to their knees in terror.
Arrows and multicolored spells rained down upon the Black Dragon, yet it showed no reaction whatsoever.
The arrows bent and fell to the ground. The spells vanished harmlessly into the air, like grains of sand falling into the sea, leaving not even a ripple. Upon recognizing the entity before them, the goblins first let out a cacophony of terrified shrieks before similarly falling to their knees, prostrate on the ground. They bowed their heads repeatedly, palms pressed together, their eyes brimming with hot tears of terror and reverence. The Goblin Legion, awestruck by the dragon might of your beast companion, the world-burning Black Dragon, has submitted.
Ha!
Zhang Xuan was taken aback, then realized this trial space differed from the previous abyss projection. It seemed the beings here were real.
No wonder then.
The Black Dragon's aura had evolved into the terrifying might of a dragon emperor.
Moreover, legend held that goblins had long been slaves to the dragon race throughout history.
Their display of such fear and reverence was hardly surprising. This was an imprinted memory in the bloodlines of goblins and many other races once enslaved by dragons. For them, serving as a dragon slave was even considered an honor. Zhang Xuan accepted them without hesitation. These goblins might seem unremarkable, but each possessed combat prowess rivaling that of a 100-level golden beast pet, quite formidable indeed. With over 100 units forming a battle group, their 3 troop types coordinated seamlessly. Even a Dominator-tier shadow assassin couldn't stand against them.
Zhang Xuan beckoned. The goblin battalion rose, approaching with trembling steps before kneeling on one knee in an oath of allegiance. Once bonded, mental communication flowed effortlessly. Zhang Xuan raised his hand and bellowed, "Follow me. I'll lead you to conquer the world."
Ugh!
The goblins responded with excited shrieks.
The first wave of attack was thus shattered.
Zhang Xuan waited.
Soon, the second wave of attack arrived.
This time, however, he was taken aback. Chapter 112, Dragon Might Subdued. This second wave was yet another group of goblins.
But these were not ordinary green goblins, they were red goblins. Their stature was significantly larger than the green goblins, nearly matching the height of a human youth, and they were more robust.
Moreover, their composition was far more uniform, nearly all warriors, wielding greatswords or axes, without shields, appearing even more fierce and brutal.
This was a pure legion of red goblin warriors.
Yet as they charged forward with their hooting and howling, the sight of the world-burning Black Dragon spreading its wings in the sky, and those pair of dazzling golden, icy-cold dragon eyes.
The primal fear and sense of oppression passed down through generations and their blood surged forth.
Instantly, these fierce red goblins wet themselves in terror.
Then they collapsed in a heap, kneeling en masse. Zhang Xuan once again gained control of a goblin legion numbering over 100 units, leaving him scratching his head in bewilderment. Just as Zhang Xuan was thinking, surely the next wave won't be like this too, a new squadron of red goblins appeared on the distant horizon. This batch was cavalry, though their mounts were massive lizards covered in spiny growths, clad in light armor. Goblin lances whistled through the air as they charged forward. Then, for the third time, they slid to their knees and were recruited by Zhang Xuan.
Zhang Xuan was utterly bewildered. So this was his mission, basically getting a bunch of minions delivered to him?
Though these goblin legions felt more like grunt troops to him, not the elite forces capable of holding their own in major battles. Their sheer numbers and well-balanced troop composition made them excellent for bolstering his foundational combat strength. Moreover, as Zhang Xuan began expanding his influence, his need for such foundational forces would only grow. After all, these creatures proved far more reliable than ordinary humans.
Audience with the sacred emperor.
Hundreds of goblins knelt on one knee, paying homage to Zhang Xuan while chanting praises. In their eyes, one who could command the allegiance of the great and fearsome dragon race was undoubtedly a sacred emperor.
To offer their loyalty was an honor for the goblin clan. The emperor is indeed worthy. Zhang Xuan gave a slight nod. The title suited him well.
With a wave of his hand, he dismissed the Goblin Legion to take up guard positions around the camp, preparing to meet the challenges ahead.
The goblins stood ready for battle, determined to demonstrate their clan's loyalty and strength before the emperor.
The fourth wave of challenges arrived. This time, it was not goblins, but a vast horde of beasts. They occupied the entire northern high ground, charging down in a spectacular display massive, ferocious rhinos, giant deer, lions, saber-toothed tigers, and more. Beasts of every form charged forward, the earth trembling beneath their impact. Warriors, hold your ground. Ranged units, hold them off. Zhang Xuan issued his commands. He certainly wouldn't send goblin warriors into melee, the losses would be too great. Instead, he had the warriors guard the camp and ranged units while goblin mages and archers launched their attacks. Yet these spells served only as supplementary firepower. The Black King remained the true vanguard. The ember-scorched dragon flame swept through the ferocious horde. These monstrous creatures evaporated before they could even utter a scream. Their flesh and blood transformed into inorganic matter under extreme heat, turning the very earth into a sea of fire. The current ember-shattering dragon flame could even consume rock as fuel. Anything it touched would burn relentlessly until utterly consumed. The flames erupting from the Black King's maw poured forth like pillars of fire or a torrential downpour, unleashing its fury upon the land. It was the architect of all destruction, the harbinger of all death. The firelight reflected on the goblins' faces, fueling their frenzy. They shrieked wildly, firing arrows and unleashing skills indiscriminately. Yet beneath the dragon's overwhelming might, the remaining beasts likewise chose to submit. Thus, this horde of beasts was swiftly either annihilated or subjugated. Subsequent waves, the 5th and 6th, brought more beasts, this time more diverse in kind and spread over a wider area. These two posed no trouble. Wherever the dragon's ember flames touched, everything was reduced to desolation. The number of beasts that had submitted themselves now reached 200 or 300. Zhang Xuan noticed a pattern. Each type of challenge seemed to come in 3 waves, with difficulty gradually increasing. The 7th wave began, and sure enough, this time the enemies descended from the sky. Wave after wave of bird-like beasts flew in formation, while goblin mages and archers launched attacks at the sky. But these fierce birds soared high, beyond the goblins' reach for the moment. Soon, they emitted a collective shrill cry. These beasts could unleash sonic attacks. The goblins clutched their ears in agony, while Zhang Xuan merely frowned slightly, seemingly unaffected. The Black King roared in fury, feeling provoked. Countless birds exploded mid-air, turning into mist of blood that dissipated into the sky. The latter two groups of enemies, less intelligent than the goblins, reacted less intensely to the dragon's might. Yet after this dragon's roar claimed so many lives, the predatory birds, like the beasts before them, began to submit. Thus, after 3 more waves of attacks, the number of fierce birds submitting to Zhang Xuan had swelled to over 1,000. Zhang Xuan felt somewhat numb, yet secretly delighted. Could he get 100 more challenges like this? The 10th wave of challenge commenced. This wave brought a peculiar foe, orcs. Fox-headed human mages, wolf-headed and tiger-headed berserker warriors, swift and ruthless serpent-kin assassins all approached from every direction across the plains, organized in a tighter formation than before. This time, though their gaze toward the Black King remained heavy with caution and apprehension, their resistance to the dragon's aura was markedly stronger. Orcs were a top-tier race whose innate bloodline talents rivaled those of dwarves and elves. However, their internal fragmentation into numerous tribes made their power far less cohesive than the other 2 races. Yet in this challenge mission, they clearly operated with meticulous division of labor and coordination. The dragon flame of ashes erupted directly, while the orc mages below chanted rapidly, conjuring a massive, heavy water curtain in the sky. Simultaneously, countless ancient vines erupted from the ground, intertwining to form a solid wall of wood shields as the second line of defense. Then, the orc warriors serving as the melee legion accelerated their charge toward Zhang Xuan. The ember-extinguishing dragon flame slammed into the massive water curtain, instantly sending out billowing steam. The curtain was scorched through, and the flames crashed into the wooden wall, charring it to ash. Yet these 2 magical defenses proved extraordinary. Though they failed to halt the advance, they still bought several crucial seconds. Chapter 113, Repeated Assaults. During this brief interval, the charging orc warriors closed a significant gap. Zhang Xuan commanded the goblin ranged units and aerial predatory bird legions to engage in counterattacks. Simultaneously, the Black King's ember-extinguishing dragon flame, having burned through the 2 magical barriers, incinerated the orc mages on the spot, vaporizing them before they could even utter a scream. The ranged skills of the goblin archers and mages, combined with the sonic attacks of the predatory birds, slowed the advance of the frontline orc warriors considerably, preventing them from closing in for the time being. But Zhang Xuan noticed that some orc units lagging behind suddenly faded in appearance before vanishing from sight. His eyebrows shot up. Stealth abilities? These must be the orc assassins. Once hidden, their tracks were hard to trace, and his side lacked any insight skills. Most commanders would be troubled by this. Allowing so many stealth units to close in would cause heavy casualties and potentially trigger chaos. But Zhang Xuan remained unflustered. Little tree, come forth. Manifest. A towering tree erupted from the ground at the camp's center. Its trunk bore a hideous face, while countless thick vines whipped through the air. The poison mist mother tree lashed out, flinging hundreds of vines in all directions. They whipped along the ground, the gaps between each vine barely a foot apart. Thud. Soon, an orc assassin was struck, his form exposed to the air before the vine swiftly bound him. Though these assassins possessed considerable physical strength, the Mother Tree's vines, while unable to instantly subdue them, were resilient enough to exert powerful restraining force. Meanwhile, the goblin warriors, who had been lying in wait, seized the opportunity to charge forward. They hacked wildly, slaying the bound units. Then, the miasma Mother Tree changed tactics. It gathered vines in several spots, twisting them into thick ropes nearly as wide as its own trunk. Then, within several height ranges above the ground, it began whipping them along the surface. This time, more orc assassins let out panicked cries as they were whipped out of position. Though the previous vines were dense, some creatures could anticipate their movements with agile reflexes, dodging during the brief gaps between strikes. But this time, the vines left no room to maneuver, unleashing a 360-degree assault. Unless they could fly into the sky, there was simply no way to evade it. With the miasma Mother Tree's powerful, wide area control, everything became clear and straightforward. Deprived of the powerful damage from the orc mages in the rear, the remaining warriors and assassins couldn't break through the defenses. Meanwhile, the Black King turned back to spew his ashen dragon flame at them. After a few exchanges, all orc units were annihilated, while the goblin units suffered virtually no casualties. The combination of wide-area instant-kill explosions, crowd control, and the Goblin Legion's supplementary damage meant that even this formidable orc army posed not the slightest trouble for Zhang Xuan. This orc battalion possessed combat strength sufficient to easily handle a 7th-tier beastmaster deploying all their beasts, yet they remained utterly helpless against Zhang Xuan. Ultimately, they could only fall one after another in dismal defeat. Then came the second wave of the Orc Legion, also their 11th challenge. This wave boasted even greater numbers, though its composition remained unchanged, still comprising mages, warriors, and assassins. Zhang Xuan employed the same tactics as before, taking slightly longer this time to completely eliminate them. He remained unscathed. Finally, the last wave of the orc army arrived. This time, they introduced a new troop type. From all directions, towering Minotaur warriors marched at the forefront of the legions. Standing over 5 meters tall, they were clad in heavy, sturdy armor engraved with magical runes. Dual axes gripped in their massive hands, eyes as large as copper bells. Each step they took sent tremors through the earth. 4 Minotaur warriors in total, leading 4 orc legions. Black King, burn! The Black Dragon unleashed a torrent of dragonfire at one of the Minotaur warriors. The colossal creature raised both arms, shielding itself before the onslaught. As the flames engulfed him, the magical runes on his armor twisted and coiled, glowing with a purple phantasmal light that formed a protective barrier. As the dragon's incinerating flames struck the light barrier, it trembled violently, visibly thinning and slowly melting away. Yet it held firm longer than the defensive spell cast by the orc mage. The Minotaur warrior roared and began charging forward, the legion behind him following closely. This was the orc legion's most potent tactic. The Minotaurs held the vanguard. As long as they blocked the ember-extinguishing dragon flame, the rear legions could charge in for close-quarters combat. Zhang Xuan's expression grew grave. The dragon flame's lethal efficiency was actually diminished beneath the magic runes. Though the runes were visibly on the verge of being breached, there were 4 Minotaur warriors in total, and the orc warriors behind them were closing in rapidly. Yet Zhang Xuan was not without countermeasures. He immediately commanded the miasma Mother Tree to release all its spores, filling the air with countless tiny particles. This time, however, the spores weren't meant to poison the enemies. That damage effect was too slow, and given the attributes of these orc warriors, it would be difficult to inflict effective lethal damage. He then activated the skills, I Have Little Trees, and Accelerated Growth. The spores rapidly landed, transforming into saplings that visibly shot up into full-grown miasma trees. By now, the magic runes on the body of the Minotaur warrior charging at the forefront had been scorched away. Its flesh clearly couldn't withstand the incinerating dragon flame, evaporating instantly. Yet the orc warriors behind it were already bellowing as they charged forward. From 3 other directions, 3 more Minotaur warriors closed in relentlessly. Zhang Xuan narrowed his eyes. The situation before him seemed far more perilous. Behind the fallen Minotaur warrior, those ferocious, savage orc warriors were charging madly forward. If they closed in, he himself might not be afraid, but this camp would be impossible to defend. But who said he only had these few tricks up his sleeve? Black King, show them what you're made of. The world-burning Black Dragon roared, triggering its passive skill, Dragon Emperor's Secret, Ashes of Imperial Sovereignty. All units of the subjugated Goblin Legion were imprinted with the Imperial Sovereignty mark. Under this effect, their stats doubled instantly. The once cowardly goblins now glowed with an unexpected majesty. Roaring with no trace of fear, Red Goblin Knights charged forward astride their lizards, followed by Goblin warriors bellowing as they advanced. Goblin mages and archers, empowered by the Imperial mark, unleashed even more potent spells. Meanwhile, the aerial legions of predatory birds unleashed even more devastating sonic assaults. Chapter 114, Netherfire. Instantly, the charging orc warriors around them grimaced in agony, frozen in place. Originally, the damage from these attacks might not have been so evident, but under the attribute boost of the Imperial Seal, the damage doubled instantly, dealing a heavy blow to them. Meanwhile, the Red Goblin warriors had already charged into the legion's formation, unleashing a bloody slaughter. The orc army remained in disarray. Facing the goblin warriors' assault, they were nearly powerless to retaliate, the situation becoming one-sided.
Limbs flew, blood splattered, and the orcs howled in agony as they fell.
They finally snapped out of their daze, but it was too late. Their entire formation had been shattered. Goblin warriors and the vicious birds in the sky slaughtered them like a meat grinder.
Meanwhile, the Dark King incinerated the last 3 Minotaur warriors.
The setting sun cast a crimson glow over the battlefield, now a scene of utter devastation. The orc army had been utterly annihilated, and Zhang Xuan's units erupted in thunderous cheers.
The miasma trees, spawned from the spores of the miasma mother tree, hadn't even been deployed yet.
But that was fine, conserving strength for the final 3 waves.
These 3 waves would undoubtedly present a significantly greater challenge.
As the 13th wave descended, the sky suddenly darkened beneath heavy, oppressive clouds. The air grew thick and stifling, visibility rapidly diminishing. But this posed no problem for Zhang Xuan. He commanded the Black King to encircle the legion with a vast ring of ashen dragon flame, forming a circular flame array that instantly dispelled the darkness. In the distance, a group of shadowy figures came into view. Their features were indistinct, their bodies somewhat translucent, and faint flames could be seen flickering within their heads. Most eerily, though these beings took various forms, some humanoid, others beast-like, their feet never touched the ground. They floated above the earth, moving swiftly toward them. Specters, entities that linger in the mortal realm after death, are known as specters. No wonder they were a pack of ghosts. The goblin archers and mages immediately launched their attack. Yet a bizarre spectacle unfolded. The arrows and spells flew past, seemingly passing right through the ghosts without striking any solid form. What the hell? Zhang Xuan was astonished. These ghosts weren't just immune to physical attacks, they were immune to magic too? That's a major problem. Black King, you try. Roar! The Black Dragon obeyed, unleashing a roaring, scorching dragon flame that swept across the ground. Yet this time, the flames still passed right through the ghost army, causing no damage whatsoever. Zhang Xuan had never encountered such a situation before. Could dragon flames truly be rendered completely ineffective? The Ghost Legion moved swiftly, closing half the distance in mere moments. Zhang Xuan's brow furrowed deeply. Though he didn't know the extent of their destructive power, if no means could harm these ghosts, the camp would be in serious trouble. Lacking physical form, they were impervious to physical attacks, and most spells couldn't affect them either. After all, spells were composed of energy, designed to act upon the material world. Without a physical form, they were indeed immune to such effects. Yet these specters possessed form and could move, proving they still existed in some manner. Since conventional spells proved useless. Black King, shake the world dragon, roar. Zhang Xuan conceived a possibility and immediately put it to the test. Roar! The world-burning Black Dragon radiated the aura of a dragon emperor, unleashing a terrifying pressure that nearly crushed the breath from all who witnessed it. Raising its head, it roared, its sound waves rippling across the entire plain. Within this earth-shattering cry, the land was mercilessly swept clean. Both the Goblin Legion and the Feral Bird Legion trembled in fear. Though not the intended targets, they stood frozen in place, utterly immobilized. This was a roar akin to that of an ancient deity. No existence could hide or escape. Whether tangible or intangible, everything would be shattered by the Dragon Emperor's roar in this moment. As if swept by a fierce gale, shadowy specters froze mid-air. Instantly, their hazy forms shattered completely. Piercing, wailing screams filled the air, souls lingering in the mortal world, crushed, compressed, torn apart, utterly annihilated. Across the plain, only thousands of pale, indistinct ghostly flames remained. It worked. Zhang Xuan relaxed. The dragon's roar inflicted neither physical nor magical damage, only true damage. In other words, while ghosts could indeed be immune to physical and magical damage, true damage struck directly at their very essence, leaving them utterly defenseless. And now, those exposed pale flames were likely their very source of power. Zhang Xuan stepped forward to inspect. Netherfire, flames originating from the nether realm, resembling fire yet not fire, formless and insubstantial. It is the fire of the spirit, the fire of the soul. The netherfire seemed to be the source of the specter's energy, akin to their hearts. But if this is a type of flame, could he absorb it? Zhang Xuan extended his hand. Sure enough, the pale netherfire was drawn toward him, seeping through his palm and into his body. He felt a peculiar sensation, neither cold nor hot, circulate through his body before merging with his own flame energy. You have absorbed the netherfire. Your flame venerable physique has been enhanced, your flame control abilities have increased, and you have gained additional flame properties. The surrounding plains were erupting with countless shards of netherfire. Zhang Xuan instinctively unleashed the flame sovereign's power, spreading his arms wide. Flames surged from his body, enveloping and devouring the shards of netherfire. Zhang Xuan felt his life essence rising with it, letting out a comfortable sigh. By gathering more exotic flames, refining his unique constitution, and completing his flame authority, his life essence would naturally rise. Additional flame properties. He could now use fire to scorch the very souls of others. Any living being possessing sentience, regardless of its level, possessed a soul. Methods targeting souls were exceedingly rare. Among human beast masters, only those standing at the pinnacle of the world 9th rank beast masters and a select few 8th rank beast masters might possess such capabilities.
Zhang Xuan's acquisition of this soul-scorching ability was an unexpected delight.
This wave of attacks concluded, and soon, the 14th wave of challenges arrived. Everything seemed to be just beginning, with no signs of what was to come. Suddenly, a massive spherical object plummeted from the sky. Its surface appeared riddled with holes, oozing viscous fluid.
Could it be a nest?
Only this nest was enormous.
Chapter 115, Wine Fans the Flames. The holes on the nest's surface looked thick and disgusting, and the entire structure kept pulsing and contracting.
The hundreds of holes expanded and contracted in sync, making Zhang Xuan feel waves of nausea.
Damn it, what the hell is this thing? It's too bizarre.
As Zhang Xuan frowned in observation, bursts of viscous fluid suddenly erupted from within the nest, splattering onto the ground.
Almost instantly, the slime seemed to come alive, writhing across the ground.
Soon, it connected with its counterparts, coalescing into a vast, swamp-like mass that continued to expand and shift. Malicious fungal carpet, an entity with exceptional reproductive and dispersal capabilities, possessing potent poison attribute damage. The surface of this fungal carpet was covered in white, fuzzy growths and bubbly, toxic slime. But this was only the beginning. Soon, swarms of venomous insects poured out from the holes of the nests. These insects were multicolored, all equipped with wings and capable of flight. Their heads were densely packed with mouthparts, each filled with razor-sharp teeth. Venom sacs within their bodies were primed to inject potent toxins into their prey at a moment's notice. As the swarm took flight, the legions emerging from over a dozen mother nests across the plain instantly swelled to tens of thousands, their numbers growing by the thousands every second. From every direction, overwhelming swarms released clouds of poisonous gas that blanketed the entire sky, closing in on Zhang Xuan's position.
Like to use poison? That won't work on me.
Zhang Xuan's gaze sharpened. With his current explosive attributes, most damage types struggled to affect him. Only resistance-weakening damage and true damage posed any real threat. But with the nature of this toxic fog unknown, he certainly wasn't going to stand in its path and take the brunt of it. Meanwhile, on the ground, vast fungal carpets spread rapidly, advancing toward the camp. This situation was indeed complex and tricky.
But, Bing, it's your turn.
A high-pitched, noble cry rang out as the ice crystal phoenix appeared, its icy blue, proud eyes gazing down upon the hideous insect nest. It opened its beak, unleashing a torrent of frigid breath that surged toward the fungal carpet. Soon, the ground froze at a visible pace, halting the fungus carpets spread entirely. The frost effect further slowed their movement.
Black King, skyward. The Black Dragon obeyed, unleashing scorching dragonfire into the sky. The swarm legions in the sky naturally possessed far less resistance than the Tauran warriors and lacked other defensive abilities.
Under the intense flames, they were instantly scorched to ashes. Yet the swarm's numbers were staggering, now numbering in the hundreds of thousands. The broodstock's reserves of venomous insects seemed inexhaustible, their production rate showing no sign of slowing. Thus, the entire sky was now almost completely filled with the swarm, leaving no blind spots. Though the Ember Dragon Flame's explosive damage was utterly devastating to the swarm, its sheer numbers were too vast to be contained within such a wide area. As the swarm dove downward, they simultaneously unleashed a torrent of toxic mist. Such a vast swarm releasing poison mist simultaneously creates a terrifying concentration, turning the entire sky into bizarre, distorted hues. Below, many units of the goblin army began showing reactions. Especially the goblin mages and archers with lower resistance, who were preparing to cast spells, suddenly began swaying unsteadily. Some had already collapsed to the ground, foaming at the mouth, clearly on the verge of death.
Zhang Xuan's mind raced.
Even if he joined the fray himself, he couldn't possibly hold back such a massive swarm. He could protect himself for a while longer, but what about the camp? Zhang Xuan scanned his surroundings, his gaze settling on the fierce bird legion in the sky, forced to scatter by the swarm's onslaught. His eyes narrowed. Suddenly. Got it. After subjugating the goblin and raptor legions, he naturally gained access to their unit data, including their abilities. Zhang Xuan had already devised a solution to break the deadlock. He immediately issued his command. Above, the fierce birds that had been scattering in all directions began converging toward a single point. They began to converge toward the Black Dragon's position below. Until hundreds of fierce birds had all gathered around the Black King.
Zhang Xuan's eyebrows shot up. This was the moment.
Wind blades, converge. Every beast within the horde opened its sharp beak, and a series of piercing screeches erupted from their throats. Most of these beasts possessed wind attributes, so their previous attacks primarily involved vibrating the air and emitting sonic waves. Thus, condensing wind elements, propelling wind blades, and striking enemies was effortless for them. Countless air currents were sliced apart, visible ripples spreading in all directions. Yet this was not the crucial step. When the ripples aligned with the Black King's attack trajectory, the wind blades merged with the Ember Dragon's flames, triggering a remarkable transformation. The pillar of flame, originally surging toward a single point, was instantly transformed into a sea of fire as the wind blades scattered and diverted it. Wind fueled the flames.
This sea of fire, no, this ocean formed by flames instantly engulfed the entire sky. Whoosh! Though dispersed over such a vast area, the might of the dragon's ember flame diminished not one bit. This crimson inferno did not appear upon the earth's surface this time, but instead ignited the sky and the clouds themselves. Hundreds of thousands of venomous insects were instantly engulfed, their toxic mist proving utterly fragile as it instantly became fuel for the dragon flames. The venomous insects had no time to flee before being ignited. Their sheer density caused the flames to spread between them in an instant. Thus, the entire sky was transformed into a surreal spectacle. Zhang Xuan's gaze turned cold as he observed the mother nests continuously spawning more poisonous insects. A flash of phantom light appeared in his hand, revealing the star-burning longbow. Pale, explosive flames formed into an arrow. He drew back his arm and released. Whoosh! The blazing arrow whistled through the air, piercing the brood nest with pinpoint accuracy. The moment it penetrated, Zhang Xuan precisely detonated the raging fire elemental energy within. Boom! A piercing scream erupted from within the mother nest, followed by the inevitable, explosive conflagration of the entire structure. Countless strands of slime were instantly vaporized, and the entity within the mother nest had no chance of escape. This explosive arrow strike was a new ability Zhang Xuan had mastered after absorbing the nether fire. Without it, his previous command of fire elements wouldn't have allowed such precise control. Having destroyed one brood nest, Zhang Xuan moved even faster. With a flurry of arrows, he fired at the other brood nests. These nests clearly possessed no means of escape, utterly helpless against these deadly flame arrows. One by one, they emitted death throes, guttural, harrowing cries before being obliterated by violent explosions. The swarm of insects in the air was also annihilated by the combined wind-fire technique, a combination whose power was truly terrifying. Chapter 116, The Skyship. Zhang Xuan not only gained reinforcements here but also trained his troops, killing two birds with one stone. The final challenge now loomed. Zhang Xuan ordered all combat units to rest briefly on the spot, preparing for the final decisive battle. What awaited them this time? A deep, rumbling hum echoed from the distant sky. The air pressure dropped steadily with each boom, creating an oppressive, suffocating feeling. Zhang Xuan scanned the horizon and saw an immense shadow approaching through the thick clouds, poised to break through the overcast. Was this a flying colossus? Judging by its silhouette, it was already colossal at this altitude. On the ground, its length would likely reach hundreds of meters. Even the Black King, now in its growth form, seemed dwarfed by comparison. What on earth could this creature be? Zhang Xuan couldn't help but feel intrigued. Yet when the shadow pierced through the clouds, it left him utterly stunned. Solid, rigid gleam, a massive, intricate form, a pitch black, terrifying circular aperture. This colossal entity was none other than a giant airship. The challenge of this gate was actually a technological artifact? Ever since the beast god bestowed blessings upon humanity 1,000 years ago, the human race had come to rely on beast riding abilities, causing technological advancement to stagnate and even gradually regress. Such colossal aerospace vessels are most likely not of human origin. Even among the elves, who have developed magical industry, such purely steel-based technological creations are virtually unseen. Unlike the extraordinary paths of magic or bloodline, the power of the future tech path is in no way inferior in some aspects, it even surpasses conventional extraordinary abilities. No faction on the continent should possess the capability to create such a finished product. Yet the mission scenarios appear to be controlled by the beast gods, will not illusions. Could this be connected to the abyss once more? Intense curiosity flashed in Zhang Xuan's eyes. He was genuinely eager to witness the destructive power these formidable technological creations could unleash. Black King, test it. The Black Dragon understood its master's intent. It reared its head and unleashed its ashen extinction dragon flame. A searing pillar of fire surged skyward, trailing a long wave of flames that distorted and warped the air along its path under the intense heat. Yet as the flames approached, the steel hull of the colossal airship suddenly glowed with a faint, iridescent light. A dreamlike spectrum of colors enveloped the entire vessel. Then, upon contact with the multicolored barrier, the dragon flame of ashes was unexpectedly repelled. Zhang Xuan was startled. This was the first time he'd witnessed dragon flames rendered ineffective. Even the magical barriers and the Minotaur warrior's armor runes had merely delayed the flames momentarily. However, upon closer inspection, he realized the iridescent light screen did not block the dragon flame. Instead, through some unknown method, it diverted the flame, causing it to surge in other directions, preventing it from striking the ship's hull directly. It appeared this colossal vessel possessed some means to redirect incoming attacks. That explanation made more sense. But this was clearly only the beginning. Two passageways opened on either side of the airship, from which rows of humanoid figures glided downward, swiftly landing upon the plain. At the same time, Zhang Xuan could now clearly see that these were not humans, but mechanical beings radiating a metallic sheen. Armed with intricately designed firearms, they advanced in a disciplined formation toward Zhang Xuan's position. Little tree, bind them. Zhang Xuan intended to test their strength first. Responding to its master's command, the poisonous mother tree unleashed thousands of thick vines that whipped out, binding every mechanical soldier. Yet things weren't quite that simple.
The outer shells of these mechanical soldiers suddenly opened, revealing extremely sharp blades within. The blades whirled at high speed in a spiral pattern, emitting a shrill, grating sound. The incredibly resilient vines seemed to encounter divine weapons, being sliced open inch by inch as green sap sprayed out.
Zhang Xuan's expression darkened.
The vines of the poison mist mother tree were no ordinary foe. While perhaps mediocre for direct combat, they were an exceptional tool for subjugation. Yet they were severed so effortlessly by his opponent.
This final challenge was truly formidable. The mechanical soldiers, freed from their bonds, immediately raised their weapons and pulled the triggers. Boom! The sinew rifles glowed with an electric blue aura before erupting in a deafening blast. Amidst several agonized screams, several goblin warriors collapsed.
Fresh wounds instantly appeared on the body of the miasma mother tree, spurting green sap. Several beams of light streaked toward Zhang Xuan. Sensing the terrifying power contained within the hurtling energy, his expression grew serious. His burning prison gun blazed with intense light as he swept it horizontally. The crimson light collided with the electric bolts, triggering a violent explosion that sent dust and smoke billowing into the air. When the smoke cleared, Zhang Xuan stood unscathed. He roughly assessed the power of the enemy's attack. Given his own terrifying attributes, it posed little threat to him. However, it would be quite easy to injure the miasma poison mother tree and the goblin legion. There was no need to inflict unnecessary damage on his own side when he could handle the enemy. Retreat! Secure the camp! Zhang Xuan issued the command. Though the goblin legion now fought with reckless abandon, they obeyed his order and retreated, their vigilant eyes circling the camp's perimeter to guard against enemy surprise attacks. Zhang Xuan, spear in hand, charged toward the mechanical legion. Kill! Meanwhile, beneath the toxic mother tree, the spores released under the accelerated growth skill had fully matured into their final form, the toxic tree spirit. Though the miasma tree spirits were weaker than the mother tree, their sheer numbers made them formidable.
Hundreds of them could instantly overwhelm a level 200 boss.
Their poison damage stacked hundreds of times over, making them terrifyingly powerful.
But what Zhang Xuan now demanded of them was self-destruction. The tree spirits charged into the mechanical legion as if sprouting legs, then swelled before exploding.
This was the most powerful technique the spores had evolved, compressing every ounce of energy within their bodies to the absolute limit before releasing it in a thunderous explosion.
Moreover, after the explosion, they would transform back into spores and return to the mother tree.
The blast instantly formed a mushroom cloud. The violent shockwave plowed through all vegetation on the plain, releasing a thick, poisonous green mist. While the mechanical soldiers were immune to the toxin, the explosion itself had already obliterated them. The mechanical legion was scattered to the winds, parts littering the ground.
Amidst the chaos, a figure engulfed in flames weaved through the wreckage.
Zhang Xuan's every shot was savage and precise, piercing directly through the energy cores of the mechanical soldiers. He was a demon on the battlefield, relentlessly stripping every enemy of their ability to move. Within mere seconds, the entire mechanical legion was annihilated by this relentless assault. Only the colossal warship remained in the sky. At that moment, the shield surrounding the colossal vessel seemed to grow noticeably thinner. Chapter 117, The Xian Hall. Clearly, sustaining this energy shield capable of redirecting attacks exacted a heavy toll on the airship. Or rather, the sheer terror of the Black King's ashen dragon flame caused the vessel to deplete its resources at an alarming rate. The warship clearly refused to let the situation escalate further. Several decks shifted aside on its hull, revealing a battery of heavy cannons. The barrels extended outward, swirling with terrifying energy. A bing, freeze it! The ice crystal phoenix let out a piercing cry, realizing it couldn't allow the enemy to continue accumulating energy. It soared skyward at once. Arctic blizzard. The ice phoenix unleashed its second skill. A raging storm of icy blue rapidly coalesced, sweeping toward the colossal warship. Frost crystals began covering and spreading across the warship's surface, rapidly freezing it solid. The heavy cannons, which were gathering energy ready to unleash, were also affected. The extreme cold froze their energy circuits. Soon, layer upon layer of solid ice encased them, spreading across the entire warship. A bing unleashed a wide area frigid storm, disrupting the battleship's offensive. She then continuously expelled icy breath from her mouth, intensifying the frost's assault. Soon, the entire warship ground to a halt, let alone firing its cannons. When it came to control abilities, the toxic mother tree might be formidable. But the ice crystal phoenix was the one that brought utter despair. The rapid stacking of frost effects meant that unless shattered immediately, the ship froze tighter and tighter, eventually becoming a solid block of ice, utterly immobilized. Now witness another combo skill from my beast companions. This combo had been planned for some time, but Zhang Xuan had yet to have Black King and Ice truly unleash it. Ash-shattering dragon flame. The Dragon Emperor's flames, scorching enough to incinerate all, surged forth like a river of fire, instantly engulfing the entire warship. The collision of extreme heat and extreme cold, the clash of blazing fire and frost, brought contraction, expansion, and explosion. Crack! The already frozen colossal vessel, assaulted by this dual ordeal of ice and fire, saw its once unbreakable hull crack like a glass cup.
Then, as if reaching a breaking point, the outer shell shattered, exposing the inner compartments. Flames roared to life, and the entire vessel shook, emitting a wail of unbearable strain. Black King and Ice Queen struck while the iron was hot, unleashing icy breath and scorching dragon flames upon the vessel. As layer upon layer of the outer hull was scorched, frozen, and peeled away, a blinding light suddenly erupted from within the vessel, enveloping the entire ship. The next instant, the entire vessel vaporized on the spot, vanishing without a trace. Escaped? Zhang Xuan was taken aback. Could entities within a challenge mission actually flee? But the outcome was now clear. Congratulations, 7th rank Beastmaster Zhang Xuan. You have completed the guild creation quest. You have established an A rank guild. Set your guild's registered location. Guilds of B rank or higher may register in any city within the current province. The guild's actual base of operations and activities are unaffected by the registered location. Set the guild's registered location? Without hesitation, Zhang Xuan set it to Guangning City. He wasn't familiar with any other places anyway. Immediately, a flood of information poured into Zhang Xuan's mind. Soon, he grasped all the essentials about guilds. The guild's registered location affects its local ranking, which in turn determines monthly rewards and certain buff bonuses. Consequently, many guilds register in smaller cities to secure top-tier rewards. In reality, however, they conducted no guild activities in the registered city, effectively enjoying benefits across different regions. Conversely, guilds below B rank were restricted to registering at their actual base of operations. This meant that the benefits rightfully belonging to D and C rank guilds were being usurped. Yet they can only swallow their anger. After all, guilds above B rank are typically established by provincial-level Beastmaster clans entities even local aristocratic families dare not provoke. Take Guangning, for instance. The guild that had long held the top ranking was a B rank guild affiliated with a major family in Nanjiang City. Name your guild. A message popped up. Name it? Zhang Xuan pondered for a moment, then set the guild name as Mystic Hall. And the ruler of the Xian Hall, his title was Xian Tian Emperor. That's how imposing it was. Setting aside the guild name, just this title alone was something no one in Xia Kingdom dared to claim. In Zhang Xian's plan, the power of Xian Hall would soon dominate all of Nanjiang. And thereafter, the entire Xia Kingdom. He continued reviewing the guild's information. Every guild possessed an independent guild space, accessible only to the guild master and authorized members for item storage and retrieval. Initially, this space was barren, but if the guild ascended to S rank, the guild space could fuse with other dimensions, elevating its spatial rank to allow living beings to enter and exit. At that point, the guild space would function as a miniature world, capable of supporting diverse industries. Xia Nation had only 6 S-rank guilds. 5 were controlled by the 5 top-tier clans of the imperial capital. Rumor had it their guild spaces housed vast numbers of alien races and even humans who lived and worked there year-round. Zhang Xuan, however, envisioned something different. Once he elevated his guild to S rank, he could merge those 2 gray realms. He could then seek out precious mineral veins similar to the sacred mountain of the Crimson Flame Archipelago and place them within the space. Could he even place an entire continent within? And those military units not bound by beast taming spaces like goblin legions, feral bird armies, and fire demons could all thrive within it. With a single command, a million-strong army would crush the cosmos. For now, they must remain temporarily within the Blood Realm or the Shadow Realm. All buffs granted to A rank guilds are now displayed. 1. Beast Companions of Xian Hall members gain 25% additional EXP. 2. Beast Pet level cap increased by 2 for Xian Hall members. 3. 15% drop rate for Xian Hall members during party combat. 4. Pet combat attributes increased by 15% during party battles. 5. Pet recovery speed increases by 100% when members rest at the guild's base. Zhang Xuan stared at these 5 bonuses, somewhat astonished. No wonder beastmasters of a certain caliber would go to great lengths to join a guild, especially high-tier ones like C-rank guilds where even a single membership slot could spark fierce competition. B-rank guilds, typically founded by major provincial clans, require even collateral relatives to pass rigorous trials for admission, let alone outsiders. High-tier guilds founded by powerful individuals outside these clans attracted countless talented individuals to compete for membership. The reason is simple: the buffs these guilds offer are overwhelmingly powerful. Once joined, members gain an inherent advantage over others, both in raw strength and developmental speed. Chapter 118: The Rules of Existence. Moreover, high-tier guilds signify that their leaders possess extraordinary strength, naturally ensuring an abundance of high-level resources. By completing internal guild tasks to acquire resources, the guild itself grows stronger in the process, creating a virtuous cycle. However, guilds fall into several distinct types. The first type features highly concentrated resources, structured like a pyramid. The majority of members' contributions flow toward the apex. While their personal gains still cover their investments, the surplus they receive is relatively meager. Such guilds are often called family guilds, as this model is predominantly adopted by beastmaster clans. Typically, the clan's top-tier powerhouses and a handful of exceptionally talented individuals receive the majority of resources.
Those at the very bottom of the organization retain the least amount of profit. The second type of guild features relatively dispersed resources, forming an olive-shaped structure that is wider in the middle and narrower at both ends. Beyond the guild's own mission objectives, other members can freely post tasks. Resources are allocated based on participation and individual strength, with the middle tier comprising the largest membership. Generally, these guilds lack highly unified objectives. These guilds are termed mercenary guilds, the most common model outside family guilds. Most beast tamers who aren't from prominent families, or those from lesser branches of prominent families with high aspirations, join such guilds when they can't obtain the resources they desire elsewhere. However, the Beastmaster world operates under a rigid hierarchical system, with extensive monopolies and exclusionary practices beginning even at the pet beast egg stage. Whenever a top-tier power capable of swaying the grand scheme emerges, they often establish a family lineage, monopolizing all high-level resources through various means like family clans and guilds. Thus, while mercenary guilds flourished centuries ago, they have since declined in the present era. Among Xia Nation's 6S rank guilds, only one remains a mercenary guild. It is said to have been founded at the dawn of the Beastmaster era, boasting an ancient history and illustrious achievements in combating the abyss, having produced countless heroic Beastmasters. Yet it has now slipped to the lowest rank among the 6S class guilds, its influence waning compared to the other 5. Yet the guild Zhang Xuan aspired to build was unlike either of these. The guild he envisioned would operate with everyone united toward a single goal, one that would benefit all members. This goal is called everyone like a dragon. If there exists a path to transcendence in this world, it must never be reserved for only a select few. For if only a select few could tread this path, the vast majority would inevitably be condemned to lives of servitude. Those who tread this path would employ every means to exclude, suppress, and eliminate all latecomers. They would even cloak themselves in noble rhetoric, claiming they bear all burdens to grant others peaceful lives free from the ravages of the abyss and monsters. But Zhang Xuan would not allow it. He would not permit the majority to be deceived. The world has long suffered under the tyranny of the Beastmaster clans. Zhang Xuan vowed to shatter all that oppression. Even if the gods themselves stood against him, he would fight with everything he had. The rules of this world must be rebuilt. The Xian Hall shall be the one to raise the unquenchable torch. Therefore, Zhang Xuan swiftly devised the criteria for the Xian Hall's recruitment. He could already envision the storms and tempests that would follow, yet he feared nothing. After establishing an A-rank guild, one final exclusive benefit awaited. You may obtain one being with maximum loyalty to assist in implementing your will and handling all guild affairs. This administrator is generated by the world's rules. You may set its race, but the specific generation energy must be provided by you. The higher the energy level, the greater its potential after generation. Generated by world rules, with race customization? Zhang Xuan pondered. This was essentially acquiring an assistant, something he desperately needed. As for race, he had no particular preferences for now. Human was still the best choice. Energy input? Meaning you invest various resources. The energy contained within those resources determines the generated being's intelligence, abilities, potential, and so on. After inquiring further, Zhang Xuan learned that theoretically, any valuable resource could be invested. But this opportunity was clearly rare, so naturally, Zhang Xuan would invest his most valuable resource. After a moment's thought, he reached into his robe and pulled out a crimson flame sacred crystal. Truly, this was the most valuable item. He possessed a rare product of the purest flame energy, formed in the volcanic environment forged by the heavenly fire seed burning for thousands of years on the Crimson Flame Islands. He had originally collected it to aid the Black King's evolution. After the Black King reached its growth stage, several crystals remained. Let's see if this is enough. A void crucible materialized. Zhang Xuan tossed several crimson flame sacred crystals into it. Invisible energy instantly radiated outward, as if some existence was incubating within. A prompt appeared. You have placed the primary resource. Infusing energy with similar attributes can enhance the perfection of a being's composition. Similar attributes? Black King, lend me your strength. The Black Dragon instantly understood his master's intent, directly spewing Ashen Extinction Dragon Flame into the furnace. If we're talking about similar properties, what could be more suitable than the Ashen Extinction Dragon Flame of supreme rank? And me. Zhang Xuan extended both palms, unleashing a blaze that shimmered crimson yet carried an eerie, pallid chill. The flames, forged under the flame venerable physique, were equally potent and pure. Together, they poured into the void forge. The furnace greedily absorbed the energy until it seemed to reach a critical point, halting its intake. Then, the entire furnace began to rumble incessantly. After an unknown duration. Due to the exceptionally high grade and compatibility of the resources and energy you infused, the entity born has undergone sublimation. Whoosh! A blinding light erupted as a figure shot out from the furnace, slowly descending before Zhang Xuan. As the radiance faded completely, a breathtakingly beautiful figure stood before him. Her face resembled that of a goddess, her features almost too perfect to be real. Every line was flawless, and the flame-like mark between her brows added an air of noble elegance.
Her fiery red pupils held an alluring charm within their majesty.
Her skin glowed like jade, flawless and smooth. Her figure embodied the golden ratio, a slender waist flowing into hips that curved outward like water, radiating a primal beauty. Her ample bosom was breathtaking. Cascading waterfall like jet black hair flowed down, creating a striking contrast with her snow-white skin. Standing completely unclothed, she knelt before Zhang Xuan upon seeing him, hands pressed to her heart.
Her exquisite face brimmed with excitement and reverence. "Greetings, master." "Ahem."
Zhang Xuan glanced at her, his gaze momentarily unable to look away.
Chapter 119, Fire Dance.
Zhang Xuan cleared his throat a few times and said, "Rise."
The stunning woman replied respectfully, "Yes, master."
After speaking, she stood up, revealing her flawless figure directly before Zhang Xuan.
Do you have any clothes?"
The woman born of the rules seemed unaware of gender distinctions, her expression turning puzzled.
"Does my master dislike me as I am now? Then I can put on clothes."
As she spoke, a crimson gown suddenly materialized around her, draping her form. The fiery red fabric made her appear even more radiant and captivating.
Zhang Xuan nodded. This was indeed quite nice.
Though he was no moralist, he couldn't be like those lustful demons either.
The flame-light woman hesitated before speaking. "Master, could you give me a name?" "A name?" Zhang Xuan pondered.
She was pure fire elemental, radiant like blazing flames.
"You shall be called Huowu." "Fire Dance."
The woman savored the name, her expression brightening.
"Fire Dance thanks you for bestowing this name, master." Zhang Xuan nodded. "Now, to business.
You will assist with matters concerning the Xian Hall.
All recruitment, member rankings, internal tasks, resource allocation, these fall under your responsibility.
As for the guild's internal reserves, I'll find a way to handle that. The resources obtained from the sacred mountain of the Crimson Flame Islands are vast, indeed more than sufficient as the guild's initial capital. However, they are all fire attribute minerals, which is a bit monotonous in variety. Zhang Xuan would find ways to supplement them later. Additionally, to secure a steady flow of resources, the best approach remains acquiring complete mineral veins, such as crystal or veins yielding materials for forging equipment, items, and even artifacts. Generally, guilds of a certain scale possess such mineral veins. For instance, a standard feature for a B-rank guild is control over a medium-sized crystal vein. Zhang Xuan's approach was straightforward. Just take it by force. Given the commotion he'd stirred up, someone was bound to come looking for trouble. When that happened, he'd simply go with the flow. Additionally, the resources from the Li family and the regular contributions from the other three families in Guangning would be more than enough to sustain the Xian Hall. The most crucial factor, however, was the first wave of members. To join the Xian Hall, one must share the same goal and be willing to sacrifice everything for it. Further screening would undoubtedly be necessary. Zhang Xuan outlined his vision, and Huowu listened intently before summarizing. Though she might seem relatively naive in other areas, the manifesting rules were designed for support, and Zhang Xuan had infused them with sufficiently high-level energy. Huowu quickly grasped his vision and promptly offered a feasible plan. Zhang Xuan examined it and found her considerations thorough and comprehensive. He was highly satisfied, and now only execution remained. Zhang Xuan instructed Huowu to enter the Bloodish Realm first. He then returned to the Beast God Temple of Nanjiang. Suya, who had been waiting nearby, immediately approached with a smile. "Lord, congratulations on establishing an A-rank guild." She had received word the moment Zhang Xuan completed the challenge quest. Though his breakthrough to the 7th tier had already delivered an unprecedented shock. Establishing an A-rank guild was an achievement even an 8th tier beastmaster might struggle to accomplish. Yet Suya felt her sense of astonishment had grown somewhat numb. In short, facing this youth a full decade her junior, Suya found herself caught in an intensely contradictory emotional state. On one hand, she felt a familiar closeness, like being with a younger brother next door. Yet on the other, a profound reverence for a formidable powerhouse. She was certain that even the top prodigies in the imperial capital couldn't compare to Zhang Xuan. This hidden dragon, hailing from a small town in Nanjiang and still largely undiscovered, would undoubtedly shake the entire Beastmaster realm in the near future. Zhang Xuan suddenly asked, "Sister Suya, which Beastmaster family in Nanjiang are you from?" Suya paused, then shook her head. "Like you, I don't come from a prominent family." She lifted her chin with a hint of pride. "That's why getting to where I am today has been no easy feat." Zhang Xuan nodded. "Do you belong to a guild now?" Suya replied, "Yes. Our Nanjiang Hall has a guild established in the name of the Beast God. All members of the hall join it." "I see." Zhang Xuan added, "If the opportunity arises in the future, my guild would welcome you." Suya hadn't expected such an invitation. Her expression brightened with delight, yet a hint of regret lingered in her heart. But then she thought, "You're already a candidate for the position of Hall Master. Once you officially take over as the head of the South River Beast God Hall, the guilds under its banner will naturally fall under your command." Zhang Xuan smiled without comment. His organization must be under his direct control, not overshadowed by another entity. But such thoughts were best kept to himself. After exchanging a few words with Suya, inviting her to visit Guangning when she had free time, Zhang Xuan once again used the Beast God Hall's teleportation array to return to the Guangning branch hall.
Your Excellency, congratulations on your appointment as the candidate for Chamberlain. Wang Hua approached to greet him upon his return.
The news of the candidate's designation by the Beast God Ming had spread instantly to every branch temple within the southern river province the moment the Beast God's will was issued.
Wang Hua naturally received the news.
While utterly shocked beyond measure, he also shifted his perspective. He had not obstructed Zhang Xuan's elimination of the Li family because their Beast God branch temple had little connection to the aristocratic families. Moreover, Zhang Xuan wielded astonishing authority within the Beast God Hall, likely due to divine favor and instructions from Elder Li Shan, allowing Wang Hua to turn a blind eye. But now that Zhang Xuan had become the candidate hall master of the Nanjiang Hall, convention dictated that the Beast God personally appointing a candidate hall master meant his eventual ascension to the position of official hall master was practically a foregone conclusion. This position surpasses even Elder Li Shan in status, making Zhang Xuan the ultimate authority over the branch temple's affairs. At that point, not only would he not be hindered, but if Zhang Xuan were to mobilize the Guangning branch's forces against the beast-taming families within the city, it would be as easy as uttering a single command. Put plainly, the head of the Nanjiang Hall was akin to the ruler of Nanjiang Province.
Should they decide to eliminate any faction, even the Qilin Beast God Hall in the imperial capital would generally be powerless to intervene.
Zhang Xuan nodded to him and said, Chief Wang, I've established a guild and plan to use the Li family estate as our base.
Could you help me find a group of craftsmen to renovate and repair it as quickly as possible?
Zhang Xuan had initially considered establishing the guild's base in Guangning.
But upon reconsideration, the Li family's ancient castle was vast and well equipped. Though much had been destroyed under the dragon flame, its foundations remained intact.
It would be a waste to leave it unused. Putting it to work would save considerable effort.
Chapter 120, Guild Recruitment. Wang Hua replied without hesitation, no problem, sir.
I'll contact Magistrate Xie immediately to mobilize every skilled artisan in the city. We can also recruit craftsmen from surrounding cities to repair and renovate it as quickly as possible.
That would be most excellent. Thank you for your efforts. Zhang Xuan replied.
Afterward, he went to the location of the Li family's ancient castle, summoned Hua Wu, surveyed the area, and drew up plans for the guild's encampment. The center of the castle would house the core of the Mystic Hall, so there was no need for extravagant construction at this stage. The true foundation of the guild would lie in the subsequent construction of the guild space. Zhang Xuan would eventually merge the Grey Realm with the guild space, even allowing intelligent species to inhabit it, transforming it into a complete miniature world.
The guild's recruitment drive was now officially open.
The power requirement for entering the Mystic Hall was simple, one only needed to be a Beastmaster, with no rank restrictions.
However, two ironclad rules must be followed. First, one must dedicate oneself to eliminating the aristocratic clans and ensuring every individual rises to greatness. Second, they must swear allegiance to the Lord of the Xian Hall, the Xian Emperor. All who enter the Xian Hall are deemed to have sworn allegiance. Those who violate this, die. Zhang Xuan knew that fulfilling these two requirements went far beyond what mere guild regulations could enforce. But that didn't matter. Merely being in a rank guild, coupled with no restrictions on strength and recruiting those without aristocratic backgrounds, combined, would instantly make the Mystic Hall the most coveted guild in Xia Nation. Beast masters would be clamoring to join. Among them would be countless individuals sharing Zhang Xuan's vision, the true foundation of the future. Yet just as numerous would be those seeking to muddy the waters or destroy the Xian Hall. But Zhang Xuan holds no fear. Those lacking sufficient strength pose no threat to the Xian Hall. While the truly powerful will only serve as the Xian Hall's stepping stones. His immediate task is to spread the name of the Xian Hall throughout Xia Kingdom in the shortest time possible. To make every common Beastmaster and every person harboring resentment toward the Beastmaster clans aware of the Xian Hall's existence. This way, he could mobilize an immense force in the shortest possible time. Upon its establishment, the guild would immediately appear on the World Will channel. Zhang Xuan's declaration was also made public, swiftly causing ripples. Like pebbles tossed into a lake, the ripples would inevitably reach every corner. The first to take notice were naturally the beast tamers within Guangning City. For the Guangning Guild rankings, long unchanging, had suddenly undergone a major upheaval. Historically, the top 5 spots were firmly held by the Li, Hu, Li, and Yin families. The reason it wasn't the top 4 was because the first-ranked guild had its registered address in Guangning but was actually based in Nanjiang City. The power behind them is said to be the Su family, one of the top aristocratic families in Nanjiang Province. They hold the top spot in Guangning because they faced stronger competitors within Nanjiang City, prompting them to relocate their registered base to Guangning. Maintaining the top spot in the city each month earned them a reward of 500,000 crystals. That amounts to 6 million crystals annually, no small sum. However, no rewards are given beyond the top position. The 4 major families of Guangning had little objection to this arrangement. In fact, they welcomed it. After all, they were kings in Guangning, and encountering powerful outsiders was beyond their control.
Moreover, cultivating good relations with a higher-tier Beastmaster family like the Su clan of Nanjiang held considerable potential benefits. The most crucial reason, however, was that having a powerhouse superior to them claim the guild's rewards actually resolved many disputes among the four families. Otherwise, they would likely face more bloody conflicts. For guild rankings, when comparing guilds of the same tier, the ranking was determined by factors such as the combined strength of guild members and the overall resource reserves of the guild. For guilds of different tiers, even newly established ones, higher-tier guilds naturally rank above lower-tier ones. Now, the top spot on Guangning City's guild rankings had quietly changed hands. Holy crap, I just saw it, Xiaoshan Pavilion has dropped to second place. Xiaoshan Pavilion? Which Xiaoshan Pavilion? You know, the one that just took the top spot in Guangning. Ha? Who could have pushed them down? The four guilds from Guangning City's noble families are all C rank. Only Xiaoshan Pavilion, that guild from Nanjiang, is B rank. Who else could possibly surpass them? You're wrong. It's now the three families of Guangning. The Li family is history. Outside the city walls, at the Beastmaster camp, gold farming Beastmasters buzzed with heated discussion. Meanwhile, inside Guangning City's official guild center, the buzz was even louder. Guilds below B rank could claim founding quests at Guangning City's guild center. Among the city's native guilds, aside from the few aristocratic families, the rest were all D rank. Besides guild creation, the center facilitated resource exchange, mineral vein intelligence, material recycling, and hosted recruitment booths for all D-rank guilds. Thus, it was usually bustling with activity, drawing many third-tier beastmasters. When they saw the information about the newly ranked first guild, they all froze in place. Xian Hall, an A-rank guild? Wait, when did Guangning produce a big shot capable of founding an A-rank guild? You're kidding, right? It's obviously some powerful outsider. Bull. An A-rank guild? They wouldn't even look at a backwater like Guangning. Stop arguing. Just check the guild leader's info and we'll know. Everyone eagerly scanned the details. Xian Emperor, what a commanding title. Zhang Xuan? A native of Guangning? Wait a minute, this big shot Zhang Xuan, is he really from around here? They were all bewildered. Do any of you know who he is? Most shook their heads, but a few froze, their eyes clouding with thought. Then, one man slapped his thigh hard. I remember now. What do you mean, Old Wang? You know this big shot? All eyes turned toward him. The man called Old Wang shook his head. How could I possibly know him? But I did take on an outsourced job for the Hu family, and I got pretty familiar with one of their stewards. The other day, he mentioned that the person who wiped out the Li family burned down their ancient castle and killed their head on the spot. Seems like that's the name. At these words, the beast tamers present were stunned. Then others recalled something. That's right. I was near the Li family territory that day and saw that terrifying dragon in the sky. A man stood atop it. Though his face was indistinct, I heard his voice. He said his name was Zhang Xuan. Connecting these two events, a supreme power annihilating the Li family, followed by the sudden emergence of someone with the same name founding a top-tier guild, this couldn't possibly be a coincidence. The two must be one and the same. Awe washed over their faces. Such a figure had emerged from Guangning and wasn't even from one of the four great families? Chapter 121, I Want to Join. It was utterly unbelievable. Yet it also stirred a sense of excitement. For them, witnessing such a formidable figure emerge outside the established clans, though unrelated to their own circumstances, was undeniably an inspiring development. But why would a powerhouse like Zhang Xuan register his guild in Guangning? Even Nanjiang City barely had any A-rank guilds. I'm genuinely curious about the entry requirements for this master's guild. No need to ask, an A-rank guild requires at least a 5th-tier beastmaster as a baseline. For us D-rank guild hopefuls, forget about it. Envious murmurs rippled through the crowd. Just then, a new announcement flashed across the guild center's scrolling notice board: recruitment news for the newly formed guild, Xian Hall. Hey, check it out. Their eyes widened as they stared. A local superpower from Guangning, annihilating a Beastmaster dynasty to establish an A-rank guild. This was the kind of once-in-a-lifetime, earth-shattering news that would be worth bragging about for years. But after reading the Xian Hall's membership requirements and guild philosophy, they blinked hard in disbelief, then rubbed their eyes. A Tier 1 Beastmaster can join? Did I read that correctly? Everyone in the guild hall stared blankly at the message. A Tier 1 Beastmaster joining an A-rank guild? Their first thought was, could this be a trap? Even guilds from established clans occasionally opened positions to recruit outsiders, but those were usually traps. Some saw it as an opportunity. After all, Guangning's 4 guilds were all C rank. Joining meant stronger buffs and higher paying missions. Only to find themselves working like beasts of burden, toiling for days before being kicked out. But soon they discovered the Xian Hall Guild's regulations. It operated on a non-clan based system, modeled after the Mercenary Guild, with no mandatory resource contributions required. The Beastmasters exchanged glances. If that was the case, it really didn't seem like a scam. After all, the clan-based guilds of the 4 families of Guangning demanded fixed monthly contributions of materials, crystals, and other supplies even if members didn't complete any tasks.
With no resource contributions required, it simply couldn't be considered a scam.
Even just hearing about the perks of an A-rank guild, they knew they were incredibly generous.
Joining one could effectively elevate one's strength by an entire tier, and the rate of power growth would skyrocket. But what possible benefit could this big shot gain from establishing such a guild? This point was utterly baffling to everyone present. Their gaze shifted backward, landing on the words Zhang Xuan had left behind the very creed of the Xian Hall. Zhang Xuan, I shall establish an unprecedented great era upon the mortal realm. Any who obstruct this path shall be crushed. It is the inevitability of history, the collective aspiration of all. The path to transcendence should never be so crowded.
Any being that attempts to obstruct it must be purged. I have witnessed much, and you have likely seen even more. Here, I declare war upon them, and this is clearly not just my war. I shall not condemn anyone's cowardice, but for those yearning to enter the new world, the gates of the Mystic Hall stand open before you.
After reading this proclamation, all fell into a profound silence. A deathly silence hung over the entire guild hall.
Yet the sound of breathing and heartbeats grew ever clearer, ever more impossible to ignore. At that moment, the sound of a pin dropping would have echoed like thunder.
Finally, a trembling voice broke the silence.
A weathered middle-aged man with snow-white hair raised his hand.
I wish to join the Mystic Hall.
Everyone's breath caught, as if jolted awake, and they turned to look. It was him. Son, he certainly wouldn't pass up such an opportunity. Nearly everyone present recognized this man, whose face bore the deep marks of time and hardship. Their expressions were complex, for this man's story was too famous.
20 years ago, Son he was a rising young beastmaster in Guangning City.
Born into ordinary circumstances, he possessed extraordinary talent and fortune, standing out among his peers. After entering the Beastmaster Academy, he advanced to a 4th-rank Beastmaster in his early 20s, his future looking exceptionally bright. Local commoner Beastmasters in Guangning hailed him as the city's rising star. Yet all that promise shattered in an instant. A renowned Beastmaster family from Nanjiang recognized Sun He's potential and brought him into their clan as a houseborn son. In truth, a houseborn son was little more than a servant at best, a slightly elevated form of servitude. Sun He had earned a reputation among commoner Beastmasters and took pride in his origins. Naturally possessing a proud spirit, he refused to become a lackey for a noble house. Yet he never imagined he would stir up trouble. During a wilderness trial, he was inexplicably ambushed by a group of unknown beast tamers. They severed his arm, left him gravely wounded, and nearly slaughtered all his beast companions.
The subsequent investigation revealed that these beastmasters did not know each other.
The reason they ambushed Sun He was simply because they mistook him for someone else. Sun He naturally understood the underlying reason, but his own strength meant nothing against such formidable forces. In the end, disheartened, he returned to Guangning City. Yet the turmoil did not cease there. After returning to his hometown, Sun He repeatedly faced inexplicable hostility from the Li family. Eventually, his wife perished in yet another accident, leaving behind only their newborn son. Everyone had witnessed Sun He's trials over the years. With only one arm remaining, his strength had significantly diminished, and he could no longer obtain suitable pet beast eggs to cultivate a companion. He could only take on the most grueling and arduous tasks to support his only son. Though not yet 40, he now appeared as if his life were a flickering candle. The empty sleeve on his right arm bore witness to the bitter path his life had taken. Yet in this once silent and despondent man, a flame now seemed to burn in his eyes.
His emotions surged uncontrollably.
The Mystic Hall and this man named Zhang Xuan had shown him a glimmer of hope.
I want to join the Xian Hall.
Sun He approached the service counter at the guild headquarters, his voice trembling yet unwavering. After reading Zhang Xian's declaration, the initial excitement sparked by the lack of strength requirements began to subside slightly. They had already grasped what Zhang Xuan intended to do. It was too shocking, too terrifying, capable of annihilating countless lives in an instant. Even though Zhang Xian's words deeply moved them, hesitation now flickered in their hearts.
Who among them hadn't endured the hardships of the Beastmaster clans for so long? But wasn't that only natural? Chapter 122, Shifting Hearts. It was precisely because of the Beastmaster clans that they could live peacefully in the mortal world, free from disturbance. The Xia Kingdom was founded by the 5 great Beastmaster clans, who guarded the abyss generation after generation, protecting the common people. This was the narrative they had always been taught. But is that truly the case?
Many who embarked on the path of beast taming knew full well this was nothing but a lie perpetuated for centuries. The original Beastmasters who stood at the pinnacle of humanity, those ancestors who fought bloody battles against the abyss, have gradually faded from memory. Their achievements and power were appropriated by the Beastmaster clans, becoming the foundation for their fabricated myth of innate nobility. The details of that era have either been distorted or are nearly impossible to find in the records of Xia's Beastmaster circles. Ironically, it is in the records of other intelligent races, the dwarves, elves, and others, that praise and tributes to them can still be found, preserving their legacy from complete oblivion.
As for the so-called contributions of the Beastmaster clans to humanity,
their paths were predetermined from birth. From the parents of these beastmasters present to themselves, and now to their own children, all could only select the leftovers, the rejects already filtered out at the breeding centers. They even cling to the hope of finding a treasure among this pile of scraps and waste a chance to turn their fate around and soar to new heights. But is that even possible? It is nothing but a perpetual fantasy doomed to remain unfulfilled. All possibilities and probabilities have been calculated to the last detail. Even if one luckily snags a so-called golden pet egg at the breeding center, little do they know it's merely a token gesture deliberately slipped through the cracks by the beastmaster families in the name of superior fairness. What good is a golden beast pet? The resources required for its subsequent cultivation and training are far beyond what most ordinary beast tamers can afford. For direct descendants of beastmaster families, a golden beast pet is merely a starting tier, a stepping stone to test their mettle at the beginning of their beastmaster careers. In reality, new beastmasters who acquire golden pets from breeding centers either discover they cannot bear the training costs and sell them off, or possess such exceptional talent that they carve their own path. Most of these individuals eventually get recruited by the clans, becoming their tools. Those who resist this fate usually meet the same end as Sun He. There are far too many examples already. Some hesitated, some were lost, and others grew numb. But many more feel a fiery passion ignite within their chests. When the first torchbearer emerges in this world, even if it risks burning them to ashes, countless followers will still rally behind them. For that is a light never before seen in the darkness. Sun He's graying temples, his empty sleeves, his lips pressed into a cold, hard line, and that hand raised high. Finally, within the guild hall, shouts erupted one after another. Count me in! Count me in! I've been a coward my whole life. Now that my parents are gone and I have no children, what the hell do I have left to fear? The Xian Emperor dares to declare war on all the Beastmaster clans. Do we lack even the courage to follow him? Why are we born as mere fodder while others sit atop the clouds? I refuse to accept this. At least a third of the Beastmasters in the hall roared their response, gathering in droves. Joining the Xian Hall was no longer about the perks of an A-rank guild, it was about letting the fire within burn fiercely. In an instant, the Xian Hall's membership applications flooded in. Such turmoil erupted across every corner of Guangning. Even within the 3 remaining Beastmaster clans of Guangning, many were stirred. The Li clan. A young man residing in an old, humble cottage on the outskirts of the clan territory stared at the news about the Xian Hall. His hand clenched tightly, and an unusual gleam shone in his eyes. Countless times he had sought to join the family guild to prove that collateral branches need not be inferior to direct ones, to make his peers and elders who placed their hopes in him proud. Yet all he received in return was treatment akin to servitude, constant driving, ridicule, and scorn. Li Wanzhu, you think you can compete with us? Ha! Give up that delusion. So what if you're the clan's youngest third-tier beastmaster? Just keep serving the clan faithfully. Without the Li family's protection, do you really think you could weather the storms outside? Li Wanzhu, think of your family, you're not alone. Those direct descendants of your generation, their efforts pale beside yours, their talent falls short of yours. They can't even master their own beast companions. Yet they can only take over beasts trained by others, still fumbling and performing dismally in battle, stuck as second-tier beastmasters for years. Yet they can seize and plunder every precious material you've painstakingly obtained through life-threatening endeavors. We're all members of the Li family, why do they get to be treated as superiors? If the Li family won't treat me as family, why should I remain trapped here? Li Wangzu's heart grew still, for he realized he had finally broken the invisible shackles that had bound him all along. He had no need to care about any damn noble lineage. Nor should he feel any glory or pride in it. All lies. All deception. Li Wangzu would trample the Li family underfoot. Xian Hall, Xian Emperor. If you can lead me down this path, why not serve you as my master? Such circumstances also unfolded within the Huanyan families. The disgraced among the aristocratic families have never been few. Indeed, having witnessed more, their resolve only hardened. Especially those with exceptional abilities, how could they endure being held down by a bunch of incompetent parasites? These ripples soon reached the upper echelons of the 3 families. On the desk of the Li family patriarch lay the unexpected dossier on the Xian Hall. Upon learning the identity of the Xian Emperor, he immediately convened the Li family's high-ranking members. Now, within the study, several faces were dark and grim, the atmosphere heavy. Finally, one voice broke the silence, the younger brother of the Li family patriarch and an elder of the clan. Brother, he said, this man is far too arrogant. With such actions, isn't he trying to uproot our entire Beastmaster lineage? Any clear-eyed observer could see that if the Mystic Hall continued building momentum like this, the remaining 3 Beastmaster families in Guangning would likely be dismantled from within. An A-rank guild arriving with such a declaration, the temptation is too great. The head of the Li family tapped the table impatiently. I know all this well. But this Zhang Xuan single-handedly wiped out the Li family with ease. What can we possibly do? Even the matter of handing over 70% of our monthly profits remains unresolved. Just that alone, if we actually handed over that much profit, none of you would be able to cover your daily expenses. You all talk so casually, but where are the solutions?
Do you even have any? The others fell silent, though they inwardly resented his words. And he has the nerve to talk about daily expenses?
Among all the high-ranking members of the Li family, the head of the household has the most wives and concubines.
Chapter 123, The Elders' Council.
Many of his wives and concubines possess neither beastmaster skills nor any other talents, merely pretty faces, yet they occupied one prime mansion after another within the Li family estate. Their daily expenses were extravagant, costing hundreds of thousands of crystals per person annually.
For each such woman, the head of the Li family must take in one more concubine each year.
To date, their number had swelled to nearly 20. Interestingly, despite keeping so many wives and concubines over the years, he had only one son, which only fueled the discontent among the clan elders. Were it not for his undeniable superiority and strength over the other members of the Li family, the position of family head would have been taken from him long ago. The Li family head's fingers drummed incessantly on the tabletop. Observing the expressions of worry, discontent, and anxiety on the faces of those gathered in the study, he suddenly slammed his hand down, startling everyone awake.
Enough! Look at yourselves! I have a solution.
The others instantly straightened their backs and sat up straight.
Master, what is your plan?
The Li family head rubbed his chin, his mind drifting back to that day. The ancient Li family castle had been engulfed in a sea of flames, and the head of the Hu family, an old acquaintance, had been burned alive by Zhang Xuan before everyone's eyes. Fear and rage flickered in his eyes as he finally spoke. The great families are bound together like branches of the same tree.
It's not just us in Guangning. Some eyes flickered, seeming to grasp his meaning. Master Li, are you suggesting? The Li family head's voice grew solemn. Could none of you foresee this?
If Zhang Xuan had merely destroyed the Li family, we might have had to swallow our pride and submit to his rule in Guangning. After all, might makes right. But now he's targeting the entire aristocratic system, the 5 great families of the imperial capital.
Doesn't this threaten the very foundation of our Xia Kingdom's Beastmaster realm, established over centuries? Though our families dwell in remote corners, we remain integral to this system. The aristocratic families of Nanjiang City exist because we uphold them. The top clans of each province in turn uphold the 5 surnames of the imperial capital.
This tier-upon-tier structure has remained solid for centuries. Now that its very foundation is shaken, how could those above simply stand by and do nothing? Zhang Xuan has sought his own demise.
Our Li family must seize this opportunity to act. Within the study, the Li family's elders listened intently, clearly swayed.
Master, they urged, give the order. The head of the Li family slammed his fist on the table and rose, his voice deep and resolute. They want to strip us of 70%?
Not a chance.
Go now in my name and contact the Hu and Yin families. The 3 of us shall unite in petitioning the Lu family of Nanjiang Road, reporting the situation in Guangning. We will pledge 30% of our family's resources to secure the Lu family's intervention. The others exchanged glances.
Yes, sir.
The resolution passed and the Li family's leadership sprang into action. The Hu and Yin family leaders clearly shared this intent. After brief discussions, the 3 parties reached a basic consensus. They would contribute a portion of their resources to contact the premier family of Nanjiang, the Lu family. The Lu family had been rooted in Nanjiang for nearly 500 years, possessing profound foundations and connections to the 5 imperial clans of the capital. With an 8th-tier top-tier beastmaster stationed within their clan, they stood as one of the 3 pillars alongside the Nanjiang Beast God Temple and the Executive Council. They would never stand idly by while Zhang Xuan and his newly founded Xian Temple rapidly expanded their influence. If the 3 Guangning families each contributed a portion of their clan's resources to persuade the Lu family to intervene, appealing to reason and offering tangible benefits, it would surely succeed. Even if it meant suffering some setbacks, a few years of recuperation would suffice.
That was far preferable to having Zhang Xuan single-handedly plunder everything and destroy the foundations of their families. As the 3 families dispatched their envoys simultaneously, within the imperial capital of Xia, amidst the towering central walls and the most heavily guarded precincts, stood a square guildhall steeped in the weight of history, exuding solemn grandeur. Those with discernment would recognize this as the symbol of Xia's highest authority, the Council of Elders.
Established after the First Abyss War, it was founded under the leadership of the first human guardian. The name of this first guardian no longer circulated in the mortal world, leaving behind only a title of reverence. King of the Abyss. His title signified the human sovereign who guarded the abyss. Leading his troops from the front, he lost all his kin during the First Abyss War, yet fought to the death without retreat, earning immortal renown among the 3 great human kingdoms. After quelling the abyssal uprising, he led other guardians and 100,000 beastmasters to crush the combined forces of the Kingdom of Light and the Kingdom of Frost, establishing Xia Kingdom's unshakable defensive line. Yet all subsequent records of the Abyss King vanished as if erased. His whereabouts became unknown, and even his year of death remains unrecorded. Not a single statue of him exists within Xia's borders. The current head of the Elders' Council was already among the 5 noble clans of the imperial capital at least 700 years ago. These 5 supreme beastmaster clans of Xiali, Yi, Shi, Moron, and Nangong. These 5 great clans stand as 5 immovable mountains within Xia, commanding the masses and enduring through countless generations. To distinguish themselves from other clans, only members of these 5 families may bear the title of clan. Thus, the Li clan, the Yi clan, the Morong clan, signifying their supreme status. The Council of Elders comprises 6 factions. Beyond the 5 clans, one lineage boasts a history even more ancient than theirs, tracing back to the First Abyss War and sharing deep connections with the Abyss Binding King.
This faction is not a clan, it is known as the Rose Legion.
1,000 years ago, it was a renowned legion under the Abyss King, most notably composed entirely of female beast tamers. The Rose Army held a seat in the council from its inception. Though millennia have passed and people have changed, the Rose Army endures. It is said the first commander of the Rose Army shared an unbreakable bond with the Abyss King. After suppressing the Abyssal Uprising, the Rose Army established its guild, continuing the tradition of recruiting exceptionally gifted women through generations. They also founded the Rose Beastmaster Academy, once renowned as rivaling the nation's premier Qilin Beastmaster Academy. Yet, over time, it declined and no longer recruits students openly. Yet the fact that the Rose Legion has endured for over a millennium, consistently retaining its original seat in the Council of Elders, indicates its system has never truly collapsed. Its successive legion commanders have maintained supremely formidable strength. Yet their operations remain shrouded in mystery, fueling countless theories. Some claim the Rose Legion has long been a hollow shell, its successive commanders mere puppets. Others claim that the King of Abyssal Depths left behind some profound legacy within the Order, enabling its enduring transcendence. Within the highest council chamber of the Elders' Assembly, 6 figures now gathered, seated around the circular table.
5 elderly men, clad in robes, radiated immense authority.
Their every glance carried the aura of supreme rulers, the heads of the imperial capital's 5 great clans. The 6th was a stunning woman clad in battle armor, a sword at her waist. Her face was exquisite, yet radiated an indomitable spirit. Her astonishingly long legs, encased in black armor, were crossed, and the curves beneath her breastplate were impossible to conceal. Her piercing eyes, framed by sword-like brows, swept over the 5 gathered figures. A sneer touched her lips before she picked up a document from the round table. She studied the engraved portrait of a youth and the account of his origins and deeds. Chapter 124, The Resolution. The beauty's crimson lips parted as she remarked with admiration, Zhang Xuan is truly an extraordinary talent. I must meet him myself. The others frowned. Morong Jing, head of the Morong clan, tapped the round table and said, Commander Yu, this man is arrogant and lawless. He declared war on Xia Kingdom's Beastmasters and annihilated an entire Beastmaster family, hundreds of people in a single city. In my view, such a man is nothing more than a reckless fool who stumbled upon some fortuitous opportunity. It's quite possible that other nations or rebel factions are pulling the strings behind the scenes. As a member of the Elders' Council, Commander, you must carefully consider his stance. The beautiful woman shot him a dismissive glance and shook her head. Enough, Morong Jing. Are you piling all these labels onto this young man to mask the fear lurking in your own hearts? Oomph. An elderly man on the right snorted coldly, his voice icy. Fear? Preposterous. This self-styled Xian emperor seeks to sow chaos and overturn our golden age. The Li clan will be the first to crush him. Come to think of it, this Guangning Li clan was apparently founded by a distant branch descendant of our family who was exiled over 100 years ago. For Zhang Xuan to dare strike such a blow, truly arrogant and ignorant. We could crush him with a flick of our wrists. The remaining 3 showed no change in expression, their aura steady as mountains and deep as abysses, seemingly unconcerned by the matter. Yet their demeanor clearly aligned with the first 2's stance toward Zhang Xuan. Within this secret meeting, the stance of these 5 individuals could level everything within the Xia kingdom. They were the very embodiment of heaven. The beautiful woman rose, her voice cool. With your 5 houses colluding, there was no need to summon me. I shall say this, as long as Yu Qianwei stands, you cannot touch this youth. My Rose Legion has long since ceased to intimidate petty criminals. With that, Yu Qianwei strode out, leaving only the clanging of her armor echoing within the council chamber. The 5 fell silent. Yi Duan Tian, head of the Yi clan, rubbed his broad palms together. A peculiar smile flickered across his rugged, flamboyant face as he spoke. Gentlemen, what do you make of Yu Qianwei's stance? Li Tianlong, head of the Li clan who had spoken earlier, wore a look of malice as his aged voice rasped. The Rose Army? They're merely clinging to existence by that entity's grace. Their military leaders haven't made any significant moves in generations. Let them talk all they want over in the abyss. That madman Zhang Xuan must be crushed swiftly and decisively. If Yu Qianwei dares to interfere, she'll only be setting herself on fire. Should any mishap occur, then, she'll have only herself to blame. Nangong Yun, head of the Nangong clan, cleared his throat twice. Dangerous glints flashed in his eyes beneath his scholarly features. Gentlemen, the Rose Army is but a shadow of its former glory, no real threat. Our gathering today is primarily to decide how to deal with this madman. In the minds of the 5, nothing within Xia Kingdom could truly threaten them. Such foolish, arrogant fools were scarcely worth their attention. Countless underlings would surely suppress and drown him. Yet their gathering here signaled that this matter was anything but ordinary. Shi Yan, head of the Shi clan, stood with arms crossed, his harsh features radiating profound authority. Those below had already received detailed intelligence on him. His rise to prominence had been remarkably swift, clearly indicating the backing of extraordinary forces. What was now certain was that this man had actually mastered a pure-blood dragon. His ability to pass the A-rank guild trial indicated his strength was approaching the 8th rank or had even reached it. The gazes of the 5 men grew somber.
Even to them, this man's performance and rapid advancement in strength were astonishing.
But the most crucial revelation soon followed. Beast God Ming personally designated him as the candidate grandmaster of the Nanjiang Beast God Temple. In other words, Morong Jing picked up where he left off, implying that the figure backing him was none other than Beast God Ming or possibly even the Qilin Beast God. The chamber fell into a momentary silence upon these words.
Yi Duantian's voice broke the tension.
The Beast Gods in our 5 clans have never been subordinate to one another. We've always maintained a cooperative relationship. To silently elevate this individual to such a position, even directing their ambitions toward us, is crossing the line. The others nodded in agreement, seemingly lacking the reverence most beast tamers held for the Beast Gods. Li Tianlong narrowed his eyes slightly and said, "The Beast God has reaped benefits from our 5 clans for so many years.
Could it be that now they wish to discard the donkey after the millstone is turned?
He's merely a broken god, trapped in this realm with an incomplete divine form. If it ever comes to that, we needn't fear them." Morong Jing made a shushing gesture.
"Brotherly, it hasn't come to that. Don't speak so rashly.
The 5 clans and the Beast God are inseparable.
Perhaps Lord Mingzuan simply hasn't thought it through yet." Li Tianlong shrugged and said nothing more. Yet judging by Morong Jing's expression, it was clear his words were merely diplomatic niceties.
Everything is now crystal clear. The Beast God intends to shatter the balance.
And they absolutely could not stand idly by.
Morong Jing clapped his hands and declared, "Enough talk, everyone. We have gathered here today to make a decisive resolution. Regarding the Mystic Hall and Zhang Xuan himself, regardless of who stands behind him, the stance of the Morong clan is clear. We shall crush them with thunderous force. Any who have joined the Xian Hall, regardless of whether they've taken concrete action, must also be executed to serve as a warning to others. What are your thoughts?" The other 4 raised their hands in unison.
Shi clan seconds the motion. The Yi clan seconds the motion. Nangong clan seconds.
A storm poised to sweep across the entire Nanjiang province was sealed within the council chamber.
A terrifying force was gathering, surging, poised to unleash its most devastating blow. Within Guangning City, Wang Hua's efficiency was remarkable.
Every available craftsman was mobilized, and within days, the Li family's ancient castle was largely restored. The Xian Hall's garrison site was formally established, and the number of those joining the Xian Hall was exploding at a rate of hundreds per day. Among them were not only commoner beast tamers, but also numerous collateral branches of Guangning's 3 prominent families. And this was merely the count from Guangning City alone. Across the entire Nanjiang province, and even other provinces, vast numbers of beast tamers flocked to answer the call. The Xian Hall's registered membership grew by tens of thousands daily, now exceeding 100,000. Zhang Xuan knew the time had come for him to step forward. He issued a summons, calling all available Xian Hall members to assemble at the ancient castle's encampment. Soon, over 1,000 members gathered within the ancient castle that day. Members from Guangning City had all arrived, along with many from surrounding cities.
Zhang Xuan ascended the platform, surveyed the crowd below, and delivered his address.
These scenes would also be broadcast to all members of Xia Kingdom through the Guild Master's transmission privileges.
Chapter 125, Primordial Divine Essence.
Zhang Xuan surveyed the teeming crowd below. Their expressions varied.
Some gazed with reverence, others with curiosity, some with anticipation, and still others with hesitation. Zhang Xuan took a deep breath.
Bolstered by his formidable physical attributes, his voice carried to the farthest reaches, ensuring every word was heard clearly by all.
Fellow disciples, today marks the first assembly of the Xian Hall and my inaugural address.
Most of our kindred spirits are not present in Guangning City at this moment, but it matters not.
You can see me, and I know you exist. Shared ambition frees us from the constraints of time and space. In this moment, in that moment, countless comrades present, countless comrades long gone.
I use 2 words because I know this: breaking free from shackles, each person rising like a dragon. This is our unspoken yet ever-present ideal. Yet for millennia, certain entities have pursued selfish desires and eternal glory by suppressing, fabricating lies, and weaving illusions. They tried to make us believe that we were born to be this way, that the path to mastering beasts and transcending the ordinary came from their grace, not our inherent right. But I, Zhang Xuan, refuse to believe any of this. The stability of the human race, upheld by countless ancestors over millennia, has been usurped by these very people. How many among you have prayed night after night for a so-called golden beast egg? How many of you could only contract pitifully weak beasts, consoling yourselves that hardship leads to reward, that with patient nurturing, you'd unlock your pet's potential? Yet in the wild, every step is fraught with peril, even the constant threat of death? And you are among the fortunate few.
For countless others, those seemingly embarking on the path to beast-riding greatness, find themselves trapped with no upward mobility, doomed to toil their entire lives. And the limit of your arduous struggle? Merely becoming household slaves to those very people, fawning over their descendants as they feast on the precious resources you once could only dream of. At this moment, the audience, whether gathered in the ancient castle square or watching Zhang Xuan's speech through the guild channel, felt their emotions surge to a fever pitch. They gritted their teeth, they clenched their fists, digging their nails into their palms. Zhang Xuan's voice carried extraordinary power. As he spoke, he deliberately tapped into the extraordinary system of the mind warrior. These days, he had never slackened in his mental training, constantly mapping his own body. Now, channeling his spirit into his speech, he achieved an unexpected effect. The seeds of emotion already sprouting within each person were amplified by the collective effect in Zhang Xuan's mental urging, gradually reaching a fever pitch. From clenched teeth and gritted jaws, to waves of responsive shouts, to low, collective growls. Until Zhang Xuan uttered those words. If heaven cannot accommodate us, I, Zhang Xuan, shall become the one who tears open the heavens. In the name of the mystic emperor, I shall forge an unprecedented great era. All who enter the mystic hall shall become human dragons. At that moment, the tens of thousands of new members of the mystic hall roared in unison. All who enter the mystic hall shall become dragon men. Xian Emperor! Xian Emperor! Xian Emperor! The cries rolled like ocean waves, wave after wave, shaking the very soul. Within Guangning City, members of the Beast God's branch temple and the noble clans gazed upon the site of the formerly family castle, now the location of the Xian Hall, their faces etched with astonishment. A mix of apprehension, astonishment, and admiration filled their eyes. Regardless of their stance toward the Mystic Hall or Zhang Xuan, regardless of what challenges they believed Zhang Xuan would face in the future, one thing was undeniable to all. He had accomplished what countless others desired yet dared not attempt. Moreover, in the shortest time possible, he had ignited a blazing inferno that spread across the land, unstoppable. Even if the Mystic Hall ultimately failed, this feat would be etched forever in the hearts of all beast masters. Across the entire Xia kingdom, countless members of the Xian Hall transcended spatial distances, their voices rising in unison. The gods in heaven were too distant, unreachable. They needed a god among men. That figure had emerged, none other than Zhang Xuan. Standing atop the high platform, Zhang Xuan gazed down at the fervent crowd below. Suddenly, he sensed countless threads of substance drawing toward him, weaving themselves into his very being. This substance was wondrous, formless and colorless, yet it intertwined with his very soul, causing his mind to expand at an astonishingly rapid pace. Zhang Xuan attempted to trace the outline of his own body. What had previously been a barely discernible, unstable blur suddenly became sharp and distinct. As if he had directly stepped into the next realm. Moreover, these drawn-in substances seemed to originate not only from this corner of the ancient castle, but also from many distant directions. This was. Just as he was puzzled by this phenomenon, a prompt sounded abruptly. You have satisfied unknown conditions. By absorbing the willpower of living beings, you have triggered an entity-level upgrade. Your psionic warrior class progression has advanced. World will verification in progress? You have obtained the primordial divine essence. Divine essence? Zhang Xuan startled, sensing something new within his body. Within the space between his eyebrows, a rhombic crystal floated and drifted. Translucent, pure, boundless, yet containing some profound, unfathomable, unobservable, incomprehensible supreme law. The instant the crystal merged with Zhang Xuan, a flicker of his consciousness seemed to ignite the birth and death of worlds: rain, dew, light, air, damp earth. Everything, born because of him, entering some cycle from him. Yet this lasted but an instant before Zhang Xuan's perception snapped back to reality. Yet it was clear that from the crowd below the platform and from all directions, the same threads as before continued to stream in, endlessly burrowing into his body and converging within the crystal. Primordial divine essence. Description: the indispensable starting point for ascending to godhood, an ultimate essence rarely manifested among countless beings. Born from opportunity, from willpower, from law, from some form of ultimate perfection, it is constantly nourished and replenished, enabling one to attain divine status. Is this a divine essence? He possessed a divine essence? Though Zhang Xuan did not comprehend the essence or origin of divine existence, the divine essence was clearly the most crucial element in achieving godhood. And now, he had obtained one? His heart trembled with awe. He sensed carefully the primordial divine essence did not immediately grant him unimaginable powers. Yet Zhang Xuan sensed his perception of the world had sharpened markedly. He could now perceive things previously unseen or overlooked. These were the traces of the rules flowing and operating. He could also sense the connections between different individuals and himself. This heightened sensitivity marked his spirit ascending to a new level. Like these threads connecting him now, or rather, the threads of will. Zhang Xuan could feel the sincerity and yearning within them, along with each person's distinct emotions. Chapter 126, Bonds of Will. Resentment, ambition, rage. The spectrum was vast. Yet these emotions ultimately crystallized into pure energy, transforming into the form of willpower and transmitting into Zhang Xuan's being. In that instant, he understood the origin of his primordial divine essence.
By lifting the torch of hope in people's hearts and gathering the collective willpower hundreds of thousands, millions, and the ever-escalating yearnings of humanity, he had surpassed a critical threshold, crystallizing the primordial divine essence. In other words, this divine essence belongs to the category of will-powered divine essences. According to the description, divine essences can be condensed in different ways, meaning there are various paths to becoming a god. However, among the various sentient races on the continent, true deities likely do not exist, especially among the human race. Otherwise there would be no need to venerate the beast god. As the bearer of a will-power divine essence, Zhang Xuan immediately understood that to continuously strengthen it, he must. Second, he must fulfill the collective aspirations. Since willpower originates from desires, Zhang Xuan had vowed in the name of the Xian Emperor that all would become like dragons. Thus, he must realize this grand vow. Overthrow the Beastmaster clans, crush all opposing forces, then one day, he would ascend to godhood through the power of will. What an extraordinary gain this truly was! A strange light flickered in Zhang Xian's eyes. Who could have imagined that establishing the Xian Hall and declaring war on the clans would also reveal the path to godhood? Given this, the title of Xian Emperor would now resonate even more powerfully. Riding the great wave of everyone becoming dragons, he would continuously stir up greater commotion. Thus, no matter how much hostility and danger he garnered, it would simultaneously mean he attracted that much more attention. With attention came more followers, and with more followers came an endless stream of wish power. As for whether some among them harbor intentions to subvert the mystic hall, such elements will inevitably exist, and in no small number. But in Zhang Xian's view, as long as he continues his rapid advancement, this poses no real threat. Ultimately, the mystic hall was not his strongest reliance. Moreover, after establishing a connection of willpower with the masses of the world, Zhang Xuan discovered that this link seemed to be more than just a simple transmission of willpower. The emotions and thoughts of his followers could faintly reach him, varying in clarity depending on the individual. This allowed Zhang Xuan to discern the benevolent or malevolent intentions others held toward him, not limited to his followers alone. The depth of a believer's devotion, meanwhile, could be gauged by the intensity of their willpower. For instance, among the willpower emanating from the ancient castle square, most appeared as a faint, light gray, representing the most ordinary tier of willpower. These individuals harbored a desire to follow him, though not particularly strongly. It was highly likely that some unforeseen event could sever their connection of wish power. Moreover, the probability of them truly committing themselves to doing something significant was also quite low. A minority possess a faint bluish tint in their connection. Different colors can be understood as tiers or statuses. This hue indicates a significantly stronger willpower than the pale gray, likely stemming from a deep alignment with the mystic hall's vision and a willingness to make considerable sacrifices. Zhang Xian's gaze swept across the square. This ratio did not surprise him. Expecting profound loyalty and conviction merely through speeches was clearly unrealistic. Just as he had scanned nearly all the willpower emanating from the square, suddenly, Zhang Xuan felt a pang of surprise. He had spotted a single crimson-hued connection of willpower. The emotion radiating from it was intense and palpable, like a blazing flame impossible to ignore. Following the connection, he saw a weathered middle-aged man with graying temples, seemingly missing an arm. The man's gaze locked onto Zhang Xuan, filled with intense hope. Zhang Xuan etched the man's face into his memory. This man must have an extraordinary story. Next, Zhang Xuan announced a series of measures. The Xian Hall currently had no entry barriers any beast tamer could join. However, Guangning alone could not accommodate so many, and there were no corresponding tasks available for the time being. Therefore, branches could be established in every town within the Xia Kingdom. Ranked below him as the Hall Master, the hierarchy consisted of 3 tiers: the Grand Hall, the Grand Forum, and the Incense Society. The Xian Hall would be divided into 12 grand arenas corresponding to Xia's 12 provinces. Arena masters must possess at least 6th rank Beastmaster strength. They could self-recommend to the hall for evaluation and selection, and would be directly overseen by the Xian Hall Master. Below the grand headquarters, towns could establish incense assemblies, led by incense masters who reported to the respective provincial headquarters masters. Naturally, these arrangements were implemented within the guild system. Zhang Xuan could view every branch establishment application. Once the general altars and incense societies were preliminarily established, corresponding positions for altar masters and incense masters would be created within the guild. These positions carry corresponding authority. Simultaneously, the coordination of the Xian Hall, the issuance of orders at all levels, and even the management of tokens and hall regulations were all extremely intricate and massive undertakings. Zhang Xuan would entrust these responsibilities to Huo Wu. Within the guild, Huo Wu held the authority of Left Guardian, ranking above the Hall Masters. 2 guardian positions were established to assist the Hall Master in his duties, with the right guardian position currently vacant. Additionally, the position of Elder, equivalent to Altar Master and responsible for comprehensive affairs within the hall, also remained vacant for the time being. The first step was to establish the Xian Hall's framework, while most members would lie low. Zhang Xuan immediately activated a unique feature exclusive to a rank guilds, Guild Member Information Protection. Once activated, outsiders could not discern a member's true guild affiliation, and even fellow members remained unaware of each other's affiliations. For gatherings and secret meetings among members of the same incense society, other covert methods must be employed. While this couldn't entirely prevent attacks from the aristocratic family's minions, it offered some degree of mitigation. Zhang Xuan also issued an order through the guild channel to the hundreds of thousands of current members of the Xin Hall. No branch of the Xin Hall was to conduct any activities without his permission, to avoid being picked off one by one. For among the members, there were undoubtedly many agents of the aristocratic families. For now, he was merely planting seeds. Through the connection of willpower, he could gauge the approximate status of believers within Xia Kingdom. Once his own strength advanced further and the seeds were fully primed, he could launch a full-scale uprising. However, the self-nomination process for altar masters would proceed normally. Should any aristocratic family dare to send a powerful figure to vie for the altar master position in an attempt to disrupt the Xian Hall, Zhang Xuan would ensure they were beaten bloody and never returned. Summon Huo Wu. You'll be needed for the time ahead. A woman of breathtaking beauty, clad only in a crimson gown with snow-white feet bared, knelt upon the ground. Serving my master with all my strength is the sole purpose of Huo Wu's existence. Zhang Xuan nodded, instructing her to remain in the ancient castle while he began handling the mountain of affairs. Afterward, he sought out the individuals from the crowd who possessed the strongest willpower. Chapter 127, Uncovering the Truth. At Huo Wu's summons, 7 individuals gathered in a chamber within the ancient castle. Master, the individuals you requested to be found are all here. Huo Wu curtsied and ushered Zhang Xuan into the room. Upon seeing Zhang Xuan, the 7 exchanged glances before kneeling on one knee. Your subordinates greet the emperor. Originally, they hadn't known how to address him, but recalling that Zhang Xuan was the ruler of the Xian Hall, known as the Xian Emperor, and that they themselves were members of the Xian Hall, this title seemed most fitting. Seeing this palace master up close, the one who single-handedly annihilated the entirely family and vowed to make every soul in the world as mighty as a dragon yet appearing so young, their eyes flickered with heightened excitement. Compared to others, their reverence for Zhang Xuan ran even deeper. Except for the one-armed middle-aged man whose willpower connection glowed crimson, the willpower connections of the other 6 were a deep azure far more intense than those of the vast majority present on the plaza earlier. Please, take a seat. Zhang Xuan gestured for them to take their seats before inquiring about their backgrounds. It turned out that, aside from the one-armed middle-aged man, most of the others hailed from the Yan, Li, and Hu families. However, they were all collateral descendants. Though gifted, they were not only neglected within their respective families but also subjected to constant cold treatment and exploitation. All their toil ultimately served to adorn the direct descendants. Over time, resentment naturally grew within them, leaving them baffled by such injustice. Some endured silently, while others voiced their doubts only to face punishment from their clans, making their lives within the families even more difficult. The emergence of the Mystic Hall and Zhang Xian's arrival held even greater significance for them than for ordinary beast tamers. As members of a prestigious family, possessing exceptional talent and formidable strength, they understood all too well the implications of Zhang Xian's ability to effortlessly annihilate the Li family. This was a figure truly qualified and powerful enough to wage war against the Beastmaster aristocracy. Such a person could unite all commoner Beastmasters in Xia Kingdom under his command. At that point, no matter how powerful or arrogant the Beastmaster clans became, they would at least be forced to bleed from the mouth. The path to a new world would undoubtedly be fraught with thorns and thistles, but they knew they possessed the resolve and courage to navigate it. After thoroughly understanding the identities and circumstances of these individuals, Zhang Xuan discovered they were essentially the strongest and most renowned young members from the collateral branches of the 3 major families of Guangning. Given this, their potential impact was indeed significant. I have a task for you all. Zhang Xuan spoke calmly. Their eyes flashed with excitement as they responded in unison, at your command, your Imperial Majesty. Being granted this private audience and assigned a mission clearly signaled their heightened value in Zhang Xian's eyes. Zhang Xuan turned his gaze to the young men from the collateral branches of the aristocratic families and said, upon your return, gather all those within your respective families who can be won over to our cause. Additionally, the Li, Yan, and Hu families must remit 70% of their monthly profits to my Xian Hall. You shall oversee this in the name of Xian Hall. Any insubordination must be reported to me immediately. A cold gleam flashed in Zhang Xian's eyes, sending a chill through the men. They bowed their heads and replied, understood, Your Excellency. Zhang Xuan turned his gaze to the remaining few and said calmly, once the stubborn holdouts from the 3 families have been thoroughly purged, you shall become their new masters. Suppressing their excitement, the men's voices grew louder, we shall serve the emperor with utmost devotion. Zhang Xuan nodded, then turned his gaze to the one-armed middle-aged man. From their earlier conversation, he already knew the man's name. Sun He, are you familiar with the civilian beastmaster circles in Guangning? Sun He paused briefly before answering, Your Majesty, I maintain good relations with the captains of several gold farming guilds in Guangning. I'm familiar with nearly all the more prominent figures among them. Zhang Xuan said, in that case, gather the others and compile evidence of the oppression and exploitation inflicted upon you by the aristocratic families.
Make these facts public.
If you handle this well, all branches of the Xian Hall can follow suit, gathering such cases to expose the true nature of the Beastmaster aristocratic families to the world.
But remember, no embellishments, just gather the facts truthfully. Sun He's eyes lit up. He understood the gravity of this mission. If it could be implemented across all regions of Xia Kingdom, the flames would spread like wildfire. I will spare no effort to accomplish this.
Bullied by the noble families? Such incidents are far too numerous. If every civilian Beastmaster in Guangning City and even ordinary citizens who aren't Beastmasters were to recount just one such story, it would likely take a whole year to finish. Even selecting just the most outrageous ones would be impossible to exhaust. Recalling his own years of suffering, Sun He believed his story deserved to be known by the world. After arranging everything, Zhang Xuan headed to the trading center.
His face was now unmistakable throughout Guangning City.
The alluring stewardess who had attended to him last time spotted him and hurried over on her high heels, nearly tripping over her own long legs in her haste.
Lord Zhang.
I had no idea you were coming. My apologies for not greeting you properly. Single-handedly annihilating the Li family and founding an A-rank guild either feat alone would shake the entire Nanjiang region, let alone within Guangning City. The stewardess's expression was utterly deferential, her body leaning forward slightly, accentuating her ample curves.
Zhang Xuan gave her a brief glance and asked, "Any high-quality pet beast eggs recently?"
The stewardess immediately replied, "You've arrived at the perfect moment. The trading hall just received an exceptional golden grade pet beast egg.
It was listed yesterday by a D-rank guild from Yongqing City."
"Oh?
Let me see."
"Yes, sir.
Please wait a moment."
The stewardess bowed, then trotted off to retrieve a transparent stone.
Activating its magic array, a projection materialized.
The pet beast egg's details appeared. "Lord Zhang, this egg has been authenticated by the higher tier trading center.
It belongs to a blue lightning falcon.
Among golden grade beasts, this species ranks among the most formidable in combat prowess. Its speed is astonishing, and capturing a mature specimen is extremely difficult. Its pet beast eggs appear in the trading centers of Nanjiang province no more than 3 times a year." Zhang Xuan examined it, recognizing the accuracy of the description. He had studied most of the documented exotic beasts, and this blue lightning falcon was indeed extraordinary. Its outstanding attributes and practical skills enabled novice beast tamers to swiftly overcome the early stages. Beastmaster clans highly favored this type of beast, often choosing it as the first pet for their core disciples. This listing had only just gone up in 2 days, it would likely be snapped up.
"I'll take it," Zhang Xuan declared without hesitation.
The female steward beamed with delight, her exquisitely made-up face blooming like a flower. When high-value resources sold through the trading center she managed, she received a portion of the commission.
Chapter 128, The Black King's Guard.
An egg of this quality commanded a price 50% above the average for golden beast eggs, a staggering 8 million crystals. Consider that even a standard diamond-grade pet beast egg rarely exceeded 10 million crystals on the market.
Of course, diamond-grade pet beast eggs rarely circulated in the trading market.
Obtaining a golden pet beast egg through certain wild opportunities was already extremely rare. For even greater opportunities, even if an ordinary beast tamer happened to stumble upon one, they wouldn't possess the strength to seize it. Those with the capability to seize such opportunities generally wouldn't put them up for sale. Zhang Xuan waved his hand decisively, securing the pet beast egg. Leveraging his previous black gold card VIP privileges, he negotiated a 10% discount, bringing the price down to 800,000 crystals. Even so, 7,200,000 crystals represented the largest single sale in nearly a year for one Xin, the head of Guangning City's trading market. The young woman's eyes sparkled with delight, not merely because she'd earned hundreds of thousands in commission, but because the buyer was now Guangning City's most dazzling figure, a single youth who had annihilated a Beastmaster clan, founded an A-rank guild, and was merely an 18-year-old handsome lad. These aura-like qualities combined were enough to make any woman swoon and become utterly captivated.
It was the innate human tendency to admire strength. One Xin even pondered how she might offer herself to him.
Zhang Xuan, however, had no such interest at the moment and left the trading market directly.
He then returned home.
His uncle, Zhang Tai, and cousin, Zhang Chen, were both present. Truth be told, though he'd been back in Guangning for a while, he'd barely returned home, constantly busy with work.
"Xuan,
brother!" Zhang Tai and Zhang Chen looked both excited and a little worried. Their excitement stemmed from hearing about Zhang Xian's exploit stories that seemed almost dreamlike, utterly unbelievable. Their worry stemmed from knowing this would inevitably stir up trouble, potentially endangering Zhang Xian's safety. Zhang Tai came over and patted his shoulder. "All right, Xian, you're way more impressive than your big brother. You've really brought honor to our Zhang family. Too bad your old uncle here is useless and can't help you much."
Zhang Xuan shook his head.
"Uncle, don't say that. I was raised by you, after all." Zhang Chen chimed in from the side. "Bro, you wouldn't believe it. Ever since word got out about what you did, everyone at school knows we're brothers. Even those aristocratic brats who never gave me the time of day now stop to greet me when we cross paths."
Zhang Chen's eyes sparkled.
For the first time, he realized that power could make those who once stood high above bow their heads. Zhang Xuan smiled and handed him the pet beast egg. Take it. It should suit you well. Zhang Chen was about to enter his senior year. The direct descendants of noble families usually became beast masters a year early, and his own family was no exception. Zhang Chen couldn't believe it. Cradling it in his hands, his jaw nearly dropped when he learned the attributes of this pet beast egg. Bro, you're really giving this to me? Zhang Tai leaned in to take a look and discovered it was a golden pet beast egg. This must be incredibly expensive. Why did you buy it for this kid, a Xian? You should be saving your resources for yourself. Though Zhang Tai was a low-tier beast tamer who couldn't even venture into the wilds to hunt monsters, golden beasts were things that existed only in his dreams. Giving it to Zhang Chen? That'd be a waste. Besides, now that my nephew has embarked on such an extraordinary path, as family, I can't help him. I certainly shouldn't be draining his resources. You're right, bro. I've got no use for this thing. Don't waste your time on me. Zhang Chen snapped out of it and quickly handed it back. Though his heart yearned for it, he wasn't an unreasonable person. Zhang Xian shook his head and smiled. Don't worry, you too. I'm not short on resources like this now. Chen, just focus on becoming an outstanding beast tamer. Whatever you need, I'll provide. Later on, I'll need your help with something big. Hearing this, Zhang Chen hesitated. Seeing Zhang Xian's earnest expression, Zhang Tai pondered for a moment before nodding. Kid, your brother said it, take it. But you'd better take this seriously. From now on, you'll listen to whatever your brother says. Zhang Chen took a deep breath and replied earnestly, understood, brother. I will become a powerful beast tamer and live up to your expectations. He made up his mind. If brother Xian could achieve such great feats, he, as the younger brother, absolutely couldn't bring shame upon him. At the very least, he, Zhang Chen, would surpass those aristocratic scions. Afterward, Zhang Xian arranged for his second uncle and cousin to move into the Xian Hall garrison. Huo Wu would oversee their stay there. He also contacted Suya, leveraging his status as a candidate hallmaster to mobilize a contingent of Beast God Hall beast tamers. The goal was to bolster Xian Hall's defenses. Their ranks didn't need to be exceptionally high, but they absolutely had to be above the 5th tier. This marked a first for the Beast God Hall ever before. Its beast masters had never served as forces for other organizations. However, Zhang Xian held the highest authority within the current Nanjiang Beast God Hall as the candidate hallmaster. His personal fame had already reached its zenith, and the name of the Xian Hall had spread throughout Xia Nation within mere days. Mobilizing the forces of the Nanjiang Hall was an act so unreasonable that no one dared to oppose it. His own stronghold must be fortified to ensure the safety of his family and the members who would later reside permanently within the Xian Hall. After all, turbulent times were certain to follow, and his uncle and Chun couldn't possibly reside in the Grey Realm indefinitely. Only when the Xian Temple ascends to an S-rank guild, merging its guild space with the Grey Realm to allow living beings to pass freely, will this issue be resolved. Additionally, Zhang Xian contemplated deploying defensive forces within the Xian Hall itself. But aside from the beasts, there were currently no other alternatives. He still lacked sufficiently powerful human beastmasters under his command. Black King, I need your help. Summoning the world-burning Black Dragon, since the annihilation of the Li family, there was little need to conceal his command over pure-blooded dragons. With the Black King's current capabilities, it could even hold its own against an 8th-tier beastmaster. With him present, supplemented by the Beast God Hall's beast tamers, this place would be virtually impregnable, eliminating most potential threats. Roar! The Black King let out a low growl, signaling his own contentment with staying outside. Outside the ancient castle, all who gazed upon the dragon towering atop the keep, whether members of the mystic temple or not, felt awe and shock welling within them. This being must be the dragon commanded by His Majesty the Xian Emperor, right? Terrifying. Never in their wildest dreams had they imagined witnessing a pure-blood dragon with their own eyes. Only an existence like the Xian Emperor could achieve such an incredible feat. Never before had it been heard of any 9th-rank super being in the Xia Kingdom capable of commanding a dragon's allegiance. With His Majesty the Xian Emperor here, the Xian Hall's mission will surely be fulfilled in the future. A member of the Xian Hall declared in reverent awe. Chapter 129, Whispers. Zhang Xian's name now echoes throughout the entire Xia Kingdom. The points of discussion surrounding him are too numerous, each one a topic of endless fascination. A once-in-a-millennium prodigy among commoner beast tamers, the leader of the Xian Hall who vowed to make every mortal as mighty as a dragon, the great one who earned the allegiance of pure-blooded dragon clans. Yes, in the understanding of the human race, pure-blood dragons cannot be mastered or tamed. Those who earn their allegiance deserve to be called great. Other titles include Rebel and the Scourge of Noble Houses. For centuries, this is the first being whose discussion far surpasses even a 9th-rank beastmaster. At every moment, Zhang Xian could sense the connections of wish energy forming upon him growing ever more numerous. The wider the fame spreads, the easier it becomes to gather this willpower. He must stir ever greater commotion within Xia Kingdom until he ascends to supreme power, where none dare defy him. Every corner of Xia must be bathed in the radiance of the Xian Emperor. Then, the Kingdom of Light, the Kingdom of Frost, the Kingdom of Scylla, the Kingdom of Ingzhou, and even the other races. In recent days, a new topic had emerged in discussions about Zhang Xuan. For Xia Kingdom's annual unified examination was about to commence. Everyone was debating whether Zhang Xuan would participate in this exam, and if he did, whether he could achieve the top national ranking. The first question arises because Zhang Xuan's current status has seemingly made many forget he is still a senior high school student. Whether he will even enter a Beastmaster Academy has become a topic of heated debate. The second point revolves around whether Zhang Xuan, should he face the most prodigiously talented individuals of this generation from Xia Nation's 5 great clans during the exam, could maintain his previous invincible momentum. After all, though Zhang Xuan has shattered countless impossibilities, the oppressive aura of the Beastmaster clans has been deeply ingrained in this land for centuries. The 5 great clans, in particular, have engraved their invincibility, formidable authority, and intimidating presence into the collective consciousness. In truth, even among commoner Beastmasters, countless were devoted followers of the aristocratic system. They looked up to and worshipped the 5 great clans, and this segment harbored hatred toward the Xian Hall and Zhang Xuan that ran even deeper than that of the aristocratic families themselves. For they had long grown accustomed to their place, accustomed to being trampled, deceived, and abused. Now, a figure had emerged from their own ranks, one who dared to challenge the heavens. Their first reaction was fear, their second was hatred. We are sheltered by heaven, granted the right to life by heaven.
Now you wish to become something different?
No, we cannot permit it. All must remain like us, forever mired in this quagmire. Precisely for this reason, many voices insist Zhang Xuan cannot possibly achieve first place in the unified examination.
Some even scoffed at the notion.
The Xia Kingdom Unified Examination is the most anticipated event of the year, and for generations, the top 5 spots have never been claimed by anyone outside the 5 great clans. This pattern has held true for the past 2 to 3 centuries, as far as records can be traced. Currently, the public forums of Xia's Beastmasters are ablaze with heated debate over this matter. Xiandi's achievements are truly unprecedented, unmatched by any figure in history. I believe his brilliance rivals even that of the Abyss Sealing King, who single-handedly suppressed the Abyss 1,000 years ago and preserved Xia Kingdom's legacy. In a mere unified examination, should he participate, I see no possibility of the top spot going to anyone else. Yes, for ages we've lived in the shadow of the Beastmaster clans, believing them unrivaled and unchallengeable.
Yet Xiandi's sudden emergence has overturned this very notion.
The clans are not invincible, and we need not live at their mercy. I can discern the purpose behind the Xian Emperor's current actions. He will surely seize the opportunity to shatter the clan's myth at the unified examination.
I have entered the Mystic Hall. Whatever the Emperor does, hundreds of thousands of Mystic Hall members across Xia Kingdom will stand by his side.
Many have voiced their support for Zhang Xuan, including those who hold him in extreme admiration and fervor.
Yet opposing viewpoints abound. You all think too simplistically.
Zhang Xuan is indeed exceptionally brilliant. It would not be an exaggeration to call him the foremost prodigy among commoner beast masters in 3 centuries. But for him to step forward now and issue such defiant words against the beast mastering clans is truly unwise. The true nature of the clan system is infinitely more profound and terrifying than what we can perceive. You must understand that the Li family of Guangning, whom Zhang Xuan recently annihilated, was merely a minor clan residing in a small city. The strongest among them barely reached the 6th tier, and even within that tier, they were utterly mediocre. Such families bear the name of clan, yet they occupy the lowest rung of the clan hierarchy, utterly unrepresentative of the true nature of clans. Only those capable of dominating an entire province can be called true aristocratic families. These beast-taming clans, with 8th-tier beast-tamers at their helm, boast core members who are easily 6th tier in strength. And what of the 5 great clans, entrenched in the imperial capital for centuries with rule as solid as rock? Do you truly grasp the depth of their foundations? Though this speaker expressed skepticism toward Zhang Xuan, he did not outright disparage him, instantly drawing a following of supporters. Indeed, the 5 great clans never lack top-tier geniuses. It's not uncommon for their members to reach Tier 3 or Tier 4 before the unified examinations. Moreover, these individuals typically push their current tier to its absolute limits before advancing. With their profound foundations, perfectly matched powerful beasts, and various supportive methods and artifacts, their true combat strength can even span 2 tiers. Fighting above their tier is nothing but a trivial matter for them. A clan elder sister of mine was taken as a concubine by a prominent figure from the Stone Clan, so I've gained some insight into the current state of the 5 great clans' young members this year. It can only be described in one phrase: extremely formidable. Oh? Care to elaborate? The top geniuses of the 5 great clans have always been a hot topic in Xia Kingdom's Beastmaster circles. However, in the past, these prodigies only revealed their talents during the unified examinations, and news rarely reached the outside world. This time, however, with Zhang Xuan's presence, the discussions and speculations about them have grown even more intense. What I know is this: the offspring of the 5 great clans taking the unified exam this year are the most outstanding prodigies each clan has produced in a century. Their innate talent and destiny are both maxed out, their combat prowess terrifyingly extreme, even rivaling the high-ranking figures within the 5 great clans themselves.
Is that true? Could such a thing be possible?
Typically, the strongest prodigies from each family emerge at staggered times. Based on age, one family might produce theirs a year earlier, while another's might appear a year later. For all of them to coincide in the same cohort is exceedingly rare, and such a convergence has a special name. Indeed, if my intelligence is accurate, this year's offspring of the 5 great clans will be the strongest in history. With 5 young beast masters of supreme rank gathering together, they will embark on a path to supremacy rarely seen in a century.
Chapter 130, Members Imprisoned.
The path of supreme masters is a time-honored term signifying when prodigies gather to traverse trials, ultimately crowning a single youth as the supreme master. Yet the path of supreme masters has opened only a handful of times throughout history, for the conditions required are exceedingly stringent. Participants must be the strongest prodigies from each of Xia Nation's 5 great clans over the past decades.
Moreover, these 5 individuals must appear in the same era, even the same age group, to ultimately compete on the same stage.
Only then could the path of the supreme be officially opened. The one who emerges victorious over all their peers in such trials becomes the undisputed young beastmaster supreme.
Such a being emerges but once in a century.
The few who have achieved this in history all hailed from the 5 great clans, leaving indelible marks in the annals of both the beastmaster realm and the continent itself. But now, if the 5 clans of Xia Nation truly produce 5 peerless prodigies of the same generation, this path to supremacy will be more dazzling and spectacular than ever before. For alongside them on this path to supremacy walks a commoner prodigy who has already shaken the world. Just wait and see, this so-called Zhang Xuan will instantly reveal his true colors when facing the 5 clans' true prodigies. The authority of the noble houses must not be challenged. The speaker, not born into a noble family, held profound admiration for Xia's 5 clans. He scoffed at notions of the light of commoners or the grand vision of everyone becoming dragons.
Many shared his sentiments.
Some voiced their opinions more mildly, but most were filled with scorn for Zhang Xuan in the Xian Hall. They deemed Zhang Xuan delusional, blind to the colossal might of the true clans. Those who followed Zhang Xuan were deemed even more foolish, daring to challenge the very system that had long provided them with stability. Indeed, this faction believed that the very Beastmaster clan system ensured their survival.
Rather than resisting the clans, they should be grateful for the clan's benevolence. Yet many voices stood with Zhang Xuan, refuting their claims. Long enslaved, you've grown accustomed to being dogs.
Seeing those who still hold their heads high, you cannot comprehend it, cannot accept it, so you bark wildly, trying to drag us back to your level.
But that will never happen.
Open your dog eyes wide, for the Xian Emperor will once again slap you in the face.
Well said.
We support the Xian Emperor, yet we do not merely rely on him.
Every person a dragon is no hollow slogan. This flame will pass through us all.
Mortal masses, you can no longer blindfold our eyes or gag our mouths. A fierce war of words erupted between the two sides, yet soon, a single statement sent the tension soaring to new heights.
Yi Ao Tian of the Yi clan, a mere insect, dares defy heaven?
A fraud who deceives the world, is he truly worthy of such devotion? I declare this, if Zhang Xuan dares not take the unified exam, so be it. But should he dare participate, let him not be eliminated too soon. Should we truly meet, I shall crush him with my own hands. This individual's identifier bore an identity verification suffix. Within the Xia Nation's Beastmaster public forum, such suffixes were impossible to forge. Thus, when this Yi Aotian spoke, he instantly captured the attention of countless people.
Yi Aotian of the Yi clan, it was actually this figure. He was the rumored heir of the Yi clan set to take this year's unified examination, the most prodigious talent the clan had produced in decades. That such a figure would speak out meant Zhang Xuan had thoroughly enraged the 5 clans. Ha! I can't wait to see how this prodigy crushes such petty scum. Supporters from various clans immediately swarmed beneath Yi Aotian's post, cheering enthusiastically. Yi Tianzhou is mighty. We await your sweeping victory in the national unified examination. When the Yi clan enters the fray, who can rival them? That so-called Xian Hall? Nothing but a bunch of clownish upstarts and rabble. Yi Tianzhou, if you truly encounter Zhang Xuan, then make sure to teach him a lesson. Let him know that commoners are just commoners. How dare he usurp the title of emperor? He truly doesn't know his place. Yi Tianzhou, this humble maiden possesses fine looks and masters the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. My family has served as maids in noble households for 3 generations. Might I have the honor of entering the Yi clan to attend to your esteemed masters? Serving by your side would be my deepest dream. Ha! What a lowly creature. You might as well admit your family has been dogs for generations. The moment Yi Aotian spoke, the already buzzing forum erupted in chaos.
Those siding with Zhang Xuan feared Yi Aotian's real-world retaliation and dared not confront this prodigy of the Yi clan directly, so they engaged in sharp verbal exchanges with his supporters.
At this moment,
Zhang Xuan of the Xian Hall, rest assured, the prodigies of the 5 clans have never been on my radar. My rivals are their fathers and grandfathers. For them to challenge me is to disrupt the proper order of generations.
Should I ever encounter one, a single kick will suffice to end them. The forum fell silent for 2 seconds before erupting with a flood of astonished comments. The Xian Emperor is mighty. Well said. Without their noble families propping them up, these brats would still be playing in the mud somewhere. How dare they compare themselves to the Xian Emperor? Take dragon mastery alone, has anyone else ever achieved it? Crushingly annihilating a beast master clan guarded by several 6th-tier beast masters, who else could accomplish that at this age? Yi Aotian was clearly enraged and immediately popped up to speak again. But Zhang Xuan remained silent. Only 2 days remained until the unified examination. Zhang Xuan kept himself occupied, practicing spear techniques daily, refining his flame control, and cultivating his spiritual energy. As more and more willpower connections formed, his mental energy grew significantly stronger each day. Crack! On the open ground of the Xian Hall training grounds, formerly the ancient castle square, Zhang Xuan thrust his spear forward. Though he had not drawn upon any physical strength, a thunderous explosion erupted within the 3-foot radius before the tip of the burning prison spear. This was the manifestation of psychic power manipulating external matter to imbue the spear with enough destructive force to instantly slay a golden grade beast of level 100 or higher. Zhang Xuan then soared into the air. His flight skills were now highly proficient. Rapidly ascending, he drew the burning star bow and unleashed 4 arrows in a single flash. All 4 targets hanging on the surrounding castle towers were struck. The arrows, forged from condensed flames, exploded upon impact, their fiery light blazing skyward. Zhang Xuan trained intensely for 2 full hours before finally pausing. At that moment, news arrived from the Xian Hall. Zhang Xuan glanced at it, his eyebrows arching as a dangerous gleam flashed in his eyes. It turned out that the few collateral branch members of the great families he had previously dispatched to oversee the resource contributions from the 3 families had now apparently clashed with their respective clans. One member of the Li family appeared to be in serious trouble, having been directly arrested and imprisoned by his clan. Had the individual not managed to relay a message within the guild before being imprisoned, Zhang Xuan would not have learned of this development so promptly. Chapter 131, Is this a beast master? Zhang Xuan clenched his fists, a cold smile curling his lips. Good. Very good. Let me see what gives you the nerve to do this. He soared directly into the air, flying toward the Li family's estate. It was a vast estate complex. After landing at the perimeter, several Li family Xian Hall members were already waiting there. Spotting Zhang Xian's arrival, they hurried forward. Your Imperial Majesty. Zhang Xuan nodded coldly. Report the situation. Yes, Your Imperial Majesty. We were summoned by our elder cousin Wangzu to accompany him in supervising the family head's submission of revenues to the hall. The family head flew into a rage, berated our cousin, and had him imprisoned immediately. We avoided arrest because, as instructed by elder brother Wangzu, we did not reveal our identities as members of the Xian Hall. The speakers were all from the Li family's collateral branches. The so-called cousin Wangzu was Li Wangzu, one of the 6 individuals whose willpower connection had previously turned deep blue. He was a renowned prodigy among the Li family's collateral branches, commanding great prestige. These individuals all followed his lead. Zhang Xuan nodded. Where is Li Zhu Wang imprisoned? The others replied, in a residence within the clan grounds. Several clan beastmasters are currently guarding him. Take me there. Yes. The young collateral descendants looked tense. They were now opposing the clan, but the formidable power of the man before them suppressed their fear. They weren't worried about what kind of conflict might erupt next. As collateral descendants, joining the Xian Hall was itself an expression of intense dissatisfaction with the direct line and a strong desire to change their own circumstances. Moreover, by bloodline, the distinctions between collateral and direct branches had become starkly clear over generations, leaving little room for sentiment or hesitation. Guided by several members, they made their way toward the inner residential quarters. Before long, a patrol appeared on the road. Halt! Collateral relatives are forbidden in this sector. Who authorized your passage? The patrol leader bellowed. Since the appearance of the Mystic Hall, tensions within the 3 Guangning families had grown palpable. Everyone knew this would inevitably ignite the long-simmering resentment between the direct and collateral branches. After Li Wangzu led his forces to pressure the palace, the Li family's high command grew furious. They immediately sealed off the outer districts where the collateral branches resided, deploying clan guards to patrol and prevent collateral members from entering the inner areas. Several patrolmen approached, cursing under their breath. The family head had issued an order. During this critical period, any collateral branch member suspected of violating the rules could be arrested on the spot. Most of these guards were houseborn servants cultivated by successive generations of the Li family, granted the family surname and thus considered collateral branches themselves. Yet they remained loyal to the direct line. They harbored deep hostility toward the true collateral branches who shared blood ties with the main lineage. Now that the master had issued an order, they naturally bared their fangs to demonstrate their loyalty. That Li Wangzu fellow was thoroughly dealt with by them. Zhang Xuan saw the group advancing and wasted no words, stepping forward decisively. Thud! Zhang Xian's boot slammed into the leader's chest.
From the moment he appeared in their sight to the strike landing, the entire sequence unfolded in the blink of an eye, leaving no time for reaction.
The colossal force slammed into him like a cannonball.
The patrol captain flew backward like a. No one had anticipated someone striking so ruthlessly without even summoning a beast companion. The sheer destructive power of his bare hands was terrifying. Several members of the Li family's collateral branches behind Zhang Xuan stared wide-eyed in shock. They had expected the Xian emperor to summon a beast companion and steamroll through, intimidating the Li family.
Yet the opponent's methods proved brutally overwhelming.
They recognized that patrol captain of 4th rank beast tamer, no less, yet he was reduced to a mangled rag with a single kick. This was simply too formidable. The group watched Zhang Xian's retreating figure with growing admiration. Truly worthy of being the emperor who founded the Xian Hall.
The remaining patrol members were utterly petrified.
The force of that single kick sent waves of pain rippling through their bodies, like being sliced by knives. They turned back to the captain, now lying motionless on the ground.
Was this man truly a beast tamer?
How dare you? This is the territory of the Li family of Guangning. Who are you to cause trouble here? One of them barked, his voice harsh but trembling inside. The others stared at Zhang Xian's face, their pupils suddenly contracting as they realized something. He looks like that person from the Xian Hall. Zhang Xian's face was already recognizable to most people in Guangning City. Even if they hadn't seen him in person, his distinctive features had spread through various channels. A chill ran through the group as they recalled his deeds, causing them to immediately fall to their knees.
Your Excellency, spare our lives. We are merely servants of the Li family.
Zhang Xuan spoke calmly. Take me to where Li Wangzu is being held.
Yes. Please follow us, Your Excellency.
The patrolmen, who had been on edge moments before, scrambled to their feet and scrambled ahead to lead the way. This time, they encountered no further obstruction. Soon, Zhang Xuan arrived before a courtyard where several beast masters stood guard. A short, middle-aged man guarding the entrance noticed the approaching figure.
Turning his head, he frowned and snapped, Li Fu. You're supposed to be patrolling. What are you doing here? And who are these people? Where's Li Guang?
Li Fu was one of the patrol members, while Li Guang was the patrol captain who had been kicked to death.
Li Fu trembled, head bowed, unable to speak.
The short middle-aged man observed his expression, then glanced at Zhang Xian and the others.
He immediately sensed something was amiss. Enemies. He slapped his waist, and 3 monstrous beasts roared into the clearing. Hurry and notify the family head.
The short middle-aged man didn't recognize Zhang Xian at first, but he knew the other party was undoubtedly trying to rescue Li Wangzu. He commanded the beasts to advance and block them. Zhang Xian stepped forward, unleashing a brutal punch. To everyone's horrified gaze, the first beast charging at them was struck squarely in the head. Crack! Mid-air, it exploded like a watermelon. The massive beast, built like a rhinoceros, detonated from its head down, its entire body shattering as if struck by a mountain. Having reached the growth stage of the God-tier Black King, with 70% attribute feedback, Zhang Xian's single strike reduced the level 100 beast to a blood mist easier than tearing a sheet of paper. Turbid blood splattered the short, middle-aged man's entire body. He froze in terror, utterly unable to comprehend what had just happened. The next instant, a pair of iron-like hands clamped around his throat.
Mum.
His eyes rolled back as his body was hurled against the wall, leaving a human-shaped dent in its wake. He showed no signs of life.
Chapter 132, Whipshot.
Immediately, Zhang Xian stepped to the left, twisted his waist, and whipped his right leg out in a high kick.
A crackling sound ripped through the air. The second beast was instantly kicked to pieces.
The third shuddered violently, collapsing to the ground, frozen in terror.
With its master and 2 companions brutally slaughtered, what was the point of resisting?
Despite the explosive force of Zhang Xian's attack, which detonated like a cannonball, not a single drop of blood touched his body. All had been deflected away. The remaining guards fell to their knees in terror, utterly unable to entertain the thought of summoning any more beasts. Kicking open the gate, he stepped into the courtyard. Inside, a man sat on the ground, his clothes torn and stained with blood.
Hearing the commotion, the figure looked up. Your Excellency?
Li Wangzu scrambled to his feet, forcing himself to ignore the pain coursing through his body as he took a few steps forward. Then he abruptly halted, his face clouded with shame.
My lord, I failed to complete the task you assigned. I am guilty.
He had been determined to carry out Zhang Xian's instructions, so he gathered many distant relatives and sought an audience with the family head in the name of the Xian Hall. Little did he know the other party paid no heed to the Hall of Xian's reputation, immediately seizing him and beating him mercilessly. Li Wangzu now bitterly regretted his own weakness. If he had been stronger, Zhang Xian wouldn't have had to deign to rescue him personally. In the end, he had been of no help whatsoever. Noticing his demeanor, Zhang Xian patted his shoulder and said, "No need for regret. You did well. How are your injuries?" Li Wangzu straightened his back and replied, "Thank you for your concern, Lord. Just some bruises, nothing serious." A cold glint flashed in Zhang Xian's eyes.
You dared harm my Xian Hall's men? Very well. Very well indeed.
The murderous intent in his laughter made the other collateral descendants following behind him tense up. Zhang Xuan's actions just now had completely overturned their understanding. A human body could actually crush and kill a 4th-tier beast master's beast pet outright? Without even needing to summon his own beast pet? Was this even human? If someone claimed he was the incarnation of the beast god, wouldn't people believe it? Wangzhu, take me to the Li family's core territory. Yes. Li Wangzhu responded respectfully. They hadn't gone far when a group suddenly rushed up, and at least 30 or 40 strange beasts closed in from all directions. Quick! A great enemy has attacked our clan. The Li family's most elite beastmasters had already arrived, summoning their primary combat beasts. The head of the Li clan, surrounded by his entourage, was making his way toward them. But they halted abruptly, for the towering youth, whose presence felt like a mountain, stood there calmly observing them. The clan leader's boiling rage instantly cooled as if doused in ice water. He halted, and the surrounding Li family members stopped as well. Upon hearing of an intruder within the clan, the head had immediately suspected Zhang Xuan. He swiftly dispatched scouts to gather intelligence, discovering that the Dragon Guardian of the Mystic Hall had remained behind and not accompanied the group. This meant the Xian Hall Master's greatest asset was not present. Yet when the Li family head saw the other party, fear still gripped his heart. Was he such a reckless man? Or was it that even without that Dragon Clan Guardian by his side, Zhang Xuan still possessed the confidence to subdue the Li family? He couldn't know for certain, but he dared not take the gamble. The image of the Li family's instant annihilation and the scene of the Hu family's master being instantly slain by Zhang Xuan flashed through his mind. This young man, hailed as the Xian Emperor, defied all conventional logic. The Li family members stood in tense readiness, their eyes fixed nervously on Zhang Xuan. Suddenly, an elder of the Li family turned to Li Wangzhu and roared angrily. Li Wangzhu, you ungrateful dog. Now you seek to overthrow our clan with outsiders' aid, spilling your own kin's blood for selfish gain. If your grandfather and father knew of your actions, would they ever forgive you? Li Wangzhu roared in fury, shut your mouth. Old fool, you have no right to speak of my grandfather and father. They toiled tirelessly for the Li family their entire lives, and what was their reward? My father died defending some spoiled brat of the main branch, mauled by a beast. The clan wouldn't even spare the manpower to retrieve his body. My grandfather was consumed by grief ever since, and he didn't last 2 years after that. On his deathbed, he begged me never to resent the main family. You parasites! You brainwash your own servants, leech off us, and expect gratitude for your phony favors? Pa! His expression was heated, and the surrounding collateral descendants shared his indignation. The Li family elder, enraged, barked, serving the master family is your honor. Under no circumstances can this justify your betrayal of the clan. Zhang Xuan grew impatient. Suddenly, the burning prison spear materialized in his hand. He flung it like a javelin. Watch out! The Li family had spotted his move first, his eyes bulging in fury as he scrambled to dodge aside. A terrifying heat, almost capable of melting flesh, sliced through the air, creating a distorted shockwave. With a thunderous boom, the Li family elder was impaled before he could react. In an instant, the flames consumed his body, leaving not a single bone behind, everything reduced to ashes. Zhang Xuan beckoned with a flick of his wrist, and the burning prison spear flew back into his hand. With his psychic energy having surged dramatically, he now possessed a certain ability to manipulate objects across distances. Combined with his mastery over flames, the burning prison spear was far more than just a melee weapon. Whoosh! The Li family members were petrified. The high-ranking figures flanking the elder were so terrified they couldn't move, only scrambling away in screams when the flames reached them, then writhing in agony on the ground. The surrounding beasts began to stir, yet none dared to attack directly. The aura emanating from this human was too terrifying, like encountering a beast clan sovereign, leaving them unable to breathe. You. The head of the Li family stammered several times, unable to complete his sentence. His lips trembled violently, while the others fell utterly silent, realizing they were facing an utterly terrifying situation. The sheer number of beast pets brought no comfort whatsoever to the Li family members. They finally grasped, with brutal clarity, the true horror of Zhang Xuan. The head of the Li family was filled with regret. He regretted having defied the other parties well before reinforcements arrived. Now, this situation was becoming increasingly difficult to resolve. The only option now was to stall the enemy as long as possible. He drew a deep breath, as if making an immensely difficult decision, then dropped to one knee. Honorable Emperor Xian, this matter is the fault of the Li family. The surrounding Li family elders and direct descendants were startled to see their patriarch kneel, but none dared utter a sound. They all bowed their heads in unison. The Li family head pressed both palms against the ground, his voice trembling. Honorable Emperor, we implore you to grant the Li family one more chance. Chapter 133, The New Head of the Li Clan. A chance? Zhang Xuan raised an eyebrow. The Li family head dared not lift his gaze. Yes, we will fulfill every detail of our previous agreement with your excellency. 70% of our resources will be delivered within 3 days. No, 90%. Our family is willing to surrender 90% as atonement. Zhang Xuan chuckled softly.
90%. It seems the head of the Li family is willing to go all in this time. The head of the Li family nodded vigorously. We were ignorant and foolish before, daring to defy your excellency. Now we know our mistake. From this day forward, the Li family will spare no effort or resources in serving your excellency. Zhang Xuan shook his head. What a pity. Those who disregard my words from the very start are unlikely to truly reform. I detest insincerity above all else. Lordly, he continued, the reinforcements you so desperately crave won't arrive anytime soon, will they? The Li family head's pupils contracted as he shook his head instinctively. Reinforcements? I have no idea what you're talking about. Oof. Is that so? Too bad you won't get to see the sight of your mighty allies, the ones you're counting on being annihilated by me. Zhang Xuan remarked indifferently. He knew full well the upper echelons of the three families would continue their underhanded schemes. Elite warriors from the southern river city and even the 5 clans of the imperial capital were undoubtedly already on their way to hunt him down. But wasn't he, too, waiting for them to walk straight into his trap? The head of the Li family now understood his opponent would never let him go. Refusing to sit idly by, he summoned his courage and suddenly flung an object from his sleeve. Swish! Countless razor-sharp needles rained down like a storm toward Zhang Xian's head and face, filling the air with a dense, teeth-grinding whistling sound. This was an instant deployment defensive device. Each steel needle was specially crafted and infused with potent venom. At close range, they could riddle a beast with tens of thousands of HP like a sieve. Designed specifically to counter beast tamers, its primary strength lay in its element of surprise. The Li family head hadn't anticipated needing to deploy this device. But after witnessing his opponent's capabilities, he knew this was the only option. Summoning a beast companion to counterattack was simply too slow. As he hurled the storm of needles, the Li family head turned and fled for his life. He didn't believe the other clan members and elders could hold the opponent back. He could only hope this device would truly prove effective. The storm of steel needles erupted with terrifying force. The Li family's collateral branches beside Zhang Xuan instinctively scattered in panic. Yet Li Wangzu not only held his ground but advanced, bellowing as he shielded his face with his hands. Taking a huge stride forward, he intended to block Zhang Xian's path. Yet Zhang Xian deliberately moved forward to meet the barrage of needles. Boom! His entire body suddenly ignited with searing crimson flames, blasting Li Wangzu backward. Countless sparks erupted, instantly transforming the area within several feet into a domain of fire. Extreme heat, extreme pressure, extreme force. All the steel needles melted the moment they entered this fiery domain, falling limply to the ground before dissolving completely. All the surrounding Li family members gaped in shock, their minds reeling. Was this a god among men? The head of the Li family lacked even the courage to turn and look, seeking only to flee. But a terrifying, scorching hand seized him, flinging him to the ground. Exploding fire elements instantly burrowed into his body, scorching and destroying his blood, organs, and muscle tissue with reckless abandon. The head of the Li family howled in agony, writhing and crying on the ground. But soon his cries grew faint, until his struggles ceased completely. His body began to spontaneously combust. This was caused by the chaotic fire elements within using his flesh as fuel, burning outward. Zhang Xuan drew the flames back into his body. His innate mastery of fire, measured purely by combat power, was even stronger than that of the Black King before his evolution. Such petty tricks were nowhere near enough to trouble him. Such godlike power had left everyone dazed and bewildered. Especially the high-ranking members of the Li family who had been surrounding their master. Their knees buckled instantly, and they all fell to their knees on the ground. Spare our lives, Your Excellency. Spare our lives. We vow to serve Your Excellency eternally. We beg for Your Excellency's mercy. The Li family elders, usually solemn and imposing, now groveled like lapdogs, kowtowing and weeping bitterly. Zhang Xian's overwhelming might had completely shattered their comprehension, leaving no room for defiance. Their vision was limited by the capabilities of mere 5th and 6th tier beast masters. Such methods were not only unseen but unheard of. It seemed more akin to the high-tier mages of the legendary elven race. Zhang Xuan glanced back at Li Wangzu. He had noticed the other man's earlier actions. In that situation, his first instinct was to shield Zhang Xuan. Whether or not he had suddenly gained divine insight in that instant, his abrupt act of loyalty. But it did indeed deepen Zhang Xian's trust in him. More significantly, the opponent's original willpower connection had been deep blue, but now it had transformed into fiery red, the same color as Sunhee's. Clearly, his faith level had risen to a new tier. Several other Li family collateral branches who had accompanied them also saw their willpower connections shift from pale gray to deep blue. Evidently, formidable power remains the most effective and efficient means of winning others over. Li Wangzu. Noticing Zhang Xian's gaze, Li Wangzu hastily responded, "Your servant is here, Lord." Zhang Xuan replied coolly, "Do you have the confidence to hold the Li family's position securely? I have no desire to waste time on such trivial matters again." Li Wangzu shuddered violently, forcibly suppressing his surging elation and excitement. His mind cleared completely. Kneeling on one knee, he declared calmly, "Lord, I will purge and reorganize the Li family within 3 days. There will be no further opposition to you.
All resources and personnel of the Li family now belong to the Xian Hall.
The senior Li family members nearby immediately reacted, bowing to Li Wangzu.
We pay homage to the new family head. Li Wangzu knew that among the remaining direct line elders of the Li family, there were still beast masters of the 5th and even 6th ranks. But after Zhang Xuan had slaughtered the head of the Li family in such a brutal manner, the rest were undoubtedly terrified. It was impossible for them to stir up trouble again in the short term. If he had gone to such lengths to assist Zhang Xuan, yet failed to leverage his position as Zhang Xuan's subordinate to seize control of the entire Li family, what value would he hold for Zhang Xuan?
Zhang Xuan nodded, saying nothing more.
Since the other party wasn't foolish and showed a degree of loyalty, then granting one more chance might not be out of the question.
As for the other two families, what happened here today would reach them swiftly.
Any direct descendants of the Yan and Hu families who wish to avoid shared ruin would surely know what to do.
Zhang Xuan departed the location.
The next day, a detailed information sheet on the Li family was transmitted to Zhang Xuan through the Xian Hall channel.
Chapter 134, The 11th Branch. All assets, including warehouses, internal and external holdings, and connections to various factions' interests. All personnel, including direct and collateral relatives, along with each direct member's identity, connections, age, appearance, background, and every detail. All were contained within this thick stack of charts. The various structures and facilities of the Xian Hall had now been largely completed, built upon the foundations of the former Li family castle. Seated in the main hall's central position, Zhang Xuan perused these records with keen interest.
The beast-taming families within these small cities possessed mediocre strength, yet their internal affairs were rife with convoluted intrigues and sordid dealings.
Li Wangzu made no attempt to conceal anything, recording numerous scandals and secrets of the Li family within these pages.
TSK. Zhang Xuan shook his head as he read. No wonder they say high walls harbor many scandals. Living in luxury, wielding great power within a clan, and spanning generations, the relationships inevitably became incredibly complex. According to these records, any young woman of exceptional beauty in the Li family's collateral branches would inevitably catch the eye of the direct line's high-ranking members. The same fate befell collateral branch men who possessed a beautiful wife. Sometimes, a wife who was originally the mistress of an elder would be married off to a collateral relative to cover up the affair.
The direct line's high-ranking members engaged in even more brazen schemes.
With over 200 direct and collateral family members residing on Li territory, such sordid affairs were far too numerous to count. At a certain point, it becomes impossible to distinguish whether the other party is even a blood relative. It was a wild game indeed. If even a minor beastmaster family like Guangning's could be like this, it was hard to imagine what the situation must be like in the major clans with thousands of members in their ancestral lands, or even the 5 great houses of the imperial capital.
Master. Huo Wu, clad in a crimson gown, appeared within the hall.
Kneeling on one knee, she respectfully reported, Liangzu has dispatched men to bring all the relatives of the former head of the Li family.
They are currently being held outside the hall under the supervision of 2 Li family elders.
Oh?
Zhang Xuan raised an eyebrow. Have them come in.
Yes.
Huo Wu exited and returned shortly, leading the group inside.
At the head of the group were 2 Li family elders, the very same 2 who had stood beside the head of the Li family yesterday. Their faces were tense, and behind them they escorted a young man along with over a dozen women. The women ranged from those in their 40s to young girls barely 20, each possessing striking beauty and graceful figures. Their skin was fair and smooth, clearly the product of a life of privilege. The 2 elders of the Li family, upon seeing Zhang Xuan, immediately knelt trembling on the ground. Honorable Lord, they said, these are the relatives of the criminals the family had ordered us to bring.
We await your command. They proceeded to detail the group's identities.
The sole male was the late Li family head's only son, in his early 20s, yet his abilities were decidedly lacking, merely a second-tier beastmaster. Originally a spoiled playboy, he spent his days in extravagant luxury, indulging in lewd games with maids and collateral female relatives. After the Li family head's death, collateral relatives took their anger out on him, breaking several bones. Now he was covered in blood, his face swollen like a pig's. Had Li Wangzu not decided to hand him over to Zhang Xuan for punishment, he likely would have been beaten to death within the Li family compound. Among the 11 women, the eldest was the head of the Li family's primary wife, while the rest were concubines. Interestingly, the principal wife also came from the Li family's direct line, bearing only 1 daughter. Among the other concubines, only the 3rd wife had given birth to an only son, the rest had no children. This deceased head of the Li family must have been in rather poor health.
Zhang Xian's gaze turned to Li Wangzu's eldest son and Lady Li with a hint of amusement.
The dossier Li Wangzu had provided mentioned that the 2 were having an affair, a secret known to several high-ranking members of the Li family, yet the patriarch himself remained completely unaware.
He inquired, what of the Li family's only daughter? Where is she now? An elder of the Li family promptly answered, reporting to Your Excellency, the daughter is named Li Shufa. She is currently studying at the Nanjiang Beastmaster Academy.
We have not informed her of the situation and have notified her in the name of the family to return immediately to Guangning. She should arrive within roughly 3 days. Upon her return, we will secure her custody immediately and present her to your excellency." Hearing this, Mrs. Li, kneeling among the female relatives, turned pale. After all, Li Shuafei was her only daughter. An elder cautiously inquired, "Honorable master, how should we deal with the child of the criminal?" Zhang Xuan smiled faintly. "I am not one to kill indiscriminately, but keeping them alive serves no purpose. They are merely a potential threat." Huo Wu, who had been standing by, stepped forward. "Your servant awaits your command." With a flick of her wrist, a roaring ball of flame shot forth, instantly engulfing the Li family's only son. The young man, accustomed to a life of extravagance and debauchery, showed no sign of resistance before the flames consumed him. Born of fire elements, Huo Wu was a flame spirit, naturally gifted with fire control. Her innate bloodline talent allowed her to grow ever stronger. Though she fell short of Zhang Xian's prowess, her combat power remained utterly terrifying. That single burst of flame reduced him to ashes. The third branch of the Li family, witnessing their son's demise, buried their faces in their hands and wept bitterly, though they dared not utter a word of condemnation. The first lady, who had been involved with him, was so terrified she fainted on the spot. The other female relatives trembled uncontrollably. They held no particular affection for the former Li family head or his only son, but the sudden plunge from their comfortable lives into fear left them shaken. Zhang Xian waved his hand, dismissing the two Li family elders. They breathed a huge sigh of relief, kowtowed, and left with hunched backs. 11 female relatives remained behind. Zhang Xian stroked his chin. Truth be told, the head of the Li family had decent taste. Each of these 11 women possessed unique qualities. While none could rival Huo Wu's peerless, transcendent beauty, they were not far behind Lady Hu in their own right, all belonging to the highest caliber. Some were delicate and youthful, others gentle and serene, while a few possessed mature, alluring beauty. Even the older women, the first, second, and third wives, still retained their grace and charm. According to the records, aside from the primary wife being a direct descendant of the Li family, the others were either from collateral branches or had been acquired by the head of the Li family through various means, both persuasion and coercion from other regions. None of them, however, were beast masters. Zhang Xian spoke indifferently, "Ladies, your ties to the criminal run deep. Yet you pose no threat to my Xian Hall. I may spare your lives, but you shall never leave Guangning City." The women, relieved to have their lives spared, saw their panic gradually fade. They exchanged glances, their expressions filled with bewilderment. At that moment, the most composed and dignified-looking woman suddenly knelt before him and said, "My lord, we are all women without extraordinary abilities. Where could we possibly go? If your excellency does not disdain this faded flower, I am willing to serve you faithfully, working tirelessly as your humble servant." She was the fifth wife of the Li family head. Among these women, she possessed the sharpest mind and keenest sense of timing, which had earned her the position of chief steward of the inner courtyard in the Li household. Chapter 135, A Huge Windfall. At her words, the other women snapped out of their daze and hastily knelt on the ground, their pleas filled with entreaties for Zhang Xian to take them in. Originally mere decorative concubines who had entered the Li household solely on the strength of their looks, they had lived lives of ease and luxury. Now the Li family had been turned upside down, with an unprecedented event occurring. A young scion from a collateral branch had ascended directly to the position of family head. All of this had been orchestrated by the young man standing before them. Their very lives now hung entirely in his hands. Thus, after the fifth branch spoke, they all snapped back to reality. Their only hope now was that he might deem them worthy. Otherwise, if truly cast out, their fate would be utterly miserable. The Li family would never tolerate them. Not being beast tamers, and bearing the status of the former family heads' wives and concubines, they were highly likely to be forcibly taken to some brothel. This very status would make countless men want to trample them. Even Lady Li was now pleading. The third branch, who had just lost their son, had stopped sobbing. They seemed to want to say something, yet the words wouldn't come. Zhang Xian rose, descended the dais, and approached the third branch of the Li family. She had entered the Li household at the tender age of 18. Even though the eldest son of the Li family had died when she was 20, she herself had not yet reached 40. Because she bore the sole heir to the head of the Li family, her status within the household was no less than that of Lady Li. Her appearance and demeanor radiated a mature, alluring grace, evoking a primal urge to violently shatter her dignified facade. The third branch dared not lift their gaze, their eyes brimming with tears. Zhang Xian seized her smooth, luminous chin with his fingers, forcing her head up to meet his intensely aggressive stare. "Madam, you must be yearning for revenge now. This humble servant dares not." The third branch trembled, appearing submissive and resigned, showing no trace of resentment. When Zhang Xian released her, she collapsed to the floor as if her entire body had gone limp, losing all support. Then, as if suddenly overcoming some mental barrier, she spoke, "My child's demise was due to a weak constitution. I cannot blame you, my lord. I submit to your arrangements." Her face was filled with deference as she spoke, leaving the other women of the family astonished. "Ha!" Zhang Xian threw back his head and laughed. This woman, having just endured the agony of losing her child moments ago, now stooped to such a posture merely to cling to life. Whether genuine or feigned, it laid bare her cold-hearted nature. But now that she was in his hands, she would simply have to be a dutiful slave. No matter what schemes she might harbor, she wouldn't be able to pull any tricks. Now then, ladies, allow me to thoroughly inspect you all.
With a wave of Zhang Xuan's hand, the 11 women vanished instantly.
Arriving at the Blood Ash Realm 4, the group materialized within an ancient castle.
Madame Hu was in the Grand Hall, spotted Zhang Xuan's arrival.
She swiftly lifted her skirt and trotted over, kneeling on the floor to pay her respects.
Master, you have arrived.
During this period, Zhang Xuan had arranged for Huo Wu to place supplies within the Realm of Ashes. Simultaneously, he commanded the former Goblin Legion to serve as laborers, constructing facilities around the ancient castle to refine the realm's infrastructure. For the upcoming guild space, he planned to fuse this ash realm into it, using it for cultivation, construction, and even reproduction, transforming it into a truly self-sustaining microcosm. Madame Hu found it extremely uncomfortable at first. After all, back at the Li family, she was the mistress of the household, attended by countless servants. Here, it was cold and desolate, and those goblins often frightened her. Yet these past few days had brought some adjustment. She understood her place not as any kind of woman to Zhang Xuan, but merely a slave summoned and dismissed at his whim. If she didn't keep her place, the fate awaiting her would surely be miserable. After bowing to Zhang Xuan, Lady Hu glanced at the other women and felt a pang of unease. Each of these women possessed remarkable beauty, some even rivaling her own. Their master was still young and naturally fond of beauty. Moreover, with such formidable power, he had brought 11 newcomers this time alone, and their numbers would only grow. She was no longer young, and as a mere 4th-tier beast tamer, though her physical resilience surpassed ordinary people and slowed her aging somewhat, it had its limits. In any case, she could never compare to the radiant beauty of a woman in her prime. If she didn't give her all, she might soon be cast aside. Then, in this world, she might not have a place at all. Master, this servant has longed for your arrival day and night. Since receiving your divine favor, I have come to know that such a formidable man exists in this world. The lady who was clearly past 40, the bashful yet alluring manner in which she spoke rivaled that of a maiden in her prime. Ha! Zhang Xuan roared with laughter, wrapping his arms tightly around her waist. How does your husband, Li Wuwen, compare to me? Madame Hu cooed, Master, had my clan not forced me, I would never have submitted to Li Wuwen. Compared to you, he is as insignificant as a lowly insect beside the sun in the sky, utterly laughable. Zhang Xuan listened to her empty boasts, finding them rather amusing. Yet a sudden surge of brutality welled up within him, and his hands grew rough and violent. Madame Hu winced in pain but dared not utter a sound, instead leaning obediently against his broad frame. Come. All of you, follow me. Madame Li and the other women dared not disobey, following step by step behind him until they reached the main bedroom of the ancient castle. The room was enormous, easily accommodating over 100 people. The massive bed had been plundered by Zhang Xuan from the Li family and placed here. This time, there were 12 practice partners. Zhang Xuan instantly transformed into a beast, roaring like a ravenous tiger as he lunged forward. This battle was destined to be a one-sided rout. His opponents would be beaten into unconsciousness multiple times, yet Zhang Xuan showed no mercy, unleashing his brutality to the fullest. The night passed without incident. The next day, Zhang Xuan sensed the restless fire element within him finally settling, and only then did he cease his training. This was the downside of the flame transcendence system. It periodically made him feel as if the energy within him would explode, demanding release. He suspected this situation would only improve once he gained greater mastery over the flame authority. Within the Blood Ash realm, there was no distinction between night and day. Zhang Xuan rose and made his way to another chamber, where Li Xian remained confined within an iron cage. Seeing Zhang Xuan, Li Xian showed no trace of defiance, his face now pleading for favor. Though his mother, Lady Hu, ensured he wasn't starved to death, the confinement here was driving him to the brink of madness. Father! My own father! Please let me out. I, Li Xian, will be your devoted son for life. Zhang Xuan burst into laughter, turned, and walked away, ignoring the desperate pleas echoing behind him. Chapter 136, Good News. But now it was time to get down to business. After a day and night of training, Zhang Xian's physical condition had actually become more vigorous. Upon returning to the outer courtyard, Wu Wu had already come to greet him. Master, the head of the Yin family and the elder of the Hu family are waiting outside. I had them wait in the side hall. Zhang Xuan nodded, already guessing the reason for their visit. Upon entering the side hall, Yan Nantian and the Hu family elder appeared visibly tense, shifting restlessly in their seats. Following the death of the Hu family head at Zhang Xian's hands, an elder now served as acting head of the family. Spotting Zhang Xian's arrival, both men sprang to their feet and immediately knelt on one knee without hesitation. Greetings, Lord Xian. Beside them stood the collateral descendants of the Yan and Hu families who had previously joined the Xian Hall. Clearly, the arrival of these two families' high-ranking members had been facilitated by them. The reason for such smooth progress was naturally tied to the major incident involving the Li family. News of this incident had swiftly reached the other two families, striking fear into their hearts and extinguishing any lingering hopes of luck. The Li family had been utterly annihilated, while the heads of the Hu and Li families had been killed. Worse still, the Li family had been overrun by Zhang Xuan himself, who had stormed in without the aid of that pure-blooded dragon clan, crushing them without resistance. Previously, they had speculated that Zhang Xuan's primary combat strength lay in that dragon. Yet this time, the dragon hadn't been deployed at all, remaining stationed to guard the Xian Hall. Zhang Xuan charged into the Li family alone, without even summoning any other beast companions, and single-handedly slaughtered his way through the entire clan. With so many witnesses present, there was absolutely no room for fabrication. This news sent shockwaves through the upper echelons of the Yan and Hu families. It turned out they had gravely misjudged him. Not only could Zhang Xuan command a pure-blooded dragon, but he had also entered another extraordinary system, reaching an extremely powerful realm. Such a figure was someone they had only heard of in legends, never witnessed in reality. Even across the entire Nanzhang province, such individuals were likely few and far between. Thus, when the Xian Hall members from their families came to force their surrender, they cooperated exceptionally well, immediately bringing the agreed-upon 70% of resources to the Xian Hall. Yan Nanshan's scalp prickled with dread. After Zhang Xian's relentless onslaught, he was the sole survivor among the 4 heads of the Guangning families. Had he hesitated even a moment longer, he too would have met the same fate. The thought sent shivers down his spine. After the 4 of them contacted the Lu family of Nanzhang, the Lu family mentioned they would reach out to the 5 clans of the imperial capital. Together, they would come to Guangning to suppress the Xian Hall. But given the current situation, there was no time to wait for their reinforcements. Your Excellency, we have already arranged for 70% of our clan's resources to be delivered into the hall's treasury. The 2 Xian Hall members from their families reported respectfully. They weren't referring to this month's clan earnings, but rather 70% of the entire clan's accumulated wealth. Zhang Xuan nodded. A sudden thought struck him, and he immediately summoned Li Wangzu. Once the latter arrived in haste, he declared, "The 3 families shall remain intact, but you will oversee all resources and profits across them. Can you manage this?" Yan Nantian and the Hu family elder froze upon hearing this, but dared not speak. Li Wangzu understood Zhang Xian's intent and immediately replied, "Your Excellency, I shall spare no effort to bring all 3 Guangning families under the Xian Hall's command." Zhang Xuan reasoned that retaining the 3 Guangning families served as a temporary means to gather resources more efficiently. Since that was the case, assigning Li Wangzu's sole responsibility would eliminate the need for 2 additional individuals reporting to him, a far more cumbersome arrangement. Subsequently, all affairs of the Yan and Hu families were entrusted to Li Wangzu. As for how to assign personnel to manage these matters, that was left entirely to his discretion. Given Li Wangzu's fiery red wool link, his loyalty was assured, no need to fear him lining his own pockets. A bitter flash flickered in Yan Nanshan's eyes. Never had he imagined that he, the head of the mighty Yan family, would become a mere figurehead overnight, a hollow shell devoid of real power. Yet necessity dictated survival, there was little room for debate. His only hope now rested on the arrival of the Lu family and the 5 great clans. They would never tolerate an organization like the Xian Hall continuing to grow unchecked. Once the 5 great clans arrived, they would surely suppress Zhang Xuan. Yet Yan Nantian could only bury these thoughts deep within, daring not to reveal even a hint. After dismissing those men, Manhwa soon arrived at the Xian Hall. He surveyed the surroundings with a mix of astonishment and awe. The Li family had been entrenched in Guangning for over a century, yet the world had shifted so abruptly. Now, the Xian Hall held sway here. Moreover, the Xian Hall had effectively unified Guangning, rendering the 4 families of Guangning a thing of the past. Manhwa composed himself and adopted an attitude of utmost respect. "Your Excellency, the unified examination is tomorrow. I feared you might be too busy lately, so I came specifically to remind you." Zhang Xuan understood his purpose and smiled. "Rest assured, Chief Wang. I remember the date perfectly well. His emergence from the Grey Realm was precisely for this unified examination. This event held immense significance for both his own future and that of the Xian Hall. He must participate and do so by crushing the so-called 5 clans' prodigies in the most astonishing manner, securing first place to become the young Beastmaster Supreme." Manhwa nodded and said, "However, Your Excellency, this year's Xia Kingdom Unified Examination is different due to the opening of the Supreme Path, an event that occurs only once every few decades. It will utilize the Elven race's magical celestial network for a continent-wide live broadcast. Not only will all viewers within our Xia Kingdom watch in real time, but nations across the continent such as the Kingdom of Light, the Kingdom of Frost, the Kingdom of the Great Elephant, and even neighboring states like Yingzhou and Silla will also witness it. Therefore, this Xia Kingdom's path of supreme mastery will undoubtedly attract immense attention not just from the human race, but from other races as well. It's hard to imagine how many viewers there will be." Zhang Xuan was startled upon hearing this, then overjoyed. This was precisely what he had been seeking. Even Xia Kingdom's unified examination alone had garnered explosive attention. This continent-wide broadcast would allow real-time viewing across all human kingdoms. Other intelligent races would surely also be watching the top human geniuses. Wouldn't the audience numbers be counted in the hundreds of millions? If he could just keep advancing on the supreme path until he became the undisputed champion, the attention he'd attract would be beyond measure. Even if just 1,000th of the viewers established a willpower link, his mental energy would surge exponentially. Great news. This is truly great news. Zhang Xuan chuckled. Chief Wang, you'll have to keep a close eye on things then and cheer me on. Manhwa was well aware that the 5 great clans had gathered their most formidable prodigies this year, presenting an overwhelming challenge. Yi Outyan of the Yi clan had even issued a direct challenge to Zhang Xuan, sparking heated discussions across the forums. But he had immense confidence in Zhang Xuan. While the prodigies of the 5 great clans were formidable foes, the one laughing last would undoubtedly be Zhang Xuan. The sheer shock of witnessing Zhang Xuan wipe out the Li family of Guangning with a single gesture had left an indelible mark on him. Chapter 137, Li Shan's Arrival. Even the prodigies of the 5 clans of the imperial capital, in Wang Hua's estimation, would find such an act exceedingly difficult. The youth before him might very well be the one destined to overturn the entire beast-taming lineage system. Later that day, 2 familiar faces arrived in Guangning. Elderly Shan, whom he hadn't seen in a while, appeared, accompanied by Suya. The pair made their way to the Xian Hall. Spotting Zhang Xuan, Suya gave him a playful wink and greeted him. Young Lord Zhang, we meet again. She wore the female-style black robe of the Nanjiang Beast God Hall, its high slit revealing 2 snow-white legs that swayed alluringly with each step. A small bell dangled from her right ankle, tinkling softly with each step, adding a touch of allure to her otherwise cool and distant demeanor. Zhang Xuan was quite taken with this beautiful, sophisticated woman and responded with a smile. Sister Suya, it feels like an eternity since we last met. Suya flushed at the inexplicable meaning in his eyes and the hint of teasing in his words, but she immediately fixed her gaze firmly on him. Now, due to the existence of the Xian Hall, the once quiet town of Guangning had become the focus of attention from all sides. News from within the city naturally reached the South River Hall swiftly. Since founding the Xian Hall, Zhang Xuan had swept through the Li family like a storm, ushering in a new era, and had largely replicated this approach with the other 2 families. It could be said that Guangning City now fell entirely under the Xian Hall's domain. Suya had lived 27 years, witnessing powerful figures and prodigies from prominent families, but a young prodigy like Zhang Xuan was a first. Women are drawn to strength, and she was no exception. Her heart had already stirred upon first encountering this prodigy at the Nanjiang Hall, and now, seeing him again, her heart fluttered uncontrollably. Li Shan cleared his throat. Xiao Su, mind your address. With that, he bowed respectfully, chest pressed to his robe. Greetings, Hall Master Zhang. Suya gave a playful wink, knowing elder Li Shan was notoriously rigid and formal. Not daring to defy him, she followed suit and addressed him as Hall Master Zhang. Li Shan had come in his capacity as Deputy Hall Master and Elder of the South River Hall. Zhang Xuan, however, had been designated as the candidate Hall Master by the Ming Beast God. Thus, according to protocol, he must be addressed as Hall Master Zhang. Should he later become the official Hall Master, the surname would no longer be prefixed. Zhang Xuan smiled. Elderly, that token of yours was a tremendous help. We're old acquaintances, no need for such formality. This was no mere courtesy. On the Crimson Flame Islands, had it not been for the token Li Shan provided, the Sato tribe might never have permitted him entry to the sacred mountain. Without access to the sacred mountain, he could not have unlocked the fire elemental path of transcendence. He would never have obtained the Crimson Flame sacred crystal to advance the Black King to its next form, let alone later follow Master Satoru Money to practice spear techniques and unlock the path of the Mind Warrior. Without that, he wouldn't have subdued the Guangning Beastmaster clan or founded the Xian Hall. This butterfly effect, which began with elderly Shan's esteem and assistance, was something Zhang Xuan could never forget. A faint smile flickered across elderly Shan's stern, unyielding face. He had witnessed Zhang Xian's meteoric rise firsthand. Admittedly, even without his guidance, Zhang Xian's extraordinary talent in commanding pure-blooded dragons would have propelled him to this level regardless. Yet having played a part in propelling him forward was a source of personal pride. Zhang Xuan inquired, Elder, I've come regarding the unified examination. Li Shan nodded. Chamberlain Zhang, I have 2 matters to discuss. First, in accordance with the Beast God's decree, we are deploying the projection devices for the Xia Kingdom Unified Examination across all cities in the Nanjiang Province. The Unified Examination involves all candidates from the 12 provinces. For such a large-scale test, it is impossible to gather all examinees in one location. The examinations will still be held locally, but this requires specialized equipment to distribute the dungeon content to each region, ensuring identical materials and simultaneous participation for all examinees. The second matter. Li Shan's expression suddenly grew grave. This matter concerns you. Elders from both the imperial capitals Yi clan and Morong clan have already journeyed south. They have now reached Nanjiang City. Together with the strongest members of the Nanjiang Lu family, they plan to advance to Guangning and strike against the Xian Hall. Oh? Zhang Xuan raised an eyebrow, unsurprised by the news. The 3 families in Guangning previously dared to pay lip service while harboring Xian Hall personnel. They must have had backing. They couldn't handle him themselves, so in their minds, the only ones capable of dealing with him must be from a higher tier within the Beastmaster clan system.
He inquired, what kind of power is the Lu family? And what strength do these three individuals possess? Li Shan replied, the Lu family's influence in Nanjiang is not much less than that of the Beast God Hall.
If we say that within Guangning City, the four families previously formed an alliance where none could be considered superior to the others, then the Lu family stands as the absolute premier clan in Nanjiang province, ranking among the top clans second only to the 5 great clans of the imperial capital.
Within the clan, there are 2 8th-rank beast masters.
This time, they even sent the stronger of the two, demonstrating their extreme seriousness about this matter. The 2 elders sent by the Yi and Morong clans are also among the top 10 in their respective families, both being 8th-tier beast masters. Li Shan's expression grew grave. Upon arriving in Nanjiang, the elders from the Yi and Morong clans had sought him out the deputy hall master of the Nanjiang Hall with the clear implication that they wanted the Beast God Hall to cooperate against the Xian Hall. Naturally, he refused, even engaging in a minor clash with them. Yet it was clear the aristocratic families meant business this time. The dispatch of elders from both the Yi and Morong clans likely represented not just their individual wills, but the collective intent of the 5 clans of the imperial capital. The reasoning was straightforward, the 5 clans of the imperial capital could never tolerate the existence of the Xian Hall or individuals like Zhang Xuan. Every day he remained alive further undermined the foundations of the aristocratic system within Xia Nation. Therefore, the 5 clans of the imperial capital would never underestimate the threat.
They must use thunderous force to suppress Zhang Xuan. The Beastmaster system is said to have 3 major thresholds. The first lies at the 5th rank. Below 5th rank, one is merely an ordinary Beastmaster. Upon reaching 5th rank, one becomes a core member within a Beastmaster family and can hold high-ranking positions within the Guangning 4 houses. Outside the aristocratic circles, they would at least be the head of a D-rank guild, a major figure in smaller regions. Beyond the 5th tier, the 8th tier marks the 2nd threshold. The gap between the 8th and 7th tiers is even greater than that between the 1st and 7th tiers. At this tier, the power feedback from beast companions typically reaches 50%, with primary combat pets often being overlord tier creatures exceeding level 200. Moreover, 8th tier beast tamers often gain access to specialized gear and artifacts designed to compensate for their weaknesses. Elite clans, particularly those with strong ties to other races, possess unique, extraordinary artifacts of immense power. Naturally, those who reach the 8th tier possess foundations far from ordinary.
The 3rd threshold for beast masters, naturally, is the 9th tier.
Chapter 138, The Path to Supreme Mastery.
It is said that below the 9th tier, all are mere mortals. Above the 9th tier, one may aspire to divinity.
Of course, aspiring to divinity does not mean that 9th rank practitioners are gods themselves.
Rather, it signifies that any extraordinary system reaching this stage begins its ascent from mortal existence to a higher plane. The leap of life, the transcendence of essence, it begins at this moment. Therefore, 9th tier beast masters are truly rare among the human race. Any single 9th tier master is capable of supporting an entire nation. Even in the mightiest human realms like Xia Kingdom, the Kingdom of Light, and the Kingdom of Frost, the number of openly acknowledged 9th tier masters could be counted on one hand. Such beings command beasts of unimaginable power and possess abilities beyond comprehension themselves. For at this tier, one inevitably gains access to certain divine powers. While an 8th tier beastmaster might be a dominant figure in their own right, a sufficiently large group of high tier beastmasters, fearless and willing to sacrifice themselves, could still overwhelm and defeat them through sheer numbers. Then a 9th tier master facing 8th tier or lower opponents would feel no threat whatsoever unless they sought death themselves.
This is the terrifying existence that approaches divinity.
Like a giant facing ants, no matter how many ants swarm, they are futile, unable to withstand a single breath from the giant. Such figures are the bedrock of the 5 great clans in the imperial capital, rarely venturing out. This time, 2 8th rank beast masters from the 5 great clans of the imperial capital arrived together, joined by the strongest reserve of the Lu family from Nanjiang, making 3 8th rank beast masters in total. Such a display was nothing short of astonishing.
They could flatten the entire Nanjiang province without breaking a sweat.
This clearly demonstrated the 5 great clans' profound regard for Zhang Xuan. After listening to Li Shan's account, Zhang Xuan pondered for a moment before asking, the 5 great clans of the imperial capital only dispatched 8th rank beast masters?
No 9th rank?
Elder Li Shan shook his head. 9th tier masters are typically occupied with perfecting their own status and rarely appear. None were sent this time. Unless the 5 clans perceive a threat to their very existence, they rarely mobilize their strongest reserves.
I see.
Hearing this, Zhang Xuan appeared somewhat disappointed. Truthfully, he genuinely wanted to witness the terrifying combat prowess of the strongest tier within the Beastmaster system. And he also wanted to know if his current self could stand against them in battle.
Li Shan, observing Zhang Xuan's expression, couldn't help but marvel inwardly.
The man showed not a shred of fear upon hearing this news, seemingly dismissing it entirely. Both in strength and resolve, he was a peerless prodigy. Like Wang Hua, he held Zhang Xuan in the highest regard, convinced that the prodigies of the 5 clans could not surpass him. Li Shan continued, these three will arrive in Guangning shortly. Their plan is to witness you being defeated by the 5 clans prodigies in the unified examination, aiming to shatter the faith of the Xian Hall's followers. Regardless of the outcome, the moment you emerge from the dungeon, they will strike without delay. I can hold off one of them, but the other 2 will be difficult to handle. Li Shan is the strongest combatant in the Nanjiang Beast God Hall. Suya is merely a 6th-tier beast tamer. While there are some 7th-tier beast tamers within the hall, mobilizing them would be of little significance. Zhang Xuan shook his head. It's fine. The elders needn't intervene afterward. Let me test the mettle of these 3. Li Shan nodded, refraining from cautionary words. For Zhang Xian's confidence wasn't blind arrogance. And given the current situation, he had to step forward and face them. Surviving this ordeal would make his and the Xian Hall's reputations resound even more powerfully throughout Xia Kingdom, becoming unstoppable. Of course, greater trials would follow. But focus on the immediate task at hand. Only by resolving the present matter could the future unfold. Zhang Xuan contemplated entering the instance himself, but the Xian Hall clearly couldn't hold off 3 8th-tier beast masters. Though he couldn't be certain if they'd stoop so low as to target the Xian Hall before he emerged, he needed to prepare for the possibility. He summoned Wowu. Master, you summoned me? Wowu appeared, radiant as a goddess in her fiery red gown. Zhang Xuan instructed, Wowu, arrange for my uncle, my younger brother, and all the permanent residents within the Xian Hall to temporarily take refuge in the Blood Ash realm. I will signal your exit later. As you command, Master. With this done, there would be no lingering concerns. Li Shan then briefly explained the format of the Xia Kingdom Unified Examinations. The initial stages would be structured as a series of gates, totaling 100 gates filled with various monsters. As the gates progressed, the difficulty would increase significantly, and even the rules might change, testing both raw strength and comprehensive abilities. Those who clear all 100 gates advance to the second stage, where the supreme champion is decided. This phase is a free-for-all battle, not the usual one-on-one duels or arena defenses but a direct melee. The last standing becomes the Youth Supreme. However, this stage had rarely been activated in previous years. This is because every 10 stages within the initial 100-stage challenge sees a significant increase in difficulty. Typically, the first 40 stages eliminate 70% of the candidates. By the 70th gate and beyond, only 1% of candidates remain. By the 80th level and beyond, contestants are already competing for provincial rankings. For such candidates, admission to the province's top Beastmaster academies such as Nanjiang Beastmaster Academy or Ming Academy is practically guaranteed. And those aiming for Qilin Beastmaster Academy have a very high probability of admission. The 90th stage is known as the Genius Stage. Those who reach this point are guaranteed a spot in the national rankings. The national rankings only record the top 50 candidates. To be among the top 50 out of millions of examinees in Xia Nation meant being a genius among geniuses. Li Shan sighed wistfully. Truthfully, even the strongest candidates in previous years like the prodigies from the 5 great clans of the imperial capital couldn't complete all 100 gates. The best result in the past 5 years was merely the 97th gate. Is it really that difficult? It seemed the difficulty of these 100 gates truly escalated to absurd levels as one progressed. Consider this, all examinees across the entire Xia Kingdom compete simultaneously. How many prodigies could possibly be among them? Though Zhang Xuan despised the aristocratic system, one must admit that within the confines of Beastmaster clans where commoners were cultivated and resources concentrated, the Beastmasters they produced were undoubtedly formidable. The 5 great clans of the imperial capital, standing at the pinnacle of this system, were an even greater force. Given these circumstances, the rarity of anyone reaching the 100th stage over the years speaks volumes about just how absurdly difficult it is. He voiced his confusion. Then what's the point of having this second stage? If no one ever advances to the second stage, why even have it? Li Shan nodded and explained, most of the time, it seems pointless. But that's not actually the case. To trace the origin of this matter, one must look back to the great King Zhang Xuan himself. Chapter 139, The Unified Exam Approaches. Oh? What do you mean by that? Zhang Xuan inquired curiously. Li Shan continued, many people today are unaware that the unified examination system for beast masters in Xia Kingdom was originally established by King Zhang Xuan himself. You must understand that in other human kingdoms, beast tamers seeking advancement lack such a relatively fair system. The monopolization and restriction of resources were no better than in Xia Kingdom. King Zhang Xuan's initial establishment of the Youth Beastmaster Unified Examination rapidly cultivated a cohort of elite beastmasters for Xia Kingdom during its formative years, playing a pivotal role in battles against the abyss across the land. During that era, facing extreme external pressure and the threat of collapse, the human race unleashed extraordinary potential and vitality. Back then, it was said that far more beastmasters could reach the 100th gate than today. Li Shan's expression grew pensive, clearly moved by the vivid picture of that era nearly 1,000 years ago, the time of the First Abyss War. Zhang Xuan's expression shifted. Truthfully, under various influences, the human race of this era had gradually forgotten that history. Yet the First Abyss War remained recorded as the most brutal, sacrificial, and simultaneously proud period.
That grand and tumultuous era saw heroes emerge in endless succession, prodigies rising one after another.
To inspire future generations, the Abyss King established the Supreme Path.
Those who could reach the second stage and stand victorious at the end would be crowned the Young Supreme. Only such individuals would be worthy of contending for the supreme position of unrivaled dominance across an entire era. Nearly all who earned this title back then later became the pinnacle of strength, the very pillars of the human race. However, Li Shan shook his head and sighed, saying, after the emergence of the Beastmaster clan system, its closed-off suppression, confinement, and suppression led to fewer and fewer outstanding talents in the world. On the other hand, this also coincided with a significant reduction in threats from the Abyss, so it's hard to say whether it was good or bad. In any case, the frequency of those embarking on the path to supremacy dwindled by countless times thereafter. The last time someone conquered the 100 trials was decades ago. But what use is a single victor? To truly open the path of the Supreme, at least 3 individuals must succeed. This requirement proved far too demanding for the current era. Moreover, Zhang Xuan's curiosity had been piqued by the origins and intricacies of this unified examination. He pressed eagerly, and what? Elder, don't keep us in suspense. Li Shan shook his head. It's merely a rumor, really. I once read an ancient record in the Beast God Temple that mentioned the Supreme Path involved some secret. But what exactly it was? It's just hearsay, impossible to verify. In short, the reason the Supreme Path is opening this year lies in rumors that each of the 5 clans has produced a once-in-a-century genius beast tamer, all coinciding in the same year. Moreover, it connects to you, Chamberlain Zhang. Your very existence signifies the potential rise of commoner beast tamers after countless years of dormancy. This makes the event both highly competitive and immensely controversial, making it highly likely that the Supreme Path will be reopened this time. Li Shan's expression grew pensive. The last time the Supreme Path was activated, he himself hadn't even been born yet. Zhang Xuan nodded. So that was it. Frankly, the outside world might be most interested in the spectacle of him facing off against the 5 clans prodigies from the imperial capital. But personally, he couldn't care less about these so-called 5 clans geniuses. Childish games. If he ever encountered them, a single slap would be enough to end it. What truly intrigued him were the 100 extremely difficult trials personally set by the so-called Prince of Xinyuan, and the secrets hidden behind the Supreme Path. For Zhang Xuan held profound respect for Prince Xinyuan, a man who had saved the Xia nation's human race and discarded nearly all personal ambition. Alas, figures from 1,000 years ago have long since faded into the past. Otherwise, I would have truly loved to witness their presence. After their conversation, Li Shan hurried away. He still needed to set up the dungeon projector. This night was ordinary for Zhang Xuan. With his mind rapidly expanding, his consciousness remained exceptionally clear, leaving him scarcely any trace of drowsiness. He meditated and cultivated throughout the night, now fully capable of mapping his entire body. He began refining the details, tracing each individual bone. After practicing all night, the next day arrived. Zhang Xuan bathed and changed with Huo Wu's assistance, then instructed the group he had previously arranged to enter the Blood Ash realm. He himself departed the Xian Hall. The central gathering point for this unified examination was set up in the city square of Guangning City. Though the official start was still 2 or 3 hours away, the square was already packed with examinees. These weren't just students from Guangning City's 3 high schools. Examinees from all the surrounding counties had also gathered, crowding the square so densely that it was nearly impossible to move. Nervousness and anticipation filled the air, most likely mirroring the feelings they had when they first became Beastmasters. Though the vast majority here would never gain admission to even the most basic Beastmaster Academy, destined instead for gold farming groups, menial tasks for guilds, or even manual labor. The symbolic significance of the unified exam remained unchanged. Even if it was little more than a hollow formality, in the eyes of many, it still represented a crucial opportunity to turn their fortunes around. This time, however, certain familiar sights were missing from Guangning's candidate crowd. In the past, the offspring of the 4 prominent families were always surrounded by their family's beast tamers. Yet this time, under Li Wangzu's decree, the remaining 3 families' examinees were forbidden from receiving special treatment. They must sit crammed together like everyone else. And they dared not voice any complaints. For everyone knew the sky over Guangning City had changed. Seated upon the celestial throne was but one figure, the master of the Mystic Hall. A being who, like them, had only become a beastmaster a few months ago and was now set to take the Xia Kingdom Unified exam. When Zhang Xuan appeared alone, those passing by initially failed to recognize him. But soon, they whipped their heads around, staring intently at his face. It was him. Indeed, it was none other than Lord Zhang Xuan. Zhang Xuan's appearance had long been circulated, and now almost no one failed to recognize him. Instantly, the crowd's expressions turned agitated, sparking a commotion. Zhang Xuan could clearly see countless threads of willpower connecting from the people in the square to himself. The vast majority of examinees here could actually offer him their willpower. It made sense.
Beastmasters of this age had not yet been overly indoctrinated by the established Beastmaster clans. They still retained their sharpness and ambition. Naturally, they held immense admiration for a figure like him and the ideals he represented. Lord Zhang Xuan. Lord Xian Emperor. They dared not crowd around Zhang Xuan, instinctively creating a space for him to pass through the center. Yet every pair of eyes, brimming with uncontrollable excitement, remained fixed upon him.
Chapter 140, Eyes of the Multitude.
When they became Beastmasters, they too entered a period of profound confusion.
The gap between expectation and reality was too vast.
Though each seemed entitled to tread the path to transcendence, that road was never built for them. The inevitable outcome was becoming fertilizer beneath the path, merely supporting those who truly walked upon it. But Zhang Xian's emergence was like a blazing sun, instantly dispelling this confusion. It turned out everyone could share the same dream, that every person could rise like a dragon. It turned out someone could defy the entire Beastmaster lineage system, holding up a beacon of light for all beings. Such a man deserved their fervent devotion and unwavering faith. Amidst the fervent gazes of those around him and the roaring cheers like a tidal wave, Zhang Xian smiled and nodded his way forward. Reaching the center, the crowd instinctively parted, forming a circular ring to surround him. Zhang Xian extended both hands.
Everyone. All fell silent, eyes shining as they looked at him. The oath of the Xian Hall shall be fulfilled. Today, I stand with you. From now on, I shall always stand with you.
His words ignited the crowd instantly. Faces flushed with excitement, they raised their hands high and shouted in unison.
We stand with the Xian Emperor. We stand with the Xian Hall.
Some among them had already joined the Xuandian, but most had not. Yet now, seeing Zhang Xian himself, their spirit was utterly stirred, and his image grew ever larger in their eyes. Having entered the mind warrior system and activated the divine essence of aspiration, Zhang Xian possessed mental energy far surpassing ordinary humans. Now, bearing the weight of his various reputations and glory, the moment he appeared before the public, everyone was unconsciously drawn to him, as if witnessing a towering presence. Existing willpower connections deepened, while new ones formed instantly with those previously unlinked. In an instant, nearly every candidate in the square established a willpower connection with Zhang Xian. Zhang Xian marveled inwardly at the sheer power of this divine essence of vow energy. Yet he knew its impact was also rooted in the formidable reputation he had built for himself. Had he not vowed to make everyone as mighty as dragons, had he not accomplished deeds that astonished all, the divine essence of aspiration alone could never have produced such an extraordinary effect. Now, wherever he went, anyone who resonated with the faith in the Xian Hall would develop belief in him. This development likely caught even the 5 great clans of the imperial capital completely off guard. Otherwise, they would have mobilized far greater forces against him. For at this rate, Zhang Xian's power would likely surge exponentially day by day. Amidst the crowd, a delicate and charming figure watched Zhang Xian, who was being worshipped by the masses, her expression complex. Yan Zhaojiao knew this youth was no ordinary person, yet she never imagined he could reach this level. He had annihilated the Li family, unified Guangning, and now even her father, the head of the Yan family, trembled at the mere mention of his name. Even the entire Yan family was no longer under her father's control. It could be said that the Yan family was now merely a subordinate under the banner of the Xian Hall. Naturally, her life as the heiress of the family had been profoundly affected. Yet she found it difficult to harbor resentment toward Zhang Xian. For he had once aided her, and the belief that every person is a dragon resonated with her as a member of the aristocracy, though their stances ultimately diverged. With some time remaining before the formal examination began, Zhang Xian didn't idle. He seized the opportunity, transforming the space into a platform for proclamation, expounding the ideals of the Xian Hall to the assembled crowd. When information was conveyed solely through external channels, there was always a layer of separation. But when Zhang Xian spoke in person, everyone fell silent, listening intently until they nodded in agreement, completely immersed in that vision of ideals. Zhang Xian watched as the connection of willpower deepened, shifting from light gray to blue, then to deep blue, and he was quite satisfied. As the appointed time drew near, he finally rose. Everyone, let's push forward together. This world belongs to us. The crowd roared in unison, this world belongs to us. Manhwa had already arrived, securing the copy projector in place before officially activating it. A countdown appeared on the light screen. Simultaneously, across the entire Xia kingdom, the magical sky network deployed by legions of elven mages activated in unison. Instantly, countless spectators flooded the live streaming channels. Among them were not only beastmasters, but also many ordinary people, not only citizens of Xia, but viewers from every human nation. And not just humans, elves, dwarves, and orcs all turned their gaze toward the event. In an instant, tens of millions of viewers flooded the channel, and the numbers continued to surge at an astonishing rate of hundreds of thousands per second. Across the magical sky network, millions of messages per second flooded the feed, all filled with viewers' heated discussions about Xia Nation's unified exam. Xia Nation viewer, it's about to start. It's about to start. I'm so excited. Charles' Kingdom of Light, the Beastmaster trials in the Eastern continent are said to be exceptionally different this year, revealing unprecedented geniuses.
I wonder how they compare to our Kingdom of Light's chosen ones. Lovsky Frost Kingdom, eager to see Xia Nation's Beastmasters perform. This trial was left by King Jin Yuan, a legendary figure even in our realm.
Park Dong's 6 Silla Kingdom. His Majesty King Jin Yuan hails from the Kim family of our Silla Kingdom, possessing pure noble blood.
Xia Kingdom audience, get lost. Shameless scoundrel. Matsue Masahiro Ingzhou Kingdom. Xia hasn't produced any particularly outstanding figures in recent years, but as one of the 3 great human kingdoms, its foundations run deep. Should a Youth Supreme truly emerge this year, it might reshape the future landscape.
This Xia Kingdom Unified Examination is indeed highly unusual.
This model connecting viewers across the entire continent is unprecedented.
Yet its driving forces extend beyond the 5 clans of the imperial capital. The Beast God Temple wields significant influence behind the scenes.
It feels more like a strategic game between the two sides.
The 5 clans of the imperial capital needed to crush Zhang Xuan in this direct confrontation to shatter the idealistic appeal of the Mystic Hall and its growing following, declaring to the world that the Beastmaster lineage system was inviolable.
The Beast God Temple's involvement, however, was far more complex.
The true intentions of the Beast God remained difficult to discern. As spectators from various nations flooded in, the sheer volume instantly ignited a torrent of verbal warfare. Some exchanges were taunts and insults between different nations, but the most intense fire was directed at the 2 opposing factions, those supporting Zhang Xuan and those backing the aristocratic prodigies. For the focal point of this Xia Kingdom Unified Examination was undeniably the rivalry between these 2 factions.
The outcome would directly impact every level of this nation.
If you ask me, you lot who worship that so-called Mystic Hall and its self-proclaimed Mystic Emperor as saviors are nothing but a bunch of clowns.
Chapter 141, The Struggle for Destiny.
Right now, you're fantasizing about this self-proclaimed mud-leg Xian Emperor toppling the aristocratic prodigies. Don't get your hopes up, he might not even get the chance to face the 5 clans prodigies.
You're absolutely right, buddy.
These people are also sure their idol can rise to the top in one fell swoop. Just wait until he can't even get past the 90th gate and ends up dead. The first to attack were the aristocratic faction supporters, heaping scorn upon Zhang Xuan.
Supporters on Zhang Xuan's side immediately fired back.
A bunch of lowly scum who've grown accustomed to being lapdogs. What right do you have to judge the Xian Emperor?
Keep licking your master's boots, lest you starve tomorrow. Our humble origins matter not, for within us burns an eternal flame.
The Xian Emperor is the torchbearer for all. That the 5 clans of the imperial capital hold him in such esteem, even prompting the prodigy of the Yi clan to personally challenge him, proves his very existence threatens the established clans. Yet you, this pack of lackeys, still delude yourselves. Mark my words, the Xian Emperor shall tread the path to supreme sovereignty. And the title of young supreme sovereign will never fall to another. Amidst the clamor of verbal warfare, the magical sky canopies spanning every city across Xia Nation's 12 provinces suddenly illuminated. A towering, imposing figure materialized upon them. This was an elderly man, his face deeply lined, his nose high and straight, his gaze sharp as a hawk's. The moment he appeared, many beastmasters across the land gasped in unison. His face was all too familiar from major news reports.
It was him.
The elder spoke slowly. Gentlemen, I am Lei Hong, Grand Master of the Qilin Beast Temple. I shall preside over the Xia Kingdom Unified Examination. At these words, countless faces paled with shock. Lei Hong, a figure in Xia Nation as legendary as myth itself. He held the highest position within the Beast God Temple system, having reached the 9th tier of power over a century ago. Though Beastmasters aren't known for longevity, ascending to the 9th tier elevates their life essence, granting them an extended lifespan of 200 years. Though Lei Hong was advanced in years, living another 20 or 30 years posed no challenge. Most crucially, a century ago he was already among Xia Nation's most pinnacle figures. 100 years later, who could fathom the depths of his current power? This man is undoubtedly Xia Nation's pillar of strength, a crucial guardian of the abyss. He has rarely appeared in public over the past 2 decades, let alone been associated with the unified examinations. His sudden emergence as the exam's presiding figure carries implications profound enough to spark widespread speculation. At that moment, within the majestic and imposing Elder Council of the Imperial Capital, the heads of the 5 great clans gazed at the images transmitted from the celestial screen upon the circular table, their eyes flickering with unusual light. Li Tianlong, his hair streaked with gray and his expression cold, narrowed his eyes and declared, "Gentlemen, the Beast God Temple grows ever more reckless in its disregard for convention. First, the Southern River Beast God Temple dared to designate that petty thief as a candidate for Temple Master. Now Lei Hong, without a word, completely bypassing us 5 families, has activated the magic celestial net, broadcasting this dispute across the continent. What do you think he intends to achieve?" It turned out the Imperial Capital's 5 clans had been kept entirely in the dark about this move, an action taken solely by the Beast God Temple, diverging sharply from external speculation. Yi Duan Tian of the Yi clan on the left chuckled coldly, saying, "Who else could it be? Though Lei Hong is powerful, with the 9-tier foundations of our 5 clans behind us, how could he dare disregard centuries of established rules and act so arbitrarily? After much consideration, it must be the orders of those few beast gods of Xia Nation." Nangong Yun and Shi Yan on the right looked pensive, a possibility dawning on them that made their expressions darken.
Brother Yi, are you suggesting? Morong Jing, refined and gaunt, adjusted his spectacles and said, precisely.
The beast gods, especially that particular entity, must be seeking to shatter the ancient pact. The atmosphere around the round table instantly grew heavy. Nangong Yin twirled a ring on his finger, narrowing his eyes. Indeed, signs of this have already emerged. It seems the beast gods are unwilling to share their fortune with our 5 clans. Shi Yan snorted coldly. Share? Nangong, I take exception to that phrasing. Though the beast gods are divine beings, they've maintained a cooperative relationship with us all these years. Without the 5 great clans, where would such concentrated divine favor come from to sustain them? Now they seek to undermine our very foundations without so much as a word. They've clearly underestimated us.
Shi Yan turned to Morong. What do you say?
Thud. A sharp gleam flashed in Morong Jing's eyes before he spoke. The beast god's intent is clear.
He believes our 5 families share too much of the vital energy and it's too scattered.
Therefore,
Yi Duantian nodded, taking up the thread, thus they seek a single representative to consolidate all fortune entirely. A flicker of doubt crossed Li Tianlong's cold, stern face. If it were that simple, they would have done it long ago. Concentrating destiny in one being might not necessarily be a good thing for the divine.
Morong Jing chuckled mysteriously.
That's precisely why that one must be growing impatient. Their situation is likely far worse than we realize. As for the risks of one person monopolizing the divine favor unless they possess a divine essence, what is there for a deity to fear? In the end, it would only serve to benefit others. Surely this little thief couldn't possibly possess something like a divine essence, ha! At this, Morong Jing couldn't help but chuckle softly himself. The other 4 joined in with cold laughter. After centuries of conspiring together, they now suddenly wish to cast us aside? Do these beasts truly think us made of clay? Then let them witness the true depth of the 5 clans' foundations. Yi Duantian's voice was eerily calm. Morong Jing nodded. But matters involving deities demand caution. We'll send scouts to probe the beast god's faction. As for the unified examination, we shall entrust it to the prodigies of our 5 clans. No matter how many tricks this petty thief possesses, I refuse to believe he can truly reach the pinnacle of the supreme path. Even if the worst occurs, we still have measures waiting for him outside. However, I believe we must add another layer of insurance to ensure absolute certainty. An extra safeguard? Morong asked. You wouldn't be suggesting we bring out our deepest reserves, would you? The others frowned slightly. Morong Jing shook his head. Of course not. The foundations of our respective clans are reserved for critical moments. How could we possibly disturb them? What we need is to bring out that lethal weapon. Its effect will be nearly as potent as having the foundation forces suppress the situation themselves. The other 4 understood immediately, nodding after a moment's thought. Though it felt like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut, given the stakes involving the very foundations of our clan's fortune, we might indeed have to bring that thing out even if it's highly unlikely we'll actually need it. In any case, I second the motion. Seconded. Seconded. A more comprehensive suppression resolution was thus finalized at that moment. Chapter 142, Lord of the Goblins. At this moment, beneath the celestial canopy, lay Hong the figure all eyes were fixed upon declared in a resonant voice, this opening of the supreme path by our Xia kingdom marks a century of prosperity. Thus, we activate the magical celestial net, allowing all nations and races to witness this event together. To showcase the brilliance of Xia's prodigies, all players ranked within the top 10 in real-time progress within the instance will appear upon the celestial screen. Upon hearing this, countless voices expressed agreement. This approach ensured the spectacle remained compelling, focusing all attention on the top 10 contenders. Should no one complete all 100 trials, preventing the Supreme Path's activation, the final ranking shall be determined by the highest number of trials passed. Should multiple players clear the same number of stages, their speed of completion will be the deciding factor. Thus, all participants would undoubtedly race against the clock. Consequently, the top 10 rankings would likely fluctuate frequently in the early and mid stages, making it quite thrilling. Some who were more familiar with the unified exam began sharing this information in the public channel, drawing considerable attention. Another point, the first to complete all stages and enter the Supreme Path apparently gains a buff, granting a significant advantage in the final showdown. Given this, it becomes clear just how formidable the prodigies of the 5 valves truly are and whether the Lord of the Mystic Hall lives up to the rumors of being blessed with miraculous power. By the way, do you all know that within the 5 clans, aside from Yi Outyin who directly issued a challenge to Zhang Xuan? Who are the other prodigies? This isn't exactly a secret among the Imperial Capital's elite. The 5 are Yi Outyin of the Yi clan, Li Shikang of the Li clan, Nangong Pingtian of the Nangong clan, Shirku of the Shir clan, and Morong Shuang of the Morong clan, the sole female among the 5 prodigies. Her beauty is unparalleled. Those fortunate enough to have glimpsed her from afar describe her as resembling a celestial maiden. Moreover, her prowess is said to be formidable, placing her firmly among the top ranks of the 5 prodigies. Oh? Could it be that the 5 clans prodigies are ranked as well? Not officially. The outside world merely speculates based on scattered clues like the astonishing battle records occasionally leaked by these prodigies. In short, all 5 show clear signs of being the strongest geniuses the 5 clans have produced in a century. Even when facing other geniuses of their own clan, fighting opponents of higher tiers remains as easy as eating and drinking. That terrifying? Any specific information on their beast companions? That remains unknown. But won't we soon find out? Even before the exams officially began, discussions were already at fever pitch. It could be said that the attention garnered by this year's Xia Nation Unified exams likely surpassed the combined attention of the previous decade. Finally, the Xia Nation Beastmaster Unified Examination is about to commence. All examinees, please prepare. Everyone tensed. Was it finally about to begin? Identity verification in progress. The projection device emitted a light that encompassed the surrounding area, preventing any outsiders or foreigners from infiltrating. Verification complete. Teleportation initiated. A blinding light erupted, and in an instant, over 10,000 examinees vanished from the central square of Guangning City. Witnessing this spectacle, the Skynet channel erupted once more with frantic posts. It's begun. It's begun. Simultaneously, 10 identical images appeared on the celestial screen, revealing a long corridor and the examinees standing at its entrance. Since millions of beast masters entered simultaneously, the images randomly selected 10 individuals. Pardon sick, is this Xia Nation's unified exam dungeon? Doesn't look particularly special. Nothing compared to our Scylla Nation's cosmic trials. Seeing a familiar name spouting nonsense, Xia Kingdom viewers immediately fired back, "Get lost, you little bastard. You lot don't even deserve to use the word cosmic, it's laughable." So what kind of monsters are in this first stage? Someone knowledgeable about the exam chimed in, "The Abyss Gate is unique, its trials change every year, with different content each time. But the first stage is definitely easy. The monsters' stats are quite low. As long as you've become a beast master and fought monsters normally, with your main combat pet at level 20 or above, there's no way you'd fail here." Inside the instance now. Candidate Zhang Xuan, 7th tier beast master, you have entered the instance, Abyss Trial. Good luck. The corridor ahead was quite spacious, its walls lined with relief carvings that reminded him of the sculptures in the Duke's castle within the Blood Ash realm. The reliefs depicted scenes of humans commanding beasts and monsters in battle, though they appeared ancient and weathered, clearly having existed for a very long time. So this was the trial of the Abyss, the path of trials set forth by the Abyss King nearly a millennium ago? Zhang Xuan gazed into the depths of the corridor. So be it, he would experience the trials laid out by the great human sage. Zhang Xuan stepped forward, click, click, click. His footsteps echoed through the empty corridor. Unlike most candidates who summoned their beast companions from the start to race through the trials, his powerful mind allowed him to sense the unusual aura here like a buried history, stirring intense curiosity and a desire to explore. As he walked, he carefully examined the reliefs lining both sides. The scenes depicted seemed to show monsters rampaging, with the human race rising up in resistance with guns and cannons. Their counterattack proved effective. Though formidable, these monsters possessed physical capabilities far surpassing ordinary species, yet they remained flesh and blood, unable to survive unscathed under artillery fire. From initial panic and retreat, to turning the tide, and finally launching a full-scale counterattack, everything was shifting toward a favorable outcome. The relief abruptly ended. By this point, Zhang Xuan had reached the midpoint of the corridor when a dim, grayish light suddenly appeared on the ground. Immediately, a short, grotesque figure materialized from within. Wah! The diminutive humanoid monster let out a shrill cry, brandishing its stone club as it glared menacingly at the trial participant before it. But the moment it lifted its head, its expression froze. Zhang Xian's expression also turned peculiar. The monster of the first gate was a familiar face. It was a gray goblin, likely the lowest-ranking member of its kind. Compared to the green goblin from the first Goblin Legion encountered during the guild-founding quest, this one was significantly weaker. Just as he prepared to swat it away, the wrinkled gray goblin's eyes flashed with fear and reverence, causing it to kneel instantly. Having subdued Goblin Legion Green and Goblin Red, you fulfilled the hidden conditions. Title acquired, Goblin Overlord Intermediate. Goblin Overlord Intermediate. Description: you have earned the profound reverence and dread of the goblin tribes. When goblins encounter you, their submission probability increases significantly, with specific rates determined by their rank and strength. Chapter 143, The Beginning of the Trial. This title's effect is incredibly potent, causing most goblins to submit immediately upon seeing him. Though goblins are ugly and grotesque in appearance, their race ranks among the continent's second tier. While they cannot match the might of humans, elves, dwarves, and other powerful races, they do possess top-tier warriors. However, goblins exhibit significant internal differentiation, with vast disparities in strength readily discernible from their appearance. Gray-skinned goblins were the weakest, green-skinned ones were considerably stronger, and red-skinned goblins were already quite formidable. There were likely even higher tiers beyond that. Since they've submitted, I won't kill them.
They're of little use to me, but they'll serve well enough as cannon fodder.
The Grey Goblin scurried ahead, clearing the path with utmost deference. Zhang Xuan strolled leisurely behind them until reaching the end of the corridor.
There, carved into the stone, was a line of characters.
The script was bold and commanding, suggesting the scribe was no ordinary being.
The path of heroes begins here. And beneath those words, a signature.
Luo Feng. Luo Feng. Zhang Xuan pondered the name, wondering who this figure might be. Could it be the king of Xinyuan?
But this stage was complete.
It was time to move on to the next.
Zhang Xuan pushed open the massive doors before him. The scene remained unchanged. A lone corridor stretched out once more.
This time, 3 grey goblins appeared. As before, they immediately knelt on the ground, banging their heads fiercely in submission to Zhang Xuan.
Zhang Xuan continued examining the reliefs lining the corridor. Sure enough, the scenes depicted had changed. Just as humanity's firearms had repelled the monsters and things seemed to be improving, a sudden catastrophe struck. The earth split open, releasing billowing toxic fumes and flowing lava, while even more terrifying monsters poured forth like locusts. But this was not the worst of it. Humans soon discovered that the very firearms they relied upon for counterattack had all lost their effectiveness. Caught utterly unprepared by this bizarre upheaval, humanity retreated in disarray without their external aids. Countless humans fell prey to the monsters, leaving the world in ruins. Here, the reliefs of the second corridor came to an end. The third corridor would surely hold new carvings.
Zhang Xuan's curiosity was piqued.
The records here clearly depicted the great upheaval the human race of the continent faced 1,000 years ago. Yet the details here seem to diverge significantly from modern accounts. For instance, the collapse of the human race's original technological system was not a gradual, natural decline following the activation of the Beastmaster Transcendence system, but rather ceased to function due to some unknown influence that coincided with the emergence of the Abyss. Though its veracity remained uncertain, Zhang Xuan felt that if the Abyss were the cause, the entire narrative would suddenly make far more sense. If this were the truth, had the historical records been altered by the 5 clans or some other entity? And what were they trying to bury? Zhang Xuan pressed on toward the third stage. Meanwhile, nearly all the other candidates had already surpassed him in progress. Only a handful who possessed only black iron beast pets and hadn't seriously leveled up during this period lagged behind. This group was clearly just going through the motions. They likely wouldn't even make it to the second stage before being eliminated. Everyone unleashed their abilities, beating the grey goblins to a pulp. Ada, charge! A bipedal rabbit, obeying its master's command, charged forward at breakneck speed. As the grey goblin swung its bone club, the rabbit stomped the ground and leaped upward. Mid-air, it twisted its waist with astonishing agility, pressing its claws against the bone club for a second burst of power, weaving past the creature's attack. Then, with a powerful kick from its hind legs, it struck the grey goblin squarely in the face. The blow snapped the goblin's neck clean off. It collapsed to the ground, gurgling a few times before going still. Some candidates summoned a massive rhinoceros. Charge, beast! Charge! The corridor offered little room to dodge, making it ideal for charging, ramming attacks. The rhino scraped its hooves on the ground, lowered its head, bellowed, and charged forward. Rumble! The corridor shook beneath the colossal beast's sprint. Over a dozen goblins in the third gate, seeing this, foolishly attempted to stop the charge, swinging their bone clubs as they charged forward. Yet in the next instant, they were all hurled into the air, screaming as they flew through the air. The rhino, showing no sign of slowing, immediately turned back after its initial charge and launched a second assault. As the goblins plummeted from the sky, it slammed into them a second time. This time, they didn't even have time to land before being sent soaring once more. In short, these initial stages proved quite easy for over half the candidates. After all, if the test had been this difficult from the start, many candidates probably wouldn't have bothered to show up at all. They'd have gone straight to construction sites to carry bags instead. The 10 scenes on the sky screen suddenly filled with numerous figures. As the challenge commenced, rankings fluctuated rapidly, shifting nearly every second. Some beast tamers had pets perfectly suited for this terrain, like the candidate who just commanded a rhinoceros, whose image now filled the sky screen. Others possessed considerable strength but struggled to maintain pace. In short, this stage's speed offered little indication of how the competition would unfold later. But Zhang Xuan was truly the most unique. In the nearly 1,000 years since the Abyss trial began, he was likely the first to care so little about his own efficiency. Even the most confident prodigies would inevitably compete on speed. At the final, most demanding stages, all geniuses often get blocked. And then the final ranking depends on speed. Reaching the supreme path itself matters, but being the first to enter and gain the enhancement is equally crucial. But for Zhang Xuan, from the very beginning, he never regarded the others as rivals. Those who believed in him, like Li Shan, Manhwa, or Suya, were certain he would face the 5 clans prodigies with equal fearlessness. Yet ultimately, he was still placed in a competitive position against these individuals. Even his own followers, the members of the Xian Hall, shared similar perspectives. Only Zhang Xuan himself knew that the 5 clans prodigies could never be his true rivals.
If these individuals were worthy opponents, how could he possibly uphold the Xian Hall or stand against the vast and formidable system of the Beastmaster clans? The most direct reason for participating in this unified examination was to strengthen his willpower to strengthen himself. Zhang Xuan sensed his willpower nearing a certain threshold. Once he broke through it, he believed he could enter a new realm and gain formidable powers. At this moment, the prodigies from the aristocratic families across the provinces were naturally putting on dazzling displays. Lu Yiming of the Lu family from Nanjiang province summoned a rodent-like beast shimmering with electric light. This lightning rat moved with blinding speed. A mere streak of electric light darted past, leaving all goblins in its path charred black. Until the 10th level, the final stage of the first phase. Chapter 144, the 10th stage. The final stage of each phase serves as a mini-boss battle, with difficulty surging dramatically compared to the preceding stage. Take the current situation, for instance. The first 9 stages only featured grey goblins, differing only in the sheer numbers piled upon each other. But in the 10th stage, the goblins emerging from the floor of the corridor had turned green. A squad of 6 green goblins. Judging by their weapons and attire, these 6 green goblins clearly coordinated their actions. The 2 goblins in the front row wielded machetes, advancing with fierce momentum. The 2 in the middle drew their bows and arrows. While the 2 at the rear, clad in robes and exuding a hint of scholarly air, held thick, stubby branches, essentially wands, their tips shrouded in a faint, misty glow. Warriors, archers, mages, a classic and highly effective combination. When Zhang Xuan tackled the A-rank guild challenge mission earlier, the first wave of goblin legions he encountered had this exact setup, though their numbers were undoubtedly far greater. After all, founding an A-rank guild required at least a 7th-tier beastmaster. Under normal circumstances, such formidable power wouldn't appear in the Xia Nation Unified exams. Of course, their absence doesn't mean the trials of the abyss are any easier. In fact, once you reach the 9th stage, that is, after the 90th gate, the difficulty of the stages absolutely reaches an extraordinary level. The 9th stage was never designed for ordinary beastmasters. Even conventional geniuses would struggle to reach this level. Across the public channel, viewers from all corners of the continent watched in real time. The current online audience had already surpassed 1 billion, an astonishing figure. Peterson Kingdom of Light, oh. Finally, a stage that looks somewhat challenging. The previous 9 stages seemed overly simple, making it hard to get excited. Xia Nation audience, that's normal. The first stage of our Xia Nation Unified exam has always been known as the reward stage. If it ramped up the difficulty right away, it would crush the candidates' morale. However, the difficulty of this 10th stage typically increases significantly. Roughly 30% of candidates get stuck here. Parkdong's 6 Scylla Kingdom, the current top 10 don't look particularly impressive. If one of Scylla's geniuses were here, they could breeze through this level with their hands tied behind their backs, as if strolling through a garden. Xia Kingdom spectator, you again? Don't think we don't know. Back when Scylla sent someone to take our national exam, they only made it to the 7th stage. And that person was already considered a top genius back in Scylla, right? Really? Bro, tell me, why would Scylla send people to take our nation's unified exam? Well, it's not surprising, though it was many years ago. Back then, Yingzhou and Scylla were geographically close, with frequent exchanges between them. That's why they sent their geniuses to take Xia's unified exam. Their original intent was to showcase their nation's prowess, so naturally they sent their most brilliant talents. In the end, none of them made it past the 9th stage. The one from Yingzhou fared slightly better, reaching the 8th stage. But that Scylla guy? He got eliminated after just over 70 rounds. Ha! The moment these words were spoken, the chat channel erupted with at least hundreds of ha's, mocking Scylla with wild abandon. Scylla's viewers immediately grew frantic, stubbornly firing back with counter-insults. Bull! Back then, Scylla sent just some ordinary guy. Any random person on the streets of Scylla would have been better than him. He must have been sabotaged by you Xia people back then, you bastards. The Scylla viewers were clearly outnumbered, and their excuses were quickly drowned out by the flood of messages. However, as some viewers familiar with the exam system predicted, the difficulty of this 10th stage surged dramatically. Many candidates who had been progressing swiftly suddenly slowed down. The candidate riding the rhinoceros commanded his beast companion to charge forward using the previous tactic, all 4 legs straining as they sprinted. But this time, things didn't go as smoothly as before. From the goblin squad, the 2 goblin mages at the rear shouted something in their goblin language. Then 2 beams of light shot forth from their broken wooden wands. One transformed into a thin layer of ice, radiating cold as it swiftly spread across the corridor, while the other swelled into a fiery orb hurtling toward the charging rhino. Simultaneously, 2 goblin archers drew their bows with a sharp twang, and arrows whistled through the air. 2 goblin warriors wielding cleavers stood ready in formation, holding their ground rather than charging forward. Clearly, green goblins not only surpassed grey goblins in strength and skill, but also possessed significantly greater intelligence, understanding the importance of coordination. The grey goblins, it seemed, were the lowest-ranking cannon fodder within the goblin tribe. The wild bull charged forward, but at one point its hooves suddenly slipped, nearly causing it to stumble. It had stepped onto ice. This instantly nullified its offensive momentum.
But this was only the beginning. A flaming orb streaked toward him next.
With his movement restricted, the rhino couldn't dodge in time and was struck squarely by the fireball. Thud! Flames erupted, engulfing half the rhino's body. It let out a pained bellow. While the damage didn't appear severe compared to the gray goblins knocked flying in earlier stages, these goblins' tactics were clearly far more potent. Following the fireball, 2 arrows whistled through the air.
The examinee behind the rhino frowned slightly. This situation was somewhat unexpected. It seemed he would have to use his beast pet skills already in the 10th stage. He was among the top 50 hopefuls in the northern province. While not among the absolute geniuses at the very top of the province, he was undoubtedly in the first tier among all candidates. Having contracted his beast pets early, he leveraged his family's resources to diligently level up, cultivate synergy, and develop their skills. Now a tier 3 beastmaster, all 5 of his pets were golden grade or higher, averaging level 35. Though the savage rhino wasn't his primary combat pet, his true power would be reserved for the 3rd stage at the very least. Speed is crucial during the unified exam, but it must be achieved while preserving pet stamina. Otherwise, relentless charging even with consumable items to restore stamina will inevitably exhaust the pets. At that point, running out of steam would be a loss rather than a gain. Yet among his combat pets, the savage rhino ranked mid-tier. Forcing its skills in the first phase deviated from his original plan. As a scion of a prominent family in Baiyuan City, he naturally had meticulous plans for the unified exam, minimum goals to secure, ideal targets to pursue. Chapter 145, Li Shikang. He had meticulously mapped out which beasts to deploy at each stage, when to summon all his beasts into battle. Down to the granular level of which skills to deploy under specific circumstances. All these aspects were meticulously mapped out. Essentially, direct descendants from major provincial clans all operate this way. Long before becoming beast tamers, they undergo extensive cultivation of this awareness. Thus, the disparity in pet quality and level between aristocratic and commoner beast masters is merely one aspect of the gap. This candidate was feeling rather annoyed. His plans had already been disrupted in the very first stage, and he couldn't help but worry if this might trigger a chain reaction later on. It was frustrating. But with matters having come to this, he couldn't allow the savage rhino to suffer further blows and exhaustion. He bellowed a command. Barbaric bull, tough hide. Moo! The rhino's thick hide abruptly changed color, shifting from grayish-white to a deeper hue, as if coated with a metallic sheen. Clang! Clang! The arrows fired by the goblin archers struck the rhino's hide, producing a sound like metal clanging against metal before dropping limply to the ground, their tips bent and twisted. Then the boy bellowed again. Stomp! The rhino bellowed, slamming its fan like hooves onto the ice. With a crack, the ice shattered instantly. The immense force of its stomp sent shockwaves rippling through the entire corridor. This force first slammed into the 6 goblins, catching them completely off guard and sending their bodies flying through the air. The savage rhino's trample not only freed itself from its movement restriction but also stunned the goblin squad. Seizing the moment, it lowered its head and charged forward. This time, the goblins were helpless as the rhino slammed them hard in the chest mid-air. The savage rhino's charging impact not only dealt damage but also inflicted stun. Once struck, unless they possessed crowd control immunity, they faced repeated collisions. Faced with this, the green goblins were equally helpless. All they could manage was to endure one more collision than the gray goblins. After 3 collisions, the entire goblin squad met their end. The boy shook his head indifferently. Well, it's over. No time to waste. On to the 2nd stage. He pushed open the door at the end of the corridor, entering the 11th stage. Though this stage exceeded his expectations, the boy's pace remained swift, placing him among the top 100 nationwide candidates. And now, on the sky screen displaying the top 10, he had captured the attention of every spectator. Look! That rodent-like beast, it's the lightning rat, right? A diamond-tier beast. Its basic attack is an electric current. It's way too powerful. From the very start, this candidate named Wan Rong had been among the top 3. Now, by the 10th stage, he had surged to first place, becoming the first candidate to advance to the 2nd phase. The top 10 screens simultaneously displayed the names and provinces of the current candidates. In the current top-ranked display, that electric rat we saw earlier continues to dart through the corridor at breakneck speed. Sparks and lightning trail its path, creating a spectacular sight. The Green Goblin squad in level 10, though boasting significantly higher health than their counterparts in the previous 9 levels, still couldn't last a second. They were instantly fried by the electric current. Clearly, Wan Rong's electric rat deals overwhelming damage at this stage. Wan Rong, I know him. He's the prodigy of the Wan family from Tianshui province, widely recognized as the top contender in this competition within the province. Nationally, he's guaranteed a spot in the top 50 and has a strong chance of breaking into the top 20. The Tianshui Wanjia family is indeed renowned, ranking among the top tier beneath the 5 great clans of the imperial capital. Charles' Kingdom of Light. This young beastmaster seems quite confident. Lightning rats have also appeared in our Kingdom of Light. They truly are exceptionally powerful beasts. The destructive power of lightning elements ranks among the highest alongside fire elements. Pruyev Frost Kingdom. This Xia Kingdom candidate's approach to passing the test is commendable, but if it were a Frost Kingdom Beastmaster, we prefer a more violent method. Our beasts possess astonishing physical prowess. These goblin spells pose no threat whatsoever. Sure enough, the moment a truly gifted candidate appeared, the audience's focus instantly converged. Yet soon, they discovered an utterly breathtaking presence. On the screen, a youth with a maniacal expression stood, his head held high, yet his eyes were slightly lowered in a condescending gaze. As if everything before him was utterly unworthy of his attention. Strangely, no beast stood before him. At first glance, one might assume the arrogant youth's beast had been injured in previous stages, forcing it back into the beast-taming realm. However, the truth was that he hadn't summoned a beast at all until this 10th stage. Just as many spectators noticed this scene, wondering why he was striding so arrogantly toward the goblin squad. Fireball spells, then ice spells, and those 2 arrows shot toward him all bounced right back as they neared the youth. The skills and arrows then crashed back into the goblin squad, wiping them out completely. From start to finish, the cocky youth kept his hands clasped behind his back. His walking pace and facial expression remained utterly unchanged. As if this outcome held no surprise for him whatsoever. The spectators who witnessed this scene erupted in wild gasps. Holy crap, what kind of technique is this? Seriously, he cleared the 10th stage without even deploying his beast pet, without lifting a finger? No wonder I felt like this candidate was strolling casually yet kept pace right behind Wan Rong, currently ranked 2nd. Looks like even though he's been walking the entire time, he hasn't stopped for even half a second. This seems like an incredibly powerful item effect, reflecting all attacks back at the enemy. Curiosity-driven onlookers immediately scanned his name. Li Shikong, Imperial Capital. That name sounds familiar. Holy crap, it's him! The contemporary prodigy of the Li clan. Ah, that explains it. It makes perfect sense. A prodigy who emerges once every century from the 5 great clans to vie for the title of Supreme Champion. Such performance is hardly surprising. But how exactly he achieved this? I'm still very curious. I have a hunch it must be the famed Linghua mirror. Combined with some exotic beast bloodline skill and the formidable creations of the spirit magic industry, it possesses the ability to reflect all skills and attacks. But it's not just the artifact's effect. From what I know, wielding the brocade flower mirror demands immense skill. At least a 5th-tier beast master can master it. This alone speaks volumes about Li Tianjiao's formidable depth of cultivation. Across the channel, endless praise poured in. Support for the great families runs deep, a legacy accumulated over centuries. Chapter 146, The 5 Clans Prodigy. Though the flames of the Mystic Hall had already begun to spread like wildfire, the collapse of the old system remained a distant prospect. It hasn't even begun to shake the foundations. First, the beast-taming aristocratic system possessed countless powerful individuals from top to bottom, monopolizing vast resources, a solid material foundation. Second, it was a matter of loyalty. As long as they could breathe, few were willing to embrace sudden change. While many supported the Mystic Hall and Zhang Xuan, their proportion within the entire Xia nation was actually not as high as it seemed. The belief that the clan system must remain eternally unchanging, that it is the most crucial pillar of societal stability, is held by the vast majority of commoners. Thus, when Li Shikong's display unfolded, an instant wave of admiration and reverence surged forth. Truly worthy of being called the prodigy of the Li clan, he has only just begun, yet already displays an invincible aura. Indeed, such figures are exceedingly rare even among the 5 clans. Yet this year, 5 have emerged simultaneously, truly a sign of our Xia kingdom's flourishing destiny. It is only through the 5 clans that our Xia kingdom stands firm upon the continent, granting us the opportunity to tread the extraordinary path of beast taming. We should forever cherish this gratitude. Exactly. Were it not for the 5 clans guarding the world, the abyss would likely have already ravaged this land. Now this young man named Zhang Xuan, founding his so-called Xian Hall and plotting to overthrow the 5 clans, how childish and selfish. Are those above the lackeys of the 5 clans? Have they studied history? The first Abyss War was won through endless slaughter and tears, led by the Abyss Binding King. The great Abyss King once left behind a famous saying, "Victory belongs to all of you. Those who seek to monopolize the fruits of victory shall be struck down by the masses." How did this become the 5 clans' achievement in your mouths? Members of the Mystic Hall immediately began defending Zhang Xuan, but Li Shikong's overwhelming dominance in the current scene naturally drew the attention of most casual viewers. Charles, is this Li youth one of Xia Nation's top geniuses? He breezed through the first stage purely by deflection, without even needing to use his beast riding abilities, truly astonishing. But I'm even more eager to see his subsequent performance, whether he can match the divinely gifted individuals of our nation's Church of Light. Park Dong-sik, this Xia Kingdom candidate is truly exceptional. In our Silla Kingdom, he'd likely have a chance to join the Taegu Call. Put. The Taegu Call is nothing. Have you forgotten the Beastmaster War between Xia and Silla? Your Taegu Call was decimated, half wiped out, the rest begging for mercy on their knees. Park Dong-sik, bull. That's fake news. That time, only a peripheral unit from our Taiji Hall was dispatched. Our core forces weren't even deployed. Honda Ichiro, speaking in the name of the Empress of Ingzhou, this prodigy is fully qualified to rank among the top contenders at the Yamada Convention. Viewers from various nations watching the channel began comparing Li Shikong's performance to their own country's prodigies. It also introduced the Beastmaster systems of various nations to those unfamiliar with them. Essentially, every nation possesses its own unique system or organization for selecting domestic Beastmaster prodigies. Xia Nation gathers its strongest beast tamers through unified examinations at the Qilin Beast Tamer Academy. The Kingdom of Light has the Light Church, where young prodigies who join are called the Heavenly Gifted. The Frost Kingdom has the Destruction Battalion. The Scylla Kingdom has the Taiji Hall. Ingzhou Nation has the Eight-Tailed Serpent Society. These organizations serve as sacred grounds where each human nation cultivates its most formidable combat forces. Whether they are the nation's pillars, the 9th-rank Beastmasters, veteran 8th-rank powerhouses, or the rising prodigies of the younger generation, most have ties to these organizations. Li Shikong now ranked second, while Wan Rong still held the top spot. Yet any discerning observer could see that Li Shikong's effortless demeanor, as if strolling through a garden, suggested his beast companion remained hidden beyond countless unseen layers. Soon, the rankings behind them shifted rapidly, with 4 more formidable figures no less powerful than Li Shikong bursting into the top 10. In the corridor, a youth clad in a golden robe stood with a cold gaze, radiating an intense aura. If Li Shikong's aura was one of reckless abandon, then this youth's was pure arrogance taken to its absolute extreme. Nothing around him even registered in his field of vision. All spells and arrows vanished inexplicably the moment they approached within 5 meters of him. As he stepped forward, the corridor seemed to resonate with the sound of war drums. Then, 6 goblins exploded, turning into mist of blood. Yi Outyan hadn't even flinched once, his eyes filled with nothing but arrogance and disdain. The awe he commanded was no less than Li Shikong's. On the other side, Shirko, ordinary in appearance yet with a piercing coldness in his eyes, stepped forward. A shrill, whistling sound swirled around him. Like the clash of blades in the air, erupting with hundreds of shrieks every second. The goblin squad was instantly sliced to pieces within this howling chaos. Nangong Pingtian, towering at 2 meters, entered the corridor. His imposing frame and rugged features made him resemble a beast warrior rather than a beast tamer. As the goblin squad approached, they exploded violently, as if a bomb had detonated within them. With a thunderous boom, even their blood was instantly vaporized. Simultaneously, a girl of icy demeanor and breathtaking beauty walked toward the end of the corridor. Her features were exquisitely perfect beyond compare, immediately evoking the image of a divine favorite. For among humans, it was rare to encounter such a face that struck one with overwhelming awe at first glance, one so flawless it made others feel inadequate. Most astonishingly, her pupils were an icy blue, a color that seemed to defy explanation. Yet this trait, which would seem odd on any human, only amplified her divine, untouchable beauty and aura. Her icy blue eyes seemed to flicker for an instant. Then, the goblin squad, who had been bristling with aggression moments before, suddenly froze in place as if struck dumb. They knelt directly on the ground, then followed behind the girl like devoted servants. This was Morong Shui, the sole female among the 5 clans prodigies of the imperial capital. The 4 of them followed closely behind Li Shikong, all entering the top 10 rankings of the Celestial Curtain. Instantly, a storm erupted. A tidal wave of astonished exclamations surged across the channel. Good heavens! The 5 clans prodigies are performing at an utterly identical level. Yi Tianjiao seemed to possess some powerful artifact capable of annihilating matter. All spells and attacks vanished upon nearing him, even the goblins themselves obliterated. Sure, Tianjiao unleashed invisible wind blades around his body, whether from an item effect or some beastmaster skill remained unclear. Can beastmasters unleash skills themselves? Absolutely, though it's extremely rare. Chapter 147, not in the top 10? Unlike the mages of the Elf clan, beastmasters face extremely stringent conditions for acquiring skills, and such abilities are exceedingly difficult to obtain. Of course, for the 5 clans, the various methods within the beastmaster system are not lacking something we can scarcely imagine. That we could witness this in the unified examination is largely thanks to the celestial projection this time. Indeed, it was truly eye-opening. Quick! Look! What kind of trick is Morong Tianjiao using to make the entire goblin squad submit? I can't make sense of it. Perhaps some kind of mental manipulation? The only thing I can see clearly is Morong Tianjiao's breathtaking beauty, like a deity descended from the heavens, compelling one to bow and worship. Shut up! How dare you blaspheme against Morong Tianjiao? Watch your tongue before you bring disaster upon yourself. The simultaneous appearance of the 5 strongest prodigies instantly ignited the crowd's fervor. Yi Outyan, Shirku, and the other 4 each cleared the trials with effortless mastery, sweeping all before them. For the first time, they revealed to the world what it truly means to be a top-tier prodigy born once in a century. Only such individuals possess the qualifications to embark upon the path to supremacy. Who among them will ultimately claim the title of supreme? What are your thoughts? I find both Yi Outyan and Li Shikong possess an extraordinary, unrestrained aura, a sense of invincibility. It's hard to say who's stronger, but perhaps the victor will come from among them.
It's hard to say.
Our perspective is limited from this vantage point, all 5 appear evenly matched.
You're jumping the gun. The first stage has only just concluded.
For prodigies of this caliber, the true signs of their potential won't begin to emerge until the 9th stage.
We're nowhere near that yet. Indeed, let's observe patiently.
In the current top 10 rankings, Wanron leads by swiftly dominating the first stage with Lightning Rat, while the prodigies of the 5 valves trail closely behind.
It wasn't that they couldn't go faster, it was simply unnecessary. This stage couldn't pose even the slightest obstacle or pressure to them. Many spectators began speculating, at which stage would the 5 valves prodigies summon their first beast pets? The remaining 4 in the top 10 were equally formidable.
Some spectators quickly recognized them as peers to Wanron, the top geniuses from various provinces. In other words, the current top 10 were either 5 clans prodigies or the elite of the next tier beneath them. Each candidate's performance was utterly breathtaking, leaving countless spectators dazzled and overwhelmed.
Good heavens! I've barely seen any of these prodigies beasts before.
No wonder they call the unified exam an annual feast. It's truly broadening my horizons.
This year is unlike any other.
Never before have the top 10 contestants' battles been projected live simultaneously. The sheer brilliance of this year's competition is truly a once-in-a-century spectacle. Having studied the unified exams over many years, I can confidently say this year isn't just about the 5 valves prodigies gathering. The caliber of talent behind them has also significantly improved. Take Wanron's performance, for instance. In previous years, he would have easily rivaled the 5 clans candidates, but compared to this year's field, his brilliance pales in comparison.
Is this what they call an era of great contention?
The 5 clans' fortune has erupted, producing prodigies in droves, triggering an explosion of talent across the entire Beastmaster realm of Xia Nation. At that moment, someone suddenly noticed something.
Wait a minute, where is the Lord of the Mystic Hall? Why hasn't his image appeared among the top 10 yet? This question, raised by many, instantly shifted everyone's focus. Yeah, what about that so-called Xian Emperor? I recall Yi Outian of the Yi clan even issued him a challenge on the forum. Exactly.
Zhang Xuan's response back then was incredibly arrogant, claiming he didn't even consider the 5 clans prodigies worthy of his attention.
I always said this guy was a pretentious fraud. Once the truth comes out, those fanatical Xian Hall devotees will see what their idol truly is. Not even ranking in the top 10, yet he dares to challenge the 5 clans prodigies for the title of Supreme Champion? Utterly ridiculous.
A major reason the Xia Kingdom Unified Exams drew so much attention this time was the sudden rise of the Xian Hall, whose slogan was overturning the aristocratic system, and its mastermind, Zhang Xuan. The inherent rivalry between Zhang Xuan and the 5 clans prodigies, coupled with the formidable rumors surrounding him like annihilating an entire city's Beastmaster clan, have infused this exam with unprecedented tension and fervor. On a larger scale, this is a monumental event for the entire Xia Kingdom's Beastmaster realm. It represents the collision between the aristocratic system and the slogan "Everyone can be a dragon," the struggle between aristocratic beast tamers and commoner beast tamers who refuse to settle for mediocrity. Zhang Xuan alone embodies every ambition to challenge the aristocratic system, positioning himself against not just one but all 5 clans prodigies, standing solitary against a colossal establishment.
And now he's nowhere to be seen? Forget the top 5, shouldn't he at least crack the top 10?
But the lower rankings weren't displayed on the sky screen. So all signs pointed to one conclusion: perhaps Zhang Xuan simply lacked the capability to vie for supremacy against the 5 clans prodigies. This time, the Thunder Hall Master Lei Hong personally intervened, an unprecedented move, clearly prompted by Zhang Xuan's sudden emergence. Yet now he's vanished without a trace. Could it be that all of us Xia Nation citizens have been played for fools, caught up in some colossal blunder?
I told you so. What's this nonsense about everyone is like a dragon? People are born different. Accepting that and embracing your fate is perfectly fine.
But he had to step forward, stirring up trouble and manipulating everyone's emotions. Now it's clear he's nothing but a fraud, deceiving the world. Many from the Xian Hall could no longer stand by and immediately spoke up in protest.
This is merely the first stage. How can you be so certain the Xian Emperor lacks the ability to compete with the 5 clans prodigies? Haven't you noticed the current leader isn't one of the 5 clans prodigies?
Lord Xian Di stated his true adversary isn't the so-called prodigies, but the 5 clans' true foundations. Thus, a mere speed contest holds no significance in his eyes.
Ha!
You fools are truly laughable.
What potion has that arrogant brat slipped you, making you chant Xian Emperor at every turn?
Come now, you of the Xian Hall, tell us, if he cannot secure a top position in the first stage, what basis does he have to catch up later? These words immediately resonated with many neutral spectators who hadn't joined the verbal sparring.
Exactly. If you can't stand out now, how can you possibly overtake others later when each stage grows increasingly difficult?
The facts were plain to see. All excuses now seemed like feeble rationalizations.
For a moment, the voices defending Zhang Xuan grew quieter.
In Guangning City, Wang Hua, Suya, and Li Shan, who had been observing everything, remained unmoved. In fact, they found it almost amusing.
Chapter 148, The Bet. No one in this world knew Zhang Xuan's full story, and even fewer had ever glimpsed a fragment of it. But these three were among them. The first stage gate was child's play. How could it possibly pose a challenge to Zhang Xuan? Possessing a pure-blooded dragon, and having personally witnessed Zhang Xuan's ascension to a 7th-tier beast tamer, Suya knew that the sheer power feedback from his beast companion alone could make Zhang Xuan's physical strength crush any monster. His absence from the top 10 rankings likely meant he was strolling through the stage. This thought prompted Suya to suddenly turn to Li Shan and ask, "Elder, do you happen to know what rank that black dragon is?" Manhwa also turned his curious gaze toward her, having long sought the answer to this question himself. But his limited experience meant he couldn't fathom it. After all, even subspecies dragons were exceedingly rare, let alone purebloods. In recent years, glimpses of dragonkind were almost exclusively confined to the Abyss battlefield. Li Shan pondered for a moment before replying, "I can only say that a pureblood dragon's rank wouldn't be lower than sovereign class." Whoa! Though they had anticipated this answer, both men still sucked in a sharp breath upon hearing it. Overlord great beasts were already supremely formidable entities on the continent, essentially the hallmark of an 8th-tier beastmaster. King-tier beasts, however, could only be commanded by the pinnacle of humanity 9th-tier beast masters. Should such a being appear on the Abyss battlefield, who knew how much bloodshed and carnage it would unleash? However, Li Shan seemed to have more to say. "I dare not claim to know everything about this," he continued, "but I once conversed with a certain elder. From him, I learned that the dragon clan was the true supreme race of this world in ancient times, counted among the 3 great primordial species. Within the dragon clan itself, there are distinctions of bloodline nobility. That noble being mentioned that the pure-blooded dragons appearing today are not the truly noble ones among their kind. The imperial lineage among the dragon kind, he suggested, might well be considered god tier. The one Li Shan referred to as honorable must surely be a 9th-rank beastmaster, the pinnacle of the human race. God tier." Upon hearing this term, Suya instinctively covered her crimson lips, her beautiful eyes flashing with shock. "Elder, do god-tier beasts truly still exist on this continent?" God, a forbidden word. A god-tier beast signified that upon reaching the pinnacle of its bloodline, it could shatter boundaries and ascend to godhood. And the one who commands it would naturally reap boundless benefits, becoming an existence beyond the legendary 9th-tier beastmaster, stepping onto the ultimate path of transcendence. At that point, they would be utterly freed from mortal bonds. Rumor held they could live for millennia, capable of overturning mountains and rivers, turning seas upside down with a mere thought. Yet such an existence has never appeared among the human race or indeed, among any sentient species across the entire origin continent. No being has ever broken through to become a majestic deity. Even the revered King Zhang Yuan of Xia, hailed as the saint of humanity, fell short. Li Shan paused briefly upon hearing Suya's question before replying, "Divine-tier beasts certainly exist, though naming them would be disrespectful. For instance." He pointed toward the sky. Suya and Manhwa understood his meaning. Divine-tier beasts certainly existed. Were not the 6 beast gods of Xia Kingdom proof enough? But the beast-taming system itself was bestowed by the beast gods. To suggest someone could command the beast gods, didn't that sound utterly absurd? Suya's red lips parted slightly, but she closed her mouth, swallowing the thought that had flashed through her mind. That black dragon must be a sovereign-tier beast, right? It couldn't possibly be god-tier. She asked again, "Elder, at which stage do you think Zhang Xuan will appear in the top 10 rankings?" Li Shan pondered the question earnestly. Wang Hua chuckled. "That's an interesting question. How about this? The 3 of us place a wager, with some stakes attached. But we need to make it trickier. Each stage has 10 levels. That's too broad a range. Instead, we'll bet on specific levels within a 3-level range before or after. That counts as a win. What do you say?" Suya's eyes lit up. Playing it this way would indeed be more interesting. This really makes one think. The earlier stages couldn't truly reflect the gap in strength. Even mid-tier candidates could likely secure the top spot if they summoned all their beast companions just to show off. Zhang Xuan was likely in the same boat as the 5 clans prodigies, not even having summoned his beast pets yet. Falling behind was perfectly normal. To break into the top 10, he'd need to capitalize when most candidates hit roadblocks. When others are forced to slow down, but Zhang Xuan maintains his steady pace, his progress will naturally overtake theirs. Based on the elimination rates from previous unified exams. Suya said, "I'm guessing the 45th gate. The 35th gate, within 3 gates of the midpoint of the 4th stage. By this stage, over 70% of candidates have been eliminated. Those remaining are mostly upper-middle tier, primarily gifted commoners and ordinary beast tamer family scions." Manhwa pondered briefly before stating, "I'd say the 52nd stage. The 5th stage is traditionally known as the elite stage. Those who reach this point are considered elite candidates. In the past, top-tier Beastmaster academies at the provincial level, such as Nanjiang Beastmaster Academy and Ming Academy, would have offered direct admission to candidates achieving such results." "Elder, what do you think?" Both men turned to Li Shan, curious to hear his assessment. Li Shan pondered for a long time before finally saying, "I believe it should be around the 75th level." 75?
Both were taken aback. The 7th stage is known as the genius stage. Those who reach this point are invariably among the top 50 in their respective provinces. The higher the level, the greater the disparity. A province's 50th ranked candidate might barely reach the 7th stage, while those in the top 10 had a chance to touch the edge of the 8th stage. In previous years, even the nation's strongest candidates might only barely reach the 9th stage. 75th stage meant only a few hundred candidates remained. Given Zhang Xuan's mastery over pure-blood dragons, shouldn't he have already pulled far ahead of the rest by now? The two were curious and asked why. Li Shan shook his head. Just a hunch. No real reason. The sole reason for his conjecture stemmed from the pride he sensed emanating from Zhang Xuan during their few encounters. He believed such a person truly held the 5 clans' prodigies in contempt. Perhaps he genuinely cared little about his progress. As long as he cleared all the stages and entered the supreme path, that would suffice. Meanwhile, Zhang Xuan, now the subject of countless spectators' doubts and speculations about his unexpected setback, still stood in the final corridor, gazing at the relief carvings. Chapter 149, The First Extraordinary Being. Zhang Xuan had carefully examined the reliefs along all 10 corridors, finally completing his journey through this series of tales. Behind him, a squad composed of dozens of grey goblins and 6 green goblins maintained a respectful distance, showing utmost deference. Indeed, upon seeing Zhang Xuan, the goblin squad from the 10th level had submitted without a moment's hesitation. Zhang Xuan had deciphered the narratives depicted in these reliefs, finding their content profoundly valuable. First came the emergence of monsters, invading the continent. Humans rose up in resistance, wielding technological firearms to launch a full-scale counterattack. Then the abyss descended, rendering firearms useless. The continent fell, and humanity was reduced to prey. Here, the narrative depicted in the scenes became particularly intriguing. Among the human race, several extraordinary individuals emerged first. They seemed to possess some innate, powerful talent that was awakened by the drastic environmental changes, granting them formidable combat prowess in a very short time. A peerless woman grew pure white wings from her back, her eyes filled with sorrow and compassion. Wielding the sacred sword of light, she slashed with its blazing edge, purifying evil. A towering human figure swelled to the height of an iron tower, raising a heavy hammer overhead. With a furious roar to the heavens, he summoned the fury of the 9 skies, shattering monsters with thunderous blows. A heroic man with black hair whipping in the wind wielded a spear with such ferocity that its swing echoed like a dragon's roar, shattering space and single-handedly holding back the abyss. Their presence was like that of saviors for the human race, solitary figures standing against the vastness of the abyss. Yet the abyss was not confined to a single realm. Like a virus, it spread with terrifying speed. Worse still, the onslaught brought not only the monstrous creatures of the abyss, but also some truly dreadful abyssal fiends. Though the extraordinary warriors possessed unmatched combat prowess, they remained outnumbered and outmatched. The continent's complete submersion seemed an imminent fate. Yet at this critical moment, the human race suddenly discovered they had gained the ability to contract with beasts. By contracting with beasts, they became beastmasters, commanding these creatures in battle, unlocking their skills, and gaining strength in return. This was a path to transcendence accessible to all. Simultaneously, over 20 beast gods descended, bestowing their faith and divine power upon humanity. Within a short span, a cohort of beast masters emerged among humanity. Joining the ranks of earlier extraordinary beings, they launched a counterattack against the abyss. And thus began the First Abyss War. The subsequent scenes primarily focused on that towering figure, a man with jet black hair and eyes, radiating wild and heroic spirit. Wielding a spear like a dragon or a god, he led humanity against the endless horde of demonic creatures. He too had gained the ability to command beasts, while retaining his previous extraordinary powers. Blessed with unparalleled talent, he advanced far beyond others on the path of beast mastery, his combat prowess growing ever more terrifying. Yet the abyss itself was a terror beyond measure. Only after years of relentless warfare did humanity finally drive the foe back into the depths. This man became the saint of the human race, a hero revered by all, the most magnificent figure beneath the gods. Monuments bearing his name were erected across the land. He was none other than the abyss-bound king, Luo Feng. Upon reading this, Zhang Xuan suddenly understood. It turned out that the first supreme human being was not a beast master, but had embarked on his own extraordinary path due to some unforeseen event. Later, the beast god descended, spreading the beastmaster system a path less reliant on innate talent, allowing all to attain transcendence. Simultaneously propelling the human race's collective strength to unprecedented heights, enabling them to suppress the abyss under the guidance of the human saint. Until today. From the footage, he discerned that the abyss-sealing king's combat style resembled that of a physical transcendent. A single thrust of his spear could shatter mountains, subdue peaks, sever rivers, and reverse currents, his might rivaling that of a deity. These accounts appeared authentic. Yet strangely, why were these details absent from external records? Even the existence of the abyss-sealing king seems deliberately obscured and downplayed. Was this the work of the 5 great clans of the imperial capital? But what could be their motive? To elevate the Beastmaster clan system by diminishing the king of abyssal depths in people's minds?
At present, this appears to be the only plausible explanation. Yet one thing defies logic: if the clan sought to suppress the history of the Prince of Abyssal Depths, why preserve the Abyssal Depths trial? Why perpetuate it for centuries? Zhang Xuan sensed too many unresolved mysteries lurking behind this, too many tangled threads that defied clear explanation. After a moment of contemplation, he could only continue onward. Perhaps the answers would reveal themselves later. Pushing open the door at the end of the corridor, the light grew dimmer. Before him unfolded a different scene, no longer a hallway. The steady drip of water, the damp sensation and smell, the oppressive view all testified to the cramped, confined nature of the surroundings. This was an underground cavern. Candidate Zhang Xuan, you have reached the first stage of the second phase, the Goblin Cavern. Continue forward. Your current national progress ranking, 98,372nd. Goblin Cavern? No wonder it's so damp and gloomy. This ranking didn't surprise Zhang Xuan. Though he hadn't lifted a finger throughout the entire journey, he had paused to examine every relief carving along each corridor. It was safe to say he hadn't come to take an exam, he'd come sightseeing. However, each stage had no maximum time limit. Presumably, the designers had considered that candidates would either clear the stage or be eliminated by its monsters. Among the candidates over the centuries, Zhang Xuan was likely the only one who had taken the time to read the stories depicted in the scenes. The fact that his ranking hadn't fallen beyond the 100,000 mark only proved that even the first stage was enough to give the majority of candidates a headache. The cavern stretched endlessly before him, with 3 forks already appearing at his feet, each emitting a distinct, foul stench. Goblins were a well-known race on the Origin continent, but having lived underground for generations, their appearance was far more grotesque than that of goblins. Their nature was cruel and bloodthirsty, making them reviled by all races and earning them a notoriously foul reputation. Still lacking a summoned beast companion, Zhang Xuan casually chose the middle fork and ventured inside. The goblins following behind him proved remarkably diligent. One green goblin chirped a few sentences. Since Zhang Xuan had already secured the allegiance of the Goblin Legion, he understood their language. Its gist was, protect the master. Clear the path ahead. 2 goblin mages then raised their wands, and 2 beams of light, bright as light bulbs, flickered to life, illuminating the area ahead. This was the basic illumination spell of the mage system. Subsequently, all the grey goblins advanced to the front, serving as cannon fodder to scout the path. 2 goblin warriors positioned themselves in front of Zhang Xuan to guard against ambushes, while the remaining 2 goblin archers kept watch over the shadowy areas beyond the spell's reach. Zhang Xuan enjoyed the leisure, advancing while surrounded by the goblins. Chapter 150, Goblin Cavern. Silk. Suddenly, a rustling sound echoed through the cavern, followed by several sinister shadows slithering toward them. These were venomous snakes, their scales patterned in diamond-shaped grids of brown and black. Their triangular heads flickered with 4 tongues, vertical pupils gleaming with bloodlust. Wet trails were dragged across the ground. Instead of encountering goblins in the cave, they first collided with several snakes. Woo la la! The goblins shouted. Archers fired arrows first, then the grey goblins charged forward, bone clubs raised, swinging at the snakes' heads. But the snakes reacted with astonishing speed. Twisting their serpentine bodies, they dodged both arrows and club. Like coiled springs, they then shot forward, slithering onto the grey goblin. The grey goblin's face twisted in panic as he scrambled backward. But the snakes moved too fast. In the blink of an eye, they had completed their attack. After retreating, the grey goblin discovered 2 small holes in its arm, oozing blood mixed with brown fluid. Before they could react, their heads suddenly spun, and they collapsed to the ground, convulsing. Seconds passed. 5 grey goblins lay motionless, eyes wide open, their breath gone. Zhang Xuan was speechless. He knew they were cannon fodder, but this was pathetic, poisoned in a single encounter? The green goblin squad shouted warnings, heightening their vigilance. They sensed the venomous snakes move too swiftly, direct attacks would likely miss their mark. So 2 goblin mages cast thin ice, covering the ground with a layer of ice to slow the venomous snakes. Archer then unleashed a volley of arrows. Deprived of their mobility, the venomous snakes offered little defense. A single arrow was enough to end them, and soon they were all slain. The cave fell silent. It seemed they had cleared the 11th stage. Zhang Xuan did not leave immediately but instead began surveying the cave. However, he found no mural records like those in the first stage. Could it be that the Abyss King had only left traces in the first stage? Just as Zhang Xuan prepared to depart, he suddenly noticed some faint markings on a rock. Moving closer, they appeared to be characters, but they were heavily weathered and indistinct. As Zhang Xuan wondered if these might be the writings of the goblin tribe, a sudden, intense feeling surged through him. This sensation felt profoundly unusual, yet Zhang Xuan recognized it was no mere coincidence. Having stepped into the mind warrior system and possessing the willpower divine essence, his mental fortitude was formidable. He never acted on whims without reason. He pressed his hand against the blurred characters and concentrated his perception. A void-like scene unfolded within Zhang Xuan's consciousness. Points of light were drawn toward him by his mental energy, then merged into his mind. You have received a fragment of an unknown divine consciousness imprint 1.
Zhang Xuan examined himself but found no apparent changes, leaving him somewhat perplexed.
Fragment of an unknown divine mind imprint. Divine consciousness refers to the spiritual awareness of deities.
Unlike the consciousness ordinary humans possess, which cannot be materialized, the spirit of a deity grows to such an extent that it breaks through a certain barrier, becoming divine consciousness. The most significant difference between divine consciousness and ordinary consciousness lies in its ability to influence the material world. This was the extent of Zhang Xuan's knowledge regarding divine consciousness, as records concerning deities were exceedingly rare. However, divine consciousness is not exclusive to deities. Certain extraordinary systems focused on spiritual consciousness could also condense divine consciousness before achieving godhood. For instance, the psionic warrior system he had entered. Yet there were subtle distinctions between the psionic mind and divine consciousness, akin to two branches sprouting from a single stem. As for willpower, it shares a connection with divine consciousness. Yet willpower nourishes comprehensively, nurturing both the physical body and the spirit. In short, advancing to the second stage still yielded unique rewards.
This suggests the Abyssal Trial is far more than a simple examination. Perhaps these are all arrangements by the Abyssal King, though his purpose remains unclear.
It was unknown whether anyone over the centuries had ever discerned these clues. Finding no other unexplored areas, Zhang Xuan pressed onward. After traversing a narrow passageway, he arrived at another cavern.
As dark and damp as before, though this chamber was slightly larger.
This time, Zhang Xuan saw the cave's true occupant.
A minuscule figure, almost crawling on the ground, revealed itself.
Its face was hideous, its small, cloudy eyes darting about, revealing wickedness and cunning.
Standing on 2 feet, it resembled a human form but was grotesquely ugly, its entire body coated in an unknown viscous substance.
Years of subterranean dwelling had drained its skin of color, leaving it gray, withered, and wrinkled, a sight that stirred revulsion.
Ah! The goblin let out a threatening cry upon seeing Zhang Xuan appear.
It then uttered a series of strange syllables, followed by a dense rustling sound as more venomous snakes crawled up from the ground. This time, it wasn't just snakes, scorpions, worms, and many other venomous creatures emerged as well. It seemed the goblin possessed the ability to control creatures, or perhaps these venomous beasts were simply creatures it had bred.
The cacophony grew deafening. This goblin squad alone would struggle to withstand the onslaught.
Though Zhang Xuan didn't value these units, there was no need for them to suffer needless casualties.
With a flicker of his thoughts, a faint yet palpable aura suddenly emanated from his body.
The moment this aura appeared, all the venomous creatures froze in place, trembling violently, utterly immobilized. The goblin babbled frantically, trying to command them, but the next moment, sensing Zhang Xuan's aura, its own body shuddered.
Utter terror filled its ugly little eyes.
With a shrill scream, it turned and fled headlong into the next cave. Seeing this, the goblin squad charged at the venomous insects. Warriors swung their machetes, dispatching them one by one until none remained. From start to finish, the creatures offered no resistance, allowing themselves to be slaughtered by the goblins.
Zhang Xuan felt no surprise. With the Black King's power feedback, though a beast pet's active skills generally wouldn't grant benefits to the beast master, there was a chance to acquire certain bloodline traits from the exotic beast. Having ascended to the 7th tier, he now ranked among the high-tier beast tamers, naturally acquiring a portion of the dragon's aura. While it couldn't compare to the Black King's true dragon might, this level of power easily intimidated mindless monsters. Even goblins struggled to endure it, prompting them to flee immediately. To creatures of such dark environments, dragon might was like encountering the blazing sun at close range, a terror beyond measure. After searching the second cavern, he indeed discovered another blurred inscription. Zhang Xuan absorbed another fragment of the divine mind imprint. He pressed onward toward the third cavern. Chapter 151, Alchemical Poison Gas.
Meanwhile, the rankings on the heavenly screen's top 10 display shifted once more. Wan Rong had been pushed down to second place, while Li Shikong had risen to become the new provisional leader. His pace had accelerated, and the rebounding effect on his body continued its formidable performance. Every attack from poisonous insects and beasts was completely deflected, leaving a trail of poison corpses wherever he walked. Reaching the 29th level, the final chamber of the second stage, the Goblin Cavern, they found a square, distinctly engineered space. Bright lamps lined the surrounding walls, and a squadron of fully armored goblin soldiers stood arrayed in formation, watching Li Shikong charge through the cave entrance as if facing a formidable enemy. The front row of goblin soldiers held shields larger than their own bodies, planted firmly into the ground. Behind them, goblins stood ready, each clutching a crossbow. These crossbow bolts appeared to be of exceptional craftsmanship. Unlike ordinary hand crossbows, each bolt was connected to an alchemical flask strapped to the goblin's back. A thick, emerald green mist was being infused into the arrow feathers. It seemed the goblins possessed some unique craftsmanship, forging distinctive weapons of their own. The crossbow bolts whistled through the air, leaving a trail of foul-smelling vapor in their wake. Clearly, these bolts were laced with deadly poison. Li Shikong snorted coldly, his nostrils flared, his expression brimming with arrogance and contempt. A mere band of filthy sewer rats dared to attack this young master. Ignoring each arrow capable of easily taking a life, he continued forward. Just as the bolts were about to strike, they all froze in mid-air. Then, just as before, they reversed direction and flew back. The front row of goblin soldiers quickly ducked their heads. Their heavy shields were still able to block these deadly weapons. But Li Shikong, seeing this, let a cold, mocking smile curve his lips. As the bolts were about to strike the shields, he murmured a single syllable. Boom! Boom! One by one, the arrowheads exploded. Along with them, the small glass chambers storing the green poison gas behind the arrowheads shattered. A thick emerald mist billowed out, causing the goblin soldiers' expressions to change drastically. They knew all too well how terrifying this poison was. Even the mightiest beasts of the underground would die instantly from a single breath of it. These were personally concocted by the clan's alchemists. They carried no antidote. Yet before they could do anything but widen their terrified little eyes, their faces turned deathly pale. They dropped their weapons to the ground, clutching their throats in agony as if suffocating. After convulsing wildly on the ground for a moment, the goblin soldiers died with eyes wide open, tongues hanging out like those of the hanged. A foul, putrid stench filled the air. Clearly, this poison gas was terrifyingly potent. Who would have thought that the final stage of the second phase would present such a formidable challenge? Countless spectators watching this scene gasped in horror. This poison gas looks terrifying. Is this really just the second stage? I thought this kind of thing wouldn't appear until the fourth stage. The goblin race excels in alchemy, capable of crafting all manner of deadly poison weapons. They are treacherous and ruthless. In underground environments, even more powerful races avoid engaging them in battle. Actually, you shouldn't try to block these poison arrows head-on. Dodge the first volley, then quickly direct your smaller, agile beast pets to flank around and tear through the goblin formation. That'll make things easier. Goblins heavily rely on alchemical creations and poisonous beasts. Once you close in, they're basically just taking a beating. That said, the moment you enter the stage, you're met with a barrage of poison arrows. If your reaction is even slightly delayed, you'll quickly become a sieve. Moreover, if your beast companions lack such speed, you'll be completely at their mercy. Indeed. It seems one can't let their guard down just because they haven't reached later stages. The first phase in the goblin corridor felt manageable, but this second phase is a whole different ballgame. Putting myself in their shoes, this environment and the ever-present danger are terrifying. Exactly. Over the years, many promising candidates have crashed and burned in the early stages. Some beast masters may look strong on paper, but when faced with complex trials like this, they easily lose their composure and can't even unleash 30% of their true power. Others simply suffer from bad luck, becoming unlucky victims, a common occurrence. Charles Kingdom of Light, this stage truly showed me the uniqueness of Xia Kingdom's unified exam. Warensky Frost Kingdom, damn it. Goblins are the most treacherous race I despise. Every time I see one, I want my frost bear to crush them to death. Abdul Desert Kingdom, Beast God above, this is truly a trial worthy of a great nation. I'm already anticipating what terrifying entities will appear in the later stages. Parkdong 6 Scylla Kingdom, the top 10's performance looks decent, but if it were our Scylla prodigy, it would surely be more effortless and graceful. Clearly, the setup for the 20th stage has begun to stir the spirits of spectators across all nations. As for the foolish remarks from certain nations, Xia Kingdom's audience couldn't be bothered to respond. Everyone was glued to the stunning displays of the top 10. When the toxic mist erupted, instantly poisoning the entire horde of goblin soldiers and filling the cavern, the crowd gasped in horror. Good heavens, Li Tianjiao's tactics were ruthlessly dominant. Whatever tricks his opponents used, he turned them right back on them. Wait, by detonating the poison mist like that, wouldn't Li Tianjiao also be exposed to the toxic fumes? Hearts pounded as the screen filled with thick, emerald green fog, obscuring Li Shikong's condition. Then, a faint glow pierced through the thick fog. Immediately, the light pushed the gas completely aside. Li Shikong strode forward with unyielding arrogance, his pace unbroken. A radiant aura blossomed outward from his body, completely sealing off the poisonous mist. It turned out he had everything under control all along. Countless supporters of the noble house breathed a sigh of relief. Ha! It seems we underestimated Li Tianjiao. Come to think of it, it makes perfect sense. A peerless prodigy with such invincible prowess would never face obstacles at the mere second stage. Look at that. That's the bearing of a top-tier prodigy. That's exactly how he should be, arrogant and disdainful, showing the nations of the continent the prowess of our Xia Kingdom's beast masters. The crowd grew excited. Soon, they witnessed the overwhelming might of the 5 clans' prodigies, utterly matched in power. Yi Outyin stood with his head held high, hands clasped behind his back. Poison arrows were obliterated mid-flight, only to suddenly materialize before the goblin soldiers, piercing them clean through. Wherever Shirko went, the air whistled with piercing winds, reaping and shredding everything that dared to approach. Goblin soldiers were shredded into blood mist, their poisonous gas shattered into countless microscopic particles. Chapter 152, Special Constitution. The fierce winds then coalesced, forming a whirlwind shield around Shirko that completely blocked the toxic mist particles. Shirko, hands clasped behind his back and eyes lowered, seemed to survey everything as he stepped into the next phase. Nangong Pingtian radiated a fierce, domineering aura. The moment he stepped into the cavern, his fierce eyes locked onto the goblin soldier. The enemy let out a wretched scream as its body exploded. Simultaneously, the poison sac burst open, releasing a cloud of toxic mist that spread throughout the cavern.
Nangong Pingtian neither dodged nor retreated, charging straight into the cloud.
No protective barrier was seen to block the poison mist, and soon the gas enveloped him completely.
The scene instantly drew gasps from the onlookers. Oh no! Why isn't Nangong Tianjiao dodging? He must have protective gear, why isn't he using it? The other 5 clans' prodigies dared not directly touch this poisonous mist. Nangong Tianjiao was being far too reckless. Yet just as shock and concern gripped them, the scene before their eyes left everyone utterly speechless. Nangong Pingtian took a deep breath of the toxic mist, then shook his head dismissively. He showed no sign of discomfort whatsoever. He had achieved complete immunity. Nangong Pingtian murmured to himself, level 3 toxicity, over 50% concentration capable of killing a 100-tier beast. Not a bad weapon. Pity it can only become a tonic against my 10,000 beasts physique. Indeed, the toxins he inhaled not only failed to harm him but actually invigorated his entire being. The audience watched in stunned silence. What was happening? A beastmaster defying lethal toxic mist with sheer physical fortitude? How did Nangong Tianjiao manage this? Could it be the effect of some powerful artifact? Yet no signs of an artifact activation were visible. The crowd was plunged into shock and confusion. Then someone spoke up, I think I've figured out why. Each of the 5 clans of the imperial capital specializes in distinct domains. While the Nangong clan isn't as prominent in beast taming as the other 4. However, their research and exploration into the bloodlines of exotic beasts is exceptionally unique. I've heard they can imbue certain beast abilities into beast tamers. But the specifics? I'm afraid I don't know. These are the highest level secrets. I see. That's truly enlightening. Volensky Frost Kingdom, this constitution that grants immunity to negative statuses is quite similar to the noble royal offspring of our realm. From childhood, they undergo rigorous training with high concentration beast bloodlines, tempering their mortal bodies into formidable vessels. There's even a chance they might awaken other extraordinary systems. Charles Kingdom of Light, precisely. Our sacred royal family possesses similar methods, though such constitutions remain exceedingly rare. Judging by this prodigy's display, he would certainly qualify to contend for the title of Holy Son of Light in our realm. The audience gasped in astonishment. Even some distinguished spectators from the other 2 top human realms acknowledged Nangong Pingtian's extraordinary power. So, could this prodigy be the most formidable among the 5 clans' prodigies? A physique rivaling that of a mighty beast, such a feat has never been heard of before. Truly astonishing. I'm placing my wager on Nangong Tianjiao. Long before the first stage began, the Xia Kingdom's Beastmaster Forum, spearheaded by the Xia Kingdom Trading Center, had already opened betting pools for this unified examination. Who would be the first to complete all 100 stages? Who would ultimately claim the crown of Youth Supreme on the final Supreme Path? These betting markets were already established, with the total wagers expected to reach at least hundreds of billions of crystals. All betting would close once the 5th stage commenced, with no further wagers allowed. After Phase 1 commenced, though participants had shown little so far, the betting volume remained modest. Nevertheless, it quickly surged to over 100 billion crystals. Despite the 5 Valves prodigies not currently leading the odds, the vast majority of bets still favored them. Some speculators, however, were willing to take a gamble, placing bets on Wan Rome or other top talents from different provinces. The odds for these underdogs to claim the supreme title were a staggering 1,000 to 1. 100 crystals staked could yield 100,000 crystals if the bet paid off. However, the odds fluctuated after entering the 2nd stage. Especially in the final trial of the 2nd stage, facing goblin soldiers wielding alchemical weapons, Wan Rong no longer displayed the overwhelming dominance seen in the 1st stage. Though he still cleared the stage with relative ease, he had to maneuver carefully and summoned a 2nd beast pet. This beast companion possessed a peculiar, flower-like form. When the lightning rat launched its high-speed assault, the venom-tipped arrows were dodged, yet the alchemical poison sac still burst open, releasing a cloud of toxic mist. Yet the strange flower abruptly opened, sucked in the poison mist completely, and then swayed its petals as if thoroughly satisfied. Clearly, this peculiar floral beast pet possessed formidable poison resistance, treating the toxic gas as nourishment. Next, the lightning rat darted into the center of the goblin soldiers, triggering the lightning array. Boom! Rays of lightning struck down mercilessly. This was the lightning rat's powerful area of effect skill, instantly reducing the goblin soldiers whose defenses were nothing special to ashes. Wan Rong exhaled, advancing to the next stage. Though he remained formidable this round, his performance was nowhere near as effortless as the 5 clans' prodigies, and his lead was swiftly overtaken. Consequently, a large number of bettors immediately withdrew their wagers on him. Equally stunning as Nangong Pingtian's performance was the figure revered as a goddess by countless spectators. Morning Snow, with her icy fair complexion, flashed her ice-blue eyes. The goblin soldier who had aimed his crossbow at her froze in place. The next moment, they aimed their crossbows at their own comrades and pulled the triggers. Whoosh!
By the time they regained their senses, they discovered their hearts had already been pierced by the crossbow bolts. Facing the encroaching poison mist, Morong Shui opened her flawless, jade-like palm.
An ice crystal formed within it.
All the poisonous mist was then absorbed into the ice crystal, giving it a faint green tint. With a goddess-like compassion in her eyes, Morong Shui swept her gaze over the goblin soldiers' corpses. Then, with a light, lotus-like step that stirred not a speck of dust, she advanced to the next stage. This scene once again ignited cheers from the countless admirers watching. A goddess Morong Tianjiu was undoubtedly a goddess descended to earth. Such extraordinary grace had already made her unforgettable among all the prodigies. To serve as Morong Tianjiao's attendant, I would gladly sacrifice 10 years of my life. Even just to catch a glimpse of her gaze, just imagining it must be a profoundly blissful experience. In both appearance and bearing, Morong Shui truly lived up to the title of a beauty capable of toppling a kingdom.
Chapter 153, The Winds of Public Opinion. Her peerless beauty alone could make countless commoners fall at her feet. Coupled with her status as a prodigy of the 5 clans and a direct descendant of the Morong lineage, every move she makes radiates an aura of unparalleled brilliance. Thus, among the male beast tamers present, the majority now had their eyes fixed on Morong Shui. Morong Tianjiao's tactic of making the goblin soldiers turn on each other was truly masterful. And then she used some kind of device to contain the poisonous mist. It could probably be repurposed as a devastating weapon later. I just can't fathom what technique Morong Tianjiao employed. I didn't catch a single move she made. Perhaps it had something to do with those piercing eyes of hers. Indeed, Morong Tianjiao likely possesses a special constitution, much like Nangong Tianjiao. Currently, Yi Aotian, Li Shikang, and other prodigies from the 5 great clans of the imperial capital had overtaken Wan Rong, pushing him down to 6th place. Currently holding the top spot was Nangong Pingtian. His ruthless approach to clearing stages drastically shortened his time, charging through the poison mist as if it were nothing. Shiku and Morong Shui currently held 2nd and 3rd place respectively. However, Yi Aotian and Li Shikang, trailing closely behind, are separated by less than 5 seconds, a margin so narrow it's practically indistinguishable. Clearly, the true hierarchy remains far beyond what this stage could reveal. Even so, without any deliberate effort, these 5 had already secured the top 5 positions, powerfully demonstrating the invincible foundation of the 5 valves. Even without deliberate competition, you cannot usurp these leading positions. This was the sheer dominance of the 5 clans. Some veteran beast masters reflected, decades ago, the 5 clans' prodigies might not have dominated the unified exams to this extent. Top candidates from other provinces remained competitive at least until the 7th stage. It can only be said that this year truly marks the opening of the supreme path, unleashing a torrent of prodigies. Even provincial geniuses like Wan Rong are stronger than their predecessors, yet the 5 clans' prodigies surpass them by an even greater margin, widening the gap significantly. As this stage commenced, the number of betting spectators surged dramatically. The betting turnover rapidly exceeded 1 trillion crystals, with over 90% concentrated on the 5 clans' prodigies. Among them, Nangong Pingtian and Morong Shui had the lowest odds, indicating they were currently the most favored. Shiku, Yi Aotian, and the other 3 had slightly higher odds, but the differences were negligible. According to the betting rules, wagers could only be placed during the earlier stages, and even then, the true gaps between the contenders remained unclear. But that's precisely what makes betting exciting. If everyone could predict the winner, what would be the point of placing wagers? At that moment, within the imperial capital's council of elders, 5 men wielding the highest authority in Xia Kingdom watched the images on the celestial screen, their eyes flickering. Shi Yan glanced to his left and remarked, "Nangong Yun, you old fox, you've kept this well hidden. Your nephew Ping Tianxian has awakened the 10,000 beasts physique, yet your Nangong clan managed to suppress any leaks all this time. If not for this unified examination, we old comrades would likely still be kept in the dark." Nangong Yun laughed heartily, turning to Morong Jing across the table. "My boy is nothing compared to your daughter, brother Morong. She possesses the true celestial phoenix destiny. To think she quietly awakened the ice phoenix body, its potential far surpasses even the 10,000 beasts body. Brother Morong, once this unified exam concludes, you must invite us to your Morong clan's Phoenix Fairy Pavilion." "Exactly." Hearing this, the others also turned their gaze toward Morong Jing. Their eyes instantly understood why those extraordinary phenomena appeared on Morong Shui: the ice-blue pupils, the snow-white hair, and so on. This was tied to the Morong clan's heritage. Years ago, through a connection with a mysterious tribe, they gained extraordinary fortune, resulting in the emergence of a 9th-rank beast tamer within their ranks. Under the guidance of this 9th-rank beast master, the Morong clan rose to become one of the strongest beast master families in the Xia Kingdom. However, this was a secret from hundreds of years ago, known only to those within their inner circle today. That peak 9th-rank master was said to possess this unique constitution. Since then, the Morong clan has not produced another such being. The emergence of a second such master, could it be the culmination of centuries of accumulated fortune, erupting in a single moment? Morong Jing smiled and bowed his hands, saying, "It's not that I'm unwilling to share this with you all, but Schwer has always forbidden me from speaking of it.
Once the unified examinations conclude, I plan to host a grand banquet and you'll all be invited, of course. Li Tianlong, Yi Duan Tian, and the others exchanged polite pleasantries with smiles, each harboring their own thoughts. The 5 clans had always maintained a delicate balance of power. Now, with the Morone clan gaining an Ice Phoenix physique and the Nangong clan acquiring a 10,000 Beasts physique, it was as if 2 new 9th-ranked candidates had emerged. This development must be kept in mind. Yet they weren't overly concerned. The alliance of the 5 clans had endured for over 3 centuries, a single threat affecting the whole. Even if one clan gained an additional 9th-ranked candidate, it wouldn't shatter this unity. Moreover, the prodigies of the Nangong and Morone families possessed formidable foundations, and were the prodigies of their own 3 families any less so? The answers would naturally unfold in time. On the public channel, all discussion now centered on the 5 prodigies until someone raised the question. Where is the master of the Xian Hall? How come he hasn't appeared in the top 10 rankings even after the second stage has concluded? The 10th-ranked contestant had already advanced to the second gate of the third stage, the 32nd gate, yet Zhang Xuan remained conspicuously absent. Though his absence from the top 10 rankings didn't necessarily mean he was lagging behind. But the initial hype had set expectations for Zhang Xuan to rival those of Yi Aotian and others. The shining light of commoner beast tamers, the unthinkable young prodigy, the madman daring to challenge the aristocratic system, these halos made him the subject of even more discussion than the prodigies of the 5 clans at the outset. Yet the current situation seemed poised to disappoint many. Where are those fools from the Xian Hall? Have they gone mute? Why aren't they speaking up for their Xian emperor? Ha, no need to feel sorry for them, buddy. They're just a bunch of deluded fools. The truth is staring them in the face now, and that speaks louder than any hype. Indeed, the clans exist for a reason. Some with ulterior motives cling to the notion that everyone is a dragon, yet fail to consider that humanity is born unequal. Without the clans propping up this world, we might not even have a chance to step into transcendence. Amidst the torrent of criticism, both the Xian Hall and Zhang Xuan himself were torn to shreds. Damn it! Within the core residence of the Li family of Guangning, Li Zuang vented his indignation through several comments, only to be swiftly drowned out by a torrent of verbal attacks and mockery. Now, aside from a few like him and Sun He who remained steadfast in their belief in Zhang Xuan, most members of the Xian Hall had fallen silent. Chapter 154, Collective Advancement. Several other Xian Hall members, including Sun He, had gathered here at Li Zuang's call to watch the unified examination together. They were Zhang Xian's most loyal followers at present. These men were utterly ignorant. A barrier of this level wouldn't even stop us, let alone the master. If the master truly wished to exert himself, he could crush this group effortlessly. A young man from the Yin family muttered indignantly. He himself was a graduate of the Beastmaster Academy, a 4th-tier Beastmaster who had once reached the 5th stage. If he were to push himself now, reaching the 7th stage should be well within his capabilities. But someone of his caliber? He wouldn't even be a feather in the presence of Lord Xiandi. If these loudmouths witnessed how the Lord annihilated the Li family back then, they'd likely all turn into frightened little birds. Sun He, the eldest and most level-headed among them, spoke up. We need not rush. His Excellency has his own plans. We must simply remain loyal and offer silent support. With His Divine Majesty's awe-inspiring might, magnanimity, and courage, would he truly care about the order of events? The so-called Xia Kingdom unified examinations are merely a stage for him to win the allegiance of all under heaven. Those who now doubt, belittle, or scorn the Lord when the tide turns, the faith and awe he commands will become all the more unstoppable. Li Wangzu's face slowly shed its resentful expression. After a moment's thought, he nodded. Brother Sun, you're right. I was blinded by anger. Our loyalty will be proven in time. Our fury only makes us doubt the Lord. He then announced in the guild channel within the Mystic Hall that there was no need to engage in verbal battles with others on the Unified Examination public channel. Everyone should simply wait and see. Meanwhile, Zhang Xuan moved leisurely through the cavern, steadily gathering fragments of the Divine Mind imprint along the way. With each new fragment, he sensed the imprint growing increasingly complete, as if it were about to coalesce into a whole. Along the way, the goblins he encountered began organizing resistance. The goblin squad struggled to hold their ground, but Zhang Xuan couldn't be bothered to intervene. Instead, he summoned the Flame Demon. The Flame Demon delivered a devastating blow within the goblin cavern. With a sweep of its massive paw, a torrent of flames erupted, instantly engulfing the entire cave. The goblins didn't even have time to flee before they were reduced to ashes. Lava flowed down the Flame Demon's body, leaving scorched crimson marks on the rock and soil. Waves of heat rose and swirled within the confined space. Upon reaching the 20th level, the goblin soldiers waiting there seemed to have learned of their comrades' gruesome fate. The moment Zhang Xuan appeared, arrows flew toward him. The Inferno demon's ever-burning flames roared to life, instantly engulfing the arrows. The extreme heat melted the shafts, leaving only the feathers to fall limply to the ground. Simultaneously, green toxic mist rose from the scorched vats, only to be instantly vaporized by the Flame Demon's flames, all toxic substances evaporating in an instant. The sheer heat alone dissolved the strongest tactic of this level's goblins, requiring no deliberate effort. The rest was straightforward. As the flame demon prepared to incinerate his opponent with another blast of fire, Zhang Xuan suddenly gestured for him to stop. He stepped before the goblin and unleashed his dragon's might. The goblin soldier's eyes widened with terror. After only a moment's hesitation, they conveyed their willingness to submit. As expected, the dragon's aura remained as effective as ever. All 12 goblin soldiers in the squad submitted. Zhang Xuan chose to subjugate them rather than kill them, primarily because he recognized the goblins' potential. Their skills in poison making and alchemy seemed promising for development. In the future, within the small world of the Xian Hall, Zhang Xuan intended to forge various powerful legions with unique combat capabilities. If he could leverage goblin technology to establish an alchemy factory producing diverse toxic gases and alchemical equipment and equip his entire army with them, their combat effectiveness would be truly formidable. The goblins' greatest weakness was their inherently frail physical constitution. Their harsh environment also constrained the advancement of their technological tree to some extent. There were likely other factors at play, but Zhang Xuan remained unaware of them. After subduing the goblin soldiers, a notification appeared. You have recruited 12 goblin common soldiers. These goblins differ from the previous ones. The earlier ones lacked crossbow bolts and possessed no offensive capabilities beyond controlling certain poisons. They were likely the most marginal members of the goblin population. These ordinary soldiers, however, were genuine combat units, possessing considerably greater fighting prowess. Observing these goblin soldiers now bowing respectfully, Zhang Xuan suddenly recalled something. He hadn't yet tried using the one-click upgrade on these subjugated units. He decided to give it a try. Zhang Xuan summoned the one-click upgrade interface and aimed it at the goblin soldiers. Detected, goblin soldiers common. Proceed with one-click upgrade? Group upgrade available. It actually worked? And he could upgrade them all at once? Holy crap, this is awesome. Zhang Xuan hadn't expected the one-click upgrade to work on subjugated units. He'd only ever used it on his own bred beasts and captured exotic creatures before. If that's the case, then there are far too many units that can be upgraded. With the Black King's abilities, subjugated units would come in waves. Subjugated units might be average in combat strength, but after a wave of upgrades, they could form a force that would be beneficial to him. Plus, group upgrades saved him a ton of effort. Zhang Xuan pressed the upgrade button directly. One-click enhancement successful, Goblins Common upgraded to Goblins Elite en masse. One unit triggered a critical upgrade, advancing to Goblin Commander Common. The Goblin soldiers before him appeared renewed. Though still diminutive, their frames were slightly broader than before. Their crossbows now featured an additional firing slot, allowing them to launch 2 poison arrows at once. And each now wore a short dagger at their waist, clearly gaining melee combat capabilities beyond those of ordinary soldiers. Among the 12 Goblin soldiers, one stood apart from the rest. It wore armor, its eyes gleaming with a sinister glint. It also held a hand crossbow, but its design seemed more intricate and precise. Miniature alchemical flasks of various colors adorned its armor at the chest, waist, and thighs. Zhang Xuan quickly learned this was the Goblin Commander. Its crossbow possessed rapid fire capability, allowing a much higher attack frequency than the regular Goblin soldiers. Those multicolored miniature alchemical flasks served to imbue its bolts with special effects. Beyond the lethal green poison mist, they included hallucinogenic fog, smoke screens for stealth, and more, each effect distinct, each function complete. This was the Goblin Commander obtained after a critical strike. It felt remarkably well-rounded. Chapter 155, Divine Mind Message. The only drawback is that the one-click upgrade function doesn't seem to max out these subjugated units instantly, likely because they aren't classified as beast pets. Still, given their baseline stats, this level of enhancement is already impressive. With the Goblin Soldier Squad now significantly boosted overall, they should be able to breeze through several more stages in the next phase. Zhang Xuan decided to boost the other subjugated units as well. First up, the Flame Demon. One-click upgrade in progress. Flame Demon evolves into Lava Troll. Ugh! The Flame Demon roared, its body surging like an awakened volcano on the verge of eruption. The entire Goblin Cavern trembled as its already massive frame swelled further, billowing like wildfire and overflowing with molten lava. The Flame Demon's form surged past 4 meters tall. Its body, once composed of flames, now solidified into a dense mass. Highly compressed fire elements coalesced into twisted, crimson flame muscles. 2 protrusions began to emerge on its skull, as if horns were about to sprout, resembling the legendary demons of hell. Its limbs and torso thickened to the girth of iron pillars. A blazing giant axe materialized in the troll's grasp. Judging by the axe's weighty, mountain-like blade, a single swing could likely collapse this entire cavern. The troll's evolution complete, it knelt on one knee, placed a hand over its heart, and conveyed an emotional surge to Zhang Xuan. Grateful for the Great Lord's blessing. In its understanding, only the most supreme and magnificent being could have enabled such an incredible evolution. Zhang Xuan assessed the lava troll's strength. Its combat power had at least doubled.
Not only had its flame damage increased, but it now possessed formidable physical combat capabilities. Simultaneously, the lava troll awakened a special ability. It could now split into numerous lava fragments, transforming them into lava warriors to form a swarm combat force. All in all, it was a highly rewarding upgrade. The flames burning on the troll's body illuminated the cave. Zhang Xuan scanned the surroundings, and soon, his senses were drawn to a corner. Zhang Xuan extended his hand, flames surging from his palm to scorch the rock wall before him. Soon, the layer of rock and soil covering it melted away, revealing a pattern beneath. Without the guidance from the fragment of divine consciousness imprint he had absorbed earlier, no one would have discovered this hidden spot. This must be the final fragment of the divine consciousness imprint within the goblin cave. After absorbing it, the 10 fragments merged into one, transforming into a pure stream of mental energy that surged into Zhang Xian's body. Zhang Xuan carefully sensed the energy, confirming no foreign presence within it before accepting it. The realm of the mind was exceedingly delicate. One could not be overly presumptuous but must maintain the necessary caution. Just as he fully absorbed it, a vision suddenly appeared in Zhang Xian's mind, a scene left behind by that divine imprint. Amidst a vast, desolate landscape, a towering figure stood suspended in the air. His eyes blazed with an intense black light, his long black hair whipping wildly in the void. His presence radiated both untamed ferocity and an overwhelming, world-dominating aura. His gaze was profound, as if entire star rivers flickered and faded within it. He gazed toward a certain direction, his expression tinged with longing and reluctance, saturated with intense emotion. Zhang Xuan instinctively followed his gaze, yet all he saw was a hazy mist, obscuring the view. He turned his gaze back, only to find the man had already fixed his eyes upon him. Zhang Xuan froze, a powerful surge of emotion suddenly welling within him. It felt as though the dark-haired man's spirit had crossed time and space to communicate with him. Through the haze, he saw the man wielding a long spear, battling across the land. As far as the eye could see lay a scarred earth, endless blood and fire. Terrifying entities lurking in the darkness and mist coveted everything. The dark-haired man was overwhelmingly powerful. A single thrust of his spear caused a section of space to collapse. Yet his enemies were too numerous, endless. As he slew one wave, another surged forth. Suddenly, many companions appeared at the man's side, fighting alongside him. They commanded various powerful beasts, gradually easing the pressure. Yet the man's expression showed no sign of relaxation. The scene abruptly ended. The dark-haired man nodded toward Zhang Xuan and murmured softly, "Don't rely on them." With this seemingly out-of-place remark, the entire space began to collapse. It seemed this divine consciousness could only convey that single sentence. Zhang Xian's consciousness returned, finding him still within the goblin cave. This man must be Luo Feng, the king of Xinyuan. Zhang Xian pondered. Judging by the man's appearance and the battle scenes, he must be Luo Feng, the human saint of the Xia kingdom. But why had he left so many clues within the Abyss trial? And what did "don't rely on them" refer to? Zhang Xian was puzzled. His Majesty the King of the Abyss clearly intended to convey messages to those who followed. Judging by the signs, perhaps he truly was the first to uncover these clues. As for why it was him, it might be related to his unique approach to overcoming the trials. Perhaps it was because of his formidable spirit, which had unlocked the extraordinary system of the Mind Warrior and endowed him with the divine essence of willpower. Or perhaps due to reasons he himself had yet to comprehend. In any case, these messages existed in both the first and second stages, and likely would continue to appear. Perhaps what His Majesty the King of the Abyss ultimately sought to convey required completing all 100 stages to uncover. And so, the third stage awaited. Zhang Xuan reached the end of the goblin cave and stepped into Gate 21. You have entered the third stage, Fox Clan Forest. The surroundings opened up into the wilderness, no longer the long corridors and cramped caverns of before. Zhang Xuan found himself amidst a dense forest, the terrain slightly steep, clearly situated on a hillside. Fox Clan? Was this level actually pitting him against the Orc Clan? The Beastmen are the second most powerful race on the Origin continent, surpassed only by the 3 great top-tier races. In truth, their overall strength is no weaker than that of the elves, humans, or dwarves. However, the orcs were deeply fractured into numerous factions, each with distinct beliefs and power structures, rarely uniting as one. For instance, foxfolk, werewolves, tigerfolk, elephantfolk, and even the most mysterious and powerful dragonfolk within the Orcish tribes. These groups differed greatly from one another, sometimes even harboring hostile relations. The term Orcish race is more of a collective label applied by other races, not one they themselves acknowledge. Among the Orcish tribes, the foxfolk are considered relatively weak. Their defining traits are cunning and resourcefulness, with a particular skill in crafting and deploying traps and mechanisms. These are insights shared among human beast masters, though the true nature of these creatures can only be fully grasped through personal experience. The Abyss trial, however, presents an excellent opportunity to encounter various races. Chapter 156, The Foxfolk. Zhang Xuan surveyed the mountain forest before him, too lazy to explore slowly. He simply ordered the lava troll to clear the path. Roar! Responding to its master's command, the troll, massive as a small mountain, charged savagely into the forest.
Wildfire spread along its path, instantly igniting dry branches and fallen leaves, bathing the entire forest in a fiery glow. The troll charged recklessly, but soon, several large nets flew in from nowhere, followed by the ground collapsing and spikes erupting. Traps were triggered one after another, but these were mere child's play for the lava troll. Transformed by fire elemental energy, it was inherently immune to physical damage, rendering the pitfalls and nets utterly useless. Though the net was resilient, it was instantly reduced to charcoal by the crimson flames capable of melting gold and scorching iron. From the thickets, several odd-looking, agile humanoid figures turned and fled. But the lava troll wouldn't let them escape. Its evolved control over fire had greatly increased. With a single thought, several bursts of flame shot forth. Ah! The flames seemed guided, striking the backs of the humanoid creatures with precision. A wave of agonized screams followed, and soon the air was thick with the acrid scent of burning flesh. Zhang Xuan approached and saw they were indeed fox-headed foxfolk. Their frames were considerably smaller than those of ordinary humans, with triangular faces and pointed snouts. Perhaps due to their recent deaths, their eyes were wide open, blood trickling from the corners of their mouths, giving them a rather unsettling appearance. Level 21 cleared. Proceed. Is this the 21st stage? It seemed the third stage differed from the first two, unfolding in an open area. To be honest, if this was the best the foxkin had to offer, it was rather disappointing. They didn't seem any stronger than ordinary goblins. Driven by his determination to uncover every hidden secret in each level, Zhang Xuan began searching the area once more. This time, however, he was slightly surprised to find absolutely nothing. Zhang Xuan wondered if it required spiritual perception like the final stage of the Goblin Cave, but even after focusing his mind, he found nothing. It seemed His Majesty the Abyssal King truly hadn't left anything here. Zhang Xuan pondered briefly before deciding not to dwell on it and pressed forward. Since this was a free zone, he let the lava troll steamroll through the area while he continued to explore the rear meticulously. The terrain wasn't overly complex. The lava troll's power felt like a dimensional assault spanning at least 3 dimensions. Wherever it passed, even without deliberate attack, the surrounding environment was transformed into a zone of deadly flames, much like the sacred mountain of the Crimson Flame Islands. Shrieks, shouts, and the sound of fleeing echoed everywhere. These were all foxfolk. They hadn't been deliberately targeted by the lava troll, rather, the flames had ignited the wild grass and spread too quickly. By the time they realized something was wrong and tried to escape, it was already too late. This was no ordinary mortal fire at least 1,000 degrees Celsius, with the persistent property of burning relentlessly. Once touched, it was essentially a death sentence. Foxfolk were caught by the flames during their frantic flight, reduced to charred fox meat. However, the faint gamey scent of their charred flesh, combined with their human-like appearance, dampened Zhang Xian's appetite for tasting them. He continued searching every nook and cranny behind them, ensuring no potential hiding spots were missed. Meanwhile, the lava trolls, under his command, charged deep into the labyrinth, wreaking havoc along the way. Even if lone foxfolk lurked nearby, such tactics posed no threat to Zhang Xian. Put simply, though Zhang Xuan remained human, his physique had reached terrifying levels beyond normal limits. Even a lava troll's physical form couldn't match him. At this moment, the gap between the top 10 contenders on the sky screen seemed to be widening. During the second stage, the progress of provincial-level prodigies like Wan Rong remained on par with the 5 clans elite, such as Yi Aotian. Yet now, in the latter stages of the third phase, a gap of roughly 2 levels had suddenly opened between them. The reason was simple: the waves of foxkin blockades they now faced featured far more intricate trap designs, extensive ground collapses, mazes crafted from terrain and vegetation. These obstacles instantly slowed their progress. Wan Rong briefly considered summoning his primary combat beast pet, as the lightning rat and strange flower he currently commanded were not intended for frontline combat. Yet, he ultimately held back. He couldn't disrupt the plan for the sake of temporary progress. The main combat beast pet had to endure until the third stage, and could only be summoned at the earliest in the fourth stage. Otherwise, with so many stages remaining, the pet's stamina could easily be depleted prematurely. The other geniuses of comparable strength shared this reasoning. Meanwhile, the powerful artifacts or mysterious constitutions of Yi Aotian and his group showed no significant decline in effectiveness. Even if the fox tribe's traps slightly slowed their advance, it made little difference. They maintained their unstoppable momentum, pushing forward relentlessly. The root cause lay in the fox clan's inadequate frontal combat capabilities and insufficient damage output. Their traps and mechanisms seemed laughable against opponents whose stats completely outclassed them. Yet outside the top 10, a figure surged forward with astonishing momentum, closing the gap at a rate of thousands of candidates per second. The 5 Valves prodigies had all reached the 30th stage, the final level of the third phase. This stage was clearly extraordinary. A dense forest clearing was crowded with foxfolk, gathered around an elderly fox clad in robes, his gaze wise and far-seeing. The elder fox gazed at the formidable foe before him. Though tense, he knew retreat was impossible. He slammed his staff into the ground with force. Instantly, beams of light flared around the forest, while tendrils of energy shot out, weaving rapidly across the earth. Boom! A magical formation abruptly rose from the forest floor. Illuminated by shifting, iridescent light, it enveloped the intruders, a technique rarely seen in human territories. Countless spectators gasped in shock, utterly unprepared for such an unexpected challenge in the final stage of the third phase.
A magic formation? Could the foxfolk truly cast such arrays? Wasn't this the domain of elven mages?
Mages aren't exclusive to the elven race, it's just that the elves have advanced the farthest in the path of magic.
The foxfolk excel at traps and mechanisms.
By integrating these with formations, they've evolved techniques suited to their nature.
Foxfolk formations focus on disorientation and illusion, possessing relatively low lethality.
Yet they excel at trapping beings vastly stronger than themselves, a unique strength.
Indeed, from the third stage onward, each phase possesses distinct characteristics. Brute force alone won't suffice.
Even if one manages to plow through, navigating the illusionary array would consume considerable time, allowing others to pull ahead.
Chapter 157, Violent Array Breaching.
When the top-ranked candidate clears the third stage, betting closes. Hurry up and place your bets while you still can.
I placed a small bet on Morong Tianzhou. Though all 5 prodigies radiate unmatched aura, a voice deep within tells me he's the only true choice.
I placed 10,000 crystals on Li Tianzhou.
I adore that unrestrained, unbridled aura, as if he were the only one who could do it. I backed Nangong Tianzhou.
Observing his journey so far, regardless of his future beast pet strength, his formidable physique alone grants him an exceptionally high margin for error. In the later stages trials, that margin becomes the most critical factor.
Any brothers feeling the same?
I've put half my fortune on the line, a hefty 500,000 crystals, betting big on Morong Tianzhou.
This is my devotion to the goddess.
I firmly believe she'll reward her faithful followers.
Holy crap, you're playing this big? 1 million crystals?
For the vast majority of beast masters, even those above the 5th rank, that's an absolute fortune.
While beastmaster clans in regions like Guangning City might scrape together tens of millions, that's backed by an entire family's machinery.
An individual beastmaster, even a powerful 7th tier 1, could never match the wealth of a beastmaster family whose highest tier member is only 6th tier.
This is the fundamental difference between a dynasty system and an individual in terms of gathering and accumulating resources. The latter simply cannot compare.
However, the Supreme Path was a once-in-a-century event for Xia Nation.
This unified examination would undoubtedly see many beastmasters placing substantial wagers, risking the bulk of their fortunes.
The betting window was now nearing its close, with odds gradually stabilizing. Morong Shue's crystal betting pool surged to the top, commanding odds of 111. Nangong Pingtian followed closely behind at 112. Yiaoyan, Shirko, and Li Shirkong were close behind, all at 1:125 odds. At this point, a staggering 95% of the crystals were concentrated on these 5 contenders. The total amount wagered had reached a staggering figure approaching 100 billion crystals. This volume of crystals equaled an entire super-large crystal vein, a deposit so vast none existed within Nanzhong province.
Its value sufficient to purchase an entire medium-sized human kingdom. Yet the bets placed on Zhang Xuan still fell short of any other individual in the top 10, including Wan Rong. His odds had skyrocketed to a staggering 1:1000, a figure reserved for the most improbable underdog victories. In other words, virtually none of the current spectators believed he could ultimately claim the top spot in the unified examination. He's barely visible in the rankings, he might get eliminated in the next few rounds. How could he possibly compete with the prodigies of the 5 clans? Within Zhang Xian's betting pool, only his staunchest supporters such as Sun He and Li Wangzhu had placed substantial wagers from their personal savings. The rest of the audience, including the vast majority of Xian Hall members, refrained from such bold wagers. At most, they abstained from betting on the 5 clans' prodigies as a token gesture of respect toward Zhang Xuan. After all, no matter how much they yearned for a world where everyone was as exceptional as dragons, that was entirely separate from the fervent devotion they held for Zhang Xuan himself. How could they just throw away the crystals in their own pockets? Did they want to live or not? Yet at that moment, a peerless beauty, radiant as a flame goddess, surveyed the unfolding scene. A faint smile graced her face, one of unparalleled beauty. Everything unfolded exactly as her master had predicted. Thus, following her master's prior instructions, she placed the entire 10 million spirit stones on him. These were the proceeds from eliminating the Li family and confiscating the assets of the other 3 families. The original sum was greater, but constructing the Mystic Hall and the guild space had consumed most of it. This was all that remained. Indeed, before entering the unified examination instance, Zhang Xuan had specifically instructed Huo Wu to place a heavy bet on him. The 10 million spirit stones were placed. Less than a minute later, Morong Shui unexpectedly became the first candidate to clear the third stage, temporarily claiming the top spot on the leaderboard. She seemed to possess the ability to see through the illusion array, emerging from the 5 clans' prodigies in the shortest time. The others used brute force to break through, which was also powerful and didn't take much effort, but ultimately took a bit more time. As candidates cleared the third stage, betting concluded, with the crystal pool ultimately surpassing 100 billion. Witnessing Morong Shue's stunning performance in this stage, countless spectators rejoiced while just as many beat their chests in regret. Damn it, I bet too early.
Never expected the Morong prodigy to have this kind of trick up her sleeve.
She might just actually take first place.
She truly lives up to her reputation as a goddess among mortals. I feel Morong Tianzhou has already secured the title of Youth Supreme.
That's not necessarily the case.
I believe each prodigy possesses their own unique strengths. In the previous stage, Nangong Tianzhou held a slight edge, while in this stage, Morong Tianzhou has gained a slight advantage.
Later, perhaps Shi Tianzhou or Yi Tianzhou, Li Tianzhou will take the lead. Their true arena should come at least after the 8th stage. Speaking of that Xian Hall master, any of you betting on him? 1,000 to 1 odds. Take a gamble, turn your bike into a motorcycle. A roadside dog, no matter how high the odds, who'd waste crystals on him?
On the sky screen, Nangong Pingtian took roughly an extra minute to advance to the next stage. Another half-minute passed as Yi Outyan, Shirku, and the other two successively cleared their stages. Wan Rong, ranked 6th, still needed about a minute, with the remaining 4 likely following suit.
Just as countless spectators assumed the proceedings would continue uneventfully, a sudden twist occurred.
Guan Ping, ranked 10th and hailing from Xining province, suddenly vanished from the screen.
What's going on?
Ever since Wan Rong eliminated the Goblin Squad in the 10th stage, the positions of these 10 contestants had remained unchanged. Only their relative positions had shifted. In other words, these 10 individuals essentially represented the 10 strongest candidates in this unified examination. The 5 Valves prodigies and the 5 strongest geniuses from the 12 provinces. Yet now, the 10th spot had suddenly been displaced. Could it be one of the provincial geniuses who had been trailing closely behind? Just as everyone was puzzled, they realized the screen no longer showed the Beastmaster. Instead, a colossal figure engulfed in raging flames nearly spilled over the screen. With a single step forward, the illusion array cast by the Fox Mage shattered like glass struck at its weakest point, exploding into fragments. With a single stride, it cleared the stage in an instant. The newly displayed candidate's image pushed Wan Rong, still struggling to break the illusion array, down the rankings, leaping directly to 6th place.
What? What the hell is going on? Good heavens, what kind of beast pet is this? Its power is utterly overwhelming.
Such a violent array-breaking method was unprecedented. Chapter 158, Drawing Attention.
All spectators watched in stunned silence.
The figure on screen resembled a demon god bursting forth from the Inferno, wielding a colossal axe blazing with fiery flames, poised to cleave through everything in its path. Yet against the Fox Clan's phantom array that had trapped countless examinees, the flame demon merely charged forward. The explosive energy that erupted instantly tore through the entire formation like it was made of rags. The array's structure relied on interconnected energy to form a stable framework. When meticulously designed and intricately linked, it could unleash formidable power. Take this Foxkin illusion array, for instance. Even a prodigy from the 5 clans would struggle to break it without summoning a beast companion, and it would take them considerable effort. For the likes of Wan Rong and his companions, the time required was even greater. Except for those like Morong Shui, who could uncover the illusion solution through special means, the rest could only slowly wear down the array's energy. The speed of this depletion naturally varied based on the individual's energy output. Yet the flame troll in the scene shattered the illusion array without even attempting to break it, merely stepping forward. This demonstrated its energy far exceeded any conceivable limit. It was like a wild dog barking furiously at a towering giant, only for the giant to ignore it and take a single step forward. The dog fled in panic, but in the process, it was accidentally kicked to death. The sheer impact and awe of this scene left everyone utterly dumbfounded. Seriously, what kind of being is this? Could it be that some prodigy from another province, desperate to leapfrog ahead, had summoned their most powerful battle beast at this stage? But could their main battle pets truly be this powerful? This question surfaced in everyone's minds, for this monster appeared simply too terrifying. If this were the primary beast pet of a 5 Valves prodigy, they might still believe it. But if it belonged to a genius from another provincial-level faction, even summoning a lesser beast pet should easily break through the Fox Clan's illusion array. Take Wan Rong's lightning rat and strange flower, though impressive in their own right, they'd be crushed like a bug compared to this fiery beast. Wait, why are we speculating? Just look at the names. The audience finally snapped to attention, glancing at the candidate information displayed below the screen.
Guangning Zhang Xuan? The public chat exploded instantly. Holy crap, Zhang Xuan from Guangning? Isn't that the ruler of the Xian Hall? Wasn't he supposed to be way behind in progress? How did he suddenly surge to this position? And that flame giant is actually under his command? Impossible. Could he have been playing dumb all along, fooling us?
Our great Xian Emperor of the Xian Hall is not someone you fools can speculate about. He simply didn't exert himself earlier. Once he does, he can instantly reach the same starting line as the 5 clans prodigies. Upon witnessing this, spectators, whether genuine Hall of Mysteries members or not, immediately began voicing their opinions. This sparked fierce rebuttals and ignited a torrent of insults. Who knows if Zhang Xuan has already played all his trump cards early? He unleashed such a devastating move in the 3rd stage, what will he have left later? Will he even have the strength to compete with the 5 clans prodigies? Exactly.
Resorting to such tactics just for a temporary ranking, doesn't that prove this so-called Xian Emperor has lost confidence? A flood of skepticism erupted. The appearance of this monstrous, overwhelmingly powerful lava troll stunned the audience while defying all logic. A beast companion or follower of this caliber simply couldn't be summoned at this stage. Even for the 5 clans prodigies, it would be an absolute game changer. So deploying it now clearly means Zhang Xuan has run out of tricks and had to reveal his trump card prematurely. While this trump card did alter many people's previous impressions of him, it meant that come the later stages, Zhang Xuan would still be unable to compete with the 5 clans prodigies. I might slightly revise my earlier stance. Zhang Xuan's ability to establish the Xian Hall and proclaim himself the Xian Emperor does show he possesses certain capabilities. Yet, as things stand, his ceiling remains limited. When it comes to competing with prodigies like Morong Tianjiao, he still falls significantly short. Exactly. This kind of overwhelming dominance may seem powerful, but it lacks composure and won't last long. Supporters from numerous clans now voiced their opinions. Yet others challenged their assertions. Wait, how can you be so sure this lava troll is Zhang Xuan's trump card? Isn't it rumored he can command pure-blooded dragons? Surely dragons are his greatest ace in the hole? The moment these words were spoken, many fell silent. Indeed, they had forgotten Zhang Xuan still held the dragon card. But so what? The dragon clan probably isn't much stronger than this flame monster. You can't seriously claim this fire beast is just Zhang Xuan's most ordinary follower, can you? Someone snapped at the crowd, you ignorant fools. Is it so hard to admit Lord Xindi's strength? What about the 5 great clans you boast about as your masters? What kind of family heritage do they possess? Why don't you speak of that? His Excellency the Xian Emperor came from humble origins. Setting aside whether he ultimately claims the title of Supreme Sovereign, possessing terrifying trump cards like the Lava Troll and the Dragon Clan, doesn't that alone prove his extraordinary nature? At these words, many fell silent. Indeed, upon rational reflection, some realized they had been overly harsh, overlooking how exceptionally outstanding Zhang Xuan's performance truly was. Of course, only a minority reached this conclusion. The majority continued their disparagement and ridicule. It seemed as though witnessing the 5 clans prodigies temporarily leading the race was the highest honor imaginable for them. At this moment, spectators from other nations expressed curiosity. Charles Kingdom of Light, I keep hearing you mention this Zhang Xuan. Who is he? Soon, many began explaining. From the various accounts, the uninformed spectators from other nations pieced together a portrait. Charles, born a commoner, yet challenging the rankings of Xia Kingdom's most powerful noble prodigies? The legendary dragon tamer? Challenging the very foundations of the noble system? My goodness, he's nothing short of extraordinary. Vladimir Frost Kingdom, just hearing this makes my blood boil. A beast master who can command dragons? Unless I see it with my own eyes, I'll remain skeptical for now. Honda Ichiro Ingzhou Kingdom, in our land, legend says that a human who stands above dragons will unify the entire continent and surpass the gods. Parkdong 6 Silla Kingdom, if such a person truly exists, he must carry the blood of our Silla people. Unexpectedly, once the representatives from various nations learned the full story of Zhang Xuan's origins, their discussions ignited with fervor. Chapter 159, Returning. Of humble origins, yet refusing to bow before colossal foes whose might crushed all thought of resistance. Possessing a divine-like talent so extraordinary that it seemed to promise from the gods a talent unseen among humanity for millennia, the ability to command pure-blooded dragons. A heart for the masses, never forgetting his origins, willing to pledge a grand vision where everyone could rise to the stature of a dragon. Was this not the very image of the most exalted savior? Audiences from other nations, who had previously been unclear about the reasons, now found their emotions ignited. They began to praise him with remarkable unanimity. Good heavens, just hearing these descriptions, I already find myself in awe of this Zhang Xuan. A being of such extraordinary talent and noble character, I yearn to witness his true form. May I join the Xian Hall? I too wish to follow in his footsteps. Too many now seem intent on suppressing him. This turn of events was unforeseen. After learning of Zhang Xuan's deeds and the origins of his natural conflict with the 5 clans prodigies, these spectators found themselves utterly captivated by the charisma of a man they'd never even met. Meanwhile, Zhang Xuan within the unified examination instance naturally sensed all this unfolding. Shortly after entering, he noticed the vow-power connections he had established beginning to fade and weaken. Faith, before reaching a certain level of solidity, is inherently fragile. For instance, the pale gray hue that appeared when they were first formed signified a low level of conviction. Faced with unexpected events or circumstances, such connections could easily weaken or vanish entirely. For instance, when Zhang Xuan was slow to appear on screen while the 5 clans prodigies demonstrated overwhelming dominance, coupled with the various intentional or unintentional influences from public chat channels. Under these circumstances, many people's faith in Zhang Xuan, including that of members within the Xian Hall itself, would waver. Zhang Xuan was not surprised by this. That's why he remained unperturbed when he sensed the fluctuations in the willpower earlier.
But now, a new shift emerged. Numerous wish power connections that had been gradually weakening suddenly halted their decline, instead steadily strengthening and recovering.
More astonishingly, Zhang Xuan could suddenly sense new connections surging at a rate of tens of thousands per second.
This indicated that his performance had likely secured him a spot in the Heavenly Curtain rankings, bringing his existence into the view of more people. This was precisely the purpose of Zhang Xuan's participation in this unified examination. Yet Zhang Xuan knew this was merely the beginning. He smiled faintly and made his way to the forest clearing where the illusionary array had once stood. Because he had sent the lava troll ahead, when the troll crushed the illusion array with its foot, Zhang Xuan was still positioned at the previous two stages. Thus, only the troll's figure appeared in the broadcast. Now, the moment he appeared, the members of the Xian Hall who had lain dormant for so long yet held unwavering faith in him immediately bubbled up.
Li Wangzu, your divine might, Lord.
With but a casual gesture, you have swept away all beings and struck terror into the hearts of the wicked. Sun He, it seems the Lord was right all along. He truly cares nothing for the 5 clans' prodigies. One who vows to make every man a dragon would never fix his gaze on a mere unified examination.
Charles, oh. So this is Lord Zhang Xuan?
He appears remarkably young and exceptionally handsome, his gait unhurried and composed, his gaze serene and undisturbed.
I must admit, I am already captivated by his radiance.
Many more followers of Zhang Xuan emerged from other nations, their remarks even more impassioned and exaggerated than those of Li Wangzu and others. Since he was not a native of Xia Kingdom, lacking any ties to or reverence for its aristocratic system, most inherently harbored no hostility toward Zhang Xuan. The legends and aura surrounding him were what captivated the masses most. In short, the lava troll's single step shattering the 30th gate instantly reversed public opinion, crushing most doubts about Zhang Xuan. At the very least, everyone now recognized that Zhang Xuan was no ordinary talent and absolutely possessed the qualifications to compete alongside the prodigies of the 5 clans. As for those who stubbornly clung to their baseless criticisms and continued to slander Zhang Xuan, they were the most loyal lackeys of the aristocratic system, forever incapable of objective judgment. These individuals were destined to be enemies of the Xian Hall. For a moment, the attention drawn to Zhang Xian's screen surpassed even that of Morong Shui.
However, Zhang Xian's current actions in the live feed left many viewers perplexed.
He began pacing through the woodland. Though the flames erupting from the lava troll had incinerated all the foxfolk in the illusion array the moment he entered the forest, he showed no urgency to advance to the 4th stage. Zhang Xuan paid no heed to the viewer's thoughts, for he had made a new discovery. Upon arriving here, that familiar sensation returned. Sure enough, His Majesty the Abyssal King had indeed left behind a divine consciousness imprint. But why did it appear only at the final stage of the current level?
Zhang Xuan approached a seemingly ordinary tree.
As his consciousness surged, a luminous orb suddenly glowed on its trunk. Zhang Xuan extended his hand, drawing the light sphere into himself. Yet this scene sparked countless questions.
What is the Lord of the Mystic Hall doing?
The public channel buzzed with bewilderment. From their perspective, Zhang Xuan stood in the open space, his hand extended toward thin air, yet there was nothing visibly present before him. It turned out that the mark left by the abyss-bound king was completely invisible to others' eyes. The instant Zhang Xuan received the guiding light sphere, the same voice as the dark-haired, dark-eyed man echoed in his mind.
Walk this path once more. Walk this path once more? Zhang Xuan froze. What did that mean? Literally start over?
Zhang Xuan turned his head, looking toward the direction from which the voice had come. Suddenly, a lingering doubt from earlier came to mind.
Why, starting from the 3rd stage, did the levels no longer have spatial restrictions?
This explained why he could command the lava troll to advance through the level first while he searched slowly behind.
So this design had its own rationale after all.
In that case, he'd take a look back.
Flame demon, follow me. Roar. The lava troll followed Zhang Xuan toward the outskirts of the mountain forest. Yet this action instantly sent the audience into an uproar. What is the Xian Emperor doing? I suddenly don't understand this anymore. Don't tell me you don't get it, I don't either. Probably nobody does.
Wait, he clearly passed this stage.
Why isn't he moving forward? Why is he walking back? Before turning back, did you notice that strange gesture Xian Di made? Something felt off about it. Exactly.
He made a few sweeping motions in the air, then abruptly turned back.
What could that mean? Now many spectators address Zhang Xuan with honorifics. Chapter 160, Subtle Differences. Human nature tends to admire strength.
When Zhang Xuan's performance won everyone over, calling him the Xian Emperor no longer felt awkward.
Yet his current actions left everyone utterly perplexed.
Clearly, the gap between him and the 5 clans' prodigies was about to be bridged. He might even vie for a top 5 position. This fiery beast, regardless of whether Zhang Xuan had prematurely revealed his trump card, was clearly far more formidable than any technique wielded by the 5 clans' prodigies.
Yet Zhang Xuan abruptly abandoned his momentum at this critical moment, turning back?
It made no sense whatsoever. The audience had been wondering if Zhang Xuan might suddenly turn back, but instead, he simply walked on until he vanished from the screen. His disappearance from the screen clearly signaled that he had exited the 30th stage in the instance's judgment and returned to the 29th stage. This single action caused Zhang Xuan's ranking to plummet instantly from 6th place, knocking him out of the top 10 entirely. Where he had fallen to was unknown. Players like Wan Rong and Guan Ping, who had already entered the 30th stage, were still grappling with the Fox Clan's illusion array and hadn't yet broken through. Zhang Xuan's decision to backtrack caused his ranking to plummet instantly by an unknown margin. Guan Ping, meanwhile, climbed back up to 10th place. Damn it, is the Lord of the Xian Hall for real? Seriously, what's the deal here? It makes no sense at all. Heh, if you ask me, Zhang Xuan must have already played all his trump cards. That flame monster looked fierce earlier, but once the illusion array was broken, it was probably all bark and no bite. To save face, he just gave up. Seeing Zhang Xuan's move, the previously lurking haters instantly emerged like cockroaches, unleashing a barrage of disparagement, ridicule, and scorn. Seeing this, a large group of people shot back at them. Will you lot ever shut up? To suggest someone would abandon everything just for face? Only a fool would spout such nonsense. You cowardly wimps, using your twisted minds to speculate about the esteemed lord of the Mystic Hall, a prodigy who commands the respect of the 5 clans. How laughable. Stay put in your filthy ditches, you cockroaches. The sun in the sky won't dim an inch because of your slander. When Zhang Xuan hadn't appeared in the top 10 of the celestial rankings before, many questioned and mocked him. Yet most harbored little genuine animosity toward Zhang Xuan himself. Their harsh words stemmed from the vast gap between expectation and reality, leading them to dismiss him as an overhyped fraud. Amidst this, the voices deliberately belittling and smearing Zhang Xuan naturally went largely unchallenged. Yet now, Zhang Xuan's performance had undeniably validated the rumors surrounding him, at least in part. For a genius of humble origins to achieve such heights, regardless of whether he could ultimately rival the prodigies of the 5 clans, Zhang Xuan had earned the respect of the vast majority. Anyone who continued to mindlessly disparage him now would only provoke widespread irritation and distaste. Let's wait and see. This instance dungeon still has such a long way to go, any judgment made now would be premature. This sentiment resonated with everyone. Indeed, Zhang Xuan had remained unseen throughout the first 2 stages, fueling widespread skepticism. Yet in the final stage of the 3rd phase, he suddenly delivered such a breathtaking and astonishing display. For such a figure, they knew better than to rush to conclusions. Meanwhile, as Zhang Xuan made his way back to the outskirts of the Fox Clan's mountain forest, he received a startling notification. You have reached the 3rd stage, Fox Clan Forest. Proceed with caution. What could this mean? Could it be? Zhang Xuan suddenly recalled a word. Stage reset. No way. He'd never heard of such a thing happening in the unified exam dungeon. Level resets weren't uncommon, most dungeons had such rules in place. However, this only applies when re-entering a dungeon, as the entities within the dungeon have been refreshed and reset. Yet I haven't left the unified exam instance. Moreover, this reset seemed to be triggered only by him? Zhang Xuan pressed forward with suspicion. Sure enough, 3 slender figures with fox-like heads appeared in the mountain forest. Indeed, these were the foxkin he had encountered during his first entry into the Fox Tribe's mountain forest, specifically when he had entered the 21st stage. It seemed the stage had indeed reset. Deeply puzzled, Zhang Xuan ordered the lava troll to advance. The troll seemed perplexed too. Hadn't these creatures just turned to ash moments ago? How could they suddenly reappear? But it didn't dwell on it, continuing its massive strides forward to crush everything in its path. This time, Zhang Xuan urged the lava troll to accelerate. Within minutes, it raced through 9 gates, scorching entire groups of foxkin along the way, until it reached the final, 30th gate. Once again, it was the same foxkin mage and the same illusion array. Everything unfolded as before. The lava troll stepped forward, the illusionary array faltered for an instant, then shattered with a thunderous crash. The familiar success notification chimed in Zhang Xuan's mind once more. This. He narrowed his eyes. There had to be some significance to all this, it couldn't just be a simple repetition. After sweeping through the 3rd stage for the 2nd time, nothing special appeared. The divine imprint of the Abyss King did not reappear either. Zhang Xuan frowned. Should he attempt it again? If he had already advanced to the 4th stage, what purpose would reclearing the 3rd stage serve? Or had he failed to correctly interpret the meaning of the information left by His Majesty King Jin Yuan? Zhang Xuan carefully recalled every detail of his 2nd passage through the 3rd stage. For anyone else, such recollection would be pointless. After all, the experiences were identical, leaving no particular impression. But Zhang Xuan was different. His mind was powerful, capable of meticulously sketching everything he saw and heard. To him, memories were like scenes he could vividly reconstruct. And he could step into these scenes, scrutinizing every minute detail within. After meticulous reconstruction, it really was different. He murmured softly. After comparing the 2 attempts at clearing the gate, Zhang Xuan discovered a significant difference. The reason this difference had been overlooked by his earlier self was, to put it bluntly, a bit of a blunder. The foxfolk encountered during the second attempt, along with the illusion array unleashed by the fox mage in the final stage, were both significantly more powerful. The reason I missed it was purely because, in the face of the lava troll's overwhelmingly superior power, a true dimensional assault, this increase in difficulty felt like a small ant becoming a stronger, larger ant. But at its core, it remained an ant. Zhang Xuan shook his head and chuckled. The answer was so obvious. Chapter 161, Primordial Fortune. Yet without consciously comparing and replicating these nuances through mental mapping, one would never notice the difference. Put plainly, these enhancements might amount to 15 or 20% for the foxfolk, but for the lava troll, they were practically negligible. Unless multiplied several times over, they couldn't break through the threshold where they'd be crushed underfoot. Zhang Xuan searched the forest clearing. This time, he found no new divine consciousness imprints. Yet he knew he couldn't proceed to the fourth stage just yet. Clearly, His Majesty the Abyssal King's hint couldn't simply mean retrying the same challenge. So should he attempt it again? Thinking it, he acted. Zhang Xuan turned back for the second time, returning to the starting point of the mountain forest. This time, the fox people tribe spawned for the third time. Zhang Xuan realized his hunch was correct and swept through them once more. This time, Zhang Xuan observed carefully as he advanced. Sure enough, the third wave of fox people that spawned was slightly stronger than the previous one. Of course, this slight increase applied only to him. Other candidates might very well get stuck here. Once again, he crushed the final fox tribe illusion array with a single stomp. This time, Zhang Xuan didn't even pause, immediately turning back without a moment's rest. I'll see what keeps appearing if I keep grinding like this. Having grasped the mechanics, Zhang Xuan actually progressed faster through the increasingly difficult stages. The third time, the fourth time, the fifth time, the sixth time. Until the seventh time. This time, he arrived at the clearing in the mountains where the fox tribe had set up their illusion array. The lava troll was about to stride forward and crush everything in its path when suddenly, the fox tribe mage, accompanied by the rest of his people, knelt on the ground in utter terror. Great Lord, we submit. Zhang Xuan noticed that this time, the enemy had not set up an illusion array. It seemed as though they had been waiting here all along, immediately kneeling to beg for mercy. Simultaneously, a notification sounded. Current foxfolk unit has been conquered multiple times by you and has abandoned all thoughts of resistance. You have subdued the fox mage, Lena. You have subdued 12 foxes. You have obtained 1 wish power orb. The fox mage named Renard knelt on the ground, pulling a remarkably lustrous and clear orb from his sleeve. He raised it above his head with both hands and respectfully offered it forward. Zhang Xuan stepped forward to receive it. Its touch was warm and smooth, but most importantly, intense willpower energy surged forth from within the orb. A wish energy orb? Zhang Xuan inquired of Liana, why do the obstacles here continuously respawn? And what is the origin of this orb? The fox mage's expression turned vague as he recalled. Master, we have always existed within these mountains and forests, bound by a certain mission. In my memory, this bead was left behind by the Great One, but I have no recollection of anything deeper than that. After the fox mage acknowledged his master, Zhang Xuan could clearly sense the mental connection between them. It was evident the other was not lying. After a moment's thought, Zhang Xuan inquired, the Great One? Can you describe his appearance? The fox mage, Liana, nodded. As you wish, master. It raised its 2 almond-shaped paws, formed several hand seals, and as magical energy flowed, an illusion materialized. In the void, a towering figure appeared, black-haired, black-eyed, bearing a long spear, radiating boundless grandeur. Zhang Xuan raised an eyebrow. It was indeed His Majesty the King of the Abyss. He then inquired, what other impressions do you have of him? Lena shook his head. The Great One only said we must await the Child of Prophecy here. By acknowledging him as our master, we may escape this realm. Simultaneously, the fox people may break free from their bonds and step into a broader world. The Child of Prophecy? Zhang Xuan was puzzled. Lena looked up respectfully. Master, you are the chosen one foretold by the Great One. A new title out of nowhere, at least it wasn't an unpleasant one. Zhang Xuan inquired what prophecy this title referred to, but the other remained equally clueless. The Great One instructed that once you absorb this wish power pearl, you will learn more. Zhang Xuan gazed at the luminous orb in his hand. His body indeed yearned for this treasure. He opened his mind and absorbed it with all his might. Instantly, an incredibly rich and potent surge of wish energy flooded his body. The sheer volume of this energy far surpassed the combined wish power he had absorbed from so many Xian Hall members. Moreover, its quality was far superior. The purity of the willpower transmitted through the connections Zhang Xuan had previously established varied. Those with steadfast faith, like Sun He and Li Wangzu, possessed highly pure willpower. The willpower from ordinary believers who had only formed shallow gray connections was comparatively mixed. Yet the willpower emanating from this jewel possessed a purity surpassing even Sun He's. This represented the highest grade of willpower, likely derived entirely from the most devoted followers. With such willpower, any command issued would likely be executed without hesitation or reservation. You have absorbed the wish energy orb, Foxfolk. The Foxfolk's faith in you has reached level 4.
Foxfolk faith has broken through its limit. You have obtained primordial fortune. Primordial fortune, when energy levels are sufficient and wish power is highly concentrated, and the target's faith in you exceeds level 3, you may obtain primordial fortune. This is a super entity involving fundamental secrets. Possessing it grants you unexpected assistance, but may also draw the attention of certain entities. A halo visible only to Zhang Xuan enveloped his body. Instantly, he felt an overwhelming sense of ease permeating not just his physical form, but his mind and soul as well. He sensed his life essence had seemingly elevated, and an unseen perception emerged. All pure energies were converging toward him, even from the most distant realms, even from unknown entities across other planes and dimensions. It seemed that upon possessing this so-called primordial fortune, he began to transform into a star, drawing all things toward him. All momentum and potential rapidly intensified. Zhang Xuan gazed at a small tree in the forest. He extended his hand, and as his mind surged, the tree suddenly began to twist and contort. Zhang Xuan recalled the tree spirit he had once battled. As he sketched its form and traits in his mind, an astonishing transformation commenced. The sapling rapidly transformed, its trunk thickened, tendrils sprouted from its branches, and upon its bark, the tree spirit's human face slowly began to emerge. The fox mage and other members of the fox clan were utterly stunned by the sight. Is the master creating something? Their minds wavered, and they immediately prostrated themselves on the ground, awestruck by Zhang Xuan's divine, unfathomable power. But soon, Zhang Xuan stopped. Chapter 162, Faith Level. He felt his mind growing hazy, as if his energy had been drained to the point of exhaustion, forcing him to halt. The rapidly transforming sapling reverted to its original form, as if nothing had ever happened. Yet upon closer inspection, subtle differences in its appearance remained discernible. Yet Zhang Xuan remained profoundly shaken. He stared at his own hands. Had all that just now truly unfolded through the mere movement of his thoughts? While it wasn't quite creating something from nothing, altering the structure of matter and forcing it to evolve clearly touched upon the supreme authority of the laws themselves. However, imbuing an ordinary tree with sentience to transform it into a tree spirit demanded an energy expenditure far beyond his current capacity. Just now, Zhang Xuan had come tantalizingly close to achieving it. Could this primordial fortune truly wield such immense power? Zhang Xuan carefully sensed it, finally discerning its true effect upon him. It did not strengthen his own being, but rather extended his physical form and spirit, connecting them to various nodes within this world. This connection amplified his leverage, enabling him to exert a far greater influence. These nodes now became clearly visible within Zhang Xuan's newly expanded vision. They were the rules existing within all things, operating within all things, and cycling through all things. The rules were real, yet for the vast majority of living beings, they remained vague, untouchable, and uncontrollable. Yet within Zhang Xuan's current vision, the rules were distinct. He could perceive their forms, their trajectories, and their intricate intertwining. He felt that if he stretched his hand out, reaching as far as possible, he could grasp the rules themselves. Yet Zhang Xuan knew this sensation was merely an illusion. He was not yet capable of such a feat. It was merely because his reach was insufficient. If he could extend further, it might well become possible. In other words, he needed to acquire more primordial fortune. Moreover, the information gained after acquiring primordial fortune had also enlightened Zhang Xuan on this matter. Faith levels were categorized into 5 tiers, ascending from lowest to highest. Each tier not only represented varying degrees of devotion but also conferred different powers related to the force of will. Level 1 faith roughly corresponds to the initial stage of establishing a connection with the will, representing the level of most of Zhang Xuan's followers. Of course, the range between each level is vast. Even within level 1, some might be on the brink of faith collapse at any moment, while others might hold profound reverence for Zhang Xuan. Level 2 devotion is exceptionally difficult to attain. Among current Xian Hall members, only Sun He has reached this level. Even Li Wangzhu remains at the very edge of level 1 devotion, just a hair's breadth from breaking through. In Zhang Xuan's perception, this disparity stems from Sun He's profound recognition of the everyone as dragon grand aspiration. He is willing to sacrifice everything for this vision, including his own life. Li Wangzhu's devotion, however, is primarily focused on reverence for Zhang Xuan himself. The third level of faith represents the highest pinnacle achievable by devotees. These priestly figures, akin to deities themselves, dedicate their physical bodies, souls, and everything else to worship. In a sense, they have become an extension of the divine. This level of devotion brings about a profound transformation. They become extensions of the deity they serve, capable of manifesting as vessels for divine descent, promises, and blessings. Faith levels beyond Tier 4 are unattainable by ordinary beings. This has nothing to do with the devotion of their prayers, but rather with the inherent nature of the believers themselves. Level 4 devotion requires either a group recognized by the world's rules or exceptionally unique individuals. Having gained the rule's endorsement, these groups and unique individuals can access the world's primordial fortune, the original fortune. The primordial fortune Zhang Xuan had just obtained came from this very source. If one were to accompany another in completing their evolution and transcendence, or fulfill certain long-cherished aspirations, the faith level could potentially reach the ultimate 5th tier. The specific effects of level 5 remain unknown, but they are likely astonishing. As part of the beastkin, the foxfolk were naturally a race recognized by the world's rules.
Thus, after absorbing the incredibly pure wish power orb formed from the foxfolk's collective will, Zhang Xuan obtained this portion of primordial fortune.
Simultaneously, his fate became inextricably linked with that of the foxfolk. This boundary-breaking leap to level 4 faith was a two-way bond. While Zhang Xuan could now command the foxfolk at will, sustaining this fortune required their continuous growth. If he merely drained them, this fortune might gradually wither away. In short, this primordial fortune allowed Zhang Xuan to see more clearly the fundamental workings of this world, greatly broadening the path ahead for his own future. That said, the fundamental reason this primordial fortune could aid him so profoundly was that he already possessed a willpower divine form. Without the divine essence of aspiration, he would be unable to absorb the aspiration orbs. Without absorbing the Fox clan's wish power orb, acquiring the primordial fortune would have been impossible. It all seemed to be interconnected in some mysterious way. Zhang Xuan suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Could it be that His Majesty the Abyss Sealing King, when establishing the Abyss Sealing Trial 1,000 years ago, had already foreseen the arrival of someone possessing the divine essence of aspiration? Throughout his journey, he had grown certain that no one before him had ever uncovered the true secret of the Abyss Trial. They had merely treated it as an arena for competing for rankings and glory, but in truth, the Abyss Trial had always been designed to select just one person. This thought sent a chill down his spine. If this wasn't mere coincidence but deliberate design, what kind of being was the sovereign of the Abyss, capable of offering an entire clan's willpower and destiny as a prize? With Zhang Xuan's current strength, even if he couldn't match a 9th-tier beast master, he could still make educated guesses based on his own circumstances. Such tactics were absolutely beyond the capabilities of a 9th-tier beast master. Could it be that the long-held belief that no deities could arise from the races of the continent was actually false? Could His Majesty the King of the Abyss be a deity in disguise? If so, could it be that this being has always existed, merely observing everything from some unseen place? Zhang Xuan's thoughts returned to the earliest transcendent beings depicted in the murals. Why was Luo Feng, the King of Abyssal Depths, among the first transcendent beings? What did that original transcendence truly signify? Why did the beast god bestow his grace upon the human race? All these questions shrouded in mist. Chapter 163, Evolution of the Illusionary Array. Behind the series of events lay secrets too numerous to count. Beyond the mist, countless unknown and terrifying entities were engaged in a silent struggle. Yet Zhang Xuan did not dwell on it. Anything that allowed him to grow stronger was good. Having unlocked the secrets of this stage, it was time to advance to the next. Zhang Xuan traversed the mountain forests and passed through a transparent light barrier. You have entered the 4th stage, Howling Wilderness. Howling Wilderness? Let's see what this is all about. The scenery shifted before his eyes, transporting Zhang Xuan to a vast expanse of land. Frankly, the terrain here bore some resemblance to the gentle wind plains outside Guangning City, but the atmosphere was far more oppressive. The sky hung low, heavy with dark clouds, while the distant terrain undulated like waves. The vast sunken depressions, devoid of light, were shrouded in shadow, like dark pockets ready to swallow everything. This stage, like the previous one, remained within the open area. Suddenly, a night wind swept through, carrying the scent of blood. Zhang Xuan keenly detected a low, guttural growl mingled within the breeze. Interesting. He strolled leisurely toward the source of the sound, the lava troll following behind, shouldering an axe as tall as a floor, while the foxfolk mage Lina kept pace beside him. Zhang Xuan realized he hadn't used his cheat code yet. He paused and gave Lina a one-click level up. Fox Mage has been upgraded to Fox Archmage. Archmage? Let's see what's different. Lina's face was now a mix of shock and delight. She could feel herself transformed magic surge through her veins, at least 3 times more potent than before. And numerous advanced spells, long etched in its bloodline memory yet previously inaccessible, suddenly unlocked. He understood exactly where this transformation came from. Instantly, he knelt on the ground, grateful for his master's blessing. It felt nothing short of a miracle. Lina's earlier submission to Zhang Xuan had been driven mostly by reverence. But now, he was consumed solely by the desire to plunge into boiling water for Zhang Xuan, to offer everything he had. Who, after witnessing such a miracle upon themselves, could possibly withhold their soul? Zhang Xuan waved his hand. Show me what you can do now. Yes, my lord. Lina snapped to attention and rose swiftly. My lord, the illusion array I previously deployed, its ability to confuse and obstruct has at least doubled in potency. Moreover, I can now cast multiple instances simultaneously. As he spoke, he formed hand seals, conjuring 3 illusory arrays that interlinked seamlessly. Within the illusions lay directionally inverted labyrinths, environments lashed by thunder, fire, and torrential rain, and quagmires from which escape proved impossible once trapped. These illusory arrays do more than merely distort perception, they directly influence the target's mind, inducing all manner of erroneous judgments. Even if one could break the formation by taking a single step, those trapped within would likely find themselves endlessly circling in place. One more thing, Master. I can now to some extent transform illusion into reality. The entities within the illusory array are not merely phantoms. Oh? Zhang Xuan's eyes flickered with interest. He strode directly toward the illusion array. Seeing this, Lian Na gasped in shock and hurriedly protested, "My lord, you." But Zhang Xuan had already stepped into the formation. His expression remained utterly calm as he shook his head. "Rest assured, you cannot harm me. Use your full power. Let me see your limits." Lina hesitated, his fox-like eyes flickering with doubt. Though he dared not disobey Zhang Xuan's command, he feared that if he accidentally harmed his master, it would be a crime he could never atone for. Zhang Xuan knew exactly what was on his mind. He laughed heartily, "Hurry up, stop dawdling. If this illusion array doesn't deliver, you won't be worthy of serving under me." Lina immediately bowed his head. "Your servant obeys." He clasped his hands in a seal, and the illusion array surged to full power. A barrage of illusions and terrifying visions assaulted the senses. To Zhang Xuan, these hallucinatory scenes were no different from nothingness. Under his formidable mental fortitude, they were easily seen through. However, compared to before, they were indeed significantly more potent. His own situation stemmed from having stepped into another extraordinary system, granting him the reinforcement of mental energy. Moreover, his willpower itself provided powerful support for this mental energy, making him highly resistant to such illusions. But for other beast masters, unless they used powerful array-breaking tools, even an 8th-tier beast master would struggle for quite some time if trapped by their own means. Zhang Xuan ignored the various illusions. At that moment, a monstrous, misshapen creature rose from the swamp within the formation. Covered in mud, it exuded a putrid, foul stench. The swamp monster snarled as it charged toward Zhang Xuan. Zhang Xuan raised an eyebrow. This was indeed interesting. In his perception, this was not merely an illusion, but a real monster. If he simply stood still with his eyes closed, he would undoubtedly be crushed in one blow. Zhang Xuan wanted to test its strength. He extended a finger and tapped the void. A surge of energy exploded like high-caliber explosives, erupting in a cone-shaped blast. With his current physical strength, nearly 10% of his power, combined with his mental energy manipulating space, could churn and compress vast amounts of air, forming a formidable attack akin to an air cannon. Boom! The swamp monster instantly shattered, blown into countless fragments of pulverized mud. Oh! This was Zhang Xuan's first attempt to mimic his late teacher Satarumani's technique of manipulating the environment with mental energy. Previously, his psychic power hadn't reached the required level, preventing him from executing it. Now, nourished by the vast power of his will, he had broken through that barrier. Little did he know that even this initial attempt would unleash such staggering power. This technique could easily obliterate a level 150 gold-grade beast. However, the scattered mud on the ground suddenly began to shift, continuously gathering toward the center. It continued gathering until all the mud had coalesced into a single mud monster, which rose to its feet once more. This development caught Zhang Xuan off guard. He hadn't expected the phantom creature conjured by Liana's illusion array to possess such capabilities. He thrust his finger forward once more, shattering it a second time. This time, he used half a level more power, reducing the mud to a state of near non-existence. This time, perhaps depleted of energy, the mud could not reform. Zhang Xuan stepped forward. While it posed no real obstacle to him, it must be admitted that this illusion array was significantly more powerful than the previous ones. After all, its primary purpose was containment, not direct attack. Lina hurried over, utterly stunned. He never imagined his master could dismantle his illusion array with such effortless ease. But upon reflection, it made perfect sense after all, the master had just facilitated his evolution. Chapter 164, Werewolf. A master capable of granting such immense power enabling instant evolution could just as easily cast him into hell in the next moment. This thought filled Liana with even deeper reverence. Let's go. See what this stage holds. The man and the foxman set off into the wasteland. Zhang Xuan deliberately headed toward the direction of the howling he had heard earlier. In this dungeon, no piece of information was meaningless. Following leads rather than avoiding them was the fastest way to trigger events. The howling gradually faded into the sound of ravenous tearing. Sharp teeth sliced through flesh like razor-edged blades parting leather, the rhythmic chewing and swallowing carrying a potent, bloodthirsty aura. Zhang Xuan paced closer until he rounded a small earthen mound. A hideous figure materialized in the dim light. It too was humanoid, on all fours, gnawing at a freshly killed antelope lying on the ground. Yet atop its broad shoulders sat the head of a wild wolf, its row of steel-hard fangs crushing and grinding the antelope's flesh and bones. The antelope had been a strong beast, but beneath the werewolf monster's bulging, sinewy frame, it now resembled a small doll being savagely abused. Its fur stood on end, ears pricked and twitching. Its keen hearing had long detected the approach of another presence. Yet it cared not. Any creature daring to trespass upon this wasteland would become sustenance for the werewolf clan. Only when Zhang Xuan took a few more steps forward did the wolf suddenly lift its head. A face reeking of blood revealed intense malice. Prey? Daring to keep drawing nearer? It rose from the ground, towering over 2 meters tall, gazing down at Zhang Xuan and Liana with unmasked malice in its savage pupils. The next moment, the werewolf spoke in human language. 2 more blood meals have arrived, a human and a fox. Seems the wolf god intends to feed me well tonight. Lena's face darkened. Beastfolk deeply resented being treated as near beasts. The term fox was an outright insult to them foxkin. He bowed to Zhang Xuan. My lord, permit your servant to deal with this noisy and foolish creature. Werewolves possessed combat prowess far surpassing that of his foxkin kin. Though he was no ordinary foxkin, defeating a werewolf had once been no easy feat. However, after receiving Zhang Xuan's blessing, his power had surged dramatically. Disposing of this werewolf would be a matter of mere minutes. Zhang Xuan shook his head. Never mind. After being cooped up this long, it's time to stretch my legs. Yes, my lord. Lena understood his meaning and respectfully stepped aside. He looked at the werewolf, thinking, to have the master take you down personally, consider yourself fortunate to die with such honor. Tall and burly, the wolfman's body was thick with fur, drool dripping from the corners of his mouth. He saw that the human before him showed not a shred of fear, instead looking down on him. It let out a growl. You puny human! I'll crush every bone in your body and devour your marrow. The werewolf lunged forward in a single powerful stride, muscles in its legs bulging as explosive strength surged through its body. Among the beastkin tribes, the werewolves firmly ranked within the top 5. Their close-quarters combat prowess was formidable, and in the cover of night, they gained all-around enhancements. A violent gust of wind, thick with the scent of blood, slammed against his face as the werewolf lunged forward. It was hard to believe such a massive creature could move with such blinding speed. Yet Zhang Xuan remained utterly composed, even finding the attack somewhat sluggish. As the claws closed in on his head, he simply lifted his leg. Boom! A violent sonic boom erupted from the ground, followed by a sudden, astonishing burst of force within a mere inch. Though this force dwarfed the werewolf's attack by countless times, the foxman mage beside Zhang Xuan felt little pressure. This was due to Zhang Xuan's astonishing mastery over his own physique, allowing him to concentrate the release of his power almost entirely at a single point, with virtually no dissipation or waste. The effect of this extreme concentration was a ripple rippling through the air, a sign that space itself had been shaken. Only when force and speed surpassed a certain threshold could such an effect manifest. The kick collided head-on with the werewolf's thick arm. A dull thud echoed through the air, like a tightly sealed lid being abruptly pulled off. Bang! Fear flashed in the werewolf's savage eyes. Instantly, its arm, then its entire body, and finally its face, all cracked like fine porcelain, forming a network of fine fissures. It all happened in an instant. Then, like floodwaters breaching a dam, endless flesh and tissue exploded from the werewolf's back. A fan-shaped mist of blood formed a macabre spectacle across the dim wasteland. The impact instantly shattered every bone in the werewolf's frame, its flesh vaporized into mist. All that remained in its place was an empty, hollow shell, stripped of all substance. Splash! The sack collapsed, slumping limply onto the ground. The entire scene looked terrifying and absurd. Lena beside him gaped, too stunned to utter a single syllable. He knew his master could easily trample this werewolf, but such an extreme display of violence completely surpassed his imagination. Violence elevated to an art form. Zhang Xuan flexed his legs. That strike had been satisfying, it had awakened his muscles and ignited a surge of combat desire. Who would have guessed he was actually a beast master? But hey, I do have that psionic warrior class panel. Settling things with brutal melee combat? Totally makes sense. These guys are still too weak. Next up, it's all yours. Zhang Xuan said lazily. Lena snapped to attention, straightening his back. Yes, master. Though they were too weak for Zhang Xuan, he still had to give them his full attention. They ventured deeper into the wilderness, encountering more and more werewolves. Renard unleashed his newly acquired abilities, employing every trick of deception and illusion at his disposal. It must be said that while the werewolves possessed formidable physical strength, their mental resilience was notably weak. With his enhanced abilities, Leonard found ample opportunity to exploit this weakness. After a few illusions, the werewolves turned on each other and began fighting. Soon, both were dead. Zhang Xuan watched from the sidelines. When the stalling dragged on too long, his impatience flared, and he'd simply kick one of the werewolves, reducing it to a mist of blood. Proceeding in this stop-and-go manner, their pace remained surprisingly swift. By this stage, at least 60% of the candidates had already been eliminated by the very first werewolf. Chapter 165, Candidate Elimination. Unlike races such as elves, dwarves, and goblins, each possessing unique derivative systems like dwarf forging, elven magical industry, or goblin alchemy, the beastfolk lacked such specialized craftsmanship. Even the humans possessed a system of artifacts crafted from exotic beasts. Orcs, however, remained fragmented across scattered tribes, failing to form unified organizations or nations. Consequently, they never collaboratively developed more advanced systems based on bloodline talents. Yet relying solely on their bloodline talents, they still hold their place among the races of the continent. Orc bloodline talents vary by clan. Foxfolk excel in enchantment and illusion, leaning toward the mental. While the werewolf clan possesses brutally powerful physiques, leaning toward the strength-oriented path. Though not the strongest among all beastkin, werewolves consistently rank among the top 3 in physical prowess. Their bodies also possess inherent magical resistance.
Ordinary spells cast upon them suffer diminished effects.
This proved disastrous for many examinees.
A girl pressed her lips together, panic etched on her face as a ferocious werewolf lunged toward her. As a second-tier beastmaster, she commanded 4 beast companions, 2 flower demons, a cat demon, and a moose. 4 beast companions represented the upper limit for a second-tier beastmaster, meaning she had now played her final cards. Hailing from a small town similar to Guangning City, she came from a prominent family but wasn't among its elite offspring. The levels of her 4 beast pets barely reached 50. Such strength placed her among the upper echelons of commoner candidates, yet within her family, she ranked only in the lower middle tier.
Moreover, her demonic beasts were primarily agility type.
The cat demon served as her primary combat pet, while the elk acted as her secondary combat pet. The 2 flower demons provided support, capable of releasing pollen to debuff their targets. Yet against the physically formidable werewolf, they proved utterly ineffective. 2 bursts of pollen were sprayed directly at the werewolf, yet he absorbed them all without flinching. His movements remained completely unaffected. Instead, a distinctly human-like sneer of contempt and a savage grin spread across its face.
Ha! This measly, fragrant little thing? You think this is meant to entertain me?
The werewolf roared with maniacal laughter.
Its formidable resistance rendered the pollen utterly ineffective.
Amidst the cackling, its massive, ferocious form swept forward like a black whirlwind.
With a swipe of its fan-like claws. Crack! Crack! 2 crisp snaps echoed as the 2 flower demons, swaying moments before, were instantly crushed into pulp.
Their roots snapped cleanly, gushing streams of green blood flowing from the severed stumps.
No! The girl cried out in pain, but saw the werewolf had already stuffed both flowers whole into its mouth.
After chewing twice, its steel-like fangs crushed them into a burst of juice, which it then spat out with a loud pft.
Damn it, that's disgusting. I want meat. It glared ferociously at the girl. The cat demon leapt forward to protect its master, but the werewolf didn't even glance its way.
A single swipe of its paw flattened the cat into a pancake, which landed with a thud on the ground, looking like a can of cat meat.
Soon, the elk was caught and killed too, disappearing into the werewolf's belly. Within seconds, all 4 of the girl's beast pets were slaughtered and devoured.
Moments later, the werewolf clawed through her skull, sending her teleporting out of the instance.
Eliminated.
Such scenes were now repeating themselves at an alarming rate.
No one could have imagined that the very first stage of Phase 4 would become a nightmare for so many candidates.
The werewolf's overwhelming strength and savagery were destined to haunt the nightmares of these eliminated candidates for a long time to come. Meanwhile, on the sky screen outside, alongside the top 10 contestants' footage, numerous other scenes suddenly appeared. These were temporary displays, flashing scenes of various eliminations. At the very center, a single number was displayed.
Current number of remaining candidates. This number was plummeting at a rate of thousands per second. The situation instantly drew gasps from the audience.
Holy crap, this werewolf is insanely powerful. It just smashed a beast pet to pieces with one swipe. The orc race truly lived up to its reputation, and the physical prowess of the werewolf clan was formidable. Ordinary magic couldn't breach their defenses, and even common control skills and poison effects were significantly weakened.
And this is only the 4th stage? Is this the true nature of the Abyss trial? Exactly. This is only the 4th stage. If the 5th and 6th stages are like this, won't only beast tamers from noble families survive? A collective silence fell over the crowd. While the unified exams had always been a major event, none had garnered such intense attention as this year's, especially with the continent-wide live broadcast. Thus, this glaring truth was only now being widely recognized. It turned out the gap between commoner beast masters and those from prestigious families was truly this vast. Of the beast masters being eliminated every second now, over 70% were commoners. By the time the next 2 stages concluded, it was highly unlikely any commoner candidates would remain. Someone remarked, looking at it this way, the Lord of the Mystic Hall truly possesses strength that defies belief. Indeed, this comparison makes it clear that the emergence of someone like Zhang Xuan among commoner beast tamers is nothing short of a miracle. Only now did most people grasp the unique symbolic significance of Zhang Xuan. They also came to understand that the divide between commoners and aristocratic families seemed truly as distinct as the waters of the Yellow River and the Yangtze. Even the emergence of a super genius felt like something beyond comprehension. Come to think of it, I'm genuinely curious about the current state of the Lord of the Mystic Hall. True, I'm no fan of his, but now I'm actually curious about his progress. The 5 Clans prodigy doesn't hold the same fascination for me anymore. Zhang Xuan's arrogance led him to abandon his 6th place ranking and inexplicably retreat. You don't seriously think he can catch up again, do you? Shut your mouth. Even if he only briefly held 6th place, he'll always be leagues above a petty schemer like you. Amidst the crowd's discussion, the 5 Clans prodigies simultaneously entered the final stage of the 4th phase, the 40th gate. The entity they faced in this stage unexpectedly caused a slight setback to the 5 Valves' previously unshakable invincible momentum.
To be precise, it wasn't a setback, rather, the method they'd previously relied on, or they didn't even need to summon their beast companions, instead relying solely on special techniques or physical prowess to force their way through and crush opponents, had suddenly become ineffective. Clearly, the formidable presence of the Howling Wastes had finally made them feel genuine pressure. This was a colossal werewolf, standing over 3 meters tall, clad in heavy armor, and wielding a massive stone club. Drool hung from the corners of its mouth, its eyes bulged like copper bells, and its explosive muscles gave it an intensely ferocious appearance. Chapter 166, The Giant Ape. The first scene showed Li Shirkong, his eyes narrowed slightly as he sensed the werewolf's extraordinary nature. AOW. The werewolf let out a long howl to the heavens. It was indeed no ordinary member of the werewolf clan, but an elite warrior. Just look at that thick leather armor and that stone club in its hands, taller than a man and forged from rock-hard steel, clearly no ordinary gear. The warrior's inherent attributes alone were equivalent to 3 ordinary werewolves combined. Yet Li Shirkong remained arrogant. Hands clasped behind his back, he sneered contemptuously, "Filthy beast man. Kneel now and grovel before this young master, and I'll grant you a swift death." The werewolf warrior understood his words perfectly, his eyes blazing with a bloodthirsty red light, clearly enraged. It charged forward in great strides, raising the massive club in its hands weighing 1,000 jin, and brought it down with mountain-splitting, sea-piercing ferocity. A surging torrent of energy, carrying boundless might, instantly tore and compressed the air within its radius, hurtling toward Li Shirkong. Boom! A series of sonic booms echoed from the strike, revealing its ferocious power. Li Shirkong's expression shifted slightly just as the club descended. A transparent light barrier instantly materialized. It was this very barrier that had deflected countless attacks before, causing opponents to perish by their own strikes. It had never faltered, consistently dominating every encounter. Yet, under this crushing blow, the werewolf warrior's body shook violently but did not retreat. Clearly, his physical form had absorbed the rebound damage. The transparent light screen, however, began to shake violently, its surface rippling with wave after wave of distortion. Though Li Shirkong showed no outward sign of distress under the shockwave, his situation was undeniably different from before. The werewolf warrior before him, despite its massive frame, moved with surprising agility. One strike landed, followed immediately by another, even faster. This time, the transparent light barrier trembled violently once more, and even Li Shirkong sensed a thread of force seeping through. This mirror of glass was an extremely precious artifact he possessed. Its current effect was only partially manifested. If it were to be fully unleashed, a mere werewolf warrior would be nothing. However, the mirror of glass was not something to be used carelessly. Unlocking its greater potential also demanded a price. Moreover, this artifact was bound to his bloodline, carrying a life-bound mark. Overusing it would harm him as well. Therefore, Li Shirkong could not afford to expend it excessively against a mere werewolf warrior. At this thought, his gaze turned cold. Who would have thought, you beast, that you could force this young master to resort to beast-taming techniques? Li Shirkong swung his right hand, and a fierce, savage aura suddenly radiated out. The raging werewolf warrior abruptly halted, twitching its nose as if sensing an unsettling presence. Then, twisted black light surged forth, coalescing into a colossal figure no less imposing than the werewolf warriors. A colossal ape, its entire body covered in black fur, its arms long and thick as water columns, its musculature even more exaggerated than the werewolf warriors. Its pair of pitch-black eyes radiated pure murderous intent and chaos. The moment it appeared, the scent of blood in the air intensified several-fold, as if the ape had emerged from a sea of blood itself. Ah! The black ape slammed its fists against its chest and let out a furious roar that shook the wasteland itself, sending the werewolves lurking in the shadows fleeing in terror. This aura was terrifying enough to make any creature tremble at its very soul. The werewolf warrior involuntarily took 2 more steps back, gripping its stone club tightly. This ape radiated an overwhelming sense of mortal danger. At that moment, the public channel outside suddenly flooded with messages at over 10 times the usual rate. For this scene was something no one had anticipated. Holy crap, that werewolf warrior actually forced Li Tianjiao to summon his beast pet. No, not just him. Nangong Tianjiao, Morong Tianjiao, Shi Tianjiao, Yi Tianjiao, they've all summoned their first beast pets. I thought Phase 4 would continue its relentless steamrolling as usual. Who knew this werewolf warrior would prove so ferocious, forcing the 5 clans' prodigies to resort to beast summoning? The first werewolf to appear on Howling Plains was already so ferocious it eliminated a large number of candidates. Now, this one, essentially the boss of Howling Plains, forcing the 5 clans' prodigies to use their beast pets, was only natural. In truth, deploying beast pets is perfectly normal. This is the Xia Nation's Beastmaster Unified Examination. What else would they use if not beast taming techniques? However, the 5 clans' prodigies had been so overwhelmingly dominant, sweeping through countless trials with sheer innate power alone, setting aside even their beast taming abilities, that countless spectators had grown accustomed to this pattern. Rumor has it that the 5 clans' prodigies are all at least 5th rank beast masters. Summoning their first beast companion this time is nothing special. It likely represents less than 10% of their true power. Watch closely, see how long it takes to slay this werewolf warrior. Perhaps the unique traits of these 5 prodigies will begin to reveal themselves now.
On screen, the werewolf warrior seemed unwilling to endure this pressure any longer.
It let out a fierce roar, stepped forward, and swung its massive stone club, smashing it down with brutal force.
Yet the black ape stood its ground, unflinching, its gaze filled with utter contempt.
It too took a step forward, extending its two arms as thick as pillars. With a thunderous crash, it seized the stone club as it descended with tremendous force. Then, with a swift upward pull, the werewolf warrior was yanked into the air, still clutching the club. To the giant ape, this scene seemed like nothing more than playful amusement. Next, one of its arms shot out, snatching the werewolf warrior by the throat. The werewolf warrior sensed danger and struggled fiercely, pressing both claws against the ape's massive palm in an attempt to pry it from his throat. Yet no matter how fiercely he strained, veins bulging, his entire wolf head contorted, eyes bulging out, it was all in vain. The disparity in strength was as vast as the heavens and the abyss. The black ape's gaze remained utterly unchanging throughout, until a sharp crack echoed.
Snap. The sound of something snapping. The werewolf warrior's head lolled to the side, eyes wide, strangled to death with effortless ease.
Instead of tossing the body aside, the ape brought it to its own mouth. Its jaws suddenly split wide open, stretching to a size half its own body, forming a gaping, bottomless chasm. Then, it slowly squeezed the entire werewolf warrior into its mouth. Crunch, crunch. The teeth-grinding sound of chewing echoed continuously. Not only the werewolf warrior's flesh and blood, but also the leather armor he wore and the club in his hand were chewed to pieces and swallowed by the giant ape, as easily as eating a cookie.
Chapter 167, Celestial Beast Pet.
This bloody, brutal scene was broadcast live in its entirety across the skyscreen, witnessed by countless viewers.
The werewolf warrior's appearance was already sufficiently fierce, yet this black giant ape embodied the very essence of brutality and savagery. My goodness, is this Li Tianjiao's beast companion? Terrifying, absolutely terrifying. When the prodigy strikes, you know what you're getting. He doesn't hold back when he acts, it shatters the heavens. This method of slaughter was unprecedented. Without even needing to unleash a skill, he crushed the werewolf warrior to death with sheer physical strength alone. And then it devoured the werewolf warrior whole, utterly brutal. The giant ape's savage slaughter left the audience utterly enthralled. Summoning his first beast companion only at the 40th stage, this was the true depth of a Five Valves prodigy's power, terrifying beyond measure. In comparison, Zhang Xuan wasn't bad either, but he had summoned that flame troll early on, so he still fell short. Still, the fact that Li Tianjia was compelled to summon this giant ape proved the werewolf warrior was no ordinary foe. Now, on the wasteland, after devouring the werewolf warrior, the giant ape roared twice more, unsatisfied, signaling it was still hungry. Li Shikong, hands clasped behind his back, spoke calmly, "Rest assured, there will be plenty of stages for you later." The giant ape seemed to understand, settling down quietly beside its master. It stood like the shadow of a colossal demon god, terrifying and awe-inspiring. Li Shikong was utterly unsurprised by the outcome of this battle. The mountain-shaking giant ape was a sovereign-level demon beast. He had poured vast amounts of precious resources into it, elevating it to a terrifying level of power. What it had displayed now amounted to less than 10% of its true potential. The colossal ape possessed multiple forms. Slaying a werewolf warrior required no effort whatsoever. Its more formidable forms would only be revealed in later stages. Though not yet Li Shikong's most formidable beast companion, the mountain-shaking giant ape would undoubtedly prove invaluable even on the supreme path, when competing against other prodigies for ultimate victory. Though he has summoned his beast companion at this stage, it does not mean he has exhausted his abilities. Quite the contrary, this was merely a glimpse of Li Shikong's capabilities. His expression radiated pride and unmatched confidence as he stepped into the next stage. At that moment, the other prodigies also summoned their beast companions for the first time. Shirku's swirling field of wind blades was partially blocked by the werewolf warrior's thick leather armor. Though the armor's defenses were steadily eroded, leaving visible wounds on the werewolf warrior's body. However, to kill him, Shirku would have to unleash the second form of his wind blade field. For Shirku, this too felt like a poor trade-off. Thus, Twin Viper King. Shirku roared, summoning a serpentine beast. Its form resembled a giant python, sharing a single body yet bearing two massive heads. The heads were square-shaped, their vertical pupils filled with cold indifference and savagery. One head snapped open its fangs, violently flicking out a serpentine tongue. The tongue swelled wildly, binding the werewolf warrior before forcibly dragging him away. Both serpentine heads opened simultaneously, ripping the werewolf warrior clean in two from the center and devouring him whole. Another overlord-tier demon beast. On the other side, Nangong Pingtian. The steel rock beast. A small mountain crashed onto the earthen surface, shaking the ground and causing it to sink an inch, revealing its terrifying weight. Upon the hilltop, two savage crimson glows flickered. This was a monstrous beast, its entire body formed from steel rock, having developed sentience. Its limbs were as thick as mountains, appearing utterly indestructible at first glance, its body towering nearly 5 meters high. The werewolf warrior launched the first strike, swinging his massive stone club. The steel rock beast neither dodged nor evaded, allowing the blow to crash into its body. Boom! The stone club shattered like brittle cardboard under the impact. The werewolf warrior, utterly unprepared for this outcome, froze in place.
A rigid, terrifying grin stretched across the steel rock colossus's stony face before its massive stone fist swung down. With a sharp crack, the werewolf warrior's skull shattered cleanly, exploding like a watermelon, red and white innards spilling out into spray. All that remained on the werewolf's shoulder was a gaping hole and a twisted vertebra. Thud! The corpse collapsed to the ground. Facing such a brutal scene, Nangong Pingtian remained impassive, stepping forward toward the next stage.
Punishment Night.
Before Yao Yan appeared a knight cloaked in shadow, mounted on a horse radiating black mist and wielding a massive black sword. The werewolf warrior charged forward, only to see the knight raise both arms, the tip of the greatsword pointing directly at him. Though it hadn't even touched him, the werewolf suddenly froze in place, eyes bulging. Thud! He collapsed to his knees. Instantly, he exploded into a mist of blood. Sword of Punishment instantly triggers a fatal penalty effect against enemies within a certain strength threshold. Yi Outyan stood tall and proud, advancing forward under the knight's protection. Finally, the peerlessly beautiful Morong Shui, with her white hair and blue eyes, gazed upon the ferocious werewolf warrior. Her expression remained utterly unruffled, like an ice maiden overlooking the mortal world. Morong Shui extended her slender hand, and a green tree suddenly sprouted from the ground. Immediately, the tree trunk underwent a dramatic transformation, morphing into a seductive and enchanting tree spirit in the form of a human woman. Her skin was entirely green, her body completely unclothed, tall and slender with an exceptionally perfect figure. Her pupils had turned inky black, and vines sprouted from her body, swaying with the undulations of her slender waist. Though her appearance was peculiar, she possessed an undeniable, otherworldly allure.
Green forest nymph, a legendary being dwelling deep within ancient, dense forests, commanding vast wood elemental power. Forest maiden, solution to all.
The green forest siren tilted her head slightly, revealing a bewitching smile. As you wish, Beastmaster. As the werewolf warrior swung his heavy club, the succubus extended a slender arm that instantly transformed into a tender green vine, binding him. The werewolf warrior strained to break free, yet the vine, though seemingly slender, proved incredibly resilient. The warrior struggled in vain, his expression suddenly fading into exhaustion before collapsing to the ground. Visibly, his flesh began to wither away, transforming into a desiccated corpse within mere seconds. The green forest succubus raised a finger and lightly licked it with her thin lips. Taste is mediocre. Beastmaster, I require more potent flesh. Morong Shui said nothing, simply walking forward. The green forest succubus shuffled her seductive steps, trailing behind. Chapter 168, Interpretation. The five valves prodigies, each summoning their beasts. In this stage, whether by coincidence or similar planning, they all simultaneously unleashed their beast summoning techniques for the first time. And these beast taming techniques truly allowed countless spectators to experience the awe-inspiring depth of noble lineage. If the previous techniques had seemed somewhat distant from most beast tamers' understanding, powerful yet unfamiliar, then the five beast companions now displayed on screen sparked endless speculation and discussion. Li Shirkan's colossal ape, I believe I've seen it in an ancient bestiary. It's an exceedingly rare creature that cannot be hatched from a beast pet egg. One must first defeat the ape with overwhelming force, then seize its young to stand any chance of taming and nurturing it. It's said that taming a fully grown giant ape requires an 8th tier beastmaster. Good heavens! An 8th tier beastmaster, only the 5 clans and the most elite beastmaster families in certain provinces could afford such a resource. Capable of crushing werewolf warriors with sheer physical might alone, this giant ape must have reached its growth stage. Moreover, the bestiary I consulted noted it possesses a terrifying skill that multiplies its combat power exponentially when activated. Sure, Tianjio's double-headed viper is equally formidable. Not only is its physical form formidable, but its venom serves as the primary ingredient for an ultra-potent toxic substance. I once witnessed at an underground marketplace that extracting a mere thread of its venom could fetch a price exceeding 1,000,000 crystals. Seriously? A tiny bit of venom can fetch that price? Of course. Its venom can instantly kill a level 200 gold-grade demon beast. You tell me if it's worth it. Good heavens! I hadn't realized the true nature of this viper at first. Hearing you describe it like that is truly terrifying. With so many viewers tuning into the Skyscreen broadcast, though most possess limited strength, the sheer numbers inevitably include high-tier powerhouses. Some of these experts naturally took on the role of commentators, explaining the origins of these formidable beast pets to everyone. Now look at Nangong Tianjiao's steel rock beast. Many of you should be familiar with steel rock, right? I've worked with it. It's considered a top-tier material. But ordinary smiths can't forge equipment from it because its hardness is too extreme. Ordinary fire simply can't melt it. Only dwarves who mastered exotic flames could handle this stuff. Indeed, this steel rock colossus is a beast born naturally within stone steel rock mines. Its entire body is composed of stone steel rock, seamlessly integrated. After gaining sentience, it has pushed its innate talents to the absolute limit. Beyond its unparalleled hardness, stone steel rock possesses magical resistance, making it the ultimate material for armor. Consequently, the steel rock colossus boasts absurdly high physical and magical resistance, leaving it nearly flawless. Its only shortcomings might be its sluggish speed and somewhat limited offensive repertoire, though even these are relative when measured against other Overlord tier foes.
May I ask, sir, what is the origin of Yi Tianjiao's towering knight? This is no simple matter.
If I'm not mistaken, it should belong to the creations of the subspace.
Subspace? You mean the Grey Realm? Yes and no. Subspace encompasses vast realms. The Grey Realm is merely one manifestation. Some subspaces even harbor entire civilizations thriving within them. But such realms are exceedingly rare and possess immense value.
Beyond the 5 clans, virtually no other faction can command access to subspace portals. This particular knight likely originates from such a realm.
Judging by its attack methods, it probably involves some rule-based entity utterly extraordinary. It's difficult to gauge the upper limits of such a beast companion. Then there's Morong Tianjiao's wood spirit.
It appears to be the most intelligent among these 5 beast companions, possessing an utterly ruthless ability to devour life. Its methods are bizarre, and preliminary assessments suggest its survivability is exceptionally high. It would be extremely difficult to kill. This truly broadens one's horizons. The first beast pets summoned by the 5 Valves prodigies are all Overlord tier. Frankly, even an 8th tier Beastmaster would be considered a major powerhouse anywhere, yet their primary combat beast pet is merely Overlord tier, something they wouldn't casually reveal. Indeed, Beastmasters from the 5 clans should be regarded as operating 1 tier above their stated rank. Especially before reaching the 8th tier, it wasn't uncommon for the 5 clans' top geniuses to defeat opponents 2 tiers above them. True, beyond the 8th tier, it's a different story, especially the supreme 9th tier. After all, those who reach the 9th tier are invariably the pinnacle of humanity, making it difficult to determine superiority. Naturally, outside the 5 clans, 9th tier beast masters are virtually non-existent. Li Shikong and his 4 companions' overwhelmingly powerful beast taming techniques once again ignited the audience's passion, thrusting them back into the spotlight.
Charles' Kingdom of Light, oh! The overwhelming aura of these beasts seems to pierce through the sky and envelop me. It's almost suffocating.
Tautsky Frost Kingdom, that colossal ape and the steel rock beast perfectly align with our Frost Kingdom's aesthetic. Truly formidable beasts must be robust and violent, crushing foes with sheer muscle and fists.
Ashraf Yukagawa Kingdom, this 2-headed Viper King roams our Yukagawa too.
It's a descendant of the serpent god. Look at that elegant, beautiful form. Oh, it's more alluring than the most stunning woman. Audiences from various nations chattered animatedly, their hottest topic now being comparisons between the 5 Valves prodigies and their own country's top talents. This also allowed many Xia Kingdom Beastmasters to learn about the genius organizations across other nations. Competition existed between the human nations, especially among the 3 great powers, where cooperation and rivalry coexisted. Advanced secret realms, along with occasional subspaces, gray realms, and other phenomena appearing near national borders or in uninhabited territories, invariably sparked fierce battles for dominance. Thus, this time, not only ordinary spectators from other nations, but even some high-ranking beastmasters were closely observing the caliber of Xia Nation's prodigies. These prodigies were highly likely to become Xia Nation's future elite combat forces. Especially next year's Continental Beastmaster Tournament, a super event spanning the entire continent, involving all human nations, held only once every 5 years. At that time, these prodigies who have risen to prominence might very well become contestants. Thus, it also serves as an opportunity to scout opponents in advance. Though nations currently struggle to comprehend why Xia Kingdom's supreme path would be broadcast live across the entire continent, prematurely revealing information about its top prodigies. But for them, this is clearly a great advantage. Regardless of how exceptional Xia Kingdom's prodigies may be this time, they can formulate countermeasures in advance.
Chapter 169, All Cards Played?
Subsequently, they could leverage this intelligence to grant their own nation's prodigies a decisive advantage.
In any battle, provided the gap in cultivation wasn't too vast, gaining advanced knowledge of the opponent could create a significant lead. Meanwhile, Morong Shuet, Yi Outyan, and the other 3 had already advanced to the 5th stage. On the celestial screen, however, Wan Rong and the other 5 were only just engaging the werewolf warriors in combat. The gap was quietly widening. At that moment, look!
A flood of messages suddenly filled the public channel. Everyone noticed that the 10th screen of the sky display had once again shown Zhang Xuan.
He, too, was locked in a standoff with the werewolf warriors. Here he comes. I knew the Xian Emperor wasn't that simple. Look, even after deliberately turning back and delaying progress, he's managed to catch up again. What more can those who relentlessly slander him possibly say now? Good heavens! How does the Lord of the Xian Hall manage this?
He always appears at the final stage of each phase. By this logic, he must be clearing stages at an incredibly rapid pace. And one undeniable fact is that his speed is even faster than the 5 Valves prodigies.
The others finally grasped the truth.
This person was right. Unless his clearing speed surpassed even the 5 clans prodigies, there's no way he could have abandoned 6th place in the previous stage only to suddenly appear at the 40th level in this stage, precisely when the 5 clans prodigies were advancing to the next stage.
Moreover, I recall the Xian Emperor exhibiting the same pattern in the previous stage.
A sudden silence fell over the crowd, a palpable chill settling over them.
Outpacing even the 5 valves prodigy in speed. This repeated occurrence couldn't be coincidence. No, this was no coincidence. Zhang Xuan clearly had this under complete control. This performance suggested he wasn't even tackling the challenges he was playing. Everyone collectively recalled his declaration of war against Yi Outyan on the Xia Nation Beastmaster Forum. The 5 clans prodigies are nothing in my eyes. They've never been my opponents. Even among the members of the Xian Hall, this had been dismissed as mere bravado, a display of overconfidence, or at worst, a touch of arrogance born of ignorance. Yet now, as many recalled those words, a thought began to take root. Could it be that the Lord of the Xian Hall was telling the truth? Was he not exaggerating, but instead radiating absolute confidence? This notion seemed absurd, yet it took root and sprouted, growing in the minds of countless people. At this moment, even the voices that had previously disparaged and slandered Zhang Xuan grew noticeably quieter. Everyone sensed something was amiss. Everyone, the Shen Emperor hasn't summoned that flame demon. What is he planning? Someone murmured. Only then did the others notice that Zhang Xuan stood directly before the werewolf warrior. Though his own frame was tall and straight as a pine, he still appeared rather petite beside the over 2-meter-tall werewolf warrior. Someone ventured a guess, perhaps the Xian Emperor intends to confront him head-on with his physical body? By this point, Zhang Xian's performance had convinced most observers to place him on equal footing with the 5 clans prodigies. The 5 clans prodigies, besides their beast-taming skills, clearly possessed other formidable abilities, which had allowed them to dominate the earlier stages. What about Zhang Xuan? Perhaps he too possessed comparable abilities, ready to reveal them now? Another voice immediately countered, don't even think about it. I admit the Lord of the Xian Hall is powerful, but if he truly possessed such abilities, why didn't he use them earlier? As for why he didn't summon that flame giant, it's likely because the previous stages drained him too much, leaving him exhausted. This explanation seemed to hit the nail on the head. Zhang Xuan had summoned the flame giant in an earlier stage, propelling him instantly to 6th place. At the time, many suspected he deplayed his trump card prematurely to seize a moment of glory. Now, with the flame troll vanished, it seemed to confirm this suspicion. Instantly, the voices supporting Zhang Xuan were silenced once more. Some even believed he would be eliminated in this very stage. His strongest trump card had been exhausted prematurely. What kind of Lord of the Mystic Hall was this? Now his true colors would be revealed, swept out in disgrace at the mere 40th stage. It was laughable. On screen, the werewolf warrior raised his massive stone club high, bringing it down with brutal force toward the calm human before him. Get out of the way. Many viewers glued to the scene broke out in a cold sweat. Except for the few who had consistently disparaged Zhang Xuan, most spectators, even those who hadn't bet on him, didn't want to see him eliminated so easily. Facing a blow so powerful that even the prodigies of the 5 clans would never dare to block it with their bare bodies, Zhang Xuan merely shook his head. Not enough. Still not enough. The gale force wind surged overhead, closing to within a palm's length in an instant. It was now perilously close to Zhang Xian's crown, as if the next moment would see him eliminated. Many dared not watch any longer. But in the next instant, the crowd erupted in shock. On screen, Zhang Xuan extended a single finger. The seemingly absurd gesture delivered a profoundly shocking impact. For that single finger steadied itself against the crashing club, not even flinching an inch. Am I seeing things, or did the werewolf warrior hold back? No, someone tell me, how could the Lord of the Xian Hall block that blow with just one finger? Good heavens, could any expert roughly calculate the physical strength required for this? Countless minds froze, utterly unable to process the staggering implications of what they witnessed. A single finger blocking the werewolf warrior's full power strike, and this is supposedly a beast tamer? Even the prodigies of the 5 clans couldn't possibly achieve this feat, yet it happened so effortlessly with Zhang Xuan? The werewolf warrior strained every muscle, tensing his entire body. Yet no matter how hard he pushed, the massive club in his hands wouldn't budge an inch. Zhang Xuan gave a faint smile, seemingly losing interest in the game. The monsters encountered at this stage were ultimately too weak, barely worthy of his amusement. So, he simply bent 2 fingers and flicked the club lightly. Clang! A crisp sound echoed across the wasteland. Though the noise itself was faint, it sent a simultaneous jolt of dread through the hidden entities lurking in the shadows. Instantly, the club shattered like glass struck by a rock, sending countless shards hurtling toward the werewolf warrior with terrifying force. Whoosh! The werewolf warrior was instantly riddled with holes like a honeycomb. The momentum of the shards showed no sign of slowing, tearing through the air behind him, leaving a trail of bloody holes as they shot off into the distance. The werewolf warrior crashed to the ground. Chapter 170, again? The entire arena fell silent. The entire wasteland fell silent, and likewise, the countless spectators glued to the scene froze in silence, as if struck by an elven silence spell. But after the silence came an even more overwhelming outburst. The first thing to appear on the public channel was millions of identical question marks and holy exclamations. What the hell did I just see? Someone tell me, did I hallucinate that, or am I still half asleep? A single finger withstood the werewolf warrior's full power strike, then flicked it into a honeycomb? This is insane, absolutely insane. 3 seconds ago, if you told me this would happen, I'd have called you a lunatic. Now that I've seen it, I can only say the ignorant one was me. My goodness, I'll never doubt the Divine Emperor again.
He is the true incarnation of a deity on earth, the sole beacon of hope for all common beast tamers in the Xia Kingdom.
Emperor Xian reigns supreme. Long live Emperor Xian. The scene unfolding before their eyes utterly stunned everyone present. You, a prodigy of the 5 clans, had to resort to beast summoning techniques against a werewolf warrior? Questioned whether I didn't summon the flame troll because my stamina was depleted? Questioning that I used my trump card too early, leaving me with insufficient reserves now? Sorry, but I'll use just one finger to slap all of your faces. This utter humiliation silenced every spectator, shattering all doubts. Everyone, we were wrong from the very beginning, utterly, completely wrong. How could we have doubted one who dared unite the common beast tamers of the world? How could we have doubted a true dragon rising from the mud? How could we have doubted one who dared declare war on the entire beast-taming aristocracy system? We were too cowardly, too shallow, too ignorant. Some shouted passionately.
We couldn't do it, nor did we have the courage to do it, but we must not slander those who took that step.
I ask you, who now dares question the Xian Emperor?
I truly dare not utter another word of doubt, for the Xian Emperor's subsequent actions would repeatedly prove me wrong.
Someone sighed. At that moment, someone noticed another scene. Look! That foxkin following the Lord of the Mystic Hall, isn't that the foxkin mage from the final stage of the previous phase? Indeed it is. Has he subdued the foxkin mage? What method could he have used?
No one knew, but clearly, this was something even the 5 clans' prodigies couldn't achieve. Lina, standing behind Zhang Xuan, was recognized by all spectators, instantly sparking another wave of heated discussion.
To subdue even the 3rd stage's boss? What astonishing method is this?
Those who had just claimed the Xian Emperor lacked the special methods of the 5 clans' prodigies were now proven wrong.
I admit I'd been proven wrong. Subjugating followers within a dungeon? I've never even heard of such a thing before. You guys think Xin Di is going to turn back again? That shouldn't be the case. I still can't fathom the logic behind turning back. Is it some peculiar quirk of super geniuses?
The buzz surrounding Zhang Xuan now surpasses the combined chatter about the 5 clans' prodigies.
All eyes are on Zhang Xuan, wondering what he'll do next.
And sure enough, Zhang Xuan atop the wasteland received the same prompt once more.
Making me turn back and start over again?
A playful smile curled at the corners of Zhang Xuan's lips. It now seemed that His Majesty the Abyssal King had set up the reward of the willpower orb as a reward starting from the 3rd stage. He must have gathered the wish power of numerous tribes back then and left it within the Abyss trial. The trigger condition was repeatedly clearing the same stage as its difficulty progressively increased. With that realization, what was there to wait for? Zhang Xuan turned and headed straight back. And the spectators' suspicions were confirmed in that very moment.
Holy crap, Ajin? Is she really back? The Lord of the Mystic Hall's actions are utterly baffling. What could possibly be his motive?
I thought he was just trying to look cool before, but now I could slap myself. I'll never again use such ignorant assumptions to speculate about him. Among the audience, the high-ranking beast masters naturally picked up on some clues.
One person voiced a theory.
The Xian Emperor's actions seemed to be.
What exactly? Someone hesitated, like discovering some hidden mechanism within the instance.
But the man trailed off, for this answer seemed rather improbable.
Are you referring to some hidden mechanism within the Abyss trial? But this trial has been ongoing for centuries. I've never heard of any hidden mechanism. Exactly.
If there truly were hidden mechanisms, with countless candidates over centuries, it simply wouldn't make sense for them to be triggered only now.
That may be true, but how do you explain the Xian Emperor's actions? The more I think about it, the more I believe this might be the truth.
Perhaps the Xian Emperor truly uncovered some secret within the Abyss trial. Remember, this is an existence left behind by the great Abyss King himself.
It might not be as simple as it appears on the surface.
The crowd debated fiercely, but regardless, Zhang Xuan had vanished from the screen, his ranking slipping out of 6th place. No one dared suggest he was squandering opportunities or deliberately courting attention. Clearly, the master of the Xian Hall was far beyond the reach of those dark and ridiculous speculations.
Audiences across all nations were utterly astonished by Zhang Xuan.
Within the major nations, highly ranked beast masters were closely monitoring the Xia Kingdom's unified examination. Within the tower of a grand cathedral belonging to the Light Church of the Kingdom of Light, several elderly men with high noses, deep-set eyes, and unusual irises sat around a round table, their white robes gleaming. They stared intently at the screen, their desks already laid out with stacks of documents. The portrait on the documents was none other than Zhang Xuan's face. This young prodigy from Xia Kingdom, Zhang Xuan, had previously remained unseen in our field of vision. Yet clearly, his existence astonished not only us, but even the rulers of that land had failed to anticipate him.
Bishop Jack's deep gaze swept across the assembly.
I propose elevating the church's surveillance level on him to Super S. The others exchanged glances. The church maintained internal ratings and backup files on the top prodigies of every nation, meticulously collecting information on their strengths, weaknesses, backgrounds, and connections for future confrontations. Yet the Super S rating this level of scrutiny had not been assigned in nearly a century. Even the 5 clans prodigies, whose data had been gathered by church intelligence before the unified exams, were only rated S. But don't underestimate this level across all nations on the continent. There are only about a dozen individuals holding it.
Chapter 171, Floating Island.
S-Class signifies a nation's top-tier prodigy, commanding utmost attention. S-Class, however, signifies a nation's super genius, warranting extreme attention. For this category, it's nearly impossible to gather complete data. One must build upon known information to make an even higher assessment of their true capabilities. Such geniuses rarely appear more than a handful within a single nation over a decade. Yet this year, 5 emerged directly within Xia Nation, drawing immediate, high-level attention from both the Kingdom of Light and the Kingdom of Frost. Beyond their own light church, the neighboring Frozen God Tower was undoubtedly scrambling to gather intelligence on these 5 individuals. Who could have imagined that this time, Xia Nation, seemingly driven by some unknown impulse, would initiate a continent-wide live broadcast, allowing others to probe the origins of these 5 prodigies?
Yet Zhang Xuan's emergence defied all expectations. Beyond Xia Kingdom's 5 valedictorian prodigies, there existed such a staggering figure?
As intelligence from spies rapidly poured in, this individual's origins, actions, and the recent turmoil they had stirred within Xia Kingdom left the church's high command utterly bewildered. They were well aware of Xia Kingdom's aristocratic system, a structure mirrored across nations. For instance, the church spread its faith in the name of light, gathering resources and talents under its banner while silencing any voices advocating fairness. But Xia's system was undoubtedly the most rigid and oppressive, even making common beastmasters feel indebted to it. Even the church itself could only sigh in admiration at this level of control.
So how did someone like Zhang Xuan emerge in Xia Kingdom? How could he defy the world's greatest taboo and establish the Xian Hall, with its grand vision of everyone becoming like dragons? What immense power lurks behind him?
Moreover, his performance was nothing short of astonishing. They possessed all the data on this werewolf warrior. To shatter his opponent purely through physical strength, only 2 possibilities existed. Either his beast companion's power feedback was wildly exaggerated or he had activated some extraordinary system concerning his physical body. Whichever it was, the ease with which he slaughtered the werewolf warrior proved Zhang Xuan had advanced remarkably far along this path. And according to records, he hadn't even turned 18 yet. Now, based on his performance in the Abyssal trial, the church had made a new discovery. This individual likely held some connection to the legendary human sage, the Abyssal King. They had long studied this godlike figure.
Among the great human saints of the past, the Zhenyuan King's power was recorded as the strongest. Even the Holy Light Empress of their own realm and the Icebound Empress of the Frost realm paled in comparison.
Both of these figures maintained exceptionally close ties with their respective realms. Though long absent from the continent, the church knew the Holy Light Empress had not truly vanished. Unlike the top clans of Xia Kingdom, who deliberately concealed the King of the Abyss's existence. Thus, the church firmly believes such a figure must still exist somewhere unknown. If this youth named Zhang Xuan is the King of the Abyss incarnate,
it was almost unimaginable.
Thus, when Bishop Jack proposed assigning him a Super S rating, though others hesitated, none directly opposed it, proof of how profoundly unexpected Zhang Xuan's case was. It must be understood that ratings are not mere symbols. Different ratings signify the corresponding level of attention and resources that must be invested. Super S, a rating that might not be activated even once in a century once confirmed, signifies that Zhang Xuan's potential and performance have already posed a grave threat to the Kingdom of Light. All other matters would have to yield to those concerning him. However, if he truly was the heir to the Abyssal King, they wouldn't hesitate for even a second to grant him the Super S rating.
Bishop Jack continued, "This is how we'll proceed. Let's place this proposal in the preliminary stage.
Should this individual ultimately reach the pinnacle of the Supreme Path and attain the title of Xia Nation's Youth Supreme, then we shall formally establish his Ultra S rating." The other bishops nodded in agreement.
Seconded.
Zhang Xuan remained utterly oblivious to the external turmoil and the so-called Heavenly Curtain rankings, caring not a whit.
As he retraced the 4th stage, he transformed into a demon god of the mortal realm.
Using only his fists, he crushed and slaughtered his way through.
One punch. Always just one punch.
The werewolves along his path were utterly obliterated into blood mist. This time, repeated sweeps had indeed strengthened the monsters, but the slight improvement was negligible to Zhang Xuan, still obliterated with a single punch.
It wasn't until the 5th sweep that a werewolf warrior knelt trembling, surrendering.
The willpower orb was acquired, and a notification appeared. The werewolf tribe's faith level had reached level 4.
Zhang Xuan obtained his 2nd strand of primordial fortune. The werewolf warrior also revealed his name. Soto. Zhang Xuan once again unleashed a one-click upgrade. Soto's bloodline ignited instantly.
He couldn't help but roar repeatedly as his muscles bulged and swelled, his stature soaring once more to 3 meters. His armor transformed from leather to seamless steel plates, and his massive stone club became an unyieldingly hard iron spiked whip. Covered in sharp spiral patterns and rigid spikes, it was terrifying. A single strike would leave a gaping, bloody wound. Werewolf Warrior has been instantly upgraded to Werewolf Berserker. Soto realized the transformation within himself, only then comprehending that this master who had utterly subdued him possessed the power to transcend his very bloodline. After becoming a Werewolf Berserker, its power had at least tripled. Moreover, it now possessed a bloodline technique that allowed it to unleash another burst of combat power for a limited time, a terrifying ability. Such power would place him among the absolute elite within the werewolf clan.
Soto immediately fell to his knees in overwhelming excitement. Praise the master. Your divine power makes me feel invincible. The direction you point is the goal to which I dedicate everything. Zhang Xuan nodded, surprised by the werewolf's eloquence. He looked at the foxmen and werewolves. From now on, coexist peacefully. Under my rule, there are no racial distinctions. Only I, the Xian Emperor, exist, dedicated solely to establishing a divine realm on earth named after Xian. Yes, Lord. Lina and Soto roared in unison. Zhang Xuan nodded, then stepped into the fifth stage. The scene shifted. Zhang Xuan found himself standing on a stone ground, surrounded by HM? His expression shifted, a hint of surprise flickering across his face. Why, when he looked around, was there nothing but emptiness not far away? It felt as if he were suspended mid-air. Wait a minute, this really does seem to be mid-air. Zhang Xuan looked up to see numerous floating islands suspended above him. His current location was also upon one such floating island. It was merely the lowest island in this archipelago of floating islands. This was the first time Zhang Xuan had ever seen such a place, and he felt a surge of curiosity. This was Chapter 172, The Winged People. Candidate Zhang Xuan, you have entered the fifth stage, the floating archipelago. Floating realm? Zhang Xuan looked pensive. The term felt strangely familiar. He surveyed his surroundings. The floating island he stood upon appeared to be the lowest lying one, and also the smallest in size. Above, layer upon layer of floating islands stretched upward. The higher they went, the larger they appeared, and the fewer in number they became. This vast cluster of floating islands formed an overall funnel shape. Looking at the scene before him, Zhang Xuan suddenly recalled something. Legend has it that in the central regions of the origin continent, beyond the reach of human territories, lies a peculiar land where floating islands exist. The reason for their levitation remains unknown to this day, rumored to be connected to the gods. Several distinct races inhabited these floating islands, yet the beings dwelling upon the uppermost all remained unknown to the outside world. Some whispered that demigods resided there. Others claim the continent's most mysterious and treasure-filled secret realm lies there. Others claim it holds an ancient spatial passage connecting the origin continent to the beyond. In short, opinions vary wildly, none reaching consensus, a testament to the floating realm's profound mystery. What is more widely known, however, is that the floating realm is home to a unique branch of the beastfolk race. The winged folk. They are the most human-like in appearance among the beast tribes, distinguished only by the wings naturally growing from their backs. Yet, the winged folk do not consider themselves part of the beastfolk. Within their own ranks, such an idea is taboo, regarded as an affront to their kind. Furthermore, the winged folk consider themselves superior to humans, believing their appearance mirrors that of legendary deities. This profound arrogance has left them in an awkward position, fostering distant relations with other races. Thus, the winged folk rarely interact with other races, residing primarily on the floating islands. Yet they are not among the top-tier clans there, confined instead to the lower-tier regions. Based on the first two stages, this phase will most likely involve the winged folk. Gaining a glimpse of the mysterious floating islands through the Abyss Trial was a worthwhile experience. Zhang Xuan walked around the island he found himself on. Though called an island, this floating landmass was less than 20 meters in diameter, quite small. No vegetation grew here, only scattered weeds sprouted among the gravel and broken rocks. Defense mode activated. Prepare to withstand the next 10 waves of attack. The instance prompt suddenly sounded. Ha! Zhang Xuan froze. Defensive mode? Stay put and wait for the enemy to come? Oh, right. He suddenly remembered he was on a floating island, and beast masters couldn't fly before reaching the 8th rank unless they borrowed a flying beast. Even after reaching the 8th rank and unlocking flight, their speed remained slow and altitude was restricted. Thus, even 8th tier beastmasters rarely utilized their own flight abilities. But he was different. He had already unlocked flight through the psionic warrior system, and his flying speed was anything but slow. For a moment, he couldn't grasp why this stage required passive defense in one spot. Just as he pondered this, a shadow suddenly descended from above. Who dares trespass upon winged god territory? A thunderous shout echoed as Zhang Xuan looked up. Above, on a floating island, a man with wings sprouting from his back swiftly approached, spear in hand. The winged gods. This was the self-designation of the winged people, who believed themselves descendants of a mighty deity, though this name was not recognized by the outside world. Zhang Xuan observed the approaching winged being.
His wings were pure white, his hair a deep purple, and his features were strikingly handsome, with pronounced contours around his eyes and brows. His slender, well-proportioned form was undeniably striking. It was said that within the winged people, the higher one's status, the more beautiful and striking their appearance, a point of great pride, as they believed this resemblance to the divine was a sign of their closeness to the gods. Their innate ability to fly also placed them among the upper middle tier of the beast tribes in terms of overall strength. Zhang Xuan surmised that this stage likely tested the candidates' aerial combat capabilities. Those beast masters lacking aerial countermeasures and relying solely on melee combat would likely face misfortune here. The winged being soared toward them, hovering several meters above the ground. Instead of launching an immediate attack, it coldly commanded, "Outside intruder, surrender peacefully. Refuse, and you shall suffer greatly." This was the first time Zhang Xuan had encountered an opponent in the Abyss trial who didn't immediately attack. Yet judging by the winged being's expression and tone, it wasn't out of kindness or friendliness. He was just trying to show off. As someone with ample reason to act superior, Zhang Xuan wasn't about to let the other party have the upper hand. Zhang Xuan chuckled softly and shook his head. "Birdman, if you've got the guts, come down and talk to me. You're asking for death." The purple-haired winged man seethed with rage. That title was even more detestable to them than being called beastmen. Gripping his trident, he dove downward. His pure white wings flapped, whipping up a howling gale as he descended with formidable momentum. Yet the winged man also noticed the imposing figure of the werewolf, wielding a blood-stained iron-spiked whip. His intelligence was sharp enough to recognize the threat, so he adjusted his flight path to confront Zhang Xuan head-on. Zhang Xuan stood his ground. As the winged man dove within 3 meters, he thrust his trident forward. Roar! The werewolf warrior beside him roared, raising his iron-spiked whip high and bringing it down with a vicious swing. The winged being remained unflustered, shifting its body a mere inch to the side. Their innate ability to manipulate air currents made such a twist effortless, allowing it to evade the werewolf's attack range while simultaneously thrusting its spear toward the human. However, SSSSH. A sharp crack, like a blade slicing through cloth, echoed through the air. Blood spattered mid-air as guts and blood gushed forth like a fountain. The winged being's eyes widened as he plummeted toward the rocks. Even in death, he couldn't comprehend how his judgment had failed him, how he could have been certain within his field of vision that the werewolf's blade couldn't reach him. Meanwhile, Leonard's staff flickered with a dim glow, a faint smirk playing on his lips. Moments before, he had cast an illusion spell, warping the winged man's perception. In reality, that single lash had savagely sliced through his entire front, brutally slaying him on the spot. The werewolf guard snorted disdainfully through his nose before bowing respectfully to Zhang Xuan. Zhang Xuan waved his hand. "Leave it to you." Soto's eyes lit up with delight. "Thank you for your bounty, my lord." Then, it approached the purple-haired winged man, lifted his corpse directly, and stuffed it into its mouth. Crunching and munching, it devoured the juicy flesh, savoring every delicious bite. Zhang Xuan, however, looked up. Waiting for the enemy to attack was too troublesome. He might as well charge in himself and see what the winged tribe's lair looked like. Chapter 173, The Female Winged Human. Thinking it, he did it. Stowing Soto and Lina into the Xian hall space, Zhang Xuan soared into the air. His form shot upward abruptly, air currents whistling past him as he instantly rose 3 zhang off the ground. Several methods existed for aerial flight. Some relied on mastery over air and wind elements, a common yet limited approach. If the surrounding air was thin or wind elements scarce, the ability to fly would be greatly impaired or rendered useless. But Zhang Xuan mastered the second type. Breaking the limits of the physical body, liberating the mind, he had mastered the ability to fly through the air without any teacher, naturally and effortlessly. This was not a technique, but an instinct unlocked upon reaching a certain level on the path to transcendence. Thus, in terms of speed, his current flight capabilities far surpass even those of the average winged race. Zhang Xuan soared into the air. 2 more winged beings flew down from the floating island above. This time, both were male. Knowing their comrade had been slain, they approached with expressions of shock and fury. Yet upon seeing a human soaring toward them, they froze in terror. They immediately thrust their tridents forward, aiming to stab Zhang Xuan. Zhang Xuan watched the spearheads draw closer, yet from his perspective, the winged being's attack seemed painfully slow, like a scene in slow motion. He extended both hands, effortlessly pinching the 2 long spears between his fingers. Then, with a flick of his wrist, swish! The spear shafts thrust forward, piercing clean through both winged beings' bodies before being yanked back. The 2 winged warriors fell from the sky, eyes wide and blood streaming from their mouths. This must be the second challenge of the 5th stage. Before they even reached their destination, Zhang Xuan had already taken them down with a preemptive strike. Zhang Xuan had never wielded halberds before, finding them somewhat novel. Though shorter than his spear, using 2 simultaneously proved surprisingly effective. As he ascended, more winged beings attempted to intercept him. Yet in Zhang Xuan's eyes, these creatures were too weak, easily crushed. With a few thrusts, he slaughtered a large number of them. Strangely, all the interceptors were male winged warriors. Could it be that only males served as warriors within the winged tribe? Zhang Xuan zeroed in on the floating island from which the winged beings had come, swiftly reaching its edge. This was a proper large island, at least 100 times the size of the one he had just left. A basin came into view, filled with numerous towering structures. These winged people seemed to favor living in towers hundreds of meters high, offering sweeping vistas. Enemies. The winged people, discovering an intruder in their domain, immediately began shouting and closing in. This time, the attacking winged people appeared to be a small squad, led by a tall, strikingly beautiful female winged person commanding them from the rear. For the glory of the winged gods, slay the enemy. The male winged warriors charging forward flushed crimson upon hearing the female's battle cry. It was unclear whether her voice carried some extraordinary boost or if it was simply their eagerness to prove themselves before her. Zhang Xuan narrowed his eyes. These winged folk were quite interesting. All the frontline warriors were males, yet the commanders were females. I'll grab one of these winged bastards and ask them what the hell is going on. He charged into the winged warriors' ranks, twin halberds in hand. White feathers flew through the air, mingling with spattered blood as the warriors' wings were violently severed and heads cleaved off. Like a tiger among sheep, no, even more one-sided and brutal than that, it was pure slaughter. Zhang Xuan's movements were precise and powerful. Even though his strength far surpassed the winged men's, he still executed the art of killing with meticulous care. This was the principle instilled in him by Master Satarumani. When facing weaker foes, one could sweep them aside with equal force. Only then could one unleash extraordinary power against formidable adversaries. This was precisely one of the training methods of the psionic warrior system, mastering the body through the mind, never wasting a single ounce of energy, and eliminating enemies with the utmost precision. After engaging an opponent, Zhang Xuan's mind could swiftly simulate their precise parameters, allowing him to adjust his own attributes to match theirs. This is precisely what he did now. After slaying the first winged warrior, he adjusted his energy output to match the winged warrior's level. Yet even so, Zhang Xuan dispatched the winged beings as effortlessly as slaughtering chickens, one spear strike per target. Their desperate attempts to evade were utterly futile. This was the overwhelming effect achieved by the fusion of combat technique and mental mastery. The female winged being, sensing the danger, let out a shrill cry that carried a peculiar rhythm. Strangely, to Zhang Xuan's ears, the sound held an inexplicable allure, stirring a faint heat within him. From two nearby towers, more male winged warriors swarmed out. They charged toward Zhang Xuan in unison, bellowing as if driven by some irresistible command. Zhang Xuan sensed something amiss with these winged beings. Upon closer inspection, he noticed their eyes were bloodshot and they were panting heavily, as if they had consumed some potent stimulant. His gaze shifted to the stunningly beautiful female winged beings hiding in the rear. Good heavens, could it be that the females of the winged race truly possessed enchanting magic? And when used on their own kind, the effect was exceptionally potent. The winged creatures, who had been terrified after seeing their comrades slaughtered, now seemed to have forgotten the young humans' earlier ferocity. They charged forward once more, relentless and fierce. Zhang Xuan shook his head. What was the point? They were just a bunch of brainwashed fools. But since they charged him, he saw no reason to show mercy. His twin halberds danced through the air. Though he hadn't formally studied halberd techniques, spear and halberd shared the same principles, the only difference being he now wielded two weapons simultaneously. But bolstered by his formidable willpower, multitasking was merely a fundamental instinct. The two halberds danced up and down, wielded with dazzling skill by Zhang Xuan. His movements were graceful and fluid, yet the killing intent remained undiminished. The winged men charging at him were like cattle rushing into a meat grinder, mercilessly slaughtered. Only then, overwhelmed by the thick stench of blood and the sight of their comrades falling dead beside them, did the remaining winged beings snap to their senses. Seeing the bodies of their fallen comrades plummeting downward, fear gripped them, and they turned tail and fled back. The female winged warrior, however, cursed furiously at this sight. Zhang Xuan had assumed these winged warriors would ignore her, but unexpectedly, after she spoke, they froze in place, trembling and seemingly at a loss. It seemed the female winged being held considerable status within their tribe. Zhang Xuan caught up to the hesitant male winged beings, swiftly ending their lives amidst their panic before darting directly toward the female winged being. The female winged being instantly paled, frantically flapping her pure white wings in a desperate attempt to flee. Chapter 174, The Baptizer. Trying to run? Zhang Xuan let out a savage laugh. Baby, do you really think you can get away? His figure flickered, darting forward at twice the speed he'd shown before. Only then did the female winged being realize he hadn't revealed his true strength at all. Her face drained of color as she flapped her wings toward the third tower in the distance. Yet before she could gain much distance, a brutal force slammed into her back. Zhang Xuan used his mental influence to directly manipulate her movements from afar. With his current mental influence over the environment, while he couldn't yet crush her to death from afar, compressing the air to restrict her movement was effortless. The female winged being froze in place as the surrounding space compressed around her, terror flashing in her eyes. In the next instant, Zhang Xuan's large hand seized her smooth shoulder and yanked her back with force. Her entire body was dragged back without any ability to resist. She screamed in fury and terror, "Damned human! I am a baptized one of the winged god tribe.
How dare you lay a hand on me? Smack! The female winged being's beautiful cheek instantly swelled, puffing up like a bun. Thud! Another punch landed on her midsection.
The excruciating pain made her body curl up, leaving her utterly drained of strength to struggle. Winged God Clan, my ass.
Just a bird man. What kind of baptizer is that?
Zhang Xuan sneered, then dragged her straight into the Blood Ash realm for. As long as he held them in his grasp, unless their power far surpassed his own, he could drag them into the realm of ashes. He brought the female winged being down to the ancient castle, tossing her into the underground chamber. She cried out in pain, about to yell again, when Zhang Xuan landed 2 heavy slaps across her face. Then, his icy gaze fixed on her face.
I ask, you answer. Blood trickled from the female winged being's mouth.
Her gaze met Zhang Xuan's, and the oppressive aura radiating from him grew so suffocating she could barely breathe.
Instinctively, she nodded. After 10 minutes, Zhang Xuan had gathered the information he sought. Through his psychic perception, he could discern whether the captor was telling the truth. According to this female winged being named Leia, this floating island was one of 5 islands occupied by the winged tribe. 2 levels above, the highest among the 5, lay the core island of the winged people. There stood the winged people's royal palace, where the supreme winged queen resided. Leia herself held a significant position. She was one of the island's 10 baptized ones and the youngest among them, not yet 100 years old. Here, Zhang Xuan learned that the winged people's lifespan far exceeded that of most races. Their strongest members could live nearly 300 years like the current winged queen, who was already over 200. Thus, being under 100 years old was indeed remarkably young, equivalent to a human in their 20s. Baptizers held a special status among the winged people. They worshipped a mighty deity and believed themselves to be its descendants, the offspring of the divine. Consequently, the winged people place immense importance on rituals and communication with the divine. During the baptism, a select few are recognized by the deity and receive its blessings, becoming baptized ones. Thus, baptized ones hold extraordinary status. Their future potential is greatly enhanced by receiving divine blessings, which is why the upper echelons of the winged folk are almost exclusively composed of those who have undergone baptism. Then why do I sense you're so weak, indistinguishable from ordinary male winged humans? Zhang Xuan asked in confusion. Leia flushed slightly, her voice tinged with embarrassment. My lord, I have only recently become a baptized. The deity's blessings require time to fully manifest. Moreover, combat and defense duties within the clan are usually handled by them, so I'd neglected my training. No wonder. Zhang Xuan could sense some kind of hidden energy within her that seemed to belong to a significant entity, but she appeared completely unaware of how to harness it. From what Leia had mentioned earlier, Zhang Xuan also learned that female winged humans held a far higher status than males within their tribe. This was because the deity they worshipped was depicted as female. Furthermore, every single baptized individual among the winged clan over the centuries has been a female winged one. Thus, the winged clan's tribal code explicitly states that male winged clan members must always be prepared to sacrifice themselves to protect the females. Moreover, the winged tribe possessed a bloodline-bound secret art accessible only to female winged ones. Its effect was to control male winged ones, compelling them to instinctively protect their female kin. The winged ones who had just been attacking Zhang Xuan suddenly lost all fear and appeared intensely excited. This was because Leia had activated this skill. Zhang Xuan didn't ask any further questions. He stated calmly, I'm giving you a choice now, submit or... He didn't finish the sentence, but the implication was crystal clear. Leia immediately knelt on the ground, her pair of snow-white wings obediently pressed against the earth. She knew Zhang Xuan was no ordinary human. Possessing the ability to soar through the skies, he could kill her ordinary clan members in the blink of an eye. The terrifying aura radiating from him, coupled with this mysterious space, all pointed to him being a human prodigy of extraordinary caliber. At least acknowledging him as her master wouldn't feel too bitter a pill to swallow. Moreover, with her very life in his hands, there was no room for bargaining. Following the winged clan's etiquette, Leia gently placed both wings on either side of Zhang Xuan's calves. Then, with profound humility, she bowed her beautiful head and pressed a light kiss to the top of his foot. This signified absolute submission. Winged human Leia Baptizer acknowledges you as her master. The mental link was established, placing everything about Leia within Zhang Xuan's grasp. Immediately afterward, another notification sounded, one that caught Zhang Xuan somewhat off guard. Subjugating a winged tribe baptizer has incurred their hostility. Upon conquering the winged tribe in the mortal realm, you shall receive an exceptionally generous reward. This time, he did not directly obtain a wish energy orb. Instead, after subduing Leia, a quest was triggered. The objective, conquer the winged folk. Of course, it wasn't the winged tribe within the instance, it explicitly stated the winged tribe on the outer continent. This quest's difficulty was truly terrifying. The winged folk are, after all, a formidable force among the beast tribes. Moreover, their claims of divine blessings and the ability to communicate with deities did not seem like mere boasts. Conquering such a tribe might prove beyond even a 9th-tier beast master. Of course, Zhang Xuan had no such reservations. He possessed absolute confidence in himself.
The mere mention of the bountiful rewards promised in the quest was reason enough to charge ahead. His original plan was to subdue major tribes to gather willpower and fortune. Whether or not this mission existed, it was merely a case of going with the flow. However, the hostility from the winged folk after subduing Leia was likely tied to this so-called baptizer. Chapter 175, Instant First Place. This revealed that the baptizer held even greater significance to the winged folk than Zhang Xuan had imagined. Zhang Xuan gazed at Leia, her expression humble and her skin a pristine, delicate white. Her soft golden hair cascaded over her shoulders, her pupils like green amber, shimmering with a watery quality. It must be said, her appearance surpassed even the most striking winged humans encountered before. Combined with her snow-white wings, untouched by a speck of dust, she truly radiated a sanctity tinged with enchantment. No wonder the winged folk reject the outside world's classification of them as beastfolk. Physically speaking, the differences are indeed stark. At that moment, Leia spoke up timidly, "My lord, I have something to report concerning the baptized." "HM?" Zhang Xuan nodded. "Speak." Leia continued, "The reason our clan places such importance on the baptized and strictly forbids its members from revealing this information to outsiders is not only because we baptized possess divine blessings and immense potential, but also due to another crucial reason. Any baptized one whose body remains intact is a potent tonic for the powerful of all tribes. Therefore, should this secret ever leak, our winged divine clan would struggle to withstand external invasions." "Their bodies remain intact?" Zhang Xuan didn't grasp the meaning at first. Only when he saw Leia bury her head against his chest, unable to meet his gaze, did he understand. He couldn't help but chuckle softly. It seemed he had captured a winged clan baptized individual and inadvertently uncovered a major secret. No wonder he'd felt an urge to plunder when sensing that pure energy hidden within Leia's body. He'd thought it was merely a sudden surge of desire, but now it seemed there was a deeper reason beyond her appearance. He pondered for a moment before asking, "So if I were to extract your energy, how much benefit would I gain? And what impact would it have on your strength?" If the gain was minimal and would cripple her, Zhang Xuan wouldn't bother. After all, he had ample avenues to enhance his own power, and gaining an assistant far outweighed any insignificant personal improvement. Leia thought her master was considering her well-being. Though the winged folk enjoyed long lifespans, they rarely ventured far from the floating isles. As a baptized one, she was heavily guarded by her clan. Despite being 90 years old, her thinking remained relatively simple. A look of deep gratitude washed over Leia's face as she spoke. "My lord, I cannot say what benefits may come from uniting with a baptized one. But according to our clan's records, as long as the baptized one consents and there is harmony of body and mind, there should be no significant harm. Should my lord require it, I shall offer myself at any time." Zhang Xuan nodded in understanding, waving her off. "We're still in the instance. We can discuss matters outside." He instructed Leia to remain in the Blood Ash realm while he departed. Zhang Xuan wanted to see what lay on that central island of the winged folk, so he continued flying upward. Unexpectedly, as he neared the central island, the surrounding space began to feel compressed. The scenery flickered before his eyes, and then he was teleported to another location. Phase 5 has ended. Entering Phase 6, Miasma Forest. Ha! Zhang Xuan was taken aback. Stage 5 ended? How could it end so abruptly, and why was he being sent directly to the 6th stage? He pondered for a moment, vaguely guessing the reason. Originally, this stage wasn't designed for candidates to actively engage or freely explore. Instead, it required them to defend their position and clear the stage by repelling wave after wave of winged tribe assaults would constitute clearing Stage 5. After all, among the candidates, there might not be a second person like him who possessed the ability to fly. If mastering aerial combat were required to pass this stage, no one would have ever reached Stage 6 before. Even those with flying monsters wouldn't attempt to explore further, as the instance hinted at a defensive mode. It was a mindset. Zhang Xuan's action stemmed from observing others racing through the stages from the very beginning, while he leisurely studied the murals lining the walls. From the very beginning, he hadn't considered whether he should strive for first place. He never regarded the 5 Valves prodigies as anything special. For him, this wasn't boastful, it was simply stating the obvious. Thus, he deliberately soared toward the upper winged people's island, slaughtering wave after wave of male winged warriors. This triggered content that should not have existed at this stage. Particularly the quest to conquer the winged tribe in the present world, which was activated after he subdued Leia. Thus, the dungeons will ultimately judge him successful, skipping him directly to the next stage. Now, Zhang Xuan found himself in a forest where the air hung heavy and the light was dim. The surrounding vegetation grew in bizarre, grotesque forms, clawing and twisting like living creatures wailing in agony. The entire forest was saturated with an oppressive, terrifying aura. Looking around, colorful mists rose from the treetops, vivid in hue yet carrying a faint, foul stench. Zhang Xuan wrinkled his nose. He could detect that the air in this forest was clearly toxic, and the poison wasn't weak. Sufficient to make a large group of beast masters dizzy and disoriented, hindering their movements. But even if this toxicity were 10 times stronger, it wouldn't affect him in the slightest. It was just a bit unpleasant to the nose. Miasma Forest. Zhang Xuan mulled over the name of this stage when a thought suddenly struck him. For Little Tree, wouldn't this place be like returning home? With that thought, he summoned the mother tree of miasma directly. In its usual form, the mother tree could transform into a short, round stump with 2 legs, hopping about in a rather amusing manner. Upon arriving here, the sapling indeed transmitted a signal of delight. The toxic fumes here were the finest nourishment for it. It could greatly accelerate its progress toward the next beast pet form. Zhang Xuan nodded with satisfaction. As his strongest beast pet after the Black King and Ah Beng, the sapling deserved every opportunity to grow stronger. The sapling silently extended countless tendrils, reaching out from beneath the ground and spreading throughout the entire forest, greedily absorbing every trace of toxin. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to Zhang Xuan, a dramatic shift on the celestial screen left viewers across the continent, especially the tens of millions in Xia Nation, stunned. For in the sky screen display, the individual ranked first had, in an instant, become Zhang Xuan. Moreover, this wasn't achieved by swiftly breaking through to the final stage of the current phase and instantly defeating the boss, pushing down the top talents at the provincial level as before. Instead, he had inexplicably surged to the top position in an instant. Chapter 176, The Power of the Winged Ones. At that moment, Li Shikong, Morong Shui, and the other 4 prodigies were in the final stage of the 5th phase. Their screen showed the floating island they occupied at the lowest level, completely surrounded by a legion of winged ones. At least 100 male winged beings soared overhead, while a female winged being resembling a seductive middle-aged beauty shouted commands from the rear. The winged army launched a coordinated assault on the beast pets below. The giant ape roared to the heavens, smashing a winged warrior to the ground with a single palm strike. The creature splattered in blood. Li Shikong stood nearby with his hands behind his back, his gaze filled with contempt. The twin vipers' vertical pupils scanned the surroundings menacingly. Their forked tongues shot out like whips, coiling around a winged being to strangle it. Unable to dodge in time, the winged soldier was bound mid-air. Venom sprayed across his body, instantly turning his skin black before spreading across his entire form. Soon, the winged man's mouth twisted in agony as he plummeted from the sky. Shirka watched with a condescending gaze, clearly unsurprised by the outcome. Boom! The steel rock giant, seemingly incapable of ranged attacks, suddenly stomped heavily on the ground. The terrifying force caused spiderweb-like cracks to instantly appear where it struck, and the giant propelled itself skyward using the recoil. This sudden burst of force caught the front row winged beings off guard. One was instantly smashed to pieces by the colossus, flesh and organs scattering everywhere. Behind it, 2 male winged warriors were seized by the giant's massive hand. Dragged downward by its immense weight, they slammed violently into the ground, their skulls exploding instantly. Nangong Pingtian's form was massive and imposing, like a humanoid beast. Any winged being attempting to approach would surely be crushed in the steel rock giant's grasp. The punishment knight, cloaked in black armor atop the black mist steed, fixed his piercing gaze upon the encircling winged beings beneath his visor. The winged foe, armed with a bow, clearly intended to attempt ranged assault. Yet the punishment knight assumed a power-building stance, his right hand gripping the greatsword, while 2 fingers of his left hand extended to form a cross upon the blade's spine. Black light cross slash. Swish. Swish. 2 dim sword shadows etched through the air, then erupted in a blinding black light. Where the black light slashes passed, rows of winged warriors were cleaved in 2 at the waist. Strangely, not a single drop of blood flowed from their wounds, as if their very life force had been instantly drained. The winged creatures plummeted to the ground, yet the survivors, spurred on by the alluring beauty at the rear, continued their relentless, death-defying charge. Yi Aotian's expression was haughty as he murmured, "You worthless beasts, prepare to be sent to the Inferno by this young master." The final scene showed the green forest succubus clasping her hands together, uttering obscure syllables, the innate incantation of her bloodline. In an instant, dozens of vines shot up from the ground, binding the winged beings mid-air. They struggled fiercely, but unseen within the vines, countless fine needles sprouted, piercing the skin of the male winged beings. Then, their blood was rapidly drained. They collapsed swiftly, turning into desiccated corpses within seconds. The enchanting green sylvan nymph wore an expression of rapturous satisfaction. She murmured, "Beastmaster, this is the blood essence I desire." Morong Shui's pure, radiant face showed no extra emotion as she simply said, "Resolve this quickly." "As you wish, my beastmaster." In all 5 scenes, it was clearly a straightforward, one-sided slaughter. Before the battle pets summoned by the 5 clans prodigies, these male winged humans posed no real threat. However, the fact that these high-tier, dominant-class beast pets were forced to fight seriously indicated that these winged men weren't as feeble as they appeared. In fact, top talents from other provinces, such as Wan Rong and others, had already summoned their 3rd beast pets. Bolstered by the female winged humans in the rear, these already formidable male winged humans unleashed remarkably powerful attributes. Wan Rong's lightning rat unleashed a high-voltage current that paralyzed its opponent but failed to kill it instantly. So he summoned his 3rd beast companion, the lightning hawk. A majestic eagle, its entire body crackling with purple lightning, appeared. Its piercing gaze swept across the winged warrior's formation before locking onto a target. It then transformed into a bolt of lightning, blazing toward its mark. Simultaneously, the lightning rat darted swiftly below, firing an electric net upward. The previous damage had been insufficient, partly due to the lightning rat's lack of flight capability and the diminished effectiveness of its skills at long range. But Wan Rong, as the strongest genius at the provincial level, was naturally no ordinary individual. Genius beast tamers of his caliber, backed by formidable family foundations, were meticulous in their choice of beast pets. Attack, defense, healing, diversion, and various support functions or synergistic elemental combinations.
It's not enough to excel in just one aspect.
The goal was to achieve a synergy where the whole was greater than the sum of its parts, maintaining overall strength while minimizing weaknesses. The Lightning Hawk and Lightning Rat formed a synergistic pairing, maximizing the offensive potential of lightning.
Covering both aerial and ground domains, they left no spatial blind spots, a signature killing move of Wanrong.
That he could deploy this combo proves the winged folk are no ordinary foes. Observation alone might reveal little, but in combat, the feedback from beast companions made it clear, the amplified male winged humans were at least twice as powerful as ordinary werewolves. In this final stage of the 5th phase, the strength of a winged clan battle group equates to roughly 2.5 werewolf warriors. Therefore, those who could pass this stage were undoubtedly beast masters with exceptionally strong overall capabilities. For this very reason, the sky screen once again displayed the current real-time elimination count. During the previous stage against the werewolf warriors, over 40% had already been eliminated. This stage saw another rapid elimination, though not as extreme as 40%, it still claimed 30%, nearly half of the remaining candidates. After all, many candidates had already exhausted their beast companions' full potential during the werewolf warrior battles, leaving them with little reserve strength. Facing the winged warrior corps, whose difficulty had more than doubled, they were naturally defeated outright. Only 30% of the original candidates remained in the dungeon now, and that number was rapidly decreasing. From this stage onward, the terrifying difficulty of the Abyss trial truly began to reveal itself. Consider that there were still 50 more stages to come. Even the prodigies of the 5 clans, including Yi Aotian, have yet to determine who will be the first to reach the 51st stage. Yet now, Zhang Xuan had leaped straight to first place, leaving all spectators reeling in disbelief. Moments ago, they were debating whether Zhang Xuan might once again surge unexpectedly to 6th place, surpassing other provincial geniuses. Indeed, it was sudden but far more unexpected than any could have imagined.
Chapter 177, Shifting Public Opinion.
This time, Zhang Xuan didn't merely reach 6th place, trailing behind the 5 clans prodigies. Instead, he had directly surpassed the 5 clans prodigies to claim first place, even advancing into the 6th stage. This time, it wasn't just the spectators who had consistently supported the 5 clans prodigies who were stunned speechless. Even the most loyal members of the Xian Hall, like Li Wangzhu and Sun He, were left jaws dropped. No one could have foreseen Zhang Xuan so abruptly claiming the provisional top spot. After a brief silence, everyone frantically began sending messages.
Wait, can someone explain what's happening? Why did the Xian Hall master suddenly appear at the top? Where's his feed? I didn't see him enter the top 10 at all. I didn't see it either.
He just jumped straight to first place.
That doesn't make sense. Could it be that he killed every single winged being the instant he entered the 50th stage? Someone proposed this theory.
Logically speaking, it seemed like the only possible explanation.
But even if it fits logic, for it to actually happen in reality is simply too unbelievable. Immediately, someone raised doubts. Killing every winged one in that instant? Impossible. Even killing them would take time. What kind of killing speed could be so fast the game couldn't even display it? Could it be a dungeon glitch?
Rumor has it that if the energy core malfunctions, there's a chance the dungeon could collapse.
That seems unlikely too.
If a dungeon collapse truly occurred, it wouldn't make sense for it to affect only one person. Look, the other 9 screens on the sky display are functioning normally. As a 7th rank beastmaster who's built over 10 private instances, I can say with certainty, a crash like this is absolutely impossible in a unified exam instance. First, the Abyss trial was personally constructed by the Abyss King himself and tested by numerous top-tier powerhouses of that era, ensuring its foundational structure is exceptionally stable. It has operated for centuries without incident. As my friend mentioned earlier, even if an extremely rare collapse did occur, it wouldn't affect just one person. A genuine collapse would simultaneously expel all participants from the instance. Given the current situation, the Lord of the Mystic Hall must have achieved first place through legitimate means. As for the specifics of how he accomplished it, well, the methods of such a prodigious genius are beyond my comprehension. Beside this individual's statement was an identity verification badge, confirming them as a 7th-tier beastmaster and dungeon builder.
Dungeon constructors aren't a separate extraordinary system, but rather a secondary profession derived from the beastmaster system.
They possess deep knowledge of various energy cores and dungeon material properties, enabling them to rationally combine these elements to construct stable dungeons.
Any beastmaster family requires dungeon builders.
Take the 4 families of Guangning, for instance. To construct their private clan dungeons, they had to hire builders. Such individuals are invariably high-tier beastmasters themselves, making their services exceedingly costly. Other auxiliary professions exist, like the item crafters, who share similarities with builders in utilizing diverse materials for combinations, though item crafters operate with greater randomness. Then there are beast tamers, who specialize in communication and soothing. Many beasts in the Beastmaster world possess fiercely untamed natures, making successful contracts difficult to achieve. Even when contracts are formed, loyalty often remains low. Thus, the sub-profession of beast tamer emerged. These individuals often possess innate abilities to soothe and calm beasts and monsters, enabling their pets to enter a more docile state. These are some of the more common and important secondary professions within the Beastmaster system. Within the aristocratic system, top-tier provincial clans almost invariably cultivate these secondary professions. The 5 great clans of the imperial capital, however, possess every single one. A 7th-tier Beastmaster who also served as a dungeon architect held considerable authority. His statements silenced any further doubts about whether the abyssal trial had malfunctioned. Yet Zhang Xuan's sudden rise to first place still sent shockwaves through the crowd. The Lord of the Mystic Hall had directly ascended to the top position. Now, no one could deny his qualifications to compete with the prodigies of the 5 clans. Indeed, his 2 previous 6th-place finishes had already demonstrated a clear gap between him and provincial-level geniuses. Now, through methods beyond comprehension, he had decisively outpaced the 5 clans' prodigies. No fool would dare claim the Xian Emperor had prematurely revealed his trump card just to grab attention, with inevitable exhaustion to follow. Look at him now, his methods remain utterly unpredictable. Who knows what lies ahead? You tell me, could Xian Di actually emerge as the ultimate victor on the path to supreme mastery? It's hard to say, truly hard to say. Right now, no one knows the full extent of the Xian Emperors or the 5 clans' aces up their sleeves. All we can say is that everyone still has a chance. The true gap between them might only become apparent in the 10th stage. The 10th stage beyond the 91st gate. This stage has historically been called the genius stage. Only the absolute top geniuses reach this stage, and it's here that the true gaps between them become apparent. Last year's top scorer in the Xia Nation Unified Exams ultimately passed the 95th gate, while the runner-up only reached the 93rd gate. It's not that the runner-up was weak, but rather that as the stages progress, the gap between geniuses becomes even greater than the gap between geniuses and ordinary beast tamers. Above the heavens, there are heavens; beyond men, there are men. This year, however, the number of prodigies is unprecedented. All 5 major clans have produced beast tamers of genius caliber, once-in-a-century talents. How they will ultimately compete to determine supremacy is what excites all spectators most. Meanwhile, the Xian Hall members were naturally elated. When Zhang Xuan hadn't appeared on the sky screen earlier, their voices had been drowned out by the cheers of the aristocratic family's supporters. Now, with Zhang Xuan humiliating them 3 times in a row, the 3rd time even propelling him to the provisional top spot, they finally had reason to hold their heads high. Concurrently, due to this shift, Zhang Xuan, currently deep within the dungeon, felt the connection of the willpower surging through him intensify dramatically. Some suddenly realized the staggering odds on Zhang Xian's victory. Holy crap, I just realized the odds for the Lord of the Xian Hall are 1 in 1,000. Whoever bet on him, if he actually becomes the young supreme, they'd be rolling in it. Since the Lord of the Mystic Hall hadn't appeared on screen before, hardly anyone dared to wager crystals on him. Probably not even many Mystic Hall members had backed him. But now, it was all just hindsight. Chapter 178, Speculation. Some sighed in disbelief, while others remarked, no need to panic. Right now, the Xian Emperor is undoubtedly a super genius on par with the 5 clans' prodigies. It's perfectly normal for such figures to win and lose at this stage. The true battlefield isn't here. Most who had wagered their fortunes on the 5 clans' prodigy broke out in cold sweat the moment Zhang Xuan suddenly surged to first place. And it was largely these same people who later questioned whether the instance had glitched. If Zhang Xuan actually clinched first place, most of them would likely be lining up on the rooftop. Hence their seething hatred toward Zhang Xuan. Now they desperately wish he'd be eliminated immediately. Such is the mentality of those who gamble on underdogs. Meanwhile, Li Shikong and the other 5 clans' prodigies remained utterly unaware that Zhang Xuan had already surged ahead of them. With absolute confidence, they didn't believe they could lose even against the other 4, let alone some so-called commoner prodigy they didn't take seriously. A commoner's hope, challenging the 5 clans? Ridiculous. Yet within the Imperial Capital Elders Council, the atmosphere was markedly different. Li Tianlong, his face etched with deep, shadowy lines, narrowed his eyes slightly. After a moment, he spoke softly, "Gentlemen, it seems we may have underestimated this Lord of the Xian Hall." As he spoke, he placed particular emphasis on the words Lord of the Mystic Hall, his voice tinged with a faint chill. Those familiar with the head of the Li clan would recognize this as a clear manifestation of his intense murderous intent towards someone. The others' expressions shifted as well. Clearly, Zhang Xuan had suddenly surpassed the prodigies of the 5 clans to claim the top position through some unknown means, a development none of them had anticipated. For those standing at the pinnacle of Xia's power, men whose words determined the fate of countless lives, nothing was more unacceptable or intolerable than an existence that defied their expectations. The unexpected represented a loss of control. A loss of control meant an absolute threat. How could there be a threat to their authority within Xia Kingdom? Nangong Yun frowned. By this logic, that brat truly has the beast god's unreserved support. Such a method of clearing the trials is beyond even our grasp. These clinging to life scum have hidden themselves well enough. His words now carried a palpable edge of hostility, showing no regard for the beast god status. Tap, tap, tap. Morong Jing's fingers tapped incessantly on the round table, his gaze flickering repeatedly. Beside him, Yi Duantian noticed his expression. Having known each other for so many years, he instantly recognized this as Morong Jing's signature sign of perplexity. Among their group, Morong Jing was always the most cunning and resourceful. It was rare to see him display such an expression. Yi Duantian asked, Morong, what's on your mind? Morong Jing parted his lips, hesitating to speak. Shi Yan grew impatient. What's with all the secrecy? Don't tell me it's some Morong clan secret you can't share with us? Morong Jing shook his head. No, it's just a sudden thought I had. But it's rather far-fetched. After considering it, it seems impossible. His words only piqued the curiosity of the other three. Li Tianlong chuckled, you always like to keep us guessing. Just tell us, is it bizarre or not? We'll know once you say it. Morong Jing's gaze shifted to the sky screen, observing Zhang Xuan's current display. He spoke slowly. Do you think Zhang Xuan's ability to master techniques unknown to us stems from the beast god? Ha! The other four froze, unsure of his meaning. Morong Jing continued, have you all forgotten the name of the Xia Kingdom's unified exam instance? Li Tianlong narrowed his eyes. You mean the Abyssal King? No, that's impossible. He was about to utter the word impossible when he suddenly stopped, inexplicably. Then, as if compelled by some unseen force, they exchanged glances. The words Prince of Abyssal Depths now dominated all five minds. Impossible? Logically speaking, it was indeed impossible. Yet when one impossibility materialized, it inevitably gave rise to even more improbable conjectures. With Xia Kingdom's affairs holding almost no secrets from the five, much of their communication unfolded silently. The atmosphere grew heavy for a moment. Yi Duantian leaned back in his chair, exhaled, and said, so you're suggesting this kid has ties to the Prince of Xingyuan? But he... Regardless of whether it was logically plausible, no one would rashly dismiss the conjecture outright at this moment. Instead, they would relentlessly seek evidence to substantiate it. But he vanished at least 900 years ago. Li Tianlong picked up where he left off. But vanishing doesn't mean he's dead. Nangong Yun stated. In truth, speculation about the whereabouts of the Abyss Sealing King has always existed within the Beastmaster community. Yet after centuries of deliberate downplaying, few Beastmasters now seriously discuss the matter. Even when they do, it's mostly based on fabricated rumors. Even the five Grey clans remained utterly ignorant of the truth. Everyone tacitly accepted the fact that the Abyssal King had long since vanished. Shi Yan remarked, a 9th-tier Beastmaster's lifespan rarely exceeds 150 years. Yet across the continent, there has been no authentic record of any being attaining godhood in the past 1,000 years. Yi Duantian countered, but no records don't mean it didn't happen, or that there might be other ways to extend one's lifespan. Remember, we're talking about the King of Abyssal Depths. Silence fell upon the assembly. In that era, the King of Abyssal Depths' renown surpassed even the gods. He stood as the most magnificent being among the human saints, his name celebrated across all nations. Such a figure could never be judged by ordinary standards. Morong Jing nodded. Friends, if anyone could have planted a hidden mechanism within the Abyssal trial, the most likely candidate is the Abyssal King himself. Moreover, the crucial point is that back in the day, there were some undisclosed conflicts between the King of the Abyss and the Beast God. The others understood his meaning. It was widely believed that the human sage of that era had been bestowed by the Beast God to lead humanity against the Abyss. Yet a great secret lies buried within this narrative. The power of the human sage did not originate from the Beast God. Their relationship was more akin to a partnership than simple dependence on a deity. Thus, the sage was equally beyond the Beast God's control. An inability to control meant the other party would share in the divine will and fortune of the deity. This is precisely what deities dread most. Why, centuries later, did humanity gradually forget the human saints? Was it solely due to the actions of these super beast taming clans? No, the beast gods were equally involved. Morong Jing spoke slowly, thus, the situation grows increasingly convoluted and complex indeed. But I have a question for you all. If the King of the Abyss truly still exists in this world, what would your stance be? Chapter 179, Burning the Secret Forest. The others fell silent for a moment. Li Tianlong sneered coldly and said, setting aside that I don't believe a figure from 1,000 years ago could still be alive today, even if there were a 1 in a million chance, this is no longer that era. This is the grand era of the 5 clans. Even if the King of Abyssal Depths hadn't ascended to godhood, what would we fear if he truly were a deity? The others nodded in agreement. 1,000 years had passed. If someone who hadn't ascended to godhood was still clinging to life, how much power could they possibly retain? Moreover, their clans had accumulated extraordinary power and destiny to the utmost over centuries. Beast gods were merely their equals. They understood deities far better than ordinary folk. These so-called towering beings held no mystique or overwhelming awe for them. This vast land past, present, and future belonged solely to these 5 clans. As for the being currently ranked first above the heavens, Morong Jing and the others shared a common conjecture. That being was upon testing the 5 great clans. Whether backed by the Beast God or the Abyss Sealing King, it was a force seeking to topple the 5 great clans. All this signifies that the time has come for the 5 great clans to demonstrate their authority to the world. Within the forest, where dense, multicolored toxic mists billowed, Zhang Xuan advanced leisurely, taking his time. A dungeon was meant to be explored, after all, especially one as ever-changing as the Abyssal Trial. It was as if the Abyssal King had extracted and projected various hard-to-reach realms of reality here, offering a truly eye-opening experience. Within the forest, trees twisted into bizarre, ever-changing forms. The air carried scents ranging from sweet to bloody to sour and putrid, clear evidence of the diverse toxins present. Zhang Xuan, of course, remained unaffected. Meanwhile, the poisonous mist mother tree radiated a constant sense of exhilaration, clearly feeling as though it had returned home. Its roots spread far and wide, extending throughout the entire miasma forest. These were the tendrils through which it absorbed nutrients. Not only was the forest filled with toxic mist, but every plant and animal within it possessed potent poisonous properties. Stage 6 was clearly a challenge centered around toxic properties. The forest path ahead grew increasingly rugged and uneven. Lush branches, leaves, and thorns blocked most of the view. The surrounding air suddenly turned cold, and faint sounds of something viscous crawling and writhing could be heard. Zhang Xuan, seemingly oblivious, continued striding forward. Whoosh! A vividly colored figure shot out from the damp undergrowth, reeking of a heavy, fishy stench. Zhang Xuan still showed no reaction. It was a strikingly colorful venomous snake. It leapt into the air, its jaws wide open, fangs locked in a biting stance, venom already poised. The venom of these creatures was so potent that even the werewolf warriors encountered earlier would have died instantly from a single bite. Just as the fangs were about to touch Zhang Xuan's skin, a vine shot out with lightning speed, instantly binding the snake and dragging it away. Immediately afterward, the vine's tip opened like a flower bud, swallowing the venomous snake whole. A series of chewing sounds echoed, as if rows of sharp teeth within the vine were crushing and swallowing the venomous snake whole. The sapling trembled with satisfaction. Its roots extended deep into the forest, covering an area of at least several hundred meters. It was acutely aware of every movement around it and would never allow danger to threaten its master. Obstacles multiplied ahead, branching into several winding paths. Yet Zhang Xuan halted, choosing not to advance directly down any one of them. Instead, he mentally queried the sapling. The sapling's perception within the forest was naturally precise, and it quickly informed Zhang Xuan of the forest's core area. That area was saturated with toxic elements, clearly the energy source of this miasmic forest. The winding paths carved through the thickets of scrub and thorns did not lead directly there. They required navigating several major bends before finally reaching the forest's center. Clearly, this was the 6th stage's obstacle design. But since this was an open area, why follow a predetermined path? This old man was going to bulldoze his way through, refusing to take the conventional route. Zhang Xuan approached a cluster of obstacles, snapped his right fingers, and a flickering flame danced upon his fingertip. Though merely a tiny flame, the raw, unrefined ferocity of the fire element it contained was known only to Zhang Xuan. As the flames appeared, all the surrounding trees trembled as if possessed of consciousness. Within Zhang Xuan's powerful psychic perception, a trace of emotion named fear was instantly detected. A mocking sneer curled at the corner of his mouth. Indeed, this forest must be controlled by a unified consciousness. Well then, now you shall taste the flames. With a flick of his finger, the tiny flame shot toward the densest part of the trees. With the flame positional power Zhang Xuan now commanded, it was only slightly weaker than the Black King's world-burning dragon flame. Though seemingly small in size, Zhang Xuan had compressed it several times over. The pure elemental essence and dense energy erupted violently the moment the flame struck the first great tree. Boom! The flame instantly roared like an enraged dragon, unleashing its fury upon the forest. This forest wasn't merely poisonous, it was also wood attributed. And the overwhelming fire attribute was undoubtedly the forest's greatest natural enemy. The fire spread at an unimaginable speed. Within moments, the entire forest within a mile radius was engulfed. This was the instantaneous blossoming of fire elements concentrated to their utmost limit, and the lush trees became the perfect fuel. Though these trees possessed considerable strength, the moment they touched the flames, they were consumed within seconds, reduced to charred stumps, their vitality utterly extinguished. But it didn't stop there. Zhang Xuan then manipulated the environment with his mind. With a push of his palm, a violent gust of wind howled forth. The attack methods of the Mind Warrior system were as varied as the stars, with their core principle lying in harnessing the environment through mental will. With just a single fulcrum, he could stir the wind element within the air, conjuring a mighty gale. This was merely a basic application, incapable of inflicting significant damage on its own. But now, with the flames already raging, the wind fanned the fire, making the inferno even more unstoppable as it engulfed the entire forest. Sizzle! The acrid stench rose abruptly as the intense heat evaporated moisture, causing toxic fumes to billow. These fumes seemed to attempt slowing the flames' advance, yet all was futile. Instead, the toxic mist itself became kindling, imparting an eerie, iridescent glow to the flames. Within less than a minute, the entire forest was engulfed in a sea of fire. Zhang Xuan manipulated the direction of the fire elemental shockwave, burning a path through the inferno before him. It resembled a road to purgatory, leading straight to the core area.
Chapter 180, Dual Supernaturals?
Zhang Xuan clapped his hands.
That's more like it.
If there's no path, then burn one into existence. This scene, naturally, was seen clearly by all spectators.
Countless people, still reeling from the shock of Zhang Xuan's sudden arrival, were now utterly dumbfounded once more.
Wait, did I just see that correctly? Did that flame erupt from the Lord of the Mystic Hall's finger?
You probably didn't.
I saw it too. Who can explain why a Beastmaster can unleash flames and such terrifyingly powerful flames at that?
My goodness, such a tiny flame directly scorched through an entire forest, even burning a path through it. Is this a Beastmaster or a fire deity? This is insane, utterly insane. I can't even recognize this world anymore.
Charles, Kingdom of Light. Oh, by the light god, the flames unleashed by this youth named Zhang Xuan send a chill through me even through the heavens.
Warensky, Kingdom of Frost. I once witnessed a strange flame in a frigid secret realm. Its terrifying heat felt like it would melt my skin even from dozens of meters away, utterly impossible to approach. The flame just shot by this Xia Nation man seems to possess similar power. Honda Ichiro Ingjo Kingdom, is this the foundation of a super genius from the strongest human kingdom in the eastern continent?
This flame reminds me of the legendary sun goddess Amaterasu. Countless spectators erupted into frenzied discussion.
Most couldn't comprehend how Zhang Xuan could command such overwhelming flames.
After all, in the common understanding, Beast Masters could only wield extraordinary power through their battle pets. Yet with such a vast audience, there were naturally many individuals of considerable insight. The ability to command fire itself wasn't entirely shocking. You must understand that any living being has the potential to embark on the path of extraordinary power. However, only the rarest few with profound foundations such as the prodigies of the five clans or those blessed with extraordinary talent and exceptional luck have the opportunity to master two distinct extraordinary systems. Take Nangong Tianzhou's formidable physique and Morong Tianzhou's unique eye phenomena. Both could very well be signs of stepping into other extraordinary systems.
Someone offered this explanation, and it instantly cleared up the confusion for many.
So that's how it is, there are actually people in the world who can step onto two extraordinary systems simultaneously.
Truly, I've been living in a bubble.
The speaker continued.
It's not surprising you haven't heard of it.
Dual extraordinary systems are a realm only the core descendants of top-tier clans can hope to enter, and note, I say hope. Even within the 5 great clans, only a select few can master dual extraordinary systems. The Beastmaster system has minimal barriers. Any human of age who encounters a beast pet egg can begin training.
But other extraordinary systems often have various requirements.
Forcing the fusion of an extraordinary path your body can't handle could lead to severe injury or even death. Mastering dual supernormal ability should be astonishing, yet considering the countless marvels surrounding the Lord of the Mystic Hall, it hardly seemed surprising. What truly stunned me was the terrifying power of the flames he commanded. With my understanding of elemental extraordinary systems, judging by how he just scorched through the forest terrain, he should be at the level of a 7th-tier extraordinary practitioner.
A 7th-tier extraordinary?
That would rival a 7th-tier Beastmaster.
Good heavens, an 18-year-old student preparing for the unified exams possessing 7th-tier strength? Even if I had been born into the extraordinary system, I couldn't reach that level.
Beastmasters of the 5 Valves Prodigy tier might touch tier 7 when pushing their limits to the absolute extreme. But the terrifying thing about the Lord of the Mystic Hall is that we still can't say this is his true trump card.
Silence fell over the crowd.
Indeed, when Zhang Xuan summoned that flame giant earlier, many had suspected he'd already played his trump card prematurely. After all, that flame giant was clearly far stronger than the beast pets summoned by top provincial level geniuses like Wan Rong.
Yet that assumption was swiftly proven wrong. Now that Zhang Xuan had pioneered the 6th stage, unreservedly revealing his 2nd extraordinary system, blazing a path with such terrifying flames, who could still claim he was overextending his trump card? Some remarked, I now grasp the essence of Xian Di. He possesses unparalleled confidence. This confidence isn't about deliberately overshadowing others or arrogant self-importance.
Rather, he never perceived any worthy opponent from the start, so his demeanor reveals not a trace of competition. Everything he does is not about competing for rankings, but simply about doing what he desires. All these so-called trump cards we perceive are merely things he accomplishes effortlessly, as natural as eating or drinking. Hearing this, many were startled.
I'd sensed something similar before but couldn't quite put my finger on it.
Now that you mention it, I suddenly realize the Lord of the Mystic Hall embodies this state. It's as if he isn't competing at all.
Exactly.
He appears far too carefree, as if he's not participating in a grand examination involving millions, but simply strolling along at his own pace. The crowd buzzed with lively discussion, many nodding in agreement.
Yet some remained unconvinced. You're getting completely off track.
The Lord of the Mystic Hall is powerful, I won't deny that. But your description makes him seem far weaker than even the prodigies of the 5 clans. This is the abyssal trial, everyone must approach it with utmost caution. You claim the Lord of the Mystic Hall is merely strolling here? Impossible. It's just that the techniques he's displaying now are exceptionally formidable. True, these maneuvers are likely within the capabilities of Yi Duan Tian and the other 5 clans' prodigies. But their restraint might stem from prudence saving their reserves for the final 10th stage. Reserve their strength? Between the lines, you're still implying the Xian Emperor is burning through his reserves. Just watch, he's already humiliated you twice. There will be a third, a fourth. Heh, you don't understand. These earlier stages pose no real challenge to those who consistently rank at the top. Only the 9th stage forces the top prodigies to reveal their true capabilities. By the 90th gate, even the weakest monster's strength dwarfs the current stages by dozens of times. And beyond the 90th stage, the 10th phase sees each level's difficulty skyrocket, creating a chasm-like gap. Though the Lord of the Mystic Hall is formidable, your reckless boasts only make you look ridiculous. In an instant, the two sides erupted into another fierce argument. Chapter 181, Spider Tree. To the high-ranking officials of the beast-taming circles across nations, Zhang Xuan's recent display had undoubtedly stirred up another wave of turmoil. Within the Church of Light, the gathered white-robed bishops all gasped in unison. An elder spoke up, I sense it an aura akin to the sacred flame of light. The sacred flame of light? Are you suggesting that the flame wielded by this young man from Xia Nation has reached that level? The elder shook his head. Not quite. But among humans who have stepped into the realm of flame transcendence, I've never witnessed such formidable power. Most crucially, his age, what kind of physical fortitude could withstand such elemental energy? His potential makes my heart race. The others pondered thoughtfully. Indeed, the reason why humans found it so difficult to enter other transcendent systems was precisely because, unlike elves or dwarves, they possess no unique bloodline talents. Human physiques are ordinary, even relatively frail, while systems beyond beast mastery often demand profound mastery over the essence of life. This explains why, even when extraordinary paths lie before them, few from deeply rooted beastmaster clans or organizations ever achieve dual mastery. The demands of dual transcendence are exceptionally high. Even after stepping into a second extraordinary system, further advancement proves significantly more difficult for humans. Take the fire elementals of the elven race, for instance. They are born with mastery of the fire transcendence system. Compared to humans who acquire it later in life, their advancement speed is undeniably faster, and their potential ceiling is higher. Otherwise, those human prodigies who mastered dual transcendence would have long since become unrivaled across the continent. Therefore, what astonished them was not how Zhang Xuan had mastered dual transcendence, but the sheer intensity of his flames, which seemed unnaturally high. The bishop who had just spoken was himself a master of the fire transcendence system. He could discern far more than others, so his assessment naturally commanded their attention. This was merely the 6th stage. The young man had surely not yet unleashed his full power. How much more unknown potential could he unleash later? In the kingdom of Yingzhou, within a palace built atop a towering mountain. This was the sacred sanctuary of Yingzhou's beastmasters, the seat of the 8-headed serpent society. Several stern-faced men clad in wide robes and outer armor fixed their gaze upon the sky. What an intense flame! This prodigy of Xia Kingdom must have obtained an exceedingly rare and extraordinary fire. They bowed their heads in respect toward the man seated at the head of the table, who appeared somewhat short in stature. Lord Tokugawa, what is your opinion? This is Lord Tokugawa, leader of the Yamato province's Yamata no Orochi society and head of the Tokugawa clan, the foremost beastmaster family in the province. He stroked his small beard and narrowed his eyes as he spoke. The complete awakening of the Amaterasu Holy Maiden concerns the great prophecy of our Yingzhou. We cannot afford to miss any opportunity. Find him, seize the mystical fire, and make him the maiden's nourishment. At these words, the others' eyes lit up. This was precisely what they had been thinking. Yes, Lord Tokugawa. Zhang Xuan stepped into the infernal passage he had created. Crimson flames danced relentlessly along both sides. As Zhang Xuan passed, they bowed low, only to rise again once he moved forward. As if paying their respects to a flaming sovereign. All the venomous entities lurking in the shadows either perished instantly in the terrifyingly rapid spread of the inferno or fled desperately into the distance. The foul stench of potent toxins in the air was now entirely dispersed and incinerated, replaced by the thick, acrid scent of gunpowder smoke. Zhang Xuan advanced step by step, sensing an overwhelming aura of fury and venomous resentment deep within. Clearly, the entity that controlled the miasma forest had not perished in the inferno, but it had suffered heavy losses. This forest was part of its very being. Now, an intruder had so brazenly and ruthlessly scorched this portion of it, how could it not be enraged? Yet, its extreme apprehension toward Zhang Xuan held it back. Even in its fury, it did not reveal itself. If you won't come to me, then I'll come to you. Zhang Xuan chuckled softly and continued deeper into the forest. As he drew nearer, the air ahead suddenly thickened. Instantly, invisible ripples surged toward him. What was this? Zhang Xuan was somewhat surprised. The moment these ripples were transmitted, he had already sensed them, but not through sensory perception,
but a perception at the level of the mind.
An entity concealed in the shadows was capable of launching a psychic assault.
This was exceedingly rare. These mental ripples surged like waves, yet Zhang Xuan's mind was exceptionally powerful.
He immediately channeled his mental energy along the direction of the incoming ripples.
He hadn't mastered mental attacks himself, but the enemy's incoming waves provided a conduit.
By channeling his mental energy through them, he launched a direct counterattack.
Even without exerting his full strength, this counterstrike felt like a tiny ripple colliding with a colossal tsunami.
Within the silent void, the surging impact flattened everything in its path. The lurking presence let out a wretched howl, the blow leaving it gravely wounded, nearly killing it instantly. Now unable to contain itself any longer, within the forest's deepest core, a colossal tree abruptly uprooted itself from the earth, thousands of roots surging forth. The roots then swirled frantically across the ground, carrying the giant tree in a mad dash of escape. This was unprecedented, a dungeon monster fleeing from its test subjects.
The giant tree's appearance was utterly bizarre.
Its trunk was covered with numerous insect-like appendages, resembling a giant spider. At its crown sat a spherical head, covered in countless compound eyes that darted in every direction, giving it a grotesquely bizarre appearance. It was as if a giant spider and a colossal tree had fused together. As the spider tree was uprooted, streams of vividly colored mist billowed upward, while the head continuously spewed forth black viscous fluid. Zhang Xuan quickly realized this slime was actually the spider tree's blood, expelled after suffering severe injury. Where the black blood touched the ground, it left patches of corroded marks, clearly highly toxic.
"Little tree, hold it back."
The poison mist mother tree responded, unleashing countless tendrils that swiftly coiled around the spider tree. Its numerous limbs became entangled, turning into obstacles hindering its escape. The spider tree roared in fury, violently twisting its own vines around the mist poison mother tree before beginning to inject potent toxins into its body.
The sapling refused to be outdone.
As a formidable toxic entity itself, it certainly wasn't afraid to play dirty with poison.
It likewise pumped its own deadly venom into the vines.
The toxins from both sides visibly clashed, producing violent sounds as toxic mist continuously billowed upward.
Chapter 182, Achieving Uniqueness.
Zhang Xuan grinned at the spectacle.
"Little tree, I'll lend you a hand."
Zhang Xuan raised a finger toward the spider tree, murmuring a syllable.
"Hit."
A thread of flame coalesced into a line, shooting from Zhang Xian's fingertip like crimson lightning. This was the first time he had manipulated flame into such a form for release, and to his surprise, his initial attempt succeeded. Though seemingly insignificant, this thread of flame contained energy only slightly less potent than his previous flames, yet its concentration was amplified several-fold. The spider tree, locked in a standoff with the miasma poison mother tree, instinctively sensed the sudden arrival of a deadly threat. Yet, already a large target and bound to the spot, it had no means to evade. Sizzle! In the blink of an eye, the spider tree's broad trunk was completely pierced. What appeared to be a mere pinprick of a hole radiated astonishing heat from its surrounding area. Sizzle! A terrifying, dense surge of fire elemental energy erupted from within. Boom! A muffled explosion erupted within the spider tree, and raging flames surged out from the hole. Countless compound eyes on the fleshy head at the top of the spider tree bulged outward simultaneously, covered in bloodshot veins. Immediately after, a shrill, agonized scream pierced the air from its mouth. Black blood streamed from its compound eyes, while thick, black sludge was violently vomited from its massive maw. Clearly, this strike had struck at the very core of the monster, nearly costing it its life. The pierced hole had exploded into a gaping wound over 2 meters wide, nearly splitting the tree trunk in half. The upper and lower halves hung precariously connected. The spider tree's thick limbs flailed wildly. The explosion had utterly stripped it of its ability to fight back, shattering most of its vitality. Yet its death throes were futile. The vines of the poison mist mother tree tightened their grip, greedily devouring the monster's venom. The remnants of the forest's poisonous mist swept in the spider tree's final, desperate gasp. Yet all of this would become nourishment for the miasma mother tree. Zhang Xuan waited silently in place. He watched as the mother tree of miasma released all its toxic spores. The spores clung to the colossal spider tree's surface, desperately burrowing deeper and then voraciously devouring every nutrient.
With such abundant nourishment, the spores rapidly matured into tree spirits, which in turn evolved into miasma tree spirits. Hundreds of tree spirits grew within the spider tree, completely overtaking its body.
Soon, the spider tree's last vestiges of life were extinguished. The compound eyes atop its hideous head widened, staring with an unblinking, deathly gaze that was deeply unsettling. Now sated, the mother tree of miasma had devoured the spider tree whole. This consumption triggered an evolution in its power. Zhang Xuan communicated with it and learned it could now release over 1,000 spores, while its toxins had undergone a transformation. Whereas its venom had previously been lethal, it now possessed a broader spectrum of effects, including hallucination and madness. In short, it had gained numerous control abilities beyond its original lethal capabilities. For a poison attribute monster, this was exceptionally practical. After all, the Black King's damage output was already formidable. The benefits of evolving his beast companion this time were undeniably substantial. Moreover, Zhang Xuan's spiritual senses detected the emergence of another identical divine imprint. Sure enough, His Majesty the Abyssal King had left a gift for later generations at this stage. This mental imprint, however, seemed visible only to him. The external celestial canopy could not perceive it. Following the guidance, Zhang Xuan approached the remains of the spider tree, where a black light slowly rose. It was a small sphere containing pure magical energy, within which a dim, grayish-black hue drifted and swayed. It seemed to emit the wails of a living being. Zhang Xuan reached out and grasped it. A strange fluctuation washed over him, and soon he received a stream of information. It turned out that this spider tree had originally been formed by the fusion of two monsters under special circumstances. It was not native to this realm but had come from a chaotic subspace. While crossing the spatial barrier, the creature nearly perished, its power severely diminished. Later, it was wounded and sealed by the Abyssal King, never to recover. Yet its existence held a peculiar significance. Instead of outright killing it, the Abyss-Sealing King placed it within the Abyss Trial and buried something within. This gray-black orb was the Law Pearl sealed within the spider tree's body. Had it been the original Law Pearl, it would never have appeared here, and its terrifying law energy would have made it impossible for Zhang Xuan to approach. Yet after traversing space and enduring the sealing process, its remaining energy had become exceedingly faint. Even so, enduring it required astonishing physical constitution and mental fortitude. Fortunately, Zhang Xuan possessed both qualities. Absorb. Zhang Xuan murmured silently, sensing this bizarre and eerie energy entering his body. Instantly, an intense wave of dizziness and nausea washed over him. Distorted, grotesque images flashed through his mind as if he were witnessing countless terrifying entities lurking in the depths of the cosmos. Had his mental fortitude not been sufficiently robust, this onslaught might have driven him to madness. After about 10 minutes, you have absorbed a fragmented shard of the law chaos, gaining a faint trace of chaos law power. An unknown transformation has occurred. You now wield supreme authority. Zhang Xuan trembled. Supreme authority? In an instant, his senses extended infinitely, revealing every corner of the origin continent before spreading across the entire universe. All principles, all laws, all authorities became crystal clear, transforming into chains of rules that merged into Zhang Xuan's body. In that instant, memories awoke within him. It turned out that the Abyssal King was his previous incarnation, and the Abyssal King's predecessor was none other than the primordial sovereign, the supreme being of the cosmos. 3 lifetimes of reincarnation served a single purpose: to imprint the cosmos, scatter countless anchor points, and then, at the opportune moment, gather the cosmic energy and reclaim everything. What of the beast god? Merely a lesser deity. Before Zhang Xuan, who now returned to his rightful seat as the sovereign of the Great Tao, he was no more than an ant. His true god appeared above the origin continent, extending his palm. All shall return to me. Like primordial law, unchallengeable, the beast god on the continent instantly shattered into lifeless fragments of divinity. The mighty beings of the Beastmaster clans and 9th-rank Beastmasters transformed into sustenance of flesh and blood, all drawn toward Zhang Xuan. In an instant, save for those beings with whom Zhang Xuan shared kinship, the entire continent was refined and consecrated. Zhang Xuan drew a satisfied breath. From this moment onward, he was the sole ruler of this universe. End.